awesome to have you here. If you're enjoying our videos, make sure to subscribe and support us by donating. Now, let's jump into the action of solo leveling right here on GMT Recap. The story begins at the headquarters of Seoul Nation Korean. Sung Jinwoo was on his way to the mission site. At a construction site in Seoul, a man who is also a hunter is buying coffee when he suddenly hears a distant voice calling out, "Mr. Kim." The man is surprised to see an old teammate. Smiling, he walks over to greet Mr. Kim. Mr. Kim greets him warmly. "Wait a second, Park. What are you doing here? Didn't you quit because you didn't want to be a hunter anymore?" The old teammate smiles and explains, "My wife just gave birth to our second child, so I had to come back." Mr. Kim laughs. "Yeah, apart from joining raids to make money, what other choice do we have?" Park seems a bit anxious. "It's been a while. I'm afraid I've fallen behind." As he's expressing his worries, our main character Sung Jinwoo arrives. A colleague pats Jinwoo on the shoulder and says, "It's freezing out here." "Good job." Jinwoo smiles in return, then walks up to greet Mr. Kim. Park, curious, asks Mr. Kim, "Is he a strong hunter?" Everyone seems happy to see him. Mr. Kim chuckles and replies, He joined right after you quit, so you wouldn't know. His nickname is the weakest hunter in the world." Park asks in surprise, "The weakest in the world? Not the strongest?" The S-rank hunter is considered the strongest, while Sung is viewed as the weakest. He is so weak that he even got injured while participating in an E-rank dungeon. Park still couldn't believe it, asking 2 or 3 times, but Kim confidently affirmed it. Park wondered, "So the dungeon we are about to enter will be as weak as that?" Kim quickly reminded him to speak softly, fearing that Sung might overhear. However, Jinwoo, who was nearby, clearly heard all of their words. He could only feel disheartened as he walked to the coffee counter, only to be informed that they had run out of coffee. Jinwoo looked up at the sky and sighed, "Even the coffee is terrible." The clerk apologized profusely, but Jinwoo silently left. Suddenly, from afar, a girl approached. She worriedly called out, "Jinwoo, are you injured again?" Jinwoo smiled and replied, "Oh, hello. Juhee, are you also participating in this raid?" The girl, with a worried expression, responded, "Of course, but that's not the issue." "Why do you have another injury on your face?" Jinwoo gently answered, "I don't know, I got hurt while hunting." She didn't believe him and continued to ask, "Really? Did something actually happen? Have you been to the hospital?" Jinwoo sighed in frustration and replied, "Yeah. We just went into an E-rank dungeon, and I was the only one who got hurt." Juhee exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? How could that be possible?" Jinwoo sighed and said, "Everyone else is of a higher rank, so they don't need to bring a healer." Juhee rebutted, "Even so, do they really not bring a healer just because they think they will be safe?" Jinwoo calmly replied, "It's okay. It's just because I'm the weakest, I'm used to it." Juhee knows that too, right? She fell silent, feeling sad and unsure of how to respond. Jinwoo stood up and said, "It looks like everyone is ready, so let's go." At the portal connecting to the dungeon, a long-haired man stepped forward and said, "We're getting ready to hunt. Although I really don't have the qualifications to say this, I would like to be the team leader for this raid. Does everyone agree?" Everyone happily responded, "Brother Song, you are the highest-ranked hunter here, we have no problem with that. If it's you, then we can trust it. It's been a long time since we've had the chance to witness your skills." Everyone was in agreement. Jinwoo smiled and said, "I'm counting on you, Uncle Song." Uncle Song appeared a bit flustered but eventually nodded. After that, everyone excitedly made their way inside the portal. Outside, 2 staff members were observing the group entering. One guy turned to the other and asked, "What are you thinking about?" The other replied, "Oh, I was just thinking about Sung Jinwoo. I feel a bit guilty that we ran out of coffee to serve him." The staff member replied with a chuckle, "Is it that E-rank hunter kid? What kind of battle is this?" The other person, looking worried, answered, I heard this is a D-rank battle. Since I've been working here, I've never seen Sung Jin-woo leave a battle unscathed. The staff member laughed lightly, just a D-rank battle? It's nothing serious. Let's go. Inside the dungeon, Joo-hee was treating Jin-woo's wounds. She asked, Jin-woo, why do you take the risk of becoming a hunter like this? Fighting like this only brings more trouble. Hearing this, Jin-woo bowed his head in apology. But Joo-hee seriously said, I'm not saying this to get an apology. I'm just genuinely worried about you. Meanwhile, outside, everyone was fighting fiercely against the monsters. Joo-hee watched the battle from afar, thinking to herself, at least this battle is about to end. On the other side, the captain announced, looks like everything is done. Mr. Kim cheerfully teased Mr. Park, aren't you dead yet? Mr. Park laughed and replied, easy as pie. Joo-hee, while treating Jin-woo and feeling anxious, asked, Jin-woo, do you have a special reason you can't quit being a hunter? Jin-woo, after hearing this, didn't answer honestly and just joked, I hunt for fun. If I didn't do this, I'd probably die of boredom. In Jin-woo's heart, he thought, if I tell her the real reason, it might be even more embarrassing. Upon hearing this, Joo-hee replied, the so-called entertainment of yours almost brought you to the other world twice. Stop laughing, your wound is going to open up now. On the other side, the captain was distributing the rewards. Since Jin-woo was only an E-rank hunter, it was impossible for him to defeat a C-rank monster. He only handed Jin-woo a level E magic stone. Jin-woo held the stone in his hand, a sad expression on his face. After all the injuries and troubles, I only earned a level E stone? I wagered my life just to receive this. It feels so insignificant. At that moment, a member of the group discovered another passageway. Hearing this, the whole group quickly gathered at the entrance of the cave to examine it. The captain gathered his strength, creating a large flame to illuminate the area and proceeded inside to investigate. After a while, he returned and said seriously, everyone, listen up. The portal will remain open as long as the dungeon's lord hasn't been defeated. It seems that since the portal opened, the lord is still inside. According to custom, we will contact the command center and wait for orders. However, if other hunters discover it first, our profits will be shared. Therefore, I hope everyone will work together to eliminate it. He paused for a moment, then continued, however, this is very dangerous, so we will conduct a vote. After the vote, I don't want to hear any complaints, no matter who it comes from. Mr. Kim and Mr. Park, along with several eager individuals, agreed, but Joo-hee and the others opposed. The voting result was 8 votes in favor and 8 votes against, leaving only Jin-woo's final decision. The captain looked towards Jin-woo, waiting for his opinion. Thinking of his younger sibling about to enter university and his mother who was seriously ill, Jin-woo decided to participate without hesitation. The group entered inside, having walked for 40 minutes. The captain reminded, the gate will close in 1 hour after defeating the boss, so we only have 20 minutes to get out. Jin-woo walked beside Joo-hee, hesitating for a moment before saying, I'm sorry. Joo-hee turned to him, asking, sorry about what? Jin-woo awkwardly replied, because I made everyone come in here when I chose to agree. Joo-hee frowned, responding, I'm fine. So don't worry about me. Jin-woo continued to ask, are you really okay? Joo-hee angrily said, honestly, no. I'm really not okay at all. She vented her frustration, right now, if you get stabbed once, you'll have a hole in your heart. And not just that, both your arms and legs could be severely injured. I'm not even sure I can fully heal all those injuries. What made you agree? Did you suffer a head injury or something? Jin-woo sighed, lowering his head in apology. But inside, he was extremely confused. He knew that he only survived thanks to Joo-hee, a talented healer. Once again, he felt indebted to her. Joo-hee angrily asked, do you think a simple apology is enough? Seeing Jin-woo bow his head shyly, she no longer felt angry and smiled gently, if that is your apology, how about considering preparing some food for me? Noticing Jin Woo's silence, Juhi turned to ask further, "What, don't you want to eat with me?" Jin Woo blushed awkwardly and replied, No, of course I do." While they were talking, a voice called out from ahead, "It's here." That was the princess's room. One person in the group exclaimed in astonishment, "I've never seen a room with a door like this before. It's so strange." Mr. Kim expressed his concern, "Hey, isn't this place very dangerous?" Team leader Song Chi-yeol replied with a determined expression, "Do you plan to leave empty-handed after coming here? We could be the first to conquer this dungeon. If anyone wants to leave, feel free. I'll go in alone if necessary." One person in the group quickly spoke up to reassure, "Song Chi-yeol's skills are truly extraordinary. His attacking style resembles that of professional hunters. If he weren't in his 60s, he could definitely join any major guild. Since we arrived here, we have trusted Song, so we should follow him to the end." The door slowly opened, and everyone stepped into a strange temple. The surrounding pillars of fire were ignited one by one, illuminating the scene inside. Some people gasped in amazement, saying, "We have never seen a dungeon like this before." They began to explore the area around them. It seemed that this place had been abandoned for a long time. The statues here looked very unusual, each holding something different. A few statues even held musical instruments. The scenery sent shivers down everyone's spine. One person whispered, "There are too many statues. Doesn't it feel like someone is staring at us?" Hearing that, another person immediately spoke up, "Stop saying such negative things." Suddenly, someone pointed and exclaimed, "Wow! Look over there, it's huge." All eyes turned towards the largest statue in the room. One person asked, "Isn't that the boss?" The person next to them reassured, "No, it's probably just a statue." Jin Woo stood near the statue, observing and said, "This is the only statue that is the largest here. No monster has appeared, not even one." Suddenly, a member of the group discovered an object sealed by magic. He called out to Captain Song Chi-yeol, "Sir Song, there's something written here. I think you should come and take a look." Everyone moved closer to an ancient tombstone, on which ancient inscriptions were carved. After studying it for a while, they deciphered the content, Temple of Karthanon and its commandments. 1. Worship the Lord. 2. Praise the Lord. 3. Prove your faith. Juhi stood next to Jinwoo, holding his hand tightly, and said worriedly, "The large statue. I just moved. It just looked at us." Jinwoo asked in surprise, "Are you sure you're not mistaken?" But right after that, he also sensed something unusual. The surrounding space became terrifyingly silent, and the air seemed colder. Captain Song continued to read aloud the inscription on the tombstone, "Those who do not follow these commandments shall never return to life." Suddenly, a loud noise echoed. Bang! The door behind them slammed shut, causing everyone to panic. A girl in the group screamed, "What should we do now?" A tall man in the group stood up, irritated, and said, "You all are talking nonsense. It was a mistake to come here." Saying that, he walked straight towards the door, intending to open it to leave. Just as his hand rested on the doorknob, Captain Song shouted in panic, "Wait! Don't touch the doorknob!" But it was too late. A sucking sound echoed, and the statue near the door moved. In an instant, the statue's sword swung up, slicing the man in half. Blood splattered everywhere, shocking everyone. Mr. Park screamed in panic, "That thing! It's moving! What the hell? Do we have to fight it?" Jinwoo stood nearby, feeling a chill run down his spine. He stuttered, "Wait. If this is real." Suddenly, the eyes of the largest statue in the room lit up. Jinwoo recalled what had just happened and felt as if the nightmare was slowly becoming reality. He thought to himself, "If he's a D-rank hunter, at the very least he would be stronger than someone like me, an E-rank hunter. But just one strike? Wait, this dungeon might only be a D-rank dungeon. I've never heard of monsters being stronger than those in D-rank dungeons. Captain Song said, if all these statues can move, don't tell me that includes it as well? Jinwoo looked toward the giant statue, recalling his first exploration. Back then, he got separated from his group and was ambushed by an E-rank monster, ending up in the hospital for weeks. He was trapped in the dungeon, nearly starving to death. However, that was just a low-rank dungeon, and he had bet his life on this path. Others could exchange magic stones for better weapons, hunt stronger monsters, and gather more treasures. But for him, that was nearly impossible. He always lacked equipment, with only a dull sword that could break at any moment. And if there was a healer in the group, he would be healed as long as the injuries weren't too serious. Even though he was tired of this life, Jinwoo still didn't care about the scornful remarks of others. Back in the present, Jinwoo suddenly realized something. He quickly shouted to everyone, "Get down on the ground." From the eye of that statue, a terrifying killing intent shot out. Everyone hurriedly fell flat. The power surged past them, making the surrounding air tense and threatening. Anyone who followed Jinwoo's orders survived, while those who fled perished. Mr. Kim asked Mr. Park if he was okay, and Mr. Park replied that he was fine. Mr. Kim continued, saying that without Jinwoo's warning, it would have been difficult for them to avoid that attack. They could have been wiped out. After the recent attack, Joo-hee fainted from fear. The captain shouted, "Don't get up, stay in your positions. If we stand up, it will attack again." Jinwoo turned to Sir Song, who patted his shoulder and said, "Joo-hee can't suppress her fear. That's why she can only participate in regular attacks. Although she is a B-rank healer, this situation is not normal at all." He continued, "Only those who move die, while those who survive all listen to you." Suddenly, he realized something and stopped. "Wait, didn't you sense what was about to happen?" Jinwoo replied, "I just feel the danger." Then he suddenly noticed that Sir Song had lost an arm. Sir Song said, "I'll be fine. I need someone to help me stop the bleeding." He sighed, not understanding why he had never participated in expeditions in dungeons above D rank. Sir Song looked up and asked Jinwoo, "What rank do you think they belong to?" Jinwoo thought for a moment and replied, "I'm not sure, I've never been to places above D rank." Sir Song said, "I've had experience exploring in B rank once or twice, but I think this could be a dungeon of A rank, or even S rank." He continued, "Right now, the only clue was the instructions written on the stele. First is to worship the Lord. Second is to praise the Lord. Third is to demonstrate faith in Him. All who do not adhere to these instructions will never survive to return. These things are clearly written on it." Jinwoo stepped closer and said, "Lord Song, I think the Lord here can only be that, right?" The two of them looked towards the towering statues and said, "Eliminating all of them will take a lot of time." Jinwoo looked at Lord Song's arm and asked, "Are you okay? Your wound is continuously bleeding." Lord Song weakly replied, "I only brought 3 healers because I thought this trip would end quickly. But now with just one strike, I have no strength left." One of them began to lose composure and could no longer control himself. Even a B-rank healer like Joo-hee had never faced a situation like this. "We may not receive any recovery from them right now." Lord Song said, "I think we should hold our position like this. When the situation calms down, then we can try to move." Although they knew this was not easy at all, the situation compelled them to be cautious. One person in the group couldn't hold back any longer. He stood up and shouted, "I don't want to die like this. It took a lot for me to join a major guild. I can't die here." Lord Song shouted, "What are you doing?" But he was truly insane, rushing towards the door, intent on destroying it. In a moment that seemed like he would break through the door, the power from the eyes of the statue shot out again. Everyone was horrified, its strength was too terrifying. In just a few seconds, he had turned to dust. No one in the group could bear to look directly at that scene. Jinwoo, standing beside, angrily slammed his fist into the ground. "Damn it, they could kill anyone if they wanted to." Sir Song added, "It's easier than stepping on a bug." Jinwoo wondered, they could wipe us all out if they wanted, but why don't they? Unlike other monsters, they don't attack blindly. The guardian statues will attack anyone who touches the door, while this large statue will shoot deadly light when we move. They attack according to a specific pattern. Jinwoo realized that perhaps they operated according to the laws of this room, and it was the very commandments of the Karthanon temple. Indeed, that was it. He then asked Sir Song, "What is the first commandment?" Sir Song looked over the steel and read, "Worship the Lord." Jinwoo continued, "So this room has a rule." If that's true. Sir Song was struggling to intervene, then he noticed Jinwoo's gaze was not one of seeking death. Jinwoo gradually stood up and moved forward, and the statue immediately switched to an attacking state. He realized he was about to become roasted meat like those before him, so he quickly knelt down, directing his gaze towards the gigantic statue. As expected, the statue would only attack those who stood too tall. Finally, he understood somewhat the meaning of the first commandment. Jinwoo shouted, "Everyone quickly lower your heads." Mr. Kim was surprised and replied, "Has Sung Jinwoo lost his mind?" Mr. Park added, "What the hell are you talking about?" However, the calmest person in the group was Captain Song. He turned to Jinwoo and asked, "Have you found out something?" With a determined gaze, Jinwoo replied, "That's right, it will attack us if we stand too tall. To avoid being attacked, we need to bend down enough. Honoring the Lord literally means we must bow our heads before it, so please follow my words." Captain Song, hearing this, asked further, "This is just a guess, right?" Jinwoo answered, "Starting from now." The captain nodded in agreement, because at this moment, the only option was to comply. Everyone in the group listened and lowered their heads before the statue. Mr. Kim thought to himself, "Is living just a matter of this? Will we be able to escape from here, just by bowing like this?" After a long moment of kneeling, the statue finally stopped its attacking actions. An eerie silence enveloped everyone, sending chills down their spines. The statue broke into a ghastly, deadly smile as it looked at them. Mr. Park thought to himself, "What does that smile mean? Is it expressing an emotion? How many people has it attacked before? How many will survive? How much longer do we have to do this?" Mr. Park looked up and said, "It seems like it has stopped attacking." Mr. Kim beside him could not believe his eyes. He thought, "Is it trying to do something different? Just bowing before it will make everything fine." Suddenly, Mr. Park stood up, causing Mr. Kim to panic and nearly drop his pants. Mr. Park cheerfully said, "See? It's not attacking anymore." Everyone tried to stand up, and indeed, the statue did not do anything further. Some people were astonished and asked, "No way, has it all ended? Did we actually do it?" But the one who recognized the situation at that moment was probably Jinwoo. In his heart, he was in turmoil. No, it's still not over. Suddenly, a powerful tremor shook the dim room. The statue, which was sitting, stood up and began to move towards them. Its gigantic, strong legs, more powerful than columns, crushed the ground wherever it walked. Mr. Kim panically exclaimed, "Wait, it hasn't stopped yet. Don't tell me we're about to face it." Captain Song quickly turned to ask Jinwoo, "Do you have any other plans?" At that moment, Jinwoo was in a state of panic, stammering under the captain's urging. One person in the group asked, "Do you really have no ideas left?" He replied, "I don't know what we should do now." The statue continued to advance, and everyone began to panic. Jinwoo then said, "Right, based on the commandments given. First, honor the Lord, second, praise the Lord. Our key lies there." Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Praise? One person in the group said, "If it's about praising, I can do that. I used to be in the church choir." Saying that, he stepped forward and began to sing praises. The people around didn't know if it would be effective, but Jinwoo realized that this praise was not what was required. This was a prayer for God. As that guy began to sing his praise, the foot of the statue immediately came down, killing him instantly. The people over here were wide-eyed in shock, panicking and scattering. The statue continued to chase after them, relentlessly killing. The scene was truly brutal, humans crushed underfoot like ants. The captain and Jin-woo's group realized that if they continued to stay together, they would face great danger, so they decided to split up. Park was running while thinking about his wife and children. He had just become a father of 2 small children and could not die in this place. He hid behind a statue that was standing still, but unexpectedly, Mr. Kim shouted, "Park, behind you!" Before he could turn back, the statue holding a sword swung down, cleaving Park's body in 2. Everyone continued to run away in panic, while Jin-woo was pondering how to praise the Lord. He couldn't understand how one could praise it, as it was clearly a demon. Suddenly, Jin-woo realized that the weapon-holding statues only attacked when they got too close, while some of the statues holding musical instruments seemed to remain passive. To test his hypothesis, Jin-woo called everyone to move behind the musical instrument statues. Captain Song tried to approach, and indeed, the statue holding the instrument began to play music without attacking them. One by one, each statue emitted pleasant sounds, causing everyone to shed some of their fear. Jin-woo and Ju-hee also approached a statue that held a drum, but for some reason, it did not play music. Noticing that the gigantic statue was getting closer to him, Jin-woo now felt clearly that the line between life and death was so thin, like a single thread. Ju-hee saw Jin-woo's leg severed and hurriedly tried to stop the bleeding and treat his wound. Jin-woo tried to reassure Ju-hee, saying that he was fine and that she didn't need to do anything. However, Ju-hee was truly worried at that moment. She encouraged Jin-woo, telling him to lie still for a little longer and promised to help him recover. But due to having used too much energy in the battle, Ju-hee began to bleed from her nose. The captain and a few others witnessing this scene couldn't help but worry, "This is bad, I wonder if she will be okay, perhaps he will survive." Mr. Kim sadly said, "We started with 17 people, now only 6 are left." The captain continued, "And now, 2 of them are severely injured." At that moment, the anger in Mr. Kim's heart ignited. He hurled harsh words at the captain, but the captain remained silent and accepted all those words. The massive monster statue began to advance towards them again. Mr. Kim angrily yelled at the statue, but it paid no attention, simply raising its arm. Suddenly, an altar burst forth from the ground, astonishing everyone. At this point, no one understood what was happening. Jin-woo spoke up, saying that this was the altar. The captain asked him if he knew about these mysterious occurrences. Jin-woo continued to explain, "The altar is where devotees make sacrifices to their god, including pigs, sheep, and even children or maidens." He went on, "And that is also the last commandment to prove one's faith." Mr. Kim pulled a long sword from the palm of his hand. "This means we have to sacrifice someone, right, Mr. Song?" He gradually brought the sword toward the captain, his face still bearing an angry expression. "The one who led us here is you. Someone just boasted that he has a wife and 2 children, and now, they have been separated, and 10 people have lost their lives so easily. So can you take responsibility for this? Now prove it." Jin-woo, sitting beside him, could not remain silent and spoke up, "Mr. Song, he's gone too far." Before he could finish his sentence, Mr. Kim yelled, "Shut your mouth and stay there." The captain sat in deep thought, his face darkened, filled with regret. Mr. Kim was right, the captain realized he had to take responsibility for this. "I want to face this myself, stay away from me." Jin-woo angrily said, "It's not his fault. We all agreed to come here. It's cowardly to now place all the blame on him." The captain's silhouette slowly moved closer to the altar. Without hesitation, he stepped up. Suddenly, the altar emitted a brilliant light. Mr. Kim, still not understanding what was happening, stared at it. The captain asked, "Hey, Sung, this is what we have to do, right?" Jin-woo seemed to have realized something aflame. He decided to check his guess and asked everyone to take him to the altar. 2 people, 1 male and 1 female, agreed to take Jin-woo there. As the 3 of them approached, just as he had predicted, 3 more flames flared up. Jin-woo weakly asked the team leader, "Will the other hunters come to rescue us if we stay here too long?" The team leader replied, "Today marks a week since the gate opened. Jinwoo said, those statues will move when reinforcements arrive. Jinwoo continued, they might also overlook this gate since it only belongs to rank D. Team leader Song also agreed with that opinion, as there was nothing significant for the hunters to come here for. Jinwoo began to think, after 7 days, the gate will fully reopen. The monsters will be able to escape if the gate is completely opened. The hunting missions are aimed at closing the gate. Usually, we have to defeat the bosses to close the gate, and the time limit is 7 days. If we fail right now, it means the monsters will escape. Jinwoo turned to the other two, step inside here. Each of you will correspond to a lit flame, and everything will only truly begin when all the flames are fully lit. Joo-hee and Mr. Kim exchanged glances for a moment and then trusted Jinwoo, stepping inside. Suddenly, the blue flames engulfed their group from somewhere. The powerful energy from the flames caused the door to begin to open. Everyone was extremely surprised. They all thought they had escaped, and wondered if nothing else would happen. The minds of the people were now filled with confusion. So what now? The monsters were approaching us. All of them began to move from their positions. Seeing the soldiers coming closer, everyone became even more panicked. Jinwoo hurriedly reassured, Joo-hee, don't close your eyes right now. Mr. Kim realized this was like a game he had played as a child. All the monsters would get closer if they took their eyes off them, so everyone had to keep their eyes open and not look away from them. But the girl next to Jinwoo could no longer bear it. She took a risk and ran out of the altar. Jinwoo felt utterly helpless and shouted, "Don't!" But something unexpected happened. The girl passed through the soldiers without them attacking her. Everyone was surprised and asked, "Son, how could she escape? Is she still alive?" As the girl stepped through the door, they noticed that the door had closed a bit, which meant it would actually shut if the flames were completely extinguished. A guy in the group realized this, pushed Jinwoo aside, and left to follow the girl. The remaining 4 could only look on in bewilderment. Jinwoo said, "We can't move out, we can't lose another person. If we don't have enough people to keep an eye on those statues, we will die." The captain impatiently asked, "Son, what is going on? Please give us orders." Jinwoo replied, "We have to stay here, keep our eyes on the stone statues until the green flames burn out. The green flames represent time, we will escape when those flames are completely extinguished." Mr. Kim calmly said, "Son, you may be right, but afterward the gate will close completely when those flames are out." "Are you sure about this?" Mr. Kim continued, "To be honest, a weak person like you has become useful at times like this. I have always looked down on you, I really didn't expect anything from you when you joined our group. Many have died upon entering this room. Those who are left can survive thanks to you. After all, you have managed the situation here. I can continue living because of you. Thank you." Having said that, tears streamed down his cheeks. "I also have a family. I don't want to die here. I don't want to die." His desperate cry echoed, tearing apart everyone's hearts. He gently walked away. Jinwoo watched in panic, his heart heavy. The flame continued to be extinguished. Jinwoo could no longer endure it. The fear and frustration that had built up for so long suddenly erupted. He cried for real. He had left, abandoning us here. Captain Kim sadly said, "The gate is about to close. I finally realize, but it seems to be too late. You and she can escape from here. The door will close completely when there is only one person left in the room, right? You two still have a long time ahead of you, so hurry and get out of here." After saying that, he asked Joo-hee to help Jinwoo get outside. Joo-hee agreed, but when she stood up, her legs trembled and she could no longer bear it. She couldn't stand up anymore. She didn't understand what had happened to her body. Mr. Kim explained that she had become weak from using too much energy to heal Jinwoo. Jinwoo sat down, calmly saying, "Can you help Miss Joo-hee escape with me?" The captain initially refused, but Jinwoo asked, "Then who will help Miss Joo-hee get outside?" He could not answer. Joo-hee resolutely refused, she only wanted to stay here with Jinwoo. He told Jui, I promised to buy you something to eat, do you remember? Jinwoo slowly took out an E-rank energy stone and handed it to Jui. Her tears slowly fell, and she shouted, there's no time for jokes. In the end, she was knocked out by the captain. He carried Jui on his shoulder, looked at Jinwoo, and said, I'm sorry, but there's really not much time left to escape from here. Jinwoo advised him, take care of Jui. The captain nodded in agreement, and then the two left, leaving Jinwoo in solitude. Watching their figures gradually disappear, Jinwoo felt somewhat relieved. Finally, he was left alone. Thank God. The soldiers began to approach Jinwoo. He saw the sword that Uncle Kim had left and picked it up. Before I die, at least I must kill one of them. Two fierce soldiers wielding spears advanced. The tip of the spear pierced through Jinwoo's body, blood splattered everywhere. He was thrown backward, falling onto the altar, ultimately unable to move anymore. In his last moments, Jinwoo's will to survive remained fierce. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. If I have the chance, I want to do it all over again. The soldier's sword came down, generating an explosive wave of energy. Time seemed to stop, and his system interface suddenly appeared. Alert, you have completed all the requirements of the secret mission, the courage of the weak. Jinwoo was astonished, not understanding what it was. The system continued to remind, you don't have much time left. If you refuse, your heart will stop beating in 0.2 seconds. Do you want to accept? Jinwoo thought, if I accept this opportunity, can I not die anymore? If there is a chance, I will embrace it. After accepting, the system announced, welcome, player. A beam of light erupted, bursting with a sound, and everything suddenly vanished. The next morning, Jinwoo awoke in a hospital. He was startled and disoriented, thinking he was in a dream, but why was he in a hospital? Suddenly, two people entered from outside the door. One of them said, finally, you're awake. Jinwoo didn't know who this person was, so he asked. The other person handed him a business card and said, sorry if we startled you, I am an inspector from the Hunter Nation HQ. Jinwoo wondered, what does an inspector want with me? After a while of conversation, Jinwoo learned that he had been asleep for 3 days. He anxiously asked about Juhee and Mr. Song. The two inspectors confirmed that they were both safe, but Mr. Song had lost an arm, making it very difficult for him to return to work. He might have to retire if his condition did not improve. Juhee was receiving treatment for psychological trauma after what had happened. One of the inspectors was unsure if they would want to continue being hunters in the future. As for Hunter Kim Sang-shik, they were unclear about his situation. Hearing this, Jinwoo interrupted, that's enough. He sadly recalled the terrible scenes from the past, his mind in turmoil, and he could no longer remain calm. The inspector continued to explain the situation. The number of people who escaped from the cave is only 6. Although hunters often face danger, it is rare for them to fall into such a massacre situation. When arriving at the room, only you were left on the altar. There was no statue, nor anything like what had been described before. Jinwoo shouted, impossible. The inspector continued, we would not believe this incident if it were not for the similar testimonies from the survivors. Although there are some differing details, or some body parts of the deceased were not found there, we have considered another hypothesis. These are just our speculations, but we believe that you have received a dual awakening. Upon hearing dual awakening, Jinwoo's eyes widened in amazement. They explained, a hunter will receive a fixed index after going through an awakening or gaining some power. However, there are some hunters who receive a second awakening. Initially, they may only be C rank hunters, but they can later advance to a rank, or from B rank to S rank. Then, they handed Jinwoo an energy meter and told him to simply place his hand on it. The inspector thought to himself, if what I am suspecting is true, then high-level monsters as described cannot be defeated by an ordinary hunter. Only hunters of a rank or S rank would be strong enough to handle this. He continued to think, but the monsters have disappeared, and it cannot be ruled out that the hunter Jinwoo had received a dual awakening after witnessing only himself survive. The numbers on the machine displayed a score of 10, causing the inspector to feel disappointed. constantly sneering, "Indeed, it's trash, no matter how hard you try, you won't get any better. Even the lowest rank must have at least 70 points." Jinwoo curiously asked about the results, but the inspector only replied that there was nothing more to be done with him. After that, they left Jinwoo alone in the room. However, Jinwoo thought that no one could see the system panel appearing before him. He reached out to touch the wound on his chest, where the stab had penetrated, but everything seemed to be vanishing. He was completely intact. He wondered if he should tell everyone about the system panel. He tried to point at the system panel, but suddenly, his younger sister came in from outside and asked, "What are you doing, big brother?" She anxiously walked closer, continuing, "Is your head still injured? I told you not to get hurt anymore. Do you know how much I worry about you?" Jinwoo sadly apologized to his sister. She said nothing more, only sighed, "It's okay, but why are you always getting hurt like this?" Jinwoo did not respond, inwardly feeling a pang of sorrow, reminding himself that he had almost abandoned her. He did not think that this was merely a dream. His sister continued to grumble that if Jinwoo remained injured like this, she would drop out of school to get a job so he wouldn't have to be a hunter anymore. Jinwoo asked his sister, "Do you see this?" Jinha replied with confusion, "See what?" Jinwoo pointed ahead and said, "There's a system interface like in a video game, how come you can't see it?" Jinha angrily turned and said, "Are you really sure your head isn't injured? If so, why don't you try to open it?" Jinwoo skeptically opened the interface and took a look. Indeed, it can open messages. After a while of talking, Jinha said she had to go. The system interface in front of Jinwoo continued to display messages about missions and rewards. He recalled that earlier, while on the altar, he had received something similar. He saw a mission message saying he needed to become stronger, then shouted a command to check. The system interface outlined the tasks that needed to be completed, and warned that if daily missions were not completed, he would be sent to a punishment location. After reading that, Jinwoo exclaimed, "This must be a joke, right? How can someone in a hospital have the strength to do such things? I'll take a look at it later." That night, as the time for the mission was running out, the system announced, "You have not completed the mission. Now, you will be taken to the punishment area for a certain amount of time." Jinwoo heard this, slowly opened his eyes, and panic struck him as he realized an earthquake was occurring. The ground began to crack, and the surroundings changed. The ground had turned into the sand of a desert. Jinwoo was horrified to realize he was in a desert, but even now he couldn't believe it, thinking it was just a dream. Suddenly, a monster approached from behind to attack him. It was a gigantic centipede, of terrifying size. The mission system announced, "Punishment mission, survive. Objective, survive until the time runs out. Time, 4 hours." Jinwoo was covered in sweat, bewildered, wondering, "You can't be serious, can you?" He ran frantically under the scorching sun of the desert while the beast relentlessly chased behind him, its body nearly a kilometer long. Eventually, after 4 hours of running in the desert, as the monster was about to swallow Jinwoo, the time was up. The system announced, "You have completed the punishment mission." The surroundings changed. Jinwoo was slowly brought back to the hospital, drenched in sweat. Jinwoo's nearly exhausted face showed how hard he had tried. The system rang out once more, announcing the reward for the mission and asking Jinwoo if he accepted it. Jinwoo was about to receive his reward when suddenly a nurse walked in. Seeing Jinwoo so exhausted, she panicked and exclaimed, "Oh God, what is this? Someone help me." That morning, everyone was discussing Jinwoo's condition. A nearby nurse said, "He just woke up a few days ago but has already started running." Another nurse asked, "What did the doctor say about this?" She replied, "The doctor said that hunters recover faster than normal people, so a few light exercises should be fine." The other person said, "But he's still running now, is light exercise okay? How long has he been running?" It had been 4 days since Jinwoo woke up, and he realized a few things. First, what he saw in front of him was not an illusion. Although no one else could see it, he could clearly see that after completing a mission, the system provided rewards that helped recover his body. The magic in this system could eliminate the fatigue he felt after training. The accumulated fatigue in his body suddenly vanished as if it had never existed. Not only that, he also received stat points and a random item box. He could increase his stats if he had enough points. In this system, all of Jinwoo's stats, statuses, skills, and inventory were displayed fully, just like in a game. It felt as if he was being controlled by something. Jinwoo could not have imagined that everything was true. He approached the receptionist to ask if he could be discharged today. She replied that he could, but then asked, "Where do you plan to go?" Jinwoo answered, "I have a few matters to settle." At Hwang Station, Jinwoo held a blue key in his hand. This was a random reward from a quest. This key allowed him to open a door immediately and could be used at the third entrance of Hapsung Station. The mission's reward status window. He wondered, is all of this due to the double awakening or a process to achieve double awakening? Holding the key in his hand, Jinwoo said, "If so, then this is worth a try. The weakest person in the world receiving double awakening, those who hear about it will burst out laughing. But I am confident in my ability to run, so if there is danger like the last time, I will run at all costs." After saying this, Jinwoo inserted the key into the door. Immediately, the door glowed with a powerful azure energy. Continuous bolts of lightning were unleashed. Jinwoo bravely stepped into that space. The system announced, "You have entered the dungeon." The entrance began to gradually close, causing Jinwoo to feel anxious. However, surprisingly, everyone around was able to move about freely. This was truly another dimension. It is different from a normal dungeon. Jinwoo had never seen anything like this before, but it resembled the portal he had encountered. He was confused about what to do, as the passage was blocked. The system notified him that he would not be able to leave the dungeon unless he defeated the boss or used the Hearthstone. Jinwoo recalled how he had struggled against E-rank monsters in the past, and now he had to enter the dungeon alone. The wave of ominous energy emanating from the dark area sent chills down Jinwoo's spine. Could he defeat that monster? Inside, the scene was incredibly terrifying. Jinwoo quietly stepped in, fear creeping up on him, unsure of what would happen next. He lacked confidence and did not know what to do next. The foul stench in the air indicated that a monster was nearby. Just as expected, a monster lunged at him, its sharp fangs reaching for Jinwoo. Its mouth was enormous, capable of swallowing everything whole. Jinwoo dodged the attack, trying not to get hit. It was a wolf, and just one or two goblins would be enough to leave him dead and dying, let alone this wolf. It was ferocious, seemingly intent on devouring Jinwoo. His legs suddenly trembled, unable to move any further. Why was this happening? Surely it was due to fear. The wolf monster approached, ready to attack, but Jinwoo continuously evaded its lethal strikes. With the monster attacking, Jinwoo dodged just in time. Gradually, he realized his body felt very light, as if he had escaped death. The courage within Jinwoo ignited, he clenched his fist and gathered his strength. A surge of power exploded from somewhere. Jinwoo swung his powerful fist towards the ferocious wolf. A loud bang echoed as it flew several meters away and slammed against the door. Jinwoo watched this scene in amazement at his own strength. However, the monster was still very strong. Once again, the wolf charged, but this time Jinwoo chose not to run anymore and decided to confront it directly. He relentlessly threw punches, continuously striking at the monster's head. However, despite the constant attacks, the wolf showed no signs of weakening. The more he hit, the more aggressive it became. Normal physical attacks seemed unable to inflict any damage on it. During the fight, Jinwoo still felt inadequate. He couldn't do anything without healers or a supporting team. All he had at that moment was this body. If only he had a magical weapon. Jinwoo suddenly remembered he had a storage. He waved his hand and retrieved a sword from the storage. He still didn't understand why this sword was here, but Jinwoo had no time to think much and rushed in to slash at the ferocious wolf. With a powerful swing, the wolf was cleaved in two. This was the sword that Lord Kim Sang-shik had left behind in the Twin Caves. System notification: congratulations, you have killed Riken the Iron Fong. You have leveled up. Jin-woo thought to himself, did Mr. Kim really buy this sword for 3 million? I've never used such an expensive sword before. The wolves advanced again. Now, with the weapon in hand, Jin-woo no longer felt afraid. However, suddenly, he couldn't lift the sword. As the wolves drew closer, Jin-woo's resolve flared up once more. He had no other choice but to swing the sword again and slay one wolf. The remaining wolf bit tightly onto the sword, but Jin-woo, fueled by intense determination, mustered all his strength to behead that wolf. Looking at the wolves lying motionless on the ground, Jin-woo remarked, compared to the monsters in that place, you guys are truly too weak. After continuously defeating several monsters, Jin-woo's strength stats had increased. He realized that hunting monsters to level up was more effective than he had thought. Jin-woo still didn't know how much stronger he would become after each level up. Even his intelligence and agility had shown statistics. The most noticeable change was strength, which had increased to 10 points, surely indicating significant change. Finally, Jin-woo began to understand the system a bit more. He did not know how strong he would eventually become, but it seemed he had reacted a bit too much after only defeating 2 monsters. He wondered, I wonder if any magical cores dropped from them. Jin-woo thought that every monster had a magical core, but it seemed that this was an exception. He realized that he was being controlled by a system similar to that of a game, and everything created here was just a part of it. For this reason, instead of a magical core, the monster dropped an item. The system indicated that it was a Fong of Riken, a type of trash. Each Fong of Riken was large and sharp, and Jin-woo could either keep it or sell it to the shop. Jin-woo opened the shop and tried to hit buy, but the system notified him that he was not at a high enough level to purchase. The system continued to ask Jin-woo if he wanted to sell the Fong of Riken, and Jin-woo confirmed his agreement. Immediately, the system paid him 20 gold. Jin-woo was skeptical about the true value of this gold. He wondered, could this be as mundane as the E-rank items? Surely it's not worth much. At this point, Jin-woo was thinking about how to escape this place when he could not defeat the boss. He would soon run out of food, and even though the boss was an E-rank monster, it was still too strong for him. But then, he thought of something, maybe I need to level up. After that, Jin-woo furiously hunted down the remaining wolves. Every time he killed one, another would rush at him. Jin-woo's gaze became resolute, it's nothing. I really died before. Then, Jin-woo summoned all his strength and charged straight into the pack of wolves. His sword strikes flew like a storm, and wherever his blade landed, a wolf fell dead. Suddenly, one of the wolves bit into the sleeve of Jin-woo's coat. In anger, he turned around and struck it with a blow, sending it flying. At this moment, Jin-woo's fighting spirit burned more intensely than ever. I won't easily die here, so don't think you'll die a painless death. With that, he dashed forward with the speed of light, slicing through the pack of wolves, leaving them strewn across the ground at his feet. He could not give up, he had to push beyond his limits. If he gave up, he would die here. If he died, he wouldn't be able to protect those he loved and would lose everything. Therefore, he couldn't bow his head like a weakling. If he could become stronger, Jin-woo was ready to abide by these nonsensical rules. The sounds of slaughter continued to echo, the battle remained fierce. Each time Jin-woo swung his sword, the bodies of the monsters littered the ground. The system announced that Jin-woo had received the title Wolf Slayer. Quietly looking at the sword in his hand after the battle, Jin-woo realized it had cracked. After defeating all the monsters, this sword would surely be beyond repair. Jin-woo recalled earlier when he bought a dagger worth 50,000 gold. Although hunting monsters became slightly easier, after some time, that dagger had completely broken when fighting a boss. On that day, Jin-woo only obtained 3 magic cores. Since then, he didn't dare to buy any expensive weapons anymore. Jin-woo lifted the sword, admired it, and smiled, saying, even heavily chipped, you still hold on alone. Thank you very much. The system announced that the title Wolf Slayer had been awarded to him, granting a 40% increase in experience when defeating monster beasts. Jinwoo looked into his inventory and saw 34 Riken wolf fangs, 2 dull knives, 1 adventurer's cloak, and 1 heat retention stone. Holding the stone in his hand, Jinwoo decided not to turn back but to continue fighting. Gripping the stone tightly, he was determined that he would have the opportunity to become even stronger. What would happen when he used this stone? Or would it simply disappear? Ultimately, Jinwoo felt he was still being controlled by something invisible, much like Sun Wukong in the palm of the Buddha. With a resolute gaze, Jinwoo looked ahead, moving forward or retreating. He placed the stone into his inventory and slowly moved forward, continuing to slay the monsters. He was continuously leveling up, and with each level gained, Jinwoo noticed that fighting the monsters became increasingly easier. The more different monsters he eliminated, the more he could distinctly feel the growing strength within himself. These monsters are being created continuously, unlike regular dungeons. Jinwoo has a feeling that they are like simulated creatures in a game. If that is the case, he believes that he can find out where they appear. Looking up at the ceiling, Jinwoo discovers a monkey, and right after that, a cat appears next to it. He quickly swings his sword, slashing several times, causing them to disappear instantly. When facing a wolf in front of him, Jinwoo realizes that its color changes according to its strength. White indicates weak, orange is strong, while red signifies extreme danger. Initially, the Riken was orange, but then it turned white. It seems that Jinwoo has become a little stronger. Still, he is uncertain whether his current strength is enough to defeat the monsters below. The killing intent from the lower floor radiates, bringing with it a cold and fearsome atmosphere, enveloping Jinwoo and causing him to sweat. His stats have significantly increased, but in front of him lies an unpredictable enigma. Jinwoo wonders, how strong could they possibly be? His level is rising slowly, and the sword seems unable to last much longer. However, Jinwoo remains determined to move forward into the basement. He slowly steps down the stairs, entering a completely unfamiliar place. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a shadow rushes at him, attacking with extreme speed. Jinwoo swung his sword to block the blow, but the power of the black shadow was too great, sending him crashing against the wall, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The sword in his hand had shattered after that strong attack. Jinwoo looked at the broken sword in panic, his heart filled with worry. Before him stood a colossal, fierce monster. Above its head, the words, "Swamp Ruler Venomous Fong Rasaka." Even though Jinwoo had grown stronger, the color of this monster remained orange, indicating a high level of danger. He quietly asked, almost to confirm, "Are you the boss here?" Without waiting for an answer, Jinwoo slowly picked up the broken sword, his gaze filled with determination, and moved toward the monster. The ferocious beast responded with a deafening roar. Its massive form towered several dozen meters high, exuding a terrifying killing intent. Jinwoo stood still, thinking quickly, "It's super thick skin, how can I penetrate it? Even my sword can do nothing. Fighting with my bare hands? Not feasible." Just then, the gigantic snake suddenly lunged at him, bearing its fangs like 2 sharp swords. Jinwoo nimbly dodged to avoid the attack, then countered with a flurry of strikes. He unleashed a relentless barrage of 7,749 slashes at the serpent's body, but all they did was tickle its tough skin. Jinwoo tried to utilize his body weight and maximum speed to increase damage, hoping to weaken the monster's protective layer. But the way to destroy this thick skin remained an unsolved puzzle. The snake continued to attack frantically, each move seeming to crush everything in its path. The powerful strikes overwhelmed Jinwoo, his breath becoming rapid and labored. Although he quickly dodged, Jinwoo ultimately took a blow that sent him rolling several times on the ground. He believed he had become stronger, but in reality, he was still too weak. Jinwoo tightly gripped the broken sword in his hand, his heart filled with determination. He swore he would become even stronger to escape the humiliating past of being the weakest hunter. In that moment, Jinwoo recalled the conversation with his grandfather. He had said, "Everyone calls you the weakest person in the world. You must prove yourself." Those words echoed in his mind, urging Jinwoo to move forward. Returning to the battle, this time he would not run away. Jinwoo chose to face the vicious serpent directly. He shouted, his voice full of rage, "I am trapped in this situation because I am too weak. But my weakness is not something for you to mock." With a scream that released all the pent-up frustration, Jinwoo charged at the serpent, launching a series of attacks. He poured all his strength into it, as if he wanted to tear apart the monster's tough skin. In the frenzy, Jinwoo realized a clear truth: strength is the pressure that makes me bow my head and tremble. Fake ones will not protect me. Only pure strength can overpower everything. The fear that had once made Jinwoo tremble had now transformed into motivation. He recalled the bitter memories of the past, the contempt and failures. But those very things had shaped him into who he was today. Jinwoo realized that he was not just here to fight, but to become stronger, to break free from the weak shadow and become a completely different person. The snake struck again, sending Jinwoo crashing into the wall. Exhausted, he dragged his weary body to stand up, his eyes reflecting a mixture of determination and fury, a powerful yearning for strength surging within him. Despite the pain, Jinwoo continued to move forward, relentlessly attacking the snake. 1 blow, 2 blows, 3 blows. But it still wasn't enough. Compared to the monsters he had faced before, compared to the fear he had felt in the past, what did all that matter now? Jinwoo grasped his broken sword, pouring all his strength into a charge towards the ferocious snake. A powerful slash cut through its body, eliciting a painful scream from the creature. But it quickly turned around to counterattack, lunging at Jinwoo with a furious gaze. Unflinching, Jinwoo deftly dodged and seized the snake's neck, using all his strength to climb onto it. His hands wrapped tightly around the creature's throat, applying all the points he had invested in strength. Jinwoo shouted, "Die! Die!" The snake thrashed in agony, its massive body smashing against the wall in an attempt to throw Jinwoo off. But despite the immense pressure, he held on tight, refusing to let go. With one final effort, Jinwoo exerted all his strength to tighten his grip once more. The snake let out a wretched howl, spewing blood, and finally collapsed, motionless. In the hospital, the doctor looked around and asked the nurse, "Has Sung Jinwoo not returned to the patient room yet?" The nurse confirmed, "That's right, doctor. He left earlier this morning." The doctor frowned, curious to ask further, "Why hasn't he returned by now?" The nurse replied, "His body is recovering very well and he will be discharged soon." The doctor gently said, "For hunters, that's not necessarily the case. We must ensure his health fully recovers first." He continued, "People say that high-ranking hunters are very wealthy, but low-ranking hunters hardly earn anything. Not to mention, their work is extremely dangerous. I really don't understand why they keep throwing themselves into such jobs." Thinking of the injuries of the hunters brought to the hospital, he shuddered slightly. The nurse curiously asked, "Why is that, doctor?" He replied, his tone slightly embarrassed, "I don't really know what they must have done in the dungeon. But their wounds are very strange. Their bodies drenched in blood, completely different from those who have had regular accidents. It's quite miraculous that they can survive in that condition." The nurse exclaimed in amazement, "Isn't that a miracle? Surviving and returning from the dungeon must be something extraordinary." The doctor shook his head. "Not at all. Even the weakest hunter, compared to a regular person, is still far superior. Hunters, from the moment they become hunters, bear the strength of monsters within them." On the other side, the sound of the system kept ringing, "You have leveled up. You have leveled up." Jinwoo leaned against the corpse of the snake, laughing loudly with excitement, "Ha, I'm stronger now." His whole body was exhausted, clothes torn, and weapons no longer intact. But on the system screen, a notification appeared, "You have killed the swamp ruler Rasaka Green Poison Fong." After a fierce battle, Jinwoo was left with an iron-willed determination and a growing resolve. Jinwoo's whole body ached and felt exhausted, but in return, he received a dagger that was even better than Kim Sang-shik's sword. This was a dagger made from energy, not bone. Its attack power was double that of the sword and came with 2 special effects, paralysis and bleeding. Not only that, but Jinwoo also obtained another valuable A-rank item, the poison pouch of Risaka. This was a pure poison pouch that dropped at an extremely low rate upon defeating Risaka. Drinking it would toughen your skin, reducing incoming damage by 20%, but at the same time, it weakened the muscles, decreasing strength by 35 points. After completing everything, the surrounding scene gradually returned to normal. Jinwoo looked around, puzzled because he had no idea what time it was. Just then, a soldier approached from behind and asked, "Who are you? How did you get into the station? Didn't you hear the emergency announcement?" Jinwoo glanced at the soldier, not in a hurry to respond. The soldier caught sight of Jinwoo holding a sword and asked again, surprised, "Are you a hunter?" Before Jinwoo could reply, the soldier immediately changed his tone, speaking quickly, "Sorry, let me guide you. Hunter, please follow this way." Jinwoo frowned, not understanding why the soldier had suddenly changed his attitude like that. He also had no idea what was happening outside. When he stepped out of the station, Jinwoo immediately realized the chaotic scene. Monster corpses lay scattered everywhere, covering the streets. The city was engulfed in devastation, as if it had just gone through a terrible nightmare. Jinwoo observed the situation around him and noticed that a gate had seemingly opened recently. He asked the soldier, "Did the monsters come through the gate?" The soldier replied seriously, "The monsters around here have been cleared out, but only the largest one remains." Jinwoo looked ahead. After the recent battle, his combat ability and perception had improved significantly. He easily identified the location of the boss. Over there, the gigantic monster was wreaking havoc in the city. The hunters continued to attack it, but every effort seemed futile. Their attacks caused no significant damage. Meanwhile, government soldiers hurriedly evacuated civilians and journalists from the danger zone. Amidst the chaotic crowd, people constantly discussed, "What are those hunters doing? How much longer are they going to fight? I hope they take that monster down quickly. The city is in ruins, and the damage is incalculable." In another corner, a hunter shouted, "Healer, hurry up and heal the tanker." The healers responded, "We're trying our best here." Another hunter anxiously asked, "Where's the main damage dealer? Why is it that we've been attacking for so long and it hasn't even flinched?" The other replied, his voice filled with helplessness, "This monster has too high of a defense, and we don't have any mages here." Watching from a distance, Jinwoo silently assessed the situation. He realized that the hunters here were not working together at all. Furthermore, their strength was far too low. In the group, 8 of them were only E rank, and 1 was D rank, but that D rank was a tanker, unable to deal any significant damage. Everyone was gradually exhausting. The healer team had only 2 members left, one of whom was Juhee. Jinwoo cast a glance at the girl. A large, furious hunter shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? I need healing right now. You said you're a B rank healer." Juhee was taken aback, her face showing clear confusion. The psychological trauma from the previous encounter still weighed heavily on her mind. However, under the glare of the angry hunter, Juhee tried to concentrate, starting to use her healing skills while continuously apologizing, "I'm sorry. I will do my best." While attempting to restore the hunter's health, memories of the horrifying scene earlier rushed back into Juhee's mind, making her tremble. But she knew that if she ran away now, there would be no one left to help anyone. From a distance, Jinwoo quietly observed. He sighed, reflecting, "It's been a week, but she still hasn't been able to overcome her mental trauma." Nevertheless, the determination in Jinwoo's gaze gradually solidified. He clenched his hands around his broken sword, extending it forward and reminding himself, "No, I have to overcome it. There's no other way." Looking at the boss in front of him, Jinwoo quickly assessed the situation. "It's just a D-rank boss. Compared to the one I just defeated, it's much weaker. If I can weaken its armor, everything will be easier. Just one powerful attack to pierce through that stupid rock layer." Jinwoo poured all his strength into his hands. His muscles tensed, focusing all his energy for this attack. Reminding himself once more, he yelled in his mind, "Let's go!" He turned around, gathered his strength, and launched the broken sword towards the gigantic stone monster. The broken sword flew with terrifying speed, heading straight for the target. A worried hunter shouted, "If this goes on, we will all die." The girl next to him asked in panic, "Is there no high-level hunter to help? The tanker in front is about to collapse." The female healer, struggling to maintain her breath, replied desperately, "What do you think I can do? My mana is running out too." Just then, a powerful attack unexpectedly struck the head of the monster, causing it to collapse to the ground. The hunters immediately seized the opportunity and concentrated their efforts to unleash a flurry of attacks on the beast. In the end, they managed to defeat it. Everyone erupted in cheers, "We did it! We won!" However, amidst the excitement, a hunter suddenly murmured with suspicion, "Wait. We have just been scratching its surface all this time. Why did it suddenly go down like this?" Another spoke up, "That's right. We couldn't do anything to it at all. Who dealt that last blow? It was that strike that finished the monster. But what blew the head off that giant rock creature?" The tanker, who was standing closest, instinctively noticed something strange. A broken sword was deeply embedded in the body of the monster. He exclaimed in astonishment, "A rock boss that can match 10 hunters taken down by a broken sword? Who did this?" Turning to a soldier nearby, he asked, "Did you see who threw this sword?" The soldier stammered, pointing into the distance, I just saw a hunter standing over there." However, when everyone turned back to look for the hunter, the figure had vanished without a trace. The tanker sighed in wonder, his eyes filled with awe. What a terrifying destructive power! He must be a top-ranked hunter. Jinwoo did not think that just throwing a punch would take down the monster, perhaps because its blood had already drained. Juhee, standing at a distance, seemed to see Jinwoo's silhouette. The notification system on the status board displayed his physical stats, signaling a noticeable change after the battle. The next morning, at the hospital, Jinwoo diligently practiced according to the exercises laid out by the system every day. His toned, muscular body attracted attention. He performed crunches and push-ups, sweat beading on his forehead. Suddenly, a nurse walked in. Her gaze immediately landed on Jinwoo's alluring physique, causing her face to flush bright red. Jinwoo looked up, hastily apologizing for the inconvenience. The nurse, shyly turning her face away, stammered, "It's okay, it's my fault." As Jinwoo calmly put on his shirt, the nurse couldn't help but steal another glance at him, internally praising, "His body looks like it was sculpted." Catching Jinwoo's gaze, she startled and quickly asked to break the awkward atmosphere, "Do you want to be discharged today?" Jinwoo nodded in agreement, his tone calm, "Yes." The nurse then handed her phone to Jinwoo, hesitantly saying, "May I have your phone number?" Without a second thought, Jinwoo, assuming she needed it to follow up with test results later, readily gave her his number. After leaving the hospital, Jinwoo returned to the apartment where he and his sister Jinha lived. That morning, as Jinha was getting ready for school, Jinwoo, still groggy, stepped out of his room and asked, "Jinha, are you heading to school now?" Jinha turned to ask, "You're already up?" But when she looked down and saw Jinwoo's abs, she asked in surprise, "Are you working out?" Jinwoo gently replied, "Yeah, I've been working out a little." Jinha ran closer, looking at her brother's body, and said, "You've gotten a lot more toned and taller lately." Suddenly, she questioned, "Is it possible for men to grow taller after 20? Jinwoo didn't answer that question, he simply told his sister, "Bring an umbrella." Jinha intended to refuse, thinking it wouldn't rain, but Jinwoo turned around, placed the umbrella in her bag, and said goodbye to his sister. Once his sister had left, Jinwoo turned to look at the system panel. He noticed he still had 10 kilometers to run. It seemed he needed to start running right away to complete the mission. Jinwoo gazed at his body, unable to believe how much his muscles and physical condition had improved in just a few weeks of training. He began to realize that the system panel directly affected his body. If a stat increases, the body would change to adapt. Jinwoo quietly observed the system panel, thinking that perhaps he should add more points to strength. However, he also imagined what would happen if his strength stat were raised too high. His strength would increase but become unstable, causing other stats to become unbalanced. Therefore, he decided to add a bit to agility, feeling that this seemed like a good plan. Jinwoo was deep in thought about where to allocate his points when suddenly a phone call came in. He picked up the phone to answer. At first, Jinwoo thought it was the Hunter Association calling, but it turned out to be the landlord demanding payment because he still hadn't paid the rent. The landlord asked whether he could pay right now or if he needed to postpone it until next month. Jinwoo thanked him and promised to try to pay as soon as possible. Holding the phone in his hand, Jinwoo continued to ponder the concept of dual awakening. If he truly was a dual awakened individual, it would mean he could earn money much faster than before. With his current rate of development, he could quickly rise to the top of the hunters, those specialized in slaying monsters and earning money from it. The higher the rank, the greater the income. The more money there is, the more valuable the magic crystals that drop. To defeat a high-level monster, one must enter a dungeon at the corresponding level. Therefore, ranks D and E often have the fiercest competition, as most hunters at this level have low incomes. After 6 months, E-rank hunters are usually not accepted by any associations, and if they do participate, it becomes very difficult to secure consistent jobs. Jinwoo's current guild is only rank E, and he has never participated in D-rank missions. This truly felt like an impossible dream for him. The selection of individuals to join top hunter teams is based on their abilities. As a result, Jinwoo cannot escape the title of the weakest hunter in the world. He gazed at the news on the screen, wondering to himself, should I try to prove myself to everyone or not? If the strength could be proven, Jinwoo would definitely earn more money. However, that also meant that there would be greedy eyes always watching him. Eyes full of suspicion and doubt. Many people would question why Jinwoo could accomplish such things. In the end, Jinwoo decided that he would not let anyone know until he could protect himself. Saying that, Jinwoo looked at his phone, contemplating the next steps. First, he needed to earn money, and it would be better if he could join an attack force. Suddenly, a notification appeared on his phone. The scene shifted to a school somewhere, where Jinwoo was approaching a group of hunters. One person in the group saw him and warmly introduced, "This is Hwang Dong-suk." Jinwoo also responded and introduced himself. The other person asked, "Jinwoo, you are rank E, right?" He did not deny it and affirmed, "That's right." Unexpectedly, a curly-haired guy in the group pointed at Jinwoo and said, "I know you, you're quite famous. What's your nickname again? The weakest hunter in the world, right?" Hearing that, his friend beside him burst out laughing. At that moment, the other friend patted Jinwoo on the shoulder and told the rest, "Stop it, what matters is the numbers." After saying that, he stepped forward and handed Jinwoo a piece of paper. It contained an amount of 2 million won, asking him to fill in the required number of members. Jinwoo would be exempt from fighting because this was a green project. After that, he invited Jinwoo to sign the paper. Jinwoo surveyed the situation around him. There were 5 C-rank hunters here, and the remaining 4 had the lowest rank of D. There were some rules when participating in Project C, which required at least 10 members, with half of them having a rank of C or above. Therefore, in this case, only groups with enough members could form an attack force. Jinwoo's participation was simply to meet the required number of personnel. Suddenly, a guy approached. He was Jin Ho, 22 years old, with a D rank. He greeted politely. Observing the guy's equipment, Jinwoo noticed he was dressed in all flashy gear, not knowing which wealthy family he belonged to. Jinwoo walked up to ask the team leader about his mission. The team leader happily replied that his job was simply to follow along and help keep the group's luggage. Among the luggage were food, clothes, and medical supplies. Jinwoo was surprised to ask why the group didn't bring a healer. The team leader explained that it was very difficult to find a healer hunter for a personal force, so they always did it this way. Jinwoo sighed, feeling that a force made up entirely of tankers and durers was truly too chaotic and unbalanced. Jinwoo picked up the contract and read the terms. One line stated, "I will not hold anyone responsible for any accidents that occurred during this project." This was hard to accept, especially since they were not bringing a healer. The guy from earlier anxiously urged everyone to move on, as they would easily defeat everything anyway and didn't need to explore too much. The captain happily replied that it was time to enter the project. The guy Rang Di turned to Jinwoo and said not to worry, as he would protect him. That afternoon, they entered inside. Jinwoo felt a bit disheartened as he carried his bag following behind them. The guy from before approached and told Jinwoo about the incident where the director of this company ran away with 9 billion won, which caused difficulties for investors and hunters. Jinwoo thought to himself, "I don't understand why he is telling me this." The guy continued to ask, "Is the bag heavy? Do you need help?" Jinwoo declined the offer, indicating that he could carry it by himself. Thanks to his strength stats, even though he had a lot of things, Jinwoo felt no weight at all. The guy beside him said, "You don't need to be so polite, but do you usually talk so little?" Jinwoo turned and said, "On the contrary, you are the one talking too much." The guy, hearing this, felt a bit shy and replied, "Am I bothering you by talking too much? Usually, people don't pay attention to me." After walking for a while, they finally reached the entrance gate to the project. Everyone was surprised because this gate was quite large, much more unusual than the gates of lower-tier projects. The captain next to him said to his companion, "You don't trust the guidelines that the association gave us, do you? I've seen many people go in and out of this place." The guy standing next to Jinwoo began to feel anxious. He had never seen a gate this large. Jinwoo, puzzled, turned to ask, "Is this your first time?" Jinwoo explained, "The size of the gate doesn't matter, what matters is the magical energy flowing from within. The association will determine the quantity and quality of the magical flow to rank the project. A major guild only cares about projects ranked B and above, while projects below rank C are not considered dangerous. Even so, this is my first time participating in a green project." The captain volunteered to go in first, and the D-rank guy behind raised his sword, his expression serious. Jinwoo stood beside him, a bit dazed. People with ranks D and E like him often couldn't make much money, they could only scavenge for weapons without even having a proper shield for protection. Why was someone of his rank able to equip so many good items? Jinwoo looked around and noticed that everyone in the group was well equipped, they must have earned a lot of money. This was completely different from the D&E projects that Jinwoo had previously participated in. The captain said that this path was quite good, so he asked his friend Gyuhwan to create a little light. After the fire broke out, they were surprised to see that there were no monsters at all. What was strange was that there was no light in this place, while normally there would be a few glowing stones. The D-rank guy turned to ask Jinwoo, "Is it possible that this project has no monsters?" But Jinwoo gestured for him to be quiet. With his keen hearing like a hunting dog, Jinwoo began to assess the situation. If there was no light, it meant that the monsters here preferred to live in darkness. It wasn't that there were no monsters, rather, they had not yet appeared. Monsters usually found it difficult to survive in environments without light, but if they were smarter, they would not rely on senses like humans do. They moved in packs, creating sounds in the dark and being attracted to light sources. Suddenly, Jinwoo heard a strange noise and reported that it was indeed a type of insect monster. Upon hearing this, everyone panicked, and they all became tense. Suddenly, from above them, a swarm of dark shadows appeared. They formed a circle around the group of hunters, so numerous that they were countless. Pairs of glowing red eyes stared intently at them. At this moment, everyone was frightened, pointing up and shouting loudly, "Look above us, quickly use magic to destroy them, make them fall down here." The mages received the order and immediately launched their magical attacks, causing the swarm of insects to be shattered. Captain Hwang Dong-suk raised the shield in front and shouted loudly, "There are bugs here, the main attack team should do something." The hunters continuously launched attacks, exterminating the monsters. Jinwoo observed the situation and noticed that the hunters in the team with rank C coordinated very well. In that case, they could completely establish an attack force without needing a healer. The captain was also doing his role very well, and so was the main attack team. They had fought together for a long time and always participated in dungeons without a healer, so they were somewhat brutal. Jinwoo looked toward Eugene Ho. He actually had a lot of good equipment, but still lacked technique and experience. Although everyone was doing their job well, suddenly a monster charged in to attack and was kicked away by Eugene Ho, making Jinwoo feel a bit uncomfortable. After the battle, the captain inquired about the condition of the group. He reminded everyone that this was taking quite a lot of time, so they shouldn't get overly excited and needed to adjust their pace. The captain said, "Collect the magic crystals, we will divide them into 9 parts." Everyone began to scramble for their share of the rewards. Captain Hwang Dong-suk thanked Jinwoo for saving the entire group, but still wondered how he knew the monsters would appear from above. Jinwoo merely responded casually that he could feel them. He praised Jinwoo for his sharp senses. Jinwoo thought to himself that enhancing his perception stats had made him much more agile. The captain once again thanked Jinwoo, saying that with him, they could defeat all the monsters. However, he also reminded Jinwoo that it would be better if he didn't pay attention to those small details. Suddenly, one of the team members noticed that some monsters were not killed by slashes. The captain thought that someone might have come before them or that the monsters were fighting amongst themselves. A boss might have appeared. His smile turned sinister, and his gaze became different. "I can smell money." Jinwoo sensed that the situation was not good and immediately announced that Jinho's sword and shield were certainly very expensive, right? Jinho confirmed that it was true, as when he heard that he was preparing to go into the dungeon for the first time, his father had made thorough preparations. Jinwoo replied that he wasn't sure, but advised Jinho to be cautious. He sensed that something bad was about to happen. The sizes of dungeons vary greatly, but they do not depend on the designation of the dungeon. Although each case is different, sometimes it takes weeks to analyze the dungeon area, but there are also times when it only takes a few hours to reach the boss's lair. This is a corridor that resembles a maze. They don't need to fight much, but instead have to wander around, wasting a lot of time. Jinwoo's task is to carry items and not get involved in fighting monsters. Earning money without having to kill monsters, this is quite a good deal. Watch out for the lizard gods. A warning suddenly rang out. Jinwoo didn't understand why this warning appeared, but there is one thing he was sure of: his intuition had never been wrong. After walking for a while, the captain said, "This is the death zone." After going a long way without seeing any monsters, except for the traces of the monsters earlier. There should have been a boss somewhere. If there was no boss, the gate would have opened. Suddenly, Leader Huang spoke up, "Illuminate the entire area." The light was lit. The scene before them sent chills down everyone's spine. "My God, the sight is truly horrific," the captain exclaimed. Thick strands of silk and monsters covered in a layer of white silk appeared in the dim light. Finally, they recognized that the boss was right here. Everyone was ready. The group gradually moved inside, tension enveloping them. As they looked around, an excited voice rang out, "This is a big catch." Before their eyes, there were magic crystals, sparkling. "How many is this?" "Amazing." A few people stepped forward to take a look. "These monsters are pretty weak, so the crystals that drop are also few. However, with this many, we can still earn quite a bit. Just looking at it quickly, there must be around 10 million here." The guy next to him replied, "If that's the case, then your younger brother must be jealous." The wizard reminded him, "You shouldn't mention the captain's younger brother in front of him like that." Leader Huang looked up at the pile of crystals, pondering. Then he turned to Hwang Dong-soo and said, "You're not always right. Just because you've risen high in status, you dare to ignore your brother. You've even abandoned your country to work for the Americans for money." He thought about a lot of things, but in the end, he told himself not to be too long-winded. Jinho over here said to Jinwoo, "Let him take a good look at the contract from before." Then, Jinho approached the group and said, "May I ask this?" Leader Hwang Dong-soo, "This is the deal of Jinwoo. As you can see, there is no mention of sharing the rewards besides the magic crystals from the monsters. Shouldn't we redivide the positions? Leader Huang smiled fakely and replied, of course, we will share evenly. I know that very well. He looked up and continued, but first, we have a matter to attend to. Above was the boss, a gigantic spider. It seemed to have had its fill, so it had fallen into a deep sleep. Jinho exclaimed, Boss. The team leader said to Jinho, you should know that if the boss is defeated, the gate will close. Therefore, we must dig and transport the magic crystals out before killing the boss. It's sleeping soundly, so this is the perfect opportunity to excavate the crystals. He turned to the person named Chulbin and asked, do you have the tools you brought with you? Chulbin shook his head apologetically, I didn't expect the magic crystal mine to be in Dungeon C, so I left all the digging tools in the car. The two of them easily discussed among themselves, finally telling Jinwoo and Jinho, you two stay here to keep watch. We will go back to get the digging equipment. Jinho exclaimed in panic, you want us to stay in the boss's lair? The team leader immediately replied, what's wrong with that? I don't think it's a species that will attack first, unless you provoke it. Besides, it has eaten well and rolled over to sleep, as long as we don't provoke it, we'll be fine. Jinho was about to say more, but Leader Huang interrupted, is this your first time in the dungeon? This is also Jinwoo's first time in Dungeon C, trust me, okay? What do you think will happen? We are talking this loudly, and it isn't even responding. Saying that, they left, leaving Jinwoo and Jinho in the cave. Jinwoo watched the backs of the group as they left, thoughts racing through his mind. The rules of the gate state that at least 10 people are needed to pass through. Besides Eugene and me, their team has 8 people. The way they have entered Gate C like this is enough for me to guess how they operate. They always go into Dungeon C by calling in outsiders. Of course, there's no need to supplement 2 people to make up for the empty spots. Just as his thoughts were not yet over, the team leader outside suddenly flipped his face. He turned around and ordered Gyo Hwan, block the boss cave. Immediately, flames erupted. With a loud bang, the cave entrance was sealed off. Inside, Jinho frantically ran to the cave entrance, but the way out was completely blocked. He screamed, the exit! They've blocked the exit! Jinwoo stood there, his eyes narrowing as he realized those bastards were the lizard gods. Memories flooded back, reminding him of a previous hunting trip, when another hunter had once warned, being a hunter is a dangerous profession. Crimes frequently occur, yet it's very hard to find evidence. Inside the gate, there are no surveillance cameras. No one can stop hunters from committing evil deeds. If you are weak, you will easily be discarded. But if you are strong, someone will seek you out. And if they find you useless and just a hindrance, just like lizards cutting off their tails, you will be eliminated. Back in the present, Jinwoo clenched his fists tightly. Jinho was now completely panicked. He helplessly stood there cursing, those bastards. Just because of this pile of mana crystals, they dared to abandon us. Jinwoo calmly considered how to cope. Since I was trapped from the beginning, if I try to leave, they are ready to kill me immediately. So that's what he meant back then, Jinwoo thought to himself. He recalled the mage Zhou Gyuhuan. It seems that he is quite good. Escaping right now would be easy for me, but the thing that just awakened after that explosion is the real issue. The scene shifts upward. A gigantic spider was baring its fangs at Jinwoo and Jinho. It was undoubtedly a boss of rank C. Outside, after they had exited, one of them asked the captain, is it really necessary to do this? If I killed them right there. Before the words could finish, the captain shouted angrily, you idiot. If we fight there and wake the spider, how can we collect all those mana crystals? A hunter who is the weakest in the world and another D rank without any experience. The possibility of defeating the boss is impossible, no matter how hard they try. After the spider kills them and goes back to sleep, we will take care of all those mana crystals. He continued discussing the valuable items on Jinho. If we can't successfully kill the boss, we can still take the valuable items after he dies. Saying that, he sat down to look up Jinho's identity, wondering who his parents were. After all, it would be decent to give him a funeral at the very least. The sorcerer spoke up. The shock from that wall earlier must have made the boss furious. After a moment of examination, the captain turned to the sorcerer and asked, "Do you have enough confidence to solo that boss?" He shook his head and replied, "No way." The leader Huang shrugged and responded, "Neither do I. No matter how we try, two masters like that would never survive." The scene shifted to inside the cave. Jin Ho stepped forward, blocking the monster in front of Jin Woo. He expressed his desire to protect him, no matter how dangerous it was. Behind him, Jin Woo quietly analyzed the weaknesses of the monster, this spider. Its strength is completely different. But then he recalled the monstrous boss he had faced before. He chuckled softly, inwardly blaming himself. How foolish it is to compare it to this one. Jin Woo slowly advanced, telling Jin Ho, "Step back." He began to summon his dagger. Finally, the battle between Jin Woo and the boss C was about to begin. Jin Ho desperately tried to stop him, as he believed Jin Woo was merely a genuine rank E. He continuously urged him not to fight, unaware that Jin Woo was about to leave him utterly surprised. Standing before the boss, Jin Woo thought to himself, "I am still 2 weeks since awakening. But strangely, I don't feel any pressure at all." Compared to the blue venom fansed Risaka that Jin Woo encountered in that dungeon and the D-rank golem boss, the power of this spider is completely superior. Now Jin Woo thinks he is strong enough to confront this C-rank boss. A confident smile has bloomed on his face. The spider charges wildly toward Jin Woo, but he is ready for battle. At the speed of light, Jin Woo dashes forward, slicing through the spider's body several times, causing Jin Ho to be unexpectedly knocked back. However, it seems that the recent attacks have not been particularly effective. But this Risaka Fong is really good, Jin Woo thinks to himself. Now, the hunt officially begins. The continuous high-speed movements make Jin Ho next to him sweat profusely. Is this really an E-rank hunter? Jin Ho wonders. After a few exchanges, the spider seems to be provoked. Every attack it makes is deadly. The spider's skin is quite thick, and to inflict damage, one must stab deep. But this 8-eyed monster has no blind spots, with its 8 legs capable of wide-reaching attacks, easily piercing through the floor. Getting close to it will take quite a bit of time. Jin Ho is still observing the situation of the battle, but he cannot understand. No way this person is E-rank, right? But the registration papers clearly state E-rank, yet the movement speed is so terrifying that it can't be E-rank. He thought, perhaps he is a con artist, but there is one problem: such con artists are often psychopaths with a penchant for killing. The more Jin Ho watched Jin Woo fight, the more terrified he felt, internally wondering, why is he so unfortunate? Over here, Jin Woo had no idea how long he had been battling the boss. 5 minutes? Or 10 minutes? His strength seemed to be draining over time. By now, Jin Woo still hadn't dealt much damage to the spider. His current fatigue was at 57%, and he couldn't prolong the fight any longer. There was only one way left, which was to use the special ability of his dagger. Let this spider taste the venom of the snake. Paralysis effect: the attacked enemy will be unable to move. Bleeding effect: the attacked enemy will lose 1% of health every second. Aiming for the weakest point of all creatures, Jin Woo knew that the head was the most important part, but what was secondary was the eyes. Before he could get close, the venomous spider spat out slime again. It was acid, corroding the ground beneath. He didn't expect this monster to hide such a trump card. It was no longer a time for jest. At this moment, Jin Woo was really serious. He began to accelerate. His movement speed increased by 30%. Jin Ho beside him gaped, unable to believe his eyes. Jin Woo had closed the distance to the spider in an instant. The attack speed of Jin Woo was getting faster and faster, but the poison resistance of the boss was too high, making his attacks completely ineffective against it. On the other hand, Jin Woo's fatigue continued to increase rapidly. Jin Ho also realized that if they maintained this pace, Jin Woo would exhaust himself, and it was entirely unpredictable what he would do next. When Jin Woo's fatigue reached 70%, he finally took a hit from the spider. He was thrown several rolls away. As the spider was about to deliver the finishing blow, Jin-woo suddenly remembered that he had completed his daily quest today, which allowed him to activate his full recovery state. Then, with extreme speed, Jin-woo stabbed deeply into the monster's eye. Following that were consecutive fatal stabs. The effect of the knife was continuously activated, and finally, after 999 stabs, the monster was brought down. Jin-ho looked at Jin-woo at that moment as if he were a real monster. This person is indeed a high-level maverick. After that, Jin-woo approached, not only voluntarily carrying the luggage but also offering water for Jin-woo to drink, which surprised him. Seeing Jin-ho's unusual behavior, Jin-woo also didn't understand why he was acting like that. He must think of me as his savior. Suddenly, out of nowhere, that group of people returned. Jin-woo silently watched them. The captain was surprised to see the two of them still alive and the monster had been defeated. Everyone in the group was astonished that just the two of them could take down a rank C boss. Perhaps Jin-ho's equipment is top-notch. One person in the group thought silently, how could a D rank and an E rank possibly do this? The captain thought to himself, Jin-ho, I underestimated you. That useless E rank person certainly can't help, he can only solo the boss by himself. I don't know what special abilities that equipment has, but if it becomes an enemy, it will be quite troublesome. The captain told Jin-ho that he had found out information about him. It turned out that Jin-ho was the son of a powerful leader, Chairman Yu Myung-han of the Ean Construction Corporation. Jin-ho then asked back, so what? The captain continued to persuade, we will give you a chance to live if you kill Jin-woo and join our group. If not, both of you will have to die. He tried hard to convince him, but he had no idea what would happen next. Jin-ho turned to Jin-woo and quietly replied, it's okay, this is the inevitable consequence when a weak person like me is betrayed. But in the end, Jin-ho decided to point his sword towards those people, causing Captain Huang to be extremely surprised. The wizard beside him immediately asked, what should we do? The captain ordered, handle the weakest one first. They charged fiercely towards the two of them, Jin-woo. The captain turned and asked, have you two ever killed anyone before? Suddenly, the system's voice echoed, announcing, emergency mission activated. Subjects wishing to attack the player appear, kill them all to ensure safety. If the mission is not completed, your heart will stop beating. Number of kills required, 8. Jin-woo was surprised when the system issued a notification about the murder, only to be hit by the sorcerer, sending him flying several meters straight into the wall. Jin-ho turned to check on Jin-woo's condition, but the captain said, don't worry about the one who's already dead. Jin-ho gritted his teeth, looking at them with hatred, watching Jin-woo lying amidst the debris. I don't understand why I forgot that only the strong are allowed to survive in this place. That's right, I was wrong even until now. Many times, so many times, I entered this place, many times I died and came back to life. Finally, Jin-woo understood, this is just what the system needs. It doesn't help me become stronger. It just wants me to be truly powerful. This system used me, and now I will use it back. Those guys were surprised that Jin-woo hadn't died after that blow. One hunter asked, Yu Huan, has your skill degraded? Can't even kill an E rank? The captain said, you should take this seriously. On the outside, he appeared to agree, but inside he was terrified. Clearly, I had used all my strength in that blow. But what the hell is happening? Did I miss? Jin-woo, filled with overwhelming killing intent, said, you have played with human lives like this, are you ready to face the consequences? One unknown figure asked, what is this kid saying? Jin-woo, like a god, declared, if you are hunters, then you should be prepared to become the hunted. Then one of them said he would deal with Jin-woo. He approached, but before he could finish his sentence, Jin-woo swiftly cut off his neck with the knife, as easily as if he were chopping a chicken. Everyone present there was terrified by that scene. Jin-woo began to count, and no one understood how Jin-woo had drawn the knife so quickly. His face darkened, and he tightly grasped the dagger in his hand. He had truly killed a person, a living, breathing human. Although he could blame the system for ordering it, the undeniable truth was that he had taken a life. Jinwoo could no longer escape, if only the strong are allowed to live. Then, dark memories continuously resurfaced, causing Jinwoo to unleash an incredibly terrifying aura of killing intent. The captain on this side remarked, "He doesn't know what Jinwoo just did, but we must not let our guard down." He then ordered his subordinate to shoot again. He gathered his strength to unleash a flame in his hand, shooting it toward Jinwoo. Jinwoo deftly dodged, then counterattacked the man, landing a blow that severed his arm, followed by dozens more strikes that crushed him utterly. The other men, seeing their comrade being slaughtered, could no longer endure it and charged forward, but in the end, they received the same fate. Wherever Jinwoo passed, another enemy fell. The lethal strikes left them unable to defend themselves. One unsatisfied member advanced, intending to attack Jinwoo, unable to believe what was happening, but he found himself paralyzed as Jinwoo glided past him, affected by the effect of the dagger. Then all had been defeated. Jinwoo coldly stood in front of the leader, Huang. He was terrified now. In the blink of an eye, all of his team members had been taken down. The leader shouted, "You bastard, it turns out you concealed your skills. The one who killed the boss is you, isn't it?" He was furious, gathering his strength and saying, "I will show you that not all C rank are on the same level." He shouted loudly, enhancing his power, then wielded his shield and charged fiercely toward Jinwoo. He thought, there's no way, after taking down 7 people consecutively plus a boss, that Jinwoo isn't exhausted. He believed Jinwoo would not be able to break through his defensive shield with a few sword swings in his exhausted body. He thought, a hunter who only focuses on speed has no skills that can penetrate his enhancements. But before he could attack, Jinwoo had teleported right in front of the team leader, whispering, "Leader Huang Dong-su, you're strong. But there's one thing you don't know." Then Jinwoo's hand slowly pressed him down to the ground, forcefully causing the ground to crack. Jinwoo continued, "I am always leveling up continuously." The team leader lay writhing on the ground, utterly bewildered by what had just happened. Jinwoo had pinned him down with just one hand. This guy cannot possibly be E rank. Could it be that he's hacking? He realized it was too late now, panicking and screaming for his life, "Don't kill me, spare my life, I'll give you money. You can take all the magic crystals here, all of them." Jinwoo looked at him with the eyes of a death god. 3 times, you are begging for mercy from someone you have tried to kill 3 times. He exclaimed in panic, "Stop. Do you think you can get away with this?" Jinwoo replied, "Didn't you say no one knows what happens in this dungeon?" He yelled, "You bastard, do you know who my brother is?" Then the knife slashed out. He finally returned to the motherland. Jinwoo witnessed everything. Unable to bear it any longer, he vomited. He looked at Jinwoo in fear and then stood up. "The boss has been defeated, the dungeon is closing, quickly leave here." At this moment, a notification from the system rang out, "The urgent mission has been completed, do you want to receive the reward?" The reward was given immediately. Our Jinwoo received the Bloodlust skill, which uses 100 mana to put enemies into a state of fear for a minute, applicable to multiple targets, and reduces all stats by 50%. In the capital city of Washington, America, a muscular man awakened from a long sleep. He woke up and immediately asked, "What time is it in Korea now?" "I had a nightmare, my eyes are wet." At a headquarters in the city, a manager called his subordinate. He looked at his manager and asked, "What's up?" The manager reported, "In a green dungeon, 8 people have died, only E rank and D rank survived." Eugene Chill initially appeared calm because such cases often occur in dungeons. But the manager said, "They didn't run away, they completed the entire dungeon." The guy Eugene has extremely high-grade equipment, so the C rank boss must have been taken down by him. The gigantic boss shouldn't be too dangerous for a team like that, but having 8 people dead is somewhat strange. Eugene Chill said, he shouldn't beat around the bush anymore. If those people had nothing to worry about, he wouldn't have reported to me and would have handled it himself. Hearing this, he replied directly, "It's Jinwoo from the last hidden dungeon." Upon hearing that name, Eugene Chill became serious and said, "Indeed, there are some suspicious points, but there's no need to worry too much. The magical energy measuring device is extremely advanced, having fallen from an A rank monster. Awakening doesn't happen often, but there's nothing to doubt about him. A single check is enough. The manager also intended to brush it aside, but among those people, there was a hunter who had died named Hwang Dong-suk. Eugene Chul asked again, "Are you talking about the brother of Hunter Hwang Dong-suk?" With a serious expression, he said, "If that's the case, I cannot overlook this matter." At the apartment of the two brothers Jinwoo, his sister saw the chicken and asked, "Is there something good happening today for Jinwoo?" He softly replied, "I don't know whether to be happy or sad." His sister continued to ask, while Jinwoo thought to himself, "I want to get drunk but can't." The system has eliminated the harmful substances due to its special ability, so even alcohol has been filtered out. He remembered the rewards from previous mission events. "Thanks to the system, even the severed foot of my brother has been restored." After a moment of thought, Jinwoo suddenly remembered something and stood up, heading to his room. His younger sister asked him, "If you're not eating anymore, can I finish your portion?" But Jinwoo replied, "Feel free to eat as much as you want if you want to get fat." In the bedroom, Jinwoo retrieved a bag of Risaka's poison from the system to validate his hypothesis, then removed the poison through the system. Without hesitation, Jinwoo drank all the toxic substance. Just as he thought, all the toxins were eliminated. He activated the feature that reduced physical damage by 20% without losing strength. At the same time, Jinha came in from somewhere and asked, "Do you know the name Eugene Ho? He's calling you." At the coffee shop, Jinwoo and Jinho were sitting and chatting with each other. Jinwoo asked, "How did Jinho find my phone number?" Jinho explained, "I have a few connections at the association." Jinwoo said, "I didn't think I would see you again." But Jinho cheerfully said, "Because you are my benefactor." At this moment, Jinwoo happily said, "Jinho has evenly distributed all the magic crystals, so he made a bit of money too." Jinho was quite tight-lipped, so there were no issues. He expressed, "Because those guys intended to kill us, and since we are hunters, we can't just die easily like that." Jinho over here thinks Jinwoo is a psychopathic killer, and he shouldn't get involved with this person. Jinwoo asked, "Why do you want to meet me?" Jinho sat down, his face serious, and said, "I want to form my own team." Hearing this, Jinwoo immediately declined, "I don't know what you want to form a team for, but I have no intention of fooling around with rich kids. If there's nothing else, I will leave." Jinho shouted, "No, please go to the dungeon with me 19 more times." Jinwoo was surprised and asked, "Where to?" Jinho replied, "The dungeon." Jinwoo looked at him and said, "This is a dangerous place, not an adventure sport. You plan to create your own team. What's wrong with your head when you say these things after witnessing that horrific scene? Perhaps you want to become a club owner?" Jinho turned and confirmed this, then cried and begged Jinwoo, "As you said, I want to obtain a license to become a club owner. It's not hard for a guild to get that license. I just need to clear 20 dungeons. We already finished that last time, so now I have to clear 19 more dungeons. Of course, there will be a test, but if I'm not smart, I wouldn't inherit the company, so I'm quite confident about that." Jinho expressed, "The establishment of the guild is closely related to the company's issues. My father wants to set up a guild. Dungeons are often very dangerous. Magic crystals or magic power crystals are just one of the few things. The corpses of monsters can serve as excellent materials, so there is nothing useless in a dungeon. Of course, large companies are also involved in this matter." Jinwoo then asked, "So hunters complete dungeons to receive rewards from the company. Are they planning to become an independent corporation?" Jinho replied, "Exactly, my father wants to hire an S-rank hunter and have him take the position of guildmaster. My brother will serve as the vice master and operate under the guise of the main sponsor." Jinwoo said, "Having Jinho's brother as the vice master would create a significant power disparity. Conflict between the two is unavoidable." Jinwoo also confirmed that, because my brother hasn't awakened a dual class yet, he isn't strong enough for the master position. Jinwoo asked, "Do you intend to gain some benefit and negotiate with your father?" Jinho replied, "Exactly." Then he asked again, "So why aren't you joining a team?" "That would be the best way." Jinho continued, compared to going into dungeons with high-rank C hunters, the rewards for completing a dungeon with an E-rank hunter are much higher. Jinwoo looked straight at Jinho and asked, "If I join, what will I gain?" After that, Jinho brought up something that made Jinwoo startle. One beautiful morning, the two brothers were exercising in a nearby park. Jinha suddenly asked Jinwoo, "Why are you following me out to exercise today?" She turned to look at Jinwoo and smiled, "You seem energetic today." "Anyway, sitting still like that isn't good at all." Jinwoo replied, "Don't fall behind." While the two siblings were running, Jinwoo unexpectedly asked Jinha, "If you had 30 billion in your hands, what would you do?" Jinha, confused about why her brother was asking that, still answered, "I would save it or buy a bigger house, the rest I haven't thought about." She didn't ask why Jinwoo was asking such a strange question, why 30 billion? Jinwoo thought for a while, didn't answer, and accelerated, leaving Jinha behind. Jinha stood there, puzzled by her brother's behavior today. Reflecting on a previous moment, Jinho proposed to recruit Jinwoo for dungeon expeditions with an offer of 30 billion. That was the building they intended to construct and use as the main branch of the guild. The estimated value was about 30 billion, but it could be higher. Jinwoo quietly thought, spending 30 billion just to conquer dungeons 19 times. After that, he asked Jinho, "Is 30 billion a small investment to become a guild master?" Jinho confirmed, "That's indeed the case." Jinwoo fell into deep thought, "I don't know how to put this. There's no reason to refuse 30 billion if it's just an ordinary amount." However, Jinwoo realized that he was a special case among all instances of reawakening. No one had ever heard of a hunter who could level up and become stronger. If he continued to level up like this, he could absolutely become S rank or even beyond that. If this were possible, then 30 billion was nothing at all. Thinking it over, Jinwoo told Jinho that he had one condition: when going into the dungeon, it should only be you and me, no one else. Upon hearing this, Jinho turned pale, panic-stricken as he said, "It seems I've misheard. Just the two of us to clear the entire dungeon? What you're saying is that, right?" Jinwoo confidently replied, "You understand what I mean." Jinho reminded him about the group rule that requires 10 people to enter the dungeon. Jinwoo said, "Let's set a price for those who only come to check in. I guarantee we'll have a whole bunch. We will use a similar method to Hwangdong-suk's." Jinho exclaimed in astonishment, "But isn't that too dangerous?" Jinwoo sighed, "It's just similar. In other words, if we're fine, then the others will be too." Jinwoo continued to explain, "Think about it carefully. If we successfully conquer 19 times without forming an attacking force, then we will be the established attacking force that has safely passed through the remaining 19 times. And wouldn't it be better to brag to your dad about this?" After a moment of reflection, Jinho became enlightened and understood everything, then began to recruit people. Returning to the present, after a run, Jinwoo had completed his daily mission. However, distracted by his thoughts, he had run beyond the target. Looking back, Jinwoo saw no sign of Jinha. He glanced at the system board, not understanding why it continued to count even though he had already finished. But anyway, he had to wait for Jinha, so he continued to grind through a few other tasks. 20 minutes later, Jinwoo had completed all of his daily mission tasks. The system could not exceed 200, and 200 trees were a bit much, it must be 20 trees instead. At that moment, Jinha arrived, calling out, "Brother." Yet, Jinwoo once again took off like a rocket, leaving her behind. That evening in Washington, D.C., the burly man we saw earlier was calling his staff, "Get me information on the two survivors." A blonde woman was entering from outside. "Mr. Huang, what are you still doing here at this hour?" the woman gently asked. The man replied softly, "Lola, can I ask you something?" She nodded in agreement. The man continued, "What would happen if we killed someone in South Korea?" The woman paused for a moment and then asked in return, "Are you serious?" Later, the girl continued, "South Korea has not yet ratified the agreement regarding offenders who are hunters, as they are hunters from the United States. You will serve your sentence in the U.S., and will definitely not face much trouble with the government through negotiations. He gritted his teeth in anger and said, "Fine, a few bastards killed my brother." He crushed the phone in his hand. "At the very least, I should at least get to see their faces." At that moment, we learned that this man was the S-rank hunter Huang Dong-su, the corpse collector. He pondered for a moment and then continued, "All the members of the group are dead, only 2 are left, and those 2 are ranked D and E. My brother was not the type of person to entrust his life to weaklings. They were only bait and not even part of the group anymore. They must have set a trap to kill him. That's why he said that he couldn't do anything without him." Huang Dong-su turned to his assistant and said, "I will make a trip to South Korea. Check my schedule for when I am free." The assistant anxiously replied, "Mr. Huang, if you leave suddenly like this, the meeting will be disrupted." Huang Dong-su continued to ask, "Then when will it be possible?" She answered, "About 2 months from now." He thought for a moment, looked out the window, then replied, 2 weeks is not even enough to organize a proper funeral." "All right, clear my entire schedule after that." The assistant confirmed. He said, "More than anything, I wish those 2 bastards were still alive after 2 weeks." Elsewhere, after completing his daily tasks in double time, Jin-woo discovered that the mission had turned into a hidden mission. He held an S-rank key in his hand and thought, "After completing this, I will receive an item better than usual," but instead, I received an S-rank item. So that's how it is. Well, it's good, at least Jin-woo had chosen the mysterious gift box with blessings, not the cursed gift box. That said, he inserted the key and opened a different space. The scenery around him changed instantly. Jin-woo stepped into a ruined city, shrouded in smoke and flames, resembling hell. If the key opened a dungeon of an equivalent level, then this was surely an S-rank dungeon. His chances of survival would be almost 0. Of course, not every item opens a dungeon of an equivalent rank, but typically, an E-rank item would easily lead to an E-rank dungeon. Jin-woo did not know what to do if this was indeed an S-rank dungeon. He still held onto the magic stone from the previous dungeon, so if needed, he could use it. What he needed to do now was to give it his all. From now on, Jin-woo had to clean up high-level dungeons by himself and needed to be fully aware of his current power level. Suddenly, a huge 3-headed black shadow emerged from the pile of flames, its fierce gaze directed at Jin-woo. It turned out to be a 3-headed hellhound, aggressively staring at Jin-woo, a person determined to become stronger. This key had brought him to the S-rank demon castle. If the key opened a dungeon of the same rank, the chances of survival would significantly decrease. He should level up as much as possible and rush into dungeons whenever he had the opportunity. The higher the gates opened, the more the difficulty increased dramatically. Fortunately, high-level gates appeared infrequently, so there were only a few S-rank gates opened. One of them was located on the Jew Peninsula. After that S-rank gate opened, the area became a dead zone, uninhabitable by humans. Even if S-rank hunters teamed up to enter, it was uncertain whether they could clear that S-rank gate. With the current scarcity of S-rank hunters, dealing with an S-rank dungeon was nearly impossible. For these reasons, Jin-woo's current level should avoid any S-rank zones. The danger posed by S-rank monsters was incomparable, their toughness could not be pierced, and their strength was enough to kill a person with a single blow. Jin-woo wondered, how effective would my attacks be against monsters of that caliber? All of this was just out of curiosity. After that, Jin-woo continued to use various skills to attack the 3-headed dog. The Wolf Slayer skill was activated, and the Burst of Speed skill was also activated, increasing his movement speed by 30%. Jin-woo attacked faster and faster to the point where only his afterimages could be seen. Although the Bloodlust skill had been activated, the resistance to effects of the dog was too high. The dagger's innate ability still could not be activated at this moment. Jin-woo felt a bit helpless, having no impact after launching attacks with his activated titles. The gap was too great, there was no doubt that this was definitely an S-rank dungeon. The system announced that the Cerberus was using the Fury skill, which would last for 3 minutes, and during this time, its stats would be doubled. The dog roared and charged at Jin-woo with an overwhelming force. The system indicated the difference in strength between Jin-woo and the monster. Jinwoo jumped, seizing the opportunity to stab the dog in the head. However, it felt no pain at all. It snapped its large fang at Jinwoo's arm, causing his arm to be severed. The system sounded continuous warnings. Jinwoo's blood was gradually declining. When Jinwoo's health fell below 30%, the perseverance skill activated, reducing damage by 50%. In this dire situation, Jinwoo continued to receive warnings from the system, ensuring he did not die. Because if Jinwoo died, it would be a serious problem. In Woo's eyes was filled with determination. I can do this. This is completely different from a normal awakening. If I am a puppet of someone else through this system, then it would show me things beyond my imagination. After that, Jinwoo activated his daily quest reward. The recovery status accepted a stream of light emanating. Jinwoo was back. He held the two fangs of the Saberos, spinning them like in the Wheel of War. Then, he stabbed one into its eye. Continuous blows followed, causing it to scream in agony. After a struggle, the system announced that Jinwoo had defeated Saberos. Jinwoo leveled up several times. He looked at the color of Saberos, thanking it for helping him realize where his power lay. Jinwoo looked at the large door ahead and said, "It would be suicide to open it now. Once I get stronger, I will definitely come back here." After the battle, Jinwoo obtained some useful items like a warden necklace with a grade luck, agility, and sense increased by 20 points, and a grade key item, and a function of Saberos. That night, at a CAF in the city, a middle-aged man was chatting with a young man. He said, "I heard that everything that happens in a dungeon stays there." The young man asked in surprise, "What do you mean by that?" He quickly placed a large bag on the table, looked at him with a somber expression and said, "Here are 2 billion. I think you understand what I mean. Please, Hunter, I beg you, please kill those bastards." He slowly responded, "This amount of money plus another billion to deal with the other hunters. This should be fine with you, right? It's nothing for me to kill the pests you mentioned. But there are still some hunters accompanying those pests." He pointed and continued, "If you become a B-level hunter, you will become a top hunter and receive some invitations from the major guilds. But do you know why I still have to endure hardship and follow the orders of the hunting guild?" His wicked expression looked at him. "For me, killing is more interesting than monsters." The scene shifted to a dojo, where 2 swordsmen were practicing sword fighting with each other. After a bout, the other said, "Your technique is still as amazing as ever, master." The master replied, "What are you talking about? If I don't keep practicing, this body will weaken. I know you held back for me." Sweat was dripping down his tired face. It turned out to be Mr. Song Chi-Yul. He told his disciple, "You eased off on the tips of your fingers because you were worried about me, weren't you?" The other person said, "If it weren't for that accident, you would still have both hands." He fell silent and replied, "Please stop, that was some time ago. There's no need to bring it up again." Suddenly, an urgent phone call came in. He sighed, "Those low-rank hunters keep bothering me." Then he told his disciple to leave for today. The other person clenched his fists and said, "Master, are you planning to delay your retirement?" He looked at the student and replied, "Retirement? Even if I retire, how much longer can I live? I want to use the little strength I have left to do something useful for the world. But I am quite surprised, why does a rank S hunter like you want to learn sword skills from someone of a lower rank like me?" He said loudly, "Even with a rank, I still lack many skills." Mr. Song was walking down the street, thinking, "This time it's a dungeon business. Because I awakened as a hunter, no matter how good my sword skills are, it's not enough to kill monsters. Why did a swordsman like me awaken as a magic hunter? The sword skills I inherited over generations are useless in the dungeon. There must be a reason for this." Suddenly, a shadow passed by, surprising him. He turned and said, "Excuse me, are you Sung Jinwoo?" Jinwoo turned around, also surprised to have met Mr. Song Chi-on again. He was astonished by Jinwoo's transformation, even failing to find any similarities to the him he once knew. He asked, "What happened to you?" but as soon as he said that, he immediately apologized. I shouldn't have brought that up, but how did your leg end up? Jinwoo smiled and replied, when I woke up, it looked like that already. I don't even know what happened myself. He was extremely astonished and exclaimed, that's really great. It's not good at all for someone as young as you to be disabled, I'm really relieved. Jinwoo looked at his arm, his expression sad. He said, don't worry about that. Fortunately, I have some skills, so I managed to keep my life. Even though I heard you were still alive, I couldn't believe my eyes. Jinwoo asked, did you come here on the orders of the association? He confirmed that, and Jinwoo did too. Mr. Song then noticed his old teammates and said, they have arrived. Haha, what day is it today? All the members from that day are here. Joohee saw Jinwoo and was also surprised. The two exchanged glances full of sentiment. Jinwoo glanced over at Mr. Kim Sang-sik. His expression was sad. Mr. Song beside him recalled many unhappy memories from the past. That day, he had run away, leaving them behind. He was not happy to see everyone present here, especially since he was still pointing the knife at Mr. Song to force him to become a sacrificial victim. But Mr. Song had also abandoned Jinwoo, so he had no right to say anything. However, what he did not expect was that everyone had gathered in this place. Joohee could not contain her emotions, looking at Jinwoo and saying, is it really you, Jinwoo? You've changed so much that I can hardly recognize you. Jinwoo gently looked at Joohee and replied, I'm a bit late. Joohee continued, I've been trying to find him. How did Jinwoo get so much taller? She then asked, your legs must still be in bad shape, right? Joohee looked down at Jinwoo's legs, suddenly exclaiming, what happened to them? Suddenly, from behind, a group of criminals emerged from the police car. One voice shouted, how romantic! Are you putting on a show here? Is today the day for hunters to go on a date? Another voice chimed in, shut up, you bastards. This is not your picnic. Hearing that, he walked towards Joohee and said, pay attention to us today. Mr. Song couldn't hold back and asked, what the hell is this? The girl employee at the association ran over and said, I'm sorry everyone for being late. She looked at the two and asked, are you the hunters Sung Jinwoo and Song Chi-yeol? Let's complete the procedures now. Mr. Song immediately stopped and said, wait a minute. The employee paused, turned to the group of criminals approaching the headquarters, and said, they are the ones undergoing rehabilitation and will participate in the dungeon with you all today. Mr. Song, upon hearing this, shouted, rehabilitated individuals? Don't tell me we have to participate in the dungeon with those criminals. The employee explained further, even though they are criminals, they used to be hunters. It is not uncommon for hunters who commit crimes to want to participate in dungeon duties to reduce their sentences. Mr. Song sighed, oh God. The employee apologized for this situation. Due to the shortage of hunters in this area, we had to come up with this solution. Everyone felt reassured as she added, there's no need to worry, this time there will be a supervising hunter, Gang Tae-shik, participating. He is a rank B, and the others are all rank C. It takes 10 rank C hunters to defeat one rank B hunter. Jinwoo felt something was off and advised Joohee to withdraw from this situation. She asked, what about Jinwoo? He replied, of course, I will participate. Hearing that, Joohee looked at him with determined eyes and said, I will participate as well. After a while of waiting, everyone finally entered the dungeon. Perhaps this was destiny. As he prepared to enter, Gang Tae-shik unlocked the handcuffs of the criminals. He then approached and said to him, hello, I am Gang Tae-shik from the supervision department. Earlier I heard you complain about the criminals, so I will keep an eye on them. Manager Gang asked who would be the commander. Mr. Song replied, I will take on the role of commander for this raid. He turned to ask for everyone's opinion, but no one spoke up. Then, he turned to bow his head to Jinwoo, thank you for giving me a chance. This action surprised Jinwoo greatly. If the 11 people who died in that dungeon were due to you, then 6 of them are alive thanks to him. The responsibility lies heavily with you for failing to protect them. He bowed his head to express gratitude on behalf of all the hunters saved by Jinwoo. After that, he turned back to Mr. Kim, his expression still somber. Go ahead if you wish. Inside the dungeon, the criminals were brutally slaughtering the monsters. This feeling was absolutely wonderful for them. In terms of strength, each of them possessed an impressive level of power. Each strike was decisive and wiped out the monsters. Mr. Song, standing nearby observing, also found it hard to determine who the real monsters were. Suddenly, a monster attempted to sneak up and attack. He extended his arm, and a flame immediately engulfed it. Shortly afterward, several more monsters charged in. The result was the same, the powerful fire consumed them. Mr. Kim was astonished and exclaimed, Song Chi-yul. This person, I didn't think he was just an ordinary rank sea hunter. Mr. Song turned and said, Kim, is a swordsman who swings his sword so weakly? Mr. Kim replied, Mr. Song still maintains his composure as a commander, huh? Mr. Song encouraged everyone to step up, as all the survivors from the hidden dungeon were present. He glanced at Jinwoo and remarked, Your abilities have increased, huh? Usually, I only see you fight barehanded, but today I find it strange to see you using daggers. Juhi also chimed in, That's right, I haven't had the chance to help you with anything. Have you been training lately? Jinwoo smiled and responded, Just exercising. Mr. Song noticed the situation and recognized the change in Jinwoo. Juhi added, Jinwoo is so different from the Jinwoo I used to know, he has changed not only in appearance but also in demeanor. Is he really the Jinwoo I once knew? Juhi was still the same, seemingly still frightened. She was afraid of the goblins, and it was clear that the psychological trauma still had a significant impact. It was regrettable to say this, but if it continues like this, Juhi will surely quit the profession. After clearing the monster-infested area, everyone stood before the entrance of the cave. The cave had 3 pathways, and Gang Tae-shik informed them that the difficulty of this dungeon was not high, so they should split up. Although there was some danger, they would be able to complete the dungeon faster. He said he would take the criminals to the right. If they find the boss room, they should notify him as quickly as possible. Jinwoo's gaze began to take effect. He recognized the room of the boss and told Song to go left. The eyes of the 2 strong individuals met, and in the end, they split up. Jinwoo thought, the boss is at the end of this path. The goblins don't provide much experience, I should kill the boss to earn a bit. However, above all, he was worried about something concerning himself. At one entrance of the cave, the supervisor gang asked, Have the criminals been dealt with? They replied, These guys are too weak, how could they fight against us? These goblins, while their strength and intelligence is akin to that of a child, attack in packs. It's annoying, but after all, giving weapons to children is very dangerous. Because children can also kill adults if they have weapons. In fact, countless minors equipped with weapons attack others on the other side of the globe. There is no difference between humans and monsters, they are all pests. Can you kill children? At this moment, they had no idea they were facing death. Gang Tae-shik said, Coming up, they will be facing 100 children in this dungeon right now. They were horrified and asked, What are you saying? How can there be children in the dungeon? Gang Tae-shik continued, The children are very hungry and crave your flesh. Can you kill them? The criminals laughed confidently, Of course, we can kill them all. On this side, Mr. Kim told the chubby guy that he had decided to kneel down to apologize to Brother Sung. He asked the chubby guy beside him, Don't you feel guilty? When both of us ran away, we, the hunters, cannot act normally after abandoning our teammates like that. If we continue to be hunters, we must get used to bowing our heads to others. Although I don't know if he will forgive me, but even if he doesn't, I will still apologize. As the 2 of them were approaching, they suddenly witnessed a horrifying scene. Supervisor Gang Tae-shik was killing the criminals. He cast a glance at Mr. Kim's group. What? Why are you 2 here? Realizing he had been discovered, he began to pull out his knife and walked towards Mr. Kim, so these two paths are connected, huh? With a swift motion, the criminal's head was severed from his body, blood splattering everywhere. He said, "That means the boss is in the room to the left. So there's no need to waste time searching everywhere anymore. The plan must change." Jinwoo over here senses something unusual. The wailing screams from the mouth of the cave on the other side echo. Sensing a strong killing intent, Jinwoo shouts, "Song-chi brother, quickly come back." They are quickly returning to that place. A shadow approaches intending to attack Juhee but is blocked by Jinwoo's hand. He is quite surprised by Jinwoo's speed. He asks, "What are you doing?" Then, he begins to retreat, thinking to himself, "What power is this?" He says to Jinwoo, "You can block my attack." With sharp senses, even though there was no order to kill, perhaps the plan needs to change. A B-rank healer is quite troublesome, so I will eliminate her first, but I think I need to change the plan a bit. Juhee is surprised by Gang Tae-shik's actions. She asks, "What is that? Why is he?" The supervisor, with a fierce look full of killing intent, says, "I will kill you. Just like them." Mr. Song, upon hearing this, shouts, "Wait. Why is a member of the association doing this?" Jinwoo looks back, having seen Mr. Kim lying gasping in a corner. He shouts, "Kim Sang sick." He tells her, "Juhee, heal him." The more he spoke, the more anxious Jinwoo became. He shouted, "Heal him quickly." Juhee stepped forward, concentrating on healing Mr. Kim. He weakly said, "No, you can't save me. Stop it, I've lost too much blood." Jinwoo shouted loudly, "You have to live. You promised your family. You must live at all costs so I can hate you." Mr. Kim sobbed, "I'm sorry. I truly apologize. I don't want to have to apologize like this. I want to bow my head and apologize to you, but if I bow my head now, I will die." He sniffled, "Brother Sung, I'm sorry. I truly apologize." A satisfied smile spread across Mr. Kim's face. In the end, he had truly departed from this world. Jinwoo fell silent, looking at Mr. Kim before turning to ask, "Are you angry now? Why did you kill him?" The supervisor replied, "Who knows, maybe it was those monsters. One day the gate opens, and monsters rush into the hunters, it happens all the time." He scoffed, "But I see it as a good thing, like hunters being slaughtered by goblins, but I think it needs to change a bit." The criminals escaped and tried to flee. After killing all of them, they attacked me, the one fighting the boss. He said, "But Gang Tae-shik, a rank B hunter, exceeded their capabilities, so I am the only one who survived. How do you see that? Will they believe this story?" Jinwoo was angry. Mr. Song said, "No, your opponent is not you, but me." Mr. Song thought to himself, "He is a rank B, so as a rank C, I can't compare, not to mention he is also an assassin, I cannot keep up with his speed." Then, Mr. Song picked up the sword next to Mr. Kim's corpse. "I will borrow your sword. The defensive ability of assassins is very weak, who knows what will happen if he takes a hit from me." Mr. Song held the sword and advanced towards Gang Tae-shik, saying, "It has been a long time since I used a sword to face a human." He instructed Juhee to buff his physical strength. She quickly buffed Mr. Kim's strength. He thought he would close in on him, rendering him unable to dodge the attack. Gang Tae-shik laughed mockingly, "What can a mage like you do? Buffing physical damage for a mage is quite useless, but right now I am a swordsman." What Mr. Kim needed to realize at this moment was the difference in strength, stamina, and speed between himself and that assassin gang. Even if he protected Juhee, it would be like trying to attach a car engine to a bicycle and pedaling it as hard as possible. It could also be like a steep slope. If he couldn't control himself and kept trying to turn, he would die. Gang Tae-shik rushed towards the old man, intending to deliver a strike, but was intercepted. With a confident expression, he said, "It's normal for a mage to be at a disadvantage against an assassin. Picking up a sword is a good idea, but in the end, you are still just a mage. Your physical strength is not even at the basic level, so what difference does wielding a weapon make?" Ignoring his words, the old man decisively swung the sword, but it was merely an illusion created by Gang Tae-shik. He appeared elsewhere and remarked, "Mr. Song, you move quite well. Though you've enhanced your strength, I feel that you have trained quite a bit in sword skills." Jin-woo silently observed the situation. Even in an instant, Mr. Song had caught up with the speed of the assassin. He fought while thinking of ways to speed up just a bit more to deal with that guy. Gang Tae-shik smirked with satisfaction and said, "Speed and accuracy. Wonderful, wonderful. Now that I think about it, discarding magic and picking up a sword was the most wise decision you could make. But that's all it amounts to." Finally, he made his move. Slash. A cut across Mr. Song's body, blood splattering. If you used your brain a little, you would realize why there aren't any swordsmen among the countless hunters out there. Ju-hee over here is trying to heal the wounds Mr. Song received earlier. Gang Tae-shik noticed that she was quite annoyed, so he decided to step in to handle the situation but was attacked from behind by Mr. Song. "How dare you turn your back on a swordsman? You underestimate me way too much." He was a bit surprised, but then turned around to face Mr. Song head-on, parrying the strike. He angrily said, "It seems your old man is not ordinary." Mr. Song then responded, "It may look a bit unreal, but I have a junior S rank with me. Even if I can't keep up with you, my skills can." He vanished and reappeared behind Mr. Kim. Unfortunately, every person's strength has its limits. Do you really think a wizard can keep up with the speed of an assassin? You're too naive. He used his incredible speed to strike relentlessly at Mr. Song's body, causing him to scream in pain. He continued, saying, "If it were someone else, you might have a chance to counterattack. But my very name has already surpassed you. A wizard cannot keep up with my movement speed." Ju-hee, witnessing the situation, screamed, "Mr. Song." The assassin Gang Tae-shik looked at them with malice. "That's right, it seems you finally realized, all your efforts are just in vain." He moved closer, intending to eliminate Mr. Song, but then he saw the resolute look in his eyes. Mr. Song's hand pressed down to the ground, and a surge of fiery energy erupted right under Gang Tae-shik's feet. A massive pillar of fire appeared, illuminating the surrounding space. Mr. Song didn't know if it had worked, but suddenly, the assassin appeared behind him, a wizard attacking like a swordsman to conceal his magic skills, then unleashing magic the moment I raise my sword to deliver the finishing blow. Not a bad plan, you cunning old fox. As Mr. Song found himself powerless, the assassin raised a dagger, ready to finish him off. But then, Jin-woo appeared, blocking that strike, shocking everyone. Gang Tae-shik, furious, shouted, "You again, who are you? What is your rank?" Jin-woo's face was cold. He began to assess the situation around him, stepping back. "With your rank, how could? It's impossible?" Mr. Song looked at him in surprise, wondering, how could he exude such killing intent? No matter what type of power he possesses, an E rank could never unleash such strength. "However, after observing your reaction speed, I know you're not ordinary. You managed to block my attack twice. You must also be an assassin. Haven't you been hiding your true power all this time?" Gang Tae-shik stared at Jin-woo for a moment, then suddenly realized, "No, it seems you've known these people for a long time, so that possibility can be ruled out." He said, "No mastermind would allow others to live after they witness their true power. So there is only one answer left: you have received a dual awakening." Upon hearing this news, everyone once again was astonished. From their reactions, it seems you just recently awakened dual abilities, but you are an inexperienced hunter. If so, as a senior of a higher rank, let me teach you a lesson. Jin-woo asked him why he was so ruthless. He replied, "Those prisoners?" Jin-woo clarified, "I mean all of you." He looked at Jin-woo and said with a serious expression, "The look on your face earlier was terrifying. You don't kill people just for fun." He recounted the incident where he was talking with the man at the CAF. The man's unfortunate daughter had been harmed by those prisoners, so he hired him to kill them. He had intended to refuse by raising the price, but the man immediately agreed. "But despite everything that has happened, I really don't want to harm them. If your group promises not to speak of what happened today, I will spare all their lives. Jinwoo responded, who knows, you might just be saying that. Your expression seems to indicate you want to teach us a lesson and show who is stronger. I have no intention of trusting your words. It's hard to believe that someone who just made up a story about the death of everyone could be sincere. The assassin gang didn't say much. In just a moment, he had closed in on Jinwoo, their two blades clashing, an overwhelming aura of killing intent rising. Gang Tae-shik remained confident, saying, whether you believe it or not, it's pathetic that all of you will die together like a bunch of pests. Jinwoo replied, he's the one who's pathetic because he will soon meet his end here. He attacked Jinwoo furiously, saying, I don't know what rank you've reached since becoming an E rank, but killing me isn't as easy as you think. Jinwoo slashed at him, but it was merely an illusion. The speed of both fighters had long surpassed the sight of ordinary people. Mr. Song was astonished at this speed. I can't believe this is Sung Jinwoo as I once knew. The assassin continued to speak while attacking. 3 billion for just a little task, who would have thought I would encounter a high-rank hunter like this? The speed of the two had now equalized. Gang asked Jinwoo, is this your fastest speed? No matter how fast your eyes are, if your body can't keep up, it's useless. Joo-hee began to enhance Jinwoo's strength from the sidelines. Seeing this, Gang Tae-shik started to take things seriously. Each blow, each strike he made could take the opponent's life. They battled across various locations. Although they matched each other in speed and skills, Jinwoo fell short in experience. That difference would lead to Jinwoo's defeat. He approached intending to ambush Joo-hee but was intercepted by Mr. Song. While Jinwoo was caught off guard, Gang Tae-shik managed to slash him a few times. However, after that blow, Jinwoo was not affected too much. His body began to emanate killing intent. An emergency mission had been activated, and the system automatically added a mission to kill. Jinwoo grabbed a knife, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and said, I'm here. The aura of killing intent emanating from him frightened Gang Tae-shik. He was clearly in an advantageous position, yet he couldn't help but feel the change in Jinwoo. He exclaimed, is Jinwoo insane? In an instant, Jinwoo vanished at extreme speed and immediately moved toward the location of the assassin gang. The two men continued to duel. The speed and skills of both were equally matched. At this moment, Jinwoo also acknowledged, I have learned a lot from the assassin, including the fact that all the loudmouths on the battlefield are useless. The running skill was activated, increasing his speed by 30%. This took Gang by surprise. He did not expect that Jinwoo could accelerate even more. A slash grazed Gang's face. The paralysis effect from Jinwoo's knife was activated. The assassin realized that Jinwoo's knife was poisoned, capable of causing some effects. He became furious and growled, damn it. The assassin began to showcase his ultimate technique. In an instant, he vanished without a trace. It was the first time Jinwoo had seen this technique, so he was somewhat surprised. He did not sense the presence of the assassin at all. The assassin praised Jinwoo's keen senses for being able to block his attack. He concealed his entire shape, scent, sound, and even his killing intent. Only a few assassins could grasp this skill, and no one knew he possessed the skill of invisibility. Because no one survived after witnessing this skill of his. Jinwoo, still unaccustomed, was being tortured by the assassin. The tendons in his leg had been severed. The assassin said, it will heal quickly if treated directly, but only basic healing spells can work at this distance. Joo-hee and Mr. Song intended to approach but were stopped by the assassin. He told them, stay there, don't make a scene, your turn will come. Mr. Song was thinking, I can't help Jinwoo with my skills, but perhaps I can buy time until Jinwoo is fully healed. The assassin gang looked at Jinwoo with a confident expression and said, can you withstand my next attacks with that fragile body? You can't reach the speed you had before anymore, no matter how hard you try. How long will it take to heal that wound? I mean that lame leg of yours. Jinwoo coldly looked at him and replied, you're talking too much. Then, Jinwoo used his state recovery feature. His whole body glowed, making everyone present unable to believe their eyes anymore. He recovered immediately. The assassin could no longer guess the situation after witnessing this event. A hunter has attacked back, wielding true recovery magic, and it exists. Jinwoo stood up and said loudly, relying solely on it like this guarantees there are limitations. That is why I have thought of a solution. The assassin doubted whether this was a threat to him, but he could not guess how many times Jinwoo could use that magic. The assassin felt extremely dangerous. Jinwoo's emotions had died down again. He did not want to get angry at all because the gang was not worth it. The gang attacked, but every blow was seen through by Jinwoo. Finally, he understood the difference between Jinwoo and them. The assassin asked, "You've killed someone before, haven't you?" "Ha, we are alike, aren't we?" At this moment, he also realized where Jinwoo's change came from. When life and death are sometimes too fragile, a person's determination can make them change their entire life. In just a short time, Jinwoo had to make tough decisions. It seemed that Jinwoo had not only changed on the outside. The gang then realized that dual awakening was a power that could change the entire rules of society. New laws specifically for hunters had been established. It was not bound by laws or ethics. The words of the strong are the laws. Therefore, he will unleash his full power. He suddenly attacked with extreme speed, but it seemed to have no effect anymore. The gang realized that the stealth skill concealed his presence whenever it was activated, but when he attacked with high killing intent, his presence was exposed for just a few seconds. Jinwoo waited for that moment, but he could never know exactly from which position the gang would strike, as he would break Jinwoo's rhythm. Jinwoo's gaze turned fierce as the system activated the bloodthirsty skill, plunging the gang into a dark void. The darkness enveloped the gang. This was the darkness within Jinwoo. Suddenly, a dagger pierced straight into the body of the gang Tae-shik. Indeed, hunters were those who had witnessed countless deaths, and had felt the loss of so many lives. Because they often faced life and death situations. They had to confront not only monsters but also their own kind. Gradually, they became perfect killing machines. "You are the same," Jinwoo said. "You cannot categorize hunters and ordinary people into the same type. I died because I lost, this is the law of nature. But I want to ask you one question, what exactly are you? A killer possessing healing magic, along with the ability to dispel negative effects? I've never heard of anything like that." Jinwoo replied, "I probably don't know either." Before his death, Gang said, "The chattering fools are probably all useless, but sometimes keeping too many secrets is not necessarily a good thing. By killing me, now you can no longer hide your strength." Jinwoo remained silent, assuming he was a hunter who grew stronger after each battle. He asked Gang, "How strong do you think you can become?" The assassin before his death still tried to speak. "Your shadow is connected to the darkness, you will become as strong as your shadow, deep within the darkness." The mission was completed, and the rewards system activated. Jinwoo felt he had grown much stronger, but every time he became stronger, he felt a part of himself was lost. Joo-hee and Mr. Song approached to thank Jinwoo. Without him, everyone would have died. He asked Jinwoo what he should do next. Jinwoo replied, "Let's leave this place and report back to June. First, we should close this portal." Mr. Song was astonished and asked, "Brother Sung, don't tell me you're planning to solo that boss?" "No, I've seen your abilities, so I won't stop you anymore. I want to give them a proper burial. It's truly tragic." Jinwoo pulled the dagger from the assassin Gang Tae-shik. A glowing stone emerged from his body. It was an invisibility stone. "You will gain a skill if you break the stone," the system announced. Joo-hee and Mr. Song went outside to report and promised to meet Jinwoo later. He stood up and said to a prisoner, "Knowing that you are still alive, why are you pretending to be dead? Are you planning to escape while no one is watching?" The prisoner could not speak. Gang Tae-shik acted rather cruelly, striking so hard that he precisely cut the prisoner's vocal cords, likely intending to kill him in the most painful way after ensuring that he couldn't scream. "Keep this up, and you'll die from blood loss. If it weren't for Joo-hee, maybe you'd have a chance at survival." He thought he had been saved, but little did he know, that was not the case. Jinwoo brought him to a room full of golems. Jinwoo asked, "Do you remember the faces of your victims?" He was even worse than Gang Tae-shik. "No one is going to let a monster like you out." A group of vicious monsters stared at the prisoner, causing him to panic. They approached and began to crush him. A series of extremely cruel actions probably left him completely annihilated. Jinwoo had dealt with the final boss outside. They explained the entire story. The man realized the grimness and urgency of the situation, quickly contacting his superiors. The senior inspector quickly arrived at the scene. He approached and asked, "How long has it been since the dungeon was completed?" The staff member replied, "About 40 minutes. That means only 20 minutes left. We've wasted too much time. Hurry and get the victims' bodies out of the dungeon. In 8 minutes, if not done, return quickly." Have the survivors completed the dungeon yet? He walked while thinking, did Gang Tae-shik kill off the remaining hunters while working on his contract for hire? If that's true, then he would have deliberately left the corpses behind. But here, he hurriedly closed the dungeon. This means he is hiding something. He was surprised when he encountered Sung Jinwoo here, shocked that he couldn't recognize him. He greeted Jinwoo, "You recognize me too, don't you? I am the inspector from the surveillance department." The inspector introduced himself as UK Jin Chun, head of the surveillance department. "It seems one of my staff has caused significant harm to Jinwoo. I will officially apologize to you once everything is handled. The investigation department will take care of this matter." Jinwoo thought to himself, "This is not the time to be arrogant just because I've killed a rank C hunter. I wasn't able to recognize it before, but this person is very strong." He said, "As a member of the surveillance department, I have a few questions for you." Jinwoo recognized, this inspector is on a completely different level. He is a rank. With his current abilities, Jinwoo is no match for him. The inspector continued, "I will get straight to the point. Who killed Gang Tae-shik?" While Jinwoo thought he couldn't hide his dual awakening any longer, unexpectedly Mr. Song said, "I was the one who took down Gang Tae-shik." The inspector asked Mr. Sung about his rank, and he replied, "I am rank C." He continued to ask, "So, if you are rank C, how could you defeat a rank B?" Mr. Song responded, "Thanks to the help of a rank B healer, I was able to defeat him." The inspector still did not believe it but invited Mr. Song to the station to fill out some reports for them. Jinwoo approached and asked, "Why are you covering for him?" Mr. Song replied, "I'm sure you have your reasons for hiding your strength. In any case, you won't escape the investigation. I can't repay you for what you've done, but at least I can do something for you." The inspector looked at Jinwoo and said, "I don't think you can defeat a strong hunter like Gang Tae-shik, but if you're not careful, you'll soon lose your life." Jinwoo was confused, and the inspector continued, "In the massacre of Hwang Dong-suk's team, only he and one other person survived. The problem is that Hwang Dong-suk's younger brother, Hwang Dong-soo, might come after you for revenge." Jinwoo surprisingly asked, "Are you talking about the S-rank Hwang Dong-soo?" The inspector confirmed, "That's right. I don't know what really happened in the dungeon at that time, but the important thing is that you, Sung Jinwoo, survived. Being in S rank means the law can't stop him. S ranks are like living miracles, but at the same time, they are also disasters." He said, "I think you should be careful of him, because you could very well be hunted by someone even monsters fear. Leaving the country with your beloved isn't a bad idea at all." 3 hours after the investigation, the CEO of Gold Business showed up and spoke on their behalf. Juhi called Jinwoo over and handed him the E-grade stone, saying, "Do you remember this?" That evening, the two took a walk together. Juhi said, "Jinwoo, you've changed a lot, while I'm still the same." After that, he comforted her, "Everyone has a different way of changing." She agreed with that, acknowledging, "I'm still quite shy to become a hunter. I've tried to overcome it, but it's really not easy." She continued, "If you were a B rank healer, you could participate in B rank dungeons if you wanted. But I can only join D or E dungeons, and then I got to meet you, Jinwoo." She gently treated the injuries that appeared continuously on his body. "To be honest, you're hurt so much it's uncomfortable. There were times I thought there was something wrong with your head, but you always survive no matter how tough things get. Those eyes are full of life as if they're screaming for tomorrow. But I think now I likely won't be able to see that look anymore. She brought out the stone from before, which Jin-woo had promised to take her out to eat when he returned from the dungeon. Jui said she would give up her career as a hunter and return to her hometown in Busan, asking Jin-woo to let her know whenever he visits, promising to treat him to delicious fresh sashimi. Jin-woo clenched the stone in his hand and smiled, saying, "If I come there, I will go on a date with you." She gave him a bright smile, then said goodbye to Jin-woo. The next morning, Jin-woo arrived at the dungeon entrance to prepare for the boss fight. He was discontented when he saw his teammates. Some were unlucky, some were addicts, and some were even students. Jin-woo asked Jin-ho, "Are students allowed to get hunter licenses?" Upon hearing this, she replied, "Kids, that's a bit rude. Just so you know, I am a fully qualified and certified hunter." Jin-woo approached and asked, "You're a high school student, have you ever been to a dungeon before?" She gently replied, "No." Jin-woo said, "It's okay, you don't need to follow me into the dungeon, just wait outside. Only Jin-ho and I will go in." Jin-ho explained to them, "The reason we need them here is that 2 people can't go in alone. According to the rules, we need 10 people to enter a C-rank dungeon." Everyone was astonished that only 2 people would be going into a C-rank dungeon. One guy skeptically remarked, "Are we really getting 3 million won just for them to sit here?" Jin-ho answered, "That's a pretty good deal. Everyone doesn't need to lift a finger, all you need to do is one thing: wait outside. However, everyone is not allowed to tell anyone about what is happening here. If you can do that, you will be paid 10 times the amount." Jin-woo looked at Jin-ho's outfit and felt dissatisfied, not understanding what he was doing that was so bothersome. Jin-woo pushed him down and said, "Take off that protective armor." A moment later, Jin-ho and Jin-woo began to enter the dungeon, but he still wore the helmet to protect against falling stones. The people outside still couldn't believe they would clear a C-rank dungeon. A guy in the group said, "I know Hunter Jin-woo. He is known as the weakest hunter in the world. Our team leader is Dank." The old drunkard heard that and said, "A boastful fool. Youth is always so arrogant, they only bring disaster upon themselves." A little later, everyone was surprised that the 2 of them had returned safely. At first, everyone thought they had run away, but one person noticed the closed gate and exclaimed, "What? Did they actually defeat the boss?" Jin-woo asked Jin-ho where the next gate was. Jin-ho pointed ahead, "It's an hour away, let's get moving for those people." The guy from earlier was amazed that they were going to continue into the dungeon after completing a C-rank dungeon. He couldn't help but wonder who these 2 really were. At the White Tiger building, a panicked employee shouted, "Boss, you need to see this." The boss exclaimed in shock, 200 million, 5,000? Someone is spending so much money just to gain access to the C-rank dungeon? The employee replied, "That's right, recently a team has started buying access to all dungeons, but with the appearance of the C-rank gate, there are no lower-ranked gates left for our lower-ranked hunters to train in. Normally the gate prices are only around 7,000. I even dared to spend 100 million, but they went ahead and released 200 million to secure access to that gate." After conducting an investigation, they discovered that the purchaser was Jin-ho. Among them was a survivor of the hidden dungeon. His name was Sung Jin-woo. He realized there must be a great opportunity here. Then he said, "All right everyone, stop all activities and start tracking down information on Jin-woo and Jin-ho immediately." After some investigation from headquarters, they found out that Sung Jin-woo had miraculously survived all 3 major incidents. The first was the hidden boss room incident. Next was the death of all members of Hwang Dong-suk's party. The third was the most recent incident, the massacre of the high-ranking inspection officer who committed murder. Sung Jin-woo met Jin-ho during the second incident. The most important detail is that Jin-ho is the son of the CEO of the Architectural Corporation. There are some rumors circulating that Chairman Yu is recruiting seasoned hunters to establish a new guild. If this is true, then it is not surprising that Jin-ho benefits from this. In front of highly skilled hunters, Sung Jin-woo clears dungeons at an astonishing speed. This means that it is very likely that Hunter Jin-woo has awakened as a dual class. The two of them were discussing Jin-woo as they walked. Hunter Jin-woo has awakened as a dual class, one of them said. The boss confirmed that this was true. If not, there is no way he could have survived through 3 major incidents like that. Every time a crisis occurred, there were many casualties. There is no other explanation that fits this situation better. In the report about the most recent incident, a rank C mage and a rank B healer had teamed up to take down a high-ranking Inspector Hunter, but that was truly absurd. The Inspector was a rank B assassin. Magic is not very effective when fighting an assassin. And that Inspector was a seasoned warrior, so he would certainly take down the healer first. In reality, it was only the rank C mage who fought solo against the rank B assassin. The only possible explanation is that someone else took down the hunter from the monitoring department. At that time, in the dungeon, the only survivors were the rank B healer, the rank C mage, and rank E Sung Jin-woo. Therefore, there was only one suspect. So it seems, manager Ah Sang-min said. But before he could finish, the manager added, they will go recruit talent. He stood there dumbfounded, thinking to himself, the manager personally going to recruit someone, this is certainly unusual. The scene shifts to the inside of the dungeon. The pack of wolves is in the midst of a fierce battle when suddenly they feel an overwhelming wave of fear. The cause is the appearance of Jin-woo. With no other options, they can only charge at him, but all their efforts are in vain. Jin-woo only needs to swing his sword a few times to take down all of them. Jin-ho exclaims, he has been hiding this skill all along, and only now is he willing to use it? It seems he is much stronger than before. After checking the system interface, Jin-woo discovers he has reached a quite high level and has acquired some new and interesting skills. While sipping from a mana recovery potion, he suddenly recalls the ancient tome he obtained from the corpse of Kong Tae-sik. Inside it contains a special skill of his. He hesitates to use it, but cannot deny that this skill is far more effective than the others he possesses. However, the biggest problem is its excessive mana consumption. Even though he does not plan to invest points into intelligence, it seems Jin-woo will have to consider doing so. While he is deep in thought, an angry wolf charges at him with incredible speed. Jin-woo quickly employs a dagger and uses the heavy strike skill, landing 3 consecutive blows and finishing off the wolf cleanly. Instantly, his level rises once again. System notification, you have reached the required level. Jin-woo feels a moment of doubt, wondering what this notification means. Suddenly, a new quest appears, notification, job change quest has been sent. Do you accept it? Jin-woo looks back at his status panel and realizes that the job section has remained empty all this time. The branch manager, along with an employee, arrived at the area where Jin-woo was operating, and both were stunned by the scene before their eyes. Instead of a tense or dangerous situation, they witnessed people playing cards, having a joyful party as if this were an amusement park. The manager couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell is going on here? Why are all these people gathered outside the gate like this?" At that moment, a female hunter stepped forward and calmly said to the manager, "This is a restricted area. You both know that, right?" The manager replied angrily, "Don't interfere with adult matters." The employee accompanying him chimed in, "That's right. There's a gate here, and it's extremely dangerous." However, the girl remained unfazed, coldly responding, "I'm a hunter. Why do people keep treating me like a child?" Hearing this, the manager showed doubt, asking again, "Hunter? Are you a member of this team?" The girl nodded in confirmation. "That's right. But isn't it a bit odd to say? Even though I'm a member, they don't even invite me to join the party." Upon hearing her words, the manager began to think deeply about Jin-woo. His intuition told him, if I'm not mistaken, he truly is a rare talent, a special figure that appears once in 1,000 years. Suddenly, an announcement came from the team, the party leader is coming back from the gate. Everyone prepare to move. Jin-woo stepped out from the gate, while walking and asking Jin-ho about the schedule for the next day. After checking, he realized he had forgotten an important task. Jin-woo quickly adjusted the schedule, saying, "Change everything for tomorrow, I need to take care of something important." Jin-ho had already scheduled a few appointments with Deing-yeon for tomorrow, but if something comes up, he can still cancel. Jin-woo then asked, "Is there really a need to cancel?" Jin-ho replied, "No need. If you set up a portal and don't enter it within 2 days, it will automatically cancel." Hearing that, Jin-woo felt more at ease. Suddenly, the association's manager approached and called out, "Hunter Sung Jin-woo, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am the head of the second management department of White Tiger." In a CAF, the two began to converse. The manager continued, "Hunters, reapers, knights, fame. And us, White Tiger. You have heard these names before, right?" Jin-woo nodded. The manager continued, "Of course, White Tiger is one of the strongest organizations in the southern region of the nation HQ. I'll get straight to the point. We want to recruit you with a reward double what the Eugene architectural firm has offered you." He was filled with confidence as he presented this offer. Jin-woo thought for a moment and then asked, "So how much is the building that White Tiger owns worth to make such an attractive offer?" Hearing this question, the manager was a bit surprised as he didn't understand what Jin-woo was implying, but still answered, "We don't own many floors in the building, but its value is estimated at around 50 billion won." Jin-woo continued to ask, "So, do you want to hand it over to me?" He was confused, not understanding what Jin-woo was talking about. After hearing the value that Jin-woo proposed, he shouted, 30 billion won? His face showed a bit of astonishment. Everyone around him looked at him strangely, as if trying to reshape the situation. The manager sat down, momentarily calming down. Jin-woo continued, "Eugene's offer is a building worth 30 billion won. If you make an offer double that, it means you will give me the White Tiger building, worth 50 billion won." The manager's mouth fell open, silently pondering Jin-woo's capabilities. How powerful is he that Eugene would offer 300 billion for him? They haven't even assessed his abilities, but it seems he is just deceiving himself, as there is no way to verify that. Jin-woo saw the confused expression on his face, realized the problem, and added, "If you think I'm tricking you, I can confirm that 100% for you." Jin-woo thought that when he made that proposal, he assumed he knew about Jin-ho's offer, but it seemed that was not the case. The manager hesitated, saying, "Such a high price is beyond my ability. If you give me a little more time, I can go back and discuss it with the board." Jin-woo heard this and stood up, intending to leave. "Then we have nothing more to discuss." At this moment, the manager thought that he seemed to be in too much of a hurry. If he could find out the details of the proposal from the Eugene Corporation, which had been approved by White Tiger, and take the correct step, maybe the situation would be different. But just as Jin-woo was about to leave, he suddenly stopped. "By the way, how did you get information about me? Did you investigate me?" As soon as the question was asked, Jin-woo vanished, leaving the White Tiger manager astonished. Suddenly, a small cut appeared on his face, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Jin-woo stood behind him, instructing him not to turn around. The manager, frightened, did not dare to speak. He understood. Invisibility. If he was a double awakened being and could use the invisibility ability, then Eugene's proposal was indeed not unreasonable at all. After a moment of hesitation, the manager recounted the entire situation. "Actually, I did not investigate Jin-woo. An assistant told me that someone completed Dungeon X at an extremely fast speed, so we conducted an investigation and discovered Jin-woo." He continued, 3 major incidents occurred recently at the Dungeon John Gate. I do not have specific evidence, but 3 coincidences like this could not possibly be random. Since you are a double awakened being, you possess the abilities of high-level hunters and have overcome those dangerous challenges. Eugene-ho certainly realized his potential in the second instance and accepted the challenge presented by his companion, much like what he is doing now. After considering all factors, we reached a conclusion, and now, the 2 of us are sitting here. Jin-woo then asked, "How many people know about me?" The manager, frightened, replied that only he and his assistant were aware. After hearing the entire story, Jinwoo understood that he had probably attracted attention due to completing the dungeon too quickly. After thinking for a moment, Jinwoo said, "I don't want anyone to know about this anymore." Upon hearing this, the manager responded, "I requested to report everything to the supervisor, but I also don't want to get into trouble, so I will warn my colleagues as well." After hearing this, Jinwoo felt more at ease. He acknowledged that because he had completed the dungeon so quickly, he had certainly caught the attention of the white tiger, but he still had no intention of stopping. The manager awkwardly said, "The problem is we are running low on low-level dungeon gates to train new recruits. We can't send them to high-level dungeons." Jinwoo looked at him gently and then made a proposal, "I will sell 3 pre-booked C-level dungeon gates. Of course, this special offer is only valid today. You wouldn't want to miss this opportunity, as it will be hard to find C-level dungeon gates in the near future." At this point, the manager thought, is he the one selling dungeon gates? Because gates don't just appear in the city area, we can also train new recruits in other provinces. He thought, but the problem is that this will create a major conflict between White Tiger and other large corporations. After a moment of contemplation, he finally agreed. Jinwoo heard this and immediately offered a price of 300 million for each gate. The manager was astonished, as the amount of magical crystals and mana crystals that could be earned from a C-level dungeon was only about 200 million. He said, "If you sell it like that, we will incur significant losses. 300 million is a bit difficult for us, can we reduce it to 200 million? Jinwoo immediately agreed to the manager's request, leaving him bewildered. The two shook hands after reaching an agreement. 3 C-level gates, a total of 600 million won, will be transferred to my account. When he was about to leave, Jinwoo sent the manager a gift. He asked him to open his mouth and then poured a vial of red liquid into it, and miraculously, the wound on his face healed instantly. The manager then realized that Jinwoo not only had the ability to turn invisible but could also heal injuries. He felt as if he had gained trust from Jinwoo. Jinwoo turned to look at him and warned, "If you keep your mouth shut, the consequences won't be good." After the negotiation ended, Assistant Eugene Chul entered and asked about the situation. The manager looked at him and said, "Eugene Chul, I think we have just encountered someone much more dangerous than we thought." Outside, Jinwoo received a call notifying him that the 600 million had been transferred as agreed. Jinho on the other end asked, "I didn't expect those unfinished gates to be sold for that much. Who did you sell them to?" Jinwoo said that this is a trade secret that cannot be disclosed. After a while, the assistant informed the White Tiger manager that there was still a C-rank dungeon gate available. He replied, "That's right, all gates are up for bidding starting from less than 10 million won. Today, Jinho's team hasn't placed a bid on any C-rank gates at all. I think we have been fooled. Eugene Ho's team has no intention of entering a dungeon tomorrow." At this moment, the manager was sweating, realizing that he had been deceived by Jinwoo. He thought, "I have failed to recruit Jinwoo and have been tricked as well." This meant that Jinwoo had done this without fearing for his identity being exposed. Suddenly, a strange message appeared, from Sung Jinwoo, "With this amount of money, I will pretend you never secretly investigated me." The manager then understood that the agreed amount was compensation for the previous investigation. He thought, he really is tricky, truly tricky. The manager was increasingly intrigued, not expecting that Jinwoo would contact him. He had sent a message after recalling the phone number on my business card, that's enough. He thought, now that we have Sung Jinwoo's phone number, our ultimate goal is still to recruit him. The money spent today is not small for White Tiger. I'm sure I will get in trouble with the guildmaster. At some mountain, Jinwoo was preparing to start his mission, resting for a while. With an excited expression, Jinwoo smiled, "All right, let's get started." He wondered what kind of monsters would be inside this place. At least, this game had started to feel a bit more real. Inside the castle, Jinwoo began fighting the Iron Warriors. He delivered decisive blows to the soldier, but it seemed that his attacks were completely ineffective, even though these soldiers were not strong at all. Their only strength was their extremely high defense. Did they possess any skills? These iron soldiers did not realize that their heavy and sluggish movements would only expose more flaws. Jinwoo had experience dealing with heavily armored enemies to the point where his strikes couldn't break through. He approached closely, tightly hugging the Iron Warrior, and broke its head with one hand. The system immediately announced, "You have slain a knight." Jinwoo looked at the corpse of the Iron Knight and sighed. These kinds of monsters are very weak in close combat. I wonder if this one can even be called a monster. A scarecrow-like monster, but if many of them appear, they would cause quite a bit of trouble. He held the torch and moved forward, observing his surroundings. I have to use the torch instead of luminescent stones because it's quite dark here. This place resembles an artificial dungeon, and I cannot escape unless I complete the mission. Therefore, I must conserve my mana as much as possible. The most annoying thing was knowing that his energy would gradually be worn down. The system announced that in this garden, the use of potions in shops is prohibited. When you level up, you also cannot recover your status. Jinwoo pondered. Invisibility and immobilization attacks are indeed quite effective, but they consume too much mana. If I had known this would happen, I would have added points to intelligence. Here, you can't escape, can't heal, and the difficulty level is still unclear. This dungeon is too risky. The class change quest cannot be taken lightly anymore. He had no idea how long it would take, or rather, how many weeks it would take to complete this quest. It was terrible to be unable to recover HP. Suddenly, Jinwoo remembered that he wasn't sure if he had completed his daily quest today. At first, he thought this quest would be completed quickly in just one night. If he took longer than 12 hours on this, he would become prey for the centipede from before. Not good. I need to switch classes and complete my daily quest right away. But as he moved a little further, Jinwoo wondered, last time, I ran for my life just to survive, but if I face it now, can I win? However, first, Jinwoo needed to deal with the iron-headed ones who were relying solely on their armor in front of him. With a face full of determination, he lowered the torch to the ground and began to attack. His fist accumulated tremendous force, punching straight into the knight's body, sending him crashing into the soldier behind him. As the soldiers had yet to gather their senses, Jinwoo jumped down from above. A powerful kick sent one of them staggering, then he took advantage of the momentum to leap up and snap the neck of the other. Jinwoo was so strong that he could crush him with just one hand. He couldn't slice through the armor, so he could only aim for their weak joints. After defeating the knights, Jinwoo picked up a few useful items, including a pouch and a breastplate from a high-ranking knight, which reduced damage by 7%. He felt great having obtained this item, as the armor didn't reveal its shape from the outside. If someone saw Jinwoo wearing this armor, they would probably burst out laughing. He also wasn't sure if this armor could protect him in this situation. After that, Jinwoo discovered a leather pouch containing 30,000 gold. His total current assets in the system had reached 863,400 gold. But suddenly, Jinwoo sensed danger lurking. He managed to stab just in time as an invisible knight appeared right next to him. It turned out that all of them could turn invisible. While he was surprised, a fireball flew at Jinwoo from behind. He quickly dodged the attack and realized it was a sorcerer. It was using fire magic combined with the invisibility ability, just like Gyu Huan had done in the previous battle. Jinwoo thought to himself, what is happening? It's as if it's mimicking the battle from before. He dodged attacks while contemplating, this place is tougher than I imagined. With countless types of monsters appearing, I will have to use different strategies for each type. SCR confronts the knights, Sens deals with the assassins, Agi is reserved for the archers, and Vid is a strong point when facing mages. If you lack Sens points, you will encounter significant trouble with the assassins, as you haven't invested much in intelligence, so Jinwoo must conserve mana and avoid using skills continuously. At this moment, Jinwoo's fatigue is increasing, and he needs to finish the battle quickly. The monsters continue to advance toward him, and prolonging this will result in a significant disadvantage for Jinwoo. He secretly looks for a corner to rest and reduce fatigue, but suddenly an arrow flies in. Jinwoo reacts quickly, catching the arrow and looking to the other side, where a group of archers is preparing to attack. They do not give Jinwoo a chance to rest. After a tense battle, Jinwoo continues to receive gold bags and a warm water flask. He takes a sip, sighs, and feels that he has leveled up a bit and collected quite a few items. His fatigue gradually decreases, and he prepares to move on to the next floor. Looking back at the gear he has collected, Jinwoo begins to move forward. Even though he has leveled up, he still cannot sense anything. This feeling is precisely the skill of the boss behind the door. When the door opens, Jinwoo steps inside, and a chilling air envelopes him, sending shivers down his spine. Jinwoo looked ahead and saw an empty throne. In the darkness, a knight wielding a giant sword stepped out. His eyes, hands, and fingertips reminded Jinwoo of the feeling he had when facing the hidden boss in Junaon. A chilling sensation, perhaps from the energy radiating from this figure. The knight stepped forward. He was the leader of the Knight Commanderigris. Jinwoo became serious at that moment. He thought to himself, this red-armored man is completely different from ordinary knights. He is a knight protecting the empty throne. The red knight charged at Jinwoo, swinging his sword at lightning speed. Jinwoo reacted just in time and dodged. The shockwave from the sword shattered everything around him. The pillar was cut through like tofu. This monster was terrifyingly powerful. Jinwoo attacked with his dagger, but it left no mark on the knight's body. He was like a destruction machine. Another swing came from above, forcing Jinwoo to evade if he didn't want to lose his life here. At this moment, Jinwoo found himself in a difficult situation, feeling like he was being pushed into a passive stance. Looking at the monster before him, he thought, damn, how can that guy be so strong? This monster definitely has a power level over 80. Its destructive strength far exceeds mine. The knight's agility is also quite impressive. His armor can block Jinwoo's dagger, proving that his defensive capabilities are much higher. Is there a way to defeat him? He is far stronger than Jinwoo thought. Jinwoo retrieves his dagger, knowing he can't win with bare hands. But if he cannot pierce through the knight's armor, then it wouldn't mean anything. This is the only way. However, things might get worse. The boss knight sees Jinwoo put away his weapon and begins to remove his armor like a true warrior. Jinwoo is surprised that it wants to play fair with him. He asks if it plans to reward him, but unexpectedly, it charges at him with incredible speed. Jinwoo only manages to raise his arm and slam against the wall. Before the first blow is over, the second one comes. Jinwoo finds himself on the defensive, only able to look for ways to block. Although he managed to deflect the direct strike, he still loses 500 health points. If he hadn't worn armor at this moment, the damage would likely have been even greater. Jinwoo wouldn't survive if he had to take such powerful punches. This knight is still absurdly strong, even without using a sword. At this point, Jinwoo genuinely has no idea how to counter it. Finally, Jinwoo decides to confront the knight head-on. He states that while he may lose to it in strength, he is still faster than it. The two powerful beings continue to battle, trading fierce blows. However, unexpectedly, the knight delivers a punch to Jinwoo's face, causing him to spin around several times. He doesn't know what to do next. Jinwoo's blood notification system had dropped below 30%, so he received a 50% reduction in damage taken. Jinwoo realized he had been granted increased defense thanks to his passive skill, so he still had a chance to win. Suddenly, Jinwoo saw the knight's eye, but before he could shape his thoughts, the knight grabbed one of his legs and punched him squarely in the face, sending Jinwoo flying away. He landed and immediately coughed up blood. The knight approached, summoning the sword in his hand, intending to finish Jinwoo off. Just as the sword was about to stab down, Jinwoo quickly grabbed it thanks to the knight's hand. He summoned his dagger and stabbed deeply into the knight's eye, causing him agony. The knight immediately pulled the dagger out and intended to stab Jinwoo, but Jinwoo used his skill to summon the dagger from the knight's hand back to his own and then delivered a powerful stab into the knight's other eye. Continuously after that, Jinwoo attacked with critical strike moves. In the end, he finished the knight off with a full-force headbutt. Finally, the knight had been defeated. The system echoed the announcement, Jinwoo has defeated the Knight Commanderigris. You have leveled up. Jinwoo gasped for breath, looking at the fallen knight. He could not believe that he had one, as his skills and strength were inferior to his opponent in every aspect. It was indeed luck that had allowed him to defeat this monster. Jinwoo thought that it was strong enough to fight toe-to-toe with an A-rank hunter. Saying that, Jinwoo began to collect the items. A monster brought many items. The harder the boss, the more attractive the rewards. It seemed that risking one's life was indeed worthwhile. Jinwoo received 1.5 million gold. In addition, there was an item called Crimson Knight Helmet. The stats were truly impressive. A reduction of 15% in physical damage was already amazing, plus an additional 20 points in strength and vitality. This was rank S gear, truly remarkable. Moreover, there was an ancient stone and a heart stone. Jinwoo began to suspect that this was clearly the boss's room. If the heart stones fell out, could it mean that the mission was not yet over? Suddenly, another spatial portal appeared, with colors somewhat strange compared to the usual portals in Junjian. The system announced that the job change mission would begin. Jinwoo stared at the portal and said, "I knew it, there's no way it would end this easily." A countdown timer appeared, and the system stated that the longer he endured, the more reward points Jinwoo would receive, helping him achieve a higher level profession. Good luck! The numbers began counting down, and steel knights slowly emerged from the portals, surrounding Jinwoo, bringing with them an aura of terrifying magical power. He did not know how many he could take down in his current state. If all of them were at a level similar to Igris, perhaps he would be hopeless from the start. Every second passing by is worth a lot of points, which means the longer that countdown clock runs, the more likely it is to unlock some hidden profession, right? The more points, the more advantageous. This is truly a great profession-changing mission. At this moment, Jinwoo has 390 mana and needs 200 mana to activate invisibility. So, he has 190 mana left to maintain invisibility. Each second consumes 1 mana, meaning he can sustain invisibility for about 3 minutes. Jinwoo still has enough health and mana, he will try to hold on as long as possible. But unexpectedly, Jinwoo's invisibility skill was dispelled by a wizard, catching him off guard because this guy could see through his cloak of invisibility. The knights, seeing their enemy revealed, rushed at him frantically, continuously striking, but Jinwoo fought back with all his might. The knights' attacks were thwarted by Jinwoo. After a while of fighting, Jinwoo began to get serious. He used the Bloodthirst skill, reducing all the knights' stats by 50% for 1 minute. This skill costs 100 mana, meaning this was Jinwoo's last chance. Jinwoo spun a few times, moving towards the knights and taking them down one by one. Hundreds of soldiers charged in, and Jinwoo was determined to eliminate as many as possible. However, inexplicably, they appeared from the gates at a breakneck speed, making it impossible for Jinwoo to kill all of them. When his health fell below 30%, the Perseverance skill was activated. It seems that Jinwoo has underestimated the knights too much. If he continues like this, he will not be able to use any more skills. Jinwoo hesitated about using the Heartstones. Although he didn't know what he would get from having a new class, the difficulty of this dungeon was truly too high given his current level. Using the Heartstones would mean giving up and leaving this mission. Looking up at the timer, Jinwoo was surprised to realize that only 5 minutes had passed. He couldn't believe it and decided to use the Heartstones to escape from here. However, unexpectedly, a knight rushed in and struck Jinwoo's hand, causing the Heartstones to fall from his grasp. Jinwoo tumbled several rolls, feeling angry and sore, but he slowly stood up, looked at the knights, and said, "It can't end like this. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Because I have been at the bottom of this society for too long, I have always yearned to reach the pinnacle of power. I deeply understand the pain of being weaker than anyone. A business card means nothing in June as well. We only send those who are capable of fighting to participate in the dungeon." Memories flooded back into Jinwoo's mind, igniting him even more. Jinwoo yelled loudly, charged at the knight, and delivered a powerful strike that crumpled his face. The memories of suffering surged back, and the fear from that hidden dungeon continued to gnaw at Jinwoo's mind. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the darkness. He mysteriously said, "Why do you always avoid the safe path and throw yourself into playing with death? Isn't it very lucky for a hunter like you to be strong enough like this? Am I wrong in saying this?" Sung Jinwoo realized that this was actually his past self, the shadow haunting Jinwoo's heart. He needed to conquer that fear. The shadow told Jinwoo that he couldn't trust that because he was taller and more muscular, but he was still just a weakling. Back in the battle, a soldier attempted to attack Jinwoo but was pushed away forcefully. However, the soldiers continued to advance towards him in layers. He continuously fought back, but it seemed futile. A knight struck Jinwoo down to the ground, causing the earth to shatter. The shadow beside him kept whispering into Jinwoo's mind, "You have a long road ahead. From now on, you will have to kill more people, sacrifice or leave many behind, including your friends and family. You will bring destruction upon yourself." In a daze, Jinwoo saw the system notification panel, "You have not completed the mission, you will be taken to the punishment zone." The shadow continued to say, "Some say that luck is also a skill of oneself. It seems that letting you die here is a waste of it." At the last moment, when the knight was about to strike Jinwoo, suddenly the system notification transported Jinwoo to the punishment area. The soldier swung down, but Jinwoo had disappeared. He was transported to a desert, a place familiar to Jinwoo from before. Jinwoo slowly sat up, a stream of past memories flooding back. Thinking back, he realized that he had not yet completed his daily mission, and now time was up. It was truly a surprise that he was still alive in that situation. Jinwoo opened the shop and began selecting recovery potions. After drinking one, his fatigue gradually lessened, but his blood still did not recover. It seemed that this type of potion did not heal blood if he was heavily injured. The only option now was to wait until his blood naturally regenerated. Jinwoo still did not fully understand the vocation dungeon area, but would leveling up here help him recover blood? Perhaps he just needed to take one more hit to die, but he had never felt such excitement before. The question was, where were the monsters to help him level up? But before he could search, they appeared from behind. Not just one, but three. They were preparing to attack Jinwoo, but he was ready to fight. Meanwhile, Jinha was still at home, staring at the clock. It was late, and Jinwoo had not yet returned home. Jinha thought that perhaps her brother had a girlfriend now, but after thinking it over, she still couldn't believe it. How could her brother possibly have a girlfriend? Jinha still did not know if Jinwoo remembered the parent-teacher meeting that morning. In the punishment area, Jinwoo had survived for more than 3 hours and defeated a huge swarm of centipedes. He was drinking a recovery potion while saying, "Just as I thought, this punishment area allows me to heal when I level up, and I can still use the shop, so I can restore the remaining health with medicine." There were only 3 minutes left before returning to the class change mission, and Jinwoo still had some time to prepare. "The fangs of Rasaka aren't enough to penetrate the armor of the knights, so I have to use all the resources I have right now." Jinwoo thought and opened his shop. After a while of searching, he found a Knight Slayer for 2 million gold. Although it was a bit expensive, everything would be completely different from last time. This was a B-grade dagger with an attack power of up to 75. Especially when fighting opponents with high armor, its attack was increased by 25% damage. Jinwoo used a white band to secure the dagger to his hand to avoid the situation from last time when a knight hit his hand and made him drop the tiny heartstones. He looked ahead with a determined expression. Even though he could not predict what the result would be, he decided to take a risk. In addition, Jinwoo also had the ruler's hand stone, the stone he received after defeating the Red Knight. You crushed the stone and the skill immediately appeared. The system congratulated Jinwoo for acquiring the skill Dominant Hand, a proactive skill that does not consume mana, allowing him to control objects without having to touch them. Jinwoo read through and found this skill quite useful, but then he suddenly realized that this was exactly the skill of the knight from before. The countdown timer continued to run, and a voice in Jinwoo's head informed him that this was his last chance. He thought he had prepared as best as he could, and now it was left to fate. When the punishment mission ended, Jinwoo returned to the job change mission. The knights of the Eastern Army were already waiting for him. As soon as they saw Jin Woo appear, several knights rushed to attack, but this time was different. With just a few slashes, they were cleaved in two. The effect from the knight-slaying dagger was extraordinarily effective, much stronger than fighting them barehanded. After a while of continuous punching and kicking, Jin Woo felt that something was unusual. Despite having taken down a group of knights, his level did not increase. In the punishment mission, he received experience after defeating 2 red knights. The system only reported the healing effect from leveling up in this area, but it said nothing about not receiving X. Although the wizards constantly chanted strange spells, they did not directly attack Jin Woo. Only the knights charged at him. So what kind of magic were those wizards chanting? Could it be a type of curse? However, Jin Woo did not feel any effects affecting him, and the only magic that was effective was the summoning magic. As time passed, the number of knights continued to increase, but Jin Woo still did not receive any experience. They were not ordinary monsters, they were summoned by another entity, so they did not grant experience. The summoners were the mages, the ones who ultimately emerged from the portal. Jin Woo gathered strength and flew straight into the formation, taking down one of the mages. Just as he had guessed, the soldiers could only operate thanks to the mage's assistance. Jin Woo began to activate his invisibility skill. They used their detection skills, but that was precisely the opportunity for Jin Woo to discover their locations. With 5 mages remaining, Jin Woo continuously used the skills throwing dagger and dominating hand from the shadows to eliminate the mages. One by one, they were cut down by Jin Woo. After taking down the mages, only 4 remained, and Jin Woo was determined to eliminate them as well. Skills were continuously used, enhancing Jin Woo's strength and abilities. Thus, he was able to absorb one of the knights into his hands. Jin Woo charged in, determined to chop the knights into pieces. In the end, after a fierce battle, Jin Woo had defeated all the knights. But unexpectedly, from behind, a knight appeared and stabbed Jin Woo. In pain, he turned around, and a powerful slash sent that knight flying off the earth. Furious, Jin Woo used Dominating Hand to absorb the last remaining mage from behind. There are 3 monsters left. They use combined magic from a distance to summon a gigantic knight to fight Jin Woo. Its destructive power is extremely high. The wizards intend to sacrifice numbers for the sake of devastating strength, but at that moment, they expose a flaw, allowing Jin Woo to easily defeat them. After 4.5 hours, all the monsters have been annihilated. The system announces that the mission has ended, and Jin Woo will be able to choose a class. Since he specializes in daggers, Jin Woo thinks he will choose the assassin class. However, the system unexpectedly announces that the player's actions will be analyzed, and the class will be automatically selected, which surprises Jin Woo. He thinks he has invested all his stats into strength and agility, so he plans to choose warrior if strength is high, or assassin if agility is high, or perhaps a tanker, since his vitality stat is also quite high. Either way, he will become stronger. Strange lines of text from the system keep ringing out, as if trying to convey something. Suddenly, Jin Woo sees the line Army of the Dead. He abruptly stops and thinks to himself, wait, is this my class? Finally, after a long while, Jin Woo has received the class Necromancer. Upon seeing this line, Jin Woo was somewhat surprised, as he himself did not invest any points into the INT stat at all. A subclass with a magical orientation, Necromancer, is a sorcerer who possesses the ability to control death and lead a legion of undead. Jin Woo is uncertain if there are other necromancers among the hunters, but he notices that in games or novels, most of these classes rely entirely on summoned monsters when fighting. He contemplates his own fighting style, having only used swords and daggers since he was E rank. The skills he has acquired lean towards offensive strength. He wonders why the system did not choose this class for him. He calmly reviews the skills Shadow Extraction and Shadow Accumulation. Speaking of the advantages of Gland Necromancer, as the system noted, Jin Woo could create his own army. He thinks to himself, but can these minions become stronger? It's very likely that my stats will become useless. The system asks Jin Woo if he accepts this profession. He is surprised that he could choose a profession and initially intends to refuse, but the system further informs him, Necromancer is a hidden class, do you still want to refuse? Jinwoo reconsiders, recalling hunters who can create incredibly powerful shields, or some hunters with the ability to buff others even if they are not healers. There are rumors that the owner of White Tiger, S-Rank B Juno, has the ability to transform into a monster. All the hunters with such unique abilities hold powerful positions in various guilds and maintain important roles. He wondered to himself, the hidden class means it possesses unique skills similar to those of top hunters, right? If I am the first to experience this necromancer job, then there's no need to think too much about it. Jinwoo recalled the skills of the mages just now, they were also similar to those of a necromancer. It was as if someone wanted to show him a model of the necromancer's skills. Jinwoo didn't know who had created it, but this was truly interesting. He also had combat capabilities, something that those mages lacked. If a mage could possess close combat abilities and also create an army of their own, that person could easily surpass Junior B rank or achieve an even higher title. In the game, your abilities depend on your skills and stats. This means that the summoned monsters could become stronger. This was no longer just about leveling up alone. Ultimately, after some contemplation, Jinwoo decided to choose the Necromancer class. The system based on the points Jinwoo had accumulated announced that he had the opportunity to be promoted to a higher class. The system informed him that he had exceeded the required time and additional points were granted. By not using Heartstones, remaining health above 50%, and defeating all enemies contributing to the point gain, Jinwoo's total points surpassed the necessary limit. He was promoted from Necromancer to Sad Loro. Dark shadows began to surround Jinwoo. Jinwoo's index score was raised, and he received the title of overcoming all adversities. If he couldn't earn many points, he would surely have to remain a Necromancer for a long time. Suddenly, Jinwoo began to hear screams full of pain. The system indicated that the skill Summon Wraith could be used on the soldiers. Jinwoo thought to himself, Summon Wraith must be the skill that turns corpses into summoned monsters. Necromancers are a profession that commands and orders the wraiths. The system required Jinwoo to choose an invocation for the skill Summon Wraith. After thinking for a while, Jinwoo said, "Rise, my army." Suddenly, the shadows of the soldiers rose up, catching Jinwoo a bit off guard. 27 infantry and 3 mages. He could create a total of 30 wraiths, but could only keep 20 of them. Jinwoo thought to himself, what if I could summon the wraiths of hunters? He glanced over at the corpse of the Red Knight earlier and imagined that if his wraith army could gain 2A rank or strong skills, he would discard the 11 weakest ones. The system immediately notified that Jinwoo could not summon the wraiths that had been sent to the void. Jinwoo stood before the corpse of the Commander Knight, Igris, ordering it to rise. A tremendous power emanated, but the system announced, "Summon failed, you still have 2 attempts left." Jinwoo sighed, it's not easy at all. The success rate of the summon depends on the target's stats and the time since death. This boss has a very high level, not to mention that 4 hours have passed since Jinwoo killed it, so it is understandable that he is having difficulty summoning it. He still has 2 more chances. Jinwoo tried again but failed. He looked up at the throne above and raised his hand, commanding the knight to stop protecting the throne for the one who had abandoned him. "Kneel before me, the one standing before you, and you will continue to rule that throne." Jinwoo exclaimed, "Rise up, Knight Commander Igris." On the final attempt to summon, Jinwoo succeeded. The level of the specter was 7. He could name the specter from the Dawn Knight onwards. Jinwoo decided to name him Igris. The system announced, "You have successfully summoned the specter." After completing the job change mission, Jinwoo returned home feeling completely exhausted. However, a phone call came in that prevented him from resting. It was Jinha, his younger sister, calling to remind him to wake up for the parent-teacher meeting. Jinwoo panicked and asked, "Jin, what time do I have to be there?" His beloved younger sister replied, "At 5 o'clock, call me when you get there." Jinwoo began to prepare in his mind. He thought he should dress a little more formally since he was going to meet his sister's teacher. At a bank in the city, Jinwoo went to the bank wanting to open an account and deposit money. The staff member cheerfully took his information but was astonished after seeing the note stating the amount of 1.4 billion, especially since Jinwoo was still quite young. She immediately asked him what his profession was, to which Jinwoo calmly replied that he was a hunter. The staff member thought to herself, everyone says hunters earn a lot of money, he must be a high rank. She enthusiastically introduced Jinwoo to the bank's VIP package, but he promptly declined, saying he only wanted to deposit the money. Meanwhile, inside Jinha's school, she looked at Jinwoo with a somewhat helpless expression. Son, are you really Jinha's brother? Jinwoo appeared looking very handsome, smiling as he asked, what's going on? Jinha approached him playfully, teasing, I can't believe a person can change so much. Jinwoo just smiled and replied, I just came to meet your teacher. Would you have liked me to wear sports clothes and flip-flops to school? Jinha pouted, so annoying. All the students in the school, both boys and girls, were captivated by Jinwoo's handsome and elegant appearance. When the female students saw him passing by, they eagerly greeted him. Jinwoo felt a bit shy but still politely responded. Seeing her brother being warmly welcomed, Jinha seized the opportunity to tease, do you have a girlfriend since you came back late last night? Let me introduce you to a cute classmate. Jinwoo pinched his sister's cheek, pretending to scold her, only teasing me, huh? In the counseling room, Jinha's homeroom teacher saw Jinwoo walk in and smiled warmly, are you the brother of student Jinha? It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Jinha's homeroom teacher. She was slightly surprised, I didn't expect Jinha to have such a handsome brother. Please, have a seat. Jinwoo sat down, looking at the teacher and silently thinking, although I graduated from this school as well, this is the first time I have met this teacher. The teacher began to chat with Jinwoo about Jinha's academic situation. She reassured him that there was no need to worry, as Jinha was a kind and exemplary student, and she did not have to be overly concerned. She asked Jinwoo, did you know that Jinha wants to apply to medical school? Her grades are quite good, and her thesis is excellent, so I believe Jinha can do it. But please remember not to put too much pressure on her. Jinwoo nodded, expressing that he understood the situation. The teacher took a light sip of coffee and then suddenly asked, I heard that you are a hunter. If Jinha awakens her hunter ability, would you agree to let her pursue that career? Jinwoo was somewhat surprised, but his gaze quickly became resolute. He replied firmly, definitely not. The teacher let out a quiet sigh of relief and explained her reason for asking, recently, there has been a student who wants to drop out after awakening their powers. Now, that student doesn't even show up to school anymore. If this situation continues, the school will have to take strong measures. Even as a hunter, isn't a high school diploma still necessary? Jinwoo thought for a moment before asking the teacher, what is that student's rank? The teacher answered, it seems to be the lowest rank. Upon hearing this, Jinwoo became serious, E rank? Sooner or later, that student will be dead. The teacher expressed her wish for Jinwoo to help with the matter, since that student is a friend of Jinha, I hope you can talk to her and encourage her to at least graduate from high school. Jinwoo was a bit surprised to hear that the student's name was Han Song-yi. In the afternoon at school, Song-yi saw Jinwoo and asked, why are you here? Jinwoo didn't respond immediately and said, can kids really be issued hunting licenses now? Song-yi replied, if a teenager awakens their powers, there's no law that prohibits them from entering dungeons. Jinwoo asked straight out, have you ever been into a dungeon? I guess you are E rank. Song-yi was taken aback and asked, the hunter that my teacher mentioned, is that you? Jinwoo took out his phone, opened a picture of Jinha, and asked, are you friends with this girl? Song-yi was taken aback, then said, isn't that Jinha? Could it be that you are her brother? I once visited you in the hospital. If you are Jinha's brother, then I understand why you are acquainted with my teacher. Jinwoo gently expressed, I'm not exactly close to the teacher either. Song-yi shook her head, her tone resolute, I don't need to know what the teacher said, but I have no intention of going back to school. I also don't plan on giving up being a hunter. Jinwoo looked at her, asking once again, you really are E rank, aren't you? Regular attacks won't work on monsters. You need weapons forged with magic, but if you buy weapons, they'll wear out quickly. Do you have enough money to keep buying new weapons? Jinwoo asked, his voice full of contemplation. You can't earn that much, can you? Or are you planning to fight bare-handed? Don't tell me you're dreaming of becoming a professional hunter just because you made a bit of money from the dungeon trip with us. Upon hearing that, Song-yi immediately retorted fiercely, if you're just an E rank, then you shouldn't preach too much. Jinwoo looked at the girl, gently sighing. This stubborn girl with her determined gaze reminded him of himself when he was younger. He softly said, you don't need to worry, I have no intention of convincing you to give up being a hunter. Because Jinwoo understood that it's very difficult for anyone to accept the harsh reality until they truly confront the cold and cruel world with their own eyes. Song-yi was somewhat surprised by this response. She asked, if that's the case, then why are you here? Jinwoo replied, his tone calm, I want to help you become a great hunter. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Hwang Dong-suk had arrived at the Nation HQ. Inspectors from the monitoring department also came to observe his actions. Upon seeing Jin Shul, Dong-suk smirked and provocatively asked, what brings a hunter from the monitoring department like you here? Jin Shul replied briefly, just a routine mission. When an S-rank hunter comes to the Nation HQ, the monitoring department is responsible for welcoming and overseeing their activities. Dong-suk narrowed his eyes, stepping closer with a malicious tone, the monitoring department? Are you still working for the old chairman Go Gun-hee? If it were me, I would have broken his left arm already. I guarantee he wouldn't be able to do anything with his right arm gone, and I would take control of everything. Jin Shul was not particularly concerned by Dong-suk's words and calmly asked, how long will you be here? Dong-suk smirked and replied, I don't intend to stay here long. Once I finish my business, I'll head back right away, so there's no need to worry. Jin Shul responded in a composed tone, does the business of someone who has left his homeland to settle in Nation M have anything to do with the rank hunter Sung Jinwoo and the Yu Jinho group? Hearing that, Dong-suk laughed mockingly, his tone full of sarcasm, Jin Shul, you truly are a member of the monitoring department, asking others about what you already know very well. Are you planning to stop me? Do you intend to intervene? Even facing Dong-suk's malicious expression, Jin Shul maintained his calm demeanor and replied, I'm just doing my duty for my job. At that moment, two passers-by happened to walk by them, suddenly feeling short of breath, their chests weighed down by an invisible pressure. Dong-suk changed his expression, appearing friendly, and patted Jin Shul on the shoulder, do you want to join our group? Jin Shul remained silent, not responding. Within him, a stream of thoughts surged. The S-rank hunter Hwang Dong-soo, with his brother Hwang Dong-suk, is a dangerous person. Hwang Dong-suk had been suspected of being involved in a series of murders of hunters, the actions resembling a lizard cutting off its tail to escape. The only reason the investigation could not proceed further was the covert protection from this brother. Jin Shul thought to himself, indeed, blood ties make a difference. The gruesome indifference of both after the brutal murders makes them no different than a pile of trash. At a gate near the White Tiger Guild, Jinwoo and Song-yi were preparing to join a dungeon expedition. Jinwoo greeted the manager and the assistant accompanying him. The manager cheerfully introduced himself, I am the manager of the second branch of the management department, my name is Sang Min. And this is my assistant, Ji Chul, also from the second branch. Assistant Ji Chul recognized Song-yi as the student he had encountered before. Song-yi politely greeted him back, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Manager Sang Min thought to himself, an E rank won't be of much help. But not always. There are special cases like Hunter Sung Jinwoo. I shouldn't jump to conclusions. He then spoke to Jinwoo, I was very surprised to receive a call from Hunter Sung Jinwoo. Jinwoo replied with a smile, I want to participate in a dungeon expedition to practice with the newly recruited members here. The manager nodded, because it is a request from Hunter Sung Jinwoo, I accepted without hesitation. I've also explained it to the other hunters, so you don't need to worry. He pointed to a desolate area and added, this is where many gates have appeared, so the residents have gradually moved away. Currently, 80% of the population here has relocated. This area is almost about to stop functioning completely. However, a perfectly average gate for training has appeared here more than 9 hours ago. While everyone was chatting, a man approached with a cheerful expression but a somewhat urgent tone. Enough chit-chat. We're not here to go on a picnic. Let's get started. Jinwoo looked at this man, feeling unfamiliar, then turned to ask the manager, who is he? The manager explained, he is in a rank that we recently recruited, but he seems offended to hear that I accepted your request. He also said that a dungeon is not a place for fun. His name is Kim Chul, and as you can see, he is quite hot-tempered. He continued to introduce the team. The attack force this time consists of 1A rank, 7B ranks, and 4C ranks, totaling 12 people. It may seem a bit excessive to bring in a rank and so many B ranks into a C rank gate, but these are all new members. They need some practical experience in tackling dungeons first. Jinwoo replied, but bringing both an A rank and 7B ranks into a C rank gate is a bit. However, despite saying that, Jinwoo actually had different thoughts. He knew that if the first dungeon experience was too easy, Song-yi would not realize the clear gap between herself and other hunters. He thought, she needs to understand just how hopeless an E-rank hunter truly is when in a real dungeon. Naively, Song-yi asked, Jinwoo, when are we going to go in here? The assistant standing next to him replied on his behalf, because this dungeon run is too easy with Hunter Sung Jinwoo participating, I only need to stand outside and observe. Everyone in the attacking team was excited as they prepared to enter the dungeon. But as soon as they passed through the gate, the situation changed completely. Inside, Jinwoo sensed something very strange, while the manager and assistant displayed clear signs of panic. They could hardly believe their eyes, because right in front of them was a red gate. Jinwoo was alarmed, but before he could be sucked into the gate, he quickly commanded, Manager, call the main force here immediately. The manager was flustered, his hands and legs trembling, responding, this is not an issue that can be resolved just by calling the main force. I have to report directly to the guild leader. On the other side, the guild leader of White Tiger, S-rank hunter Baek Yun-ho, was extremely anxious after receiving the news about the appearance of a red gate. He knew that if this was truly a red gate, he had to personally come to handle it. Meanwhile, in the car, Hwang Dong-suk mocked as he looked at Inspector Jin Chul's vehicle. This car is quite nice, but it's still not good enough to transport an S-rank hunter. At this speed, I get there faster on foot. Ignoring his disdainful remarks, Inspector Jin Chul remained calm and asked, where do you want to go? Hwang Dong-suk replied coldly, the answer is too clear. To the dungeon. I will find him in a dungeon. The despicable hunters are very easy to locate in a dungeon. The inspector asked further, but how will you identify their location when there are countless gates in the nation HQ area? Hwang Dong-suk confidently responded, it's the 4.0 era, these trivial matters are nothing to worry about. I have my methods. Earlier, when asked about the funeral of his brother, Hwang Dong-suk answered indifferently, we cannot bring the body back, and the funeral is being held in silence. Do you want to visit the grave? He replied coldly, I have no interest in the dead. I only care about the unfinished business my brother left behind. He continued, E-rank hunter Jinwoo seems to have just entered a dungeon. The rules inside the dungeon and the outside world are completely different. You understand this well, don't you? At this moment, Hwang Dong-suk's face was filled with killing intent. He said, even if I were to bury him alive, it's none of your business, Jin Chul. Inside the red gate, they discovered a snowy forest. Everyone seemed very confused as they stepped in, for this scene did not resemble any description they had ever known. Suddenly, the gate completely vanished. Jinwoo looked around but felt nothing suspicious. He wondered, does this gate take us to another world? Song-yi, standing beside him, anxiously asked Jinwoo, what is happening to us? At that moment, an arrow suddenly flew towards Song-yi, narrowly missing her. Jinwoo quickly lunged forward, using his hand to block the arrow to protect her. But before they could recover, another arrow shot straight at the face of another member of the group, causing him to scream in agony. They realized they had fallen into an ambush. The attackers hidden among the treetops were the ice elves. Despite the ice elves being so close, Jinchul did not sense their presence at all. Those who have never faced them often call them ice goblins, but those who have fought them refer to them by a much more terrifying name. Unlike the flowery terms used to describe goblins, this name was given due to their brutal hunting prowess against hunters. Outside, the president of the White Tiger Guild was monitoring the situation and assessing these dangerous developments. The gate was gradually closing. A big trouble was about to happen. President Beck asked his manager, "Have you reported to the Hunter Nation HQ yet?" He replied, "I called them, but they kept pretending to be unaware and insisted that this is just a green gate." The president was furious. He thought that red gates only appeared at higher gate levels. However, they claimed that the magical energy emanating from the outside world only reached the level of a green gate. He suspected this was a misunderstanding. The gate before him emitted a powerful surge of energy, at least B rank level. If unlucky, it might even reach a rank or perhaps higher. The manager suggested, "Should we measure the energy of this gate with a magical energy sensor?" The president shook his head, appearing helpless. "It's useless. The energy from this gate has been continuously pouring out since it turned red. Given the current situation, it's impossible to accurately determine its level." The president asked, "How many people are inside?" The manager quickly reported, "A total of 12 people." He continued asking, "How many of them are high rank?" The manager replied, "There is 1 A rank, Kim Chul, designated as the team leader, and 7 B rank hunters. The rest are of lower ranks." The manager clearly showed concern for the new members. They began to speculate, could this gate be B rank or A rank? If we exclude the worst case scenario, an S rank gate, this still represents a serious situation that could put the entire nation in a state of emergency. He continued to ponder, a B rank gate requires at least 3 A rank hunters, but if it's an A rank gate, then it needs at least 1 S rank hunter or 10 A rank hunters. Therefore, if this gate is a rank, it means that all those who just entered will likely not be able to return. If we're lucky, only 2 or 3 B rank hunters might survive. At that moment, the new manager panicked and admitted that there were 2 individuals in the group who were not part of their team. The president immediately asked anxiously, "Who are they?" The manager replied, "That's a hunter I've been keeping an eye on recently." The president looked at the manager with a serious expression. "The hunter you've been watching, huh? What's his level? A or B?" Hearing this, the manager shook his head. The president continued to ask, "Could it be that he is an S rank hunter?" The manager shook his head again. "No, he's just an E rank hunter." Inside, Jinwoo was observing the situation of the goblins. Their eyes were very sharp. They had taken down the 2 weakest hunters in the team. If it had been a month ago, their target might have been someone else. At this point, Jinwoo felt incredibly excited. He crushed the ice arrow that had just been fired. "I will kill you all." The team leader said, "I don't think they will welcome us with open arms. I'm not sure how many people understand the urgency of the situation right now, but we are in a red gate. We cannot leave unless we either die or complete this dungeon." Upon hearing this news, everyone started to panic and feel anxious. Jinwoo explained, "This is a special gate, linked to another world. Once we step inside, the gate will completely close, and no one can come to help us. We will not be able to escape unless we kill the boss or the dungeon opens on its own. In other words, we are isolated." The team leader reintroduced himself to everyone. "Hello everyone, I am Kim Chul, an A rank hunter. We have now confirmed this is a red gate. I take responsibility for your survival. I cannot promise that all of us will make it back alive. We will have to wait a long time for the dungeon to open the gate on its own, and I cannot guarantee you will survive until then. Red gates have at least a B rank difficulty, and in a dangerous place like this, it will be very challenging to maintain a large number of people. Therefore, I will form a separate team to handle this dungeon with me." Jinwoo felt a bit shocked after hearing this. What is this team leader saying? The team leader continued, "If we stay here, we will die from the cold or be ambushed. Even if no one follows me, I will go handle it alone." So, whoever wants to join me, let's go together. He continuously recruited powerful warriors for himself. Everyone saw this and scrambled to follow him because they understood that their chances of survival would be higher if they went with a top-tier hunter like him. There was one candidate who applied, but he was pushed away because he was too weak. He refused any hunters ranked C or lower, because one day at the Red Gate was equivalent to 1 hour outside. In the worst-case scenario, it could take them many months to clear a dungeon or for a new gate to open. Therefore, he couldn't carry any burdens. When everyone heard his words, they were all astonished by his selfishness. However, to avoid making things difficult for anyone, he said that they still had a chance to go outside if he handled the boss. A girl in the captain's team felt unfair treatment and wanted to switch sides. Hearing that someone wanted to switch, he did not stop her. The girl approached Jin Woo and warned, "Kim Chul is not paying any attention to those arrows being shot. You are not E rank, are you?" Outside, the manager told his president that to gain Jin Woo's trust, he had concealed his identity. He was sure that Jin Woo was the one who had reawakened. The president, surprised, asked, "Are you sure?" The manager replied, "No, it's just my own judgment." Hearing this, the manager couldn't say anything further. The president turned to look at the Red Gate, "Then I can only place my trust in Kim Chul." Suddenly, a voice echoed from a distance, "Kim Chul has no issues at all." It turned out to be the branch manager, a supervisor named Ju Sung Chan. He continued, "The training results of Hunter Kim Chul are quite impressive. He is not at all inferior to the members of the regular forces in the strength competition." Hearing these words, the expression of the association president lightened considerably. The branch manager went on, "According to the rumors I've picked up, it's possible that an E-rank hunter has reawakened." "Ah, that's what you mentioned, right? Our Kim Chul is far more reliable than that rumored hunter." The manager's face clearly showed disdain for the boasting of the other person. He said, "Let's see who is right when everyone comes out." A luxurious car stopped nearby. The voice of Hwang Dong-suk rang out from inside the car, "I surely heard this was a C-rank gate, so why has it turned into an A-rank gate now? Why is the president of White Tiger here?" Seeing Hwang Dong-suk, the captain was slightly surprised and asked, "Why is he here at Nation HQ?" He made no effort to conceal his intentions, directly stating, "I dropped by for a few matters, but I didn't expect to run into you guys here." Beck was furious. He empowered his strength, pointed directly at him, and asked, "A guy who should be at Nation M decided to come to Nation HQ to do business on White Tiger's territory, huh?" Hwang Dong-suk, after listening, asked Beck again, "The territory of White Tiger? That bastard joined the White Tiger Guild? What were you thinking when you recruited him?" "I'm talking about that E-rank guy." Guild leader Beck continued to ask, "E-rank, who are you talking about?" He replied, "Sung Jinwoo, the one who just entered that gate." Jinwoo inside immediately questioned the girl, "How come you all are so calm compared to a rookie?" She gently replied, "The first thing we were taught is that anything can happen in a dungeon, especially with Hunter Kim Chul, who has undergone special training. He is set to join the main forces of White Tiger." After organizing the team, they split up. Jinwoo's group went into the forest while the others headed in the opposite direction. Kim Chul's group laughed and mocked that Jinwoo's team was pathetic. He pointed at the scratch marks on a tree, and the soldier next to him said, "TSK, TSK, they should be patient and wait here. This forest is the territory of the snow bears, just because of an inexperienced E-rank guy. All those innocent ones will die miserably. Do you think that E-rank guy has received any training?" The team leader replied, "No way, he's just an E-rank." He suddenly became astonished. That group has a C rank and AB rank, but he feels like Sung Jinwoo is the leader there. Whatever, they will die soon anyway. He spoke and then stopped, raising his hammer and said, "From now on, we will prepare for the battle ourselves." Outside, Hwang Dong-suk was still waiting for Jinwoo. He lamented that he had come all this way just to see that guy stuck in the Red Gate. It would definitely be hard to see Sung Jinwoo's face now. Inside the Red Dungeon, Captain Kim Chul's team was fighting against the enormous snow bears. Everyone was astonished, as he single-handedly took down all the ice bears. He was truly reliable. One person among them even shouted for bear meat, not taking the entrails, saying that they wouldn't have to worry about food anymore. However, they did not know that their real tragedy was just about to begin. Kim Chul shouted, "Everyone, don't be foolish, we can't rest until we get through this forest." In Kim Chul's heart, he thought they could handle the bears thanks to him. At this moment, the other group must have already become a meal for the bears. In the forest where Jin Woo's group was, the girl from earlier thought that they shouldn't go any further. Jin Woo felt a bit confused. The girl pointed out the claw marks of the snow bears, proving that this was indeed their territory. Therefore, if they ventured deeper into the ice bear's territory, it would be increasingly dangerous. They had to turn back before the bears arrived. Jin Woo then asked, "So you're saying this area is full of ice bears?" The girl calmly confirmed that and said they should go back. Jin Woo explained, "That's exactly why we are moving through the forest." The girl didn't understand and continued to resist. Jin Woo explained, "If this is the territory of the ice bears, we only need to worry about them. Ice bears are easier to deal with than ice spirits." At that moment, the girl realized that if this was the area of ice bears, there would be no predators stronger than them here. Therefore, they would not encounter any monsters more powerful than that. Why hadn't she thought of this before? Sung Jin Woo noticed that the girl seemed a bit lacking, so he opened a shop and took out warm clothing for everyone. He told everyone to put it on because it would be quite embarrassing if they died from the cold before encountering any monsters. Everyone who witnessed it was astonished. Space magic? Isn't space magic supposed to summon only one or two items? To summon so many like this, you can only be. At this point, he asked, "Who exactly are you?" Jin Woo gently patted the girl's head and said, "Since I brought you here, it's my responsibility to ensure your safety." His words made Song Yi feel a bit shy and blush. However, he continued, "Don't ask me anything, the same goes for all of you. Do not question me and do not demand anything from me." While Jin Woo was chatting with everyone, suddenly, in the distance, a snow bear approached. The wild and fierce beast was heading towards their group, causing everyone to panic. One guy shouted, "What are you worried about snow bears? It's a high-level monster." The girl from earlier anxiously yelled, "Going into the forest was definitely a wrong decision. I will distract it into there for you." She intended to approach the bear, but unexpectedly, Jin Woo stopped her. He said that he would be the one hunting this monster. Everyone was incredulous, but Jin Woo remained calm. He began to switch his badge from overcoming adversity to Wolf Slayer, increasing his damage to this type of beast by 40%. The snow bear aggressively charged and unleashed a powerful attack, but Jin Woo adeptly dodged. From above, Jin Woo delivered a straight punch to the bear's head, knocking it out. Outside, Hwang Dong-suk was being interrogated by the President Baek, but he had no intention of answering any questions. The president tried to skillfully dismiss Hwang Dong-suk, even though whatever his purpose was, due to being at a red gate, they could not do anything else. Beyond this gate was not a forest, but possibly a desert with temperatures reaching 60 C, a jungle full of poisonous snakes and insects, or a snow-covered region that could freeze them to death. Their chances of dying were higher than those of surviving. After hearing these words, Hwang Dong-suk seemed a bit discouraged. The president could only hope that luck would come to Jin Woo, but little did he know that inside, they were happily hosting a barbecue party. Song Yi joyfully talked about Jin Ha at school to Jin Woo, continuously praising the girl for being smart. However, Jin Woo said that the girl at home just played around and slept, especially fond of eating fried chicken. Upon hearing this, Song Yi still couldn't believe it. Jin Woo also admitted that even he didn't believe it, but that was the truth. While everyone was chatting happily, suddenly Jin Woo stood up and prepared to leave. The girl concernedly asked, "Jin Woo, where are you going?" He just replied, "I'm going to exercise to digest better. If I don't work out, I'll be punished." After warming up his body, feeling a bit bored, Jin Woo decided to continue hunting the bears. He stood in front of the bears, observing the situation, then began to summon his dark army to handle them. The battle between the Dark Warriors and the Ice Bears was very intense. With the immortality of the warriors, the bears had no way to defeat them. An advanced sorceress used fire and managed to take down a few bears. Jinwoo stood to the side, marveling. It seems that the strength of the Dark Warriors is more powerful than I imagined. This horrifying regeneration speed is almost immortal. Still, it consumes mana quite significantly. Finally, after a fierce battle, the leader bear appeared. The mighty roar of it nearly blew away the Dark Knights immediately. Exhausted from fighting, Jinwoo's mana was nearly depleted. Jinwoo commanded the snow bears to advance and continue the battle. Each strike from the Dark Knights was lethal. The bear cried out in pain, but it seemed unwilling to give up and kept charging forward. Finally, with a finishing blow, Igris severed the bear's head. Jinwoo thought to himself, if it had used a sword during the fight with Igris, then I would have considered myself done for. Jinwoo placed his hand on the bear and, as he focused, the darkness surrounding the bear suddenly stirred and formed an army full of bears, joining Jinwoo's shadow army. Outside, President Beck was asking how much time had passed. The staff reported that 3 hours had gone by, which meant 3 days inside the dungeon. The president sighed, uncertain about how many people had survived. He remarked that there wouldn't be any normal environment in the Red Gate, where skin burned under the scorching sun, disturbed by various poisonous insects, or frozen under the horrifying cold. Therefore, the weakest would die first. Even if they adapted to the environment, the next issue would be securing food sources. They could use monster corpses as food, but this gate was far too high level for low-tier hunters. Those below C rank must have all died. Hwang Dong-suk heard this and said, surely Sung Jinwoo has also died. So it turns out this was all for nothing? He intended to leave, but then stopped, stunned. Wait a minute, you said Sung Jinwoo doesn't belong to this group? Then how did he end up in there? He stared intently at the person across from him, his voice filled with suspicion. The manager, quick-witted, replied, he's an old acquaintance of mine. He asked me if he could join the C-rank dungeon, and I hesitated to introduce him here. The president implied that the manager was covering for Jinwoo, meaning that revealing about him would cause quite a bit of trouble. Not to mention, even the S-rank Hwang Dong-suk abroad was aware of an E-rank like him. Hwang Dong-suk, furious, stepped forward to choke the manager, claiming he had an uncanny ability to sniff out abnormalities for quite some time. He had noticed several odd things in this area. He intended to force the manager to confess, but was immediately stopped by President Beck. The president unleashed a terrifying power. A confrontation between the two S ranks was about to erupt right inside the dungeon. Meanwhile, Kim Chul inside the dungeon was struggling to attack the snow giants. The food supply was alarmingly low. The team members were exhausted, many had even been killed. Agonizing screams echoed everywhere, and Kim Chul still couldn't believe he was being overwhelmed and defeated like this. He couldn't accept it. If there was food, would the shortages be his fault? Suddenly, Hyaki led an army to attack their group. Everyone was in panic, screams reverberating far and wide. One person in the group had been killed, and Kim Chul could no longer tolerate it. He had to find a way to flee into the forest. Inside the forest, the captain was fleeing from the pursuit of the goblins. He continuously blamed his circumstances, citing the freezing weather and the fact that he had been starved for days. He insisted that if it weren't for those things, he would not have lost the battle. An even more shocking sight was that all the bears in the area had been killed. Previously, he had always wondered why there were no bears in the forest. Until now, Kim Chul still couldn't believe that this was caused by Jinwoo's group, as they were only low-level hunters. Perhaps it was the work of the Hyaki outside. The two S-rank hunters continued to exude a killing intent, creating an oppressive atmosphere that made both branch managers tense. The strong clash between the two made everything around them feel like it was about to explode. But just then, Inspector Jin Chul appeared to stop the fight. Hwang Dong-suk praised the inspector's actions, but he also admitted that if he hadn't reduced his strength in time, his hand could have been broken. Hwang Dong-suk even confessed that he was the first to suspect Jinwoo had the potential for dual awakening. However, after checking Jinwoo with a high-grade magic power detector about 2 months ago, the results still showed that he was only rank E. It was truly unfortunate that Hunter Hwang Dong-suk had passed away. Nonetheless, Hwang Dong-soo asserted that Sung Jinwoo could not possibly have the ability to take down the entire group. He smiled, believing that if anyone was setting a trap, it would surely be Yujin's architecture. Hearing this, the inspector replied, "Then there's no reason for you to still be haunted by Hunter Sung Jinwoo, right?" At this moment, he bluntly said, "Everything is just an excuse for myself to kill." After saying that, he left because he had lost interest. Before leaving, he did not forget to shout at the managers, "Is it your first time seeing an S-rank hunter fight?" However, the managers did not respond but silently thought, "I know Sung Jinwoo's capabilities. I am sure he will survive and return." Returning to the inside of the Red Dungeon, the team leader, after escaping from the forest, unexpectedly saw Jinwoo's group camping, eating to their heart's content. This scene was unbelievable to him. Warm clothes, tents, daily necessities, even food supplies were all sufficient. He thought, if my hands weren't frozen, if I could eat and drink enough, I could have easily taken down the Hyaki group. Unable to bear it any longer, Kim Chul shouted loudly, "You bastards! My team has been defeated due to a lack of food and necessities, yet how come you have everything in such abundance?" Seeing everyone silent, he continued to yell, "Why aren't you saying anything? Have your mouths been sewn shut? I don't believe you all colluded with each other. Who is the one that secretly hid the food? If you confess, I will overlook this matter." He kept cursing, causing those on this side to be unable to restrain themselves. She intended to confront him, but Song Yi quickly stopped her. He counted to 2, but no one was willing to take the blame. Suddenly, the image of Park Hee-jin appeared in his mind, the one who had voluntarily left the group. She hadn't left out of selfishness, but rather because she knew some underlying truth. Perhaps she didn't believe in his chances of survival and wanted to reduce the number of mouths to feed to ensure the group's food supply. Thinking of this, he was certain that the true perpetrator was Park Hee-jin. He continued counting to 3, but just then, a blow from behind struck straight to his head before he could utter the number 4. It turned out to be Jinwoo. The force of the hit was so strong that even a powerful hunter like him, an A-ranked hunter, was knocked face down onto the ground and thrown back several meters. Jinwoo approached, looked directly at him, and said, "Look at yourself. Who is truly the one who abandoned their comrades to die? Not to mention dragging along a tail behind." Hearing this, everyone in the group began to realize something unusual. Jinwoo turned towards the forest and shouted, "What are you waiting for? With such great strength, invisibility is useless. The power that sends chills down my spine is the boss." As soon as he finished, the whole group screamed, "Ice goblins! And there are so many of them! It must be more than 20. The leading Hyaki spoke, his voice cold, "Only one among you is useful. The rest are just worthless trash." Hearing this, Jinwoo was boiling with rage, questioning the Hyaki. This surprised it when it realized Jinwoo could understand its language. But what was even more surprising was that Jinwoo could also communicate directly with them. In a different corner, Park Hee-jin could not hide her astonishment as she witnessed the event. The leader wanted to introduce Jinwoo to someone, and it seemed that the two had known each other before. Jinwoo immediately recognized that it was the one who had ambushed him a few days ago. The monster said that he was the one who had informed them that there was a very strong human in the group. He even stated that he wanted to challenge Jinwoo to a one-on-one duel. However, before he could finish his words, Jinwoo swiftly threw a dagger, severing the monster's head, leaving everyone astonished. Jinwoo's cold expression made the atmosphere tense, and he asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" The monster fell silent for a moment, then let out a sinister laugh. "You are a very interesting fellow. Hee hee." Immediately, the two launched at each other with daggers drawn, marking the beginning of the battle. Jinwoo realized that this opponent was not easy to deal with. During the fight, the monster suddenly slowed down, moving towards Jinwoo and asked, "I have a proposal, but first, answer this question: why are you not human, yet you are with them?" The question made Jin Woo pause. He did not understand what he was implying. Seeing this, the monster laughed heartily and explained, "There is always a voice in my head, it commands us to kill all humans. But when I look at you, I do not hear that voice." The monster's words plunged Jin Woo into contemplation. He thought to himself, a voice commanding them to kill humans. Sounds similar to the orders the system often gives me. If that voice does not apply to me, perhaps it's because I have become a player thanks to the system. The monster said that there was no need for both sides to fight. He suggested, "We also want to avoid unnecessary casualties. Therefore, hand over the human behind you, and I will spare your life." Jin Woo, with a cold expression, responded, "I only have one question. Who exactly are you? Where do you come from, and why do you want to kill humans?" The monster was about to answer, but it seemed that some invisible force had prevented him, causing his words to turn disjointed, like a malfunctioning machine. Afterwards, he merely repeated the same words he had said before, leaving Jin Woo confused. A series of illogical events left him wondering, is he dodging the question or truly being controlled by something? The monster seemingly ignored the question, turning to Jin Woo and asking, "So, what do you think of the terms I proposed? Is it acceptable?" Without hesitation, Jin Woo rejected the offer. This made the monster take things more seriously. He stood in front of his army and declared, "You intend to confront me and my warriors? Do you really think you can win against such a vast number by yourself?" Jin Woo coldly countered, "A vast number? Who is numerous?" His words left everyone behind him stunned. Everyone was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Someone shouted loudly, "Monsters!" The monsters suddenly appeared. Park Hee-jin, watching from a distance, realized that all the warriors that had just appeared were black in color, including the enormous ice bears. One person in the group, seeing a warrior standing right in front of him, thought anxiously, "No way. This is the army summoned by Sung Jin Woo." Hyaki contemptuously remarked, "This cheap trick? Do you think it will trouble me?" Immediately, both sides plunged into a fierce battle. The fight escalated, tense and lively. Meanwhile, Park Hee-jin quickly led everyone in the group to retreat to avoid casualties. Jin Woo pondered over the words that the monster had just spoken. He realized that although his army of shadow soldiers was vast, they could not be maintained for long. Despite being immortal, their numbers would diminish if they were continuously defeated. However, thanks to his upgrades, this army was certainly strong enough to handle the ice goblins. The biggest issue remained the lead figure, Hyaki. Even if Jin Woo let Igris and Iron work together, the chances of victory were not certain. The ordinary shadow warriors were nearly useless against his power. Jin Woo needed a more powerful specter. As he was deep in thought, his gaze accidentally fell on Kim Chul, who was unconscious. The monster introduced himself as Baruka. Jin Woo replied, "Sung Jin Woo." Without wasting any time, he charged to attack Baruka, intentionally kicking the sword towards Kim Chul. The battle between the two powerful beings erupted with great intensity. Baruka, for the first time in a long while, felt such excitement. In the meantime, Jin Woo unexpectedly summoned a shadow mage, shooting a large fireball towards Baruka. This flame was not enough to inflict significant damage, but it bought Jin Woo some precious time. Suddenly, the Captain Kim Chul regained consciousness. He remembered Jin Woo's actions moments ago and was filled with uncontrollable rage. In his fury, he picked up the sword, intending to charge at Jin Woo. However, this was entirely within Jin Woo's calculations. Jin Woo coldly stated, "Do you think they will die that easily? Stop wasting time and show yourself." Jin Woo's challenge infuriated Baruka. He rushed forward with all his rage, but Jin Woo had anticipated this. Just as Jin Woo guessed, from behind, an even more dangerous foe was plotting to ambush him. Jin Woo summoned Iron, and with a single swing of his sword, he took down Kim Chul. This swift action caught the Hyaki elf by surprise, but it did not change the situation. After defeating Kim Chul, Jin Woo continued to summon his soul, transforming it into a phantom warrior. Surprisingly, this phantom was even bigger and stronger than the original body. Jinwoo named the new phantom Igris. The Hyaki sneered, mocking Jinwoo, "Do you think you can stop me with just a name like that?" However, Igris immediately used the skill taunting cry, provoking the Hyaki and redirecting its target to attack Igris. With incredible speed, the Hyaki charged to attack from behind Igris but was ambushed and stopped by Igris. Jinwoo calmly stated, "If the three of us attack together, do you think you can evade?" In another corner, Song-yi watched the battle with an astonished expression, asking Hee-jin, "Do hunters usually fight like this?" Hee-jin shook her head, her voice trembling, "If it were, I would never have a chance to obtain a hunter's license. This is the first time I've seen or heard of a battle like this." At this moment, all three Jinwoo, Igris, and Iron coordinated their attacks against the Hyaki. After a concentrated strike, Jinwoo finally inflicted damage on the elf. However, it wasn't a fatal wound yet. The Hyaki, both pained and furious, shouted, "You bastards will pay for this." Jinwoo stepped back to maintain distance, coldly saying, "You have no right to say that. Just look around." The Hyaki angrily screamed, "These phantoms will vanish as soon as I deal with you." Jinwoo threw a weapon towards Hyaki. At first, he appeared smug, but within moments, he realized the knife was accelerating and grazed his arm, leaving a deep cut. Suddenly, Igris appeared from behind, grabbing Hyaki. The Shadow Mages simultaneously used the Fire Column skill, igniting him and causing his armor to become blackened. Hyaki's clothes were also tattered, no longer intact. He exploded in rage, letting out a furious shout, and immediately, Igris vanished. However, before he could bask in his triumph for long, Jinwoo activated his invisibility skill and lunged forward, delivering a fatal stab to him. Hyaki struggled to maintain his composure, grasping Jinwoo's hand and arrogantly stating, "Do you even know who you are facing?" Unexpectedly, Igris quickly recovered and from behind, delivered a decisive slash that sent Hyaki back to his ancestors. This marked a tragic end for Hyaki for the crime of gloating too soon. The system immediately notified, "Boss Dungeon has been defeated. You leveled up." After the battle concluded, Igris, still not over the heat of the fight, seemed eager to continue battling and almost swung his sword at Jinwoo. Seeing this action, Jinwoo couldn't help but worry about his future. Iron looked over at Igris, his eyes full of helplessness. Then, it turned back to look at the night soldiers, and together with the two of them, celebrated the victory in battle. After everything was settled, Jinwoo told everyone, "Let's head back." The portal gradually began to open, and finally, everyone returned home safely. Outside, everyone had been worried for 3 hours without any sign of movement. The manager advised the guildmaster to go back and rest, but he refused. "My people are still inside there." Suddenly, the portal showed signs of movement. It began to open, but the one who defeated the boss was not Kim Chul as the guildmaster had hoped. Instead, it was Hunters Park Hee-jin and Go Myung-hwan, along with Jinwoo and Yoon Ki-jong, just as the manager had predicted. The portal finally disappeared. The crowd around buzzed with questions. What happened to Kim Chul? Why are these the only survivors? Hee-jin confirmed, only they remain. The guildmaster was stunned to learn that only the low-ranked hunters had survived, with no squads returning, apart from a small nameless group. Jinwoo was about to take Hee-jin home, but Guildmaster Beak stopped him. "I want to talk to you for a moment." Jinwoo waved his hand, showing signs of fatigue. "If you have anything to ask, you can go find my team members." The guildmaster grabbed Jinwoo's shoulder, his voice serious. "This is not a request. I am Beak Yoon-ho, the guildmaster of the White Tiger. This is an order, or if you prefer to understand it another way, it is a threat. We lost 9 members of the party due to this incident. As the guildmaster, I have the right to ask a few questions, don't I?" Jinwoo glanced at him, responded with indifference, "So what? I saved the remaining ones. If you are the guildmaster, you should at least thank me first." Hearing these words, Beak Yoon-ho was taken aback, unable to say anything further. In the end, he could only bow his head in apology before letting them leave. As Jinwoo was leaving, Guildmaster Beak turned to Eugene and asked, "Who is he? Why does he seem so unpleasant?" Eugene shook her head, "I don't know either. I just know that after defeating the boss, he shouted something loudly 3 times before the boss's corpse." "But," the manager nearby interrupted, "sorry, Guildmaster. It must be because he is just too exhausted. To be honest, he is not a bad person." Beak shook his head slightly, "That's not the issue. Why haven't you recruited him into the party yet?" After saying this, he turned and walked away, silently thinking, confident enough to confront me. I should prepare myself to potentially lose an arm if I fight against him. In the end, the guildmaster requested his subordinates, please invite Jin Woo and his party immediately. After finishing his words, he left. The manager said, "I will do my best. Baek Yoon-ho will support him 100%. By all means, we must bring him back with us." In the car, Jin-woo felt quite uncomfortable after failing to summon 3 times. It was a waste to lose such a strong boss. However, there was still a trophy, which was Baruka's dagger. After taking Song Yi home, he did not forget to compliment her, "You did very well." Song Yi waved goodbye to Jin-woo and returned home. Before that, she called out, "Appa, thank you for today. See you later." Jin-woo looked at the clock and realized that it was already past midnight. Tomorrow, he would start conquering with Jin-ho. The next morning, Jin-ho eagerly stood in front of Jin-woo's house to pick him up, which surprised Jin-woo a bit because he was planning to pick Jin-ho up. In the car, Jin-woo said, "Let's go pick up another person." When they arrived, Jin-woo called out to Song Yi, "Come down, I'll give you a ride too." Upon hearing this, Jin-ho immediately asked, "Is Song Yi the girl in the team?" Jin-woo replied, "That's right." Hearing this, Jin-ho was a bit surprised. He knows her number and speaks quite casually. Could it be that Song Yi and Jin-woo have some kind of relationship? After arriving at Song Yi's house, Jin-ho asked, "Do we need to call her sister-in-law in the future?" Jin-woo quickly explained, "She's just a friend of my sister." When Song Yi appeared, Jin-woo was a bit shocked because she was dressed more like a young girl. Completely different from her usual style, Song Yi appeared in an outfit that surprised Jin-woo. In the car, Jin-woo asked, "Did you sleep well last night?" Song Yi cheerfully replied, "I couldn't sleep at all." Jin-woo chuckled lightly and said, "You must be really tired, rest in the car." The two chatted happily, causing Jin-ho in the front seat to change color. "What do you mean you couldn't sleep last night? Tired?" Jin-ho thought to himself. When recalling the incident about going home at 4 a.m., he blurted out, "Hey, Han Song-yi isn't even 18 yet." After saying that, Jin-ho felt helpless. Jin-woo was just not normal. I shouldn't judge him by my own standards. Nevertheless, the atmosphere in the car quickly became cheerful. They laughed, joked, and were ready to prepare for a day of clearing dungeons. Inside a certain dungeon, Jin-ho couldn't help but be surprised by Jin-woo's new skills. He didn't even know what his role was when even picking up crystals was done by soldiers. Jin-ho observed the situation and thought, it should be done by tomorrow. As promised, the next day, Jin-woo had cleared 19 dungeons for Jin-ho. In the eastern part of the United States. Inside an iron gate, a hunter felt an overwhelming sense of fear. His entire vanguard team had been wiped out by a humanoid monster. Previously, no one in the team had seen any monsters in the dungeon, which made him feel something was off. But he never expected such a monster to appear in the boss room. The magic emanating from the monster was so powerful that it made this dungeon equivalent to an A-rank gate. It can't be. How strong can this monster be? James was scared, telling the man not to come near him. He replied, "Don't worry, I won't kill them. I only knock them out temporarily. Why did you suddenly attack me? I'm not a monster, I'm a human." His words completely confused the hunter James, as this was America, not Korea. The man said he was Korean and wanted to go home. At a diner, Jin-ho said, "So the 20 dungeons are over. Sorry, Jin-woo, for wanting to take you somewhere more luxurious." Jin-woo replied, I'm just worried that the taste here won't suit the owner of a top-tier corporation. Jinho asked Jinwoo what he wanted to do from now on. Jinwoo answered, once the dungeon mission is complete, I will get the guild master's license after completing some paperwork at the association. After that, I will go talk to my father along with that license. Jinho thought, it's really great to receive a building worth 30 billion, but that's just a bonus. The main goal is still to level up, and now that the objective is complete, there's no reason to linger anymore. Jinho asked, Jinwoo, what do you plan to do from now on? Jinwoo looked at the key in his hand and said, I will temporarily stay out of sight for a while. I have somewhere to go. Jinho, while drinking, said, if I bother you, just let me know, so I won't disturb you anymore in the future. Jinwoo thought, Kiddo must have misunderstood me. He asked Jinho, what am I to you? Jinho replied dejectedly, I have an older brother who is more than 10 years older, but he doesn't really like me, so we hardly see each other. As for Jinwoo, he is the one who saved my life and helped me. To me, Jinwoo is like a real older brother. Upon hearing this, Jinwoo was a bit surprised. His heart felt warmer. He thought, if Jinho sees me as an older brother, then I should also see Jinho as a younger brother. Upon hearing this, Jinho couldn't help but shed tears. He cried uncontrollably, wanting to hug Jinwoo. Jinwoo intended to stop him, but having had a little to drink, Jinho lunged towards him, crying incessantly. While they were chatting, suddenly the television broadcast news about a terrible accident that occurred during the rookie training. The reporter kept pressing the guild master Baekhyunho for details. He responded, the incident has been investigated, and the truth is exactly as everyone says. The incident happened, but no outsiders were involved. After saying that, the guild master quickly concluded the press conference. At the White Tiger office, Baek cursed the journalists repeatedly, they are so quick to sniff out news. Just then, a call came in from Min Byung-gu. He asked, why did Baek hang up on me? The guild master explained, I plan to hide until those journalists quiet down. Min Byung-gu laughed, seeing you on screen is just too cool. Baek said, don't joke around anymore. I'm not interested. Min Byung-gu reassured, don't worry, everything will settle down soon. But here's big news, Japan has secretly contacted the Korean Hunters Association about a week ago after conducting their own investigation. This is getting more serious than I thought. This news will soon spread throughout Korea. Baek was a bit surprised, they want to interview hunters who experienced the dungeon incident on Jeju Island? At this moment, Baek became serious. He requested Min Byung-gu to explain further. Min Byung-gu elaborated, the S-rank gate opened on Jeju Island 4 years ago. After 3 failed raids, the government abandoned the effort to rescue Jeju Island. For the past 4 years, it has been overrun with a bunch of ant monsters. Because of this reason, both you and I are among those who experienced that catastrophic event. Baek admitted, it was truly a nightmare. Min Byung-gu continued, there has been a surprising turn of events, but I don't understand what it is because they're trapped on the island. However, if we don't pay attention to them, it might be fine. Min Byung-gu added, with a more serious tone, they can leave the island by flying over the ocean. A winged ant has been spotted on the shores of Japan. Those bastards have evolved at an astonishing rate. At Jinwoo's house, Jinha anxiously asked, you've been going out a lot lately, and now you're going far again? Jinwoo replied, I'll be gone for about a week. Hearing this, Jinha curiously asked, are you going out with someone? Could it be that my appa has someone special? Jinwoo had now used the key to return to the dungeon. Previously, Jinwoo had defeated the Cerberus when it was at least 20 levels higher than him. Now, Jinwoo's level was 3 times higher than before, so he was confident he wouldn't face any difficulties. As he stepped through the first gate of the Demon Castle, an unexpected mission was assigned to Jinwoo, collect a total of 10,000 demon souls. Jinwoo sighed, it has been a long time since I received a mission like this. The reward was quite generous. He would receive additional stats points and could choose any item from the shop. There were items worth over 10 billion won. If he completed this mission, he could own them immediately. Of course, big rewards always came with extremely high difficulty. Jinwoo couldn't find any monsters, but to his surprise, he realized this was a dungeon that simulated the environment. He didn't expect such a type of dungeon, as it replicated the entire Seoul. Looking at the desolate city, Jinwoo thought, the task to collect 10,000 demon souls means there are at least 10,000 demons in this castle. Jinwoo used the excuse of being far away, but was it weak enough? After that, he tossed his backpack and got to work immediately. He continuously attacked the demons mercilessly, and in just one round, he took down 3 low-ranked demons. While hunting bosses, completing missions, and leveling up, it was incredibly convenient. This was a race against time. At a restaurant, he was sitting and discussing with his second son about running the guild. Jin-ho seriously confirmed about that. He reviewed the management permit of the guild and the achievements of dungeon exploration. Jin-ho was a bit surprised by the choice of himself and his brother. He continued, as father knows, hiring an outsider as the guild manager is too risky. Upon hearing this, he replied, you should stop there and I want you to meet someone. He is the hunter Go Myung-won, the survivor of the recent Red Gate incident involving White Tiger. Jin-ho was a bit surprised that the survivor, who had been avoiding the media, was here. The chairman told him to let Myung-hwan tell Jin-ho about that day. Myung-hwan recounted that there was a high school female hunter and Jinwoo. Hearing this news, Jin-ho was a bit shocked and he asked, who is that female hunter? He replied that the girl's name was Han Song-yi and that thanks to Sung Jinwoo, all of them survived. Upon hearing this, Jin-ho understood why the two of them were so close. After listening to the hunter's account, Jin-ho thought, now not only I am aware of Jinwoo's abilities, but there are also others who know. Myung-hwan mentioned that they were not allowed to disclose anything about Sung Jinwoo. He also fully understood that decision from White Tiger. And then he received a call from the chairman. The chairman instructed him to stop talking here. He turned to Jin-ho and said, you know I have been looking for information about capable hunters. I had to investigate the matter of that gate when I heard that someone outside of White Tiger was involved in it, but I did not expect to find that name in Jin-ho's dungeon member list. He continued, thanks to Hunter Sung Jinwoo, you now have a license, you know that well, right? Jin-ho acknowledged it, thinking to himself, what difference is there between my brother and me when we both receive help from outside? Father had chosen me from the very beginning. He gently asked, do you want me to hand over the Eugene Guild to you? Thinking he would refuse, he was surprised when his father agreed to pass the guild to Jin-ho. He said, as Jin-ho mentioned, it's too risky to let outsiders manage the guild, so I don't need to take that risk now that Jin-ho is here. He said, but I have tried to deceive you. Yet his father replied, that is a foolish assertion in the middle of negotiations. Can Hunter Sung Jinwoo bring this person back to the Eugene Guild? He looked at his father with determined and confident eyes, I will do my best. His father thought to himself, there are two people he wanted to recruit, Cha Hae-in from the Hunter Guild and Min Byung-gu, who was disguised as an artist. Cha Hae-in was restricted to the position of vice president under Cho Jong-in, known as a supreme weapon. He said, I will use the condition for her to do tourism, but along with that is unlimited financial support. Meanwhile, Min Byung-gu has a strong body and can still be an excellent hunter. He chose to retire after 3 failures on Jeju Island, but a dead ant was found on the coast of Japan. If a 4th attack team to Jeju Island is formed, then I could lure him back. Can I lure both of them back first, or will you recruit Hunter Sung Jinwoo faster? This bet would be fun, Jin-ho. After clearing the monsters on the first floor, Jinwoo reflected for a while about needing to level up by completing 9 rank C dungeons. However, he couldn't level up here for 4 hours. As his rank increased, the amount of experience also grew. In other words, progress became increasingly difficult. When he encountered Yun-ho, Jinwoo's rank was around S rank. To become stronger, he couldn't just step forward, holding a pass in hand. Jinwoo looked towards the evil magic circle ahead, which was the way to the second floor. Jinwoo summoned his ice bear for easier transportation. With a snap, a massive ice bear appeared, resembling a tank. Jinwoo climbed onto the bear, and in front of them were several large monsters trying to block their path. The ice bear leader was unafraid and bravely charged forward like a tank, able to sweep away and destroy everything in its path. Finally, they reached the evil magic circle at the top of the tower. In Washington, D.C., senior leaders are monitoring the interrogation of a mysterious individual from outside. After hearing his testimony, they learn that he is a Korean hunter. He questions, how did a Korean hunter end up in that dungeon and then reappear here? An officer explains, he says he was trapped in the dungeon for 10 years, and we found him just as he opened his eyes. This is an unprecedented incident. Not only did he escape from an A-rank gate, but the raid team was also helpless against him. With a serious expression, he says, "Why haven't you gathered more information?" They suspect him to be a monster with a human's memory. If there are no S-rank hunters, then Washington, D.C. could be in danger. After checking with the association, they discover that there is an S-rank hunter in Washington who is fluent in Korean. Upon mentioning the Korean hunter, he realizes it is Mr. Hwang. An officer states, he just wrapped up some matters in Korea and is on his way back. The interrogation will continue tomorrow. Outside, Dong-soo is going somewhere with an angry expression. He seems frustrated because he was unable to defeat Jinwoo, as he was stuck in the red gate, so he is a bit upset. The leader inquires about the name of this person. The officer replies, Sun Il Hwan, a hunter from Korea. Switching scenes back inside the Demon Tower, Jinwoo was continuously defeating bosses to ascend the tower. Monsters guarding the passes appear randomly on each floor, and you can only move on to the next floor with a pass. This tower has 100 floors, and each floor is a different world. As time passed, Jinwoo climbed the tower at a terrifying speed. The Hand of the Dominator skill had also increased significantly. The difficulty level of high-level monsters could even multiply exponentially, much like the difference between an A-rank hunter and an S-rank. The issue was, if there were truly 100 floors, reaching the final floor within a week was impossible. When he first obtained the Monster Castle key, Jinwoo worried that this might be an S-rank reunion. However, that concern gradually faded through the boring battles. Then from floor 47, he moved up to floor 48, 49, and then 50. Just like that, Jinwoo had collected 2,561 monster souls. On this floor, Jinwoo fought the monster guardian Vulcan, the ruler of the lower floors, followed by Vulcan's bloodthirsty subordinates. Jinwoo noticed its slightly dazed expression, so he was sure he would teach it a lesson. Jinwoo summoned the mages, gathered his strength to attack them, then summoned Iron and Igris to quickly sweep the boss. The subordinates began to show off their ferocity, but they could do nothing against the power of Jinwoo. Jinwoo used invisibility to observe the situation. Even the high-level monsters on the other side couldn't do anything against Jinwoo's upgraded soldiers. The power of the Dark Warriors increased according to Jinwoo's intelligence stats, not to mention the number of Dark Warriors he had also increased. Now, Jinwoo let his mana regenerate after pouring quite a bit into intelligence. The boy still refused to make a move. Jinwoo intended to step in and deal with him, but unexpectedly, he suddenly teleported towards Jinwoo's soldiers at astonishing speed, catching him off guard. Hack speed? Jinwoo thought. A mace swung down, and all of Jinwoo's soldiers vanished. Jinwoo, furious, dove down from above, delivering a blow to the main culprit that hit him hard, for daring to touch his subordinates. The monster was sent flying several kilometers away. Jinwoo had lost a bit of control, but it was understandable since he had been pumping all his points into strength, so it made sense. After that punch, the monster activated its rage skill. The rage state was maintained permanently, increasing all stats by 50%. This skill was similar to Cerberus's ability. It would not feel pain and would become faster. Jinwoo could not dodge, so this would definitely be a direct hit. Seeing the urgent situation, Iron threw his shield to Jinwoo. He caught it and braced for the attack from Vulcan. With his strength points in the shield, Jinwoo could completely avoid any harm, but he needed to find a way to counterattack. Anticipating the next move, Jinwoo needed to focus on reading its movements. The moment the boss showed a weakness, Jinwoo lunged upwards but seemed to fall into a trap. It was very difficult to dodge in mid-air. In that dire moment, Jinwoo remembered his skill, the hand of the ruler, and decided to use it. Although he couldn't push it down, he could still use this skill to generate recoil. With the knife, the only place that can harm Vulcan is its head, but it would be extremely dangerous to aim for the head. It is in the air, and Jinwoo needs to read its movements. He must lock its motion to create an opportunity that it cannot dodge. Observing around, Jinwoo notices a building on the verge of collapse and quickly devises a plan. He lures the monster closer to the building. The beast rushes forward at breakneck speed. Seizing the moment, Jinwoo uses brute force, jumping from the top of the building and launching a surprise attack on the monster. Since it is moving at high speed, it cannot evade. The downward strike lands and the creature screams in agony. Scene shift to Jinwoo's home. His manager, along with Hee-jin, is searching for Jinwoo. They have been informed that Jinwoo has been traveling with friends for about a week. The manager asks, "How do you know this?" Hee-jin replies, "I still keep in touch with Han Song-yi, the girl who went with Sung Jinwoo that day. I asked her because Song-yi is quite close to Sung Jinwoo's younger sister." They have arrived at Jinwoo's house, but all efforts are in vain. The manager feels something is odd. There is no information suggesting that Jinwoo has left South Korea, and there are no records of him withdrawing cash or using his bank card. Hee-jin feels surprised by this information as well. The manager says, "My job is to track hunters. More importantly, according to the association's tracking records, the last place he was noted to be was in the middle of the city 5 days ago." He asks Hee-jin, "Isn't that quite mysterious?" Hee-jin innocently asked her manager, "Is it possible for Jinwoo to be kidnapped?" He replied, "How could that be? If you wanted to kidnap the hunter Sung Jinwoo, you'd need a force the size of the Special Forces of China, maybe then it could happen." Pin should understand this best. Until now, manager and still didn't know where Jinwoo was in the world. After defeating the boss, as expected, the items dropped from the boss were truly high quality. Continuously, there were items like the earrings of Monarch, the Avarice Sphere, and the Horn of Van Kan. All of these were high-quality evil magic items, but Jinwoo couldn't use them all. Therefore, he did not throw them away but kept them, as he didn't know what their effects might be. Perhaps he would use them for something later. The earrings were cumulative gear, so Jinwoo needed to farm monsters to receive rewards. In the end, this evil magic gem had a really wonderful magical effect, but Jinwoo couldn't use it because he didn't have the evil magic skill. He reluctantly stored it away. After thinking for a while, Jinwoo instructed Iris to stop her actions. He handed the evil magic gem to a high-level wizard and then ordered it to fire at a building in front. The flames created from a small ball had turned into something enormous. Boom! A loud explosion, and the building in front shattered into pieces. The wizard returned the ball to Jinwoo, who looked at it with admiration. "Amazing, I didn't notice in the description and didn't mention that I couldn't give it to others. This will drive the wizards crazy." Inside the hunter's headquarters in Washington, Hwang Dong-soo said, "I never expected such an interesting incident to occur when I set foot here. It's fascinating that a monster can speak human language, and it's a Korean demon at that." Sun Il Hwan replied, "I'm not a monster. If you still have doubts, you can check my DNA." Hwang Dong-soo declined. No matter what happens, they still need to be on high alert because he has stepped out of the portal. Monsters can also disguise themselves as humans, so it would be better if you cooperate with him. He can decide whether Sun Il Hwan is a human or a demon. Upon hearing this, Sun Il Hwan agreed. He then asked, "Did you die in the labyrinth? How did you survive in there for 10 years? Sun Il Hwan answered, "I am immortal." But he immediately denied that statement. Seeing this, the other man asked again, "So is there anyone who died in the labyrinth and came back like you?" Sun Il Hwan replied, "If you die, how can you come back? Or let me ask you a question, how much do you know about the portal and the monsters?" At this, Huang Dongsu fell silent. Sun Il Huan continued, the labyrinth, the portal, the monsters, are just the prologue for the real battle, and the terrifying being among them just awakened not long ago. Huang Dongsu asked further, so what is your true objective? Sun Il Huan answered, who are the most terrifying ones? The goal is to stop them, but I cannot disclose who they are. Upon hearing this, Huang Dongsu found it somewhat amusing, as the person who just claimed to stop the most terrifying being couldn't even say who it was. Wouldn't it be better to cooperate a little? He slowly looked at Huang Dongsu, continuing as a father teaches his son, numbers mean nothing to that person. A group of insignificant shrimp gathered together will ultimately just be exploited. You should know this well, because you are quite strong. Upon hearing this, Huang Dongsu felt somewhat uncomfortable, as if he was being looked down upon. He replied, so it seems that only you can stop me, then there's nothing left to negotiate. Looking at Huang Dongsu's file, Sun Il Huan noticed, he seems to look like the file if he had cut his hair. However, he did not feel that he had aged at all after being in the maze for 10 years. He continued, during your days as a hunter, you achieved countless successes. You could have made a fortune if you lived in this era with the point system. With your current level, you could live worry-free, only needing to adapt to the new time. Huang Dongsu continued, your wife's name is Park Kyung-hee, and you have 2 sons named. Upon reading this, he seemed a bit shocked. He asked, do you remember your daughter's name? Sun Il Huan replied, Sun Jin-ah. Huang Dongsu then asked, what about your son Sun Jinwoo, what happened? Upon hearing this, a fierce killing intent rose within him. Sun Il Huan also began to get angry as he needed to hear an answer from Huang Dongsu. He coldly said, what if I don't answer? Sun Il Huan responded, then I will resort to violence. Hearing this, Huang Dongsu pressed the alarm button to alert everyone that this was a monster. Everyone who heard the news was horrified. Huang Dongsu said, I just returned from South Korea, I know very well the current condition of your son. His son is dead, he announced. Hearing this, the expression on Sun Il Huan's face was somewhat surprised. The scene shifted to the Demon Tower, where a horde of corpses surrounded Jinwoo. Above, a demon queen was commanding her subordinates. Upon seeing this, Jinwoo immediately ordered Igris and Iron to move forward, clearing a path for him. The army surged forward, and a battle erupted, causing countless corpses to disintegrate. Jinwoo stood above like a god of destruction, staring down at the demon king and asking, are you surprised about your own power? You can't resist, can you? The demon king trembled, unable to move. From high above, Jinwoo utilized a skill, an immensely powerful skill, causing the demon lord to perish instantly. The system announced, Jinwoo has defeated the soul leader Metis. Next, the system continued to announce, you have received the spring water from the echoing forest. You have received 200 sealed demon souls from Metis's necklace. You have gained 220 demon souls and increased the magic levels of your demon by 2. The demon that Jinwoo defeated was quite strong, able to control more souls than he could. Jinwoo wanted to turn it into his ghostly warrior, but for some reason, he could not extract a ghost from it. The items dropped from the boss were all valuable. In the end, Jinwoo was close to completing his full set of equipment. The effect of the reward corresponded to Jinwoo's increase of 5 levels. He only needed to defeat one more boss to complete his equipment set. However, the mission had already been completed, and Jinwoo had reached his limit. His arms and legs were exhausted, not wanting to move any further. The system announced that Jinwoo received 3 rewards. First, he could choose any item from the shop. After a moment of contemplation, Jinwoo decided to choose the cursed box. Previously, he had attempted to fulfill his daily missions twice but received no additional rewards. He had obtained the Demon Castle key from the Blessed Box, thanks to which Jinwoo leveled up significantly and received a rare item. Normally, he wasn't curious about what was inside the cursed box, but this time he couldn't resist trying. Suddenly, the box opened, and inside was another key, a key that bore no information about itself. Seeing this, Jinwoo tucked the box away in his inventory. Next, the system announced the following rewards, stat points, and lastly, the formula for the holy water of life. Jinwoo could learn the method of creating holy water. Finally, the battle between Sung Il Hwan and Hwang Dong Su raged intensely. Everything seemed to be in ruins. The fight between the two rank S hunters turned everything to dust. This was indeed a dominant battle. Hunter Hwang Dong Su was truly defeated by the formidable power of his opponent. At the hospital, Jinwoo stood watching his mother gasping for breath on the hospital bed, his heart aching, but now, he has the formula to create the holy water of life, and soon, she will recover. Jinwoo has obtained a piece of the world tree, the spring water from the echoing forest, and finally, the pure blood of the Demon King. However, he has yet to find the final ingredient, but he is confident it lies at the 100th floor of the Demon Castle. Perhaps that is where the strongest boss is. If he cleans out the castle, he will have enough materials. Thanks to the dungeon of the Demon Castle, Jinwoo is leveled up by 16 levels, and now his rank is equivalent to S rank, so there is nothing to worry about. Jinwoo promised his mother, "I will take care of all these troubles." The scene shifts to the headquarters of Korean hunters, where everyone is watching the news. In the United States, the situation is chaotic due to an unexplained explosion at their hunter bureau. There are rumors that this incident occurred due to a battle between S-rank hunters. The assistant shakes his head and laments, in the end, hunters are still the source of trouble. The girl next to him tells Assistant Young that there is a hunter attracting attention. The assistant then looks over at that person and whispers to the girl, "Every now and then, a few hunters refuse to accept harsh realities and become blinded. To put it simply, we have to bear the costs and re-evaluate his reputation." Assistant Young suddenly stops and stares intently at a newspaper. After that, he seems surprised and quickly goes outside to call Guildmaster Beak. He said, the story about the hunter he mentioned earlier has finally arrived. The Guildmaster seemed quite anxious after hearing that. Assistant Young said, he came to reassess his reputation. In the evaluation room, the staff member was calling the others inside. There was a young man sitting and waiting with Jinwoo's group, looking very confident. He reassured those around him that some people would encounter difficulties, but that was not unusual. He continued, "If you reach at least D rank, you will have the chance to be recruited by those over there." He further explained, they come from many different regions. Because small dungeons do not have many hunters participating, they just sit here waiting to evaluate newcomers. It's best not to join these small dungeon hunts. He stated, they often overexert themselves with larger hunts, and of course, most of them fail. Jinwoo listened and thought to himself, small guilds usually can't do much. They can't just sit and enjoy the experience from small hunts, but they also don't have the ability to venture into more difficult mazes. In my time, they didn't exist. Then the person inside the evaluation room came out looking very disappointed, while the staff member cheerfully called the next person in. The young man continued to speak to Jinwoo, "Are you still worried? If you expect too much from yourself, everything will be easy as pie once you reach E rank." The chubby guy was still trembling. He said, "I will receive benefits if I can join a big guild, I can pay off my debts and live happily with my girlfriend like before." He promised himself that he would reach rank C. Jinwoo observed him, his mood a bit pensive. The rank will greatly affect a person's life. The strength of a hunter is determined by their rank, regardless of how much they practice swordsmanship or physical training. Efforts in training cannot make up for the gap created by ranks, and of course, there will be a significant disparity in income. Even someone who has trained their swordsmanship extensively cannot defeat a hunter of a higher rank, because the rank difference is too great. He had hunted continuously for many years but still could not escape rank E. But while he was thinking, the chubby guy, confident and always comforting others, stepped out with a face full of disappointment. He had reached rank E. The staff member looked at him and asked, "Are you feeling ill?" He replied, "No, I'm just a bit shaky." Then, he turned to Jinwoo and asked, "Do you want to go in first?" Hearing this, Jinwoo agreed and walked in. The staff member asked for Jinwoo's full name. He replied, "Sung Jinwoo." The staff member looked at the computer, saw rank E, then asked, "Did you come here to request a rank reassessment?" She thought to herself, why are there always E-rank hunters coming to request for a rank reassessment? Due to regulations, the girl still asked Jin-woo to place his hand on the black crystal and wait for a moment. Jin-woo complied, but the result was a system error due to the overwhelming power. The girl did not understand the issue, apologized to Jin-woo, and tried again. However, in the end, the result was still a system error. This was a situation she had never encountered before. She tried again and again, but it did not work. The assistant walked in and asked about the situation. "What's going on? Where is Chang Shik? Why are you here alone?" The girl explained that he had gone to the bathroom for a moment. The assistant, upon hearing this, asked, "Is something wrong?" The girl replied, "He came here because the guild master Baekhyun-ho made a big deal out of it." The assistant sensed that the situation was not good and said, "In this case, something is indeed wrong. It can't possibly require a second assessment, this is extremely rare." He continued to remember about 3 months ago when the entire association went crazy over an E-rank hunter needing a second ranking evaluation. The department head had to come directly to investigate, but ultimately nothing happened. The staff member pointed to the screen, not understanding why this error occurred. The assistant looked at the screen and began to have doubts. He thought, it's not just 1 or 2 people wasting money for a ranking reassessment because of delusions of power. Suddenly, the assistant realized something. He turned to ask the girl, "How long have you been working here?" The girl replied, 6 months. She asked back, "Did I do something wrong?" The assistant pondered for a moment and said, 6 months. This hasn't happened since 2 years ago. This is also the first time since then, no wonder the newbie doesn't know. The assistant looked at the girl with a serious expression, "Nothing. Get Chang Shik over here immediately." The employee hesitated and replied, "What is it?" The assistant still hadn't realized Jin-woo's strength, which was why he had not been able to move forward. He trembled and awkwardly told the employee to quickly call someone over. "This is not a mistake, it's because our machine cannot determine his power." Hearing this, the employee finally understood, this person is a rank S hunter. Yes, he is the 10th in South Korea. At the same time, in another place, Choi Jong-jin was talking to director Jin Chul about the hunter Hwang Dong-soo from the Corpse Cleanup Association. Choi Jong-jin asked, "Is it true that he is not related to the recent dungeon incident?" Director Jin Chul confirmed, Hunter Hwang Dong-soo is truly not related to what Choi Jong-jin had predicted. Director Jin Chul also assured that Choi Jong-jin was connected to that case. Jong-jin replied, "Then you must know the identity of the accomplice?" Director Jin Chul fell silent for a moment before responding, "I didn't stay until the very end, so I don't know for sure. If I had to suspect someone." At this point, Dong-jin interjected, "It is true that Jin Chul does not speak when he lacks clear information." "I understand. In any case, I am curious about the case of the winged insects." Director Jin Chul replied, "We can only investigate one corpse, but we cannot conclude that they could fly to the mainland without dying." Dong-jin said, "No, I am sure that the dungeons will react to this incident." Director Jin Chul responded, "The hunters from the dungeons will cooperate. It seems that Building B is a bit noisy today." Director Chul said he didn't hear anything, but Jong-jin felt that he seemed a bit sensitive. Director Chul glanced towards the building and noted, "It must be a new hunter causing a ruckus because of his rank. Let me check it out." Choi Dong-jin immediately said, "I'll go with you." At this moment, Director Chul thought that perhaps Dong-jin had noticed something. He is so noble that the director almost forgot what kind of person he was. Inside the building, the assistant announced that their machine currently could not measure Jin-woo's power. If possible, he hoped that in a few days Jin-woo would return for a re-evaluation of his rank, as approval from higher-ups was necessary. Everyone in the room gasped at this information. Did he say absolutely? One person asked, "Is this guy rank S?" "This is the first time I've witnessed a 10th rank S hunter." Everyone was in disbelief. Jin-woo is not someone that small guilds can invite, but isn't this an opportunity? At this point, the chubby guy was very scared, but he was no longer afraid. He asked the staff, "Can I get a re-evaluation?" While everyone was confused, they became even more panicked when the news about the strongest person in South Korea, their representative, Choi Jong-jin, was about to arrive. No one understood why the undefeated warrior was showing up here. Jin-woo saw Choi Jong-jin and thought to himself, he is the top fire magic user. With just one skill, he can easily wipe out an entire building. It's terrifying. The rank S hunter is considered the ultimate warrior. The hunters from the small guild still held on to hope at that moment, but now they were utterly disappointed as the head of the hunter guild had arrived. Director Chol could not believe that Sung Jin-woo was actually an S-rank hunter. Choi Jong-jin thought to himself, there's no way he would overlook a chaotic situation just because he couldn't assess the rank. He's definitely sure Jin-woo was an S rank, there's no need to wait 3 more days. The guild master Choi approached cheerfully, introduced himself, and intended to invite Jin-woo to join his guild. However, in the end, Jin-woo ignored the invitation. This embarrassing act left Choi Jong-jin feeling quite shocked. Everyone around was equally surprised. Jin-woo paid no attention to the invitation because he still had 3 days to reassess his rank, and he had many other matters to attend to. He needed to quickly create the necessary potions and return to the demon castle. Choi Jong-jin turned to look at head of department Jin Chol and asked, "Am I being too abrupt?" Saying that, he looked outside and smiled. He vanished silently, like an excellent assassin. If he joined the Hunter Guild, not only would his guild have 3 S-rank hunters, but it could also help the Hunter Guild rank among the strongest guilds in the world. The two looked at each other, both puzzled about the reason the other had come to this place. Choi Dong-due looked at Baek-yun-ho's hurried face and understood that he had received some news. The distance between the White Tiger building and the Hunter Association could be guessed by the way he was breathing. Surely he had transformed and sprinted here. So that's how it is. Choi Jong-jin thought to himself, Baek-yun-ho must have known about him from the very beginning and everything that had happened here. Could it be that the incident during the training session of the White Tiger Association involved the appearance of a mysterious savior? At this moment, Choi Jong-jin also realized Baek-yun-ho had let him go, or rather, was unable to stop him. He is not someone you can easily conquer. On the other side, Baek-yun-ho thought to himself, perhaps I have arrived too late. At that moment, he felt like he was being targeted by a snake. Suddenly, the chubby guy from earlier stepped out with an extremely delighted expression. It's a C rank, it's truly a C rank. At the hospital, Jin-woo looked at his mother with a sad expression. When Jin-woo looked at her, it felt like she could awaken at any moment. Eternal sleep, a sleep from which the sleeper cannot awaken, that was the illness that had appeared along with the dungeons. I will save mother, just wait for me a little longer. I need to be stronger. If the bosses in between are terrifying, then I'll be defeated by the final boss. My level will increase as I ascend to higher floors. But Jin-woo's train of thought was interrupted when Room Chief Chul arrived. He asked, on that day, was Jin-woo the one who wiped out all the monsters in the dungeon? Thank you for letting me know my viewpoint is incorrect. Jin-woo smiled and said, it looks like we meet again, department head. Jin Chul said, the main objective of the monitoring department is to deal with humans, not monsters. In other words, we have to monitor and punish hunters who break the rules. Jin-woo replied, if possible, I would like to avoid getting involved with the monitoring department. Jin Chul responded, our existence is the only thing that restricts hunters. Even if it is meaningless for S rank. The department head said, there is someone who wants to meet Jin-woo. Could you spare a little time? It is the chairman of the Gogun Hunter Association. He is waiting for you here. A figure stepped out from the shadows. An old man with silver hair smiled at Jin-woo. Hunter Sung Jin-woo, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Gogun-hee, please have a seat. Jin-woo looked at the old man. Although he was over 80 years old, his body was no different from that of a wrestler. Not to mention, he was also S rank, he was truly extraordinary. Gogun-hee congratulated Jin-woo on becoming an S rank, but he said he wanted to verify it again. He calmly stated, verifying with Jinwoo is meaningless. A precise measuring machine helps them analyze the results. It is not a tool to help us measure beyond the current limits. Even if it could measure beyond the current threshold, it still cannot distinguish between rank S in numbers or SSS rank. Jinwoo asked, then why schedule a remeasurement? He replied, so we have some time to meet talented S-rank hunters like Jinwoo before others in the associations. There are not many skilled hunters like Jin Shul. Who would want to join an association when large guilds can offer them wealth and fame? Many people remember the names of those in the dungeon raid teams of the big guilds, but not many know our head of Uin Chun, although he is among the top rank. That is why we have a little trick to meet talented hunters first. That is the true meaning of the remeasurement. He did not want to elaborate any further. My organization, Gogunhee, is not a black business. We cannot promise Jinwoo a lot of money, but we can help Jinwoo in other ways. Currently, our country is no longer under government control but managed by hunters. Those who protect the people from monsters are led by the hunter associations. I will help Jinwoo find a place among us. Jinwoo didn't understand why he was being told this. Gunhee did not answer directly but asked, Jinwoo, do you know about the 5 leading associations? The balance of the country is controlled by these 5 associations. If anyone joins any of the associations, the balance will collapse, and Korea will fall into crisis. The laws and systems do not have enough authority to control hunters. That is the reason for the existence of the associations. At this moment, Jinwoo also understood, monsters are not just monsters, but hunters can also be considered monsters. Gunhee then asked, so what is your decision? Jinwoo remained silent, thinking, this is not a bad proposal. Anyone with Gunhee's backing will succeed. The National Assembly, the government, the associations, and social media all bear Gunhee's footprint. Just as Jinwoo thought, he is truly remarkable, and his skills are too. Even though he has reached this level, Jinwoo's skills are only on par with his. Jinwoo thought, this is definitely a rare opportunity. The influence of the Hunter Association is only 6th, and the influence of the other associations is different. But the existence of this association is necessary. He probably won't live much longer, so he needs a successor. Jinwoo stood up and said, I'm sorry. Jinwoo's words startled Gunhee slightly. He sighed, it seems I may still have to use money. But Jinwoo's next statement took him by surprise. Jinwoo said, because I just want to fight. Mr. Gunhee asked, do you mean you want to keep fighting the monsters? In fact, the association only controls D and E rank dungeons, which are dungeons that other associations don't even bother with. If I join the association, there won't be any chance for me to get stronger. I can only become stronger as long as I don't stop. Jinwoo expressed his position within the dungeons. Gunhee looked at him with a face full of astonishment because, in Jinwoo's eyes, that was the absolute truth. Mr. Gunhee was continuously excited when he heard these words. It had been a long time since his heart had raced like this. Jinwoo said, my sister is home alone, so I need to ask for permission to leave first. Thus, their conversation came to an end. Before leaving, Jinwoo also told director Jin Chul that his intuition was wrong, as Jinwoo was not the one who would destroy the monsters in the double dungeon. Mr. Gunhee remained there, deep in thought. He said, when the holler and evil magic recovery appear, I guess I can defer aging and say goodbye to this frail body. That was what he thought, but no, the evil magic recovery was useless against age. Each of the top 5 associations was gaining strength day by day. Their power was now on par with the national army. Now the association had lost its influence. Soon, the association would become useless. Director Jin Chul added, and the one sitting at the highest position of the association is you, Chairman. He sighed and replied, yes, I believed that the association was necessary to survive longer and stronger, but that was just an unwarranted thought. He told Director Jin Chul, cancel today's schedule for me. Director Jin Chul said, but you have an appointment with the minister today. Gunhee replied, I don't want to ruin my mood when meeting that old man. Then he asked the director, "Do you want to go grab a drink?" Director Jin Chul said, "I can't drink, is that alright?" Gunny said, "It's not surprising at all that you are like that." He also didn't know how much Sung Jin-woo could drink anymore. The scene shifts to the hospital, where Hwang Dong-soo wakes up from a nightmare about the day he was defeated by Sun Il-hwan, startling him. He glanced at the director and said, "What do you want from a loser? If you want to say something, then please hurry up and leave." The director came here just to ask Hwang Dong-soo, "Is the person named Sun Il-hwan really a monster?" He turned to look at the director and asked, "Are you saying he attacked a civilian?" The director showed him a video of that day's events. He said, "I've never seen a monster help a human." He still insisted, "He is a monster." Hwang Dong-soo looked at the director with distress and asked, "Have you ever seen a human coming out of a gate?" He remained convinced that he was a monster. The director, hearing that, left and instructed Hwang Dong-soo, "Come back to the department after you recover. There are still some paperwork that needs to be processed." Hwang Dong-soo asked the director about the situation of Sun Il-hwan. He replied, "He disappeared after fighting with you. The department is sending people after him, but I don't think they'll catch the one who has left you so soft." Hwang Dong-soo angrily recalled the battle from that day. Sun Il-hwan had warned him, "Never set foot in South Korea again, and do not lay a finger on my son, or you will die without closing your eyes." The more he remembered, the angrier he became, the killing intent rising. "If I had the support of the association, I would not lose." He thought to himself, "And when I fully recover, I will chop Sun Il-hwan into pieces." The scene shifted to Jin-woo, who was sitting at home contemplating the equipment at the hunter auction. An online or offline market for hunters to buy and sell equipment or items obtained from expeditions. There are tens of thousands of hunters in this country. Through auctions, hunters can easily trade their gear. Equipment for hunters is like a part of their body. Better equipment helps hunters protect themselves better. That is the biggest reason why D and E rank hunters cannot own good equipment. But everything would be different if they joined a group. Why is it so expensive? Jin-woo wondered. The prices of the best equipment can skyrocket to the point where even if they pooled all their assets together, it still wouldn't be enough to buy. Jin-woo thought that the money he had saved was enough to buy it, but in reality, it was not. Not only were the fire attacks occurring more frequently than planned, but as Jin-woo climbed higher, the flames around him were also raging intensely. Jin-woo needed equipment to protect himself from them. He couldn't find any gear in the shop, so he had no choice but to sell the orb to buy essential items. These would only help the user increase their power by 20 to 30%, but this orb doubled that, so he would surely be able to sell it for a high price. Since the orb was not obtained from any strange place, there was no need to sell it on the black market. However, there was one problem. Jin-woo had to explain how he came to possess the orb. An E-rank hunter could not possibly own such a valuable item. They would simply overlook it. At this moment, Jin-woo needed some time to obtain an S-rank license, so they wouldn't suspect him if it showed in his hunter profile that Jin-woo had participated in an A-rank dungeon. But no high-rank hunter group would take an E-rank hunter like Jin-woo into their team. Suddenly, Jin-woo noticed that there was a group looking for members. Scene changed to the president's office of the Hunter Association. Director Chul was presenting Jin-woo's file to President Gun. It was a photo of Jin-woo from 4 years ago, looking nothing like his current appearance. The file contained the results of the past 4 years, and he was the weakest among E-rank hunters. President Gun said, "This is no different from suicide. Is he a rank imposter or what?" Director Jin Chul stated, "According to what he has heard, it is not like that." The chairman responded, "But over the past 4 years, it seems he has not recently awakened. Despite being frequently injured, he continues to participate." The director confirmed this because he knew Jin-woo was doing so for his gravely ill mother. The chairman was also moved by Jin-woo's profound sacrifice, taking care of his younger sister and his ailing mother. Jin-woo bears the burden in place of his missing family members. Director Chul informed the chairman, according to recent information, Hunter Sung Jin-woo has joined an exploration team within the Hunter Association. At this moment, the chairman thought to himself, is it possible that Jinwoo only says so, but in reality, he is still tempted by the contracts of the Hunter Association? Director Chol continued, Hunter Sung Jinwoo is participating in a mining team instead of joining the attack force. It is quite puzzling for an S-rank hunter to be involved in mining work. At the dungeon, where Jinwoo was about to participate in the raid, the leader of the mining team asked, Are you an E-rank hunter? Jinwoo replied, That's right. He asked Jinwoo several questions about mining as well as combat. After some greetings, he told Jinwoo, Don't worry, you just need to work hard. Jinwoo stood aside observing the situation. High-rank dungeons have a very large scale, so the attack force cannot handle everything on their own. That is why they divide the work appropriately. The attack force will deal with the monsters. The mining team will extract resources from the dungeon. The harvesting team will collect the dropped items from the monsters. The mining and harvesting teams will enter the dungeon once the monsters have been dealt with. That's a large amount of manpower. Electrical machines cannot be used inside the dungeon. Therefore, they have to use non-modern methods. Even these axes are enchanted with magic. So it turns out this is an A-rank dungeon. Jinwoo wanted to witness an A-rank dungeon firsthand, and he was very pleased with his decision to come here. Sooner or later, he would also participate in places like this. Inside, Choi Jong-jin spoke to the raid team, the scheduled time has passed, and everyone has their plans. It will inconvenience other teams if we stay here too long. He called out to the monster, Come forth. I'm not a fan of an overly bright room, he said, and a flame slowly ignited from his hand. It gradually grew larger than ever before. A powerful strike surged toward the monster. The fire was truly terrifying. Choi Jong-jin commanded, Take your positions. Shields were immediately erected. Choi Jong-jin continued, I have checked. We cannot collect the corpses of the monsters if the blaze becomes too great. We do not know how deep this dungeon is, but it is certain that the monsters have turned to ash. At that moment, everyone looked at Jong-jin with admiration for his strength. Choi Jong-jin said, I will protect everyone. Women are more sensitive to the smell of burning, so be careful. Outside, the team leader felt frustrated as the assault team had been inside for too long. The manager reassured, It will be over soon, everything is for everyone's safety. Please just wait a little longer. Just a bit more until they finish off the monsters. He replied, I've heard that 3 times already. The assistant patiently explained, It would be very dangerous for everyone if there were any monsters left unhandled. What do you think about us going for a drink after we're done? Hearing this, he understood what the manager wanted to convey. A worker announced, The assault team has come out, we will begin our advance. Jinwoo stood to the side, also seeing the hunters come out, they are the strongest assault team in this country. At that moment, Jinwoo also spotted the S-rank hunter Choi Jong-in and the second S-rank hunter Cha Hae-in, a girl with pure beauty, but few women possess power like hers. Her strength is at least on par with Choi Jong-in, perhaps even higher, maybe comparable to Go Gun-hee. Suddenly, Cha Hae-in sensed a great source of power nearby. She thought to herself, I must have been mistaken when I thought Chairman Go Gun-hee was here, and then that person completely disappeared without leaving a trace. There's no way someone as busy as the chairman would come here. After a long wait for the raid team, they finally began their excavation work. The team leader noticed Jin was standing still and inquired about his condition, then they all moved inside together. Inside the A-rank dungeon was very expansive. The level of the dungeon is not determined by the strength of the monsters but by the measurements of the magical energy waves. If the magical energy waves are high, the size of the dungeon also increases. If the size and the value of the magical energy are what determine the level of the dungeon, then even a den of low-level monsters could release high energy waves. However, if a dungeon is filled with ordinary monsters, it cannot release waves of energy comparable to an A-rank dungeon. It could be a B-rank dungeon, but an A-rank dungeon is filled with difficult monsters to defeat. The wind in the dungeon was not an ordinary breeze, it was a wave of magical energy. It must have come from the boss monster. Meanwhile, a few workers were discussing Jinwoo's rank, as he was E rank, so they did not trust his working efficiency. I don't know what their team leader thinks either. Jinwoo here seems a bit discouraged when facing discrimination from everyone. It doesn't matter, anyway, I won't be doing this long term. A tall employee accidentally bumped into Jinwoo but replied, "Watch where you're going, don't just stand there when the path is still narrow." He intended to say more but was met with a glare from Jinwoo, causing his limbs to tremble. Jinwoo walked away while the employee stood there in shock, frightened by the suspicion about Jinwoo's actual rank. Their work continued as usual. The collection team would enter first, while the extraction team had already begun their tasks. The assault team would enter the dungeon first and eliminate all monsters, including the boss. Next, the collection team would go inside to gather the remains of the monsters. Finally, the extraction team would enter to mine the ores to maximize profits. You cannot overlook any part of the magical stone process. Energy stones must always be clear, and even the corpses of high-level monsters are beneficial. They can be used as materials for various devices. Bones, skin, flesh, nothing is wasted from high-level monster corpses. That's the difference between low-level and high-level monsters in the dungeon. It's unbelievable that monster remains can also be useful. They extract everything that brings profit from the dungeon. The assault team will eliminate the final boss to destroy the dungeon. To extract from high-level dungeons perfectly, they must excel in all four aspects. The team leader asked Jinwoo, "Were you surprised when you first entered the dungeon?" Jinwoo replied, "The monsters are all bigger than I thought. All the monsters here have been defeated, except for the boss, right?" The team leader continued, "Exactly. If we defeat the boss, the dungeon will close. The boss will not be defeated until the team completes their gathering in mining work." Jinwoo asked further, "What happens if the boss leaves its lair?" The team leader answered, "This rarely happens, but if it does, everyone here will die." He then asked Jinwoo, "Are you afraid of the monsters?" Jinwoo said, "I am not afraid of all of them. I have been working for the Hunter Association for 3 years and have never had an accident." Looking towards the boss, Jinwoo thought to himself, "Sometimes, ignorance is bliss." Even if the boss does not awaken, it still exudes enough pressure to make everyone feel scared. This boss is stronger than both Vulcan and Metis. It is impressive that Choi Jong-in and Cha Hae-in could defeat such bosses. However, the organization of the attacking team is also very impressive. That must be the reason they can clear the dungeons safely without any accidents. It is not just about manpower but also the skills and mastery achieved through extensive experience. Looking at the direction where Jinwoo was mining magical stones, a staff member asked the team leader in amazement, "Isn't this not Jinwoo's first time? Is he really E rank? His productivity and skills are exceptional." The team leader replied, "Of course, I checked Jinwoo's license. I wouldn't take in a stranger without verifying their paperwork first." As they watched Jinwoo mining, they also couldn't explain the situation. The team leader praised Jinwoo as a talented miner, but it was time for lunch, so he told everyone to quickly grab something to eat. He asked Jinwoo, "Are you coming to eat?" But he refused, saying he had already eaten earlier. Hearing that, they all began to leave. Jinwoo thought to himself, finally he was alone, this opportunity cannot be missed, I only have 1 hour, I must handle this quickly and return. Jinwoo stood before the massive monster. With his current abilities, he could easily take it down. Although his conscience told him that this was wrong, the dungeon would collapse if Jinwoo finished off the boss, and the hunting party would face a huge loss. While he hesitated, a voice called out from behind, "What are you doing?" Cha Hae-in appeared behind him, causing Jinwoo to halt his actions. He replied, "I got lost down here." Cha Hae-in asked Jinwoo, "Are you a member of the exploration team? This is where the boss is located, stay away from this place." Jinwoo glanced at her, thinking to himself, Cha Hae-in is really not simple at all. He didn't even realize she had approached. Cha Hae-in was a bit surprised because she had seen Jinwoo holding a weapon a moment ago. She told Jinwoo, "You should leave here." If the boss awakens, everyone here will die. Jin-woo apologized and began to walk away. As he passed by Cha Hae-in, she felt something strange and called for Jin-woo to stop for a moment. She brought her nose close to sniff the scent on Jin-woo's body, finding there was no stench at all. Jin-woo noticed the peculiar expression on Cha Hae-in's face and asked, "Is there something wrong?" She asked, "Are you really a hunter?" Jin-woo presented his hunter's license. At that moment, Cha Hae-in had no more questions, so she told Jin-woo, "Don't worry. You should be more careful because this dungeon is very large." Watching Jin-woo's back as he left, Cha Hae-in thought to herself, is it because of his low rank that he doesn't smell bad at all? He has a fragrant scent. Returning to the exploration team, Jin-woo spoke to himself that he had wandered into the boss's lair and accidentally met the hunter Cha Hae-in. Everyone says Jin-woo was lucky because not many people talk to her. The patrol hunters are on guard in case the boss might leave the room. She does this even during breaks. She is truly a wonderful woman. Jin-woo thought to himself, they may laugh because they haven't seen it and don't know how terrifying the boss is. On the contrary, because the boss is so dangerous, the attacking team is worried like that. A staff member continued, Hunter Cha can smell the scent of the hunters, and it seems quite unpleasant. They say it is a unique physiological trait. Therefore, she always has to cover her nose with a cloth. Isn't that a bit unusual? She has trouble breathing when standing close to the hunters. At this moment, Jin-woo also understood, that's why she asked me if I was a hunter. He recalled the incident with the elf and wondered, could it be similar to before? Not having the peculiar smell like other hunters, nor the voice demanding to kill me, only because I am a player. An independent existence that receives the perks of the external system. The team leader handed money to Jin-woo and kept praising him for doing so well. He thought Jin-woo was carrying a mining machine because after witnessing him mining the mana crystals, thanks to Jin-woo, they had finished 2 hours early. They didn't think they could finish before the collection team. He had met many people doing this work, but this was the first time he had encountered someone like Jin-woo, indeed a talented miner. Saying this, he wanted to invite Jin-woo to officially work for his mining team and would pay him a high salary. Hearing this, Jin-woo also declined because he already had another job waiting for him. The team leader understood and asked, will Jin-woo be coming to work again tomorrow? Jin-woo thought, after all, I have to wait 2 more days to check the rank so I can work an extra day. He had grasped the cleaning process of the dungeon, but wait, isn't there also a raid tomorrow for the Hunters Guild? They replied, that's right. It's also an A-rank dungeon, but tomorrow Team B will take over for Team A like today. He continued, that is the strength of the Hunters Guild. The Hunters Guild is the only guild in South Korea that can handle 2 A-rank dungeons at the same time. Jin-woo asked, where will I go tomorrow? He said, Jin-woo has made quite an accurate decision. Tomorrow, I will tell the higher-ups to double your payment. Paying double for one person working as much as 5 people is already a bargain. The scene shifts to a restaurant, where a girl says, I came out when you asked me to eat with you, but why is it pig belly? Jin-ho replies, do you dislike pig belly? This is the place where I and Hyun-nim shared memories together. She asked, why did Jin-ho bring me here? At this moment, we learn that her name is Yoo-soo-hyun, Jin-ho's cousin. He said, my conversation with Dad went quite well. She seemed astonished, unable to believe Jin-ho would become the head of a gang. But Jin-woo needed Hyun-nim's help to do that. Yoo-soo-hyun also didn't know who Jin-ho was talking about. Jin-ho cried, handed his phone to Yoo-soo-hyun, and said, look, you have to look. Hyun-nim is avoiding my calls, right? He said he would cut off contact for a while, but it has been over a week since then. There was a time he didn't pick up for 3 to 4 days, but isn't a week too much? She asked Jin-ho, is he your friend? Jin-ho is acting a bit scary now. On TV, a star named Lee Min-sung said, since the photo shoot isn't over, I will have to wait until my rank evaluation. Jin-ho looked up at the TV and said, that Min-sung guy is an entertainment star. They say he will re-evaluate his rank in 2 days. Yoo-soo-hyun replied, that's just him showing off. He got an A rank and is just doing all this for his performance. He is like a pig crying because he isn't getting the attention he wants. She said, he is very famous with women, in fact, he even flirts with Yoo Soo-hyun's colleagues in the modeling industry. He is skilled in such matters, very smart even before the evaluation. At this point, Yoo Soo-hyun snatched the phone from Jin-ho's hand and said, I will call the person you mentioned, Hyun-nim. After the call, she handed the phone back to Jin-ho as she had successfully contacted him. On the other end, Jin-woo said, Hey, it's been a while, huh? Hearing Jin-woo's voice made Jin-ho want to cry. Hyun-nim said, You said you would be away for a while, but what have you been doing? Jin-woo replied, I went exploring a dungeon. By the way, how is everything between you and our father? Is it going well? Jin-woo cheerfully said, That's what I wanted to talk to you about. Are you free tomorrow? Let's meet up for a bit. The two agreed to meet in the evening. The scene shifted to Cha Hae-in's building, where she made a phone call to a mysterious person and said, Can you help me find information about a person named Sung Jin-woo who joined the expedition team today? Cha Hae-in still couldn't believe Jin-woo accidentally wandered into a boss's lair. He could be a spy from another dungeon. This worries me. The voice on the other end asked, Is the hunter linked with the association? Cha Hae-in replied, Do you know Jin-woo? He hesitated and then told Cha Hae-in, Their association leader just asked me for the same thing. Cha Hae-in asked him if he knew the reason. He replied, I'm not sure, but I have done my best to gather whatever information I could. However, the association has locked the data for low-ranked hunters. This is the first time I have seen such a high level of data security for a hunter. Upon hearing these words, Cha Hae-in seemed to realize something unusual. She lay idly on the bed and did not understand why Jin-woo was different from the hunters she had encountered. He was the first person from whom she could smell a fragrant scent. The next morning, Jin-woo arrived at the location of Team B's resource extraction. Looking at everyone there, Jin-woo felt a bit nostalgic about his old hunting team. The little memories made him feel a bit happy. The team leader said, Today, eat with them, but don't say you've already eaten. Jin-woo seemed to have forgotten this feeling for a while. The atmosphere here reminded him of a few things. It's not that bad. The extraction team finally finished their work. They prepared to rest and get ready for the job in the afternoon. Suddenly, a young man from the attack force approached and asked, Can I borrow someone from the extraction team? Our porter didn't come today. The workers at this moment whispered among themselves, They want to assign someone from the extraction group as a porter? Why would there be strong names from the extraction team who can carry heavy things? Why are they asking us? The team leader expressed to the young man, My people have been working for 3 hours, finishing right on time. And now you want to borrow someone from the team to be a porter? My team doesn't have enough manpower. He said, They finished the work 2 hours earlier thanks to Brother Sung. Ignoring their words, the attack team leader still asked, Is there anyone who volunteers to accompany the attack force? We will compensate for the risks once the attacks are over. No one in the excavation team had the intention of leaving because it was truly dangerous. The team leader sighed and said, Listen, Leader Sun Ki-hoon, even a dungeon rank A makes us hesitate. Carrying loads in an A-rank dungeon is beyond our strength. It's not a place for low-rank hunters. Although anyone who volunteers to carry your equipment would only just be a burden compared to excavation, the risks are too high. Most other excavation teams here are rank D, and there are even some rank E hunters among us. A small scratch is enough to kill us. Do you really think everyone here would risk their lives for a bit of extra cash? He seemed disheartened, so no one then? Suddenly, Jin-woo raised his hand from the crowd and said, I will go. As soon as he spoke, everyone was astonished, their eyes wide open, mouths agape, is he crazy? He wants to enter Dungeon A with us? There are strong monsters inside. Why would he want to join them? A person with such a bright future like him shouldn't risk his life like this. Jin-woo reassured everyone, I won't back down because I'm not someone without courage. At this moment, Jin-woo had his own plan, although I'm only bringing equipment, watching the attack live is a great way to learn. Not to mention, this is an A-rank dungeon. The guy next to the raid captain laughed. Jinwoo just started working with us yesterday. He raised his hand without knowing anything. The captain asked, "What's his name?" The guy replied, "Jinwoo is E-rank. He's too low, we should find someone else." But unexpectedly, the captain still decided to choose Jinwoo for his team. The two introduced themselves and briefed Jinwoo on the mission. After that, they began to enter the dungeon. However, the captain noticed that Jinwoo didn't seem to have any trouble carrying their equipment. Jinwoo looked at the gate and exclaimed, "It's so huge." The captain asked, "Was yesterday your first time exploring? This must be your second time witnessing an A-rank dungeon, right?" The gate may be large, but they said the evil magic energy emanating from it was weaker compared to the gate from yesterday. If it were too dangerous, Team B would not be allowed to handle it. Jinwoo observed Team B. If we exclude the S-rank hunter, the difference between the two attack forces is negligible. There are 11 A-rank hunters and 6 B-rank hunters. If this were another dungeon, they wouldn't be able to split their members into two teams like this. The magical energy radiating from the gate is definitely weaker than yesterday. He thinks, the measuring device of the association seems not to be wrong, but why do I feel the same anxiety as the last time I stood next to the red gate? Jinwoo only worries, even though you are not in the attack force, just relax and don't worry too much. They begin to enter the dungeon. A girl beside him reassures Jinwoo, "You don't need to worry too much because the commander and the others here are all excellent hunters. Let's go." Jinwoo looks at her and remembers Juhee. She is a support B rank, and if she hadn't suffered psychological trauma, she would also fit in with a team like this. 6 B rank hunters here are nearly on par with a rank. The Hunter Association has 2 such strong teams. The girl cheerfully adds, "Our main attack force will take care of all the battles. As long as you remain in the lineup, you will be safe from any monster attacks. There is a saying, if the mage commander is attacked, the shield bearer must take responsibility. If the support is attacked, the vanguard must take responsibility. And if the porters are attacked, they will have to take responsibility. That's why you won't encounter any problems with monsters, as long as the attack force doesn't fail." Meanwhile, the team captain is thinking to himself, this is his first time being assigned the task of leading the team, but if he completes this dungeon run, he will officially be promoted to be rank hunter captain. He thought, perhaps I am not like Guild Master Choi or Vice Master Cha, but he is still the best rank hunter in the dungeon, so I believe I can do it. As soon as they arrived at the battle site with the monsters, they immediately assumed a ready-to-attack stance without any need for leadership, which surprised Jinwoo a little with their strength. Suddenly, from the deep darkness, 2 dungeon jackal wolves emerged, and the captain led the charge forward, taking down 2 fierce wolves. Then came the warriors and mages into the fray. They fought together in a very harmonious and professional manner. But there was one unusual thing: why are these wolves appearing in an A-rank dungeon? Jinwoo was a bit confused, asking the girl next to him, and learned that these monsters belonged to a C-rank dungeon because they were too weak and ranked lower in the food chain. They were often the hunted, unable to sustain their numbers because stronger monsters preyed on them. These creatures could not hunt anything here, not even in packs. Without the ability to defeat the stronger creatures, they wouldn't survive. Jinwoo noticed that there were collars on the wolves, so he was sure that they were not ordinary wolves but had been nurtured and used by someone as hunting dogs. Jinwoo thought to himself, a bunch of monsters smart enough to unleash hunting dogs to hunt us. No matter what type they belong to, dealing with them will be difficult. Then suddenly, Jinwoo's instinct told him that the real monster in this place was approaching. Then one of their warriors began to notice a swarm of giant brains lurking here. One of them started raising its hand, hurling a spear towards the group of hunters. The captain used his shield to block, but unexpectedly, after just one blow, the shield was nearly destroyed, and soon 2 or 3 other brains attacked their group. The taunt skill was completely ineffective. They were aiming at the sorcerers. One sorcerer holding a lantern used his skill to create a flame that attacked the body of the brain, but it was completely unaffected. Then another sorcerer used evil magic to bind it, squeezing the brain tightly, but could only maintain this spell for a maximum of 5 seconds. The lantern sorcerer then summoned a fire guardian, but he could only create a maximum of 2 guardians. Each had strength equivalent to Hunter A, but in return, he could not use any more spells. This was his trump card, and he would exhaust his mana if they were harmed. At this moment, the warriors seemed to be at a disadvantage. The power of both sides was too unequal. The captain ordered, "Gather a group of 3. At this moment, the captain could not have anticipated, there are as many as 20 giant brains here. It shouldn't have been so terrifying when they measured the strength of the gate. The giant brains are not ordinary types. They are the strongest of their kind. Each one can contend with Hunter A, and now there are dozens of them." He thought, is it true that there are exactly 22 giant ogres? 17 and 22 not only overwhelm in numbers, but ogres are not the type that B-rank hunters can deal with. On the other hand, there are rank hunters are stronger than the giant ogres, but if all the B-rank hunters are killed, then that would be another story. They have no other choice. Sacrifice is inevitable. Continuously, one person was injured after another. Their healers were working very hard. The team leader commanded everyone, "Retreat." Just as a mage among them was about to be attacked, suddenly Jinwoo was stealthily using his invisibility skill and swiftly cut the throat of that ogre. The healers nearby were astonished, unaware of what had just happened. Jinwoo kept gliding like the wind amid the battle. The team leader suddenly realized that the fight was becoming easier. The shadow kept moving through the ogres, every strike was targeted at their weak points. There were a few ogres that seemed to have recognized Jinwoo's presence. If he didn't quickly deal with them, things would become more difficult. Jinwoo lamented, "The hunters here, including Sun Ki-hoon, are all elite hunters chosen by the Hunter Association and are also considered the strongest in the country." It wasn't that Jinwoo didn't trust them, but the giant ogres were not easy prey. This healer could have easily been killed. Jinwoo could not just stand by and watch. System notification, Jinwoo has leveled up. He was somewhat surprised, as he could level up just by assisting in defeating monsters. Jinwoo can level up more if he defeats the remaining monsters. However, this is a project that the Hunters Guild has invested a significant amount of money in, so this is all he can do for them. The battle ends, and everyone is surprised that they managed to take down the monsters. They inquire about one another to see if anyone was in danger. They never expected a group of monsters to appear here. Fortunately, no one was lost. A mage beside Jinwoo looks at him and thinks, he must think our group is a bunch of fools, unable to hide from the mages. The healer reports to the team leader about what happened earlier when they were fighting the monsters. One of them was suddenly sliced in half when something lifted it into the air. Ki-hoon asks her, "Are you saying someone used evil magic?" The healer replies, "That's right." Ki-hoon then turns to ask Jin-ah, "Was it her?" Jin-ah replies irritably, "I can't do that either. She can only slightly restrict their movements with her electronic evil magic. They don't have anyone using cursed evil magic here. Their team focuses on offensive power, so naturally, they don't have any assassins." The mage who noticed Jinwoo earlier says vaguely, "If anyone did that, it could only be an outsider." At this moment, she also thinks, there must be some reason why Jinwoo was hiding his power. The captain further analyzes, the strength of the monsters can take them down at any moment without suffering any harm. But right after the battle, their actions are very strange. The warrior in the team asks Ki-hoon, "Should we continue?" Everyone around also advises the captain to stop because the situation is too dangerous. He pats the captain on the shoulder, saying, "Now that we know there are many monsters here, it would be too dangerous to advance further. We need at least 2 or 3 wide area spellcasters to continue. I know this is your first time commanding the attack force, and it's quite frustrating to let it end like this." Upon hearing these words, the captain falls into deep thought. If we succeed, I will become the official commander of this team. This could be the only opportunity. Jinwoo also realizes that this is a very difficult decision for the captain, as in his position, anyone would want to continue. But he is a sharp commander, and just as Jinwoo expected, the captain ordered everyone to halt the attack and retreat. Everyone sighed with relief upon hearing this. The captain said, "I'm not that reckless." They left happily, but suddenly Ki-hoon told everyone to stop. In front of the gate was a barrier created by high-level information. Everyone was astonished, not understanding why that thing had appeared here. The mages needed a lot of time to dispel this forbidden spell. They had chosen correctly, it was impossible to clear the dungeon with the current attacking force. A short-torque mage urged Uni, "Hurry up, it's not easy to break." The waves of magic were so strong that even the ordinary hunters, who usually couldn't sense magic, could feel it clearly. The scale of this power was entirely different. One person asked a question, but no one had an answer. Why couldn't we feel these magical waves when we were outside the gate? Is this a type of energy that can be concealed? In the end, they failed. The mages were heavily injured by arcane magic, and another danger was looming from behind, the giant monsters. Their team had struggled to take down more than 20 monsters, but this time, the number was around 50. One person stood in front of the monsters, shouting, "We will die if we fight them." In his heart, he could only pray that Captain Choi or Vice President Cha Hae-in would appear to help. A giant monster approached, roaring in a language no one in the team understood. But then, unexpectedly, some magic was cast on the monster. It began to speak in the language of humans. It introduced itself, "I am Kargalgan, very pleased to meet you, humans." Everyone was astonished to hear the orc speaking human language. They wondered if it was magic or not. The cat-eared sorceress insisted that it was just a puppet, and someone was speaking through it. One person in the group asked Captain Ki-hoon, "Do you believe in this? This must definitely be a trap." Captain Ki-hoon pondered for a moment and then said, "Better to die with honor than live in shame. Let's deal with these right here." Ki-hoon turned to Kargalgan and asked directly, "Did you set up this barrier?" Kargalgan replied coldly, "I did. I am the supreme wizard of the orc clan. My magic cannot be reversed by humans." Ki-hoon tried to probe further, "Is there anyone stronger than you here?" Kargalgan laughed, "No. I am the final boss." He continued to offer a choice, either you are killed by the orc clan, or you submit to us. The whole team fell silent, their eyes focused on Ki-hoon. A plan suddenly flashed in his mind, and after a few seconds of thought, he said, "All right. We will submit to you." The whole group was astonished by this decision. A large orc, probably Kargalgan's bodyguard, gestured for everyone to follow him. Meanwhile, Jinwoo stood quietly, thinking to himself, in the boss room, there will definitely be more giant orcs. The chance of survival there will be even lower than now. Is Captain Ki-hoon trying to negotiate with the boss so that we can retreat safely? Ki-hoon went ahead, his mind in turmoil. He had no other option, but he knew he couldn't place all his trust in the orcs. This was the only opportunity, and he had to bet everything. Suddenly, Ki-hoon turned back and whispered to Jinwoo, "When we get to the boss room, we will attack it unexpectedly." Although they did not succeed, the boss would no longer be able to maintain the barrier once they attracted its attention. The captain turned to Jinwoo and said, "Jinwoo, run outside and call our main attack team here." Jinwoo glanced at the captain, his eyes full of skepticism. "When the main attack team arrives, you guys will be done for. Are you planning to die with the boss?" The captain calmly replied, "Our goal is to close this gateway, rather than ensure a safe escape. That's why people pay us so much to carry out this mission." The healer standing nearby, her eyes filled with worry, urgently pleaded with Jinwoo, "Jinwoo, please help me with one thing. If you escape, take this important item to my family. This isn't your fight, and I just hope you can make it out safely." Jinwoo looked at her, took the item, and responded, "No need. I will not let myself be the one to deliver it anywhere." Outside the gateway, Cha Hae-in and several other hunters were waiting for the attack team to come out. She wasn't just here to observe but also to find Jinwoo, but she couldn't see him anywhere. She told herself, Jinwoo must have skipped work again. At this moment, the team leader approached, looked at Cha Hae-in, and asked, Hunter Cha, aren't you supposed to be off today? Cha Hae-in bowed her head and quickly asked, has Hunter Jinwoo been here today? He replied, he just went with the attack team, doing the hauling work. Hearing this, Cha Hae-in was stunned, almost unable to believe her ears. She shouted, hauling? Do you mean he went through the gateway? Cha Hae-in stood before the enormous gate, her eyes filled with contemplation. A hunter, willingly entering in a ranked dungeon to be a porter? We are not immortal. What is he thinking? I saw him wielding a weapon in front of the boss room yesterday. I can't have misseen that. It's truly suspicious. She turned to everyone and declared firmly, I will go into the gate. The team leader asked nervously, do you need me to call for a support team from the guild? Cha Hae-in shook her head, replying, it's just a personal matter, no need to worry about me. As she prepared to step inside, she realized she hadn't brought any weapons, not thinking she would enter the dungeon. She turned to ask the group, is there anyone who can lend me a weapon? A worker awkwardly handed her a pickaxe, causing Cha Hae-in to feel helpless. She asked the team leader, do you have anything else? Like a sword or a spear, perhaps? Hearing this, the team leader chuckled, asking for something like that from a mining team is a bit difficult, you know. Cha Hae-in let out a sigh, handed the pickaxe back to the team leader, and said, I'll be fine, I'll go in like this. She took a few steps forward when the team leader called out, Hunter Cha, are you really going to go in there unarmed? Cha Hae-in paused, her face flushing. In the end, she awkwardly accepted the pickaxe back from him. The team leader laughed heartily, you made the right choice. Going in unarmed would really not be wise, right? Cha Hae-in nodded to thank him, gripping the pickaxe tightly in her hand, then stepped through the gate, entering the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, Jinwoo's group approached the orc castle. In front of them, hundreds of orcs appeared, creating a sight that overwhelmed all the hunters. Everyone understood that if all these orcs escaped, they would devastate a small city before other hunters could arrive to rescue. However, at least their current goal was to defeat the boss. The warriors guarding around had not shown any suspicious movements yet. One person in the group spoke up, can we get past the guards to take down that wizard? The entire team implicitly understood that when the captain gave the signal, they would all attack simultaneously, aiming straight at the wizard. At that moment, a voice echoed, deep and authoritative. The orc lord stepped forward, his cold gaze sweeping across the group of hunters. He asked with a voice like a growl, are you afraid of me, human? His words reverberated throughout the space, carrying immense magical power that sent the minds of the entire team into chaos. Sweat dripped down each person's forehead, and everyone could feel the clear disparity in strength. This orc lord was on an entirely different level. Compared to him, the strongest wizard in their raid team was only at rank 3. Captain Ki-hoon gritted his teeth, trying to stay calm and asked, why did you bring our group here? Your soldiers could easily wipe us all out. The orc lord smirked, his voice filled with disdain, for entertainment. I will kill each of you one by one for the amusement of my people. These words pierced straight into Captain Ki-hoon's self-esteem. He clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with helplessness mixed with rage. Entertainment? Is our resolve nothing more than a source of amusement for you? Instead of seeing us as real enemies? Our lives are merely toys to you, and you will toss them aside whenever you feel bored? The indignation surged within Ki-hoon, but he knew he had to stay strong. This was the moment his entire team needed him the most. Captain Ki-hoon shouted loudly, right now, everyone attack. He rushed forward first, leading the formation. However, that orc wizard used him of protection, creating a solid ice shield that blocked Ki-hoon's attack. It sneered, its tone full of disdain, you foolish humans. Immediately afterward, it continued to use the levitation skill, lifting Ki-hoon high before slamming him down harshly onto the ground. The impact left Ki-hoon gravely injured. Without stopping, the wizard repeated the action, causing the entire hunter team to panic. Witnessing this scene, Jinwoo could no longer tolerate it. He dashed forward, determined to save Ki-hoon. When he got close, Jinwoo saw Ki-hoon gasping for breath on the ground and coldly asked, "Brother Ki-hoon, this dungeon was purchased by the Hunter Association, right? If I cause any losses, like the people in this room about to be killed, no one would blame me, would they?" An orc attempted to charge at Jinwoo, but he immediately used the skill hand of dominance. With tremendous power, the orc was thrown far away, crashing hard into the wall, much to Ki-hoon's astonishment. Jinwoo turned back, his gaze icy, and asked Ki-hoon once again, "Shall I kill all the monsters here?" Ki-hoon, now aware of the only glimmer of hope, struggled to speak weakly. "Please, save us." The orc wizard still did not recognize the danger before him and continued to sneer, "For a human, you are indeed strong. But do you have enough strength to fight against all of us?" Jinwoo smirked, his eyes sharply responding, "You've never met anyone with magic power like mine, have you? Let me show you. The real nightmare." He laughed triumphantly, feeling that everything was under control. But Jinwoo, with a face full of murderous intent, responded, "Do you think this is an uneven fight? Perhaps that's true. But it's uneven for you." Right after that, Jinwoo summoned his army of shadows, terrible warriors appearing, ready to wreak havoc on everything. Outside the dungeon, a vehicle from the Hunter Association suddenly appeared, causing a stir among those present. The hunters in the area began to discuss, "What is the association doing here? There must be something serious going on." From the vehicle, Director Chul stepped down, his gaze directed at the large gate. He thought to himself, "Why is he mining here? Not just one day, but 2 consecutive days. Jinwoo will soon be famous as an S rank. But does he realize that he needs to be wary of being watched?" The mining team leader approached with a curious voice, "Why has the association's inspector come here?" Director Chul calmly replied, "I've received information that Hunter Jinwoo is working here." "Where is he at the moment?" The team leader sighed softly, shaking his head, "That young guy again? Is there a problem, boss?" Another worker, who had once been frightened by Jinwoo's cold gaze, interjected, "I knew it. He must have caused some trouble. The other day, when he glared at me, I thought I was going to be swallowed whole. Just thinking about it gives me shivers." Director Chul looked towards the gate and asked in a serious tone, "Who is inside right now?" The team leader replied, "Jinwoo. He has already entered the gate." He continued, "The porters didn't come today, and no one is willing to work. That's why Jinwoo volunteered to be the porter and walked into the gate." Director Chul, upon hearing this, could only be speechless, muttering, "This guy has gone from miner to porter. It's just too weird." The team leader couldn't help but be surprised. "I don't understand what's wrong with everyone today." Even the S-rank hunter Cha-haen came looking for Jinwoo and followed him inside the gate. Hearing this, Director Chul's eyes widened in shock. "What? Cha-haen, an S-rank hunter, also went in there?" Meanwhile, a worker tried to joke around, "Could it be that he killed someone? He looks just like that." But Director Chul calmly replied, "Tomorrow you will know the answer for yourself." However, those around them did not believe that Jinwoo could be a killer, as he always worked very hard and with diligence. As Director Chul approached the gate, suddenly a powerful surge of magic erupted, causing his glasses to shatter. Panicked, he shouted, "Oh my God, am I dreaming? For a moment, I thought my body was about to be torn apart." They immediately took out an energy meter to check. The displayed number was incredibly high, nearly equivalent to an S-rank gate. Director Chul thought, if the attacking teams in this dungeon are assigned based on previous results, they will definitely be in big trouble. But perhaps it will be fine, as there are already 2 S-rank hunters inside. Without hesitation, he ordered, "We will enter immediately." They stepped into the dungeon. The scene inside was truly desolate, with the bodies of orc monsters scattered all over the path leading deeper inside. They did not understand how Ki-hoon's team could defeat the orcs and survive, especially when faced with 2 powerful orcs like these. Outside, Cha-haen was preparing to enter. She sensed the terrifying strength emanating from the boss in the cave, silently thinking that under such circumstances, Ki-hoon's group would surely struggle to survive. Inside, the leader looked at Jinwoo's army and mocked, "Is that all you've got to take down my soldiers?" Jinwoo calmly responded, "Don't underestimate my team. That will make you regret it." Right after, Jinwoo activated the king's territory skill, causing all of his shadow soldiers to gain a 50% increase in stats. This was a skill Jinwoo received after reaching level 70 by clearing the demon tower. Jinwoo's shadow army immediately became more powerful than ever, stunning the mages in the group with Jinwoo's strength. A fire guardian summoned in awe murmured, "How can he summon so many soldiers? I can only call up to 2 at most." The girl beside him also could not hide her astonishment, exclaiming, "How can a human contain such a large amount of magical energy?" The leader remained unfazed, coldly ordering his minions, "Kill all of his soldiers." Iron immediately charged in, using the taunt skill, but the enemy's stats were too high, causing the skill to fail. Undeterred, Iron wielded his massive axe, initiating the battle. Igris, with his sharp sword, quickly followed, taking down several orcs. They still did not falter and continued to surge forward. Jinwoo did not stand still either. He joined the fight, easily taking down the nearby orcs, demonstrating his overwhelming strength. Observing Jinwoo's skills, the hunters couldn't help but marvel at his mastery, even more dazzling than that of the Vice Guild leader. Jinwoo quickly analyzed the battlefield. Besides Iron, Igris, and Tank, the rest of his soldiers were B rank. However, they had been taken down multiple times while trying to attack an orc. The overwhelming number of enemies made it imperative for Jinwoo to quickly find a way to tilt the balance. The leader used his divine song skill, resulting in a significant portion of the dark soldiers being annihilated. Sitting on his throne, the leader boasted and began to crow loudly. Jinwoo was truly furious at this point. He asserted that as long as he had mana, his soldiers would revive. However, the leader sneered. "Your mana will soon run dry. You will exhaust your mana before you can take down all my troops." Jinwoo charged in, shouting, "Then you'll die first." However, the leader and 2 orcs activated him of protection simultaneously, causing Jinwoo's attack to bounce back. He looked at Jinwoo with a disdainful smile. "It's futile. The more time you waste with me, the quicker your soldiers will die." Jinwoo coldly replied, "I have some quite powerful soldiers, so you should worry about yourself." The leader, enraged, used him of blazing fire, incinerating a large force of Jinwoo's soldiers. Jinwoo realized that the power of this leader exceeded even that of Vulcan and Metis. He could control thousands of undead but mainly focused on magic and defense. The situation worsened when hundreds of orcs appeared behind him, creating an unbalanced battle that was completely different from Jinwoo's previous missions. Jinwoo ordered the system to open the loot box. He held a mana potion in his hand, reminding himself that he could now use it freely without worry. He said to the leader, "It's just that I didn't want to drink mana except for meals, but now I will soon bring you down. That will be quite an interesting sight. I will show you." Jinwoo commanded the attack, and the orcs that had been killed suddenly got back up, leaving the leader in disbelief. He asked Jinwoo in astonishment, "Why do you dare to turn my warriors into undead?" Jinwoo coldly replied, "You still have a lot of soldiers, but they will soon become my dark minions. And when I'm done with them, it will be your turn." The leader looked at Jinwoo and began to realize something, but then he suddenly faced a new problem. He wondered, why are we here? Why is there a voice constantly whispering in our heads to hunt all humans? The leader angrily ordered his subordinates, "Tear the soldiers apart into pieces and offer them up to me." Jinwoo smiled and said, "I will let my subordinates have fun with your subordinates." The battle was incredibly intense, but Jinwoo sensed that Iron seemed a bit foolish, while the others were cool but weak. Vulcan, whenever faced with danger, quickly panicked and was easily defeated, which brought great satisfaction to Jinwoo. While Iron was about to be attacked, suddenly an orc was hurled away as a singing voice echoed from behind. The remaining orcs signaled to each other in a very coordinated manner. Jinwoo on this side said, "I thought they would entertain my subordinates a bit, but it turns out to be just this." In reality, Jinwoo had spoken too soon, as his mana was beginning to deplete rapidly, despite having used a few mana recovery potions. If his mana ran out, his soldiers would vanish immediately. The leader stood and looked on, utterly astonished. On the side of the hunters, not wanting to just watch, they intended to step in to help, but they were constantly hindered by the leader of the two orcs using the hymn of suffering. The crazed and blind hymn made them feel as if they were dying. He said, "You've been thanked, so just be a spectator and don't meddle in affairs that aren't yours. And now, don't even think about showing off in front of the great Kargalgan." All of his skills were relentlessly unleashed onto Jinwoo, but it seemed he was not harmed at all. The leader saw this scene and was utterly shocked. "Impossible. How is it that you can resist all my curses?" Jinwoo smiled, replying to him, "Don't you remember what I said? A pile of scrap is not good for a solo duel." Jinwoo commanded a wizard to use the fireball skill combined with the greedy celestial. The leader of the two orcs immediately used him of protection, but his shield was shattered to pieces. Cha-Hayan entered the battle and was so astonished that she fell back. She wondered, could all of them be summoned creatures? Even the best summoner can only control one or two at most. So, what is happening here? Everyone saw Cha-Hayan and couldn't help but joyfully call her name. She immediately inquired about their situation. The leader yelled, believing that Jinwoo's skills had no effect on him at all. Then he frantically began using his skills like a madman. He was genuinely angry, but Jinwoo looked at him like a clown performing a trick. Jinwoo stated that he did not have a good impression of the giants, as they had once caused him pain. At this moment, Jinwoo's mana had run out. The leader said not to act so arrogant, as he would toy with Jinwoo for a while. He blew a powerful breath, creating an enormous ball of energy that attacked Jinwoo. However, Jinwoo managed to dodge it just in time, and immediately afterwards, a fatal blow struck the leader. Because his body was large, he became an easy target. How could he defend against the assassin's skill when he was merely a wizard without support? Right after that, Director Chul also entered inside and was equally taken aback by the scene. Cha-Hayan explained that those were indeed Jinwoo's summoned beasts. Returning to the battlefield, Jinwoo attacked the leader, but he knew that he couldn't deal fatal damage to a giant. So in situations like this, he could only resort to using his fists. Cha-Hayan stood beside him, surprised that not only the guild master but also the head of the monitoring department was aware of this matter. Director Chul explained that he had come to help after sensing an unusual magical wave, but it seemed that his assistance was no longer needed. In the past, they had witnessed Hunter Jinwoo clearing a notorious dungeon all by himself. No matter how one looked at him, he seemed just like an ordinary hunter. Could he truly be capable of wielding such powerful summoning magic? Was this the ability of Hunter Sung? Cha-Hayan asked Director Chul, "Who is he? Do you know anything about him?" Director Chul replied that he knew a little about Jinwoo, but just a little. Jinwoo stood before the leader and told him that the moment a wizard lost their protective minions, their chance of survival was nearly zero. The leader, furious at the disrespect, was immediately struck down again, reducing him to a pile of bones and flesh. The system announced that the dungeon boss had been defeated and that you had leveled up. Jinwoo thought to himself that he had taken down the boss, and the two remaining orcs had also been dealt with. It was time to collect the loot that dropped from the boss. However, Jinwoo suddenly remembered that this dungeon belonged to the Hunter Guild. If he took the items, he would certainly be branded as greedy, so Jinwoo decided to extract only the shadow. Then, Jinwoo placed his hand on the corpse of the leader and shouted, "Rise." A stream of magic gradually flowed in, and the leader was revived with a new body. Everyone witnessing this scene was filled with fear. A pair of strong orc warriors now bowed before Jinwoo. He said, "It seems you have become quieter now that you are a shadow of mine, huh?" Previously, Jinwoo only knew 3 levels, common, elite, and knight. But this was the first time he encountered the elite knight level. As expected from the shadow extracted from an A-rank dungeon. Jinwoo thought for a moment and decided to name it. Unable to remember its previous name, Jinwoo decided to call it Tusk. Gaining the power of these orcs was truly beneficial. Now, Jinwoo could store up to 127 shadows. First, he would have to eliminate the shadow soldiers that exceeded the limit, and the remaining ones would be kept. Suddenly, Director Cho's voice called out, startling Jinwoo, along with Cha Hae-in. The director stated that he represented the Hunters Association, responsible for overseeing Hunter Sung Jinwoo, and that this was a top-secret matter, not to be disclosed. We will leave the dungeon and provide you with a full report. Please keep confidential what you have witnessed. After that, several staff members mentioned they would escort Jinwoo out of the dungeon. This was the best way to avoid any troubles in the future. You just showcased your strength, surpassing even S rank in the territory of a top guild in the south, the raid team leader said. We will help you leave here quietly. The people around said, if you are truly that strong, given what has happened, I won't ask and won't demand to know why you voluntarily chose to be a porter. We owe our survival to you. Allow me to convey our gratitude on behalf of the entire team. Jinwoo handed the notebook to the healer. Since you managed to survive, you can write your will yourself, right? The healer happily accepted it, and then they left. Vice Guild leader Cha Hae-in was left behind. The innocent short-haired mage asked why the Vice Guild leader was carrying the nation. Cha Hae-in blushed and asked, do I look that foolish in your eyes? But then she quickly said, never mind. At a restaurant, Jinho was waiting for Jinwoo to discuss a very important matter. Jinwoo's decision would determine Jinho's fate. After waiting for a while, Jinwoo finally arrived. Jinho surprisingly asked why Jinwoo's clothes looked like that. He replied, it's because I just came back from the dungeon, so they're a bit dirty. Jinho seemed shocked that Jinwoo had been training in the dungeon all that time. Just as he had hoped. After that, Jinho told Jinwoo all about the process he had negotiated with his father. Jinwoo asked, so during the negotiation with your father, did Go Myung-hwan appear and reveal everything that happened inside the Red Gate? Jinho nodded, that's right, even though Go Myung-hwan was saved, he is a member of the White Tiger Guild. Jinwoo sighed, feeling that the guy had indeed said things he shouldn't have. He gently asked Jinho, so do you need me to participate to become the leader of the Eugene Guild? Jinho nodded, his face full of determination. I will give up everything to follow the decision of the older brother. Nothing is more important than accepting the decision of the older brother. Hearing this, Jinwoo felt a bit awkward. At the Hunter Association headquarters, Choi Jong-jin was astonished as he asked Ki-hoon, what? You said Jinwoo participated in our raid? He was part of the mining group yesterday as a porter and today? Ki-hoon replied, I don't know what he is thinking, but I believe his purpose is not to interfere with our raid. Because the boss is too strong, we couldn't secure our lives, and Jinwoo was the one observing the entire raid from the porter's position. He had no other choice. Choi Jong-jin also responded, after the White Tiger incident, our hunters have also received assistance from him. Choi Jong-jin was deep in thought at this moment. He can summon monsters, his movements resemble those of an assassin hunter, and he even has the ability to summon dead monsters from the battlefield to serve him. These are abilities never seen before. But what if he possesses many other hidden powers? Choi Jong-jin turned to Ki-hoon and asked, if he is that strong, who among the three of us is stronger? Ki-hoon did not directly answer Choi Jong-jin's question but instead said, in every raid, to cover up weaknesses, we often divide the roles into three specific categories: attack, defense, and support. If any of these three roles is missing, the entire attacking team will be in danger. The strengths of one member will compensate for the strengths of another member. That is a common rule. But he surpasses that rule. Can you clear out a high-level or rank swarm of monsters by yourself? Hearing this, Choi Jong-jin's hands and feet trembled. He thought, how could he be strong to that extent? If surrounded by a swarm of monsters, it would be very difficult for me to maintain defense. Then Choi Jong-jin shook his head and admitted, I cannot do that. He continued, the title of Ultimate Warrior sounds really ridiculous. Ki-hoon replied, Chairman Choi, I do not have the authority to intervene in any matters related to the recruitment process, but Hunter Sung Jinwoo, can we bring him to our guild? Chairman Choi promised Ki-hoon that he would do his best to make that happen. In front of the Hunters Association, journalists were bustling about, preparing cameras, waiting for a man named Lee Min-sung. He sat in the car, looking out, satisfied as he said to his manager, "There are so many people here to watch. I'll take another look at it." The manager handed Lee Min-sung the headline for tomorrow's article. He picked up the paper and read, "Lee Min-sung, a boy who has it all. Now, he also possesses powers beyond that of a human." Lee Min-sung commented, "It's a bit juvenile, but not bad." Suddenly, the reporters gasped in astonishment as both Baek Yoon-ho and Choi Jong-jin also appeared here. Baek Yoon-ho was puzzled as to why the reporters were gathering in such large numbers. A reporter quickly asked, "Are you two here at the Hunters Association to recruit Lee Min-sung? As a representative from the South Nation HQ, what do you think about Lee Min-sung's return to the entertainment industry after retirement? How do you assess his abilities? Please share your thoughts on Lee Min-sung." Baek Yoon-ho, surprised, responded, "What? Everyone is gathered here because of Lee Min-sung, or something else? Why are they holding a press conference in front of the Hunters Association?" President Baek clarified that he was not here for Lee Min-sung, so he would not comment further. Choi Jong-jin also confirmed, Lee Min-sung has signed a contract with Guild Reaper. "I'm here for something else." Hearing this, the reporters all looked disappointed, as they had thought they would get some shocking news. Baek Yoon-ho and Choi Jong-jin stood next to each other, teasing each other like two children. Baek said, "In the end, we both received help from Jin-woo." President Choi also admitted, "If it weren't for Jin-woo, my Team B would have been wiped out. For ethical reasons, I want to invite Jin-woo to join my team at any cost." Baek continued, "Our guild has suffered significant losses, so we need to invite Jin-woo and the guild to reinforce our forces." Hearing this, Choi Jong-jin immediately asked, "What? You're asking an S-rank hunter to join as reinforcements? Are you planning to prepare for war or something?" The two men continued to bicker for nearly 3 hours. Just then, Lim appeared. He looked at them and said, "Aren't those Choi Jong-jin and Baek Yoon-ho? Hey you two, don't tell me you're arguing over Lee Min-sung, right?" Both, who were fuming with anger, turned and shouted, "We don't care about Lee Min-sung or anything related to him." Upon hearing this, Lim was also confused about what was happening. Inside, Lee Min-sung, not understanding the situation, looked outside and remarked, "Choi Jong-jin and Baek Yoon-ho are here too? Are the top figures of the country arguing because of me?" The driver beside him replied, "We are ready. The first press conference can start now." Lee Min-sung stepped out into the crowd, and immediately, the reporters eagerly took his pictures. Meanwhile, Jin-woo stood outside, completely unaware of what was happening here. The reporters have caught wind of the news, haven't they? Surely not, as they still look oblivious to what's happening. However, if things continue like this, Jin-woo won't be able to enter the association building. Realizing this, he decides to push through the crowd of reporters to seek a way in. However, Lee Min-sung's driver steps forward to block Jin-woo and asks, "Hey, who are you? Are you a member of the association? Don't you see all the reporters standing here? You can't just walk past them." Jin-woo responds that he has business with the association, but the driver stubbornly continues to prevent him from going further, demanding that he turn back. From afar, Lee Min-sung watches Jin-woo and thinks to himself, "What's wrong with him? This is pointless. That driver should quickly get rid of someone like him." Just then, Chairman Go-gun he steps out and coldly asks the driver, "On whose authority do you intend to send him away?" "That person is our guest. Mr. Lee Min-sung, I trust you know who authorized this press conference to be held here, right?" Hearing this, Lee Min-sung quickly replies, "Of course." Then, Chairman Go-gun he invites Jin-woo inside. Lee Min-sung feels anger rising within him, not understanding why Jin-woo, a stranger, was personally invited by the chairman. He thinks, who is he to ruin our public debut? Then, turning to his subordinate, he orders, "Find out how special he is." After that, Lee Min-sung smiles at the reporters and says, "Excuse me for a moment, I need to quickly discuss today's schedule with the association." However, as he prepares to enter the building, Director Chul and several security personnel block the door. Director Chul said, "Another hunter is undergoing an evaluation process. Until the evaluation ends at 11 o'clock, no one is allowed to enter the building. Upon hearing this, Lee Min-sung was taken aback. Looking at his watch, he realized there were still 30 minutes left until the hour. Min-sung tried to explain, "I have a ranking evaluation appointment at 11 o'clock. The reporters are all here to cover it, please let me through." The chairman is already aware of this, so why are you still blocking the door from letting me in? He muttered in frustration, "Does Director Chul not know who I am?" Director Chul calmly replied, "If you have a ranking evaluation appointment at 11 o'clock, then you can enter at that time. Before that time, you are not permitted." Unable to bear it any longer, Lee Min-sung shouted, "Don't you know that Eugene Construction Group is the largest sponsor of the association? My father is the vice chairman of that group. With the amount of money he has donated, do you not think you should serve me? Don't you see the reporters and cameras here? Are you daring to ignore me in front of all of them? Can you bear the consequences of that?" Director Chul calmly responded, "I can bear it." Hearing that, Lee Min-sung angrily yelled, "Who do you think you are? The other two hunters are amazing, but you refuse to cooperate." Director Chul gently took off his glasses, looked directly at Lee Min-sung, and asked, "Are you sure you will be able to bear the consequences of this action?" Inside the association, the hunters and Choi Jong-jin were already in the waiting room for Jin-woo. The chairman said, "They arrived over an hour ago and have been waiting for you. You are the first S-rank hunter in 2 years." Choi Jong-jin felt more anxious than ever since witnessing Jin-woo's strength. An employee approached, greeting Jin-woo and said, "Before we start the assessment, we will confirm your type of ability. What abilities do you have?" Jin-woo summoned a shadow soldier, surprising everyone around. The employee asked, "Is this a summoned creature? Can you control this creature?" The chairman looked at Jin-woo and asked, "Hunter Sung Jin-woo, is this really all you can do?" Jin-woo understood that, with the presence of many witnesses, he could no longer hide. He then summoned his entire army of darkness. Over 100 soldiers appeared, leaving everyone astonished. The magical energy emanating from Jin-woo was so powerful that Baek Yoon-ho felt fear. Compared to their last meeting, Jin-woo's strength was now completely overwhelming. Chairman Baek asked, "Jin-woo, can you spare some time to talk with me?" Jin-woo replied, "I have something I need to attend to right now." Baek said, "If it's you, Jin-woo, I believe you will not back down from anything." In the meantime, Song-in handed her phone to Jin-ha, urging her to read the news about Jin-woo. Jin-ha was slightly surprised to see her brother's name appear on TV just 10 minutes earlier. Outside, Lee Min-sung was answering an interview. He said, "If my assessment results are not good, if I am ranked low, I will fight against the monsters to repay the love and concern that everyone has shown me over time. Regardless of the assessment results, I, Lee Min-sung, will protect this city as a true hunter." Everyone who came here was astonished. What? Didn't Lee Min-sung retire? What he means is that, regardless of his ranking, he will still give up his position as the #1 star in Asia to become a hunter, even if he has a low rank? Standing on the podium, Lee Min-sung saw the crowd cheering for him, feeling extremely satisfied. But it was all just blatant lies. He already knew the true assessment result, which ranked him A. With a plan meticulously prepared in advance, in just 2 years, he would earn a huge sum from a contract with the Death Association. A series of benefits and steps were carefully outlined by him. Suddenly, some reporters received shocking news: the 10th rank hunter at Nation HQ had just appeared, leaving everyone stunned. The news on the websites was updated, confirming that the new S-rank hunter was the 10th person. The crowd realized that the evaluation room was still closed, meaning the new S-rank hunter was still inside. Immediately, all the reporters shifted their focus, not wanting to miss the opportunity to report on this 10th rank hunter. They blamed Director Chul for not notifying them in advance. At this time, everyone's attention was focused on Jin-woo's story, completely overlooking Lee Min-sung, who was still self-satisfied on the podium. Lee Min-sung also began to wonder, why did an S-rank hunter appear today and not on another day? He called reporter Lim to try to attract attention, but he simply replied, "I will interview you later." The news spread rapidly. Jinwoo was the 10th rank hunter at Nation HQ. No one cared about Lee Min-sung anymore. The miner, after hearing the news of Jinwoo appearing in the newspaper, said, "I knew it." But when Jinwoo shot him a glare, he immediately felt that Jinwoo was a frightening person. However, all those thoughts vanished when the news confirmed that Jinwoo was the 10th rank S hunter at Nation HQ. Both Ju-hee and Mr. Song, Jin-ho's father, had also received the news. Mr. Song asked Jin-ho, "Have you recruited Jinwoo yet?" Jin-ho bowed his head in apology and said, "I couldn't invite Big Brother. He has decided to form his own guild and even offered me the position of vice guild leader." Hearing this, Mr. Song sighed and spoke slowly. "Do you know why I established the Eugene Guild?" Jin-ho was surprised and asked, "Isn't it for the money, sir?" Mr. Song shook his head and replied, "If it were for money, I wouldn't be in need. Do you really think I need to establish a much larger guild than take on a pile of troubles just to make a few extra bucks? My purpose is not money. I created the guild to protect ourselves." He continued, "The strength and influence of hunters are increasingly significant. In some cases, that power is on par with that of an entire nation. Around the world, there are hunters who transcend all limits, known as national-level hunters. In some small countries, they are even regarded as kings. Do you think the law or the government can still protect us?" Mr. Song paused for a moment and then added, "I want to gather trustworthy hunters in my guild, those who are not just motivated by money but also by personal relationships and trust." "I see you have found someone like that. Jin-ho, I've decided. You will be approved, and I will hand over the Eugene Guild to you." He continued, "Build the guild and create strong allies outside, reliable hunters. They will become more valuable than any wealth." Jin-ho, upon hearing this, thanked him but replied, "I don't think I can accept this, because I plan to join the guild of Brother Jinwoo." At the Hunter Association, all the reporters surrounded Jinwoo, continuously asking a series of questions. However, Jinwoo didn't respond as he was still a bit surprised by the situation. Baekhyun-ho patted Jinwoo on the shoulder and said, "It will be very tiring if you just stand here all the time. Follow me, I'll take you through another way." But suddenly, Jinwoo used his teleportation skill and disappeared right before everyone's eyes, leaving Baekhyun-ho in shock. Chairman Choi Jong-jin, standing behind, exclaimed, "A magician-type hunter with a movement like that?" Even Baekhyun-ho, with his capabilities and reaction speed, failed to keep up with Jinwoo. He realized that Jinwoo had truly become much stronger than before, not only because of the movement just now but also due to the immense magical energy emanating from the testing room. Jinwoo was now far stronger than the two of them combined. Baekhyun-ho wondered, how could Jinwoo have gotten so strong in such a short time? This is not the case of a second awakening hunter, but rather a hunter with extraordinary growth potential. News of Jinwoo quickly spread all the way to Washington. Huang Su was amazed to learn that Jinwoo was still alive. At that moment, Jinwoo was taking his gem to auction. The auction house owner looked at the gem and said that the appraisal might take a little time, but this was the first time he had seen a red-hued orb like this. This orb truly amplified magic by up to 100%. Normally, renowned master craftsmen could only create orbs that could increase power by 50% after pouring their entire soul and heart into it. If Choi Jong-jin saw this item, he would surely buy it at any cost. The owner asked Jinwoo, "Where did you find this?" Jinwoo replied that he had found it in a dungeon. The owner continued, "Would you like to see the equipment that is being auctioned here? I can help you buy it at a good price." Jinwoo, who was looking for a way to quickly clear the demon tower to obtain the holy water of life, agreed. He needed equipment that could protect against the heat of the demon tower. Jinwoo asked the owner, "Is there any equipment that has fire resistance? If there's something similar, that would be fine too." The owner replied, "Actually, it's not entirely like that. Artifacts with elemental resistance are usually very expensive, so we don't sell those online. However, there are still a few items that are relatively easy to find. Among the types of magic, fire is the most common element. Please follow me." Stepping into the room, Jinwoo saw a series of premium armor. the owner asked, "Do you like any of these items?" Jinwoo asked the owner, "Is it really safe to keep these items behind such thick glass? I don't see any special protective devices." The owner explained, "These glass panels have been reinforced with magic, and there would be no problem even if an A-rank hunter punched it with all their strength." Jinwoo, upon hearing this, seemed somewhat skeptical. The owner suggested that Jinwoo could try punching the glass if he didn't believe him. If Jinwoo broke it, he could keep the item inside. Jinwoo's gaze sharpened, and a powerful aura surrounded him, causing the owner to feel a hint of fear. Just as Jinwoo was about to punch the glass, the owner quickly stopped him, saying he was just joking. "If you really break it, the veteran hunters might swarm in here." He continued to explain, "Our auction house has a security contract with the hunters." He looked at Jinwoo, feeling puzzled. Is this guy a magician? How can he exert such power? Ignoring the owner's surprise, Jinwoo asked, "Do you have any daggers here? I'd like to take a look." The owner replied, "Of course." An employee approached, introducing himself as the person in charge of weapons, and invited Jinwoo to follow him down this way. The owner looked at the glass, still a bit astonished, unable to comprehend what had just happened. "Don't tell me he cracked the glass without even touching it." Jinwoo picked up a dagger and asked its price. The employee replied, "It's priced at 30 million won." Jinwoo held the dagger in his hand, pondering for a long while. "This dagger is worse than killer, but why is it so expensive? Its stats are similar to Risaka's fangs, and even worse." Jinwoo looked at his dagger and wondered how much it was worth. He picked it up and exclaimed, "This is the first time I've seen a pattern like this. It might be worth 100 million or more." Jinwoo was a bit shocked upon hearing that. He recalled that he had bought this dagger at the store for only 2.8 million gold. Kim Sang-shik's sword, with an attack stat of 10, was priced at 3 million, and his decorative items were worth hundreds of millions of won. If he could sell the items in the store at such high prices, then he wouldn't need to sell the greedy female gem anymore. In the president's office, Baek was still contemplating Jinwoo's situation. His eyes at this moment resembled those of a beast, able to precisely predict the abilities of others. Sung Jinwoo was certainly weaker than Baek when he was at the Red Gate, but now, with such abilities, Jinwoo could completely form his own team without needing to join anyone else. The top guilds in the nation were nothing compared to him. If he continued to grow stronger, sooner or later, he would become number one. Both Choi Jong-jin and Baek were merely wasting their efforts in vain. At Jinwoo's apartment, department head passionately exclaimed, "President Baek is probably looking for ways to recruit Jinwoo, but I haven't given up yet. If I can talk to him just one more time, I can." Everyone here is doing their best to support department head A. The assistant anxiously asked, "Do you think Jinwoo will meet us and all the reporters here?" Department head replied, "We will also camp out here." Jinwoo looked out the window from inside the house, seeing a crowd of journalists and reporters. He felt scared and sat down. He told himself that he would go downstairs and ask them to leave us alone. Jin Ha immediately stopped him. "Appa, you really will become the subject of negative discussion online. Stopping the reporters will only make things worse." Jinwoo was confused, not understanding what he had done to end up in this situation. Jin Ha continued to nag, and suddenly there was a knock at the door from outside. Jinwoo stepped out with an angry expression and said, "Are they knocking on our door now? I will go talk to them." Jin Ha tried to stop him, but Jinwoo was determined to open the door. "Hey, you and those people, stop it." Jinwoo's voice suddenly faltered when he saw Jin Ho sitting pitifully at the door. Jin Ho said that his father had kicked him out. Jinwoo was somewhat incredulous, asking again, and soon learned that the villa Jin Ho used to live in belonged to his father, and that was why he hoped Jinwoo could let him stay temporarily during this time. Jin Ha rushed out to ask who that person was, but Jinwoo said he didn't know because he had never met him before. After that, Jinwoo closed the door and went back inside, leaving poor Jin Ho sitting there suffering outside. At home, Jin Ho's mother asked his father, "Haven't you been a bit too strict with Jin Ho?" But he replied, "He deserves it. If Jin Ho wants to be independent, then he has to do everything on his own." But when it came to his older brother, he suddenly paused, turned to look at Jin-ho's mother, and fainted. That night, Jin-woo stood watching Jin-ha for a while, pondering who would be there for Jin-ho when he was gone. Afterwards, Jin-woo summoned several knights and told each of them that they were fully capable of handling any rank hunter. But then, Jin-woo realized he had summoned one fewer attendant. Didn't he have 4? Why were there only 3 here? Jin-woo remembered that one had been stuck on the ceiling of the dungeon when he summoned it as dark soldiers. Jin-woo told the 2 remaining attendants to stay and protect Jin-ha, while he would need the other soldiers to secure the area around his neighborhood. Standing on the rooftop, Jin-woo ordered the soldiers, "From now on, you will be the guardians of this neighborhood. Be careful, don't let others notice you. Now, start patrolling." In the car, Jin-woo asked Jin-ho, "Did you sleep well last night?" Jin-ho happily replied, "Yes, the facilities at the inn have been very good these past few days." Jin-woo responded, "Stay there until we find a place to set up an office for the guild." At this moment, Jin-woo still had some doubts, but Jin-ho had truly refused to take over Yujin's architectural firm. However, Jin-woo should not tease him after giving it up. After all, the reason is Jin-woo. At this moment, Jin-ho also asked Jin-woo what business plans he had that made him buy the building so early. Before he could answer Jin-ho's question, Jin-woo vanished without a trace. At this moment, Jin-woo was standing in front of the demon tower, having prepared everything, and the new gear would protect him from the heat here. He wore a wind cloak and donned an unnamed ring with water attributes, which he had purchased at the auction. A perfect preparation. As he entered, a mission opened up. Normal mission: collect demon souls part 2. Defeat the demon tower King Baron and collect his soul. The first reward is high-grade stones, the second reward is 30 attribute points, and the third reward is a hidden reward. Jin-woo remarked, "The further it goes, the better the rewards seem." Career skills such as Extract Shadow, Store Shadow, Field of Kings. So far, these special skills have shown incredible effectiveness. The 76th floor of the Demon Tower had now been unlocked. Jin-woo stepped inside, and the moment he entered, he combined with the Jade of Greed, slaughtering all the soldiers in the Demon Tower. An extremely terrifying surge of power erupted, causing even Jin-woo to be a bit surprised. After obtaining the gem, Tusk's abilities returned to their state before transforming into dark soldiers. The activation of the gem would also change depending on the user. Meanwhile, outside, the doctor announced that Jin-ho's father had been asleep for 2 days straight. He asked, "Have I become so exhausted?" Did the doctor find out the cause after the examination? The doctor asked, "Is there anyone nearby who was a hunter or has experienced awakening?" Hearing this, he seemed a bit confused. The doctor continued, "Have you heard of eternal sleep? It is a sleep from which one never awakens. Not only can the patient not wake up, but the life energy of those around them is also drained in proportion, and they must use magic energy support machines to sustain the patient's life. Eternal sleep began to spread after the gates appeared, and it will kill anyone who cannot afford to buy machines to support their lives. Patients afflicted with this condition exhibit the same symptoms, feeling sleepy and eventually sinking into a sleep from which they never wake up. Eternal sleep is related to magic energy. The human body cannot withstand magic energy, and eternal sleep only occurs after prolonged exposure to magic energy. The doctor advised him to be cautious of magical beasts, magical stones, or those who possess magic energy. He asked how to recognize the symptoms when they appear, and if there was any solution in the current situation. The doctor continued to ask, "Is there currently anyone in your family who is a hunter?" Hearing this, he realized that he could not avoid exposure to magic, as society became increasingly intertwined with it. He clenched his fist and said, "Am I failing? Am I, Yu Myung-han, going to fail? I will not surrender, I will not die, right?" At the same time, on an island in Nation NB, the ants had successfully survived on the island. On Jeju Island, the patrol team was circling the island to check the situation. An old man approached to greet the 2 members of the team. He inquired about how their patrol was going. The person next to him had just arrived, right? The young man replied, "That's right." He turned to look at the mage beside him and said, although cases like this don't happen often, we must patrol every day and try to remember the faces of the villagers here. If a gate appears on a remote island like this, we will be in big trouble. We could all die if a dungeon breach occurs here, because we would discover it too late. That's why the first thing we must do is quickly locate the gate using magical energy sensing, then send out a request for support from the hunters off the island. They will take about 3 days to come to our aid. In other words, if you're wondering what we will do while waiting for reinforcements, we can only search for any gates that may have appeared during those 3 days. Since there are only 2 hunters in this village, one rank D and one rank E, we must take responsibility. While the 2 young men were chatting, suddenly a giant ant walking on 2 legs appeared, shocking them. At the demon tower, Jinwoo had been systematically taking down the monsters. The number of shadow soldiers he could extract and store increased as his spirit stat grew. However, the strange thing was that Jinwoo could not extract the shadows of the demons here. Jinwoo thought to himself, if moving as a large group like this, the efficiency might not be high, I need to manage them more effectively. After thinking for a while, Jinwoo ordered the soldiers to split into 6 groups, Tusk, Igris, Iron, Tank, and High Orc A and High Orc B. Jinwoo gave 2 requirements. First, the groups must follow the division plan and eliminate any enemies encountered along the way, and second, they must immediately report to him when they find the passport. After receiving the orders, the soldiers dispersed and executed the strategy, hoping to accelerate the process of searching for the passport. Jinwoo's current goal was to reach the highest floor as quickly as possible. Not long after sending the soldiers off, Jinwoo gained a significant amount of experience. It was truly convenient. Now, he could simply wander around here and enjoy the benefits of this strategy. The shadow soldiers were currently facing high-level demons, so Jinwoo needed to continuously restore his mana. A few days later, the group leader Tank had leveled up 10 levels since their last meeting. Not only did Jinwoo level up, but his soldiers also leveled up alongside him. Hunting in split groups proved to be very convenient. With 20 more floors to climb, Jinwoo could reach floor 80 much faster than he thought. In fact, it only took 2 days to climb up to floor 80. In this factory, a passport might not be found, but no one knew if there were powerful enemies in other areas. Suddenly, Jinwoo's mana began to decrease rapidly. The enemy forces seemed to be overwhelming, leaving Jinwoo no choice but to summon more soldiers. The next day, 2 ambushes occurred in succession, and once again, he had to call back the fallen soldiers. The High Orc B group and Igris were also attacked. Jinwoo then thought that there must be several powerful armies on this floor, perhaps some unfamiliar foes. The Tusk group was near Igris but was overlooked and ambushed the High Orca group. Were these demons not strong enough to take down Tusk? If they intentionally chose easier targets, it meant they were clever enough to recognize the weak. If they had ambushed the attacking High Orc B group, their next target must be Jinwoo's group, standing alongside the soldiers and waiting for an ambush. After a while, the high-level demons appeared, 1 noble demon and 3 knight demons. Suddenly, one of the knights advanced to attack Tank's forces, and with just 1 strike, he could take down the bears. This was also the reason why their recovery speed could not keep up. Jinwoo unexpectedly stepped out from somewhere, and immediately, that knight charged in to attack. However, he only received a few powerful punches from Jinwoo like a punching bag. Another knight rushed in, but before he could act, Jinwoo delivered a fatal blow, killing him instantly. Jinwoo looked at the commander and said, I was wondering what a frightened demon would look like, but now I know. This demon had no choice but to counterattack. Every pointed attack targeted a vital area. Jinwoo at this moment thought, low-level demons correspond to D rank, mid-level demons are C rank, high-level demons are B rank, ancient A rank demons, and A+ rank mini-boss noble demons are S rank. The difficulty of this demon tower is approximately like that. Jinwoo approached and squeezed the face of the noble demon with his bare hands, causing it to panic and surrender. Jinwoo felt somewhat suspicious because these beings could speak human language. When Jinwoo took off the mask of the demon, it turned out to be a girl. The demon apologized to Jinwoo and begged him to spare her life. Jinwoo said, You attacked my soldiers, and now you come here to apologize? She replied, I made a fatal mistake, but in our guild, our mission is to protect this area. We cannot just sit back and let scoundrels do as they please." Saying this, she hesitated. "What I mean is to let someone run rampant and kill the other demons like ants." "Please spare me." Jinwoo asked, "Are you insane for begging for mercy from the one who killed your people?" She responded, "As a knight, I must protect my master. I'm sure the other knights will be glad that I'm safe." Jinwoo felt surprised as he had never encountered such a selfish demon. He really didn't want to stab her, especially since she looked human. The girl realized that Jinwoo had a flaw and intended to attack him, but Jinwoo had anticipated this. Tusk protected Jinwoo from behind. He turned to ask her, "What are you doing?" The girl realized she had provoked the wrong person, so she bowed her head to plead for mercy and promised to do anything that Jinwoo asked. Jinwoo asked, "The pass, can you get it for me?" The demon girl replied, "The pass is being kept by my clan. If you can take me home without any trouble, I will get it for you." Jinwoo now understood why cleaning the demon tower had not yielded the pass. It had been guarded. The demon girl knew where the pass to the upper floors was hidden. She could show Jinwoo if he promised to spare her life and her clan's. Jinwoo found this tempting but remained suspicious about it. He leaned closer to her face, making her blush, but then he unleashed a fearsome surge of magic that made the demon girl break out in a sweat. She stammered that she was not lying. Jinwoo said, "If you can bring me the pass, I will leave quietly. But first, who are you?" At this moment on Jeju Island, the surviving ants had begun to wreak havoc and kill innocent people on the island. It was a horrifying scene. Switching back to the demon tower, the girl introduced herself. "My name is Essel, the eldest daughter of the chieftain raider. Our clan is." At this point, she fell silent. Jinwoo did not know what would happen if he directly asked a monster for answers. Jinwoo asked the girl, "Do you hear a voice in your head telling you to kill humans?" Hearing this question, the girl looked a bit confused and replied, "No, but we hear a different kind of voice, protecting the place we are in." Jinwoo pondered, realizing that the goal of the monsters here was different from the creatures in the gate. The goal of the monsters in the gate is to eliminate humans, while the monsters in the dungeon have the task of protecting the dungeon. This means I am similar to the monsters in the gate, right? Jinwoo continued to ask the girl, "When did you start hearing this voice?" Essel replied, "When we woke up here." Jinwoo was a bit surprised to hear this information. So, that means they used to live somewhere else? He thought to himself, this could be a clue to discover the system. Jinwoo continued to ask Essel, "Where did you live before coming here?" Essel answered, "We lived in the demon world. Before we knew it, we were trapped here." Jinwoo asked further, "What did you do in the demon world?" Essel replied, "We were preparing for war. We allied with each other to prepare for the battle." Jinwoo, confused, asked further, "A battle? Against what?" She answered, "This is a battle against a very powerful foe, forcing demons to unite." At this point, the system interrupted and announced, "You have exceeded the allowed information limit." Jinwoo felt frustrated. Once again, like the previous time when he spoke with Bakura. The system had to cut off the conversation, but Jinwoo felt that talking with Essel could help him trace a clue. Upgrade, dungeons, quests, rewards, and penalties all resemble a game. It's not surprising if the demons are set up like a game. Jinwoo continued to ask, "Who is the enemy?" Essel tried to answer, but immediately the system knocked her out. The system truly reacted strongly when mentioning the enemy. If this enemy possesses divine power and is trying to influence me or the earth for some reason, perhaps this is the foe that these demons have been fighting, and it could be an important clue. Back on Jeju Island, at this time, the ants had slaughtered nearly all the island's inhabitants. A healer, having lost focus, was eradicated by them. Weak hunters could not react in time. One strike was enough for them to be killed. After the number of hunters decreased, the ants continued to kill the healers and those weaker. This monster clearly understood that if the battle lasted too long, it would be at a disadvantage. He realized this was an intelligent creature. At the Hunters Association, they observed the process of the ants slaughtering the people through a camera mounted on a car. The director announced to everyone, "The mutated ants have invaded and have cleaned out the area within a day." This species was first discovered on a small island. They usually move after completing their attack. The hunters quickly rushed to support, but by the time they arrived, the area had been wiped clean. Among the casualties were 4 E rank, 1 D rank, and 1 C rank manager. The decisive factor in taking down this mutated ant was the involvement of an A rank hunter. After that, the director continued, in summary, to kill a mutated ant, we need the strength of an A rank hunter. The number of deaths in the village after the attack is 294, and the number of hunters dispatched is 108. This mutated ant can fly, has keen senses, and has the ability to escape. The National Hunter Association of Country NB has stated that the number of hunters sent was not excessive. Country NB is one of the countries in Asia with the most advanced hunter system, and even they have suffered many casualties. If these mutated ants fly to Country HQ like they did to Country NB, our nation has too many islands, and we do not have enough ability to monitor all of them. The chairman mentioned that the island attacked is 150 km from Jeju Island. If they can fly that far, they can not only attack the coastal provinces but can also reach Mokpo. This means that if the mutated ants fly in another direction, they could arrive at Jindo Island or Wando district. They are more like bees than ants. The nation HQ does not have enough manpower like the nation NB to send hunters to every island. If we only send 1 or 2 low-ranked hunters, they would just go there and become food for the ants. Everyone was confused about who could help Country HQ in this situation. The nation has many hunters, but they have to protect too much vast land like Nation TQ or Nation N. Nation M had refused to help from the very beginning when the S rank gate was opened. It truly is a headache. Suddenly, Director Chul told Chairman Go Gun-hee that he had not disclosed this matter in the previous meeting. However, there is someone who has secretly contacted him. The person is Hwang Dong-soo from the guild The Scavenger. He said he would cooperate in the upcoming raid on Jeju Island. Upon hearing this, the chairman quickly realized that this was part of his plot, and the main target was Jin-woo. The chairman asked Director Chul about his decision. The director replied that due to some issues with Hunter Baek-yoon-ho at the Red Gate, they had sent a request to deny entry into the HQ country. However, Hunter Hwang Dong-soo was not the only hunter to make contact, there was also a national-level hunter. At this moment, everyone saw a man with long golden hair like a lion, tall and muscular, preparing to meet Chairman Gun. The scene shifted to the Demon Tower, where Essel woke up and asked Jin-woo how long she had been asleep. He didn't answer but mentioned that demons didn't seem very close to each other. Jin-woo pointed at the group of demons and said they had tried to attack. Upon hearing this, Essel was somewhat surprised. She asked, "Don't tell me you protected me while I was sleeping?" She bowed her head in gratitude to Jin-woo, saying that demons lacked intelligence and didn't consider intelligent demons as part of the same race. Jin-woo asked her if the passport was far away, and then the two went into the demon castle. Essel asked a knight about her father, and the knight replied that the king was in the palace. The knight then asked who the man behind her was. Essel stated that he was an important guest and requested to be treated well. After that, Essel took Jin-woo to meet her father. He hurriedly asked Essel why she had brought this person here. Essel quickly explained that this was a guest. However, she had not finished her sentence before he interrupted. "A guest? Is there a guest who brings an entire army into someone else's home like this? Can't you see? Countless soldiers are lurking behind that man's shadow." He angrily shouted, "You dare bring your soldiers into my palace?" Immediately, the knights unsheathed their swords, pressing them against Jin-woo, as if ready to end his life at any moment. However, Jin-woo remained calm, displaying confidence, and looked straight at him, saying, "I promised Essel I would leave here if you agree to give me a pass." Upon hearing this, he looked at Jin-woo with suspicion, pondering, could he be the one who killed the demons while climbing the tower? Although I am one of the nobility, my raider family is one of the weakest among the 20 families of the demon clan. I have heard he has defeated both Vulcan and Metis. Does my family have the strength to deal with him? After a moment of thought, he asked Jinwoo, so you only need the pass, right? Jinwoo replied, there's one more thing. He patted Essel on the shoulder and said, I want her to come with me. Jinwoo's intention was that Essel knew where to get the pass, so he needed her to lead the way. But Essel's father misunderstood this. At the dining table, he asked Jinwoo, you truly only need the pass and a guide, right? Though feeling humiliated to have to compromise with a mere human, he thought to himself, this man is the leader of that army of black soldiers. I can't oppose him, even if I don't want to admit it. After pondering for a while, he asked Jinwoo, you won't put my daughter in danger, will you? Jinwoo sighed, even a demon knows how to worry about his daughter? Then he replied, I won't, I promise. Hearing this promise, he felt relieved and handed over the travel document. Jinwoo took the paper in his hand, thinking to himself, from now on, I need to secure travel documents from everyone. Jinwoo turned to Essel and asked, shall we set off right now? At that moment, the system announced that the noble demon had requested to form a group. Members of the group would be allowed to use the teleportation circle and would share experience based on their level of contribution. Hearing the announcement, Jinwoo instructed Essel, if a battle occurs, you must promise not to participate. I will handle everything. Upon hearing this, Essel felt touched by the hero wanting to protect her, making her feel flustered. On the way, Jinwoo asked Essel, are you alright not riding your horse? Essel gently explained, only group members can enter the teleportation circle, so I can't bring my horse with me. Jinwoo paused for a moment, looking around and realizing that this was an occasion that Chief Garshur particularly enjoyed. Essel continued, my father has prepared gifts for each chief of the clans. Surprised, Jinwoo asked, why do that? Essel gently explained, if we give them gifts, negotiating will be easier. Hearing this, Jinwoo asked again, do you have a good relationship with Chief Garshur? How did they give you this opportunity? Essel shook her head, not really. In the past, the clans always competed for high rankings in the demon world, but fortunately, my clan has no hostility towards them. Upon hearing this, Jinwoo interrupted, alright, you just need to stay here. I won't be long. The narrator continued, stating that in just a few minutes, the flames would erupt completely. From the castle of the Garshur family, the scene shifted to the headquarters of the Hunter Association. Here, a tall man was meeting with Chairman Gun. He complimented. Your English is very fluent, but I'm sure I heard correctly. That is the 10th rank S Hunter of South Korea, Sung Jinwoo. Jinwoo, for whatever reason, did not know where he was at that moment. Director Chul explained, he is very difficult to track, so our surveillance department is doing its best to determine his location. The man appeared skeptical, how can I trust your word? Director Chul calmly replied, the Hunter Association is not foolish enough to lie about a national-level hunter. Hearing this, the man smiled, I understand. He then changed the subject, by the way, I heard that our Hwang Dong-soo has arrived at the national headquarters and caused some trouble, am I right? He is an S-rank hunter, but we don't have any suitable place to manage him, nor can we allow him to roam freely. Upon hearing this, Chairman Gun thought to himself, he speaks as if Hunter Hwang Dong-soo has completely fallen out of the control of Nation M. The man continued, well, Sung Jinwoo is just part of the reason I came here, but I would also like to request that the National Hunter Association deny Hwang Dong-soo entry. It seems you have already handled that matter, right? Chairman Gun replied, yes, you are correct. He shook hands with the chairman and said, I will return if there are any other requests. The chairman looked at the man, thinking to himself, he acts as if I am his immature son, even though I am already old. The man with the golden ring on his hand added, I know that the nation HQ has suffered greatly since the Jeju Island incident. That is also the reason I am here. I want to help, but I am too busy to do anything more. It's a pity. Of course, everything would be different if the nation HQ would hire me. Director Chul asked, could you allow someone from the oversight department to accompany you? The man waved his hand, replying, do whatever you want, but make sure that today's conversation doesn't leak out. After that, the chairman turned to Director Chul and said, Director Woo Jin Shul, what do you think about that man's arrogant plan to raid Jeju Island? Director Cho replied, do not worry, Chairman, because the Nation NB has confirmed already. A hunter from a large guild in Nation NB will visit the national headquarters today. The scene shifted to the castle of the Garshur demon tribe. The desolate sight showed that Jinwoo had tormented the entire Garshur demon tribe. Jinwoo received a system notification that he gained a lot of experience from defeating high-level demons. He could also upgrade his shadow soldiers when they reached a certain level. The soldiers all simultaneously requested to be upgraded. The system displayed a notification, do you agree to the request? Jinwoo quickly agreed. Immediately, a torrent of magical energy surrounded the shadow soldiers. Knight Igris was promoted from a knight to an elite knight. The other knights were also upgraded from regular to elite. The system informed that knights of elite rank or above could be named. Jinwoo thought for a moment and named one knight tank. At this moment, Igris was enveloped in a completely different aura, showcasing superior power. Currently, its strength was equivalent to that of an elite knight. Essel asked Jinwoo, do you know how many demon tribes will be wiped out by you? Jinwoo replied, I have surpassed 89 floors. If we exclude your tribe, probably 9 tribes. Ian explained, from the 90th floor onwards, each floor will be guarded by a higher noble tribe. They are entirely different from the tribes on the lower floors. However, if you can persuade them, they will grant you a passage paper, just like my tribe. Jinwoo countered, so if I am weaker than your tribe, would you negotiate? Upon hearing this question, Essel seemed to realize something. Jinwoo turned to leave, leaving behind a statement, you once said that there is fierce competition among demon tribes for higher positions. I will make the Raider tribe the only one in this place. Essel quickly corrected, my tribe is called Raider. But, Sir Jinwoo, why would you spare my tribe? Jinwoo, with a demeanor like a trap boy, smiled and answered, because I like you. This response made Essel blush from embarrassment. In her mind, thoughts of family and children briefly crossed her mind. Jinwoo, while walking away, secretly thought, I was just joking, like Jinho. How come I easily get along with people who are a bit silly or clumsy like her? As Essel mentioned, from the 90th floor onwards, the difficulty will increase significantly. The power of the monsters, as well as the coordination among each in the army, will far exceed what is found on the lower floors. Although your mental stats have increased significantly, the rate of mana consumption is still so rapid that adjusting mana seems to be a significant challenge. This shows that Jinwoo's dark soldiers continuously respawn after being destroyed. However, this does not mean that he will easily overcome the 90th floor. Even with luck and support from the B-ranked Pitos tribe and the 5th ranked Ricardo tribe, the challenge remains significant. Jinwoo's train of thought was interrupted when Essel asked, do you know anyone else strong like you? Jinwoo replied, maybe 2 people. Jinwoo pondered about Go Gun Hee and Cha Hae-in. He felt that they were stronger than most other hunters. Based on the energy they emitted, Cha Hae-in was even stronger than the ultimate legend known as the greatest warrior. From another perspective, this reflects the clear disparity between S-rank hunters. Previously, the power of S-ranks could hardly be measured accurately. They likely possess strength far beyond anything that lower ranks could imagine. Jinwoo thought to himself, if compared, I might have ranked lower than Chairman Go Gun Hee before. But now, as I have surpassed the highest floors, everything will be different. Jinwoo turned to Essel and ordered, you should return to your floor. From here, I will take care of myself. Hearing this, Essel was slightly surprised. She felt that she had not helped Jinwoo much yet before having to leave. Jinwoo gently patted her shoulder, thinking, a really interesting girl, but this is where it ends. He told her, you have done really well up to now. Thank you. Jinwoo did this because he didn't want Essel to face danger. But Essel, with a determined look, replied, no. I want to go with you. I want to see the outcome of your battle. Seeing this, Jinwoo also had to compromise, and both of them continued to move up to the 98th floor. The story transitions to the outside world. At the international airport, an S-rank hunter, Kodo Ruji, appeared alongside his assistant. As they were heading outside, he asked, "What's all this commotion about?" Based on the keen senses of a hunter, Kodo sensed the presence of an extremely powerful individual in the airport. His assistant was surprised and asked, "Stronger than you, Mr. Kodo?" He didn't answer immediately but thought for a moment before shaking his head. "No, it can't be. Someone that strong wouldn't be here in a place like this." Suddenly, a young man approached Kodo and said, "Sorry, I'm late because it was so crowded." Kodo replied, "It's fine. Is there anyone else arriving at the airport?" The young man responded, "There is a hunter from Nation M who just arrived at Nation HQ for personal business. So, there's nothing to worry about." Kodo thought to himself, "A hunter from Nation M? What is he doing here in a situation like this?" The scene shifted to the office of Chairman Go Gunhee. He observed Kodo Ruji and silently remarked, "This man is the only hunter in Isen who can compete with Lu Jiyang. He is truly different from ordinary people." Currently, there are a total of 21 S-rank hunters in Nation NB, and 11 of them belong to Kodo's guild. This is completely different from the system in Nation HQ, where 5 guilds compete against each other. A guild holds all the power there, and it is well known that the guild is Kodo. This is the largest guild in Asia, only behind the Guild of Nation China. The girl accompanying Kodo Ruji introduced herself to Chairman Go Gunhee. "I am Hankoa, the interpreter for Kodo Ruji. I will be responsible for translating what he says." Hankoa continued, "Due to the severe disaster that has occurred in the past few days, we realize that we can no longer ignore the situation on Jeju Island. Therefore, we are committed to fully supporting Nation HQ. In short, the reason we are here is to discuss cooperation in creating an alliance of elite hunters." Chairman Go Gunhee calmly asked, "Are you saying that you can create a force to attack the territory of the ants?" Kodo Ruji replied, "That is correct." Hearing this, Chairman Go spoke seriously, "I know that the top hunters of Nation NB are very strong, but it is still too dangerous to advance to Jeju Island." Kodo Ruji urged, "In front of an S-rank gate, we need a clear and reasonable plan. Therefore, we have conducted thorough research." Assistant Hankoa handed Chairman Go Gunhee a stack of documents, explaining, "This is the data we have collected from the ants on Jeju Island. Each ant possesses strength equivalent to an A-rank hunter. However, they have a critical weakness: their lifespan. These ants only live for a maximum of 1 year. If we can eliminate the ant queen, all the remaining ants will die naturally after 1 year, and Jeju Island will be completely liberated from their presence." Chairman Go Gunhee thought to himself, "As long as we eliminate the queen ant, it will effectively lead to the destruction of all the ants on the island. But how can we approach the queen ant without facing thousands of soldier ants?" With a pensive expression, he said, "I'm not sure the ants will let their queen be killed." Kodo Ruji replied, "Of course, we will have to break through the dense defenses of thousands of ants. But everything will change if we all focus on getting out of the ants' tunnel." One member of the chairman's group spoke up, "Is this feasible? We have failed 3 times before." Kodo Ruji maintained a serious demeanor and responded, "The common factor in all 3 previous raids is that the ants left the tunnel and gathered at the place where the hunters were fighting." Upon hearing that, a staff member in the group couldn't help but shout, "Impossible." The interpreter Hankoa calmly answered, "That is the conclusion we drew from our own magic detection technology. Please refer to more details in this document." Kodo Ruji was very determined as he continued, "In this raid plan for Jeju Island, 10 out of 11 S-rank hunters in my guild, including myself, will participate. We will be responsible for drawing attention to gather the ants. The care of the queen ant will be handled by hunters from Nation HQ. My members will head to the island first to prepare." After hearing this, the council members immediately began to buzz with excitement. 10 S-rank hunters, including Kodo Ruji? Chairman Go Gunhee maintained a calm demeanor, quietly assessing the plan. If 10 S-rank hunters can truly draw the attention of the entire swarm of ants, then only the ant queen and a few guards will be left in the den. Kodo Ruji continued to explain, "Our S-rank hunters will split into small teams, attacking from different directions to disperse the forces of the ants. At that point, the Ant Queen will be isolated in the den. The hunters from Nation HQ will launch an assault by helicopter to eliminate the Ant Queen and then leave the island via that same helicopter. Chairman Go-gun-hee listened, feeling that the plan seemed feasible. However, a significant question lingered in his mind: why is Koto Ruji willing to help us? He also noticed that Koto Ruji did not bring all of his S-rank members but left one behind. Meanwhile, Koto Ruji was thinking, every national level hunter is recorded on camera while performing missions at S-rank gates. If they see my expression after completing the raid on Jeju Island, my reputation will soar. This is a great opportunity to showcase the power of a national level hunter from Nation NB. Even when facing an S-rank gate, with 10 members participating, the danger remains at an acceptable level. There's no reason for Nation HQ to refuse this plan. Although the plan has a bit of personal calculation, Koto Ruji knows it won't affect his title as a national level hunter. Chairman Go-gun-hee felt a slight stir in his heart. Compared to Nation NB, Nation HQ only had 8 S-rank hunters, and since Min Byung-gu had retired, in reality, only 6 could participate. Chairman Go calmly said to Koto Ruji, "This strategy cannot be executed if we only have hunters from Nation HQ. I am concerned whether they can succeed in taking down the Queen Ant and S-rank boss. Is this plan feasible for them?" Koto Ruji replied, "It definitely can, if it is Jinwoo, who has personally taken down an A-rank gate boss. Can Jinwoo cooperate with other S-rank hunters? We are very concerned about the development of the ant swarm. They can develop the ability to fly at any time, and we cannot wait any longer." Chairman Go thought for a moment and then said, "I understand. After reviewing the reports, I will devise a specific plan for this operation." The scene shifted to the 100th floor of the Demon Tower, where Jinwoo had reached level 93. He and Essel were preparing to confront a gigantic dragon, with Demon King Baron riding on its back. The dragon radiated an unusual aura, leaving Jinwoo uncertain if he could win. Essel, standing beside him, felt cold sweat dripping down her spine. This was the first time she had seen Demon King Baron, a sharp and bloodthirsty being. Jinwoo noticed Essel's trembling and couldn't help but feel the same. The aura that Baron emanated was terrifying, making Essel acutely aware of the danger posed by a monster capable of flight. This situation had indeed become complicated. Jinwoo was astonished by the sight of the wyvern Caselling dragon, as it was completely different from Essel's horse. It is not a race of demons, which means that all the mounts are different. Jinwoo realized that if this monster wasn't a demon, he could create darkness from it. At that moment, the Demon King Baron began to use the skill Dark Legion. Continuously, the gates from underground opened, and the demon warriors were summoned. Thousands of demons surrounded Jinwoo. The hybrid and general grade demons were at least A-rank monsters, with over 100 of them. Jinwoo said to Essel, "In an instant, I could see more than 1,000 demons." Finally, the attack began. Essel felt confused and didn't know what to do next. Suddenly, the monsters charged towards Jinwoo as if they wanted to engulf him. However, Jinwoo remained calm, waiting for the right moment. As they prepared to close in, Jinwoo activated the skill field of the king. Immediately, a barrage of dark soldiers was summoned from the ground, and they quickly overpowered all those monsters. Witnessing this scene, Essel couldn't help but be shocked by Jinwoo's true power. Although the demons still refused to give up and continuously swarmed in, the soldiers of the Dark Legion fought even more fiercely. Igris and Tux joined forces, taking down countless demons. This battle resembled a performance, causing Essel to tip her hat in admiration. She had been observing Jinwoo's fighting process since arriving, but this was truly the real power he possessed. But the Demon King Baron was the true master of this place, and Jinwoo was merely an invader, so he had to eliminate Jinwoo. At this moment, Essel didn't know which side to take. The Demon King Baron raised his sword and instantly summoned thunder and lightning. This was not ordinary thunder but a wide area spell that could stun his opponent. Jinwoo immediately used his cloak to shield Essel. He understood that if he did not destroy this magic, the Dark Army would be annihilated and his mana would be depleted. Saying that, Jinwoo accelerated to supersonic speed, charging towards the dragon to destroy its wings. However, he was intercepted by Baron's sword. The Demon King swung his sword, sending Jinwoo flying back 3 meters. But Baron did not stop there, continuing to use his skills. The full power of the ruler's hand struck down upon Baron's neck, causing his head to separate from his body. The system announced, Jinwoo has defeated the boss Demon King Baron and obtained Baron's soul. The mission has been completed. He tiredly sat down on the ground and said to Essel, "Let's go back and tell your father that the Raider tribe is now at the top of this place." But she innocently replied, "Boss Jinwoo, my tribe is Raider." The soldiers are actively gathering magic stones and equipment from the demons. The ring of the demon Monarch, the sword of the Demon King, the dagger of the 2-horned Demon King Baron, the pure blood of the Demon King. Thanks to the ring of the demon Monarch, Jinwoo has unlocked all the hidden attributes of the equipment set, even more than just the equipment set. This is the main dish. The pure blood of the Demon King combined with the previous items will create the holy water of life. The system announced, the success rate and the number of items created will depend on the intelligence points of the crafter. Starting countdown for the crafting time. Jinwoo murmured to himself, the success rate and the number of items created depend on intelligence, huh? If I had known about this earlier, I would have put all my points into intelligence. Essel asked, "Are you talking about the crafting ability?" "I'm sure it will succeed because it's boss Jinwoo." Finally, Jinwoo successfully created the holy water of life and received 6 doses. He only used a little blood from the Demon King, but the spring water from the echoing forest was completely gone. This meant that only a sufficient amount is needed, and this was indeed the holy water that grants life. Jinwoo doubted whether it could really cure his mother's illness, but he still decided to go to the hospital immediately to try it. Iron brought back the corpse of the dragon, and Jinwoo did not forget to praise its quick wit in this action. He placed his hand on the dragon and shouted, "Rise up!" Essel was astonished when she witnessed a shadow dragon being born. Although you cannot summon the shadow of a demon, Wyvern seems to be an exception. Jinwoo pondered, "I wonder what name to give my dragon," and eventually decided to name it Ken. The mighty dragon rose. Essel said, "With that Wyvern, we can return to the Raider tribe at the same time." Jinwoo also thought to himself, "If I want to leave the demon tower, do I have to go down to the first floor? I really want to get out of here as soon as possible." Essel continued, "There will be a feast when we leave here. Your father will surely be very happy." However, Jinwoo didn't pay much attention to that. At this moment, he was thinking about his rewards, including a high-level skill called Shadow Exchange. Jinwoo crushed the stone, unveiling a new skill. This was the swap skill, allowing the user to swap positions with a chosen shadow soldier. The skill had a cooldown time of 3 hours. After reading this, Jinwoo found it hard to believe, no matter where the shadow soldier is, I can still teleport to its location? This is nothing short of instant teleportation. Jinwoo turned to her and said, "You did very well. But I'm sorry for making you return to your tribe alone. The tribe is too far away just to come back and receive the reward. If I have the chance, I will meet you again." After finishing his words, he activated the swap skill and disappeared before Essel, leaving her somewhat disappointed. Jinwoo returned to his district, summoned Kaisel, and quickly headed to the hospital at the Hunter Association. There, Director Chul presented a video sent from Japan. The video was recorded from a magic satellite camera, capturing attempts to raid level 123. As Gotoruji has pointed out, the entire colony of ants has certainly left its nest, leaving only the ant queen and its guard team behind. However, the concerning truth is that every time these ants appear, they always change. This demonstrates that the ants are constantly evolving from generation to generation, with a lifespan of only about a year. The chairman silently contemplated the guarding ants and said to everyone, "What about the possibility of the ants returning to the cave earlier than expected?" Director Chul said, "They will use disruption signals. The ants may be communicating with each other using their special wavelengths." Gotoruji nodded and added, "I plan to distract them with disruption signals." The chairman chimed in, after that, we will only need to worry about the queen and the guard ants. Suddenly, Chairman Goy unconsciously glanced outside. Director Chol noticed this and asked, is something wrong? Chairman Goy frowned slightly, just now, didn't you feel it? That magical wavelength can be sensed from quite a distance. What is happening? Inside Base B, Min Byong-gu was chatting with Sung Jin. Unexpectedly, Min Byong-gu asked, Mr. Gu, can you feel it? Mr. Gu replied, his voice calm, though I am retired, my level hasn't diminished. Min Byong-gu frowned, still not understanding what was happening. Mr. Gu chuckled softly, adding, perhaps Choi Jong-in and Cha-in are scolding their hunters or something. Hearing that, the two continued to raise their glasses. Mr. Gu reminded Min Byong-gu, smile more, otherwise, you'll age quickly. While drinking, Mr. Gu asked again, do you want to hear something funny? Min Byong-gu shook his head while thinking, with his sense of humor, Mr. Gu is indeed a bit eccentric. He is the only S-rank hunter who retired with all his limbs intact. He may not be the first, but he is certainly one of the rare ones. Min Byong-gu continued to ponder, recalling countless quick surveys about S-rank hunters and the money they could earn. Still, Mr. Gu doesn't appear wealthy in this place. Beek's train of thought was interrupted when Min Byong asked, Boss, are you really going to leave? Beek replied, yeah. Hearing this, he spoke sadly, I've seen how seniors have sacrificed themselves. I sighed upon hearing this, that's why you need me to go with you. If we ignore those ants, the entire country will meet the same fate. Min Byong-gu scoffed, since when did you become such a patriot? But he then spoke seriously, I just want to do something to ease the pain of the past. Min Byong-gu, hearing these words, shouted angrily, no. I will never go. If you came here to convince me, then I'm sorry, but... Beek interrupted, no, I'm not here to convince you. I just wanted to see you. I don't know if I can see you again. Min Byong-gu regained his composure and changed the subject, I'm preparing for my certification exam. My plan is to become an ordinary citizen. Do you know that Eugene Architecture Group is recruiting talented hunters to form a guild? I also received a call. They invited me to be the president since I've retired. He continued, not just that architecture group, I've received countless sweet offers. But what about me? What do those bloody places mean? That's why I said I'm taking the certification exam. He said, do you think I am suitable for the field of Korean history? Beek was pouring wine for him while asking, why Korean history? He happily replied, you know, boss. I love historical movies. Beek sighed, you're really strange. But Min Byong-gu said, that's just normal. What I'm saying is it would be wonderful if wars only existed in history books. Beek Yoon-ho, upon hearing this, thought for a moment. He was silent, contemplating, that's right, I am an ordinary person. A hunter is just an ordinary person too. Wait, now I'm thinking about this issue. Most hunters do not dislike fighting against monsters. Among them, there are some healers, but instead of fighting, they prefer this healing work. Perhaps they only participate in this battle because they have awakened? After thinking for a while and feeling tired, Beek stopped pondering and continued sharing a few more drinks with Min Byong-gu until dawn. At the hospital, Jin-woo stealthily entered his mother's hospital room like a ninja. If I use it, can I heal her? But she might not be able to swallow the holy water of life. And if she does, will it guarantee that she gets better? But I have seen many miracles from the system. The shop says it, many people will never believe it. It's all the power of the system. How can an E rank like me get this far? I just need to believe in it one more time. Jin-woo's hand slowly opened the lid of the holy water. He gently lifted his mother's head. His hand trembled slightly, but in the end, he still fed her the drink. All Jin-woo wanted was to call his mother back to consciousness, to once again brush her hair. Because in his childhood, he made a mistake that haunted him forever. His mother's complexion gradually improved. She looked much more alert, yet her eyes still hadn't fully opened. Jinwoo's anticipation grew, wishing more than anything for her to wake up. He thought to himself, "Mother, you are the sole reason I keep growing stronger. Please, wake up." Lost in his thoughts, an unexpected event occurred. Jinwoo was jolted when he saw his mother's figure rising up from behind him. She looked at him, her voice gentle as she asked, "How long have I been asleep?" Jinwoo, though a bit astonished, kept his composure and slowly replied, "It's been 4 years, mother." At that moment, his hands and feet trembled with emotion. She then asked, her tone tinged with worry, "What about Jinha? Is she doing well?" Jinwoo nodded, responding softly, "She's still doing well." She smiled with satisfaction and said, "Thank you, my son. You kept your promise. You've grown so much." Hearing those words, Jinwoo's emotions overflowed. He could no longer hold back. Tears streamed silently down the cheeks of the strong warrior. Because, despite being a hunter, Jinwoo was still just a human with a heart full of emotions. In the head of the department's office, the responsible doctor entered and said to him, "The patient's family is requesting immediate discharge. What should we do now?" Hearing this, the department head immediately refused. "Her body is not stable yet. She has been lying there for 4 years, she might not even be able to walk anymore." The doctor was in a difficult position and replied, But this case is somewhat different. The patient is completely normal, just as if she had never gone through eternal sleep for the past 4 years. She can walk normally." The department head was surprised. "You mean she woke up, healthy, as if she had never been sick after lying down for 4 years?" The responsible doctor hesitated and then asked, "Or is it thanks to our life support machines?" The department head thought for a moment and said, "Even so, discharging her right now is not possible. This case is too special, we have to let the world know about it." The doctor sighed and explained, "I tried to tell the family. But he is not an ordinary person." The department head frowned, confused. "What do you mean?" The doctor leaned closer and whispered, "Have you heard of the S-rank hunter rank 10th, Sung Jinwoo? That's him." Upon hearing this, the department head sighed helplessly and replied, "Then we can't keep the patient here. If the family has requested it, let her be discharged immediately." At this moment, Jinwoo was rushing to the hospital. As soon as he entered the room, he joyfully embraced his mother. "Mom! I've been so worried about you." Jinwoo's mother gently smiled, stroking his head, "I'm fine now. Don't worry anymore, my son." The two embraced each other in happiness. A strong warrior like Jinwoo finally revealed his truest emotions. Jinwoo's mother looked at Jina and gently said, "My daughter has grown up so much." Tears flowed down Jina's cheeks. She hugged her mother tightly like a child. Beside them, Jinwoo silently watched the scene. A feeling of contentment welled up within him. He thought to himself, "I have not wasted my efforts. Everything I have been through is worth it for this moment." However, that thought was quickly replaced by a sense of restlessness. As a hunter, he wondered, "Am I becoming distant from everyone? Why do I feel this discomfort?" Remembering his phone, Jinwoo suddenly realized he had a series of missed calls from earlier, when he had turned off his phone during the Demon Tower climb. He thought, if something important happened, they would surely call back. He picked up his phone and browsed the internet a bit, then came across an article about his achievements. Before he could read it carefully, a phone number unexpectedly called in. Jinwoo answered. The familiar voice of Chairman Go-gun he rang from the other end. "Jinwoo, how are you? I need to talk to you." Hearing the chairman call in directly, Jinwoo was surprised and asked, "Is there something wrong?" The chairman hesitated slightly before replying, "I apologize for bothering you, but you probably haven't read the news yet." Jinwoo furrowed his brows. "What news?" "Well, I'll stop by your place, can you explain it better then?" The chairman quickly declined, "No need. I will come to the Hunter Association, please meet me there." After setting up the meeting, Go-gun he revealed more. "In 4 days, we will organize an attack to eliminate the ants on Jeju Island. This will be a decisive battle to reclaim the island. And we really need your help. Jinwoo hesitated for a moment. Thinking of his mother, who had just awakened, he couldn't help but worry. Noticing that, Chairman Gogunhee chuckled and said, "You are indeed as perceptive as I thought." Jinwoo was surprised and asked back, "Is that so? Did you sense it too?" The chairman continued, his voice full of pride, "Of course. Even an ordinary person has heard the name of the strongest person in Japan at least once. That's right, it's Gotoruji. Do you want to go over there and take a look?" Over here, B is exchanging martial arts with someone named Ma Dongwoo. At that moment, in the training room, Ma Dongwoo used his martial arts skills to lock the attack of B Kyunho, then spun him around like a cricket. Ma Dongwoo said, his tone full of provocation, "Senior Beak, someone your age should be even stronger." B Kyunho smiled in response, "I'm not a master." The two continued to clash, each strike fierce like wild beasts. An evil power radiated strongly, causing the room to tremble. Chairman Gogunhee observed for a while and commented, "This is quite rare. S-rank hunters gathering in one place like this. The amount of magic I sense is coming from them." Jinwoo then asked, "Is B Kyunho being pushed back?" The chairman gently replied, "If B Kyunho went all out, Ma Dongwoo wouldn't stand a chance." Just then, Jongin approached from somewhere, smiling at everyone. "Hello, it's been a while, Hunter Sung Jinwoo." Jinwoo curiously inquired, "You said B Kyunho isn't going all out, but why is he holding back his strength while the monster hunters aren't pushovers?" Choi Jongin said, "This is quite difficult for him because there are too many people around. The Guildmaster Beak will turn into a monster when he truly gets serious." Jinwoo thought, "So the rumors are true." Choi Jongin continued, "And everyone has gathered here, including Ippei Aizawa, Mari Ishida, Kenzo Tanaka, Minoru Hoshino, Atsushi Kumamoto, Kane Tawada, Tasumi Furushima, Akari Shimizu, Gotoruji, and the S-rank hunters of Japan." Mari Ishida asked the interpreter, "Who is that person?" The interpreter replied, "That's Hunter Sung Jinwoo, who has just become an S-rank." Goto looked at Jinwoo and thought, is he the type of assassin? He's trying to hide his enormous power, but how can he hide it? He must be a real assassin. Hearing this, the interpreter turned to Goto and said, "Jinwoo is a mage, Goto." Goto was a bit surprised by this statement, "A mage class? No way." The interpreter responded, "They announced that information already." Hunter Lim said to Cha Hae-in, "Look. Isn't that Hunter Sung Jinwoo, the one who ruined our Min Sung's debut?" Cha Hae-in turned to look at Jinwoo, her expression somewhat contemplative. She thinks, Sung Jinwoo, huh? She notices, the air here has changed. It's definitely because of him. Mari also turns to look at the guy, then talks about Jinwoo, who has just become the 10th rank hunter in South Korea. Kay immediately asks, "So what are you going to say to him?" He continues, "I feel nauseous with the presence of S-rank hunters here." Glancing over at Cha Hae-in, Kay thinks, "It seems like there's someone here with a keen nose like mine, huh? If it only took a handkerchief to cover my nose, she'd definitely be a few levels below me. I wonder if she would think I'm attacking her if I got too close. If only I knew Korean, that would help." The battle between Beak and the demon still continues in an extremely tense atmosphere. The interpreter and Goto are standing to one side, observing the situation. She says, "So the strongest hunter in South Korea doesn't seem like anything special for us to see." Goto responds casually, "Not quite, there's one rather strong hunter over there." The interpreter continues, "But after seeing Goto-san raid the dungeon countless times, no other ranks can impress me." Goto thinks, they say her name is Cha Hae-in, right? Cha Hae-in and Gotoruji could be compared to the strongest hunters in their respective fields. Suddenly, a young man walked up from nowhere. "Hey, interpreter, what did you just say? Did you say that the South Korean hunter is lame? Do you think no one can hear you just because you are speaking Japanese?" "I studied Japanese in high school." Hearing this, the thug behind quickly stepped forward. "I knew it. Boss." The interpreter, surprised, asked, "Who are you?" The thug, upon hearing the question, began to brag, "This person is the leader of the Knights Association." The final boss, Park Jong-soo. Upon hearing this, the interpreter was somewhat taken aback because it was the first time she had heard the name. The thug continued to boast, "The boss is an A rank hunter, not S rank, so how would you know? But our Knights Association is still one of the top 5 associations in South Korea. Not to mention, our association is one of the most prestigious among all the other associations." The interpreter couldn't help but ask, "And a rank hunter from South Korea, so are you going to Jew Island as well? I thought only S ranks were allowed." At this moment, Goto felt a bit annoyed and asked, "What are you guys talking about?" The thug continued to brag, "The boss is a member of the defense team, that's equally important." The interpreter replied with a tone of disdain, "Ultimately, it's just a consolation prize. We can't use an A rank for such an important mission." Goto turned and said, "Hankoa, don't provoke them anymore." Park Jong-soo also left. Forget it, surely the interpreter knows nothing. His provocation tactic had succeeded. She turned to ask, "Do you want to try? I am Hankoa, an A rank hunter from Japan. Don't tell me you can't handle an interpreter like me." The killing intent had risen, and he replied, "Right now? You, interpreter, you shouldn't underestimate us." She began to tease, "Oh, or are you a support type hunter?" Jinwoo over here observed the situation, seeing South Korea and Japan, those two A rank hunters were about to clash. Dong-in then said, "Looks like it's going to be fun." Hunter Jong-soo laid out the rules, "Fighting isn't good, it would be better to just capture each other. The rules are very simple, whoever gets their hand caught loses. If you get caught, you lose." Upon hearing this, she became a bit wary. If she swung her hand and got caught, it would be over, so she couldn't just strike mindlessly. She replied, "The rules seem a bit mental gymnastics. By the way, what's your defensive stance like?" He confidently responded, "Don't worry, I probably won't need to use my hands to catch yours." The interpreter found herself in a difficult position. She contemplated that he was probably confident about his speed. Then, the two began the match. Hankoa charged at Park Jong-soo with super speed, but he evaded all her attacks, fast enough to leave behind afterimages of himself. Noticing the opportunity, Hankoa was about to strike to end the match when unexpectedly, she was diverted by Jong-soo's actions. He lifted one leg, adopting a bad boy pose, and said to her, "You haven't hit me yet. That was just a light push, right? You must know that, don't you?" Hankoa, furious, replied, "Sorry, I'm not competing for local fame. More importantly, posing like that won't make you look good when your pants are torn right there." Park Jong-soo looked down, utterly astonished. While he was caught off guard, Hankoa prepared to attack again to finish the fight but was still caught by Jong-soo's grip. "Too slow, Hankoa. You usually hide behind those smelly guys, huh? Not to mention you have no experience fighting against humans at all. There are many issues in Korea. Even if you don't want to, there will be times when we have to fight against others. In the worst case scenario, they might need to be killed, and you will suffer if you do not understand that. Humans don't move simply like monsters. If I had a knife, you might have been dead instead of just having your hand caught." Goto observed the situation, then remarked that the match was quite interesting. He then turned to Hankoa and told her to tell everyone to use him to build trust with each other. "We have a proposal to share with you all. The two of us will fight each other, along with a rhythmic rule between the S-rank hunters." Hearing this, Chairman Go understood they wanted to test their strength, so he immediately agreed. However, he requested to exclude those from the mage and support classes because having them around would complicate things. Beek also added another rule: anyone who can touch the back of the opposing player or knock down an opponent will be the winner. Instead of one-on-one battles, they decided to switch to group fights. In other words, it wouldn't matter who the teams would face. So what now? Goto thought to himself, the team that takes down one person first will push the other team back. But if a simple handshake can end it, then the assassin class has too much of an advantage. In the end, Goto decided to agree. The hunters from various countries began to form their teams. Cha Hae-in would represent South Korea. Lin Tae-kyu would also represent South Korea. Who would represent Japan? Kenzo Tanaka, Minoru Hoshino, Asashi Kumamoto, and Hainkoa. The match was about to begin, and Jinwoo guessed that Goto Ruji would not participate but would stand outside to observe. Before the match, both sides had estimated the strength of their opponents. They had already assessed the power of Baek and Ma Dongwoo. As the match commenced, Ma Dongwoo started with an impressive display of strength that made the opponents feel it immediately. The force radiating from both sides caused the air to tremble fiercely. Both of these strength enthusiasts lunged at each other as if they hadn't fought in a long time. Lim was being closely pursued by another hunter at high speed, but he managed to prepare and used his skills to maintain distance from his opponent. A magic arrow whizzed past his blonde brother's face, causing him a bit of annoyance. The battle was still fierce, but President Go felt heartbroken over the damage to the facilities at his headquarters. They were built and reinforced with the best magic gems out there, even average hunters wouldn't be able to leave a mark on this room. But in just a few seconds, these guys would cause a bit of a mess. Their opponents were the strongest S-rank hunters among all S-rank hunters. They would need to be cautious. He wouldn't rush to grab their hands. It seemed he would hit the target immediately. A guy who was an assassin had noticed the trick and sneered, who said we would follow the rules, only aiming for hands and backs. Only the strongest get to live well. While Baek seemed to be at a disadvantage, the hunter suddenly stopped, leaving him a bit surprised. He clearly sensed a massive killing intent from the opponent. Meanwhile, the long-haired assassin cried silently, wondering, am I really cut out to be a hunter? Perhaps I'm not strong enough for this profession, he thought. Baek looked at him, thinking to himself, if I'm not mistaken, his name is Kumamoto. I'm not sure if he's a genius at decision-making or just a cowardly spoiled brat. He doesn't seem truly strong. So was what happened earlier a mistake? Baek thought, it seems Goto just wants to test our capabilities by using this guy. I hope he has prepared for what will happen. If you see me as a test subject, just a little, I'll take it seriously. Seeing the change in Baek's eyes made Kumamoto scared. This is terrifying, he doesn't want to be here anymore. Baek lunged in like a wild beast. You're actually weaker than I thought, he said. What a disappointment. The reawakening might have helped you become one of the top S-rank hunters, but it's still not enough. While attacking, Baek continued to lecture Kumamoto about life's ideals. Meanwhile, a hunter named Aaron sighed and lamented from the stands, oh my god, are they all monsters? My match earlier was nothing but a joke for these kids compared to these people. The younger guy who often boasts replied, that's not true. The battle gradually reached its conclusion when Ma Dongwoo was knocked out. He also admitted, this is the first time this has happened to me. Next, Lin was being pinned with her hands clasped against the wall. Baek observed the situation, sighed looking at these people, then asked, who's next? Do you think facing me will be easier than facing Cha Hae-in? You people are underestimating me. On the other side, Cha Hae-in was fighting the girl with short hair. The girl could only think, Cha Hae-in is just too fast. But that's not all. She couldn't find any pattern. Cha Hae-in was referred to by everyone as the dancing fighter due to her nimble movements, reminiscent of a dance. She moved as swiftly as she resolved her opponents. However, due to her shyness, her club leader had banned the use of this name. For that reason, not many people knew about it. After a series of relentless attacks, Cha Hae-in forced her opponent to retreat, ending the match with a stunning back strike. At that moment, she didn't think much and quickly ran to help Becky Ho. Unexpectedly, out of nowhere, the blonde assassin tried to sneak up on Cha Hae-in. But in the end, he was met with a flurry of slaps to the face. The onlookers were astonished, saying, look at those slaps, they're like a machine gun. How many did she land? 10? No, it's probably around 14. After receiving so many slaps in such a short time, the assassin couldn't fight back. The continuous hits made Kuma Mo furious. He started to lose his mind. People outside discussed, when that crazy guy gets angry, his personality changes. It's not just a change in personality, but a complete loss of reason. Ishida also commented, he won't remember anything after the fight. With a personality like that, he's not suited for these competitions. He could easily deliver dangerous strikes. Not only that, he could even attack his teammates. Or at the very least, he could clear a concrete gate all by himself. But if he hadn't participated in the conquest of the gate, perhaps there wouldn't have been any story about him awakening and becoming a hunter. Goto then said to the interpreter, if anyone on the Korean team gets seriously injured, please stop him immediately. I just want to test their abilities. The interpreter responded with advice, if you really want to stop him, it's best to do it right now. I don't think we can compensate for the damage he is about to cause. At this moment, Kumamoto was furious. He stood in front of Cha Hae-in, radiating killing intent. Just as he was about to unleash an attack on Cha Hae-in, unexpectedly, out of nowhere, Jinwoo jumped down and successfully blocked Kumamoto's strike. A truly heroic scene of saving the damsel. Relax, buddy. It's just a competition. You seem a bit too tense. Jinwoo said, hope it's not a bother that I've interrupted you too. Upon hearing this, Kumamoto lost his mind even more. He yelled, you bastard. But before he could finish his sentence, he was pinned down to the ground by Jinwoo, much like a police officer arresting a criminal. Witnessing this action, Goto asked Kene Tawada, are you sure that's a mage-type hunter? She, with a determined expression, confirmed, that's what it states in the official documents. Hearing this, Goto Ruji said, we should go investigate ourselves. After successfully subduing the raging Kumamoto, Jinwoo told Cha Hae-in, consider the possibility of the Korean team losing this competition. The hunter in Japan, who was fighting Baek Yun-ho, also remarked that it seemed Baek Yun-ho shared the same thought. Baek sighed and muttered to himself, to be honest, the gap in skills between me and my opponent is quite large. Even if I completely transform, it might not make a difference. Suddenly, Goto and the interpreter Hankawa approached. Goto asked, is your name Sung Jinwoo? Would it be alright if we had a solo match? Jinwoo looked at Goto with the gaze of a fighter, and the energy emanating from him allowed Goto to sense his intent without needing a translation. So you want to test how strong I am? Jinwoo thought, I don't know what his real intention is, but that's okay, this is an opportunity for me to see how much stronger I become after clearing the demon castle. Goto noticed the smug expression on Jinwoo's face and pondered, is he mocking me? Hankawa gently informed Goto, Hunter Jinwoo has accepted the challenge, but he has one condition. He says he will fight when Goto uses all his strength. Upon hearing this, Goto seemed to think for a moment, and his face became serious, is this kid serious? Cha Hae-in and Lin both felt that this match seemed quite interesting. After pondering for a while, Goto stated, interesting indeed. Well, with an S-rank healer here, I'm sure no one will get seriously hurt. After some thought, he agreed to Jinwoo's request and shouted, heal if necessary. Then, Goto pointed directly at Jinwoo's face, with an attitude like a child, remember to cure him too. Ma Dongwoo stood by and said, so he is the famous hunter of South Korea? I can feel that he is very strong, I can't believe he will fight Goto. Cha Hae-in began to worry about Jinwoo, but she felt somewhat reassured because he had once cleared an A-rank dungeon alone with hundreds of monsters. Baek looked over, worried, and asked, are you okay? There are too many hunters here. Cha Hae-in replied, well, we can't hold our breath forever. When we got to Jeju Island, I got used to Jinwoo. Baek responded, that's right. An acquaintance. Cha Hae-in innocently asked, why didn't you stop them? Baek glanced at the fight and replied, that would be fine, but this is Goto. Don't you find this match thrilling? How could we bear to stop them? Baek at that moment had an excited look on his face, thinking, if Jinwoo really has the ability to grow even stronger, then he might be even stronger than the last time I met him. Before Jinwoo could say anything, the match began. Goto immediately launched an attack, creating a large amount of shockwaves. However, Jin-woo easily dodged. Goto looked on, skeptically wondering, how could I have missed? Goto turned to look at Jin-woo, asking, is he a mage? Jin-woo just smiled lightly, nonsense. Goto thought, his agility and movement are so fast that I couldn't even hear anything. You can fool everyone, but you can't fool me. I will expose you. This match won't end until I achieve that. Goto thought, and immediately, he assumed a stance, preparing to launch his next move. Jin-woo also acknowledged the stark difference in skill between Goto and other S-rank hunters. Goto was extremely powerful, but his attacks were not impossible to dodge. As he evaded Goto's strikes, Jin-woo smiled, which only fueled Goto's anger, his face turning red with rage. The Korean hunters observed and wondered if they should intervene. Looks like Goto-san is really serious, one person remarked. Another hunter commented, what kind of fighting is this? I can hardly see how they strike. Ma Dongwoo praised, Hunter Sung Jin-woo was maintaining a great position. Not everyone can dodge all the attacks from Japan's strongest hunter. Cha Hae-in recognized the situation, Jin-woo isn't just defending, it seems he's also provoking Goto while dodging his blows, forcing him to unleash more attacks. Choi Jong-in entered, curious about the battle. At this moment, Goto was struggling to land a hit on Jin-woo. The more he fought, the more frenzied he became, and finally decided, killing Jin-woo will suffice. Noticing the shift in Goto's aura, the system detected that the opponent was approaching with murderous intent. The system immediately issued a warning, if the request to kill increases, the situation will become even more dangerous. Instantly, the system locked Goto's hands, halting all actions. The flow of power from Jin-woo astonished Goto. The absurd strength he possessed was something Goto could hardly imagine. Jin-woo could easily grab Goto's wrist, but he chose to firmly grip the back of Goto's hand instead. Goto, furious, growled, do you think you can joke with me? Jin-woo smiled confidently, his eyes resembling those of a warrior. What are you talking about? The match ended when I caught your hand. Even if you don't want to end the match this way, it's already done. As both men exuded killing intent, preparing for a fierce confrontation, a loud voice interrupted. Beak stepped in, telling Jin-woo, let it go. He still has to lead the Japanese team for the next few days. We can't be responsible if he gets hurt here. Meanwhile, Goto also shouted at Nekawa, the match has gone too far, we will end today's practice. Baek Yun-ho turned to Jin-woo and asked, did I stop you in time? Jin-woo sighed, lightly responding, it's fine, no worries. Ma Dongwoo smiled with satisfaction, not only because Jin-woo had matched Goto's strength but because he had left a scratch on his opponent's cheek. You're really interesting. Ma Dongwoo said, patting Jin-woo on the shoulder, your body is quite sturdy, your physique is excellent. My guild has many mages, but we're lacking fighters. Master Dung, if you don't have a guild yet, why don't you come by and see us? Choi Jong-in, standing nearby, teased, Senior Ma, Sung Jin-woo was a mage-class hunter, you know? Jin-woo sighed, feeling his temper rising. Now, he understood the strength of the hunters here, and there was one thing he had just discovered. Go Gun-hee, Cha Hae-in, Baek Yun-ho, and Goto Ruji, even though they were S-rank hunters, could not sense Jin-woo's presence. He had skillfully hidden himself in the shadows, and none of them could detect him. Even Goto could not notice this. Jin-woo called Chairman Gun-hee closer and asked, earlier you asked me if I participated in the raid on the island, right? He said words that took Chairman Gun-hee by surprise. Meanwhile, Goto Ruji was sweating cold after the recent battle, feeling a sense of threat. The scene shifted to Baek Yun-ho. He stood thoughtfully, is it possible? I still can't believe that Jin-woo can get stronger over time. Just how strong can he become? Although trying to recruit him has not been effective, Baek still thought there were many ways to befriend Jin-woo. Baek suddenly turned on his phone to check the list of participants in the raid on Jeju Island. However, he was surprised not to see Sung Jin-woo's name on the list. This made Baek feel somewhat uneasy. In Goto's restroom, he was calling someone named Sujimoto to report on the emergence of very powerful hunters in Korea. The vice president, upon hearing this, smiled slightly and replied, but how could they be as strong as you? Goto was unsure about what he had just heard, his eyes briefly filled with worry. The vice president promptly asked, "What is his name?" Goto replied, "Sung Jin-woo. He is a newly awakened hunter and has become a powerful hunter." The vice president, upon hearing this, felt a bit skeptical, but why is he not on the incoming raid list? Sugimoto awkwardly replied, "Maybe I misread it, skipped over his name." After checking the list again, hunters such as Ma Dongwoo, Cha Haein, Lim Tae-kyu, Min Sung, and a few others were confirmed to participate in this raid. But Jin-woo's name was still absent. Goto Ruji could not help but feel perplexed. He is not on the list? Sugimoto tried to explain further, "It's definitely an oversight, but the list has been reviewed and includes all the prominent hunters from Korea. This raid team consists of 16 members, it should be fine." Goto was still not completely reassured, but he decided to call back after the raid commenced, to ensure nothing important was missed. The scene shifted to Halasan Bangnokdam Island, where a voice echoed with worry, "We must leave this island, there is nothing to eat anymore. The children are eating each other. There is no food left for us here anymore. We cannot continue like this. We need stronger warriors. We need a supreme warrior to lead this kingdom. For the kingdom, we will make them fear." Then, from somewhere inside a giant egg, a hand reached out. An ant with incredibly powerful strength had just been born, and it emitted a strong wave of evil power. At the apartment of Jin-woo and his family, Jin-woo had just returned home with his mother. The cluttered scene of the house made Jin-woo feel a bit annoyed, but his mother was very cheerful. It had been 4 years since she had done any housework, and she asked, "Would you like to help out?" Jin-woo smiled and nodded in agreement. The whole family started working together. As she cleaned, she said, "This house seems quite old." Jin-woo replied, "Of course, we've lived here since we were kids." At that moment, Jin-woo's mother seemed to lower her voice and asked, "Have you ever heard any news about your father while I've been sleeping?" Jin-woo remained silent for a long time before answering, "Nothing at all." Jin-woo felt a bit uneasy. He wondered, "If I told my mother that I am also a hunter like Dad, what would she say?" But he also understood, there was a reason for her not to leave, even though I had earned a lot of money, more than others could ever imagine. There was still a reason that I had to stay here and pay the rent regularly. It was because she was still waiting for Dad, who had been missing for so long. She still hoped that he would find his way back to this apartment. He thought, "No, my mother still has me." The raid on the island is being reported on Baodai. These mutated ants continue to be born, replacing their predecessors. Each time new ants are born, they dominate the previous generation's colony. Therefore, we conclude that they have evolved. The images you are seeing represent the first and second generations in their evolutionary process. Initially, they could only crawl on the ground, they were just gigantic ants. And here, this image was taken when they had evolved to stage 3. This legion can now walk on 2 legs and is quite agile. Their heads have gradually shrunk, and they use their front 2 legs almost like arms. In just 2 years, they have undergone a terrifying transformation. This image was recently captured, and this single ant has caused severe damage to Japan. They are always alert to humans, and now they even have wings on their backs. The 2 men on stage asked the host, "So, can they fly up to the sky?" The host replied, "Exactly, this may be the last chance for the collaboration between Japan and Korea to eliminate them." The man from earlier added, "Now I understand, any hunter would want to run when faced with such ants." Well, this time a retired hunter is also participating in the raid. But why is Sung Jin-woo not on the list? Perhaps even after becoming an S rank, his humanity never changes. He said, "As an E rank, you'll forever only be E rank." The mocking comments continue to erupt on social media. Jin-woo was reading while holding his phone, but he didn't care at all. Suddenly, Jin-woo received a call from Jin-ho. "Are you still at that hotel?" Jin-woo asked. Jin-ho replied, "I've already moved to a new place. Luckily, I managed to contact your mother." Oh, I've also found a place to set up the association, so if you're free, come by and check it out. Jinwoo found this a bit confusing. If we want to establish an association, do we need an office? Jinho responded, that's right, we need a president, a vice president, and a manager. At least 3 people are needed to form an association. Jinwoo thought for a moment and then had an idea. He immediately thought of someone suitable for that position. Jinho added, there's someone who needs to meet you. He's a foreigner, speaks English. He asked that whenever possible, you contact him. He will be at this address until the 17th of this month. While they were talking, Jinwoo sensed something and used his teleportation skill to go elsewhere. This skill startled Jinho when suddenly a knight appeared out of nowhere. In a desolate alley, a tall man was holding a knife to a girl's throat, threatening her. The girl was terrified, pleading, but how could he possibly let her go? Unexpectedly, Jinwoo appeared from behind, causing the tall guy to be a bit surprised. Jinwoo curiously asked, why are you doing these things? Hearing that, the man turned around, grinning wickedly and replied, are you preaching to me? What's the reason, huh? But if I have to give a reason, then here, I'll give you one. Saying that, he grabbed a knife and lunged at Jinwoo. However, what surprised him was that no matter how many times he stabbed, Jinwoo's body remained as hard as stone. Jinwoo quickly seized the knife, then slashed at the man's body several times, causing him to scream in agony. Jinwoo looked at the girl and said, you'd better go home. As for you, tonight, go turn yourself in. If you want to live. After that, Jinwoo left a watchful hawk on the guy and instructed, if he doesn't turn himself in by tonight, just kill him. Jinwoo walked away, hoping that the man would survive, though he wasn't sure he could be as patient as the hawk. The next day, near the coast of Jeju Island, a helicopter carried hunters to the island. Goto recalled the sensation he had experienced during the battle with Jinwoo, that was the feeling of death. He couldn't believe it, telling himself, maybe I'd become weaker. At the shores of China, the shores of Taiwan, and near the shores of Jeju Island, entire warships laden with heavy weapons had arrived, ready to take battle positions. The leader of the knights ordered everyone, stay strong, or the ants will sense it and attack us all. Hearing this, the foolish thugs still didn't know what they should do next. The leader continued, our fighting style can handle any situation that arises. We will kill the ants without hesitation. Upon hearing this, his underling became even more fired up. Ma Dongwu, on the other hand, left with a somewhat wicked smile, saying, then I will let everyone stay behind to defend. The vice president stood there with an annoyed expression and asked, what about me? The defense team just sits and waits. Clearly, there's nothing for me to do. He heard this and replied, since many guilds are participating today, as the vice president, you can ask everyone to train while waiting. Then Ma Dongwu instructed the vice president, make sure to manage things well inside and outside the camp. Lim here was a bit panicked upon learning that Min Sung would also come here. He ordered, let me go back because I am truly valuable. If I can't get back, tell me to hide well. Meanwhile, all the hunters from other guilds had been requested by the association to prepare to head to South Korea. That Min Sung was still trying to seize the opportunity to make a name for himself. The scene here was genuinely vibrant. All the hunters from everywhere had gathered here, including retired hunters and those who had been reawakened after their failures. In total, there are 5,000 people. This is just 1 out of 10 of all those who have awakened across the country. On the helicopter, a special forces soldier is tasked with filming from the center, reporting on the hunters. He introduces himself to everyone on the helicopter. This raid will be broadcast live on TV, and you don't have to worry about any trolling. Because the live broadcast will have a 10-second delay, the editing team will immediately cut out those parts for you. Beek stands next to Ma Dongwu, not understanding why Chairman Go-gun he allowed a cameraman into such a dangerous place. Hearing that, Ma Dongwu still smiles and says, our mission is to protect everyone. But you must understand, if you're filming, you have to take care of your own life. He resolutely responds, yes, don't worry about that. Just because I look like this, I'm also a hunter. In reality, there are a few licensed hunters, but they feel unsuitable for dungeons and choose to live like ordinary people in other professions. The cameraman, with an A-rank hunter license, is one of those people. Being a hunter is just a sideline for him. This is not the first time he has filmed in such dangerous places. He has even encountered more bizarre situations while filming in dungeons. At this point, his hands tremble slightly, knowing that the place he is about to enter will be far more dangerous than the previous dungeons. Ma Dongmu comforted him, "Don't worry too much. The reason the chairman called you here is because he is certain that our plan will succeed." Hearing this, he regained his composure. Dongwu turned to look at him. This is probably the first time that ordinary people can witness an S-rank raid, and it's also surely the last. Moreover, after 3 failures, everyone wants revenge for Jeju Island. This time we must ensure success. He thought, because if not, things will be even worse. If we fail this time, Korea could be doomed. Everyone is in need of a hero. Beek turned to Min Byong-gu and said, "I'm a bit surprised that you came here." He angrily responded, "Because I know that my father will die first if he doesn't have someone here to treat him in time." Beek was the one who rushed in first, he continued, "That's why he's here." Hearing this, Mr. Beek felt a bit annoyed. He fluffed up like a cat and questioned, "Why did you rush in first?" At that moment, Shahayan interrupted, "Guildmaster Beek, have you contacted Sung Jin-woo yet?" Beek looked dumbfounded and replied, "Not yet." "Why are you asking?" Shahayan also felt awkward and only said, "It's nothing." After that, they began to set off, entering the territory of the insects on Jeju Island. At that moment, Goto and 2 others were advancing onto the island to assess the situation. The scene of the city that unfolded before them was utterly desolate, resembling a ghost town. The corpses showed signs that they had cannibalized each other. They contacted each other, and Goto ordered, "The battle begins." For streams of power radiated out, forming 4 massive pillars boldly in the sky. On the plain, the members of the Choi group also sensed the unusual surge of power. The ants felt a large amount of evil power and rushed out like hungry, crazed animals. They were numerous to the point of being unimaginable. Choi Dong-in started with an impressive skill flame spear, taking down 3 ants, but after several evolutions, they seemed to be unfazed. Seeing this, Choi Dong-in summoned a gigantic fireball to attack the ants. Perhaps they had evolved their resistance to be comparable to that of monsters in the A-rank dungeon, where Choi Dong-in had to concentrate his fire magic. Noticing the situation, he leaped down from the plane in a dramatic pose to assess the conditions below, leaving everyone astonished. His magic would grow stronger when facing multiple enemies at once. Choi Dong-in used a skill to attack the ants. These ants were probably nothing compared to him. He instructed everyone below, "Go in." Ma Dongwu said, "This plan may be similar to the last time. We might get trapped in the ant nest and be destroyed. In Japan, we can only lure the ants outside within an hour. During that time, we must take down the ant queen in time. We have to prepare for every scenario. If we do so, we won't face difficulties. Let's get started." Outside, everyone had also prepared the necessary combat equipment. The second destroyer DD-14, a young man ordered the staff to activate the wave jamming machine. This machine began to emit a very powerful wave from above, surrounding the island. At that moment, the ants seemed to have lost the signal from the queen ant. The Japanese hunting team was also operating very smoothly. The blonde girl holding a large hammer asked the guy with glasses, "At this speed, will we take down all the ants on the island before the Koreans kill the queen ant?" He confidently replied, "It's quite possible." "But where is Kenzo?" The blonde girl responded, "He's just wandering around, tearing off the wings of some flying ants. He's like a child. Just like always." At Team C and D, the work was also progressing very efficiently. They looked up towards the nest of the ants and suddenly said, "I can see fireworks up there." A killer from Japan, named Choi Jong-in, said, "That must be his skill. I wonder what would happen if my ice faced his fire." Inside the nest of the ants, the Korean hunting team was standing on several hollows and they didn't know which way to go. Choi said, I will expand the fire prison to hold back the ants. The ants below B rank will not be able to get through anymore. But first, he used his skill to find the way ahead. The flames seemed to have a life of their own, automatically crawling into the burrows created by the ants. Beak asked, what is Choi doing? Choi explained, these passages are like a maze. If we're not careful, we might get lost or return to the starting point. I will try to find the position of the ant queen in areas where these explosions cannot reach. Suddenly, they saw a dungeon emitting no signals, and immediately knew that it was the way through. Beak exclaimed, Choi Dongyan is indeed an excellent teammate. At this moment, Jinwoo was still jogging to complete his daily system mission. He noted the deserted streets and thought, usually, the streets here are crowded. But it seems no one is out today. I guess the raid has begun. Those S-rank hunters from Korea and Japan are definitely the strongest hunters there. There's really no reason for me to watch the raid. Because even without me, I'm sure they will succeed, as long as nothing unusual happens. Transitioning inside the dungeon, the Korean hunters were having a smooth experience. A sharpshooter said, this is the first time I've seen these creatures, are they the guards of the Ant Queen or something? But they seem pretty weak. Beak looked at the ants and said to Min Byong-gu, their eyes have shrunk. I guess they've evolved to live and protect these tunnels, so they aren't too difficult to kill. As long as they are not the guardian ants, they still can't stop us. Min Byong-gu asked Beak Yun-ho, do you really think the queen ant is here? Because in history, there have been many kings who abandoned their kingdoms and people to run away. Beak replied quietly, they are just ants, how could they do that? And this is an island, there's no way to run away. The cameraman over here was preparing his equipment to capture incredibly valuable live footage for the audience. After a long while, they came across a horrifying sight. The pile of eggs before them could number in the tens of thousands. This was the egg-laying area, meaning the queen ant must be nearby. Choi Dongyan didn't know who would protect this place, so he decided to roast the eggs. Cha Haein told Choi, wait, over there is a huge egg, it's gigantic. Min Byong-gu was astonished. He couldn't believe it was an ant egg, suspecting it belonged to a soldier ant. Beak told him, focus on eliminating the queen ant first, don't get distracted. Outside, the girl said to Kenzo, you look really creepy. Kenzo replied angrily, they are really annoying. They must be able to think because they attack me in various ways. I've killed about 30 of them, but I've also been injured in my shoulder and hip. The girl with orange hair teased Kenzo, do you want to recover, with one condition? Kenzo furiously said, stop teasing me, just recover quickly. The cheerful girl replied, but I want something that is not money. Kenzo was confused, I don't know what she wants, because she has more money than I do. The ants gradually increased in number, and Kenzo turned to talk to the orange-haired girl, but she was suddenly caught off guard as something sliced her head off right before their eyes. As the two of them realized what had happened, they too lost their heads in a single swift cut. The remaining guy saw this and began to counterattack, but the outcome was no better for him. In less than a minute, the area fell into an eerie silence. Inside the dungeon, Han's hunting team was beginning to struggle against the soldier ants. Ma Dongwu was equally astonished by their strength, but after all, they were still inferior to the hunters in combat. While one ant attempted to attack Senior Ma from behind, it was met with a deft strike from Cha Hae that sent it back to its ancestors. Cha's movements were incredibly skillful and proficient. Guys, don't think too much about it, she said. Every sword strike was a fatal blow. Senior Ma also recognized, they possess a strength very different from the ants outside. Luckily, there aren't too many of them here. Min Byong-gu reassured everyone that they didn't need to worry because he was there. Beak teased him, you're just lucky you're not a coward. Min Byong-gu responded, go tell that to the boss. If you make any more basic mistakes now, it will be on you. Then, he used a powerful blow to end the life of the ant. He cheerfully added, he forgot that if you smash their heads, their body will still be alive for another 10 minutes, right? To neutralize them, you need to break all their limbs too. At this moment, everyone started to feel a bit challenged. They hadn't even reached the queen ant's chamber and were already confronted by the guard ants, but it seemed they were from an older generation. Beak stated that, just as he had guessed, these were first-generation ants who had been pushed out and were no longer allowed to be the queen's guards. From this point on, we will definitely encounter the second-generation ants or higher. Min Byong-gu confidently replied, well then, we should prepare a bit for them, right? After that, he opened the summoning book to pull out the necessary equipment for the hunters around. Everyone felt their bodies reinforced with strength. But these enhancements were just to make everyone feel better. They helped us deal with multiple monsters at once while still remaining efficient. If that's the case, each of us will take down 10 of them. Min Byong-gu was confident in his combat strength, equal to a rank, and could also take down the remaining ones for everyone. At that moment, Beak's killing intent surged. We won't let Huller have to lift a finger. What you just did is enough, so just stay back and support. Outside, 2 Japanese assassins were conversing with each other. I can't believe we are checking Team C. But it's because they lost contact. Who knows what those guys are up to? They observed, it seems like a battle has occurred here. They have clashed with a few ants. The silver-haired guy didn't know where they had gone, but suddenly a hunter recognized that the glasses of a person named Furushima were here. Their hands began to tremble. Unable to hold back any longer, the silver-haired guy rushed out, while the tree pondered, I have never smelled this before. It's truly disgusting. The murderous aura emanates very clearly from the forest beside them. The tree used its ice skill to attack into the forest, but in the end, fate led to being taken up to the celestial realm by some sharp, iron-like hand. Inside, everyone said that they had taken too much of their time, but Choi remarked, this is quite fast, we only lost 5 minutes. Beak thought to himself, Cha Hae-in is like a tiger gaining wings thanks to Min Byong. In terms of efficiency, she's taken down double what I have. They had been in the dungeon for 15 minutes, leaving them about 30 minutes more to act. Ma Dongwu was worried about exterminating the queen ant. Cha Hae-in sensed the breath of them. Beak utilized his hacking skill to scout the situation. He sensed the presence of the queen ant inside a cave. Its position was at the furthest back. There were 8 guard ants protecting it. Indeed, hacking is really convenient, guys. The guard ants were S rank. If Cha Hae-in engaged, she could take them down while he would buy time for her. Ma Dongwu was a hunter, so he said, as a hunter, I will take care of the queen ant. You handle the rest, okay? Choi Jong-in began to use a skill that summoned a fire dragon, which was truly impressive. He didn't forget to add, usually, I try to limit my power, but today it seems like I will have to use up all the remaining mana. A gigantic dragon flew around Choi Jong-in's body. A guardian ant attempted to attack him, but it was taken down by the team's marksman. That was Lim, and he would provide support behind Choi Jong-in. He also realized that there was no reason for him to hold back any longer. After that, he activated his transformation skill. A massive beast officially appeared. He charged into the swarm of ants like a wild animal hunting its prey. On this side, he was surprised by the appearance of his leader. Beak shouted like a child who had just won a round in Free Fire. Seeing that, Cha Hae-in was not to be outdone, she infused her strength into her sword and plunged it straight into the ground, causing it to crack. Ma Dongwu noticed and then used a skill to draw the queen ant's attention. A reporter filming was astonished as the battle had truly begun. The number of viewers increased to 80%. He moved the camera closer so everyone could see clearly. This foolish action of his was prevented by Byong-gu. He said, this is the S-rank boss room, no one can guarantee your safety. Min Byong-gu's intimidating aura surprised the cameraman, who thought, isn't it said that his fighting skills are terrible? But he seems to fight more skillfully than an A rank like me. In a certain house, an old woman asked her husband, don't you want to watch the hunters fighting? He replied, I don't want to watch. She persuaded her husband, don't be like that. The TV says this year could be the year we wipe out those ants. He sulked and responded, they always say that, and I don't care anymore. Calmly, she said, they are the only ones who can take revenge for our child. Never mind, I will still watch, even if the world is destroyed, you useless old man. On the TV, the scene of the hunters beginning to fight the ants was being replayed. The commentator was incessantly discussing their battle, while the neighbors continually cheered to encourage the hunters. Everyone, from ordinary people to awakened ones, was focusing their eyes on the screen in hopes that everything would end well. All activities in the city and country seemed to pause to watch the match. The old woman informed her husband that all the guardian ants had been defeated. Upon hearing this, the old man's mood was so agitated that he couldn't hold back any longer. This is the fourth raid they have conducted, and I believe this time they must succeed. Right? The commentator said, right now, there is only the queen ant left. If they can defeat the queen, it will mean we have completely annihilated the entire ant colony. The number of viewers watching the live broadcast has reached 85% across the globe. This is a record. The hunters were currently pouring all their strength into attacking the queen ant. Beak told everyone not to be afraid because the queen ant, without any guards, could simply be defeated. But unexpectedly, the queen ant spewed out poison, making it a bit difficult for them. Min Byong-gu over here used his healing skill to restore everyone's health. He also couldn't help but hurl some insults at the queen ant, which made her furious. Choi Jong-in instructed everyone to fall back, and he would use his attack skill on the queen ant. A tremendous fire surged forth. Beak thought to himself, the queen ant is definitely doomed. I know this from the experience gained in previous battles. The queen ant wailed in pain, and it seemed they were about to win. But suddenly, it let out a loud scream, and an evil power emanated from it, destroying Choi Jong-in's attack. It seemed that it had called for help. The scream just now had disrupted their interference system. The ants were now returning to their nest. After defeating the ant queen, everyone began to doubt, have we really conquered the dungeon yet? But then, something unexpected happened. The ants received a signal and returned to their nest. The situation became even more tense as people panicked, not understanding why the Japanese hunters could not stop them. Choi Jong-in realized, my firewall has just been destroyed. And then, a mighty-looking ant entered the dungeon, shocking everyone. This ant was unlike the others. It let out a roar that made everyone tremble. The overwhelming energy radiating from this ant was so intense that no one could stand firm. Even Cha Hae-in, who smelled this, could not bear it. The pressure weighed heavily upon them. And then, an ant walking on two legs, resembling a human figure, appeared before them. The pressure from this monster was horrifying, to the point that no one could believe it. With just the sound of its footsteps, it spread fear to all. This monster glided past Ma Dongwu and approached the corpse of the ant queen. Upon seeing the queen's body, it was truly enraged. Immediately, it charged back, striking at Cha Hae-in's waist, causing her excruciating pain. The blow was so powerful that it sent her flying several meters. Next, Ma Dongwu, caught off guard, had both of his arms severed from his body in an instant. The scene at this moment was truly horrific. Beak angrily rushed in, but in just a moment was attacked. The guild leader barely had time to activate his skill before it struck him in the chest, leaving him in agony. The archer aimed from afar to shoot at the ant nearby from a close distance, but it was too strong as it could block the magic arrow with one hand. It turned its evil gaze towards him, and in an instant, a swarm sent him crashing into the rock wall. Unexpectedly, Senior Ma punched it from behind, causing it to stagger backward to defend itself. He felt confident because healer Byong-gu was behind him. Min Byong-gu managed to escape its attention thanks to his camouflage skill. Even though he had to remain still while the skill was active, having a healer like that was worth it. Even if it wanted to eliminate him, it had no idea where he was. Ma Dongwu relentlessly attacked the ant, but before he knew it, it grabbed his foot and spun him around like a cricket. It cast a deadly gaze towards Min Byong-gu. It seemed that the camouflage skill had no effect on it at that moment. Beak sensed this and warned him. But in the end, Min Byong-gu was pierced through the chest. Beak witnessed his junior being attacked and couldn't stop shouting. Everyone who saw this scene was utterly stunned. The ant was like the Grim Reaper, slowly advancing towards them. Beak, filled with rage, charged in, intending to risk everything to save Min Byung-gu, but the ant caught him and squeezed his throat. Beak gradually lost his power to resist and reverted back to his human form. The ant then opened its mouth. "You are too weak, who is your king?" At this moment, everyone could not answer this question. The ant noticed a powerful force coming from outside, so it thought it was their king. It dropped Beak to the ground and moved towards the outside. Everyone seemed to realize it was going to find Goto. The young ants were also gradually returning to their nest. Outside, the Japanese hunting party had lost contact with Teams C and D. Goto said it was probably due to the signal, because normally they would not disconnect without reason. Team B, respond. The girl replied, "Bravo is still alive." Goto asked, "We also could not contact Teams C and D, right?" She confirmed, "We can only communicate with Team A, do you need us to go find them?" Hearing that, Goto said, "No need, because I am already looking for them. You handle that side and then regroup afterwards." Chairman Matsumoto called Goto to say something, transitioning the scene to the coast of China. The captain of a warship was inquiring about the situation of the Japanese raid team. He said he probably wanted Goto Ruji to rise to the level of a national hunter. The staff member replied, "Yes, all national hunters have currently cleared at least one S-rank gate, but Goto has not cleared any yet." He put on his hat and said, "On his own, Goto Ruji will not make it." The staff member was somewhat surprised to hear that. He confidently said, "You will immediately see the difference in caliber when you see Lu Zhigang." The other guy replied, "Seems like you're a big fan of him, huh?" He then said, "You could call it that. Anyway, this raid is undoubtedly going to be a big gamble for both sides." While Goto was chatting over here, the two went silent as they witnessed the scene in front of them. He slowly said, "Perhaps we have already had casualties." The chairman asked, "So in the end, there were casualties from helping them, weren't we only supposed to worry about the little ants?" Goto replied, "Their deaths are because they are weak, there's nothing to worry about, my friend." The chairman stated, "Just Goto Ruji is fine. As for the others, their deaths are not important." "What about the Korean team, are they still dealing with the little ants?" Goto reported, "Just now, it seemed that the signal jamming equipment had a malfunction, and the ants have returned to their nest. I'm a bit worried, but the results should not change much." The chairman asked Goto, "What percentage of survival does the Korean team have?" He said, after assessing their abilities, this time Korea has a chance of survival. Hearing this, he let out a sigh of smoke. "Good, we can say that the Japanese team did their utmost, but since the Korean team failed, we have no choice but to retreat." Unfortunately, Goto's goal of becoming a national level hunter has gone down the drain. We can release a statement, our objective of eliminating all S-rank hunters in Korea has been accomplished. He said, "Everyone retreat." Goto turned to call the two people back, "Retreat, we will take them down." But at that moment, his retribution had arrived. The girl with orange hair next to them had turned into a dot and vanished. Goto began to take his fighting stance. Goto told him, "Leave this to me. Minoru, hurry and regroup with Team B. If this ant is strong, then you're just in my way." Goto's face was full of killing intent as he said to the ant, "You're standing in my way." The ant asked him, "Are you the king?" He replied, "Yes, I am the king." Upon hearing this, the ant was immensely excited, unleashing a horrific amount of evil power that made everything around, including Goto, feel fear. This feeling, he had experienced before, but he didn't know when his head would also fall without him having the chance to unleash a move. Inside the cave, all the hunters were relying on the remaining strength of Choi Jong-jin to hold out against the swarm of baby ants. They urged him, "Hurry, use more power." But Choi said, "If I do that, it will use up all the remaining oxygen in this cave." Everyone was heavily injured, even though Min Byung-gu had minimized their losses to the lowest possible. Just when they thought it was all over, unexpectedly, a black knight rose from their shadows. Sensing the danger, Jin-woo finally used shadow exchange. He felt a shiver. He regretted not being able to talk with his father more. The ant attacked him, but unexpectedly, it was pierced through the head by a sword. Igris has appeared on the live broadcast. Everyone is astonished. How is it that with just one ant, all the S-rank hunters are about to die? How on earth did the situation turn 360 degrees like this? A staff member reports to the boss, "People are calling our hotline, it's about to crash." The boss is helpless, not knowing what to do. His face shows full dissatisfaction, but he continues to say that some mysterious figures are starting to appear on screen. The boss walks over to take a look and is genuinely shocked by those mysterious individuals. The staff member says, "But if they broadcast right now, everything they've been hiding will be exposed. If anything goes wrong, they won't be able to handle it." At this point, the boss no longer cares about public opinion. Anyway, their channel has already been shut down once. It can't get any worse, nothing can stop them now. Let's just air it, no matter what. Looking at the scene on screen, this is amazing, guys. The fate of humanity is all in that person's hands. The Supreme Hunter, Jinwoo, commands, Iron, use roar to reduce the battle power of the ants. Jinwoo uses the Demon King's knife, newly acquired from the Demon King, slicing through, and the ants immediately split in half. At this moment, we can see the entire formation of Jinwoo's team. It's simply fantastic. Ma Dongwoo is stunned, not knowing who just fought to save them. Beak saw Jinwoo and said, "Senior Ma, don't worry anymore, we are saved now." At this moment, Min and his dark warriors were fighting fervently. To accelerate the pace of the battle, Jinwoo summoned several ants that had just been defeated to attack other ants, to the astonishment of the cameraman. In his earpiece, his boss's voice echoed, "Are you still there? Move to get a better view. Hurry, the whole country is watching." He widened his eyes. "I don't know what's happening, but the ants are killing each other." Jinwoo gathered everyone in one place. He held a potion in his hand, unable to give it to them, but ultimately decided to share it with everyone to restore their strength. After everyone drank Jinwoo's recovery potion, their wounds quickly healed. Ma Dongwoo asked suspiciously, "Why hasn't that hunter woken up yet?" Jinwoo replied, "She is currently in critical condition, my skills can't heal her at this moment." Jinwoo commanded everyone, "We need to leave here immediately so I can start a real battle." The monstrous ant was advancing into the cave with an overwhelming murderous aura. It stood before Jinwoo and Ma Dongwoo, asking, "Is there a king here?" Beak saw it and was terrified. He realized that if it had returned here, then Goto must have died as well. Jinwoo, like a god, stepped forward and instructed Ma Dongwoo, "Take good care of your girl. If not, I'll chop your head off." The ant approached Jinwoo and asked, "Are you the king of mankind?" Jinwoo looked at the ant coldly. The ant paused for a moment, sensing the power radiating from Jinwoo. It recalled the figure of Goto and informed Jinwoo that he was emanating a rather terrifying energy. Then, it began to scream like a child who had not cried for a long time. Outside, 5 minutes earlier, everyone including Song and Du Hai was watching the live broadcast when suddenly the signal was lost. Everyone was frustrated as the program was interrupted. The TV station's MC announced, "The program will resume broadcasting after a report just confirmed from the center. We have learned that the hunter Min Byong-gu has sacrificed himself. The remaining hunters have not yet been confirmed. However, surprisingly, an unidentified hunter has just appeared at the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin live coverage again." Meanwhile, the chairman of the Japanese Hunter Association, Matsumoto, was furious that his Goto had been killed by a talking ant. Matsumoto asked his assistant, "Where is that ant?" The assistant, trembling with fear, replied, "It is returning to the queen ant." Matsumoto asked further, "Is the Korean team still alive?" The assistant confirmed, "They are still alive, and there is something with enormous energy confronting the newly appeared ants." Chairman Matsumoto, after hearing the news, slammed his hand down on the table like a powerful person. Live broadcast. Turn on the TV immediately and reconnect to the live broadcast from Korea. He roared. Jinha saw the worried expression on her mother's face and asked, "Mom, what are you doing?" She turned to apologize for bothering her daughter. "The TV is acting up, but no matter how much I hit it, it won't turn on. Indeed, repairing things the old-fashioned way, my friends. Jinha asked, Mom, where is Jinwoo right now? She replied, he just went outside, saying he had some work to do. Jinwoo was not satisfied with that answer and continued to ask, how do you turn on this TV? He realized something and hurriedly shut the door before going into his room. His mother, confused, stood there with a perplexed expression. Inside the room, the girl opened her phone and gasped as she witnessed what was happening on the screen. The scene was so shocking that she could not believe her eyes. Meanwhile, Chairman Gogon, upon hearing that Jinwoo appeared, excitedly shouted, Son Jinwoo, the hunter? The ant let out a loud cry and yelled straight at Jinwoo, but showed no signs of worry. Its evil power caused the ground and rocks around to crumble. Choi and Beak, standing at a distance, felt the tremendous strength emanating from the ant. The ant thought it had defeated Jinwoo and began to mock, You're too weak, you're not a king. However, everyone was astonished when they saw that Jinwoo remained unfazed. He stood firm in front of the ant, despite its attack. Jinwoo spat a small amount of blood and immediately activated the skill-dominating hand. The evil power from his hand emanated, pulling the ant towards Jinwoo's hand. He launched a punch, the ant flew out, 100 meters, causing the earth and rocks to shatter. Lim and the cameraman gaped in astonishment. Ma Dongwu asked Choi and Beak, is Jinwoo really a magician-class hunter? The crazed ant rushed quickly towards Jinwoo. He felt its body was incredibly tough, probably due to its shell. It attacked Jinwoo with a blow, and Jinwoo blocked it. The battle continued, and the advantage obviously belonged to Jinwoo. The pressure was so overwhelming that the cameraman was terrified, trembling uncontrollably. The magic emanated enough to make anyone below rank a faint. Continuous devastating punches came from Jinwoo. Its shell was about to break. It was a battle that the ant never thought it would lose. It was astonished by Jinwoo's strength at that moment. The strikes from both sides met, causing both to recoil a few steps, not allowing it to rest for long. Jinwoo seized the advantage and charged forward, delivering a painful blow to its abdomen. The ant played dirty, it extended its tongue like a sword piercing through Jinwoo's face, leaving him with a light wound. The sword was poisonous and was now seeping into Jinwoo's body. The toxin he just absorbed from the ant was extremely harmful. If combined with the poison already in Jinwoo, it would indeed be incredibly dangerous. Seeing it had inflicted injury on Jinwoo, the ant triumphantly exclaimed, Die! Transitioning to the outside of the island, the assassin girl looked into the distance and said, Minoru Sugimoto-san has contacted me. What happened? He replied in fear, his voice choked, We cannot defeat that monster. No matter if it's rank S or whatever, it is a creature that cannot be defeated with just human strength. At that moment, he was completely devastated, continuously weeping. Seeing him lose spirit, the girl pushed him down to the ground, angrily saying, Damn it, you're really useless. From now on, we have a lot of troubles ahead. Damn it. Get back to the fight. Jinwoo stood up, grabbing the ant's hand. He summoned all his strength for a punch to its mouth for being so talkative. The poison in his body had been dispelled. Jinwoo could sense the ant's thoughts. It was certainly very anxious, but Jinwoo was just like it, he needed to end this battle as soon as possible. Then Jinwoo lunged from the rock, attacking the ant's head, but it had vanished, leaving only a large crack in the ground. The ant believed Jinwoo's advantage was his physicality, so it should not engage in a battle of strength with Jinwoo. It decided to shrink its body and increase its speed. The two powerful beings were heading into the final moments of the battle, both going all in for this last round. But it seemed the ant had become reckless by underestimating its enemy. Jinwoo narrowly avoided that attack, embedding his weapon into the ant's body, but because its shell was too hard, it was bounced back. At this moment, the ant realized that Jinwoo was not only keeping up with its speed but was even faster than it. Jinwoo also understood that this child could never match him. The armor from earlier had cracked, revealing a weakness. This was definitely an opportunity for him to end the battle. The skill critical slash was activated and upgraded to chain critical hit, and the ant was about to be defeated. It began to consider fleeing. But it wouldn't be that easy, my friend. A slash from Jinwoo went through the ant, leaving it with 1,000 wounds. Feeling there was nothing more it could do, the ant began to scream, gathering its brood of ants around Jinwoo. What now, human? Jinwoo did not respond but merely smiled, rising up. Both sides charged at each other. Jinwoo summoned Tusk, but instructed, if it harms other hunters, Tusk will never be summoned again. Tusk took the command seriously, using Holy Hymn, the flames of the dragon activated, sweeping through the ant swarm. It was so powerful that it pierced through the mountain. At this moment, Ma Dongwu also realized, Jinwoo is not just an ordinary summoner, in fact, he is like a new king born in this world. The ant witnessing this could hardly believe its eyes. It had been born with the fate of a king. It once was a king, but now it understood that it needed to run fast to survive. The ant used Byung-gu's recovery ability. Jinwoo knew this because he had seen it absorb the skills of those it had killed. The ant flew away at this point, but Jinwoo used the hand of the ruler to catch it. It screamed in pain. Jinwoo didn't let it escape, using the chain of critical hits to end the life of the ant. Beak yelled, "Hunter son Jinwoo." Sha Heian realized that Jinwoo had wasted too much time. He needed a healer quickly. Summoning spirits was never infallible. Even riding Kaisel, the hunter would die before he returned. Jinwoo noticed something and turned to the cameraman. "Can you turn off the camera for a bit?" Jinwoo gave a dangerous glare, threatening, "If you don't turn it off, I'll smash it." Jinwoo ordered everyone to immediately search for the body of Hunter Min Byung-gu. Beak was somewhat astonished upon hearing this. An ant brought his body to Jinwoo. His head had been eaten. Jinwoo wasn't sure if it would succeed. Beak asked what Jinwoo intended to do, but Jinwoo did not answer and shouted, "Ari!" System notification, extraction failed. He shouted the command again, but once again it failed. It seemed that he wanted to summon Min Byung-gu again. This felt like a crime, summoning the soul of the deceased, but life must come first. Jinwoo, filled with anger, yelled, "Ari, notification system." Beak couldn't hold back any longer and shouted, "Son Jinwoo, what are you doing with Min Byung-gu's body? Your true power is the power to control souls." At that moment, Choi Jong-in and Ma Dongwu were also incredibly astonished. Min Byung-gu stood in front of Cha Heian, using his healing skill. Jinwoo remained silent, not saying anything. I think he truly is a man. He is healing Hunter Cha Heian of his own will, not at my command. Indeed, a warm-hearted person. Beak gritted his teeth, having lost his composure. He looked into the camera, unable to utter a word. He stood there in shock, realizing that Jinwoo could summon the dead. What the hell? I can't find the words. So this is the reason he asked me to turn off the camera. Choi Jong-jin understood very well that the more Jinwoo fought, the stronger he would become, strong to the point that he couldn't even imagine where Jinwoo's limit of power would lie. Baek Yun-ho patted Jinwoo on the shoulder, his expression serious. "I'm sure you will face many battles in the future, and Min Byung-gu's power will help you a lot. But in everyday life, Byung-gu truly hates to fight. Please do not force him to do that again, I beg you." Jinwoo replied, his voice tinged with humor, "This is the second time Hunter Baek Yun-ho has held my shoulder. But this time, unlike before, it's a very sincere plea." He pondered over Min Byung-gu, then slowly released the shadow extraction skill. The expressions of those around gradually shifted from tense to satisfied. The shadow of Min Byung-gu also began to dissipate, returning to its peaceful rest. In the coastal scenery, the hunters cheered in unison, "We did it! The hunters are returning." Jinwoo turned to the others and said, "You all go ahead. I will stay back. There are still some things that are not completely finished." He continued, his gaze resolute. "I will clear the way and deal with the ants before they have a chance to return." At that moment, Kaisel, a gigantic dragon, appeared. Its enormous wings spread wide, creating a magnificent sight. Jinwoo rode on Kaisel's back, his face cold and majestic. Kaisel dove down, crushing swarms of ants under its tremendous power. Meanwhile, on a Japanese warship, the hunters were discussing. A blonde hunter recounted, his voice showing clear astonishment, "I've never seen anything like that. That monster. It cannot be defeated." Koto Ruji, with a solemn expression, added, "We cannot win in this attack. No hunter can take that down." The inspector reassured, "You don't need to worry anymore. The attack on Jeju Island has ended. That monster has been eliminated." Hearing this, the young soldier could hardly believe his ears. "No, it can't be. We just received a report from Nation HQ. Is this really true?" The inspector nodded, a mix of surprise and admiration in his voice. "That's right, no mistake about it. I also didn't expect Nation HQ to have such a powerful hunter. However," he paused for a moment before continuing, "he definitely cannot be stronger than Koto Ruji." Upon hearing this, the soldiers on the warship couldn't help but murmur, "It's strange. The slain one is said to be stronger than the one who defeated that monster. What do you guys think? Something feels off." Meanwhile, the warships remained in battle readiness, as the number of remaining ants was still far too many. Inside the battlefield, Jinwoo's army was busy eliminating the remaining ants, relentlessly uprooting them. Jinwoo took the opportunity to organize his supplies and suddenly realized he still had a huge, oversized sword. He stored the sword in the chest, then spun it around his hand dozens of times before swinging it in a powerful slash, causing the air to seem torn apart. On the TV screen, the scene of Jinwoo defeating the queen ant was being replayed. In the Hunter Association's office, David, the director of International Hunter Management, was closely watching the battle. He glanced at his assistant and asked, "A hunter who can command hundreds of summon creatures. Don't you think that ability is extremely rare?" The assistant nodded in agreement. "Yes, you're right. He is too talented to be wasted in a small country like Nation HQ." David sighed, his expression contemplative. "Do you have any suggestions?" Suddenly, the memory of the explosion incident at the hunter's office a few months ago flashed in the assistant's mind. He recounted, "Do you remember the incident that happened in Eastern Nation HK? That incident involved an A-rank hunter. This person was captured in an A-rank gate. I'm not sure whether he is a human or a monster, but..." He hesitated before continuing, "He always insisted he is a hunter. And the strangest thing is, he said that Sung Jinwoo and he are father and son." He continued speaking, "Other countries still know nothing about the hunter Sung Jinwoo, not even his name. This is a great opportunity for us." The director listened to the situation, then slowly replied, "But he is different from the case of Huang Dong-soo. Nation HQ has long been our ally. If we recruit an S-rank hunter from another country, it would be like stabbing them in the back." The assistant immediately countered, "But isn't he worth the try?" The director glanced at the assistant, pondering for a moment before asking, "Can you do it? If so, we can give it a shot." The scene shifted to Jinwoo. Jinwoo carried the massive sword on his shoulder, looking no different from a butcher. After defeating the queen ant, his level had reached 100. He looked at the corpse of the ant, realizing that the aura emanating from it was much greater than before. Suddenly, the surroundings of Jinwoo darkened. He frowned, not understanding what was happening. The feeling of confusion lasted only for a moment, then the darkness gradually faded, and everything returned to normal. System notification, shadow extraction successful. Jinwoo smirked, satisfied. "I thought I had failed." Before Jinwoo, the shadow of the queen ant began to take shape. A powerful force radiated, overwhelming everything around. The general rank. The giant ant knelt before Jinwoo, an unprecedented scene. He thought to himself, "This is a new rank that I have never encountered. General rank. This means it is much stronger than my current soldiers. With this kind of power, it all makes sense." Jinwoo was about to turn away to tame the queen ant when suddenly a voice rang out from behind, "Your Majesty." Jinwoo paused, slightly astonished. He turned around to see the giant ant bowing low before him, its voice resonating with formality. Please grant me a name. Jinwoo thought for a moment, his gaze focused on the ant. It seemed completely loyal, showing no sign of resistance. Jinwoo asked, curiosity lacing his voice. How can you speak to me? The ant replied, I have known how to speak for a long time. Jinwoo felt a twinge of skepticism. He recalled his other shadow soldiers like Iron and Tusk. They had been human, but once they became shadow soldiers, they could no longer speak. Then why are you different? Could it be that when reaching a high rank like yours, my other soldiers will speak too? Jinwoo smirked, his eyes cold. Do you remember that I am the one who killed you? You will still remain loyal and follow me, right? The ant remained unfazed, responding in a resolute tone, I did not die, I was reborn by the power of your majesty. I feel joyful, an intense longing and excitement rising within me. Your majesty, please grant me a name. Jinwoo looked at the ant, smiling. A name, huh? Calling you ant sounds too mundane. It needs to be a more special name to distinguish you from the other small ants. A name suddenly flashed in his mind. Remembering a famous author who wrote novels about ants, Jinwoo chuckled to himself. Alright, from now on, I shall call you BR. The ant knelt lower, its voice filled with gratitude. I thank you, your majesty. Jinwoo turned to look at the queen ant and spoke, now it's your turn. The queen ant, a once mighty commander, now stood before Jinwoo. However, the moment it appeared, Jinwoo noticed something unusual. The bond between him and the young ant suddenly weakened. A bit puzzled, Jinwoo turned to BR and asked, why is that? BR bowed his head and explained, Your Majesty, the only ability of the queen ant is to command the ant army. This means the authority over the ant army now belongs to it. Jinwoo frowned, pondering for a moment before asking, compared to its rank, the energy is surprisingly weak. Why is that? BR continued to explain, that's because all of the queen ant's energy has been allocated for reproduction. When it no longer has a body, its reproductive ability also ceases to exist. Jinwoo shook his head, visibly disappointed, so the queen ant can't fight? Truly, one forest cannot harbor two tigers. After a moment of consideration, he commanded, cancel the extraction of the shadow. Meanwhile, Jinwoo's night army was collecting magic stones on the battlefield. But he immediately ordered them to stop, no need to collect any more. These crystals will be used to rebuild Jeju Island. We cannot take everything like this. Taking what is necessary from BR's corpse is enough. He glanced outside, where the young ants were still flying wildly. Jinwoo calculated, can I clear them all out with the current army? I'll have to do my best. At this moment, BR reported, Your Majesty, since the ant army has lost its commander, they are in a state of chaos. Before the raid, the number of ants was 8,700. Currently, the estimated remaining number is around 4,000. Jinwoo nodded, his gaze sharp as he looked out at the battlefield. He was preparing to give the next order. Jinwoo sighed upon hearing this, I thought I had dealt with most of it, but it turns out there's still a heap left. He turned to Baru, his tone serious, if it were you, could you wipe them all out? Baru bowed and replied, as long as you give the order, my lord. Outside, the defense forces were ready, waiting for the first wave of ants to attack. The special forces and hunters coordinated their attacks to stop the swarm. A hunter reported urgently, the ants are flying towards the north. They're clashing with the night faction. Next, they will come to us. Everyone charge forward. The order was given, but when the swarm of ants appeared, their sheer numbers surpassed expectations, leaving many hunters terrified. Some trembled, not daring to step forward. A famous hunter, now cowering in a corner, looked on with fearful eyes, how do we fight these monsters? The hunter next to him, seeing his demeanor, couldn't help but sneer, thought you were some prestigious A rank, but turns out you're just an empty barrel making noise. Truly shameful. The swarm of ants surged onto the shore at a terrifying speed, their movements as fast as a whirlwind. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light cut through, slicing through the swarm of tiny ants and splitting them in two instantly. The battle dragged on for another 2 days to deal with the remaining ants. However, a portion of them managed to break through the defense line and appeared at the waters of Huadong, a nation in China. They began to pour onto the mainland, causing the situation to become even more chaotic. It had been 2 days since the captain of the warship had slept. On the ship, all the sailors were waiting for orders from him, but it seemed a young hero wanted to showcase himself more. A young man wielding twin blades stood at the bow of the ship, his cold gaze fixed intently on the ants ahead. He slightly curled his lips and spoke with disdain, "Crowded, aren't you? All of you. Rest at the bottom of the sea." The drawn sword exuded a powerful aura. He slashed twice at the ant swarm, causing them to burst in the sky like brilliant fireworks. He muttered, "These insignificant pests, it would be so much better if I could fight with Sung Jinwoo." But then he sighed, "So boring." Cutting to another room, the blonde assistant appeared. She looked at the man and asked, "What do you think? This is the only clue linking Huang to Sung Jinwoo. Your brother Huang Dong-suk was probably killed by Sung Jinwoo." Thomas, sitting quietly, raised an eyebrow and said, "So should I seek revenge? That would be the right thing to do, right? But after this incident, it would be tough to meet Sung Jinwoo." He sighed again, "I also want to meet him, but what a shame." At that moment, a man introduced as Thomas Andre, the head of the Scavenger Guild from Nation HK, continued, "Laura, are you pretending not to understand me? Huang is the property of the Scavenger Guild, and the Scavenger Guild belongs to me. I will not let anyone touch my property, not even the government of Nation HK." On the third night of the Jeju Island operation, the army, in conjunction with the Night Guild from Yeongnam, arrived at Jeju Island to collect magical crystals, in case of any high-level theft. A hunter sighed and murmured, "There really are people in this world who are just plain unlucky." He continued, "That person has worked hard with the dream of winning a gold medal. He has trained rigorously, lost weight to compete in a lower weight class, all for himself and his great dream. He has undergone a grueling training program, and now he is just one step away from being on the team to compete in the Olympics. His dream is almost a reality." The doping test went smoothly, and the night before the competition, he also had a good night's sleep. Everything was perfect. But then, an unexpected event occurred. He woke up, and the energy scanner detected an anomaly. This forced him to abandon the competition immediately. Someone asked, "Is this about your life, bro?" He replied, "That person had to give up his dream, but then he dreamed a new dream. The dream of building the greatest hunter guild." A voice rang out, "Don't overlook it, don't litter around here." The excited young man said, "I knew it, bro, you're the best." That person continued, "Do you see anything? High-quality ghost stones. If we grab them, it will guarantee our guild a top position." The girl next to him shouted, "Is that really acceptable?" He said, "By the way, this place is already clean, so don't worry, just gather everything because I don't feel any mana at all." There was still one more ant. He swung his sword in a single stroke, dealt with the ant, and proudly said, "Pretty cool, huh, everyone?" He continued, not forgetting to boast, "Well, it's fine, we can handle a few more, we've got this." Suddenly, a person appeared, leaving all of them gasping in astonishment. "Who are you?" A person dressed in ancient tribal clothing appeared, with a remarkably strong physique. On Jeju Island, there should only be people from the association and soldiers from the designated army present. A hunter shouted, "Quick, tell us your identity." A special forces soldier was about to open fire, but the hunter restrained him. It seemed he was human, and he began to speak in a language no one understood. Essentially, it was something like "shoot for me." Seeing that he didn't speak the human tongue, the soldier wondered if he might be a monster. Suddenly, someone snapped their fingers, and everyone at the scene instantly fell unconscious. The beastman turned to ask, "What are you doing?" The fairy replied, "We shouldn't disturb the jungle, I just put them to sleep." The fairy asked, "Did you check carefully?" The person replied, "I am sure that this is his power." The fairy did not understand why this person was helping humans, a bunch of stinking insects. If she sees them, she'll definitely go insane. Nevertheless, the hunt would continue as planned, nothing would change. Then, the two snapped their fingers, creating a portal. The beastman sensed that the person was still there. Should we take this opportunity to deal with him now? The fairy said he would leave this place for that person to handle, meaning he did not want to get involved in this matter. The beastman replied, then stepped into the portal. You think that way is fine? The beast's name stood still for a moment, contemplating the situation. A dead man is just dead, perhaps it's best not to disturb the forest after all. He thought for a while and created a portal, leaving behind the scene of the hunters' deaths. News reporters gathered everywhere, with people continuously discussing the events following the raid on Jeju Island. Joy erupted all around. Jeju Island was his first raid mission after becoming a sang. The online commentary channels were in constant debate about Jinwoo. Everyone was questioning whether he was a national hunter. But in reality, this was just the beginning. People started discussing the raid, and truly, by now, it had exploded because of one name, Sung Jinwoo. Despite this, he could not escape criticism, even though the sacrifices were extremely few. Of course, there had been supporters. Throughout history, there have always been those who had to sacrifice. His face was solemn, and the loved ones of the hunters were shedding tears over their loss. Beck also paused and said, I believe that a lone hero cannot single-handedly end all wars, but look at what is happening here. He paused for a moment, thought, then continued, I am beginning to think I may have been wrong. You deserve to hold your head high. Mr. Hunter, you are the only one who can end this tragedy. He replied, thank you. Meanwhile, Hien was secretly stealing glances at Jinwoo, only to be caught by him, causing her to blush. The Jeju Island raid involved 4,801 hunters, among which there were 727 normal awakeners, 64 special awakeners, and 32 civilians were killed. This tragedy ended with an empty number. However, this raid had the least casualties and losses compared to the previous 4 raids. The chairman came to meet Jinwoo and asked, so, are you planning to establish your own guild, Hunter Sung Jinwoo? S-rank hunters do not need to apply for a license to set up a guild. All you need to do is call the Hunter Association, and we will take care of the rest. Jinwoo thought for a moment. He mused, perhaps this is an opportunity for me to learn more about the benefits of being an S-rank hunter. The chairman continued, I am concerned about this. I wonder if you left any wind barriers on Jeju Island? Hearing this, Jinwoo's expression showed some surprise. The chairman explained, an incident occurred when everyone was leaving. When we managed and carried out the retrieval of the magic stones, all of them were A rank and B rank hunters, including some members of the Night Guild. I ask this because I thought you might have forgotten to remove any wind barriers. Jinwoo replied, no, I didn't do anything like that at all. The chairman pondered again and asked, then what did everyone say? Jinwoo fell silent, and then the chairman responded, they do not remember anything that happened before they arrived. In fact, we do not know if they were attacked by magic or not. Jinwoo thought to himself, could it be the remaining ants? From behind, a security guard approached and informed the chairman of something, causing him to leave hurriedly. Jinwoo felt that he might have been blocked from leaving. As expected, a young foreigner approached to greet Jinwoo. He introduced himself as Adam White, a senior manager from the Hunters Bureau, Nation HK. You can call me Adam. I came by the office but had a hard time finding you, please forgive me for having to meet you here. Jinwoo recalled that earlier, Jinho had mentioned that a foreigner came looking for him. He asked, why do you want to meet me? Adam solemnly replied, I have a few things to share with you. You may not have heard about this information, but there are no countries or students existing other than us. Jinwoo felt confused and asked, why would you give me such information? Adam explained, actually, it was just me who was supposed to meet you, but the attack on Jeju Island made a strong impression on the deputy director. He wants to meet with you directly, which is very rare. He will continue speaking with you later. Adam continued, I have prepared a car nearby. Do you want to meet him? Jinwoo thought for a moment and then got into the car. I don't know if that information is trustworthy. I will call you after I consider it. He continued, I almost forgot, during the negotiations, the better the card you hold, the less you should conceal it. Do you know anything about those who can awaken the abilities of other awakened ones? The car traveled for a while before arriving. The deputy director here welcomed Jinwoo. His name was Michael Connor. Connor stated that they would get straight to the point. He laid an immigration file for Nation M on the table. Normally, the preparation would take 1 to 2 years, but for Hunter Sung Jinwoo, it's a different matter. With just a word from you, you can become a citizen of Nation M faster than registering for a channel. Jinwoo did not respond to that but immediately delved into the main issue he wanted to know. Since Adam had mentioned that he could receive information about upgrading someone's skills, was that feasible? Michael Connor replied, to be honest with you, the person with that ability is present here. He turned to his assistant, signaling for her to bring someone into the room. A woman entered, catching Jinwoo's attention. She exuded confidence and proclaimed, I am the only one in this world who can help others awaken their powers and surpass their own limits. I am Selner. Jinwoo remained silent, observing, sensing a distinctly different aura compared to other awakened ones. Selner looked at Jinwoo and said, Hunter Sung Jinwoo, please allow me to explain my abilities. Selner looked at Jinwoo and asked, you still don't believe in this, do you? All other hunters had a suspicious look when they first heard about it, but they had no choice but to cling to it. The closer she got to Jinwoo, the more she spoke, as you know, all awakeners have a limit, no one can exceed it. Unless you awaken as a dual class, otherwise, you will never reach a higher rank. That is basic knowledge that every hunter knows. Jinwoo felt a bit skeptical, but she claimed that she had the ability to help others surpass that limit. I can help them through 3 stages, but I'm not sure whether to call it a dual awakening by force or to enhance their potential. At this moment, Adam also smiled, confirming what she said was true, but when she uses her power, she will have to rest for a period. Only a few chosen awakened ones each year can enjoy this benefit. Jinwoo wondered if he would be one of them. Furthermore, if this was real, then it was an incredible ability. He asked, how does it work? Selner explained, it depends on the individual, but when they complete the 3rd stage, they will feel at least 20 to 30% stronger than before. At that moment, Jinwoo understood why Hwang Dong-soo decided to move to Nation M despite being looked down upon by his country. Who could refuse such an enticing offer? All other hunters would have to kneel before this. Connor continued, if this skill is revealed, that's why Ms. Selner is on our side. We are responsible for ensuring her safety and providing her with a reasonable compensation. Ms. Selner will help our hunters reach higher levels. Her ability is the gift we have for you. Jinwoo maintained a calm demeanor, this feels more like a deal than a gift. Adam turned to reply, if you become a hunter for Nation M, we guarantee you will be the first to enjoy the benefits, with the best conditions for you. We have already arranged an option for you. There is no need to rush. Today, we are here to help you unlock the first knot. Jinwoo was a bit surprised, but Selner continued, we already said, this is a gift. Connor looked straight into Jinwoo's eyes and continued, that's right, do you agree to unlock your potential? Jinwoo expressed doubt, no conditions attached? He said to consider it as a free gift. Upon hearing this, Jinwoo agreed to try. Selner took his hand, looked into Jinwoo's eyes, and said, very carefully, this is the first step. Connor stood observing the situation, secretly pleased, good, he has taken the bait. You still maintain your usual calmness, but once you pass the first stage, you will have to get back in touch with us. No, if he loses his patience, he will definitely sign the contract right after the Jeju incident. Clearly, this young man aims for national-level prestige, yet he can easily clear the entire island with a prowess that astonishes everyone. I wonder what his limits are. Selner was slowly seeping into Jinwoo's consciousness, and the surrounding darkness became pitch black. Selner sensed Jinwoo's strength and could not help but break into a cold sweat. She widened her eyes, surprised by this power. The soldiers noticed something unusual and aimed their guns at Jinwoo. Adam, astonished, shouted, "Stop! Are you all out of your minds? Do you not know who is sitting there? You fools!" The security, hearing this, could only feel helpless. Adam continued to lecture, "If you're worried, then go take care of her right now." He apologized for his agent's rudeness. Jinwoo was somewhat surprised, not understanding what was happening. Adam gave a furious glare, threatening the security, "If this happens again in front of Thomas Andre or Liu Zhigang, we are done for." Got it? Upon hearing this, the security trembled, sweat pouring down their foreheads. Connor inquired concernedly about Selner's condition. "She is now very scared, her face pale as if she has just gone through a terrible event." Khan turns to Jinwoo and says that it seems Selner is not well at the moment. "We will call you back later. Adam, please escort Hunter Sung Jinwoo home safely." He then turns to ask what happened to Selner. Her arm is trembling, her mouth stammering, He is a king, a very powerful king." Hearing this, Connor is slightly astonished. So he is on par with the national hunters? Selner is also unsure at this moment. She has never witnessed anything like this. He is a king, but unlike anyone else. When I looked at him, he looked back at me. It is not the Hunter Sung Jinwoo I once knew, but the darkness within him. It looked straight at me and there were no limits to his power at all. At the National Hunter Association HQ, Chairman Go sits in contemplation, his eyes full of thoughts. He laments the loss of Hunter Min Byung-gu. No, he has retired, he can no longer be called a hunter. That was indeed a tremendous sacrifice. Even now, his heart still aches from the recent raid, and he knows it will not end simply with just one sacrifice. Suddenly, a call came in. The chairman picked up the phone and saw a B rank gate appear in the middle of the road. If it's B rank, a regular attack team wouldn't be able to deal with it. Seeing this, the chairman decided to contact a large association immediately. While waiting on the road, the chairman suddenly leaned to think. Isn't Hunter Sung Jinwoo nearby? Jinwoo was still pondering over what had just happened. Nisa Selner had seen something strange. The traces of the system? Suddenly, she panicked over something, her eyes expressing horror. Jinwoo thought, maybe she won't dare to meet me again. While waiting, Jinwoo received a call from Chairman Go. He informed that a gate had appeared on the road near Jinwoo. Why does this shortcut look like it's in Vietnam? The chairman asked, then continued, Jinwoo, can you handle it? Jinwoo's voice was slightly sarcastic. What if they think I'm weak and won't let me in? Hearing this, Chairman Go laughed heartily. Haha, don't worry, I'm here to back you up. Haha, now just feel free to smash that dungeon. After all, thank you, or rather, I truly appreciate you. At the gate, people were actively managing traffic, and television reporters had also arrived to cover the event. The staff member immediately rushed to stop Jinwoo. Hey, wait a minute, you can't go in here without permission. However, when she looked closely, she realized this was the S-rank hunter, Sung Jinwoo. Everyone around was astonished to see him. There's Sung Jinwoo, it seems like he's here to handle this. Nevertheless, the staff members still blocked him because there was currently no order from above. Even if there were an order, she couldn't let Jinwoo go in alone. Jinwoo, seeing the situation, called the chairman to tattle. Hello, I've arrived, but it seems there's a small issue. He then handed the phone to the staff member. She was suspicious and didn't know who he had called. Jinwoo replied, nothing much, just an old man rambling. Immediately, the voice of the chairman echoed through the phone. Hello, this is the chairman. The staff member hurriedly took the phone and responded. Jinwoo asked, can I go in now? And quickly made his way inside. She was annoyed, thinking to herself, I hope he gets completely overwhelmed. As soon as Jinwoo stepped through the gate, it turned red. Indeed, the mouth was really foul, guys. Jinwoo entered and sensed that this was a red gate. The passage had been closed off, he was in big trouble. Jinwoo thought about his mother, feeling a bit confused. His face warmed. Indeed, a mother is always someone who helps us feel at ease. I wonder if his mother could support an SSS rank as well. He only needs to think about her, and the power erupts, bringing along a series of effects. The dark soldiers begin to engage in battle. Jinwoo, at this moment, simply watches his minions act while immersing himself in watching reviews on Channel S on YouTube. A hunter is born to hunt. Monsters are not the only enemies for each hunter. Hunters must be careful not to fall into situations where they are hunted. Their positions can change at any moment. Therefore, hunters never let their guard down. Even when there are hundreds or thousands of hunts, the hunt will never end. It is still not just one person. Let's find the next target. Do you intend to stop this hunt? Finally, after 100 chapters of the story, Season 1 has come to a close. Thank you for always supporting the BKHI review channel. At the beginning of Season 2, we meet Hunter Jean again. He is walking into the dungeon when he encounters beings from another world. He looks at him with the gaze of death. This time, he cannot avoid it, but the shards of light still shine through. Another person steps out. Yagmund, why are you here? I come to inform you about the Eastern Lands. The Eastern Lands are ruled by the Dark Lord. Isn't that something I already entrusted to you? He heard this and replied, the ones who rule the Southern Lands are Legia, and I will take charge of that place. So what about the Dark Lord? If we proceed with the pact, there shouldn't be any issues. Moreover, I have some very interesting news. In that land, there exists a fragment of light. The goblin, upon hearing this, broke into a sly smile. Humph. Very interesting. Did you come here just to tell me about this? Yagmund asked, what do you want? The goblin quickly replied, if you want me to concede, it seems you have been drawn in. A brat like you has no reason to possess the power of the fragment. But I am genuinely curious as to why he left behind traces. It appears he will try to obstruct our way. In the small eastern land, Dung and Hone unexpectedly approached and questioned the group, so, that means the national headquarters? The other asked back, if that's true, what do you plan to do? The person beside him also responded, I really don't have time to play with him. If he has the ability to follow us, let him come along, I will not give up easily. Inside the red dungeon, the chief of the monstrous tribe, with a bloodthirsty expression, asked Jinwoo, is it you? You are the one who killed my brethren. You could come all the way here and even speak our language, but this place will be your burial season. They kept saying that they had ambushed the area around here. However, Jinwoo replied, I'm not alone, you're boasting a bit too early. Immediately, all of Jinwoo's shadow soldiers appeared from the thicket, taking down a few of the surrounding soldiers. Now there were no more ambushers, right? He surveyed the area, holding the head of a subordinate in his hand, and he fearfully shouted in despair, you bastard. Jinwoo's expression was cold, boasting too soon, what does it get you? The entire army of Jinwoo began to charge into the attack against the brutal monsters. The battle unfolded very quickly, two four-legged creatures charged towards Jinwoo, while the tribe leader shouted, arrogant fool. But before he finished his sentence, he was taken down effortlessly by Ber and Igris. He painfully knelt down. In front of him was Tusk, who was holding a coveted gemstone. Tusk activated his jet skill, slamming the head of that creature into the ground. Jinwoo appeared in his line of sight and said, from now on, answer what I ask. If you obediently respond, things will go better for you. After a while, the body of that figure lay on the ground, and the system intervened once again. Jinwoo pulled out the key from the inventory, thinking to himself, sooner or later, I will find it. This key was taken from a cursed random box, meant for players who have reached level 100. The required conditions have been satisfied. Information about the key has been partially unlocked. It is the Kartinan Temple. This key can be used for the new platform. He thought further, the location will be announced after a certain period. Kartinan Temple, a place that even if I wanted to forget, I couldn't. The double dungeon. The system is calling me back to where everything began. But I have changed a lot since then. If this has been arranged from the beginning, if that thing is waiting for me there, then let it wait. On this side, Jin-ho was online, engaging in an argument with a bunch of gossipers over the negative news about Jin-woo. His expression was extremely angry. I will sue all of you. When that time comes, don't think you can escape if you cry. He thought, today, I'm once again just twiddling my thumbs, but at least I succeeded in eliminating one of the forces that intended to harm big brother Jin-woo. Jin-woo asked, tired, huh? He quickly asked, big brother, everything alright? Yes, big brother, a little tired. But why are you dressed up like this? Jin-woo took out a bag of magic stones and said, I just stopped by a dungeon on my way here. You said we needed money to form a team, right? Jin-ho shouted, aren't these high-grade ghost stones? Did you just conquer a high-level gate? Indeed, big brother is the strongest. With this, we don't need to worry about salaries for the members anymore. He asked, don't you remember the members? Jin-ho replied, big brother, you said we need one more member to establish it. At this moment, Jin-woo also recalled that to form a team, there needed to be enough leaders, deputies, and managers. Even if selecting members to meet the required number, it was also important to choose honest people, as they would have to work together for a long time. Jin-ho had a serious expression, there is still a matter that urgently needs to be resolved, big brother. Has he decided on a name for our June yet? Jin-woo looked a bit confused, huh? Is he supposed to handle those things? Jin-ho, now angry, shouted, if it's such an important task and you don't do it, then who will? If we name it after your last name and mine, it would be Guild Yu-sung. What do you think? But if you don't like my last name first, we can change it to Guild Sung-yu, or Guild Hu, or Guild Jin wouldn't be bad either. Jin-woo interrupted, what about Guild Solo? Because after all, we are a solo team. Hearing this, Jin-ho was left speechless, his face full of dissatisfaction, so there are indeed some things that you are terrible at. It seems you are still a human after all. Outside, a knock on the door sounded, and Jin-woo hurried to open it. Is this the office of the hunter Sung Jin-woo? He replied, yes, that's right, may I ask who it is? At this moment, Jin-woo finally recognized that it was the hunter Hien. Jin-woo approached and asked why the hunter Cha had come here. She hesitated and replied, well, I want to join your guild. The two began to sit at the table. Jin-woo seriously asked, you want to join my guild? She responded, I already said that, I want to join your guild. Upon hearing this, Jin-woo looked confused, what's going on? Why is it like this? Jin-woo continued to ask, did the association's president suggest you do this? Cha Hien was a bit surprised, what? Why would he do that? Jin-woo went on, or did you get driven away by Hunter Choi Jong-jin? Cha Hien replied, no, it's not that. So what is the reason? Why do you want to join our solo guild? When Cha Hien heard this name, her eyes widened, this guild is called Solo? Jin-woo said, I agreed with the vice president on this name. Is there a problem? Jin-ho, hearing this, shouted, big brother, did you really decide to name the guild Solo? What about my opinion? Jin-woo naively replied, I didn't hear you say anything. I thought you agreed. At that moment, Jin-woo thought to himself, no, I must stay calm. With this confusing situation, my judgment is decreasing. Heart rate, breathing, gaze, everything is very natural, showing no signs of lying. So what is the real reason she wants to join Solo? Jin-woo asked the hunter Cha Hien, you haven't awakened for 2 years yet, so you must still be under contract with the Hunters Association, right? She quickly replied, I have enough money to pay the compensation for the contract. Jin-woo was astonished, is she even willing to pay the penalty for breaking her contract to join my team? He continued, saying, our team currently does not have the financial capability to pay a hunter of your caliber. Cha Hien responded, no, that's fine. You don't have to pay me. Jin-woo smiled inwardly, being handsome seems to make everything easier. Girls come looking for you. But inside he was still curious. What reason could lead her to desperately want to join here? This place doesn't even match her level. Chahyun felt awkward. She didn't know how to explain. No, if I explain, he'll probably think I'm crazy. That was the first time she encountered a hunter without that scent. Since then, Chahyun began to wonder about him. How many souls can he summon? He's even a consultant for Min Sung's press conference. He must be facing a lot of criticism. Indeed, he is an S-class hunter. And it seems he's a good person too. The battle on Jeju Island was approaching, but Chahyun still only thought about Jinwoo, telling herself not to care, yet no matter how hard she tried, she could only see one color in the colorful world outside. Memories came flooding back to Chahyun as she regained consciousness on the helicopter. Chairman Go-gun, he stated that they were heading back. As soon as we arrive, we will take you to the hospital. Chahyun asked, Hunter Sung Jinwoo has arrived, right? He nodded, and Chahyun felt her face flush. It's not a dream. This time I almost died, didn't I? I have returned from the brink of death. What would have happened if I couldn't escape such a close call? She tried to focus on reality but still felt embarrassed. She wondered, should I really say that I want him to protect me until the very last moment? Without saying it out loud, her cheeks were red as a ripe tomato. Jinwoo remained standing there, confused about what she was doing. Does she have a personal reason she can't disclose? Why can't she just say it? Thousands of questions filled Jinwoo's mind at that moment. Is she not going to tell me the truth? Chahyun shyly responded, because I want to have a comfortable life. Is that not okay? After hearing this, the two young men began to speculate, and Jinwoo thought to himself, it can't be that way, surely she has endured many hardships at the Hunter Association to be like this. He thought further, the Hunter Cha was only 22 or 23 years old but had to bear the heavy responsibility of an S-rank hunter. In the battle on Jeju Island, she must have suffered a great blow. If that was the case, then even if we had an entrance exam, it wouldn't be surprising. Chahyun asked, what do you mean? It's not mentioned in the recruitment notice. Jinwoo quickly replied, it's our vice president's fault. Jinho, hurry, and go buy some drinks and snacks. He hurriedly replied, yes, Hyung. Chahyun asked seriously, what kind of exam is it? Seeing her demeanor, Jinwoo was also a bit surprised. Is she really serious? Or is she just saying that? Jinwoo said, you need to win the challenge. Chahyun sighed, is my evaluation based on such a simple exam? Jinwoo said seriously, I will choose a worthy opponent for the hunter. Chahyun asked back, alright, when does it start? Jinwoo replied, right now. Do you see the training room of the Hunter Association over there? Jinwoo thought for a moment, that's quite far from here. I also want to see if we can transfer together in the shadow exchange, right? Thinking for a moment, Jinwoo turned to Chahyun and said, she doesn't need to go there herself, there's a very simple way. It might be a bit weird, but it's fine, right? He embraced Chahyun and used the shadow swap skill. Jinho walked into the room, but in front of him, the two of them had vanished, leaving only a high orc sitting there. The high orc snatched the plate of cakes and devoured it in awe of Jinho. In the training room of the Hunter Association, Chahyun stood frozen, mouth agape. How did he? Chahyun looked at Jinwoo, astonished. Jinwoo smiled, I knew it. Just as I thought, the essence of the shadow swap skill is like gates. The proof is that it can move through space along with another person. The entrance is created on the floor, and the place I want to go to is the exit. Of course, the coordinates I want to reach are where the night warriors are. Although it is limited to 3 hours, I can still create those gates using the skill. In fact, if I want, I could even go to the other side of the earth. Jinwoo looked at Chahyun, a confident smile on his face. Let's start. The hunter asked again, oh, wait a minute, I forgot my weapon. Jinwoo teased, that national weapon of yours? Chahyun blushed, no, my weapon is. Jinwoo smiled, just kidding. Chahyun took the hunter's card and entered the armory to borrow something. The gear might not be the best, but it was suitable for practice. she pulled out a long sword. Cha Heian replied, I'm ready now. Jin Woo said, Are you sure? Although it's not the sword you usually use, it's not quite comfortable, is it? She answered, Weapons aren't too important. I think you should participate rather than stand by and watch your summoned beasts fight. Jin Woo thought to himself, Is she serious? From my guess, summoning 3 or 4 shadows should be enough to tear them apart. At that moment, Igris appeared. This summoned creature of mine is the best swordsman. Cha Heian asked him what the conditions for winning or losing were. Jin Woo responded, If my summoned creature is defeated, I will still have the hunter surrender soon. Jin Woo had told her that this was the strongest summoned creature, but Borga was not ready yet. It wasn't necessary to call upon it now, so he could just take his time. Cha Heian's gaze was resolute. Jin Woo saw this and was startled. Wait, can you hold on for a moment? She replied, Sure. Jin Woo summoned a sword and handed it to Igris. Now let's begin. The battle started. Igris opened the fight with a super powerful sword strike, causing everything in its path to shatter. Cha Heian quickly dodged the blow. The speed is too fast. If it were a normal person, just a touch would be enough to kill them. Cha Heian began to counterattack. Chairman Go Gunhee in the office sensed something. I remember that no one booked the training room today. He pressed to call a staff member. Connect me to the camera from the training room, please. The staff member replied, Yes. I will do it right away. The chairman saw these two and understood. Hee hee. I really didn't expect it to be like this. Thinking for a moment, he announced to his staff, Please turn off all the cameras in the training room for me. Today there are a few things that need to be checked. The battle caused everything in the chairman's office to be shattered as well. The hunter, Cha Heian, asked Jin Woo, This pitch black one is not your strongest summon creature, right? Didn't you say you would summon the strongest one? Summon it. Jin Woo warned that she could get hurt, but Cha Heian remained determined. I really want to fight it one more time. Jin Woo was somewhat surprised. Hunter Cha Heian also mentioned that she had seen it. She had watched the video of Jin Woo summoning Borga and asked once again, Are you sure? Jin Woo stood beside Borga, silently thinking that although the Dark Soldier might not be as powerful as when he was alive, Borga's strength was enough to take down most hunters. If this were a real battle, Cha Heian's chances of winning were almost non-existent. Just then, Jin Woo's thoughts were interrupted by Borga's voice, Noble King, what is your command? Jin Woo turned to him, assigning the task of subduing Hunter Cha Heian but emphasizing, Do not harm her. Receiving the order, Borga immediately lunged forward. The pressure from its power shattered the lights on either side of the corridor, the flickering light reflecting the astonishment on Cha Heian's face. She could hardly believe that Hunter Sung Jin Woo had once fought against such a creature. Jin Woo continued to instruct, If she gets hurt, you won't be able to escape unscathed either. Meanwhile, Cha Heian noticed the ant in front of her seemed distracted, and she seized this opportunity to attack. But unexpectedly, Borga had appeared right behind her. Damn it, that attack style again. Cha Heian angrily swung her sword backward, shouting, Do you think I would fall for that trick like last time? She thought she had inflicted damage, but Borga merely used one hand to block the attack. Borga thought to itself, The king's command is to subdue her without causing harm. As long as I break her fighting spirit, making her realize the skill gap between us, she will give up early. Too simple. Cha Heian continuously launched attacks, but it seemed Borga effortlessly dodged every single one. Cha Heian was a bit surprised that it didn't even move and could still nullify her sword techniques. Borga glared at Cha Heian and then let out a roar that made her step back a few paces. Feeling that the battle had come to an end, Jin Woo asked, Cha Heian, are you satisfied? Sweat dripped down her face. She replied, Not yet, I can still continue. Jin Woo was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. What is Hunter Cha Heian thinking? She's clearly not foolish enough to still fight even though she has reached this level of exhaustion. Borga wasn't like the other shadow soldiers. Although it had intelligence, its nature was still that of a bloodthirsty monster. At this moment, he could clearly sense the murderous intent brimming in its mind. If he inadvertently provoked it now, that would probably not just be a mere assumption. Borga here gives one last warning, Borga said, just by looking into the eyes, one can tell who the prey is and who the hunter is. The prey daring to confront the predator is something that cannot be forgiven. Its sharp hands were now nearly touching Hunter Cha Hae-in. At this moment, she struggled to dodge the attack, stepping back. She activated her ultimate sword technique, thrusting directly at Borga's body, but the sword shattered into two. Cha pondered, I can only rely on it. I only have enough magic to use it once, but that's enough. Indeed, that was Cha Hae-in's ultimate technique, the Sword of Light, a powerful beam of light that pierced through Borga. Jinwoo recognized that the situation had escalated. In that moment, Borga seemed to have disregarded the king's orders. Since birth, Borga had always obeyed the commands of the Queen Ant. Once Borga transcended the orders and fought on instinct, nothing could stop him. In eliminating the enemy, Borga had lost control, his eyes flashing, this creature is the enemy. Jinwoo shouted angrily, stop. He then grabbed Borga's hand, the battle is over. Borga paused for a moment and then stepped back. Jinwoo expressed his concern for Cha Hae-in, but she said she was fine. Borga trembled and knelt down, noble king, please show mercy on this humble being. Jinwoo was left speechless at its demeanor. He turned to Cha Hae-in and gently asked, why did you push yourself so hard? If it was just to join the guild, you didn't need to risk your life like that. Cha Hae-in remained silent. Seeing this, Jinwoo continued, this is just a test for a guild that doesn't even have a name yet. It really wasn't worth risking your life like this. What reason made you go to such lengths, and you still won't tell me? Cha Hae-in's expression was somber, making Jinwoo feel a pang of sorrow. He wondered, what could it be? Is it possible that she likes me? Cha Hae-in was slightly taken aback by the question. She looked at Jinwoo, her heart in turmoil, wondering how he knew. Seeing her silence, Jinwoo thought he had misjudged. But at that moment, Cha Hae-in softly admitted, I like you. The scene shifts to the headquarters of the National Hunters in HK. Adam sighed, his face showing clear signs of exhaustion, I really have no face left. The person across from him coldly said, I'm not here to hear apologies. Let's get to the point, what happened? Adam took a deep breath and replied, according to the results of Mises Selnord's potential observation, Hunter's son Jinwoo was fully deserving of the title of emperor. Hearing this, the person across was extremely astonished and asked back, are you saying that Hunter's son possesses power equivalent to a national hunter? Adam nodded, but before he could continue, Mises Selnord interjected, let me clarify. All hunters are connected and draw strength from an unknown source. I can perceive the connection tunnel between the hunter and that source of power. If the energy from the other side is too strong, what I see is like the sunlight, an overwhelming light that overshadows all human senses. Those like that are called kings. She paused for a moment, her face showing a slight tremor, her voice lowering, but when I looked at Hunter's son Jinwoo, I saw no such tunnel. In his gaze, the darkness was deep as an abyss, and it was staring directly at me, a look of a malevolent deity, viewing all other beings as mere lowly creatures. Darkness enveloped, Mr. David frowned, clearly still not understanding what Mises Selnord meant. He asked again, with a tone of suspicion, do you mean Hunter's son Jinwoo is an evil person? Mises Selnord quickly shook her head, explaining, whether he is good or evil, or the nature of Hunter's son Jinwoo, has nothing to do with what I am saying. I just want to clarify about the source of his power. She paused for a moment, her voice becoming more assertive, Hunter's son Jinwoo. He does not borrow power from any source. His strength does not come from the outside. It originates from within himself. That strength is not limited by any tunnel or connection. Adam glanced suspiciously at Mises Selnord, asking, does that mean his strength has no limits? Mises Selnord nodded in affirmation. Seeing the fatigue clearly evident on her face, Mr. David gently patted her shoulder, reassuring, Madame Selnord, you have worked hard. He then turned to Adam and asked, Director, what do you plan to do next? Adam frowned, looking towards the basement number 24, signaling, "Follow me." If we can't rely on Madame Selnorge, we need to find another way to recruit him. As they walked, Adam asked further, "Do you still remember the first S-gate?" David nodded, his voice dropping, "Yes, sir." "How could I forget? That was the dungeon explosion that caused severe destruction to most of the Western nation HK. Adam continued, his eyes seeming to gaze into a distant memory. At that time, the M nation had to call for help from the best hunters in the world. But in the end, only 5 of the strongest hunters survived. David reflected, and then, the M nation bestowed upon them the title of National Hunters. Adam lightly nodded, finishing the sentence, "That means they hold power equivalent to that of a nation." The Eternal Flame. The fire dragon Kamish, a super magical beast with terrifying power, could single-handedly kill dozens of high-level hunters. The 2 of them entered room number 24 to make amends for the tragedy. At that moment, before dying, it left behind a gift. Adam turned to ask, "Do you mean?" The door gradually opened, and he said, "That's right, look." The magical stone obtained from the corpse of the fire dragon Kamish had been lying here for 8 years after the S-gate was successfully closed. Unfortunately, among the national-level hunters, there were no mages. The magical stone had been waiting in this cold basement for too long for a worthy master who could once again bring a precious gift to this beautiful country. At Jin Woo's apartment, inside the bathroom, Jin Woo looked at his reflection inside. Thanks to the system, he seemed to have grown taller, and his body had become even better. He looked quite handsome, enough to make people turn their heads when he walked down the street. It must be due to the effect of the resistance to abnormal effects, right? It could heal all injured parts of his body, and all the weaknesses were eliminated because of that. He asked his younger sister, "Hey Jin-ha, what do you think of your brother?" She kept scrolling through her phone. "What's up?" He said, "Like a handsome and sophisticated man, for example." Upon hearing this, the girl seemed a bit confused. "Huh? Where did you get that confidence from? In my eyes, you're still my stinky brother." Jin Woo started to pat Jin-ha's head, evaluate objectively. "Be careful with that attitude, you might end up with a broken leg one day. Did you forget that your brother is an S-rank hunter? With this orc head, what can you learn?" Jin-ha was angry, "My grades are at the top of the entire school." Jin Woo shouted, "That was just a mock exam. By the way, I'm planning to form a guild." She continued texting, "So from now on, everyone will call you the guild master?" He asked, "If there are no obstacles, what do you think of the name solo play?" After hearing that, Jin-ha was left speechless. What the hell? Why would you name the guild like that? Jin Woo smiled and asked further, "Is it that weird?" Jin-ha replied, "Your ability is to summon dark soldiers. That means you're not fighting alone." Jin Woo asked back, "That's true. So what name should we choose?" She replied, "How about Ha-Jin? It's like Ha developing into Jin." He asked, "Why does it sound like just reversing your name?" She replied, "What's wrong with that? It sounds good enough." Over here, Chahyun lay on the bed, her face flushed and blushing uncontrollably. She exclaimed, her voice mixed with confusion, "Ah! I thought so too. I thought that was how it was. But isn't that the same as confessing? If that's the case, isn't there another way? Why does it have to be about joining my guild?" Recalling Jin Woo's words at that moment, Chahyun felt even more embarrassed. "He will definitely think I'm a strange girl." She reassured herself, "He saved my life, so it's only natural that I care about him." "That's right, it's like that. There's nothing strange about it." "Oh my gosh. But what exactly is like that?" "No, that's not okay at all." Chahyun's face turned a deeper shade of red as if it could catch fire. Remembering what had happened, she murmured, "I was saved thanks to the healing abilities of Hunter Min Byun Tae-gu." Memories suddenly flooded back. While she was unconscious, Hunter Min Byun Tae-gu had left a message, "You must tell him. Tell Jin Woo to be careful with his own power." At that time, Cha Hien had indeed met Min Byun Tae Gu at the Knights Association. Suddenly, a voice cut through her thoughts, "Boss." The association staff said they are finding it difficult to grant us permission to raid the portal that appeared yesterday. The statement drew everyone's attention. The messenger continued, "The measurements show that the magical waves emitted from the portal are incredibly high." The president spoke in a grave tone, looking at the reporter. "What you mean is? It's an S-rank portal?" The employee replied, "No, it's just a rank A gate, but the readings they measured are close to rank S levels." He was furious. "It's downright awful, just a little oversight is enough to get the hunters killed." The employee responded, "If it was rank S from the start, we could easily ignore it, but it's a rank A gate, so the situation is much more complicated. If news about the Order of Knights, one of the 5 major guilds at Nation HQ, gets out that they couldn't handle a rank A gate, it would reach the public." The guild leader, looking worried, sighed, "The problem is that the people think that except for rank S, ranks A, B, C, D, and E are all the same. If we let this gate slide, other guilds will replace us immediately." After hearing this, the guild leader shouted, "You mean that Ma Dong-wook, right? You think I'll just let him step into the gate that belongs to the Order of Knights? That guy is seriously pathetic." Then they got serious and analyzed. "While our number and quality of rank A hunters are absolutely not inferior to any other guild, we are still lacking a trump card, an S-rank hunter." The assistant approached, "We could work together with other guilds, boss." He replied, "Other guilds all want to handle it themselves, there's no reason for them to cooperate with another guild." The assistant's confident expression, "What if it's not about the guild? What do you think about a personal collaboration?" "She is Jong Yorgium, Class A." The guild leader still maintained a thoughtful expression. "This dungeon is close to surpassing Gate A. No individual could be strong enough." At this point, he slightly paused, and Jong Yorgium's smile brightened. "It seems like you've remembered, haven't you?" He replied, "That's right. You mean the hunter Sung Jin Woo, correct?" Jong Yorgium continued, "If we join forces with another guild, we would gain a bad reputation. But on the contrary, if we partner up with him, we might even improve the image of the Knight Guild. Moreover, with his participation, the raid team would be safer." The guild leader listened and asked, "What has Hunter Sung Jin Woo been up to lately?" The staff member promptly answered, "I heard he recently cleared a sudden gate that appeared in the middle of the road, and after that, there hasn't been any news about him. Should I try to find his phone number?" The guild leader's expression showed some displeasure. "Forget about your phone. How can something this important be settled over a phone call? We will discuss it at his office." At that moment, Jin Woo was at his office, asking Jin Ho about naming their guild. Jin Ho felt a bit awkward but still cheerfully agreed, "Whatever name is fine, as long as it's not something with solo in it." So it was decided. The only thing left was to choose one more founding member. Jin Ho asked, "What about the hunter Cha Hien from yesterday?" Jin Woo replied, "I think she isn't suitable, she's not the person I want." Hearing this, Jin Ho was somewhat surprised. A young, S-rank hunter, talented and beautiful, yet the boss chose to decline. Among those who registered to participate, who could surpass Hunter Cha? After thinking for a while, Jin Ho asked, "Then what kind of person does the boss want?" Jin Woo calmly answered, "Someone with a hunter's license, who doesn't care about the activities of the guild but must be reliable." Jin Ho seemed to find this a bit challenging, as very few could meet such criteria. Just then, a knocking sound was heard from outside. Jin Woo went to open the door. "Yes, is there something you need?" In front of him were 3 people from the Knights Guild. "Good morning, I am Park Young-soo, the president of the Knights Guild." At this point, they had sat down at the table to converse. Park showed Jin Woo the news about the S-rank gate that had appeared in their management area. Normally, the size and level of the gate do not correspond too much with each other. However, the results from the guild indicated that an unreasonable amount of power was overflowing from this new gate. It was an S-rank gate. The leader replied eagerly, "We cannot confirm for sure, but this is the largest gate in Busan ever." Jin Woo thought to himself, "It's been a long time since I had sashimi in Busan. The leader continued, I'm sure you have seen the information from the news already. Indeed, we are facing difficulties in obtaining a permit from the association because our Knights Guild does not have any S-rank hunters ranked above the association. We completely understand why they are worried about that. However, if you are willing to cooperate with us in this raid, the association will certainly have no reason not to grant us a permit. The assistant also earnestly hoped that Jin Woo's brother could sign. The leader added, we will compensate fairly for your efforts, Hunter Sung. Typically, a large guild attacking a dungeon would offer an A-rank hunter about 10% of the profit from the dungeon. But this time, we will specially allocate 20% to you. Jin Woo calmly replied, 50/50. The leader's expression showed a bit of surprise. What? Jin Woo explained, you should consider this as a business deal between guilds, not as an individual agreement. If you can do that, then I am willing to cooperate. By the way, I should also mention that I am in the process of establishing my own guild. Young Su asked, a guild? So what? Jin Woo replied, the door is behind you, if you don't agree, then you can leave. Jin Woo's older brother is quite the businessman, isn't he? Brother man, you have power. The leader of the Knights Guild thought to himself, he looks quite young, yet. In the end, he agreed to the deal, but with one condition, you must help us deal with the boss, do you agree? Jin Woo accepted that condition, and the two shook hands to seal the deal. The gate had been discovered for quite some time, and at the latest by tomorrow, the raid must begin. You can come with us to prepare for tomorrow if you like. Jin Woo immediately declined and promised to meet the guild again the next day, as he had some matters to handle. I will definitely arrive on time. The other person noticed that the shadow of his leader seemed to move just now. The leader replied, Yuntae, didn't you just drink a few bottles? Jin Woo's phone rang, who could that be? He said, then added, excuse me, I need to take this call briefly and will be back. Jin Woo stepped outside to answer the call from his mother. He was surprised to hear that she had bought a new phone. She said she just got the phone and wanted to hear her son's voice right away, so she called to try it out. Hearing her voice warmed his heart. In the end, Jin Woo promised her that they would go out for dinner together tonight. The next day, right at the gate, everyone was fully equipped. They all gathered right on time, but Jin Woo had still not arrived. The association president was worried about Jin Woo being late. Damn it, there are only 5 minutes left before we leave. Meanwhile, Jin Woo was still at home, concerned about Jin Ha, wondering if she had taken an umbrella to school. After that, Jin Woo used his shadow exchange skill. At Jin Ha's school, 3 male students were strolling down the hallway. One of them complained, isn't this just outrageous labor exploitation? Why is the art teacher making us do things that he should be doing himself? How many plaster statues do we have to move? I think it's 6 statues. Every step we take, we have to carry them in and out. It's so annoying. Another student chimed in, just carry 4 at once to make it easier. By the way, how long has it been since this place was cleaned? A student, looking a bit serious, suddenly noticed something and stammered, what is this? It's a gate. The other male student smiled and said, what's the fuss about? The gates that have been conquered are very safe. Even if we're not hunters, we can still go in there because there's nothing inside. This gate might have been open for a week already. Another male student expressed doubt, but are we just going to leave it like this? What if it is just now being discovered? The gate suddenly bloomed open, and from inside, a hand grabbed the head of the boy from earlier. The boy trembled, screaming in helplessness. His face was now pale. Help me, hurry. Then, the surrounding sounds fell silent, leaving only the dripping of blood. The boy's head had been crushed, and a monster stepped out from the gate. Immediately, the bodies of the 3 young men lay strewn on the ground, signs of life gone. There are those born to be predators. Even if their intellect may be diminished, their ability to hunt and pursue surpasses that of humans. These creatures were boiling with the scent of blood and flesh. However, they were merely a scouting party. They were suppressing their instincts and prioritizing their mission above all else. For an entire week, they moved through the darkness on their own, without needing to focus on finding prey. Their senses were enough to feel everything. There were many prey above and below as well. This place was a complex of buildings like fortresses. I will go hunt first, while you call the others. After we kill all the humans here and establish a base, the hunt will officially begin. At this moment, we realize that these creatures not only have the ability to speak but also possess intelligence. Before our eyes, they would wipe out this area and start from here. The students at this moment still did not realize the danger until a voice cried out, "Ah!" Then, the axe of the monster had moved towards the couple. The scene shifted to the large gate. Jinwoo stood in front of the gate, realizing it was even larger than he had imagined. On this side was the gathering team, and on the opposite side was the mining team. The attacking group consisted of 13 A rank hunters and 20 B rank hunters. The Knights Guild has so many A rank hunters, huh? No wonder it is the guild with the most A rank hunters in the country. At this moment, the hunters saw Jinwoo and approached, shouting, "Hey, the battle on Jeju Island was amazing. How did you summon the shadow soldiers? How many shadow soldiers can you summon? You are going to lead the raid today, right?" At this moment, Helorge appeared to rescue. "Hey now, why are you putting Hunter Sung in such a difficult position? I am young Yorgium, the Helorge in charge of today's raid. The others don't need to bother him. But I think it would be better if the person in charge of the raid and the Helorge understood each other's intentions." Jinwoo turned to ask the hall, "He hasn't explained it to them yet?" He quickly replied, "Oh, well, I will do it right away. I am Park Jong-soo and I will be in charge of this raid." A few people were frustrated. "Is it you again? We already have Hunter Sung Jinwoo." The president continued, "Hunter Sung Jinwoo will protect everyone from behind." Yoontae stepped in and said, "I'm sorry, but I think we are not weak hunters who need someone to protect us." Does Hunter Sung Jinwoo think the members of our night association are that weak? Isn't that right, my brothers and sisters? A hunter behind gasped at Yoontae's bold remarks. Youth is inexperienced. The president chuckled, "Ha, we have many members who are humorous and kind like this. Although it's a bit rude, he means no harm." Jinwoo understood that too, so he said nothing more. The president called out to everyone, "Let's start moving inside. Everyone focus now. It's time. Everyone move up." At the Hunter Association's reporting center, a female staff member received a call from a schoolgirl. The girl was currently very scared, her voice trembling. "Right now here at my school, there are so many monsters outside." Hearing this, the staff member was a bit shocked. "Outside? Is a dungeon outbreak happening? Where are you calling from?" The girl said, "I'm hiding in the bathroom. I was originally with my friends, but they have all." She paused, then asked, "Do you know how many monsters are there? Are they near me?" The panicked girl said, "I really don't know. I only heard the roaring sound. A lot of it. Ah. Am I going to die?" The staff member began to reassure the girl, "Right now the hunters are on their way there. The hunters will never leave you behind. So, you need to stay really calm. Do you understand?" The girl asked, her voice still full of confusion, "Is that true? Can I really survive?" The staff member continued to ask about the type of monster that appeared there. The girl said she had seen them on TV. The staff member asked, "What are they called?" Noticing the girl couldn't remember the name, the staff member told her to describe their appearance. "What do they look like?" The girl replied, "They look like humans, their faces are extremely ugly. They are green. Their skin color is green." Upon hearing this, the staff member was horrified. Could it be orcs? The girl answered, "Yes, their name seems to be that." At that moment, the orc had approached close to the restroom where the girl was hiding. "Oh no." The staff member quickly told the girl, "Run to another place immediately, hurry. They can smell you." But it was too late. The line went dead with the girl's frantic scream, "Ah, help me. I don't want to die, help me. Then everything fell silent again. The school was in complete chaos. The students were crowding into one place. Some had already managed to run out of the school. There was a girl who was anxious because there were still many people inside, but the guy next to her quickly pulled her away because the hunter was coming to rescue them. The orcs at that moment were extremely bloodthirsty, half of their prey had already fled. The remaining one said, "It's fine, there are still plenty of them left, the escape route has been blocked, let's go upstairs and kill them all." In a classroom, the male students had taken desks and chairs to defend themselves. One orc effortlessly smashed through the door with its strength. The students inside panicked and yelled. The orc looked at them like tiny prey. One student, unable to endure any longer, decided to run out but was struck in the head by an axe. He had sold his salt. The younger ones reported that there was a person here with magic power. He ordered his subordinates to take care of it first. At that moment, Jinha and Song-yi were also in the crowd. Jinha silently called, "Brother, brother." Seeing the situation, Song-yi began to feel heroic and stepped forward to try to stop the monsters. Jin quickly advised, "No, I told you not to." The two orcs saw the two girls, one of them pointed at Song-yi and asked, "Is that the human?" The one next to him replied, "No, the one with the magic power is even stronger than that one, it's the one next to her." Before anything else, he rushed in trying to strike Jinha with a blow, but it wasn't that easy. A high orc of Jinwu used one hand to block its attack, then delivered a powerful punch, sending the high orc flying several meters away. Following that, several more high orcs appeared to protect the students. Inside the dungeon, the knight group along with Jinwu were fighting against the monsters. The leader shouted urgently, "The two-headed ogres, everyone be careful." The ferocious monsters charged into the corridor, roaring non-stop. They wielded weapons to attack, but Leader Park was able to timely deflect their strike. He shouted loudly, "Yun-tae." Yes, he grasped his sword and dashed forward to initiate the attack. "Brothers and sisters, let's bravely push forward together." As the orcs were attacked, they shrieked loudly. The knight team was incredibly strong, although they were not S rank, their combat abilities were still quite impressive. Two mages coordinated a combo of lightning and fire, roasting a whole orc. Park stood aside and remarked, "This looks difficult." As expected, this dungeon is not easy at all. The two-headed ogres right at the entrance. Park continued, "Do you know the nickname of these two-headed ogres?" Gravekeepers. That's right. They usually serve as bosses, but if we encounter them right at the entrance, then there must definitely be monsters waiting inside. Yun-tae saw the overwhelming number of monsters and shouted, "Don't say such ominous things, brother." "What do we do now? If we run into it, should we just charge in and attack?" The hunters standing to one side felt something strange. The monsters only looked at them and then ran away. Normally, wouldn't they just look without bothering to attack? It seemed like something was chasing them. Jinwoo behind felt a bit disappointed. He had been looking forward to this since it was a special A-rank dungeon. But suddenly, Jinwoo sensed something. With a serious expression, he said to President Park, "Right now, I have something urgent to attend to, so I may have to leave immediately." Upon hearing this, he looked somewhat confused. "What are you talking about? Without a hunter, we will be in danger here. You know that very well." Jinwoo sighed, "But this is an emergency. However, I will call a trusted friend to help you all. From this moment on, that friend will handle everything here in my place." Everyone present seemed extremely astonished by something. Borga had appeared. Wasn't that the ant that showed up on Jeju Island? Jinwoo quickly replied, "If you all have recognized it, then surely I don't need to explain anything further. From this moment on, it will accompany you all instead of me." He then turned to command it, "Protect the humans." Borga quickly asked back, "What about other beings besides humans?" He answered, "You may handle them as you wish." Borga, having received the order, let out a loud roar. Yuntae, seeing this, was frightened. So now you're telling us we will stay in the dungeon with that creature? Alright, big brother, don't make us look more ridiculous. Another swarm of ants was summoned. Jinwoo from above replied, the soldiers will assist everyone. Is a number of 20 sufficient? The guild leader quickly intervened, hold on, Hunter Jinwoo. Are you really going to leave us here with this monster? Jinwoo, with a terrifying expression, glanced at them, if you want, I will immediately recall all these shadow soldiers. Having them to protect you is better than having nothing at all, right? Upon hearing this, everyone felt immense fear and responded, right, that's true. Jin checked the cooldown time of the shadow swap, which still had 1:42:16 remaining. Feeling uneasy, Jinwoo began to sprint like a god, leaving the two knights bewildered without understanding anything. One person asked, he really left? Big brother, what do we do now? The guild leader replied, stay here while I think. Outside the dungeon, Jinwoo was racing forward in a hurry. The shadow soldiers on his side were continuously sending signals to him. Jinwoo had a bad feeling. The undead were trying to block his path, but unfortunately for them, they had encountered someone they shouldn't provoke. Jinwoo shouted, don't get in my way. However, at this moment, Jinwoo was a bit surprised. Maybe because Jinwoo's initial class was necromancer, he could control the undead. Jinwoo summoned Kaisel. The enormous dragon gradually appeared in the space. Jinwoo rode it and quickly soared up into the sky, astonishing everyone. Wow, look there, it's the hunter's son Jinwoo. He's up there commanding Kaisel to go to Jinha's location as fast as possible. The high orc over here was being defeated by Jinwoo's red high orc. The students stood aside in amazement. A high orc gripped by the head was in great fear. It trembled and screamed in pain. The students over here were dumbfounded. Is that monster saving us? They will protect us, right? Jinha stood aside, suspiciously saying, is my brother coming? But a high orc had already stopped her and pointed outside. The crack of the gate had shattered completely, revealing a high orc sitting on a throne inside. Perhaps it was the king of these high orcs. It proclaimed that all seals had been broken. I am the chief of the Red Blade tribe Grogtar. From this moment on, I will deal with all those who dare to stand in my way. A soldier turned and said, Chief Grogtar, some high orcs are aiding the humans. He skeptically asked, how many high orcs are there? He gritted his teeth in anger. The warriors of the great orc clan cannot take down 3 high orcs? Useless bunch. Lead the way, the hunt begins now. Inside the dungeon, the swarm of insects relentlessly attacked the dead guys, leaving the hunters astonished and thrown back. Some were so frightened they wanted to flee. Just the thought of these monsters turning their hostility toward them made the guild leader whisper to himself, we can't stop the raid here. If we stop now, how will we explain it to the press when we get outside? That's right, I have no reason to halt the raid just because I'm scared of these summoned soldiers. Before he could muster his resolve, a sudden scream startled him, causing him to jump. Holy crow! Let's go, Mr. Ant. BR gathered the shadow soldiers within the shadow of the hunter. Park turned and left, feeling a bit panicked. Yuntae approached to check on him, and he replied, I'm fine, let's go. As the group prepared to leave, they suddenly discovered the head of a dead guy. Everyone was astonished, as Jinwoo's soldiers had taken down a high-level monster in an instant. They were unexpectedly strong. He gently asked everyone, I assume you know the value of a magic stone dropped by a high-level monster, right? Is anyone still wanting to go outside? Thinking everyone would be as frightened as he was taken aback to find that they had already left him without him realizing it. Yuntae excitedly called out, Big brother, hurry up or you'll be left behind. Over here, Jinwoo's high orc soldiers were relentlessly fighting to protect everyone. The scattered green orcs were still screaming like madmen, Grogtar. Grogtar. He stepped forward and said, the tattoo of the orc is a symbol of victory. It proves the number of foes that have fallen by my hands. It seems that you have killed quite a few of my brothers, but this is where it ends. You can only entertain me, you weak high orcs. He launched an attack, but was blocked by a high orc. Furious, he summoned his strength and the high orc was split in two. However, in less than 2 seconds, it recovered to Gross's astonishment. Have they been cursed? He wondered, no matter how many times I slash, they can still recover. I could kill you 100,000 times, but the echo of kill, kill, kill in my head continues to resonate painfully. At this moment, he thought, the more time passes, the more that voice annoys me. I must end this soon. If these beings can operate thanks to magic, then I just need to deal with the one using the magic. It's her, that girl. Quickly capture her, kill her, and the high orcs will no longer be able to resurrect. Continue attacking and cut off their movement. The attacks became increasingly fierce over time. The dark soldiers were continuously taken down and then revived. Until one day, Jean was caught by Grosta. He squeezed her head tightly, causing her pain, die. He suddenly released Jean Wu upon sensing a truly terrifying source of magical power that made him tremble. Song Yi supported her. Jean Wu is here. Jean Ha, get up. Seeing this, Rosa ordered her subordinates to step aside. Jean rode Kaisel and flew straight into the building. Jean Wu is here. He approached and patted the girl's head. It's all right now. The magical power radiated an immense terror. Rasta was still introducing himself as the chieftain of the Red Blade tribe, but Jean pointed straight at him and said, "Shut up and stay right there." Jean saw Jean Ha crying into Jean Wu's arms. "Brother." Jean Wu hugged her to soothe her. "It's all right. I'm sorry I'm late." Then he turned to ask, "Are all the students okay?" They quickly replied, "Yes, sir." He asked further, "What about Song Yi?" She responded, "Yes, sir." In her mind, she thought, he looks so terrifying. Seeing her reddened face, the anger within Jean Wu began to boil. Jean Wu cast a haunting gaze at the high orc. "Igris, I entrust Jean Ha to you. Everyone else, quickly get the students out of here." The monsters saw this scene and were terrified. "I told you not to move." At this moment, Rostar also realized that all the soldiers from earlier were Jean Wu's. He asked, "Who are you really? How can you understand their language?" Noticing that Jean Wu had no intention of answering, he yelled, "Everyone, charge!" The monsters obeyed the command and rushed forward frantically, but every attack they made was completely neutralized by Jean Wu. He grabbed one of them by the hand and dragged him along in pain. Then, with just one kick, he killed it. 2 other monsters advanced, but they also met the same tragic fate. The remaining few screamed and rushed at him. However, in Jean Wu's eyes, they were nothing more than tiny ants. Jean Wu's hands were now stained with blood. He approached the remaining monster like the Grim Reaper. The monster, terrified, stuttered, You. Jean Wu did not respond, continuing to use the skill the hand of the ruler. Looking at the scattered corpses of students, a wave of hatred surged within him. Why? Why are you obsessed with killing humans like this? Jean Wu's grip tightened even more. The chief monster struggled to answer, his voice trembling. The voice in my head. It constantly urges us to kill humans. Jean Wu growled, "Then what about me? Do you hear the voice ordering you to kill me?" The chief monster quickly pleaded, "Please spare my life." Jean Wu tightened his grip even more, his gaze icy. "Answer me. When you look at me, do you hear that voice?" The chief trembled, his voice urgent, "Please spare my life." Jean Wu slowly summoned a dagger, his voice dropping, full of killing intent. "What's wrong? To you, I am not human. So that doesn't really matter. I will spare you, but don't expect to leave here unscathed." Swish! Everything here fell silent again. The space was left with an eerie stillness. Inside the dungeon, the healer hurriedly snatched a cloak from a summoned ant. "Oh my god, do you know how precious this is?" she exclaimed, her eyes filled with astonishment. "Those vampires from the Special Beast clan, this is incredibly expensive." The healer struggled to grab the cloak but accidentally got injured by the ant. Ber immediately stopped it and quickly healed her. The healer stared in disbelief, her voice trembling. How can a summoned beast have healing abilities better than mine? Deeper in the dungeon, another door slowly opened. An archlich appeared, with an odd glowing evil stone on his chest. A hunter recoiled, his face pale, shouting, "Oh God! Is this archlich really here, boss? It's worse than fighting 10 death knights." The high-level beasts emerged in increasing numbers, but nothing was more notorious than an archlich. The event of one archlich annihilating the entire Gold Dragon Guild, a well-known guild in China, remains a terrifying nightmare. Their failure to conquer the dungeon that day led to tragedy. The dungeon erupted, destroying everything. Fortunately, Hunter Lu Jitsang arrived just in time and prevented the disaster. But since then, it has been no surprise that an A-rank hunter team cannot handle an archlich in the hunter community. Yun anxiously asked, "What should we do now?" "They're coming from behind." Beihui he shouted angrily, "Damn it! The monsters that the ants didn't eat have revived again. Quickly, block the door." The healer immediately used the pure shield skill, trying to hold off the monsters. The captain, at that moment, was utterly uncalculated, trapped in indecision, lamenting, "Indeed, without a strong hunter, we're done for." The healer urgently yelled, "Captain, I can only hold them for 5 minutes." The captain, furious, shouted, "You open it." At that moment, a dark figure appeared before them. It was the boss. The imposing figure of the boss made the archlich halt, its eyes flashing with fear. "You are the army of darkness. Why is the king's army attacking me?" It sneered, a scornful voice. "We have been chosen by the king. And you have not." The archlich panicked, crying out, "Impossible. I will go directly to ask the king. You don't have enough time left." It lunged forward at a terrifying speed, using its sharp hand to extract something from the chest of the archlich, coldly saying, "You're already on the brink of death, yet still talking nonsense." From the archlich's body, it retrieved a glowing evil stone. The demon screamed in pain, "It can't be." A green light radiated from the evil stone, and the archlich's body gradually turned to ash. As it completely vanished, all the lesser monsters collapsed as well. It stood there, roaring in celebration of victory, victory. Beihui he stood beside, his eyes filled with amazement at Br's power. He silently thought, "It can't be. How could it be this strong?" Yun hesitantly said, "If that's the case, then the hunter Sung Jinwoo wouldn't need to go into the dungeon himself. He could just send those shadow soldiers in and easily clear a dungeon, right, boss?" The president pondered, thinking for a moment before replying, "It's not that simple. Summoning shadow soldiers consumes a lot of evil power, so he can't summon them all at once. But even if he only uses half of them well, it would be enough to make a difference. From what I've observed, if he wanted to, he could easily wipe out any guild." Yun curiously asked further, "Boss, what do you think about our guild merging with Sung's guild?" Beihui he immediately shouted, "You idiot, calling it a merger just sounds bad. It should be called a transaction. The combination of the best hunter and the Knights Association, one of the 5 largest guilds in Korea, sounds much more impressive." Yun scratched his head and chuckled, "I was just joking." "Are you really considering it, boss? But given the current situation, does Sung the hunter even need us anymore?" Bai, upon hearing this, angrily scolded, "You idiot, no matter how strong Hunter Sung is, he can't break the rules." Yun frowned in confusion, "But boss, even if he's fighting alongside the shadow soldiers, if he doesn't ensure the minimum number of troops, the raid won't be approved. Meeting the troop count is mandatory. You're a hunter too, how could you forget that?" At this moment, Yun had also realized, that's right. The strength of the hunters is abundant, and our manpower is ample, a perfect combination. "That's right. Ha ha." Yun laughed heartily and continued, "But if that's the case, isn't our guild a bit too leisurely?" "Don't worry," Bai replied, his face full of confidence. "We just need to line up nicely." Scene shifts to the school, where the rescue team and police are starting to assist the injured students. Simultaneously, images of unfortunate students who lost their lives appear. A mother, in anguish, frantically runs inside while her son has yet to be found. Ignoring the authorities' attempts to stop her, she desperately tries to enter to find her unfortunate son. In the vehicle, Chairman Go says, there were 213 students who thankfully escaped the school right at the beginning, so they are safe. 10 students were successfully rescued, but the other students who couldn't escape in time have. He pauses, pain evident on his face, then continues, in fact, this incident was anticipated beforehand. Over the past 6 months, the number of dungeons appearing in SE has surged dramatically. A similar situation is occurring globally. The number of dungeons appearing around the world is increasing exponentially. Furthermore, the number of people coming to check their awakening status is also rising significantly. The number of beasts appearing in the dungeons has increased substantially, so the number of hunters appearing to stop them will correspondingly increase. That is the balance. Jin Woo, with a thoughtful expression, seemed to sense that something was beginning to change. He glanced at the chairman and spoke, "So really, what do you want to say to me?" The chairman nodded slightly and replied, "Japan, the United States, China, Russia, France, Britain, Germany, even the Middle East. They have sent numerous requests to meet you." Jin Woo did not show any signs of surprise. The chairman continued, "Perhaps you have already had some unofficial meetings before." He let out a sigh, then went on in a heavy tone, "In fact, the association has no right to prevent this. We are only allowed to protect the information at the request of the hunters. Everything depends on your choice." Pausing for a moment, he looked at Jinwoo, his gaze filled with concern, "But I have a feeling that if Hunter Sung were to leave, our country would struggle to adapt to this change." The vehicle came to a stop. The chairman pointed ahead and said, "We have arrived. This is the hospital where your sister is staying." Looking at Jinwoo, he spoke earnestly, "Hunter Sung Jinwoo, I will provide everything in my power for you. If I do this, will you stay?" The chairman's expression grew increasingly grave. He tapped his forehead as if to soothe his inner turmoil. "There are only 10 S-rank hunters in total. We have already lost 3 of them. 2 were killed by beasts, and 1 has gone to the United States. The association cannot afford to lose another S-rank hunter. We will do our utmost within our capabilities. Please let me know your choice." Jinwoo remained silent for a long time, his face contemplative. Finally, he raised his head, his eyes sharp. "If someday I want to venture alone into a high-level dungeon, will you break the rules for me?" Upon hearing this, President Go was somewhat surprised. He asked Jinwoo, "Do you want to abolish the law that regulates the minimum number of members for a raid?" "That's right," Jinwoo nodded. President Go sighed, his voice serious. "The minimum number is stipulated to ensure the safety of hunters, to avoid situations where hunters go into dungeons alone without knowing the dangers and end up losing their lives there. If we were to abolish that regulation..." At this point, his eyes lit up, as if he had just realized something. He turned to Jinwoo and asked, "Could it be that you established the guild for the purpose of that?" Jinwoo nodded, responding frankly, "Yes, is that difficult?" President Go stared at him, hesitating. "Difficult, yes, but it's not impossible to do. Just leave that task to me." At the filming location, the director turned to a woman named Soo Hyun and said, "You've worked hard." She smiled in response, "Yes, director, so have you." This woman was Jin Ho's sister. On the other side, Jin Ho was calling her. "Hello, sis, do you want to join my guild? Instead of letting dad make you the promotion ambassador for his guild, why don't you sign up for mine and enjoy your freedom? Isn't that better?" She seemed a bit confused and asked back, "Guild? What are you talking about?" Jin Ho laughed and continued, "Oh, by the way, Jin he is back in South Korea already." "Did you know?" She replied, her voice tinged with surprise, "Of course I know about my own younger sister. But the important thing right now is that I need another founding member." She sighed, half jokingly, "Jin Ho, are you really asking me to join a guild that hasn't even been established yet? Are you sure you're not being tricked by someone?" The laughter of Jin Ho echoed on the other end of the line. "Huh? If you knew who that someone you mentioned is, you would definitely be surprised. At Jin-woo's office, Jin-ho brought his cousin in. Jin-woo was a bit surprised and asked, "Is this the person you said would be a good fit?" Jin-ho smiled and quickly introduced, "Yoo Soo-hyun. She's my cousin. She may look this way, but she has an A-rank hunter certification." Yoo Soo-hyun just took off her mask, her eyes filled with amazement as she looked at Jin-woo. "Wow. I actually get to see Hunter Sung Jin-woo in real life. Goodness, I'm in love with this guy beyond words." It sounds a bit odd, though. She chuckled softly and joked, "After all, I'm a famous person too. But Hunter Sung, you have truly amazed me, especially when you disrupted Lee Min-sung's press conference." Jin-ho beside her had a dissatisfied expression and turned to ask, "Do you really need to be that surprised?" While listening, Jin-woo pondered, "Jin-ho is an A-rank relative. Does awakening have anything to do with bloodlines? It's possible since my father was also a hunter." Thinking of this, Jin-woo asked Yoo Soo-hyun, "Have you heard Jin-ho explain everything clearly yet?" Yoo Soo-hyun nodded and replied, "Yes, I heard that our guild needs another founding member, right?" Jin-woo explained seriously, "If you join this guild, you will have to frequently appear in the media. Is that okay with you?" She shrugged with a carefree expression, "It's still better than teaming up with you, Jin-sung." Upon hearing this, Jin-woo frowned, unable to hide his curiosity. "Who is Eugene Sung?" Jin-ho burst into laughter and explained, "He's her brother." After hearing this, Jin-woo's eyes lit up as if he understood something. He smiled and asked again, "Is he the one you said is nasty and terrible?" Soo-hyun also teased, "You're quite famous, huh? By the way, can you take a photo with me? I want to post it on Lotus." Somewhere, a loud voice shouted, "What the hell is going on? Accepting dark soldiers as raid members? Who made such a ridiculous rule? The Hunter Sung Jin-woo just established his guild, so how did this regulation appear? Isn't this just favoritism? The Hunter Association has always been known for its fairness, and now you're deliberately biased towards him. Please explain, what is going on here?" Hearing this, the chairman did not deny, "This is indeed a privilege. I want to ask all of you present here a question. If you had to send a raid team to the erupting dungeon, between sending 20 A-rank hunters and sending Hunter Sung Jin-woo alone, which would you choose?" Lawmaker Nam Jun-wood has recently moved closer to the Hunter Guild, hasn't he? Hearing himself being cornered, he turned pale and spat out. Seeing this, the chairman continued, "Isn't the reason you moved to a place where the property prices are several times more expensive, due to this?" He stammered and couldn't reply. The chairman is taking advantage to ensure his own safety given the current situation, right? The public is just like you, if they have the money, everyone wants to move to a safer area. He said, "Many guilds are eyeing to recruit Hunter Sung to their ranks. Are we just going to stand by and watch him leave Korea? Or do you want Hunter Sung to end up like Hwang Dong-soo, leaving his homeland for the United States? I think it is an undeniable privilege. May I ask everyone, when the S-Gate appears in this country, who will stand up and ensure your safety?" Cha Hae-in saw Soo-hyun taking pictures with her boyfriend and turned red with anger, trembling. This time, her man is in for it, folks. In some dungeon, Jin-ho shouted, "Boss, this is the first time I've seen such a large dungeon." Jin-woo stood there pondering, but if you saw the dungeon in Gwangali, you'd be even more shocked. Let's go. The press was continuously taking pictures at this moment. Someone in the crowd shouted, "Hunter Sung Jin-woo, please look this way. Can you say a few words before the first raid of Ajin Guild? Why did you name your guild Ajin? What is your relationship with the founding member Yoo Soo-hyun?" CEO Woo called Jin-woo over. He noticed that he looked a little surprised. "CEO Woo Jin-Cole, wasn't my information supposed to be protected? From now on, he needs to pay more attention to the stuff posted on Lotus." Hearing the director say that, Jin-woo felt a bit shy. Just from a picture, he had become a star. Jin-woo promised that next time he would be more careful. Jin-ho here asked further, "But boss, why didn't he call the mining team or the collection team? How can I handle this alone?" Jinwoo replied, "Those tasks will be handled by the shadow soldiers." The director took out a power meter and was also astonished. All the shadow soldiers are level B or higher, far exceeding the combat standard for an A-rank dungeon. Those troublemakers are truly foolish to be called privileged. He handed the power meter back to the staff and announced that he had completed the check, but I was actually sent here by the chairman to supervise and protect Hunter Sung's raid. Upon reading this, Jinwoo felt something was amiss. "Just for today, can I accompany you all as a member or an observer?" Jinwoo turned and said, "I just worry he won't be able to handle the pressure, aside from you, of course." The director found this a bit confusing at first, but just a moment later, his expression changed to one of distress. A level A beast, Naga, the attack between the two armies was extremely intense. The sounds of battle echoed ceaselessly, the momentum of Jinwoo's shadow army always in the dominant position. These beasts are the type that even skilled hunters with combat and magic would dread. Yet, the shadow soldiers could handle them with ease. His face began to show fear, accompanied by immense astonishment. Especially with this summoning, it could perfectly use blink magic, a type of magic that only a rank hunter mages could use. Each time he swung his sword, those flashes appeared again. Igris continued to slay before the sight of CEO Wu, an A rank. It didn't seem like it had surpassed a rank. If I were to face it one-on-one, I wouldn't necessarily have a chance to win. On the other side, Jinwoo, in anger, kicked an ant away. "Hey, I told you not to eat the beasts, do you know how expensive this is? And you guys over there, don't be lazy. Dig deeper and find more mana. Hurry up." The director thought, only with one person can he assault the dungeon, collect the corpses, mine the minerals. Calling this a military force wouldn't be wrong at all. He said to Jinwoo, "Now I understand the reason why the chairman wanted me to come here." Jinwoo ordered the shadow soldiers, except for the ones working, to disperse. The director asked, "Why are you disbanding the shadow soldiers at this moment? Just using the summons should be enough to handle the boss." Jinwoo pulled out 2 daggers. "If I rely too much on the shadow soldiers, I will lose my sense of combat." Then Jinwoo began to use his skill, heading towards the Naga monster. With extreme speed, Jinwoo delivered a strong strike to the monster's front, leaving the director in shock. The system announced, "You have taken down the dungeon boss in 1 hit." With just 1 strike, the boss was sent to its demise. The levels of your specialized skills have increased. All skill levels have risen. As a result, the cooldown time for shadow exchange has been reduced by 1 hour. With each level increase, it is reduced by an additional hour. If this continues, then no matter where I am, if my mother and Jean face danger, I can appear instantly. The scales of the Naga are as sturdy as a solid and reliable armor, yet they were no different from a sack when he attacked with the dagger. Still in disbelief, Jinwoo shouted, "Arg!" A dark shadow rose from within the monster's corpse, level 13, with power equivalent to when it was alive, but it appeared much smaller. Normally, dark soldiers maintain their form or grow larger, right? Nonetheless, its evil power was quite strong. If we just talk about evil power, it is on par with Tusk. If it can wield evil power like Tusk, then it could return to its original size. In short, I've just acquired another decent soldier. He named it Jima. "From now on, you are Jima." Jinho stood by, smiling. "So this is how the boss creates summons. Truly the boss of my heart." Seeing the tremor grow stronger, Jinho warned, "Jinwoo, get out of here." As they left, the press couldn't help but be wide-eyed in astonishment. Whispers and murmurs filled the air. "Run quickly." "No, isn't that the summoning of Hunter Sung? Has he already cleared an A-rank dungeon? How could that be so fast? Hurry, take pictures. Please look this way." More and more reporters swarmed around them. The director's expression was one of utter helplessness, unsure of what to do. "It seems they are very interested in our first raid." "It doesn't have to be like this." Chairman Go then asked CEO Wu, who had participated in the raid, "Surely this raid is so special that even a veteran like you feels bewildered by it?" CEO Wu was sweating profusely, his face tense. "This wasn't a raid, it was a massacre, sir." Seeing the director's spirit seem unstable, the chairman didn't press him further and allowed him to return to rest. Inside the room, the director reflected on what had just happened: attacking a dungeon, collecting corpses, mining. All of this cannot just be called a one-man raid. It should be called one-man guild instead. Indeed, I have never misjudged people. It is very likely that the hunter landscape in South Korea, no, I should say the entire world, will soon be disrupted. Meanwhile, in Japan, Tokyo, Shinjuku, a supermassive red portal had appeared in the sky of Japan. Everyone, from the pedestrians on the street to the vehicles in traffic, fell silent before the scene before them. The enormous gate in the sky was so impressive that it was enough to make people call this dungeon a true monster. The leaders of the major guilds began to gather, worried about the situation. Names like Short Sword, Black Hole, Undefeated King, and even Snow Mountain were mentioned. Everyone, we have gathered all the major guild leaders in Japan. This is serious. One person in the meeting exclaimed in astonishment, "Look over there, that's the vice president of Short Sword, Tsukimoto Rei. And a whole squad of S-level hunters too." Another person added, "This fool is no longer just the vice president, he is the new president now. Including Goto Ruji from Jeju Island last time, we have lost a total of 7 S-level hunters. I heard he is the dog of President Matsumoto. Hoarding all the S-level hunters is quite nice, huh?" The group of S-level hunters in the meeting exchanged glances filled with anger, while someone continued, "Now Short Sword is as good as dead. If things go this way, their guild might become number 1 in Japan." Before the statement could finish, all the S-level hunters turned their furious gazes towards this group of people, causing those nearby to quickly disperse. Another person couldn't help but sigh, "Those flattering fools from before, now that Goto is gone, they want to climb high right away." There were rumors that the Black Hole and Snow Mountain guilds would cooperate, merging their personnel together. They had a total of 4 S-level hunters equal to them. If they merged, they would become the number 1 guild in Japan. It's really funny, even if they merge, it won't solve anything. A man over here is angry. Why hasn't the Hunters Association said anything? Right in the middle of Tokyo, an S-rank gate has appeared. And yet the association hasn't uttered a word? Tell me, if this escalates, what should we do? Another person chimed in, "Right now, we lack S-rank hunters to conquer the S-rank gate, if we don't call for support from hunters of other countries." A blind old man with one eye spoke up, "Mr. Prime Minister, don't gather the heads of major associations to just ask pointless questions. You've seen the gate in Jeju Island, you should be able to imagine the outcome, right?" The golden-haired man said, "Gentlemen, instead of just criticizing each other, does anyone have a specific plan? Or should we hire Thomas Andre?" The guy next to him replied discontentedly, "Do you think this country has enough money to hire Thomas Andre? Moreover, since other countries are also suddenly encountering many gates at an exponential rate, there are only a handful of permits allowed to be issued to the outside." The leader responded after hearing this, "I also don't know how many hunters can resolve an S-rank gate. There's one person who will be ready to help us if we just pay him. Yuri Orlov, I think we should hire him." Scene change, Jinwoo is driving a car on the road. He has now reached level 101, so the God Kartanen has been unlocked. The specialized skill of level 101 has also been upgraded. Jinwoo curiously thought, "I wonder what will be at level 102. He also remembered Jinho, who had taken care of all the trivial tasks himself. It's good to fulfill the duties of a vice president. But maybe you should consider hiring more staff? Suddenly, Jinwoo saw Cha Hae-in walking by. She seemed to still be jealous, and when she saw him, she ran away. Jinwoo dashed towards Cha Hae-in with lightning speed. "Why are you running when you see me? You were coming to my office, right?" Realizing she was caught off guard, Cha Hae-in stammered, "About that. The car, you are at the parking lot." Jinwoo was surprised because he had switched shadows, so he couldn't bring the car along. "Oh, do you know where I am right now?" Jinwoo feigned confusion. Cha Hae-in thought, "The photo taken with Soo-hyun should be of me, but it's that girl instead? Rank S is still better than rank A. Could it be that they are thinking?" Jinwoo continued, actually, Hunter Min Byung-gu wants me to convey some words about the powers that Hunter Sung possesses. Upon hearing this, he was a bit shocked. Wait a minute, let's go to the office and talk more. The room inside lit up. Cha Hae-in asked, is there really no one inside the office? Jinwoo replied, the vice president stayed at the scene. Cha Hae-in's eyes widened, so it's just me and Sung Jinwoo? As Jinwoo brewed a cup of coffee, he asked, then how could Hunter Min Byung-gu leave a message for me about Hunter Cha? That day, I heard his voice, please deliver a message for me, tell him to be careful. There is someone pulling me back from the shadows. Though I have come back to life now, and still possess consciousness and identity, I feel like I am gradually becoming a blind slave. Even though I feel incredibly happy at this moment, it only makes me more fearful. Cha Hae-in did not understand what he meant. Min Byung-gu said that the power is very strong and frightening. He must be made aware of this. Please remember the true army of hunters Sung inside the dungeon. Jinwoo continued to ponder over Cha Hae-in's words, whether it's real or fake, I must understand the nature of this power. Compared to becoming stronger, this issue is much more important. On the other hand, Jinho was eating while talking. This reminds me of that sea-level dungeon we went through before. Seeing that, Jinwoo shouted angrily, finish eating and then talk. Jinho asked Jinwoo, can the summoned soldiers act on their own? Just like now, you and I are eating. If things get too busy, I can just let your summoned soldiers handle it. Jinwoo immediately refuted, no way. In his mind, Jinwoo thought, the farther the distance, the less experience they will gain. But Jinwoo pointed at the group of people. If I don't keep an eye on them, I don't know what they will do. But is your sister okay? Faced with such a situation, Jinwoo replied sadly, it will probably take some time to get stabilized. I left a few tough guys over there, so there's no need to worry. By the way, I need to see what they are doing. Jinwoo closed his eyes to connect his vision with the shadow soldiers. The level 2 effect of sensory sharing allowed him to share sight. As he looked at the scene before him, he saw a general, it turned out to be BR, sitting and watching TV. While the little girl was sleeping soundly, BR was engrossed in his television show. He had started to enjoy watching television since he began using those strange words. Does he really like dramas? Elsewhere, his mother was at the supermarket shopping. President Baek and Choi were bickering with each other, while Cha Hae-in, a hot scene appeared before Jinwoo's eyes. Cha Hae-in was sitting in the bathtub. At this sight, Jinwoo felt a bit flushed. Jinho then asked, are you asleep there? Feeling embarrassed, Jinwoo turned away, silently thinking, I have to go apologize to her someday. Jinho continued, by the way, boss, have you heard the news? In Shinjuku, Japan, a rank S gate just appeared. It's been open for 3 days. I heard they are recruiting hunters from other countries. Have they contacted you? Jinwoo was also surprised to realize how quickly time had passed. He replied, they have contacted me, but because there are more urgent matters, I am still thinking it over. Holding the key in his hand, Jinwoo thought to himself, the invitation card has been sent by the system. Will I find any answers there? What exactly am I? Can I know it now? Alright, just one more day. I will definitely find the truth. Jinwoo left, not forgetting to say to Jinho, get up, let's get to work. In the United States, a man named Yuri Orlov claimed to be the best in the mercenary world. He had already read the materials sent by the Short Sword Guild. Evacuating the people in the city is the right choice. Due to a lack of experienced manpower, Japan can currently only mobilize 6 S-rank hunters. Is that correct? The guild leader replied, yes, because each guild needs to keep 1 S-rank hunter in case more A-rank gates appear. Our guild plans to mobilize 4 people and keep 1 S-rank hunter. He responded, that's not acceptable, that's too bad. At this rate, how can the nation be protected? The starting fee is 3.6 billion, and each subsequent day is 10 million. Okay, if we cooperate, I will clear the gates within the exact time you want. Upon hearing that unreasonable price, he shouted, 10 million per day. His face remained calm. As long as we pay 3.6 billion in 1 year, we can save an entire country. It's not like it's 36 trillion. He continued, compared to Thomas, the price is still acceptable. Do you know Russian? What is this person saying? She replied, though she didn't understand much, she was certain it wasn't anything good. He calmly asked, what do you think? 10 million a day and the whole country survives? Are you really willing to give up your country over a few measly coins? He then burst out laughing, thinking of taking advantage but still wanting more? If you don't work but expect to eat, the only thing you'll eat is shit. At this moment, the president's face turned red with anger. But are you confident in your abilities? He replied calmly, of course, hiring me is more beneficial than hiring those useless ones over there. Do you really need to think about it more? On this side, 2 other hunters were still very angry. One of them spoke up, is he talking nonsense? Though they didn't understand what he was saying, they were certain that was the case. He remained seated, but was now able to use his evil power to bind the actions of the two. How terrifying. His words were full of challenge, if I don't allow it, you won't be able to take a single step. Feel free to leave if you can. Their expressions were filled with fear. How can he imprison us, the S-ranked hunters, like this? This feeling of confinement is truly uncomfortable. He still acts this way, his face full of malice. I will handle the S-level dungeon, and I will hand over the corpses of the monsters to you. He spoke with a threatening tone. Why is this transaction like this? It's a win-win for both sides, isn't it? The president sighed, his face filled with deep thought. I have determined your capabilities. However, with that amount of money, I am not sure if the government will accept it. Right now, trusting him seems to be the best approach. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was preparing to head out. His mother looked at him with a worried expression and asked, son, you don't need to worry me, right? Yes, I just have an appointment, Jinwoo replied, holding the key in his hand, his eyes revealing determination. I really want to uncover the truth. The system announced that the location of the gate had been made public. At the school, suddenly 2 gates appeared simultaneously. 2 staff members were conversing. Fortunately, the students didn't notice, otherwise, it would be hard to control the situation. Jinwoo's silhouette gradually came into view. The female staff member intended to approach to stop him but recognized it was Jinwoo and halted. He asked her, how long has the gate been open? It has been 3 days, she replied. Jinwoo gritted his teeth, I feel deceived. The system only stated that information about the gate was public, not that the gate had been open for a long time. I didn't expect it to have opened for 3 days already. As he stepped away, Jinwoo assessed that this gate could be classified as sea level. Although the level wasn't high, he still inquired, have the hunters already entered? She answered, they went in 2 hours ago. Jinwoo heard that and couldn't contain his anger, urgently commanding, stop right now. You are in danger. The staff member was confused and replied, but according to the measurements, this gate is only level C. Jinwoo snapped, the attacking team is in danger. If you don't stop right now, everyone will die. Without saying another word, Jinwoo stepped inside, leaving everyone around puzzled. He turned back and said decisively, I will go retrieve the attacking team. Inside the dungeon, the group of hunters stood in front of the large gate, discussing how to open it. Jinwoo approached from behind and shouted, that's a trap. One person in the group asked, who are you? Jinwoo introduced himself, I am the one who survived the S-rank dungeon. Everyone in the group suddenly became silent, and then someone recognized him. Could it be? You are really Sun Jinwoo? The S-rank hunter Jinwoo? Jinwoo seriously warned, this place is very dangerous. You all should turn back immediately. I will take over here. He grabbed the doorknob, realizing he couldn't open it due to a magical seal. The system announced, the door is currently locked. Please use a key to open it. Jinwoo took out the ornate key. Unlike last time, the door began to open. Everyone witnessing this was astonished to see him able to open it when no one else could. The captain of the raid stepped forward angrily. This dungeon was purchased by the Brave Weapons Guild for our attacking team, so we have the right to exploit it. You have no authority to demand that we leave. The people behind him chimed in. That's right, so what if you are an S rank? Jinwoo saw the stubbornness of the hunting team, showing no signs of fear. He coldly responded, I will not stop you. If anyone wants to enter, feel free to go. He stepped in with a strong aura, not the slightest bit afraid. But just as he crossed the threshold, the system immediately announced, this person does not possess a key and is not permitted to invade the divine hall. Before he could comprehend, a gigantic stone knight suddenly swung its heavy sword towards Jinwoo. The captain, on the verge of losing his life, was fortunate to be saved by Jinwoo. The powerful attack caused the ground beneath to form a huge dent. Jinwoo turned around, looked at the captain, and coldly asked, inside are all monsters like that, do you still want to go in? The captain, still in shock from the sudden attack, hurriedly replied, listen carefully. From now on, you all should go outside and contact the association for me. Tell them that the double dungeon has appeared. The gate gradually began to close, and the torches in the space started to ignite. Everything around remained as it was, unchanged in the slightest. Jinwoo looked around, feeling as though he had returned to this place again, but this time, something was different. He clearly felt one thing, the stone statues in the room are not living creatures. They are mere puppets, being controlled by someone. Jinwoo coldly spoke, his eyes full of challenge, the one who can use evil power in this room is only one. It is you. Are you going to remain silent? Answer me. As soon as his words ended, the statue holding the reins displayed a creepy smile, its eyes gleaming with obsession. Finally, you have come here. Outside, the atmosphere was bustling with reporters interviewing Yuri Orlov about blocking the dangerous gate. Yuri confidently replied, there is only one way to stop this gate. I will draw a large magic circle around the gate and pour evil power into it. At that point, everything inside the gate will be unable to escape. They listened and asked even more eagerly. He explained, magic is maintained by absorbing the evil power around. If a large amount of mana stones are placed in the Tokyo area, the magic barrier will absorb that evil power. The principle is similar to starting a car. The barrier that is activated will absorb evil power and become a solid wall. That will be how I save you all. Remember well the name of the person who saved your lives, he said. Chairman Go and the director had watched the live broadcast. He wasn't sure whether Yuri Orlov could close the gate or not, but we can clearly know what will happen next if he fails. Saying this, he turned to CEO Wu and asked, how is Hunter Sung Jinwoo doing lately? The director looked at the map tracking the hunters and replied, Jinwoo is currently at a gate in the Seoul area. Since it coincides with the activity area of the White Tiger Guild and the Divine Hunter, I will take care to avoid any clashes. The chairman also sighed, a small guild yet has one fighter who can match a large guild. It's truly amusing. While they were conversing, CEO Wu suddenly received a phone call, so he excused himself to take the call. The chairman also left, as he had matters to attend to. On the phone, someone reported, there was an incident at the school earlier, the orcs have appeared. The director, upon hearing this, inquired about the situation. They replied, there was nothing happening at that gate, but a new gate has just appeared there. A double dungeon. Moreover, the hunter Sung Jinwoo has entered it. Inside the double dungeon, the statue began to destroy the tablet of commandments. It said that Jinwoo had finally arrived here. Jinwoo saw the broken stone slab and continued, it turns out the commandments written on the stone slab mean nothing at all. He said they have meaning, but now it no longer mattered. Jinwoo still stood there and asked, the thing that called me here is you, right? That's right, it smiled mysteriously. Jinwoo asked, is he a beast? But it replied, you have asked the wrong question. It's not about who I am, but rather you should ask who you are. It said, now, this is the final test. After the test is over, if you still remain, I will tell you everything. That is my reward. Jinwoo intended to summon the shadow soldiers to begin the battle, but he was blocked by it. The system announced that specialized skills were restricted due to the final test. It continued to say, "I just want to test you alone. I am not curious about your subordinates, and the shop cannot be used." Now, Jinwoo could only rely on himself until the test was finished. At this moment, Jinwoo couldn't utilize any skills. Therefore, he would choose to knock down the soldiers with his own abilities. With only his bare hands, Jinwoo, using his own strength, successively took down the stone knights, one by one, as they kept collapsing. A long-range bowman attempted to attack, but Jinwoo had already sensed it and swiftly used his dagger to cut him in half. It was unclear how long it took, but Jinwoo had taken down almost all of them. The bowman was also greatly impressed by Jinwoo's fighting prowess. To achieve such strength with a human body was remarkable. Indeed, he has successfully matured, the bowman thought. Jinwoo continued to fight stronger and stronger. Eventually, he caught up to the speed of the soldiers and could defeat them easily. He had compliments, but then he mentioned that the test was about to conclude. He summoned a figure seated on a throne. This was indeed the strongest statue here. "Now, it's time to worship the deity," he remarked. At the Hunters Association headquarters, the leader of the Japanese hunters was presenting a contract committing to relinquishing the ownership of the evil stone on Jeju Island. The chairman displayed a face full of astonishment and asked him, "What is going on?" Instead, his expression turned serious. "We wish to hire Hunter Sung Jinwoo," he stated. The chairman of the association broke into a confident smile and said, "I'm afraid not, but he does not belong to the Hunters Association." The leader acknowledged that he was aware of that. However, without going through the association, there was no way to make contact with him. They did not want to pressure him into helping, merely seeking an opportunity for negotiation. Upon hearing this, the chairman pondered, are they really willing to give up such a large sum of money for this opportunity? Perhaps it is because they have already lost Go-to-Ruji and do not have enough power to block the S-rank gate anymore. However, if considering the amount of money to hire Hunter Sung Jinwoo, it seems this is not a bad deal. After a moment of thought, he nodded in agreement. "I want to talk without an interpreter," he said. The leader's expression showed a bit of surprise. "You can speak Japanese?" he asked. The chairman's gaze was very serious as he replied, "When I was a child, my father had a small shop in Japan, so I know a little." The chief of the association, Matsumoto, thought he should stop if he was planning something. Hearing this, the chief looked a bit confused and asked, "What do you mean?" The chairman, like an old hand, chuckled softly and said, "I heard that you have been aggressive with the Draw Sword Guild, correct?" At this point, the chief lost his composure. He stood up, slammed the table, and shouted, "How do you know? How did you find out about that?" The chairman answered, "As far as I know, the Draw Sword Guild refused money from the market of the Japan Hunters Association. I also heard rumors that they only accept government sponsorships. The Draw Sword Guild is essentially just a subordinate of the Japan Hunters Association. Previously, Go-to-Ruji was able to gather S-rank hunters. However, the current situation is a bit difficult because the Draw Sword Guild has collapsed, so other guilds are busy competing with each other. The association's control has decreased, right? If you cannot prevent this gate this time, all responsibility will fall on you." Chief Matsumoto may have had some underhanded intentions, but as a hunter representing the entire nation like Goto, he had to take responsibility for Go-to-Ruji's disappearance from the Draw Sword Guild. He continued, "Responsibility cannot be constrained by domestic factions, and there is also responsibility for insidious schemes." Upon hearing this, he fell silent. Each word felt like a chain tightening around him, making it impossible for him to deny. The black box attached to your radio transmitter is the very device that Goto's team used. Do you think I am unaware of that? His expression changed, and he no longer looked cheerful. An aura of evil radiated from him that made the other person pale with fear. The chairman was not concerned about the use of the evil stone, rather, he realized that if this matter were made public, the citizens would also share in the blame for his antics. As soon as he finished speaking, his mentor crushed the device in his hand, shattering it. The power was such that a single squeeze destroyed the table. However, I cannot afford to act carelessly like that. No way will I put an entire nation, no, the whole of Asia in danger because of the foolishness of a man like you. You should thank the hunter Sun Jinwoo. The scene shifted to the dungeon, where Jinwoo was still exerting himself to defeat the stone soldiers. They kept advancing toward him in waves. Realizing that the boss was preparing to attack, Jinwoo could not dodge in time, so he used the hand of the ruler to draw 2 stone knights from the side to intercept the attack from the boss. With his current abilities, taking a single hit would nearly bring him to death. Indeed, I must take down the leader first. Jinwoo accelerated, maximizing his speed, rushing towards the boss. It raised its foot intending to stomp down, but missed. A blue light emitted from within the smoke, surprising it slightly. Jinwoo lunged upward from below, but the monster continued its attack. Jinwoo quickly used the power of the ruler to hide in its blind spot to dodge the attack. The potency of the skill increased slightly but was incredibly powerful. The disparity was such that even Jinwoo easily recognized, if it were to increase further, the skill would surely be much stronger. Standing on the shoulders of the beast, Jinwoo wielded 2 daggers and used the skill Frenzied Blade to strike at the boss. However, such an attack could only leave scratches on its face. The boss grinned wickedly at Jinwoo, feeling that he could not inflict any more damage with the daggers, so Jinwoo switched to mining. With his bare hands, he exploited the cracks to inflict damage on the boss. Continuous strikes were unleashed until he delivered a powerful blow that shattered one side of its face. The system smiled. I didn't expect you to treat my creation like this. Jinwoo unleashed another strike. This was a blow utilizing all his strength at level 103. This strike was so powerful it knocked the boss down. 3 stone creatures attempted to attack, but Jinwoo continued to use the ruler's hand skill to take them down. Looking at the corpses of the monsters around, Jinwoo also admitted, thanks to this battle, his combat ability had advanced a level. The system clapped its hands at this moment. Indeed, he is my son. Jinwoo looked at him and said, keep your promise. He smiled and replied, the test is not over yet, because I am still here. Jinwoo received a notification that an urgent mission had appeared. He said, I am the final test for Jinwoo. In a time limit of 10 minutes, he had to defeat him, and the countdown began. Jinwoo remained calm and asked, who are you really? He continued to smile and replied, you ask such a silly question, but I'll answer. I am the one who created the system. Are you satisfied with this answer? Outside the gate, CEO Wu had brought the 7 most elite hunters from the association here. Although they did not know if they could help Jinwoo, they were only on standby in case of the worst. As the director stood in front of the gate, its pressure was enough to make him sweat. He stammered, what? What is this? Can't you all feel it? The storm of evil power is terrifying. The director turned to everyone and said, is there any large guild nearby waiting for a raid? One person said, the Hunter Guild is waiting to raid. What about the 2S rank hunters? Another person added, both Hunter Choi and Hunter Cha are waiting to participate in the raid. Send an urgent support request to the Hunter Guild. On his side, he clenched his teeth and thought, Hunter Sun Jinwoo. Who on earth are you? Inside, Jinwoo stood facing the system entity. At first, its 6 wings transformed into 6 arms. It quickly disappeared, leaving Jinwoo in shock. In the blink of an eye, the 6 arms attacked Jinwoo, but he managed to block them just in time. However, due to their immense size and strength, he was easily pushed back several meters. Jinwoo was struck by this attack and slammed against the wall, his eyes widening as he nearly lost consciousness. With the protagonist's aura shining brightly, less than a second later, Jinwoo stood up and continued to fight. The system entity pressed on with its assault, seemingly landing a blow, but unexpectedly, Jinwoo had countered the attack. The two continued their battle, but this time it was 2 hands against 6, 7, or even 8 hands. He was pushed back a few meters and excitedly said, I never thought I would feel this way fighting against a human. Throughout my life, I never thought a human could become my opponent. This is so enjoyable. Jinwoo, on the other hand, thought to himself, You invited me here when I reached level 101, which means that at this level, I have the potential to defeat you. You are very strong, but not impossible to handle. You designed the system, and I still have many questions for you. Why did you create the system? And why did you choose me as a player? What is happening in this world? He attacked Jinwoo. Alright then. But it seems you think that if you kill me, you will get the answers, don't you? Jinwoo thought to himself, close combat with him is too disadvantageous. Seeing this, Jinwoo used the power of the ruler to attack from a distance, but the system was not easy to defeat. He could also use that skill, so attacking from a distance had no meaning anymore. At that moment, he used 6 arms behind him to summon weapons from his stone knights. He held the weapons in his hands and said, "Whether you kill me or let me live, my answer is still that everything has been predetermined. Since the moment I designed everything." Jinwoo found it hard to believe and asked, "You can design all of this? How could you give me this power?" He calmly replied, "I did not choose Jinwoo, on the contrary, I even opposed it. I only design and operate everything. This system was born to train players. I must say my design is truly perfect." There were only about 6 minutes left. Jinwoo had no choice but to resort to close combat. During this time, he had to fight with all his might. He moved forward, using the 6 weapons in his hands to attack wildly, but Jinwoo still managed to dodge. For some reason, at that moment, Jinwoo felt his body recovering again. Jinwoo resolved himself, he would succeed. Sword, spear, axe, hammer, he could sense their movements. The creator of the system was also very surprised when Jinwoo could easily withstand and counter his attacks. Furthermore, Jinwoo's speed was increasing more and more. One by one, his arms fell off, yet he still said, "This body of mine is just a piece of scrap, so I don't feel any pain at all." But at this moment, he also understood why Jinwoo was chosen by that person precisely because of the merger. Time was truly running out, and he was still unconvinced, screaming in anger. After that, he summoned all the soldiers still fighting to attack Jinwoo. The remaining time was only 3 minutes and 15 seconds. Jinwoo pushed himself to the limit, charging to attack the Stone Knights, but unfortunately got hit by one and was thrown far away. Jinwoo landed right at the spot of the knight holding the shield. It seemed unable to attack. Seeing that, Jinwoo smashed its head with one hand to relieve his frustration. After several rounds of fighting lasting less than a minute, the system's bizarre creation was held at knife point by Jinwoo. At this moment, he had to admit that he had truly lost to Jinwoo. He pointed at Jinwoo and said, "The answer lies within you." Hearing this, Jinwoo was somewhat confused. He said he would give me a choice. Seeing that the data was inside the memories, Jinwoo agreed to take a look. The data restoration was successful, and the scene before Jinwoo changed completely. Now, Jinwoo was standing in front of a completely strange sight. Below him were the hordes of monsters that often appeared within the dungeon. The number of monsters was so immense that Jinwoo couldn't help but shout, "Oh my god, there are too many monsters gathered here." The monsters all simultaneously turned their gaze upward. Jinwoo didn't understand what was happening, but when he looked up, he discovered there are numerous gates opening above. A purple sky with countless monsters. This doesn't seem to be Earth. There were many monsters, including Ice, Monster, Goblin, and John. If they all came out of the gate, humanity would have no chance of resistance. However, what they faced was not humanity. The crack on the gate broke open, and countless winged warriors appeared. The monsters collaborated to fight against the Silver Warriors. The sound of weapons clashing and armor shattering rang out piercingly. The sounds of victory gradually gave way to screams, moans, and the ground was dyed red with blood. The Silver Warriors seemed to have grown stronger after the slaughter of the monsters was assured. The beasts and Silver Warriors lay on the battlefield, but one by one they began to rise. Jinwoo also realized, that is the territory of the Emperor and the extraction of darkness. This means that the other party is the Dark Emperor, possessing an immortal legion, the hand of the ruler. All the skills that Jinwoo possessed were the source of power from this individual. The Dark Emperor, wherever he goes, destruction follows. Returning to reality, outside the entrance of the double dungeon, Choi Jong-jin's group along with CEO Wu stood outside. CEO Wu sensed a power and immediately realized it was not the power of Hunter Sung. Then whose was it? He wondered if the rumors were true. The director also has a debt to repay with Hunter Sung. So why has Jin Woo come here again? At the very least, he can't claim this is a coincidence. As the door was just opened, Hunter Choi was extremely surprised. What is this? Where is this place? The director was also sweating, secretly thinking, It really is here. The stone statues are really here. The system entity noticed their entry and turned to ask, what is this? I don't remember inviting humans. Another face filled with fear. Everyone stood there, looking at the speaking statue, and were terrified. The monster is talking? Does that monster understand human language? One of them asked, anxious. The system entity smiled wickedly, saying, shut your mouths, you will interrupt the king's slumber. At this moment, everyone noticed Jinwoo, who was standing there in a daze. Someone called out loudly, Hunter Jinwoo, what is he doing there? As soon as those words were said, the system entity moved forward and struck Jinwoo with a blow. Powerful humans, you will make great sacrifices for the king. Jinwoo was still witnessing the fierce battle. The Dark Lord was leading his army to fight against the Ricardo tribe, Fados, Roken, Ingress, and the Radis clan of Essel. The battle was brutal, with each wave of attack resonating across the battlefield. Outside, Chairman Choi ordered the healer to restore Myung-chul, while demanding that the entire army concentrate their strength. The enemy is approaching, he commanded. The system-controlled statue of the Lord began attacking Chairman Choi's forces. He laughed maliciously, saying, I will give you a chance to see the reborn king. That is when you can destroy all my puppets, which will prove which of you will survive. Chairman Choi noticed the monster preparing to strike and immediately commanded everyone, duck down. A beam of light shot from its eye, obliterating everything in its path, and the ground cracked into a long fissure. Chairman Choi barely managed to dodge the attack and turned back to command an assault on the Lord. Attack the statue while it is distracted, he shouted. CEO Wu summoned all his strength and punched the knight's face, but it did not inflict any damage whatsoever. Seeing this, he stepped back to give Choi a chance to strike, but it seemed wholly unfazed. This indicated its high defensive capabilities and magic resistance. Wu then informed Cha Hae-in, his provocation skill has no effect. Cha Hae-in was also helpless, she sighed, they are too strong for me to control. Their group was now helpless, unable to do anything. There was only one way, they had to wake Hunter Sung. Choi was unsure of what would happen, but this was the only way to wake him at this moment. The flame was unleashed, but a shadow darted through, shielding Jinwoo. It was that damn system. He shouted in anger, dare to awaken the king's slumber? But before he could counterattack Choi, he was hit in the stomach by 3 other hunters, causing him to be pushed back. Everyone urged Cha Hae-in to awaken Hunter Sung as they blocked this guy's path. Back on the battlefield, Jinwoo was witnessing the battle between the monsters and the army of darkness attacking one another. The dark soldiers continuously revived, even when torn to bits. If it were me, that magic would have likely killed me. I don't know how great that power is. The demonic clans along with the creatures emerging from the 2 gates were wiping out the dark soldiers without hesitation. If this was a battle between monsters and silver soldiers, then there would be no reason for them to fight. This means the Dark Army is not aligned with the monsters. If that is not the reason, then is it internal conflict? The Dark King approached, asking the Demon King, we could end the battle today. Why choose to betray me? He gasped, replying, such a waste, I could have ended you. The Dark One angrily asked again, I ask why? He began to laugh uproariously, the wings. Upon hearing this, the king was no longer calm. He used the power of a ruler to crush the head of the man. Jinwoo realized that he was currently in the body of that king. Before him was the demon Lord Baron. Jinwoo was also confused, not knowing what was happening. His body now had two hearts, and Jinwoo's gaze changed. At that moment, silver warriors appeared in the sky, and the data notification system had completed its recollection. The system smiled maliciously, saying, "You are quite interesting, aren't you? Human, try to escape my setup again." Shahayan was now using her sword skill. That's what I'm talking about? After a few moves, the system was able to inflict damage on her. Shahayan stepped back in pain. He responded, "My setup can predict and counter all possible outcomes. Such trivial matters cannot break his setup. Since they stepped in here, there have been no more choices." Shahayan attacked him with a strike, then continued towards Jinwoo to awaken him. The system quickly chased after her, but she managed to dodge in time. He asked, "Dodge? Impressive. According to the rules of this room, no one is allowed to leave. You are the human sent by the king to lead the dark soldiers. How did you find this place? What is the relation to the conflict of friends?" Shahayan replied, "As friends, we came to rescue the hunter Jinwoo." He gave a wicked smile. "Is it the scheme of the king? Very well, I will grant you a favor. Today, one of the great kings has descended, and I will grant you the honor of witnessing this spectacle, but apart from you, all other humans must die here." Jinwoo, at this moment, unexpectedly awakened. He stepped forward and punched straight into the face of the system, causing the man's face to shatter. Jinwoo asked, "What have you done to my body?" Everyone saw Jinwoo had awakened and breathed a sigh of relief. Like a king, Jinwoo stepped on the man's face. He yelled, You are not the king? Why is it not him but you? How could you possess the black heart and still retain your own self?" Hearing this, Jinwoo felt a bit confused. Black heart? This terrible evil power is due to the heart? The system announced, "Demon Hunter title, you have met the requirements. The memories of the Demon King Baron have been restored, unlimited power recognizes you, effect plus 100,000. Looking at the reaction of that man, Jinwoo had confirmed two things: the black heart is not the result he created, and originally, the black heart is not something beneficial for him. The restored data is not the answer. Jinwoo cast a killing gaze and asked him, "You said you opposed choosing me as the player, right? Then what is your play? What do you intend to do to me?" He gaped in astonishment. Could it be that the Dark Lord, you think the other lords will leave us here? From within the space, Jinwoo summoned his daggers, pressing them against the man's face and said, "Answer my question." He burst into laughter. This is something beyond my expectations. I gradually understand why you were chosen." Everyone also did not understand why the stone statues had stood still as if dead, but at this moment, they seemed to begin moving again. He laughed loudly. Now if you kill me, nothing can stop it anymore." "So do you still want to kill me?" Jinwoo replied, "What if I kill you and deal with your whole horde of dolls?" He said in fear, "If you kill me, you will establish the system, then you will." Jinwoo smiled. "I might return to being an E-rank hunter, right? I have often wondered, if the one who established the system disappears, will this system perish?" He screamed, "If so, then even if I force you, I will." The system had now blocked the access of the system manager, and he was taken aback, not understanding why this was happening. Jinwoo gently said, "That's right, I have wondered about that for a long time. I exploited the system and seized control of the system. Your design has many flaws." Seeing this, he screamed in helplessness, and finally, Jinwoo sent him to hell with a single blow. Before he died, he said, "This is not a prediction, but a prophecy. When the towering columns of flame were erected, the death that one cannot escape would arrive." Jinwoo turned to look at him and said, "If it's tasty, jump in." The battle ended in victory. Outside the gate, everyone was standing there waiting for the results. The members of the Hunter Association have been inside for over an hour. What's going on? If our association goes in, we'll all be dead. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The hunters are coming out." All the members of the raid team appeared, looking extremely exhausted. Shahayan was worn out from the battle and needed support to help her out. The leader of the dungeon raid initially saw this scene and was frightened. The elite members of the Hunter Association are coming out looking like this? What on earth happened in a C rank gate? They were worried and approached to inquire about the situation. CEO Wu asked, "Is it the Courage Association? Please help him move the deceased." They felt a bit panicked upon hearing this, but immediately complied with the orders. Jinwoo, battered and bruised, stepped outside. Perhaps the programmer has another entity, although I haven't heard the answer, he certainly won't bother to tell me. The director over there remarked, "Nearly 20 high-rank hunters have perished. If the dungeon cracks open, I can't imagine how much more damage will occur." Hunter Sung Jinwoo, you said you wanted to block the gate yourself, right? Looking at the corpses of the high-level hunters lying before him, Jinwoo silently thought, even though I requested the Brave Guild to report on the double dungeon, I didn't expect them to call for help, which resulted in such casualties. Thanks to the Hunter Guild and the monitoring team, I am still alive. CEO Wu sighed, although S-rank hunters have been mobilized, the monitoring team still knows nothing about this incident. He speculates that it might be because the Hunter Guild proactively requested cooperation. Yet the outcome has still resulted in such a disaster. How did Hunter Sung Jinwoo know that there was a double dungeon here? Jinwoo left with a puzzling statement, "Was it this dungeon that called me here?" "That's right, I received a message summoning me here." The director remained skeptical. He asked, "Could you show me that message?" Jinwoo replied, "I'm sorry, but only I can read it." Upon hearing his response, the director thought he wouldn't joke in this injured state. "I truly cannot understand what has happened anymore." After being revived, Cha Hayan anxiously asked, "Hunter Sung Jinwoo, are you okay?" Jinwoo answered, "Yes, of course. I'm just a bit tired." Then, Jinwoo suddenly fainted, leaving everyone stunned. Hunter Sung Jinwoo. Hunter Sung Jinwoo. At the S-gate, trucks loaded with mana stones were transporting to the site. Yuri Orlov stood there, observing, 200,000 tons of mana stones, enough evil power to activate the magic array. He began to create a magic barrier around the gate and supplement the evil power, initializing the array with mana stones. After that, the magic array would automatically gather evil power, and everything would be fine. But there was something strange. The employee next to him didn't understand what was happening and asked, "Excuse me, is there a mistake?" Yuri smiled and replied, "No, the magic array is perfect. It's just that it seems someone recently." He turned to the building in the distance without saying anything further. The employee, seeing this, asked, "Tomorrow the dungeon will crack, yet someone has the audacity to be here?" Yuri Orlov smiled and then answered, "I didn't say it was a person." Sun Il Huan standing atop the building also sighed, keenly realizing, it makes sense, possessing such power is indeed a given. But it has finally begun. Everything is going according to plan, a catastrophic tragedy is about to unfold. Here, all the military and hunters were gathering, ready for battle. A hunter in a short cropped top said, "Modern guns won't work against those beasts. Do we need to mobilize more troops? If Airy Lob fails, we need to buy time for the hunters on the front lines. Get ready to attack." Another person laughed and said, "So we're just cannon fodder? Isn't that just like those on the front lines like us?" The purpose of the test was simply to check how powerless humans are in the face of disasters. Over here, Yuri Orlov was strolling along a path filled with perfect mana stones. Yuri Orlov said, "Alright, if everything is in order, I can handle the S-level gate by myself." While I would love to hear stories about a man who single-handedly dealt with an S-level gate, unfortunately, there are hunters more suitable for it than I am, so I can't be greedy. The staff member saw him pull out a bottle of wine and shouted, "Mr. Yuri Orlov cannot drink alcohol." Yuri still wore a smile on his face and replied, "It's just a little something to relieve the tension. I'll give you a performance that's one of a kind. There are a few S-level hunters waiting, right?" The staff member asked. Yuri replied, "A total of 15 people." The staff member looked worried, "That's a bit few. What's going on in America? Aren't they helping the S-level hunters in Japan?" Yuri answered, an S-level gate just appeared in the eastern United States as well. Not just Japan, it has also emerged in the UK and India. Yuri looked up at the sky with a worried gaze and said, the whole world is facing a severe manpower shortage. Suddenly, he shouted, the gate. It's opening now. Scene shift to the hospital. At this moment, Sung Jin-woo had awakened. Jin-ho, seeing this, ran in joyfully, boss. Jin-woo, bewildered, asked, Jin-ho, what's going on? Jin-ho, bursting into tears, exclaimed, why are you just waking up now? I thought you were truly dead. Who would have guessed you'd sleep for 3 days straight? Jin-woo exclaimed, have you really been asleep for 3 days? Yes, I was really worried, boss, Jin-ho replied. Jin-woo contemplated, 3 days. It seems that my fatigue has accumulated quite a bit after such a long time without rest. Moreover, the scene that the programmer showed me in my head is still extremely vivid. Wait a minute, I've been asleep for 3 days, so Jin-ho, what's the situation? Jin-ho, confused, asked back, what did you say, brother? Jin-woo repeated the question. The S-rank gate appeared in Japan. What happened with it? Upon hearing this, Jin-ho finally understood Jin-woo's question. He turned his face away, looking troubled. Switching scenes to Japan, in front of the red gate, a bull-headed beast appeared before everyone, dark energy swirling around it, producing terrifying purple lightning. This is huge, the beast that is a boss at the A-rank gate has appeared here right away? One person exclaimed. Yuri stood calmly on the side, throwing his bottle of liquor to the ground, saying, a mosquito bites stainless steel, jump in. His hand began to wield magic. The power of mana was moving around the red gate again. At this moment, the beast was surrounded by Yuri Orlov's power and started to feel troubled. Ah! Ha, who would have thought that a beast usually found only at the A-rank gate would appear here? Do you think you have enough strength to break through my defenses? Before the bull-headed beast could do anything, an even bigger hand reached out and pushed it away, witnessed by Yuri. A beast even larger loomed. The expression on Yuri Orlov's face changed, his eyes widened in horror. That colossal beast could shatter his defenses with a single blow. That was what Jin-ho recounted to Jin-woo. The hunter Yuri Orlov has failed. In the construction company office, Jin-ho's father had just woken up, looking somewhat displeased. He asked his employee, how long have I been asleep? The employee replied, you've been asleep for 23 hours and 46 minutes, sir. According to the chairman's orders, if you did not wake up after 24 hours, I was about to take you to the hospital. But first I have 2 pieces of news to report to you. 1. A patient has woken up from the eternal sleep. Upon hearing this, he asked, a patient woke up from the eternal sleep? Yes, she is the mother of hunter Sung Jin-woo. The chairman's face showed signs of exhaustion, and he sighed, it seems he still has the ability to cure eternal sleep, doesn't he? I see. What about the other news? And we have found the young lady, sir. A girl with short hair entered, her expression sorrowful as she asked, when did my father get like this? Switching scenes to the battle, Yuri Orlov, realizing he could not defeat the monster, attempted to flee, but ultimately was effortlessly engulfed by it. The military was attacking the other monsters, but their ammunition seemed to have no effect on them. The hunters were ready to engage the beasts. The huntress wielded her sword and thought to herself, if I destroy one of his eyes, he won't be able to see the movements from this side. But before she could act, the beast sensed the danger and swung an axe toward her. The huntress struggled to dodge. Why does he have such speed with a body as large as that? Truly a monster. The helicopter above announced, we are in the sky over Tokyo. The devastation was so severe that people could see clearly even from a great distance, as if they were in hell. Everyone was focusing all their attention on the hunters and praying that they could prevent this disaster. Jean observed the battle news and thought, if this continues, it will be like at the Ju Gate, the entire Asia will be in danger. I need to hurry. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Jin-woo, don't go, brother, don't go. Jinwoo turned around, his expression gentle, and asked, "Why do you say that?" The girl replied, her voice filled with worry, "Because I know you will go there." Her expression was deeply contemplative. Jinwoo felt a pang of hurt as he saw this. He stood up, ruffled her hair, and said, "No, I won't go anywhere. I've worked too much, so I will rest for a while." "Don't worry." Outside the park, the scene was empty like when he was on Jeju Island. Jinwoo summoned BR, and it immediately appeared. It greeted Jinwoo. Jinwoo heard this and immediately asked BR, "I ordered you to protect Jinha, but recently you seem to be obsessed with drama movies? I know everything, how is Jinha doing?" BR reported the situation. "Every day, aside from sleeping, there is nothing special." Jinwoo thought to himself, "It seems like she is suffering from psychological trauma. Aside from my first raid 4 years ago, she has never held herself back. What should I do?" While strolling down the street, a car blocked Jinwoo's path. At Jinho's father's company, Jinwoo asked him, "You called me here, what do you want?" He cheerfully greeted Jinwoo and introduced himself, "I am Yu Myung-han from Eugene Construction Group." He placed a check on the table and continued, "I am not the kind of arrogant person who believes that money can buy anything. Moreover, your status as an S-rank hunter makes this even more impossible. Therefore, I would be very grateful if you understand this as a token of my sincerity." Seeing this, Jinwoo realized it seemed to be a secret meeting, not to be disclosed outside, and the man didn't seem like he was trying to recruit him into the group. So, Jinwoo asked, "What do you want from me?" He replied sadly, "Actually, I am also suffering from the same illness as your mother." Hearing this, Jinwoo was a bit surprised. He asked, "Does Jinho know?" He answered, "Except for the attending physician, it's just me, my wife, and the third person is my secretary who knows about this." He replied, "So I am the fourth person now, right?" Jinwoo listened in silence as Yu Momon said, "That's right." He continued, "In the process of searching for ways to treat the disease, I discovered that there is only one person in the whole world who can awaken from eternal sleep, and that is the mother of Hunter Sung. The fact that the mother of Hunter Sung is the only one who has awakened is obviously not a coincidence, right? What I want to know from you is how you managed to cure this disease. If you help me, I will never forget the favor of today." After hearing this, Jinwoo remained silent and did not respond. The scene shifts back to the battle at the S-rank gate in Japan. The reporters in the helicopter were commenting, "It's devastating, the buildings are in ruins, the trees are uprooted, as if all traces of humanity are being erased. And what's even scarier is that they are eating people. If that's the case, if we stay out of reach, they won't attack first. So for the time being, we are safe. I have verified this through several observations. The others are scattering in all directions, while the largest one among the giants is just standing there, guarding the gate alone. Is he waiting for someone or just holding the post? Who knows the reason? This is just my personal opinion, but I don't feel like he is alive. Clearly, he is still breathing and moving normally, but I have the impression that he resembles a machine moving according to programming. What kind of machine? Even if it were a true machine, it would still be a machine capable of attacking." The reporter stated, "Out of the 31 giants that emerged from the gate, only 2 have been taken down. The gate has been open for several days now." He filmed beside him and replied, "It's been 2 days now, is there any way to stop them before this place is completely destroyed?" Jinho shouted, "Did the boss say you were going to Japan? Haven't you been following the news? This time the scale is completely different from the one at Jeju Island. I've lived all these years and have never seen a beast as big as this." Jinwoo smiled, "If successful, Jin Guild's name will be hot." Jinho's expression was a bit awkward. Even so, he thought to himself, even that guy who always believes and admires me is worried like this. This disaster, yeah, I know about it, boss. I'll go with you. Hearing this, Jinwoo was also shocked. Jinho continued, "The Red Gate incident, the case on Jeju Island, and most recently the double dungeon incident. Do you know what they all have in common?" Jinwoo listened but didn't have an answer. Jin Ho, holding a newspaper and in tears, said, "It's because I wasn't here. Boss, I can only speak up in front of everyone when I'm next to you. I know it sounds a bit dirty, but you are my pride." Those words shouldn't come out of the mouth of a second-generation chaebol. Brother. Jin Woo looked at Jin Ho with a serious expression. Jin Ho said with determination, "That's why I want to go with the boss, you have to take me with you." Jin Woo replied, "I won't stop you, but don't you remember where I was planning to go? If the boss is safe, then I will be fine too." "I trust the boss," Jin Ho said. Jin Woo smiled and replied, "Just kidding, who goes to Japan at a time like this, boss?" Jin Woo continued to walk, adding, "You're off work today. Bye-bye." Outside on the street, Jin Woo contemplated, "Even though I can't use the shadow soldiers, the one who established them is at a level close to level 100, which means there are still those stronger than me. This world is vast enough to hold numerous beings more powerful than I am. I should discard the thought that I have to step in to resolve issues. I'm not a hero or anything." At that moment, his mother was waiting for him in front of their house. She broke into a bright smile and asked, "Are you back? Ready for dinner?" At the dining table, Jin Woo did not see his brother, so he turned to ask, "Where is he?" His mother replied, "He said he didn't want to eat." The scene shifted back to Jin Woo sitting in the chairman's office, pushing the check toward him. "I'm sorry, but I can't help you," Jin Woo said. The chairman looked at this action with some surprise and asked, "Then how did the hunter's son's mother make a complete recovery?" Jin Woo shook his head and replied, "Chairman, if I knew the reason and wanted to profit from it, why would I have kept quiet until now?" Jin Woo finished speaking, stood up, and left. In the elevator, he let out a long sigh. After all, he is Jin Ho's father, but I don't know him, this famous chairman. What kind of person is he really? Does he truly have an illness, or is there some kind of scheme? I still can't determine that. The life force I have left is very limited, so I can only use it very carefully. Although the conditions offered are very tempting, they cannot sway me. If now is the time to choose everything, I would choose not to help him." Jin Woo sighed again and said, "Mom, I'm going now. Even though I know there are many stronger people than me, I can still develop my strength. And to become stronger, I must go to the battlefield." She didn't respond directly but said, "Your father, if he gets a call reporting a fire, would run off without a care, even while having a meal. You should eat, and I will prepare Jin Ha's luggage." Inside the room, Jin Ha was lying on one side and heard everything. Jin Woo entered and asked, "Hey Jin Ha, are you asleep? Let's talk a bit." The girl refused that. Jin Woo sat on her bed and felt awkward. He said, "Recently, your brother almost died." Noticing he had said something wrong, Jin Woo awkwardly turned to explain, No, it's not like that, I mean, he's always been close to dying. But this time it was really close, it's more dangerous. Anyway, I've been able to return in one piece. Every time I get home, I cherish every moment of surviving." Patting the girl on the head, Jin Woo continued, "So this time I'll definitely come back." "Thank you." Hearing these words, Jin Ha was on the verge of tears. She tried to hold it back, but she couldn't stop the tears from falling. In her helplessness, she said, "Anyway, you're going to leave." "Yeah, I'll be back soon. Don't worry, even if I'm far away, I'll still be able to protect you." The chairman of the Gun He Association was holding a press conference. Jin Woo stood in front of everyone, shaking hands with the chairman to prepare for the raid at Gate S in Japan. Jin Ho stood in front of the airport, carrying a pile of equipment following Jin Woo. While Jin Woo looked heroic, Jin Ho looked quite the opposite. Was this really the gap between the president and the vice president? At Gate S, the military began to evacuate and transport the victims from the raid. There isn't enough room to carry all the patients. We can only take 3 or 4 more. An old man nearby said, "This can't be happening, there are over 10 patients here who can't move." The soldier shouted, "This isn't the time to worry about people who might die at any moment. Those giants are coming this way. If we keep hesitating here, you'll all be dead." The doctor said, I can't leave the patients behind and go. My wife and I promised to protect the patients to the end. He sighed after listening. If you have decided that way, then I will stay too. I cannot run away knowing that the people are still trapped here. First, let's find a temporary shelter inside. As soon as he finished speaking, the beasts had already detected them. Those giants, shoot quickly. A barrage of ammunition flew toward the giants, but it seemed completely ineffective against them. Just as they were about to attack, a dark figure suddenly appeared and attacked the giant, causing it to stumble backward. The soldier yelled in horror, "What is happening?" At that moment, Jinwoo appeared beside him. "This is too dangerous. We need to move. We are too close to the hospital now." A giant stone was about to fall. The couple of doctors rushed out in a hurry. Jinho quickly caught the stone. Jinho shouted, "I will help them and wait here." Jinwoo stood in front of everyone and replied, "All right." The beasts were being attacked by Jinwoo's dark army. Jinwoo leaped off the back of a beast and descended, striking with a blow that split the giant in two in the eastern United States. One person shouted, "Sung Jinwoo has made it to Japan already? I heard that Lady Seo couldn't even unlock a bit of Sung Jinwoo's power? With that kind of strength, he is doomed for sure." Everyone here had leveled up thanks to the power of Lady Seo. Therefore, everyone understood clearly that an ordinary hunter would have limits to their personal abilities. However, it was said that he was a reawakened hunter. The guy next to him hurriedly replied, "Ha, so what? Clearly he's totally overestimating his abilities. How can a small pond compare to the ocean, expecting to match a hydropower station? Sooner or later he's going to kick the bucket. It's truly ironic. I bet my yacht that he'll be dead within a day. I'll wager 2 houses that he'll be dead in 2 days." A man in a padded coat said, "Then let's make a bet." "You guys think that, huh? I'll bet the building that the kid will survive. Moreover, we should pay attention to the S-level gate appearing here. Tomorrow the gate will open. Among those here, who knows if there are still a few survivors?" Meanwhile, a bald guy standing beside thought to himself, "This guy really knows how to ruin the atmosphere." The scar-faced guy said, "It's not the first time he's acted weird like this. Just let it be." Thomas replied, "Who knows, it might be more fun to play in Japan than in America. By tomorrow, this place will surely be lively." Back in Japan, a reporter was commentating, "Ladies and gentlemen, can you believe this scene? The summoned beasts of hunter Sung Jinwoo were defeating the giants. These beasts were frantically rushing in to devour the dying giant, leaving no opportunity for resistance. As a little girl was nearly caught by a giant, a dark shadow darted in just in time to rescue her. The giant's massive hand was severed, and the one who struck was none other than the warrior Aegris. From above, Iron plunged down with a gigantic axe, striking directly at the monster's head. The lethal blow caused its eyes to bulge before it collapsed. After defeating it, Iron let out a roar of excitement, but the scream made even warrior Aegris feel a bit embarrassed. Aegris smiled at Iron, then turned to pat the little girl on the head to calm her down. Up above, Jinwoo observed everything inside. It seemed that Iron had just leveled up, which explained such an explosive reaction. After all, things were gradually being sorted out. A nearby soldier, witnessing the situation under control, bashfully bowed his head to thank Jinwoo. "Thank you for saving." He couldn't finish the sentence before Jinwoo raised his thumb, flashing a confident smile in response. The soldier, confused by this gesture, could only stutter, "Yes. Thank you." Jinwoo then turned to Jinho and said, "Take this guy to safety." Jinho complied happily, leading the soldier away from the battlefield. At that moment, a magical aura swirled around Sung Jinwoo's body. He looked ahead, his eyes ignited with determination. He whispered, as if speaking to himself, "Well then, let's begin. Rise." At the Hunter Bureau, the supervisor reported that the city of Nagoya had been successfully captured. In the city of Nagasuga, the corpses of the slain giants were discovered. The city of Shizuoka had also been secured. All the reports left the chief commander astonished. How could this happen? He recalled Koto's remarks. The first time he met Jinwoo at the airport, just from looking into his eyes, a person who had interacted with countless hunters like him knew that Jinwoo was an immensely powerful individual. Cutting to the airport scene, the chief commander had sweated when he saw Jinwoo approaching. He stepped forward to greet him with reverence, trying to maintain his composure. "It's a pleasure to meet you. Since this is an emergency situation, I would like to get straight to the point. The giants are advancing towards Osaka. I hope you can defend and make Osaka your base." Fearing Jinwoo's strength, the chief commander still did not entirely believe that he could eradicate the giants. While Jinwoo concentrated on defense, he planned to use this time to negotiate with other countries for additional support. However, Jinwoo disagreed. Hearing this, those present were horrified. The chief commander asked again, bewildered, then, "What do you think?" A thought flashed through his mind. Could he really be planning to solo all the giants? "This can't be." Jinwoo calmly replied, "Yeah." Cutting to the current battle, Jinwoo was systematically taking down each giant. After each victory, he paused to name them with an air of nonchalance and pride. "You will be number 1, 2, 3, 4. and 5. Br hurriedly reported that he had just taken down another enemy, proudly saying, "That guy will be number 6. Jinwoo glanced at Jinho, silently thinking he needed to create more shadow soldiers to use the shadow substitution ability for faster movement. He spoke up, "Jinho, get ready. I'll be gone for a bit and then I'll be back." Jinwoo's eyes flickered with a hint of doubt. So far, everything had gone fairly smoothly, but he knew well that this was just the beginning. The shadow soldiers he dispatched across the nation NB had been assisting other hunters while also eliminating the giants scattered about with the abundant magical power they possessed. Jinwoo was confident that if the fight dragged on, the giant side definitely could not win. His shadow soldiers were not only strong but also had the ability to continuously recover, while the enemy was becoming increasingly exhausted. However, the issue lay in the fact that the SM-level dungeon gate had been activated, and that meant a series of other dungeons across the nation NB would soon follow suit. Besides the giants, lower-level magical beasts had begun to flood in and dominate the cities. This required simultaneous execution of two tasks: evacuating civilians and exterminating the magical beasts. By the 7th day after the dungeon cracked open, the scene in Nation NB had become terrifyingly apocalyptic. Jinwoo and Jinho stood atop a building, observing the devastation around them. The scene before them was rife with destruction. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, "You're here." Jinwoo turned around and nodded, "Yes, Hanakawa. There are no other hunters left here, right?" Hanakawa replied, her voice contemplative, "That's right. In Tokyo, besides me, there is no one else." She continued, "Currently, the damage situation in Tokyo has not been fully assessed." She continued, "The giants are spreading throughout the country. In total, there are 16 hunters participating in this campaign, including 6 from Nation NB, 2 from Nation TQ, 3 from Nation C, 2 from Nation AD, 1 from Nation N, and 1 from Nation A. The group was formed from 6 different hunter associations. As you know," the reporter continued, "among the S-rank hunters, those who have died include Yuri from Nation N, Hanja and Goki from the Shadow Demon Association, and Lucas from Nation C. The number of giants acting alone is very few, but each one surpasses the difficulty of an A-rank gate boss." Jinwoo listened to the situation, silently thinking, 3 S-rank hunters have perished, which means the number of lower-ranked hunters who have sacrificed themselves is certainly countless. She continued the report, "In total, 31 giants have appeared. Among them, 1 is currently crossing the sea and heading towards Nation TQ. Although there is a severe shortage of manpower for global defense, thanks to Hunter Sun Jinwoo, most of the giants have been eliminated. The remaining ones are currently being handled by Jinwoo's army of shadow soldiers along with other hunters." Jinwoo nodded after listening to the report, calmly saying, "I understand. So now there's only that one left." However, as he looked around, he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity. The city was devastated, although there was no fire burning, it resembled Demon City exactly. Jinwoo murmured, if the destruction of Demon City was a form of hint from the system, then what is that programmer trying to convey? He thought, the programmer is dead and gone. He no longer contacts me, so it's not certain that this is his real body. Jinwoo thought to himself, even if Demon City hints at what might happen in the future, I just need to stop it. My power is for that purpose. It's precisely because I don't want to be defeated by someone stronger that I continuously pursue strength, and ultimately have arrived here. In another place, Jinwoo turned to his assistant and calmly said, everyone has gathered here already. Let's get started. The assistant looked a bit confused and asked, huh? But the other hunters haven't. Jinwoo interrupted, replying, no, they've all gathered already. Switching scenes to the battlefield, 2 hunters from Nation NB had just defeated all the monsters, feeling exhausted. The female hunter sat down and complained, I'm so frustrated. The calm teammate beside her answered, no matter how frustrated we are, we've handled the situation. Think positively. She sighed and helplessly responded, I know. But. Her expression became more serious as she continued, the giants we struggled against, we nearly defeated them, yet they only focus on Tokyo. It's as if they're telling us to take care of the remaining task. It's so frustrating, and I'm talking about those summoned soldiers. At that moment, the assistant witnessed a scene of thousands of Jinwoo's dark soldiers. They stood densely on rocks and buildings, creating an atmosphere filled with pressure. BER had also arrived, leading that mighty army. Jinwoo asked, are you here? Everyone has worked hard. BER bowed his head and respectfully replied, thank you, Your Majesty. Jinwoo turned to Jinho and said, hey, Jinho, he came with Hanakawa. Let's stay away from this place. Upon hearing that, both immediately left. Jinwoo stood on the corpse of the bull-headed monster, his voice low as he commanded, rise. As soon as the command ended, the Dark Army immediately took their positions. Jinwoo stood aside, giving the orders, all troops, attack. BR stood in front, letting out a loud roar like a battle signal, leading the Dark Legion into the fray. The scene was truly terrifying, a tense battle between the Dark Army and the colossal Demon King. The Demon King remained calm, viewing the Dark Soldiers as nothing more than tiny ants. As the army prepared to engage, he swiftly shifted his position, appearing in the midst of the battlefield. He swung his massive mace down onto the ground, creating a horrifying shockwave. The ground cracked open, and all Dark Soldiers in the vicinity were wiped out. His power was truly terrifying. Just one swing of his mace caused hundreds of Dark Soldiers to vanish. Jinwoo thought to himself, indeed, a gigantic creature with tremendous strength. The mana emanating from him is overwhelming, making me want to flee from this place. But I can't let this continue. How can such a being exist? In Jinwoo's heart, 2 clear choices emerged, I can run away from him and live in peace, or I can eradicate him completely to eliminate this discomfort. The colossal Dark Soldiers continued to charge into battle. The fight was fierce, each strike stained with brutality. The giant stepped on the Dark Soldiers, treating them like ants swarming around his feet. BR, upon seeing his comrades being crushed, intended to step forward to engage in battle. However, Jinwoo raised a hand to stop him, not yet, BR. Wait. Right now, it's just wasting mana, we need to get closer to find its weak point. The giant continued to attack relentlessly, causing Jinwoo's HP to drop steadily. The Dark Soldiers kept dying and resurrecting, creating an endless loop. The boss's mana was dense, enveloping its body like a solid armor, making it confident and unconcerned about defense. Even so, there was a moment when it had to defend against an attack. At that moment, BR, Igris, and Kaisel advanced together. The 3 suddenly unleashed a fierce assault, catching the giant somewhat off guard. However, with superior speed, it easily dodged the attack. But at that very moment, Igris had unexpectedly jumped onto its body. Igris concentrated mana into his giant sword, delivering a devastating strike to the boss's body. In that moment of vulnerability, Jin Woo quickly took action, snatching away one of its eyes. A confident smile spread across Jin Woo's face. Indeed, the attack proved effective. The boss gradually lost its resistance, surrounded by the Dark Army. The situation was no longer a battle between a hunter and a monster. It felt more like a clash between monsters and monsters. Jin Ho stood above, filled with pride for his older brother. Jin Woo, at this moment, was standing on the head of the boss, continuously using the skill Rampage. One eye of the monster had been gouged out. Jin Woo shouted loudly, commanding the Dark Soldiers to continue their attack. The Rampage skill was activated non-stop, every slash raining down in succession. After a long battle, the gigantic boss finally fell. The sound from the system echoed, "The enemy has been defeated. You have leveled up." Jin Ho joyfully ran towards Jin Woo, shouting, "Brother, you truly are my brother. The gigantic boss has been taken down." However, Jin Woo remained still, a serious look in his eyes directed towards the boss. He thought to himself, the notification "You have defeated the master of the Crimson Abyss" did not appear, so this means everything is not over yet. There is no black smoke appearing, so it is also impossible to extract the shadow. At that moment, the system announced, "This is an object that cannot be extracted." Jin Woo sensed something unusual. As he prepared to attack once more, something unexpected happened. From within the monster's body, "Br suddenly appeared, Your Highness, it is I." Jin Woo was taken aback, such powerful magic that even Br could not sense it? This is truly not normal. Suddenly, the distant gate began to change. Jin Woo's eyes lit up with astonishment as he recognized the surrounding magical waves growing stronger. He immediately turned to look at Jin Ho, worried for his safety. Luckily, Igris appeared just in time, standing protectively in front of Jin Ho to shield him. A strange light emanated from the gate. That light was gradually absorbing the magic from the giants. With just magic, such a wound can be inflicted, how strange. Jin Woo had never witnessed anything like this before. He turned to Jin Ho and instructed, "Wait for me here. I will go inside the gate to check the situation a bit." Jin Ho nodded in agreement, not forgetting to remind, "Big brother, be careful." Jin Woo rushed forward, flying toward the gate. As he passed through the gate, the scenery in front of him caught him off guard. A vast palace with an incredibly magnificent corridor appeared. Just then, Ber showed up behind him, asking Jin Woo, "Do you hear it?" Jin Woo was surprised. "Ber, you hear it too?" A strange sound echoed. It was a low laugh, filled with mockery. Jin Woo frowned, thinking, the enemy has infiltrated the gate and is still able to laugh? Interesting. Let's go. Inside the palace, a gigantic monster appeared. It was chained up in a tangle, yet on its terrifying face, a bizarre smile bloomed. It laughed loudly, "Ha ha! How interesting! Look, who has come here to find me? Look closely. My lord." Jin Woo stood before the monster, a thought flashed through his mind, is this the boss? The monster saw Jin Woo, and the smile on its face suddenly ceased. It spoke seriously, with urgency, "The chains. Cut these chains for me. I know the plans of the rulers. I must hurry to report to the other lords." Its expression changed rapidly, from calm to furious. It looked at Jin Woo and growled, "Do you not know who I am?" Jin Woo narrowed his eyes and asked, "Have the rulers turned you into this?" The monster roared loudly, responding, "That's right. They intend to use me as a stepping stone to ignite the real war." Jin Woo fell silent, contemplating, "All this time, I have tried to converse with intelligent monsters. But none have been able to clearly explain the origins of themselves. Perhaps, this time will be different." Jin Woo looked at him and asked, "What exactly are the rulers?" He replied, "They are the enemies of the sovereigns." Jin Woo pondered for a moment and said, "The enemies of the sovereigns, which also means they are my enemies, right? Those guys imprisoned you here." Hearing that, he responded angrily, "Yes, I am also a sovereign. perhaps both the sovereigns and the rulers are targeting you. But right now, you lack the power to confront them. If you want to fight, you need a force. Jinwoo felt a bit confused and asked again, a force? He continued, break my seal, and I will help you. Jinwoo looked at him with a gaze full of hostility and suspicion, saying, who helps who? Monsters helping humans? Who would believe that? He smiled and said, it may indeed be hard to believe. At that moment, the system announced, the giant king, the primordial ruler Leia, has cast the skill of a truthful oath transaction. Do you accept the truthful oath transaction? Jinwoo thought for a while and then chose yes. Transaction successful. The one who casts and the one who accepts cannot lie to each other until the pact is broken. He said, break the seal for me, and I will help you. Jinwoo nodded and replied, all right, I completely trust you. Unexpectedly, Jinwoo found that he could not say anything more. That was the effect of the truthful oath, he could not lie. Jinwoo suddenly realized, so, he is different from those other monsters, so he can speak freely, right? He asked, monsters, huh? Jinwoo explained, that's the name we give to the creatures that appear from the gate. Upon hearing this, he immediately understood and asked again, so those are the inhabitants of the chaotic world, right? But I must ask you, how can you place the residents of the chaotic world and those who dominate them on the same front? Jinwoo replied, the inhabitants of the chaotic world who come through the gate are all the defeated soldiers. Having been imprisoned for hundreds of millions of years, it is natural for them to lose their identity. However, I am a king, unlike them. I can maintain my rationality. I am just waiting for the day I escape from the grasp of the rulers. And now I meet you. Jinwoo thought for a moment and then asked, are the rulers' army the ones that have wings and wear silver armor? He confirmed, indeed, they are the soldiers of the rulers. But why do the rulers continuously send monsters and beasts to our location? He continued to explain, I already told you, they are preparing for war. They intend to turn this place into a battlefield and confront the lords. Jinwoo was still a bit confused, so he explained further, the reason is very simple, they need to channel mana into your world. If calling forth northern beasts from the gate is a calamity, then mana is the blessing from that gate. Not only hunters but even ordinary people believe this. Ghost stones and ghost stones, but the material mana is the most precious energy source at the moment. But in the end, are they just a stepping stone for war? The leader continued to explain, to cultivate an unreal power, nothing is better than the blood of those who possess that power. The rulers have decided to exploit the defeated soldiers who were captured before to gradually increase the concentration of mana. That is the result achieved from the blood of magical beasts. The mana will make this world stronger, and their plan is to create a world not destroyed by war. Jinwoo questioned, so what is that war? He replied, it is the battle between the leaders and the lords. Soon, the world you live in will become a hell. There isn't much time left. If the lords and leaders find out that you and I have met, they will certainly not let it go. The envoys of the leaders might already be acting. Jinwoo calmly continued to probe, earlier you said they are aiming for me. Why is that? He replied in surprise, it turns out you really know nothing? The power you have doesn't belong to you. That power came to you because the original owner betrayed the lords. You have become an enemy of both the lord and the leader. However, I swear I will stand with you and fight alongside you. So, will you help me? Jinwoo responded, if you really just want to help me, then it is better to become my shadow soldier rather than anything else. He was slightly frightened upon hearing this. What is that? In that moment, his figure. The monster said, the leaders and lords are all formed from spirit forms. If the spirit form dies, it cannot become a shadow. Therefore, I cannot be your dark soldier. Do you have enough reasons to help me yet? Jinwoo understood the current situation upon hearing this, but his intuition felt a bit uneasy. He felt like he had overlooked something important. Jinwoo held the dagger in his hand and urged, help me break the chains. Jinwoo moved closer and asked, you will join my side, right? He replied, of course, if you help me, I will help you. This is a deal between lords. As one of his arms was freed from the chains, he secretly thought that he might have been mistaken. Jinwoo did not continue to cut the chains but asked him further, you are on the side of humans, right? Hearing this, he suddenly fell silent. Jinwoo continued, why are you silent? Is it because of the vow to speak the truth? The ghost stones behind him began to glow. Jinwoo said, the ghost stones placed behind your neck indicate that you can also hear the voice of the Lord. Kill humans, just like the other monsters. He felt exposed and roared before attacking Jinwoo. Jinwoo quickly dodged and said, maybe we never had any deal at all. With supersonic speed, Jinwoo stood before the giant and thrust hard into his chest. Saving you is too dangerous, it could turn into a disaster. He was currently dripping with cold sweat and hurriedly said, no, you are wrong. I am not a disaster, you are the one who truly is. He shouted in despair and attacked Jinwoo once more. Jinwoo quickly dodged and flew high. From above, Jinwoo dove down and stabbed him once more in the belly. He weakly said, the war between the inhabitants of your world and the inhabitants of the chaotic world, when taken prisoner, will only grow larger. This world will turn into a brutal battlefield. Surely, the things you protect will be burned to ashes by war. Jinwoo replied, I will not let you achieve your goals. With a crack, the system sounded, the master of the dungeon has been defeated. You have defeated one of the 9 Lord of Disasters. The primordial lord will take some time to process a large amount of experience. Jinwoo held the gem of that man and said, it's a pity that I can't recruit good shadow soldiers, but I'll take this back as a trophy. At this moment, the system continuously announced that Jinwoo had leveled up. Level 122. Returning to Nation HK, a man was standing in front of his house and wondered, did anyone say someone would come today? This is National Level Hunter, Christopher Reed. He greeted the 2 people on the helicopter, long time no see. Deputy Director and Mrs. Selner. I have something to discuss, could you please have everyone step outside? He turned to his assistant and instructed, do not let anyone get close to my room until those 2 come out. The assistant replied, yes, sir. Inside the guest room, Chris asked, what brings you all the way out here? If it's about the new S-level gate that has appeared somewhere, then I must clarify. I am not going anywhere. Mrs. Selner responded, we did not come because of the gate. Mr. Chris, there is a problem far more serious than that. Hearing this, he became somewhat curious, something more serious than the S-level gate? Mrs. Selner said in a grave tone, Mr. Chris, you could be killed in the near future. He was taken aback by this and slammed his teacup on the table. Madam Selner, I do not forget the favor you have done for me. However, we are not close enough to joke like that. Who did you say would be killed by whom? Seeing Chris's reaction, Mrs. Selner remained calm and continued, a few days ago, I dreamed of you. In the dream, you were surrounded by others. He yelled in anger, Madam, you traveled all this way to speak nonsense just because of that silly dream? I know what you do before you wake up. Mrs. Selner did not rush to respond, but continued, after waking, you acquired a special power different from other awakened individuals. It is precisely because you have psychic abilities. Hearing this, Mrs. Selner felt a bit saddened by the response of the person across from her. He continued to speak recklessly, I am a national level hunter, no one can kill me. Mrs. Selner gently replied, that's what I dreamed about. At this moment, he was calmer than before, saying, all right, let's just say I believe you. So who should I turn to for help? Who can protect a national level hunter like me? In the end, what can I even do? Mrs. Selner paused for a long moment before saying, there is someone who can help you. It's the hunter Jinwoo. If it's him, then he can protect you. Upon hearing this, Chris was a bit surprised. At the S-level gate of Nation NB, Jinwoo gradually stepped out. Outside, he thought, I must kill that king, that's the right choice. Even though he is sealed, his power is still overwhelmingly suffocating. If he is completely unsealed and walks out freely, at least I have realized his true nature. I must become stronger. News of him wiping out all the giants quickly spread across the world. Social media was buzzing with the question of whether a new national level hunter had emerged. But the difference compared to the situation on Jeju Island was that this time, those questioning this were not only from Nation HQ. The giant had crossed the sea but was taken down by hunters from Nation TQ. Matsumoto, the president of the Hunting Association Nation NB, then confessed. He wasn't sure if he was responsible for himself or not. At the same time, on the other side of the globe, in the eastern state of Nation M, the hunters had finished clearing level S-gate and were throwing a celebration party. The bald guy said, "I wonder if this celebration is for the completion of the level S-gate, as the government seems a bit heavy-handed, right?" The guy next to him replied, "That's true, this time seems easier than I thought." Thomas saw them and walked over to greet them. "You guys are here? Do you still remember what we bet on?" "You bet on a cruise, you bet on a villa, and what did you bet, again?" The bald guy replied, "I didn't bet anything." Thomas said, "You're wearing a fancy tie, aren't you?" He fearfully answered, "I didn't bet anything." Seeing he had teased them enough, Thomas said, "What do you think of my tie?" The assistant next to him replied, "Although it doesn't look expensive, it doesn't match that Hawaiian shirt at all." Seeing this, he took off the tie and casually threw it away. The assistant then said to him, "There's a problem, sir." At this International Hunting Association conference, the list of associations was released by the Hunting Administration. It included the Hajin Association from Nation HQ. He asked, "The Hajin Association?" She replied, "Yes, it's the association founded by the hunter Jin Woo." Hearing that, he smiled triumphantly. "So he's going to Nation M, huh?" In Nation NB, everyone was amazed by the summoning ability of hunter Sung Jinwoo. Jinho stood to the side, flaring his nostrils. It's no surprise that people are astonished the first time they witness my Hyun's abilities. At that moment, the assistant approached and announced, "Sir Hunter." She handed Jinho his phone. He picked it up. After hearing something on the phone, Jinho was a little surprised. He turned to Jinwoo and said that he had to return to Nation HQ immediately because he had something important to attend to. Jinwoo suspiciously asked for clarification. Jinho could only say he didn't know the details, but something had happened at his home, so he needed to leave urgently. The assistant informed Jinho that she would take him to the airport. On the plane, Jinho thought to himself, "My mother's voice has never trembled like that before. What could be wrong?" "No, don't overthink it, maybe nothing is wrong at all." At Incheon International Airport, the manager announced, "Young master, the car is waiting outside. Please follow me. In times like this, you need to stay strong. I will explain on the way there. It's a long story, but our famous chairman has fallen into a coma." Jinho couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Father." Seeing this, the assistant began to reassure Jinho, "You mustn't go near him. If a hunter's uncontrolled mana gets too close, it will worsen his condition." Hearing that, Jinho fell into contemplation. "Is that so? I am a useless son." The assistant said, "This is what the chairman did before he fainted. I hold on to the hope that he will wake up, but now it seems that you, Jinho, need it more." Jinho slowly opened the notebook. Inside were all the information about Jinho that his father had always collected from the newspapers. Jinho saw and exclaimed, "Truly, like father, like son. Even the habit of cutting out interesting articles is exactly the same." The manager's gaze had a hint of sadness. "He has collected all the articles about the exhibition competition, your matches, and your siblings. Even recent activities too. In fact, the chairman really cherished Jinho and had great expectations for you." Upon hearing this, Jinho could no longer contain his emotions, bursting into tears like a child. "Let's go back for now." Due to the abilities of a hunter, Jinho suddenly realized something, but seeing nothing strange around, he left with the assistant. Jinwoo stood before Jinho's father's hospital bed, slowly manifesting, "Why are you crying? Hearing you like this makes even your brother feel heartbroken." He slowly opened a bottle of elixir. Jinho's sister, as she entered the hospital, was surprised to see Jinwoo. Huh? Who is that? She stepped into the patient room and was taken aback. The chairman, who was also her father, had woken up. Jinhee, seeing her father awake, couldn't contain her emotions and began to cry uncontrollably. Dad. He asked, so I've just awakened from the eternal sleep? The two doctors standing next to him were also astonished. It's truly unbelievable. He has awakened. How would the media react if they knew about this? Jinwoo saw the hospital room light up and smiled before quietly leaving. Though it's a bit late, happy birthday, Jinho. I need to go to Nation NB to wrap this up. But when looking back, the time for the shadow exchange was still an hour and 54 minutes away. Jinwoo didn't know what to do with this 2-hour wait. Suddenly feeling this idle was somewhat boring. He didn't even have anyone to chat with but suddenly realized that Cha Haein was still there. He thought, maybe I'll go find a dungeon that has no owner? In Maryland, the hunter Chris was asleep when he suddenly sensed something unusual, so he stood up and left the room. The space was incredibly quiet. He threw the jade crystal to the ground, but he didn't hear any noise at all. He really couldn't understand what was happening. Chris shouted, "Who is it?" Recalling that morning, the vice chairman had given him the phone number of Chairman Go Gunhee. At that moment, Chris realized that he had anticipated this situation. Suddenly, a blonde-haired figure appeared before Chris, followed by two dark shadows from behind. He asked, "Who are you?" The blonde replied, "You won't gain anything if you keep fighting when humans have such an advantage." A shard of light flickered, and upon hearing this, Chris felt confused. What are you even talking about? He raised his index finger and said, "Shh, I'm not talking to you. Above your head, I'm talking to those four." Hearing this, he became furious, transforming into a powerful form like a superhero. Do you think I'm a joke? Either way, one of you will die at my hands. The four figures above seemed astonished. A holy transformation? Humans can also achieve holy transformation? Chris rushed to attack first. Die, you damn monsters! Outside the building, thick smoke and flames erupted. Shifting scenes to Nation NB, Jinwoo was sitting in a vehicle, surrounded by citizens chanting his name. Those gathered here all wished to meet Sung Jinwoo. Although not entirely accurate, it could be guessed that at least 10,000 people had gathered here. Ber appeared and said, "Your Majesty, many citizens are expressing their respect for you. The king should wave to them." Jinwoo's eyes widened in surprise as he replied, "Br, this is not the time for this." On the plane, Jinwoo said to the person sitting next to him, "What are the odds that you accidentally sit next to me on this flight? Is this really just a coincidence?" He smiled and replied, "It's an honor to meet you like this. I'm not bothering you, am I?" Here we are again. Adam, the person sitting next to him, responded, "We only met once, and you remember me? It's truly an honor to see you again." At that moment, Br spotted Adam and, filled with fear, immediately hid behind Jinwoo. "Your Majesty, it's Adam." Br anxiously said, "Adam, this time I didn't get the name wrong, he will pose a danger to you." Jinwoo turned to Adam and asked, "Wasn't the negotiation already a failure?" Adam replied, "I know, it's quite rude of me to come here without contacting you first, but I have something important to discuss with you." Jinwoo was skeptical. Is it that the S-gate in Nation M isn't blocked? Adam quickly retorted, "It's not that. We have handled that situation. You should see this first. We can't completely put it out. This isn't an ordinary fire." The video showed firefighters struggling to extinguish the flames. Jinwoo looked at the video and asked, "What is this video about?" Adam pointed at the computer and said, "If you look closely at the person standing behind, his name is Christopher Reed, the one who started this fire, and he is also a national-level hunter." Adam continued, "We had to mobilize hundreds of firefighters and 14 magic hunters just to extinguish the fire he caused. Clearly, a battle took place here. So, Chris, on the screen is his desiccated corpse. We never expected that he had perished. And here is the photo of the suspect that the Hunter Management Bureau released. Jin-woo saw the photo of his father, angering to the point of gripping Adam tightly, causing him pain. The laptop also shattered under Jin-woo's strength. Jin-woo coldly said, "If this is some kind of joke, then you better not leave here on two legs." Adam, in pain, continued, "Let go. The person in the photo is from the dungeon. We didn't think it was you." Hearing this, Jin-woo felt a bit confused. Adam fearfully explained, "His magic waves resemble the monsters that suddenly attacked our S-rank hunters." "Do you remember the explosion at the Hunter Management Bureau a few months ago? That explosion caused a commotion around the world." Jin-woo asked back, "So the perpetrator of that explosion is my dad?" He released his grip on Adam, his gaze still full of suspicion. Adam was sweating profusely but still tried to continue. "He took down our hunters and then disappeared. Although the Bureau secretly tracked him afterward, it seems he completely evaporated. We couldn't find any clues." "I understand how you feel, but clearly, he has all the elements to be suspected as the perpetrator." Jin-woo replied, "Then why did you present this photo?" Adam explained, "This is from the International Conference of Societies. In this international conference, all the famous societies in the world came together, and the higher-ups of the Management Bureau decided to issue a wanted notice. They will not conduct a secret investigation anymore." Adam continued, "The government of Nation M has lost an incredibly valuable asset, which is a national-level hunter. After this incident, they are prepared to accept any help to capture the culprit. We come from the hunter's office and hope to establish a good relationship with you. That is why I came here to inform you about this information before it is made public, even though you may be shocked to see the photo of your father at the conference you were invited to." Jin-woo thought to himself, "My father went missing 10 years ago, and now he has returned as a monster?" The assistant next to him asked Adam if he was alright, to which Adam replied that he was fine. "I'm okay, it's nothing." He said this, but it was clear he was worried. At this moment, Adam was even more surprised by Jin-woo's ability to teleport objects. It was entirely on a different level compared to the advanced magic that hunters could use to teleport objects. He thought that only national-level hunters could do this. But the person before him right now was indeed the 6th national-level hunter. Adam knew he needed to report this matter to the vice president as soon as possible. At the International Guild Conference, an important event where representatives from various countries are invited to discuss current events and future plans of hunters around the world, a few days ago, the Hunter's Office of Nation M announced the list of invited delegates, including Guild Hajin from Nation HQ. Their participation has become a hot topic globally. The only registered hunter for Guild Hajin is Sung Jin-woo, the guild leader. However, the Hunter's Office of Nation M realized that this man possesses enough power to compete with many top individuals, alongside numerous other powerful hunters. A journalist asked Choi Jong-jin, regarding the widespread discussion about Guild Hajin being invited to this year's conference instead of Guild Hunter, "What do you think about this matter?" The leader of Guild Hunter, Choi Jong-jin, stood at the podium, calmly responding, "I believe that the Hunter's Office of Nation M made a completely correct decision." Upon hearing this, the journalist seemed confused. The reporter continued to ask, however, "Do you agree that this could be considered an excessive exaggeration when Guild Hajin is essentially a showcase of just one person?" Choi Jong-jin smiled and replied, "Yes, but that person is Hunter Sung Jin-woo. If you define guild members as those who contribute in battle, then I believe that Hunter Sung Jin-woo is worth hundreds of other members." He continued, "If anyone has seen his performance at Jeju Island in the recent event, I would say Guild Hajin would not lose to anyone in this country." That guy continued, "But for Guild Hunter, who represented the Nation HQ in the annual conference, I can't imagine he would be happy to hear this news." Choi replied, "That's right, there's a bit of sadness because I can't attend this year. I even just renewed my passport, but more importantly, I feel proud. Now we have a hunter to rely on. If there's a monster that we can't handle, really, the members of my guild and I can only survive thanks to Hunter Sung. I truly feel proud of Hunter Sung for being chosen as the representative for the Nation HQ." At the end of the press conference, the assistant informed President Choi, "Sir, we have been granted permission for the portal that appeared this morning in Su Seodong. It's an A-rank portal, but after measuring, it's not actually large, quite nice. One more thing, hasn't Guild Hajin applied for permission this time?" Choi quickly replied, "That's right, sir, there hasn't been much information about them lately." Choi Jong-jin thought to himself, it has been 4 days since Hunter Sung-jin will return from Nation NB, but that dungeon destruction god hasn't reappeared with any portals. While the major representatives are celebrating, I don't feel like Baek Yoon-ho from Guild White Tiger or Lee Tae-yoon from Guild Fiend. When he finds something that makes him happy, he is no different from a fool. The assistant cheerfully added, "Moreover, our profits have increased by more than 40%, thanks to not having to compete with the Hajin Guild." Hearing that, he quickly apologized, even though no one was criticizing him. Choi asked him, "Does the guild know about this?" Choi thought for a moment before realizing that before his business was scrutinized, he had wiped out a series of gates in one day. After becoming an S-rank hunter, he continued to clear other gates in the area of other guilds. For someone, he had completely cleared the broken rank S gates in the NB Nation. It was done so lightly that it was terrifying. At the Hunter Association headquarters, Director Chul informed the president about some information related to Hunter Sung-jin-woo in the TQ Nation. The president asked, "Is it his personal information?" He replied, "No, Mr. President. They want the footage of the conquest and the related reports." The president calmly replied, "Of course, not only does the TQ Nation want to obtain the personal information of a top hunter, but why have they suddenly taken an interest in Hunter Sung-jin-woo?" The director explained, the request did not come from the TQ Nation government, but from an individual. The president asked again, "An individual?" He replied, "It is the 7-star hunter Lu Zhigang, who has shown interest in Hunter Sung-jin-woo." Here, we learn that the nation TQ does not use international standards to rank hunters but instead has their own system, with the highest rank being 5 stars. However, there is one person who surpasses them all, that is Jigan with 7 stars. The director explains that Lu Zhigang discovered a giant monster, and perhaps that is why he is interested in the hunter Sung-jin-woo, who has defeated all those giant monsters. Upon hearing this, the chairman immediately announces, "Reject this request or just send them the basic information." In Nation M, Thomas's assistant informs him that tomorrow, Hunter Sung-jin-woo will arrive here. Thomas says, "Only 1 day left, huh?" Someone walks in, and he speaks up, "There are some things I need to tell you." He slowly approaches and goes straight to the main issue, "Don't get involved with Sung-jin-woo, Huang." Upon hearing this, Huang Dong-soo sweats under the pressure from Thomas. He says he knows what happened between his brother and Hunter Sung-jin-woo. He is sure that Huang has many questions and wants to know the exact answers about what happened. However, when he is about to continue speaking, Thomas's actions stop him, rendering him silent like a puppy. Thomas orders, "You have no right to speak." The assistant beside him also thinks silently, "Shut up." Certainly, there are not many people who can exert threatening pressure on top-ranked hunters like Thomas. However, Huang Dong-soo can also create strong pressure on his opponents, yet facing Thomas, there is still a significant gap. Thomas patted Huang on the shoulder and said, "Never touch Sung-jin-woo. Go rest at one of the guild's villas until the meeting is over." "So, do you agree to my request?" Huang listened, fell silent for a moment, and then replied, "Fine." After that, he angrily walked away. The assistant asked, "Should we pay attention to him?" Thomas cheerfully replied, "No, he won't let it go that easily. Laura, keep a close watch on him until Sung-jin-woo leaves Nation M." The assistant wondered, will he agree? Thomas smiled and said, "A little discomfort in his heart is still better than death." The 2 men representing Nation D were perplexed to see so many reporters arriving. The man in black beside them explained, "Today, a very famous hunter from Nation H will be entering." And just then, that person appeared, prompting them to turn and look at Sung-jin-woo. The man in yellow spoke up, "Should we greet him? Getting to know a strong hunter wouldn't be such a bad idea, right?" However, the man in yellow stopped in his tracks, unable to move. The man in black asked, "Aren't you going?" The The man in yellow replied, "Can't you see?" His face clearly showed fear, beads of sweat forming, as he silently thought, not only did he summon beasts from another dimension, but he also brought them all out at once. The number of beasts is so great that it could face off against all of Nation M, and that's truly very rare. Jinho saw the two people constantly looking at Jinwoo and turned to ask, "Do you know them?" Jinwoo replied, "What's up with that foreign guy looking at me?" Jinho thought for a moment and said, "With all the news about the boss, he must be a fan of yours. Maybe he wants your autograph." But Jinho suddenly asked, "What about director Woo Jin-chul? Why is he here?" He explained with an exasperated expression, "I've been assigned to protect Hunter Sung." Hearing that, Jinho had a teasing expression and asked, "What did you say?" He repeated, "I've been assigned to." Jinho continued to tease, "I didn't hear clearly, who are you protecting?" Jinwoo, standing next to him, interjected, "Hey, the person who is picking us up is over there." Adam beamed a friendly smile like a beauty queen, greeted them, and asked, "I've been waiting for you, Hunter Sung." Jinwoo replied, "I heard that you were the staff responsible for the Asian region. You're white, right?" Adam laughed and answered, That was true not long ago, but now I am only in charge of Hunter Sung. Apart from Hunter Sung, the others will be taken to their resting place." Upon hearing that, Jinwoo began to leave with Adam. He instructed Jinho, "You and the department head go back to the resting place first." Jinho replied, "Yes, boss." When he noticed that everyone had left, Adam asked, "Hunter Sung Jinwoo, can you come with me?" Jinwoo remained silent, not answering. Adam forced a smile and continued, "I won't harm Hunter Sung. It's just that our Nation M Hunter Management Bureau hasn't notified Hunter Sung about our chief yet." Jinwoo asked, "What secret is that?" Adam replied, "It's just some matters that can be considered strictly confidential." Jinwoo continued to ask, "Where are we going?" Adam responded, "To the headquarters of the Hunter Management Bureau. Actually, we are in a state of emergency. Hunter Christopher Reed, who was a cornerstone of our operations, has passed away. Currently, we need to bolster our strength." Although the news of Hunter Reed's death has not been made public yet, everything is still calm. However, we are mobilizing all resources to find a hunter who can replace him. Jinwoo heard this and asked, "Am I one of the candidates too?" Adam turned on the projector and continued, "Surely Hunter Sung is aware that the value of the runestone is directly proportional to the strength of the monster it possesses. The worst disaster humanity has ever faced, the monster that everyone wants to forget, Dragon Kamish. The runestone fell from that dragon. We are still searching for its owner. What do you think about our proposal?" Jinwoo looked at the screen, suddenly feeling a bit surprised. "Let me see the picture first." Adam inquired, "Is it the picture of Kamish's corpse?" Jinwoo, astonished, asked back, "Is the Nation M still preserving its body?" Adam answered, "Yes, that's correct." Upon hearing this, Jinwoo anxiously asked, "Where is it?" "Let's go there first. In return, I will gladly go to the Hunter Management Bureau. Is that acceptable?" Adam replied with some confusion, "All I know is the information my superiors allowed me to disclose. I don't know the location of Kamish's corpse either, but if it's a request from Hunter Sung, then my superiors will likely accept it easily. I will send a report." Jinwoo calmly said, "Please wait a moment." Adam looked at Jinwoo and responded, "Well, we're waiting together anyway." After returning to the Hunter Association, Adam informed the chairman that Sung Jinwoo was on his way. The chairman asked Adam, "What about the runestone? Did he mention anything about the runestone?" Adam replied, sounding somewhat exasperated, "No, not at all." Upon hearing this, the chairman's expression became slightly displeased. Is that so? It seems he only wants to see that corpse." He continued, "I need to talk to the deputy director." Then the chairman turned to the deputy director and asked, "Did he say why he wants to see Kamish's corpse?" The deputy director replied, "It's unclear, but according to our investigation, Jinwoo doesn't seem like the type to be a casual visitor." The fact that the runestone contains an endless skill has caused top hunters to spare no expense in acquiring that stone for themselves. And skills are the source of a hunter's strength, directly tied to their life and death. Who knows, being able to see that corpse once might bring greater benefits than the skill itself. Hearing this, the chairman had some doubts. Isn't his ability not limited to the number of monsters he has defeated? Hearing this, the deputy director suddenly realized something. What if he can summon beasts not defeated by himself? Oh God, he's thinking of making Kamish his summoned beast. Upon hearing this, the director slammed the table and shouted, "Huh? If this is true, then it can't be allowed. We cannot let him have such a powerful beast." The deputy director tried to persuade him, but if we refuse his request, it will be hard to maintain friendly relations with him. Hearing that, the director fell silent, looking perplexed. "I understand now, I will personally guide him." This could be a good opportunity to directly assess his abilities in the room on the 4th floor. This is the floor that contains Kamish's corpse. The director said to Jinwoo, "Although I want to talk to you more, but you want it this way, right?" Jinwoo stood still, thinking for a moment. Building the National Hunter Bureau at the place where Kamish was defeated? Please come in. Jinwoo walked closer to the door of the room containing Kamish's corpse. The magical energy in the air still lingered after 8 years, although it had been a long time, its magic had not completely vanished. Jinwoo wondered, staring intently at the corpse, if I became a shadow soldier, how powerful would I be? The director spoke up. It killed hundreds of our elite hunters, and only 5 hunters were able to defeat it at that time. We have maintained the state as it was until now. The director pointed to the equipment surrounding them. The electricity at the Hunter Management Bureau comes from the crystal stones of Kamish. So, are you satisfied now? Jinwoo said, "Step back." The magical power began to emanate, enveloping Jinwoo's body. He slowly approached the corpse of Kamish, raised his hand, and said, "I will protect everyone, no matter what happens." Jinwoo's hand touched the glass, and the notification system rang out, extracting failed shadow, 2 attempts remaining. Jinwoo sighed with relief and continued to try. This time, he succeeded in summoning Kamish. From the dark shadow, it gradually materialized in the form of a gigantic dragon. It turned to Jinwoo and asked, "Is it you who called me?" The Death King. The ruler of darkness. Everyone present was utterly astonished. Sweat dripped from their brows as the dragon's oppressive aura filled the air. Humans are humans, kill them all. It roared, violently smashing against the protective glass. The reinforced glass began to crack, leaving the director utterly stunned. That was the glass into which the top hunters had poured their magical power. The dragon let out a roar, then concentrated its power into a fireball in its mouth. The employees panicked and shouted, "Director, get out of the way. That's Kamish breath, hurry and run." Jinwoo immediately commanded, "Stop." He looked at the dragon and continued, "The ghost stones on your head were taken long ago, you no longer need to obey the ruler." Everyone was truly surprised to see Jinwoo talking to the beast. The hunter Sung wondered, is he speaking the beast's language? Meanwhile, Jinwoo was at a loss for how to explain the situation. Kamish looked at Jinwoo and said, "So this is what it feels like to submit to the Lord of Darkness?" It knelt down to show its respect to Jinwoo. "On behalf of the dragon race, this lowly one humbly greets you." "Oh my lord." Jinwoo scratched its head and asked, "You are indeed of the dragon race?" Kamish replied, "That is correct. I am the king of Guanlong, the lord who brought me here." Jinwoo sensed immense anger from it, the essence of the shadow soldier so powerful that it made the monsters he had encountered before seem as weak as weeds. He was certain that this dragon was incredibly strong. Its tail began to wag like an obedient puppy, following its master, which astonished everyone. Jinwoo stood aside, reflecting on the Lord of Darkness, and wondered if the Lord of Genesis, one of the 9 system lords, had shown him its power. Kamish continued, "I must bid you farewell. Our meeting is fate, and parting is also fate." Jinwoo felt puzzled because the limitations of the Lord of Darkness power did not allow it to stay long. Kamish went on, "It is truly unfortunate that this lowly one cannot be by your side forever. Oh my king, there are currently 4 humans borrowing the power of the dominators. Please be cautious. This lowly one is very honored to meet you, even if just for a fleeting moment." The shadow extraction failed, and Kamish's dark shadow gradually faded away. The target's shadow had returned to the void. The opponent's time had long since run out, so extraction was no longer possible. Jinwoo apologized to the director and promised to cover the damages caused here. After that, he left in the astonishment of everyone. As Jinwoo walked away, he felt anger rising within him. He slammed his hand against the wall, causing it to crumble. At the Hunter Association, Director Jin Shul asked, "Hunter-san, why couldn't I reach you?" Jinwoo replied that he was in a place with no cell service. Jin Shul continued, "So have you met Hunter Eugene Ho?" Hearing that, Jinwoo felt slightly confused. Jin Shul said, "He tried to call you, so go outside. He mentioned that you were waiting at the Hunter Management Bureau." Jinwoo was surprised. "I was just there, what are you talking about?" Adam looked at Jinwoo with a questioning expression. The guest list did not include Hunter Eugene Ho. Director Jin Shul asked, feeling perplexed. Adam shook his head. "No way, the scavenger's hunter picked him up 2 hours ago." Adam felt puzzled. It's true that the scavenger's hunters have close ties with the Hunter Management Bureau, but they have no authority in this mission at all. Maybe I should ask them directly. The assistant inquired of Adam, "Is the scavenger picking up the vice president?" "What?" He saw that the association's assistant didn't know anything about this, so he was extremely panicked. Adam asked the assistant if Hunter's son knew about this yet. She replied that he still didn't. Hearing this, Adam continued, "He's still suspicious of the person accompanying Hunter Eugene Ho, while that hunter is just at the Hunter Management Bureau." The assistant responded that they would look into this. Adam turned to say that the hunters from the Scavenger Association would find Jin Ho, but at that moment, Jinwoo had disappeared. Jinwoo began to use his super speed to search for his junior. He realized that this time he had been negligent because previously, when saving the chairman, he hadn't kept the shadow soldiers near Jin Ho. If a situation similar to that one arose, he would find it hard to respond in time. Saying this, Jinwoo summoned a large number of shadow soldiers, and they dispersed around to find Jin Ho's whereabouts. Somewhere, Thomas had defeated a large number of hunters. He angrily shouted, "Finally, he's causing trouble." Then he continued, "Huang Dong-su, quickly find Huang Dong-su before Jinwoo finds him, at all costs." On this side, Huang Dong-su didn't know he was in danger. He, along with 2 underlings, was torturing Jin Ho. Jinwoo stood on a tall building in the city, pondering, could he be heading out of the city? But Jin Ho is also a low-grade hunter. If an ordinary person rushes to attack, Jin Ho wouldn't be easily taken down. If he was on the way to the Hunter Management Bureau but saw a car turning out of the city, Jin Ho would definitely sense it. The culprit left only one clue, scavenger. If he is a hunter from the Scavenger Guild, then it can only be Huang Dong-su, the younger brother of Huang Dong-xc. He has been waiting for me to come to Nation M for a long time to clarify the truth behind his brother's death. The only survivors from the dungeon incident back then were me and Jin Ho. Clearly, Huang Dong-su suspects that we killed his brother. I didn't expect the warning from Director Wu Jin Shul to come true. I don't regret my actions at that time, but if I had placed guards next to Jin Ho, perhaps nothing would have happened. If Jin Ho encounters any problems, then... Thomas anxiously sat in his chair, asking his assistant, "Is there still no news?" The assistant replied, "No, sir." He thought to himself, does he no longer care for his life? No, after all, Mr. Huang is an S-rank hunter, he knows the difference between himself and Sung Jinwoo. Yet he still took such risks? It seems he knows I will step in to save him. Have I made the hunters in the guild act too rigidly? Frustrated, Thomas called his assistant to inquire about the situation. She informed him that she had cooperated with the Hunter Bureau and analyzed all the routes Mr. Huang had taken over the past month. he showed signs of unusual movement a total of 3 times. Thomas ordered, "Dispatch all members of my guild to head there. I will go to Nation M." She knew it wasn't easy to explain to the people at the Hunter Management Department. If they didn't quickly find Hunter Huang Dong-su, then the president of the Scavenger Guild and Sung Jin-woo might clash with each other. They were mobilizing all of the scavenger members. The deputy director exclaimed in astonishment, "All 100 people?" Adam replied nervously, "They just cancelled the entire raid that had been planned. All hunters are moving to somewhere." The deputy director's face darkened. Mobilizing the entire scavenger guild could only be due to Thomas being behind this. It was truly unusual. What on earth is happening? In an abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city, Huang Dong-su's men were still interrogating Jin Ho. The man with the horse mane asked, "Is this okay?" Huang Dong-su replied, "I know what to do, I just need to find out one thing." He thought to himself, "President Thomas warned me not to touch Sung Jin-woo, but from the beginning, I had no intention of messing with him. Because there is another person who can answer my question. I said if he reveals what happened that day when he was with his brother, I would let him go." The only answer he wanted to hear was, "Sung Jin-woo killed him." As soon as he heard that sentence, Eugene Ho would be of no further use. One of them slapped Jin Ho's face to wake him up. Not seeing Jin Ho react, he punched him hard in the stomach, causing Jin Ho to spit blood. The bespectacled guy next to him didn't forget to compliment, "You take hits pretty well, huh?" If it were a normal person, they would have died by now. He continued to mock, "Where does this fool get the courage to stay silent like this? Brave, sure. But stupidity is not a free pass." Huang Dong-su grabbed Jin Ho's head and slammed it into the wall. "Listen closely, I have no intention of killing you. The guy laughing over there is a well-known healer. Every time you're about to meet your ancestors, he'll save you, but you'll have to suffer endlessly here. Until you tell me what I want to know. Furthermore, this place has been a shut-down site for 5 years now. No matter how much you struggle, no one will come to save you. So, are you going to spill everything now?" Jin Ho remained stubborn, responding, "Get the hell out of here." Then he flashed a mischievous smile, provoking him. Hearing these words, Huang Dong-su got angry and slammed Jin Ho's head once more. One of the group spoke up, "Mr. Huang, be careful, I don't want to be part of a murder for money." Huang Dong-su replied, "I'm still being careful. Let's stop, we should head back." Hitting like this, his parents wouldn't even recognize him. Suddenly, he turned his eyes outside and saw a figure standing silently, staring at him. "What is that? Is it true that they have recently drained the water from the dungeon? How strange." The High Orc, upon seeing Huang Dong-su approaching with a menacing aura, began to show signs of fear. He stepped forward and launched a thunderous punch weighing 1,000 kg at the High Orc. Suddenly, a voice echoed, transitioning the scene to Jin Woo's apartment. Jin Woo's mother and sister were very worried about him. BR stood beside Jin Woo's mother, whispering, "Ma'am, if something happens and the king is in danger, then no one will survive." The news on TV was updated about Jin Woo. When she saw the information, she quickly shouted, "Jin Ha, your brother is on screen." BR, seeing this, was also filled with joy, exclaiming, "Oh, the king, I felt this sensation before." The king was extremely furious in some dungeon. Meanwhile, the night group was busy cleaning up the dungeon when the subordinate of the guild leader gasped and shouted, his shadow just moved." Guild leader Park responded, "Yuntae, how many times have I told you not to mess around before going for an ambush?" He still tried to explain, "No, brother, I didn't smoke anything today. His shadow really just moved like a living creature." Guild leader Park paid no attention to what he said and quietly left. The convoy of the scavenger gang, nearly 100 people, was on its way to where Jin Woo and Huang Dong-su were located. Thomas sat in the vehicle, commanding them to stop. He gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, I'm starting to lose it." Seeing this, Thomas burst out of the vehicle like a deity. He shouted, "I'll go ahead, make sure to stick close to me." The staff looked at Thomas's figure leaving and felt sympathy. "Tomorrow we'll have to compensate for the damages to the vehicles again." At this moment, in the workshop, Huang Dong-su was continuously beaten by Jinwoo. Jinho sat by, wearing a satisfied smile. Huang was being hit so hard that blood was pooling in his throat and spilling out. Jinwoo poured a healing potion for Jinho, but it was ineffective since his life had dropped below 10%. Jinwoo's gaze was filled with murderous intent. He turned to the two others and asked, "Is there a healer? Heal Jinho." The bespectacled man, seeing Jinho, broke into a cold sweat and stammered, I don't understand Nation HQ. Huang Dong-su translated for the two men, explaining that Jinwoo wanted them to heal Jinho, then turned to greet Jinwoo. Jinwoo reiterated one last time, "Heal Jinho." Huang Dong-su gave a sinister smile and said, "Go convince my boss then." Impatient, Jinwoo tightly gripped the head of the bespectacled man and threw him far away, slamming his head against the wall, leaving him unconscious. The horse-headed man beside him gaped in shock and asked, "Huang Dong-su, didn't you say Sung Jinwoo had nothing to do with this?" Jinwoo continued to ask, "I ask you if you have any healing abilities?" As soon as he finished speaking, he was immediately crushed to the ground. Huang Dong-su entered and saw for sure that it was the guy who killed my brother. "Huang Dong-su, is it you?" Jinho, despite being heavily injured, still tried to advise Jinwoo to be careful with Huang Dong-su. He is indeed Huang Dong-su's younger brother. Jinwoo turned to instruct him to rest and said nothing more. Huang Dong-su, filled with rage, shouted loudly, "Answer me, Sung Jinwoo. You killed my brother and his teammates, didn't you?" Jinwoo calmly replied, "Go ask your brother." This statement enraged Huang Dong-su tremendously. He threw a punch at Jinwoo but was easily dodged. Immediately, Jinwoo appeared behind him and delivered a punch, sending him flying. Before he could regain his footing, Jinwoo was already above him. He proceeded to use his hands to press Huang Dong-su's head down into the ground, rendering him unable to retaliate. Thomas, who had appeared from the beginning, shouted loudly, "Stop it, Mr. Huang, I told you not to lay a finger on him." Jinwoo responded with one word, "Still." Feeling relieved, Thomas said, "If that's the case, then I'll be quick. Let him go." "If you let him go, I'll pretend nothing happened." Jinwoo replied, "What if I don't want to?" He answered seriously, "That's not a request." Seeing that, Jinwoo tossed the name Huang into the air. He thought to himself, "That's right, well done, only Thomas could intervene, hurry up and kill Sung Jinwoo for me." Thomas asked Jinwoo, "Do you know who I am?" At this moment, Jinwoo was full of anger and replied, "I don't care. I have no need to know who you are." Thomas contemplated, "Even knowing who I am, he still acts this way. We will soon find out." Thomas grew up in a poor immigrant family, with enemies all around. Heaven granted him a single talent, though just one, it could be said to be unrivaled. It was overwhelming authority. The power to dominate others. In countless endless battles, he had proven his innate qualities. And he was fully aware of how his strength could change those who had opposed him. Power, authority, violence. He ruled everything like a king through strength when a completely different form of power emerged in the world. That was the moment he seized the opportunity and became a true king, defeating all those who stood in his way, forcing those who had looked down on him to submit. Violence is justice. He knew how to deal with those who defied him thanks to his experience from previous battles. The scene shifted back to reality. Thomas was about to strike to capture Jinwoo when unexpectedly, the entire scavenger group appeared. The overwhelming power of the two strong beings began to emanate, causing everything around them to shatter. Thomas prevented anyone from entering the center of the battle. Jinwoo ordered Igris to quickly take Jinho to the hospital as fast as possible. By all means, they had to treat him. The scavenger group was soloing against Jinwoo's Dark Legion. The scene was no different from a dungeon. Thomas smirked with satisfaction. "All right, only at this level does the taste of battle emerge. This no longer concerns Huang Dong-su, there's only one way to restore my lost pride. I will kill that arrogant one." At this moment, Thomas told Jinwoo that he would spare his life if he admitted his mistake and withdrew. "If you do that, I will still spare you a life." But Jinwoo, having never backed down from anyone, flipped him off, which infuriated Thomas. Thomas gritted his teeth. You will regret missing this last opportunity. The battle officially began with Thomas's powerful roar, like a display of strength. Jinwoo and the Dark Legion advanced, the two factions clashing fiercely. The Dark Legion attacked first, and Thomas ordered to raise the shield. The warriors began to erect their shields, creating a wave that pushed the Dark soldiers away. Thomas, seeing this, lunged forward like a hungry tiger, attacking the Dark warriors. In the heat of battle, he spotted Tusk using his shield. Frowning, he delivered a powerful blow and quickly took down Tusk. Turning to him, he angrily said, "This guy can't stop me either." Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Jinwoo had already taken down several hunters. Furious, Thomas advanced towards him, but surprisingly, Jinwoo vanished. Before he could react, Jinwoo appeared from behind him, using a dagger to attack Thomas's hip, but he was unharmed. Immediately, Jinwoo received a powerful punch, sending him flying. Thomas, pleased to have landed a hit on Jinwoo, turned and roared, "Do you think my national hunter status came easy?" He raised his hand, gathering power. Magical energy gathered around him, forming a control spell that sucked Jinwoo in. He thought he could easily take down the young hunter, but things weren't quite that simple. Jinwoo activated his skill, the Hand of the Conqueror, to suppress him, causing Thomas to break into a cold sweat. No way, I can't believe it. There would come a day when I would be pinned down, unable to move. Then what was meant to happen finally happened. Jinwoo threw a straight punch into Thomas's face, causing him to spit blood and fly backward. Thomas struggled to regain his balance, but immediately, Jinwoo appeared in front of him and threw another punch. What were you saying? Feeling the difference in strength and meeting your ancestors? After 7,749 punches from Jinwoo, Thomas was genuinely furious. He began to empower himself. The association's hunters' vehicles were racing down the road to find Thomas. Everyone was anxious because the battle was ongoing. One man said, "Brother, at this point, you should explain to me what's going on." Adam, with a grim face, replied, "There's no time to explain everything in detail right now." Another asked, "What has happened?" "A normal person like you might not feel it, but if this continues, we might end up losing our lives." At that moment, Jinwoo realized that 4 out of 5 national-level hunters had survived the raid on Kamish, and 4 of them had borrowed the power of the Dominator. Thomas was one of them. Thomas stood still, then used an incredibly strong force to slam down on the ground, causing it to shatter into pieces. That attack halted Jinwoo's assault. The overwhelming power made him sweat. He continued to use a binding skill towards Jinwoo, a flow of energy resembling a black hole that could suck everything inside. The Dark soldiers near that area could not resist and were drawn inside. The power was so great that even Jinwoo had to be cautious. If it weren't for the power of the ruler, Jinwoo might have also been pulled in. He stood high above looking at Thomas. The man declared that this time he would definitely not miss. After that attack, all the hunters in the association had fainted due to the overwhelming pressure. Thomas charged upward towards Jinwoo in a frenzy. Before he could launch his attack, Jinwoo kicked him away. Not giving up, he used a suction technique to draw in Jinwoo, but the boy used the hand of the ruler to resist. Seeing Jinwoo's actions, Thomas guessed that he wanted a direct confrontation, so he gladly accepted. He enhanced his arm and punched Jinwoo. The 2 punches started to be exchanged, and it was Thomas who fell. He cried out in pain. Jinwoo approached from a distance and continued to attack. Thomas intended to resist but was dodged by the boy. Another knee strike to Thomas's face made him waver. At this moment, all the hunters from the association had arrived. Everyone was astonished and shouted, "Oh my God, the magic is so strong, what kind of monster is fighting? It's dangerous, we should prepare to leave." 2 people outside began to comment on the situation inside. One asked, "Did I just see correctly?" The other replied, "Yes, it was Thomas Andre." "What do you think we should do now?" Adam replied, "What else is there to do? We have to stop them. Thomas is being beaten to a pulp by Jinwoo. Thomas lay on one side, enduring the blows, secretly thinking, is this the power and speed of a hunter? Have I lost? No way, it can't be like this. He intended to sneak attack Jinwoo but was blocked by him, and then received another punch to the face that shattered the armor surrounding Thomas. The overwhelming force against his opponent was the only proof of Thomas. He shouted, I am Thomas, I will not be taken down so easily. Jinwoo responded with another elbow strike to his face, coldly saying, I already told you, I don't care. Adam stood outside, eyes wide, shouting, Hunter-sung Jinwoo, please stop. At this point, Jinwoo had lost his rationality and seemed unable to stop. Thomas had been beaten to the point of unconsciousness, and as he was about to receive the finishing blow, he weakly cried out, I lost, I truly lost. Adam stood beside, eyes wide open in disbelief. Thomas, who was regarded as the undefeated champion of the world, had been beaten down like this. How many people in this world could make him end up this way? No, it should be asked whether there exists anyone capable of doing so. If this were to get out, the world would be thrown into chaos. Adam immediately ordered the healer to quickly restore Thomas. Healer reported that Thomas's bones were completely shattered, and there was severe bleeding as well. It would be a bit difficult for him to recover alone, so everyone needs to help. But fortunately, only a national-level hunter like Thomas could withstand such serious injuries. If it had been someone else, they would have died 10 times over. The event ended without any casualties. Adam held his face in frustration, but this was still very fortunate. Hunter Hwang Dong-soo no longer breathed, his heart had stopped beating, and I couldn't see Hunter Jinwoo anywhere. Switching scenes to the national HQ, Jinwoo stood on a building and pondered. He had switched places with BR, and it had been a long time since he returned to the national HQ. Now before him was Cyan. At this moment, BR was probably doing his best to take care of Jin Ho and Nation M. This shadow soldier was Hwang Dong-soo. He asked Jinwoo to give him a name. Jinwoo turned to him and said, you died out of greed, so I'll call you Greed. How's that? Do you like it? Hwang Dong-soo replied, thank you, Your Majesty. Jinwoo ordered him to start banging his head on the ground. The next day, at the International Hunter Conference, Jinwoo was gradually moving inside. The deputy director said, it seems that the fight between the two of you has reached the press. It seems that today it will be difficult to avoid the eyes and ears of the media. He turned to look at Jinwoo with a dim gaze. This man had single-handedly wiped out the scavenger guild. He continued, I have confirmed the testimony regarding the actions of Hunter Hwang Dong-soo. I will clarify this issue with the Hunter Management Bureau. Jinwoo did not respond. He only thought that he did not want to care about Hwang Dong-soo anymore. The purpose of his visit to Nation M was singular, that was to resolve all the uncertainties, and once everything was clear, there would be nothing left to do here. He extended his hand to Jinwoo and said he would translate the conference today for him. Jinwoo stepped in, greeted by the fearful gazes of everyone. They whispered among themselves, is that the hunter from Nation HQ who nearly beat Thomas Gok to death? It seems that he also played a crucial role in the gate incident in Tokyo as well. He is strong enough to wipe out Thomas. A person capable of dominating other hunters like a king. It's hard to believe. An old man with silver hair stood up to speak. Hello everyone. I am Dr. Belzer. I am sure everyone knows that the number of gates appearing lately has surged, and powerful monsters have been emerging one after another. But perhaps most people are unaware that many unusual activities have been detected in the air. Numerous reports have indicated that the magical energy concentrated in the atmosphere has been increasing significantly. However, I would like to use another name to refer to this magical energy before we find other definitions for it. I think we should call it Magosphere. He continued, do you all know that the Magosphere has appeared in the skies of numerous countries? We have observed this phenomenon in a total of 9 locations. Among all the locations, the most concentrated presence of the Magosphere is here, in Seoul, the Nation HQ. Upon hearing Nation HQ, everyone was astonished. All eyes turned to one single person, the hunter Sung Woo. Seeing the situation, the doctor addressed everyone, "There's no need to look at Hunter's son like that. If the creator of the magosphere in the sky is him, then he has completely surpassed the level of a hunter." Jinwoo, hearing about the 9 locations, began to suspect, could it be related to the number of lords? The professor continued, "Since we do not know the cause of this, we cannot do anything to resolve it. However, just because we cannot handle it does not mean it should go unaddressed. The world may once again face a significant change." The director asked him, "Dr. Belzer, the speech has concluded. Now it's my turn." The director stood at the podium and said, "I have an urgent matter to announce to all the hunters present here today. And my heart is heavy as I have to share this news. About 2 weeks ago, the national-level hunter Christopher Reed was assassinated by a group of anonymous assassins." Upon hearing this, everyone began to murmur, whispering, "Hunter Christopher Reed, the national level? No way, this must be a joke. The only one who can kill a national-level hunter can only be someone with equal power. Could it be the one who attacked Thomas yesterday?" Everyone in the hall once again looked towards Jinwoo. The screen displayed the corpse of Christopher Reed. "The news of Christopher Reed's death will be announced tomorrow. Listen carefully and do not misunderstand." The director said, "We suspect that an individual has committed this crime. The suspect is S." The image of Jinwoo's father now appeared on the screen. "So, the culprit is not Jinwoo. Did you defeat Thomas?" One person in the hall questioned. However, the face of that Asian man looked very much like someone sitting here. The 2 men in front were sweating, and no one dared to turn their faces to look at Jinwoo. They assumed that any Asian person looked alike, but no matter how he looked, Jinwoo still could not understand. Jinwoo pondered, the dungeons are the territory of the rulers. He did not know why the rulers brought a monster that resembled his father here. Perhaps this was related to what Kamish had said. The director continued to speak, "This man was found at a gate in Nation M. He is said to be a monster with the ability to speak human language. Furthermore, we requested the assistance of the S-rank hunter Hwang Dong-soo, who can speak Korean, to lead the interrogation. But he subdued Hunter Hwang Dong-soo and the hunters of Nation N, turning the Hunters Association headquarters into a sea of flames. The villain is strong enough to take down Hunter Hwang Dong-soo, who holds an important position in the main force of the Scavenger Association. Powerful monsters that take on human forms like him are extremely dangerous. The one who escaped from the dungeon likely joined forces with others to take down Hunter Christopher Reed. This is the conclusion that we, along with the Hunting Association, have drawn." Jinwoo overheard the conversation between his father and Hwang Dong-soo. He warned Hwang Dong-soo never to set foot in the Nation HQ, "Not because of my son," he said, "but because of you. If not, you will never be at peace. Even in death, you won't." Then Jinwoo appeared and reported exactly what he suspected. That person is indeed his father. The director continued to speak, "We were planning to request support from all associations worldwide to capture Suspect S and hope that everyone will contact us at Nation N if they discover him." One person in the audience stood up and asked, "Is there any evidence that Suspect S is not human?" The director replied, "The magical energy he radiates perfectly matches that of a monster." The next question was raised, "We have been informed that he said he is a lost human in the dungeon. Is the hunter he described real?" The director answered, "Yes, that person is real." Someone else asked, "Then why do you not reveal the identity of that hunter?" The director sighed and said, "Because that person is related to one of the hunters present here, we decided not to disclose that information." Are there any more questions? Lu Gang raised his hand, "Don't you think so?" "Chairman, I will speak frankly. What is the connection between that monster and Hunter Sun Jinwoo?" The director sighed deeply and replied, "If Hunter Lu wants to know, then we have no other choice." Lu Gang asked Jinwoo, "Hunter Sun Jinwoo, if the suspect S is indeed your missing father and other hunters continue to hunt him down, what will you do?" Jinwoo coldly responded, "Hunters hunting monsters is not wrong. And if he truly is a monster, then I will handle him myself. But if he is not a monster but actually my father, He said, I will protect my family, even if it means becoming an enemy to every hunter in this world. In the hallway before the conference room, Adam asked, Jinwoo, do you have any ulterior motives? What you just said. Do you really dare to say that in front of 500 of the strongest hunters in the world from 120 different countries? Perhaps there are only 2 hunters in the world, including you, who would dare to be so reckless. Jinwoo frowned slightly and asked back, who is the other one? Adam replied, he is in the hospital. Oh, in about a minute there will be a banquet. The Hunters Association has been very dedicated in organizing it, so if you're not too busy, please join us for dinner with the other hunters. As they entered the banquet area, they saw Lu Di greeting them. Adam quickly translated, Lu Bao said that he just defeated a giant monster that you let slip away on the coast of China. Jinwoo was surprised and turned to Adam to ask, do you even know Chinese? With a very proud expression, Adam replied, I am in charge of the Asian region. I can speak quite well in most Asian languages. So please, let me continue translating. He said, through Adam's interpretation, he mentioned he was very surprised to find that the giant monster was stronger than he thought. And that things became even harder when the battle took place on the water. He said since then, he has wanted to meet you and is very curious to know what kind of hunter can easily defeat such strong monsters. Lu wants to shake your hand. He also said he is very happy that you taught Hunter Thomas a lesson. He translated, he said he was sure that Hunter Thomas was lost. Jinwoo frowned slightly, your impression of Lu is that he is a man who complains a lot, but in fact, he is quite interesting. As Lu Bao walked away, Adam continued to translate, Lu Bao hopes the suspect S is not someone related to him. He doesn't want to have to fight with Hunter Sung. It seems he doesn't mean any harm. At that moment, the director called out to Jinwoo from afar, can you give me a moment? That evening, Madame Seo was also present. She cheerfully greeted Jinwoo. Jinwoo felt confused, not knowing why she wanted to meet him. Yes, I didn't think the lady would want to see me, Jinwoo replied. Madame Seo gently said, recently, I have been dreaming the same dream every day. I dreamed that the top hunters are being hunted. And a few days later, that dream comes true. Jinwoo frowned slightly and asked, isn't it the same for Christopher? The director interjected, his expression serious, we warned Christopher, but he refused to listen. You already know what the outcome was. Madame Seo sighed, her face filled with sadness, the strongest hunters protecting this world will continue to die slowly. The one who has been hunting hunters will not stop. Jinwoo remained silent, then spoke, so you want to warn me to be careful, right? The lady shook her head, denying, no, I want you to protect all the other hunters. In that recurring dream, I tried to remember the faces of those men, but it was all in vain. She said, that's why I used a different method. Seo Madam spoke, her voice contemplative, I tried to use my powers to confirm the identities of those individuals. Jinwoo anxiously asked, so did you think of me at that time? Yes, Seo Madam nodded. The boundless power within those beings. I had to awaken right after touching its face. When I touched it, I still vividly remember its voice. What did it say? Jinwoo pressed, his gaze sharp. Seo Madam reflected, her eyes growing serious. It said, go back and wait patiently for the war to break out. Jinwoo frowned slightly. Thoughts raced through his mind, the battle between the rulers and the emperors that the giant king mentioned. If so, which faction does the one hunting hunters currently belong to? But what does that have to do with her request to protect the hunters? Seo Madam replied, her voice calm but full of meaning, because that power is similar to the power I saw within you. Jinwoo fell silent, contemplating, Madame Seo must have seen the power of the Emperor of Darkness within me that day. So the power she sensed from the hunters is indeed the power of the emperors. The director continued, interrupting Jinwoo's thoughts, they are even stronger than the power of the hunters to be able to thwart them. We need a hunter with equivalent strength. He paused for a moment, then continued, in fact, we were skeptical about whether we could protect the other hunters besides you. But after witnessing the battle between Hunter Sung and Thomas, our thoughts changed. He looked at Jinwoo, his gaze serious. Of course, we do not expect you to help unconditionally. If you wish, we can offer you both treasures and top stones. He continued, his voice contemplative yet resolute. This world has hunters who have received powerful blessings. They have protected this world with their own strength. If they disappear, this world will not be able to resist anymore. Jinwoo remains silent. After a moment, he softly said, I'm sorry. The director asked anxiously, are you still holding a grudge against Thomas? Jinwoo shook his head and replied, not that. The reason is that I still don't know who the enemy I have to fight is. After that, he stood up and bowed politely to indicate he was leaving. Adam watched Jinwoo's figure fade away, feeling a deep gloom in his heart. He recalled Jinwoo's words, even if the whole world turns against me, I will definitely protect my family. Just when he thought Jinwoo would actually leave, unexpectedly, he stopped, turned around, and said to Adam, could you please provide me with the list of hunters I need to protect? And please prepare for me to meet them as well. Upon hearing this, Adam couldn't hide his joy. It was the last day of the International Hunter Seminar. The banquet for the hunters, hosted by the Hunter Management Department, took place in a lively atmosphere. Everyone at the party was having a great time, filled with laughter and chatter. In the crowd, Jinwoo approached Jinho to check on his health. Jinho raised his hand, beaming with a smile, indicating that he had recovered. When he learned that Jinwoo had faced off against Gorilla Thomas because of him, Jinho was so moved that he almost teared up. In another corner, people were gathered to discuss Jinwoo and Jinho. They chatted while wearing bright smiles like friendly beauty queens, greeting everyone. This guy is the owner of a business specializing in monster processing. He wants to buy the giant monsters that Jinwoo has captured and asks, Jinwoo, can you spare me a moment? Jinwoo calmly replies, I'm mostly just responsible for gate cleaning. As for business, that's the vice president's job. Jinho steps up, introduces himself as the vice president, and then goes aside with the man to discuss business. Watching them, Jinwoo can't help but think to himself, that guy is really the vice president now. Not long after, Adam arrives and hands a stack of papers to Jinwoo. He says, this is a list of hunters that need your protection. They are the top 10 scorers here. Jinwoo takes the list, scans through it, quickly realizing it's prioritized by importance. He asks, if it were me, where would I rank on this list? Adam chuckles lightly, replying, if we count the record of handling the giants, you would probably be ranked 3rd or 4th. Jinwoo reads each name on the list carefully. He thinks to himself, what a hassle, do I have to memorize all of them? I should probably have my shadow soldiers keep an eye on them. After all, this is a great opportunity to do so. Through these hunters, I can reach the emperors, find out who is the enemy, who is the ally, and how to engage them. While Jinwoo is deep in thought, a heavy-footed sound echoes. A large figure appears. It is Thomas Andre. CEO Wu intends to step in to stop the two, but Jinwoo raises his hand to signal that there's no need to worry. Thomas stood in front of Jinwoo, his serious gaze fixed on him. He said, I just want to ask one question. My arm has endured an immense amount of magic, making it so that no healer, no matter how hard they try, can completely heal it. The doctors have said the same. Right now, it is gradually recovering, but to heal fully will take a very long time. That day, you could have wiped out all of my members, yet no one died in the battle, except for Mr. Hong, the one who caused it all. Why did you spare us? Jinwoo replied calmly, his voice unwavering, because you did nothing that deserved death. Upon hearing this response, Thomas fell silent for a moment, then nodded, his eyes betraying a hint of respect. He said, I understand now. I will organize a grand funeral for Mr. Hong. I hope you can attend. Even though he committed a capital offense, I still ask for your forgiveness for him. Also, after my arm heals, let's have a meal together. Thomas raised his broken arm as if to emphasize his promise. Before leaving, he turned back and said, if you could give my manager your contact number, I will reach out to you later. At this moment, Thomas's manager bowed to Jin-woo and spoke respectfully. Our president just wanted to thank you for not harming our members and sends his regards to you. Though he seems like this, he is actually quite shy. Another hunter present there, feeling slightly awkward, said, though it might be a bit impolite, could you give me your contact information? The president wants to thank you. If you need anything, just let us know. Our president is very competitive, so if he can't repay the favor, he won't be able to bear it. She said, you can say anything you want. Upon hearing this, Jin-woo was somewhat surprised. He thought for a moment and replied, thank you? Then. A dagger, please. She bowed her head to thank Jin-woo before leaving. When Adam was about to take Jin-woo to meet the 6 designated bodyguards, Jin-woo stopped him, no need. But why don't I see the person in the 6th position? Adam looked at Jin-woo, astonished, his voice stammering, how did you know? That person cut off contact with us just a few days before the seminar. I even went to the Brazilian government but couldn't find any trace. At this moment, Jin-woo frowned, his gaze pensive. He realized that person has been hunted. At the Korean Hunters Association, Chairman Go-gun he placed his hand on his chest, sighing in fatigue. He muttered, strange. Lately my heart often stops beating. It's not new that my heart isn't working well, but the situation has worsened significantly recently. Have I really reached my limit? The doctor said if I don't retire, I'll die within 6 months. But I've tried to extend it by 1 year, 2 years. Until now. It seems reaching my limit, I have no choice but to give up. I can't endure any longer. Suddenly, the phone rang, interrupting his train of thought. He picked up the phone, speaking gently, is anything happening today? From the other end came a familiar voice, hey, what could possibly be happening? I was just planning to head back. Chairman Go intended to respond further, but suddenly he sensed something very unusual. His body jolted up in reflex. At that moment, a goblin appeared. A wicked smile spread across its face. Chairman Go stared at the creature before him, filled with suspicion. He was unsure whether he could communicate with it or not. Chairman Go-gun he did not sense his presence at all, which made him realize that this person was not easy to deal with. He sneered, his tone full of disdain, this place has been completely cut off from the outside world. As soon as the words left his mouth, a sharp icicle suddenly pierced through the chairman's shoulder. The pain made him groan softly, but his gaze remained resolutely fixed on his adversary. The demon smiled coldly, that pain surely isn't a dream, right? At that moment, Go-gun he understood that he was facing a harsh reality. He gritted his teeth and asked, who are you? He smirked, his eyes full of mockery, though I had hoped you'd figure it out on your own, it seems you were just a mere human after all. He strolled forward languidly, his voice teasing, I have no interest in killing the weak. Show yourself, shard of light. Would you mind if I destroyed this body? But without your power, this body would have expired long ago. If you continue to hide out of fear, then I won't say anything more. Immediately afterward, a beam of light shot from his hand. In an instant, the shard of light residing within the chairman's body finally revealed itself, illuminating the dark space brilliantly. Chairman Go-gun-he, empowered by the shard, effortlessly blocked the attack with one hand. He smirked and spoke with an imposing tone, you have separated the room of the chairman and imprisoned it in another space. Not bad. The demon smiled slightly, his expression full of arrogance, I have been searching for you for a long time. Who would have thought that you would be trapped in such a decrepit and old body that you cannot utilize your power? We have pinpointed the location of 7 of you. 2 of those shards have been destroyed. This face. I want to see the confused expression on your face when everything fades away. Now, I can destroy this body without any regret. Chairman Go shouted angrily, if you're good, come here and see. The Ice Emperor, with a cold aura now enveloping the room, laughed and said, are you dying? How naive, a being who borrowed the body of a human like you and I, do you really think you can touch even a single hair of mine? Two streams of golden and green magic began to collide, creating an atmosphere full of tension. The emperor used some skill, causing ice to quickly surround Chairman Go, inflicting excruciating pain. Despite the agony, Chairman Go used his head to smash through the wall of ice and then punched straight into the emperor's abdomen. He quickly created a sharp icicle to stab Chairman Go's face, but he managed to evade. Chairman Go turned around and delivered a powerful punch towards him, but the emperor countered by freezing that attack. The two rushed at each other, fighting furiously. Chairman Go realized his body had reached its limit, but while he was still able to move, he decided to unleash a finishing blow. He roared a shout and launched a strong attack towards the emperor. The emperor intended to block the blow with his hand, but the force was too great and sent him flying backward. At this moment, Chairman Go's body had become exhausted. The emperor, seeing this, smugly asked, "Is that the limit of your body? Truly a piece of trash, isn't it, fragment of light?" As he finished speaking, he vanished from Chairman Go's sight and suddenly appeared right in front of him, catching him off guard. Without time to react, he threw a punch through Chairman Go's abdomen, causing him immense pain. The emperor continued, "How long will it take for you to find a new body? A year or two? Meanwhile, our army has arrived. But with this situation, it seems that before your soldiers arrive, this world will have met its end." He continued, "Protecting the residents of this world is your mistake. You must think of us as trivial opponents that you can easily eliminate with one eye closed, right?" Chairman Go grasped the iceberg in the hand of the emperor and laughed loudly. "Ha, do you really think I've been wasting time trying to fight you? Just as you've given me a surprise, you've also introduced an unexpected variable." Chairman Go unleashed a powerful strike outward, shattering the barrier of the emperor. The emperor, taken aback, looked outside and asked, "Is this what you've been trying to achieve? Even if you do this, nothing will change." At that moment, Ber unexpectedly entered from outside. The weak soldier, merely a humble resident in a chaotic world, couldn't do anything against him. Suddenly, the ant disappeared, and the goblin understood the situation and stepped outside to stop it. With a flash, Jinwoo suddenly appeared, blocking the attack from the goblin. He tightly gripped his throat and asked, "Who are you?" The goblin, with a fearful expression, saw the dark soldiers within Jinwoo's shadow and hurriedly asked, "Emperor of Darkness, why haven't you contacted us even after gathering such a large number of troops?" Jinwoo recalled the last time he extracted the failed shadow of the Ice Emperor, hence his slightly displeased expression. The Ice Emperor smirked, saying, "So you are the variable that he mentioned." He opened his mouth, filled with a foul odor, took a cold breath that froze Jinwoo. The frost wrapped tightly around Jinwoo's arm, gradually thickening to form a massive ice wall. "An elemental mage, huh?" He summoned a dagger in his hand and broke through the ice wall. The Ice Emperor said, "Stop it, I'm not here today to gamble with my life. You're here to save that human, right?" Upon hearing this, Jinwoo thought to himself, "Human? That guy is the one who injured the association president." Jinwoo was shocked as he looked up at the building. He saw President Go, lying collapsed on the ground above. The Ice Emperor extended his hand, forming an arrow. "Choose, fight me or save him." He flashed a wicked smile and quickly launched the arrow towards President Go. Seeing the urgent situation, Jinwoo used the hand of the ruler to absorb the arrow. However, the system notified him that the enemy's magic was resistant to the power of the ruler. With no other choice, Jinwoo leaped upwards to catch the arrow. He threw the dagger forward and then teleported to block the arrow's trajectory. Taking advantage of the opening, the Ice Emperor swiftly fled. He created a portal, preparing to escape. Jinwoo summoned daggers from his space to attack him. The Ice Emperor was hit, but it wasn't a fatal blow, so he managed to escape with his life. Before leaving, he angrily said, "A kiddo who only plays the role of a container managed to injure me?" He said, "Well done, Ice Emperor, I will wait until the darkness within you opens up once again. For now, allow me to take my leave, feel free to turn that man into your dark soldier. That is my gift to you, so please accept it." Jinwoo pondered, is it because of his barrier that I didn't feel anything until it reached this point? Damn it, his condition can no longer be cured with healing potions. Jin Woo shouted, "Br." It responded instantly, appearing, "Did you call for me, my liege? By all means, save him for me." Ber began to heal but said, "My healing ability is ineffective." Jin Woo held the holy water of life in his hand, intending to heal the chairman. Suddenly, the chairman weakly raised a hand to stop him. "Stop it. You've come, thank you." Jin Woo panicked and said, "Wait a moment, I will take you to the hospital." Upon hearing this, he refused. "The attack of power has struck, I am not someone who can be cured. This time I have touched the will of the great existence. Their plans, our remaining enemies. The things that must be done, how fortunate it is that you are here. I did not expect you to possess such power. Thank God. The gates and dungeons were not created for them, but they made a choice to protect us. At some point, the time will come for you to make a choice. When that time comes, stay on the side of humanity. I also want to fight alongside the youth like you. But from the very beginning, with this body of mine, that is impossible." He said, "Nevertheless, I no longer regret anything now, for I can pass it on to the younger generation like you. Thousands and thousands of times of breathlessness signal that I have little time left, but perhaps my heart still beats without stopping. It is to meet you, yes, to meet you, how fortunate. Thank you, thank you." Tears streamed down his aged cheeks as his arms gently fell to his sides. The barrier gradually dissolved. That day, it rained heavily. The autumn rain came with a chilling breeze, bringing countless hot news flood to the headlines. The news of the great hunter Jonas from Brazil being found dead unexpectedly beside a river nearby, and the news of the president of the Korean Hunters Association being brutally murdered with a puncture wound in his chest. Along with the news that hunter Sung Jin-woo had returned to Korea, the great hunter Jonas and even the president of Korea had perished. As the deaths of these top hunters were continuously announced, the world plunged into a great crisis. The global media continuously reported the demise of the three great hunters, and the Hunter Management Bureau had to issue a related statement regarding this incident. Ordinary people were protected by the hunters. So who would protect the hunters now? The deaths of the world's high-ranking hunters, this was a fear that had never emerged until now. At the funeral, a sorrowful atmosphere enveloped the place. Jin Woo turned to CEO Woo Jin-shul, asking him if he was alright. He answered sadly, I'm sorry. I've been a bit busy lately. The monster has killed the association leader, and even Hunter Sung's strength couldn't stop him? By the time I arrived, it was already. He helplessly looked up at the gloomy sky. I still can't believe it. Just the day before, he was talking about wanting to hear about things in America and urged me to return quickly, and how could this happen? Thank you for protecting the association leader until the end. Jin Woo silently responded, No need for that, because I will kill him. The monster who killed the association leader, I will definitely kill him. At that time, I will accept your thanks. Tears mingled with the raindrops on Jin Woo's face. He said to CEO Woo, Can you call a reporter to help me? After the death of leader Gun-hee, even in the atmosphere of despair, reporters gathered at the press conference. Jin Woo spoke, Currently, there is a group of highly intelligent monsters targeting the world's top hunters. They are stronger than any hunters in Hinst, and they will stop at nothing to find ways to kill the hunters. Someone in the crowd stood up and asked, Is the group of monsters you mentioned, does it include the monster that killed association leader Gun-hee? Jin Woo replied solemnly, Before they attack hunters, those monsters will use magic to block space to isolate their targets. Therefore, those who think they might become a target should stay close to colleagues who can support and protect themselves. Jin Woo recalled the words of that monster. He claims to be the Ice Emperor. Emperor is similar to Emperor of Darkness. No matter how skilled a hunter one is, they cannot deal with beings like that. However, if you do not have colleagues who can support and protect yourselves, please contact me through the Korean Hunters Association. The battle between the emperors officially begins here. In some dungeon, a group of emperors had gathered. The Ice Emperor announced, The Emperor of Darkness has arrived on Earth. Did he not say that no body is strong enough to contain his power? The Dragon King also could not stay on Earth for this reason. The Ice Emperor said he had witnessed with his own eyes that Jinwoo would become a threat to them even greater than the fragment of light. He stated he would eliminate Jinwoo and asked if the others could assist him. A blonde member of the group spoke out, fighting against him will only lead to death. This opponent is one of the 9 sovereigns ruling the chaotic world, and moreover, he is the strongest. Should we wait for the Dragon King of Destruction? The Iceman replied, even if we are fugitives, we are still the monarchs. Then how long do you plan to wait for the Dragon King? If we want to eliminate him, now is our opportunity since he is still human. Help me, I will take responsibility and send him back to the void. Upon hearing this, the blonde member retracted his statement, while another showed hesitation. He did not want to be like Baron, the one in the fur outfit who always mocked, "You truly are a coward." The blonde-haired person said, "You don't know what happened to Baron after he was defeated, do you? I don't want to be controlled by the power of the Emperor of Darkness and wander in eternal rest. But he can't control souls like us." The other replied, "It seems that the one who established the system and the Emperor of Darkness have teamed up. So it looks like we could be fakes too, huh? I don't want to be a toy in his world." After saying that, he walked away. The Beastman turned to ask the Ice Emperor if he had any evidence proving Jinwoo was human. The Ice Emperor replied, "That guy poisoned the dagger. This isn't something the Emperor of Darkness would do." A woman in the group spoke up, "So he's a poisoner?" Clearly, if the Emperor of Darkness was controlling a human body, he wouldn't use that tactic. Seeing this, the Ice Emperor asked, "Will you stand by my side? I will help you kill the Emperor of Darkness in Seoul." At that moment, it was pouring rain. The sound of the press conference rang out, "I hope you all think carefully. Who will protect your lives when an S-rank gate appears here? Even if you pay hundreds, thousands of times the amount you spent on buying your house, it won't save you." As Hunter Sung Jinwoo fought against the ants, the chairman of the association was also watching the broadcast. He said, "Since I've achieved my lifelong wish, I have no regrets even if I close my eyes now. But I never imagined he would leave like this." At this moment, Jinwoo was standing on the rooftop, thinking to himself, "I can't sense his magic, indeed, this method is ineffective. He has no shadow, so he is a spirit. Both the Lord and the ruler are made up of spirits, hence cannot become dark soldiers. The Emperor of the Giants said so. Similarly, if the Emperor has no shadow, then the most superior tracking method seems useless. Well, it doesn't matter. As long as I remain a hunter, those predators will surely not overlook me." Scene shifts to the Hunters Association, where the board is voting on who will be the successor to the position of association president. A member of the board stated, "The awakening of an S-rank hunter as the president has brought significant symbolic meaning to the Hunters Association of South Korea. Now that we have lost the towering figure who could control the 5 largest associations in Korea, who can possibly take charge of these associations as a successor?" Another member asked, "Are you suggesting that the association should recruit an awakened S-rank hunter? Being an advanced awakened hunter carries a corresponding influence. We must be cautious about recruiting outsiders like that." After a deep discussion, one director stood up and said, "Therefore, after careful consideration, the directors and I have decided to nominate manager Woo Jin-chul." Upon hearing this, he was a bit surprised. "Why me?" They explained, "Manager Woo Jin-chul has supported the late president extensively and has learned many things from him. Moreover, you have enough strength to mobilize the hunters within the country. We can only allow an S-rank hunter to sit in the position of president." They said, "A person with influence in the hunting community, causing other hunters to be in awe." In other words, I feel that department head Woo Jin-chul, who can directly control and mobilize other hunters, is indeed the most suitable candidate. Woo Jin-chul quickly replied, "But I still have many shortcomings to occupy that position. There are many people who hold much higher ranks than I do, and am I not still too young?" One person from the council replied, "There are many directors, including branch directors, who are in similar situations. Why choose me as the successor to Chairman Go Gun-hee? Another director added, even though I and other personnel in the association can mobilize the full strength of South Korea, we do not have real power. However, Department Head Woo Jin-chul possesses that power. Furthermore, you are closely connected with important large associations, and more importantly, you are also on good terms with Hunter Sung Jin-woo. Woo Jin-chul responded, although we meet often, I'm not sure if Hunter Sung Jin-woo thinks the same way. If this is your decision, we cannot force it. However, can you think it over carefully and accept this decision? At the Scanvenger building, Thomas was going down to the basement with his assistant. The security staff standing there were also quite astonished. Thomas told them they didn't need to act that way, to just sit down. He then unlocked the fingerprint scanner to enter inside. She asked, is Thomas really going to give that thing away? Thomas turned around and asked, what's wrong? Is it worth more than my life and that of the members? She replied, no, I didn't mean that. Thomas smiled as he walked in and said, so you think he's not worthy of using it? Her expression carried a hint of regret. In front of them was the place to store the item that Thomas was about to give to Jin-woo. Thomas smiled, feeling it was truly beautiful every time he saw it. She replied, it's a rare treasure in the world, there are only 2 swords, and there will never be any more, now or in the future. Thomas responded, speaking without any regret, because it is so rare, I want to give it away. Isn't it too unfortunate for such a top-notch weapon to be left forgotten in a storage? The next morning, the media was reporting on the Korean Hunter Association. Hunter Woo Jin-chul was the successor to the president of the association. The media didn't understand why this handsome guy immediately took over as president after the association's president was murdered. Indeed, the country is chaotic, and the world is chaotic as well. Jin-ha turned to look at her mother and then ran to hug her, Mom. The girl said. Her mother replied, Jin-ha, if you're too bored, can you take out the trash for me? Jin-ha replied, no, I'm too lazy. The girl's face showed a bit of sadness, and she continued, Mom, let's move houses. Her mother was surprised, does my daughter want to move? I still like this house. She also didn't understand what was so good about this old apartment, but she still cheerfully replied, even so, I still like it. Seeing her daughter repeatedly bringing this up, she quickly changed the subject, saying, my beautiful daughter, go do the laundry, okay? Jin-ha walked away with a bored expression. At that moment, her mother complimented her, you are so pretty. Just as Jean stepped into the laundry room, she unexpectedly discovered something and shouted, Mom. Scene change, outside the office. At this moment, everyone was crowding around the office, especially the reporters. 2 people were talking to each other, is the rumor that he is at the Ajin Association true? Yeah, it seems to be true. I can't believe it. Is Thomas really here? Facing Jin-ho at that moment was Thomas. He wore a forced smile, Thomas came to Korea? And even to the association's office. Plus, there's the top hunter from Germany, Renat Nerman. He's ranked 12th in the U.S. hunting regulators' hunter ranking. They've been here for 2 hours already. Boss, where are you? Please answer my call. Even Gorilla Thomas had to come looking for Sung Jin-woo like this. Renat thought silently, will I get to meet Sung Jin-woo today? Thomas said, Mr. Sung is busy clearing the gate? It seems he's not coming to the office. Mentioning this, he immediately appeared. Jin-woo returned to receive the warm greetings of all the employees. Glancing to the left, he noticed Thomas standing there. He happily greeted Jin-woo, while Jin-woo thought to himself, the crowd of reporters down at the office, it's indeed Thomas here. I had somewhat guessed that thanks to his aura. Jin-ho stood close to Jin-woo, with tears welling in his eyes, sobbing, Boss, why didn't you answer my calls? Jin-woo replied, I'd been a bit busy. At this moment, Jin-ho also noticed that Jin-woo's clothes were stained. Jin-woo responded in a tired tone, lately, the gates have been a bit much, how can I get any rest? Der and Iris are about to level up soon. Thomas interrupted their conversation, Mr. Sung, it's been a while. Jin-woo asked, What brings you to South Korea? Thomas quickly replied, didn't we have an appointment? Once my hand is fully healed, we'll go have a meal together. Also, I brought a really interesting gift for Mr. Sung. Jin-woo looked at him somewhat taken aback. Thomas displayed an extremely joyful attitude. Seeing Mr. So hopeful makes me very happy as well. Let's move to a more comfortable place. If I give it to Mr. Sung here, it could be dangerous. Jin-woo heard this and thought to himself, something dangerous? Could it be a bomb? Meanwhile, Jin-ho stood to the side, sweating profusely. He felt that the situation was very suspicious. This is very suspicious, boss. Who is that person? Jin-ho whispered. Jin-woo glanced at the strange man, and he stood up, introducing himself, I am Renat Nairman. Jin-woo felt a bit flustered, wondering, is he a hunter here to make a commission with me? Thomas did not want to be disturbed during the important meeting and quickly spoke up, Mr. Sung, shall we go? He then turned to Renat and asked, are you planning to follow me? Renat angrily replied, I've been waiting for over 2 hours to meet Hunter Sung Jin-woo. Can I not accompany you? The look in Thomas's eyes was extremely frightening at this moment. He coldly said, no, what we are about to discuss is confidential, it's not a place for you to intrude. After hearing this, Renat felt a bit dissatisfied, this is the first time I've been treated this way. In the end, Jin-woo and Thomas left and went to a luxurious Korean restaurant. Thomas snapped his fingers and confidently said, Mr. Sung, you have no idea how much I've been looking forward to this moment. The staff beside them placed a large box on the table, causing Jin-woo to be curious. What is this? Jin-woo asked, his eyes filled with curiosity. Thomas looked at Jin-woo and asked, can you feel the power of this thing? This is a gift in return for my favor and for the members of the association to you. The light emanating from the box made Jin-woo astonished. Could this be Kamish? He thought to himself. Thomas praised, no wonder you are Mr. Sung, you recognized the material that makes it right at the first meeting. Jin-woo suspiciously asked, isn't Kamish's corpse stored at the Hunter Management Bureau? Thomas replied, at the request of the U.S. government, we have completely relinquished Kamish's corpse. In exchange, we will receive much more than just money. However, they gifted me Kamish's largest sharp tooth and a fong that I had to use all my strength to pull out when it bit me. Since it was a bit short to create a long sword, I fashioned it into a pair of daggers. I never thought it would be this useful. From now on, it's yours. Jin-woo held the dagger in his hand, unable to contain his joy as if he had found a delicious morsel. The system displayed information about the dagger, Kamish's Fury, attack power 1500. This is the best dagger made from the sharpest fong among those of dragons, and forged by the hands of a master craftsman. Its sharpness is unmatched. Its sensitivity to mana is very good, so depending on the user's ability, it could become an even more powerful weapon. After reading this, Jin-woo exclaimed, attack power 1500, it's truly unbelievable. I thought the Demon King's dagger was already excellent, but compared to this dagger, it's not even worth mentioning. Excited, Jin-woo waved his arms around, prompting Thomas to quickly stop him. Mr. Sung, if you use this, even if I boost my defense with an enhancement skill, I'll still be dead. Are you really planning to use the gift I gave you to send me off to the afterlife? Looking at the dagger, Jin-woo was sure it was completely different from regular daggers. It was greeting him by reacting strongly to his magic. Everyone around felt the magic radiating from Jin-woo and couldn't help but shiver. Thomas smiled and said to Lola, seeing this, do you still think I made the wrong choice? Hearing this, Lola quickly shook her head. Thomas turned to Jin-woo and asked, how's my gift? Jin-woo responded with a question of his own, are you really giving it to me for free? Thomas replied without hesitation, of course, I believe my life and the lives of the other members are far less valuable compared to those 2 daggers. Upon hearing this, Jin-woo politely accepted the offer. Thomas felt satisfied upon hearing Jin-woo's acceptance. Suddenly, both of them sensed something unusual. Mr. Sung noticed that outside, a purple light from the magic portal enveloped the city. Everyone looked up in fear at the enormous magic portal that appeared right in the sky over Seoul. Jinwoo thought to himself, could it be that the massive stream of malevolent energy gathering in the sky over Seoul is because of this? Thomas couldn't believe it. This was the first time he had seen something this big. When Kamish appeared, it wasn't even this large. It seems this world exceeds what we can imagine, he remarked. Seeing this strange spectacle, people began to curiously take out their phones to capture the moment. Reporters, those quick on the draw, had already shown up. Yes, I am right under the portal that covers the entire sky of South Korea. The portal you see here is the largest one since monsters began to appear. As you have seen, many people have poured into the streets to gaze at this gate. However, their expressions are very enthusiastic. I am a reporter from the broadcasting station, one of the reporters spoke up. The doctor noticed the phenomenon and began to hurry. Not long ago, I warned about the enormous amount of magic gathering under the sky. The gigantic gate in the sky of Seoul is just the beginning. Later on, you may see many terrifying gates in the sky of many other countries. I want to emphasize this. Someone in the crowd said, "Dear doctor, you have researched gates and monsters for a long time. What can we do in this difficult situation?" The doctor heard this, fell silent for a moment, shook his head without answering. Perhaps we have to pray that this unprecedented circumstance will not end in tragedy. At this moment, Jinwoo was riding Kamish and flew towards the gate. It's strange, I cannot pass through this gate, it feels like there is a wall blocking the way. If it were just an ordinary wall, I could break it. Is this a gate that awakened beings cannot pass through? The things inside are completely different from anything I have seen before. Regardless, below are my friends and family. I cannot let it rampage easily. Suddenly, a call came in. It was CEO Woo Jin-shul. He said, I can't hear Jinwoo's voice clearly, let him call back. Jinwoo said, it's just because I'm on a higher level that he has to call Woo Jin-shul chairman now, right? He replied, you can call it whatever you want. I'm also feeling awkward receiving this title here. Jinwoo asked, could it be that Woo Jin-shul has already found out about him? Yes, I requested the hunting agency from another country to scan the entire area. However, there are no new gates appearing in the world. Upon hearing this, Jinwoo continued to ask, so aside from the gates that have been cleared, there are no new gates appearing at all? Yes, that's correct. It has been 3 hours since the gigantic gate appeared, and the rate at which the gates disappeared around the world coincidentally aligns. What does 3 hours signify? It seems this is not just a coincidence. Woo Jin-shul then said, from now on, we will evacuate people from the surrounding area of the gate to avoid chaos. We have proceeded step by step. Hunters, what do you think? After all, we cannot predict what tomorrow will bring. Let's do our best. After that, he hung up the phone. At the stadium of the Hunter Association, Jinwoo was training with BR. Both were passionately fighting each other. The speed could be described as incredibly fast. BR threw a punch right at Jinwoo's face, but Jinwoo easily dodged it. He grabbed BR's hand, then with a serious expression, asked, are you fighting with all your strength? Then he released BR's hand, and had knelt down to apologize, Your Majesty, how could I do that? Jinwoo signaled that it was fine, he just wanted to work up a sweat, saying, why are you so tense, little brother? It bowed deeply before Jinwoo and said, this humble servant is extremely moved, Your Majesty. Jinwoo was also surprised and asked back, why is your vocabulary getting richer? Did you sneakily bite someone or what? Forget it, let's get started. Magic around Jinwoo manifested as a stream of purple light, and BR stepped back, entering an attacking stance. The two charged at each other like hungry tigers, ready to fight. BR launched an attack, but Jinwoo easily defended against it. Leveling up makes you quite strong, huh? BR did not respond and instead continued to launch frenzied attacks at Jinwoo. He smoothly dodged its strikes and closed the distance to BR's body, saying, but do you know? The position of the Grand Marshal only corresponds to the military command level. If avarice or greed reach the rank of general, they will eventually become grand marshals. If you don't want to lose your position, you better train hard. Both continued to fight. Seeing the situation, Jinwoo thought to himself, even if BER is the strongest in his army, when fighting against that guy, it's just like a scratch. BER shouted, ready to attack again when Wu suddenly. He dodged to the side, followed by a punch to BER's hip that sent him crashing straight into the wall. He knelt down again, his mouth uttering, "A weak and humble being like myself can never stop being grateful for the great power of my liege." Jinwoo listened and felt exasperated, responding, "Perhaps I should temporarily ban you from watching those palace drama channels. Now, the test ends here, we need to clean up this battlefield." Jinwoo glanced around, and the scene was exceptionally horrifying. It indicated that this was a grand training session. He awkwardly called Wu Jin-chul, "Is this the chairman? Please don't get too excited, just listen calmly to what I have to say. I currently have about 300 ants that are doing great." At a hotel in Seoul, South Korea, Lola said to Thomas, "Aren't you planning to go anywhere?" He replied, "How can I leave something so big and beautiful behind?" Lola confusedly asked again, "It is indeed big, but where is the beauty in it?" "Everything that makes my heart race is beautiful. The fire-breathing dragon, that enormous gate and Sung Jinwoo are all beautiful. Anything I perceive as beautiful, I want to possess." Hearing this, she responded, "What the chairman cannot possess has appeared." That's right. It's hard to believe that this world has something I cannot have. And even without this gate, what's the point of going back now? Lola said with a worried expression, "But the Hunter Management Bureau is worried." "It's really funny, is there anywhere safer than being next to Hunter Sung Jinwoo? After all, if we can't block here, then it won't be any different wherever we are later. That's why I want to see it. Will it be the end or a new beginning for humanity?" The bustling streets filled with passing cars suddenly came to a complete stop. Rows upon rows of cars stood close together as if someone had arranged them. Jean Hai inside the house looked out and said, "Aren't we going to take refuge?" She replied in a calm tone, "Anyway, if this place becomes a battlefield, then deciding where to die is better, right? Besides, this isn't a recommended evacuation area." Jean Ha shouted in anger, "Next year I'm going to be a student. I also want to drink, stay in a dorm, and live a college life. Being young like this, how can you talk about death?" That's the truth. But Jinwoo will protect us, just like your father protected us. At that moment, Jinwoo was still on top of the building, observing the surrounding scene. Even in this situation, I still haven't sensed their presence. Where in the world are they hiding? That gate, I must stop it at all costs. Is there any way to end it without any sacrifices? There are more and more things I need to protect. Should I make one last call to anyone? Jinwoo took his phone out of his pocket, scrolling through a few names in his contacts. He paused when he reached the name of Cha Hien. The scene shifts to Mr. Son's dojo. Cha Hien was practicing swordsmanship with him at that moment. Mr. Song looked at her and said, "Recently, I've felt that the tip of your sword, Cha Hien, has been somewhat hesitant. Is there a fear rising in your heart? Surely you are afraid, right? Why wouldn't you be? I have been through that too. I'm talking about the monsters that you, Cha Hien, have faced. Though compared to the monsters I encountered when I lost my arm, it might be a bit." Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing interrupted their conversation. Noticing Cha Hien's slight embarrassment upon seeing the name in her contacts, Mr. Song smiled and said, "Oh, I've been rambling again. You need to take that call, don't you?" She apologized to her teacher and took the phone outside. After finishing the call with someone, she blushed and turned to Mr. Song. "Mr. Song, I have to go now because I have an unexpected appointment." "Go ahead, you should go." At this point, the teacher seemed to understand she was going out with her boyfriend. Mr. Song smiled knowingly, "So that's it, I understand." At a park somewhere in the city, people were discussing two very famous hunters. At that moment, it was indeed Jinwoo and Cha Hien. "Is that Hunter Sung Jinwoo?" They were discussing, "It's really Sung Jinwoo. Who is that girl next to him? Is she his girlfriend? Wait, she's the hunter Cha-hien from the Hunter Association. The two of them walked and talked. Jin-woo had a very casual expression, while Cha-hien was shy and blushing. Jin-woo said, "Given the situation, I thought there would be fewer people here, it's really unexpected." She, like a timid girl, asked Jin-woo, "Do you like this place?" "Not really that much, but I wanted to come and try it once." Cha-hien innocently asked him, "Why did you invite me to the place you want to visit just once?" Jin-woo made a bad boy expression in response, "Because you're the only friend I have, Cha-hien." So this guy finally forgot about Ju-hee. Cha-hien was a little surprised to hear this, asking back, "Why's that?" Right in front of that strange stone statue, she had said, "He is my friend, I came here to save Hunter Sung Jin-woo." Remembering what she had said in a life and death moment, Cha-hien blushed and replied, "You were able to hear that back then?" Jin-woo smiled and teased, "Of course. My hearing is pretty good." Cha-hien then shifted the topic to that strange dungeon. Jin-woo replied, "Once I organize the clues, I will tell you, because right now I don't know what it is either." "I see." But then Cha-hien looked up to the other side, where a whole group of shadow soldiers was blocking their fans, and the press wouldn't let them go easily either. Indeed, celebrities are different, my friends. But their bodyguards are quite strange. Cha-hien asked Jin-woo, "Is this a bit too eye-catching?" Jin-woo replied, "As long as we don't care, it's fine." At that moment, Cha-hien thought to herself, "I've been a hunter for 2 years. How long has it been since I could go out and relax like this? When I'm with him, everything feels completely different." Jin-woo had a pleasant scent, and they walked together towards the amusement area. They experienced many rides, and a happy smile appeared on Cha-hien's face, making Jin-woo feel somewhat enchanted. It turned out, it wasn't just her who wanted to be here. "Then let's try every ride." They enjoyed a roller coaster, went into a haunted house, and so on and so forth. After trying various attractions, they shared burgers and Coca-Cola. Jin-woo asked, "Is it not fun to play here?" Cha-hien, savoring her drink, replied, "It's not fun." "But why didn't you scream even once?" Jin-woo asked. At this moment, Jin-woo pondered, "But that makes sense, for an S-rank hunter, aren't these rides slow?" He asked her, "Are the rides slower than you expected?" Cha-hien responded awkwardly, "Well, yes." Jin-woo smiled at that, "Then let's try something more exciting. Then we will see the sky painted with a beautifully poetic pink hue." Jin-woo and Cha-hien were riding Kaisel through the skies. She exclaimed in astonishment, "So fast, even taller and still so beautiful." The two of them continued to stroll around the city. "Jin-woo, you experience this all the time. Then why come to the amusement park?" Jin-woo replied with a less sad expression, "It's where the gate appeared that caused my father's disappearance, so I wanted to visit it once." After hearing this, Cha-hien finally understood, "Thank you. I've wanted to say this for a long time, all this time I've only been receiving." Jin-woo looked at Cha-hien and said, "I still have something I want to show you." The sun gradually set, leaving behind a scene of the city slowly turning into a mysterious dark hue. Inside the forest next to the city, the two of them sat together watching the stars. Two warm hearts close to each other. Cha-hien looked at Jin-woo with a yearning expression, a shooting star streaked by, carrying the silent wishes of both of them. At the Korean Hunter Association at the moment, a man thought to himself, "If in a few days the gate opens up with those monsters, I'm only an awakener of rank B right now, so I can't be careless." Suddenly, he accidentally bumped into a beastman. Bystanders were watching and shouted, "What's happening? Is there a fight over there? That guy's body is really huge. He might be twice the size of Ma Dongwook. He's a hunter, right? Right now in Seoul, only hunters are left. But what's wrong with that older guy? Is he trying to get himself sent to the hospital?" The man shouted, "Hey, don't you need to apologize after bumping into someone?" He thought to himself, "Now I have become a level B awakened being, also B level in the hunting community. The days of being oppressed by superiors and looked down upon by subordinates are now in the past." Should I just stand there with my eyes wide open, waiting for everything to end? If you are human, when you make a mistake, you should seek forgiveness. The beast howled, and he opened his massive jaws, devouring the frail young man before the eyes of everyone. Blood began to spurt out around like a waterfall. He was dead. Everyone around screamed in fear, "He's eaten him, he's eaten a human." He revealed a wicked smile, and with a loud thud, magic surged around him, causing everyone nearby to be thrown back 3 meters. Some even got stuck to the wall, later being struck directly by a car. He had just eliminated a few CPs and confidently proclaimed, "Come forth, O foolish humans. Alright, starting now, I will hunt you. I will use my teeth and claws to tear apart your flesh. I am the Lord of Monsters, the my liege of hunters. Come, try to stop me." Inside the forest next to the city, the picturesque scene could captivate anyone. Father Hien sat beside the stream, using his small hand to sip water, one gulp at a time. Jinwoo put on his jacket and cheerfully asked her, "I just explored this place. There's a hotel over there. Let's go there to wash up and have something to eat." Cha Hien happily replied, "Sounds good." At this moment, Ken was summoned. Cha Hien asked Jinwoo, "Is it nearby?" He said cheerfully, "Let's go. If I run at full speed, it will take about 5 minutes." Hearing this, Cha Hien was a bit taken aback. How many kilometers is 5 minutes? Then the two of them rode Kaisel and soared into the blue sky. Meanwhile, in the city, Chairman Wu Jinchul anxiously shouted, "The intruder is at the gates of the Hunter Association? What about the number of victims?" The assistant reported, "Currently, we cannot ascertain the total number of victims." Upon hearing this, Wu Jinchul felt a bit panicked. "It's still an hour until the gate breaks down, and just the gate situation is enough to give me a headache. Where did this monster suddenly come from?" Wu Jinchul asked him, "What about Hunter Sung Jinwoo?" He replied, "We haven't been able to contact him yet. When we need him, he disappears, doesn't he?" The assistant shouted, "Chairman, there's a hunter confronting the monster." At this point, Wu Jinchul thought it was Jinwoo who had returned, but the assistant clarified, "He is an international hunter, coincidentally present there." Switching the scene back to the battlefield, Renat stood before the monster, thinking to himself, "Can I really do this, or will I have to lose my life here? Perhaps this is fate's design, bringing me to Seoul so that I can personally kill this monster." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Get out of the way, move to the side." It was Thomas. He appeared in a very stylish and heroic puffy coat at a restaurant. Jinwoo was on a date with Cha Hien when he received a phone call from the Hunter Association. "Hunter Sung, why aren't you picking up?" He replied, "I was out of the coverage area earlier." A scream echoed from the other end of the line, "A monster has just appeared and is causing chaos in the center of Seoul." Jinwoo shouted back, "How can that be? There are still several hours until the gate breaks open." "But this is the truth. How many monsters are there this time?" Wu Jinchul answered, "Just one." "One?" Jinwoo fell into deep thought. Right now, all the hunters were gathered in Seoul to confront the impending disaster when the massive gate was about to crack open. And yet, a monster appeared out of nowhere at this moment? Jinwoo told Cha Hien, "A raid party that confronted him was dealt with in the blink of an eye. He may not be an ordinary monster. I just got information that Thomas is already facing that monster." Jinwoo thought to himself, "It can't be like this. I've sent the shadow soldiers into the shadow of the hunter Thomas. If there was anything unusual around him, they should notify me immediately. But why has a single monster wiped out an entire guild and I haven't received any signals at all? Wait a minute, the signals from the shadow soldiers in Seoul have weakened significantly, as if they are avoiding something. What could it be?" The notification system reported that it couldn't locate the designated shadow soldiers. Even the shadow soldiers with fixed positions had disappeared. It seems something had happened in Seoul. Heian heard this and immediately asked, "Could the portal have broken?" Jinwoo shook his head, "It's not that issue. The enemy has boundless power, only a national-level hunter can confront him, and the signals have been interrupted. Could it be? Jin Woo quickly called Wu Jin Shul. Chairman, does that monster have a shadow? I need you to verify this. Because it was possible that there was an extremely powerful monster hiding behind his shadow. Renat stood to the side, sweating profusely. Thomas, a member of a small guild next to them, shouted, Goliath, we are the Goliath Guild. Stop standing there in a daze. He's ordering everyone to evacuate the civilians. Thomas's expression became serious. You truly are an unreasonable monster. His face looked incredibly terrifying. Thomas's teeth were as sharp as a shark's, and his red eyes exuded a primal bloodlust. He looked at his opponent and growled, there is only one way to eliminate a raging beast. Immediately, Thomas summoned magic, and his body began to transform. A golden glow surrounded him, forming an incredibly sturdy armor. He threw a powerful punch into the face of the beast man, causing him to stagger back. But before he could react, Thomas landed another punch. The monster fell to the ground, and Thomas gripped its head, forcing it down into the ground. Meanwhile, Choi Dong-in stepped out of the vehicle and asked, how is the evacuation in this area going? A hunter replied, we are still organizing rescues in the buildings, sir. Which guild is currently suppressing the situation on the scene? Choi Dong-in continued to ask. He answered, the entire Sasan Guild and Biko Guild have been deployed there. All the hunters are concentrating here to block the largest gate, so they were able to arrive on time. Our hunter guild only needs to focus on rescuing and avoiding danger. Choi Dong-in thought to himself, did he not just say that he would be able to suppress them? National rank hunter Thomas is fighting a monster of unknown origin, even in the surprise raid at Jeju Island. I haven't sensed any signs of such a large-scale battle. Just what kind of monster must Goliath be fighting? Back to the fight, Thomas faced the beast man who was becoming stronger and more aggressive. Every powerful strike Thomas delivered was dodged by the monster. The more blows he received, the more frenzied the creature became, pushing him back, flying up several stories of a tall building, yet still able to recover and charge back at lightning speed. With a powerful thrust to Thomas's gut, like a strike from the heavens, Thomas barely managed to block it. In response, he tightened his grip on the beast man, executing a strong spin, sending the monster crashing down to the ground. However, when Thomas let his guard down, the beast man used his enormous foot to stomp hard on Thomas's face, sending him flying high. The monster quickly spun around, sat up, and let out a sinister grin. Thomas felt that the battle couldn't drag on any longer. He decided to activate his self-enhancement skill. At that moment, Biko and his fellow members also arrived at the scene. Biko asked, is this the battlefield? Is everyone ready? Just as the question ended, a loud explosion rang out, followed by thick clouds of dust. The beast man appeared surrounded by a sinister aura, emanating a terrifying power. This monstrous beast is the one that has appeared here? A hunter asked upon seeing it. Because Thomas Goliath, the one facing it, was a national-level hunter, renowned in the hunter community. The hunters surrounding him cheered, "Go Goliath, kill it." But Thomas was not pleased with that encouragement. He shouted in anger, "You foolish idiots, hurry and find a way to escape." Baek-Yun-ho silently thought, he is not an ordinary monster, I have to transform too. Before he could shape his form, the beast man appeared before him, his aura causing Baek to sweat. In front of him was an incredibly ferocious gray wolf, ready to pounce on its small prey, utilizing the sixth sense of a wild animal. He was trying to show that he was not a predator, terrified to the point of reverting to his original state, unable to even look into the eyes of the beast man. The beast man raised his hand high, and the vehicles along with traffic lights and utility poles were all affected by the magic, rushing towards Thomas. He effortlessly used one hand to send them flying away. A Mercedes slammed into Thomas's face, but he remained unscathed. From inside the car, Thomas's hand reached out. He harnessed his power to absorb the Demon King. As he arrived, Thomas still used both of his hands to punch him down into the ground. Next was a lightning punch straight into his face. Suddenly, Thomas felt a sense of unease enveloping him. I can't grasp the feeling that I will win in this battle, he thought. Thomas intended to continue punching when unexpectedly, the Beastman managed to block that punch. The Lord began to transform, his hair gradually turning silver. He said, using fragments to create such power, you really are evil, aren't you? A smile of death began to appear on his face, his eyes now red as blood. Thomas was also astonished because after the previous attacks, he was unscathed. Are you scared now? Starting to feel fear, huh? You must be feeling quite desperate right about now, right? He mocked. Everyone around him trembled at the surge of power he emanated. Suddenly, he noticed a dark soldier lurking in the shadows of Thomas and pulled it out into the light. Oh, there's a little rat hiding here. He pulled it out, smugly saying, "Why are you hiding there? You're a nuisance, die for me." He grabbed Thomas by the neck and said, "Let's continue our game. It seems you're quite confident in your power, huh? Then let's have a match." He squeezed hard, crushing Thomas's armor, shattering it into pieces. Everyone thought Thomas would die, but unexpectedly he was using a substitution skill, slipping out behind the man. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Thomas roared, using both hands to exert force, twisting his neck. The man's head bent like rubber. He spun 180 degrees to face Thomas, then with a hand as big as a table, grabbed Thomas's head and slammed it forcefully into the ground. The Demon King said, "Sorry, but I'm starting to feel hungry." In that moment of life and death, a beam of green light shot straight at him. The one who appeared was Renat. Although he had saved Thomas's life, it seemed that he was about to be in trouble. Renat boldly replied, "I will not allow you to have your way." Just standing opposite him made Renat feel a chill down his spine. Thomas struggled to say, "Run, you'll die." Renat confidently replied, "I know, but I am a true hunter." As he activated his skill, Renat thought to himself, "I will not regret it. Even if I have to die here, I will not regret it. I would rather die with honor than live in shame." I am not wrong. The Overlord could sense Renat's tone and started to feel excited. The magic he radiated resembled that of a giant wolf. He lunged at Renat, causing him to panic. "Have I made a mistake?" Suddenly, a dragon appeared, crashing into him. It was Kaisel. It grabbed the Demon King and flew high into the sky. He gathered his strength and knocked Kaisel away, causing the dragon to shatter. Jinwoo descended from above like a god and kicked him in the nose for having the audacity to knock his mount away. Jinwoo landed successfully to Renat's astonishment. Then he said, "Sorry, but could you help me get Thomas to safety?" The Overlord struggled to rise. "So it's really you. You have the scent of the dark soldiers on you, human." Then they left, not forgetting to turn back and say, "You don't need to worry about us." Jinwoo thought to himself, "The killing intent is thick, and it's not just one of them." One of them asked Jinwoo, "How can a mere human like you possess such supreme power?" They must have found some way. It seems a while has passed since the Emperor of Darkness made a deal with him. A voice came from the ground, "So can I eat this guy then? I also want to taste the flesh of an emperor like him." Then one by one, the three emperors appeared. The King of Snowmen, the Ice Emperor, confirmed the enemy. The King of Monsters, the Beast Emperor, confirmed the enemy. The King of Pestilence, the Insect Emperor, confirmed the enemy. The three emperors surrounded Jinwoo. The flow of their magic radiated enough to tear apart the sky of Seoul. Jinwoo activated the domain skill of the emperor. Dark soldiers gradually appeared. Igris and Iron rushed to attack the Ice Emperor. Jimas and Tank attacked the Monster Emperor. Ber and Greed attacked the Pestilence Emperor. The Beast Emperor smiled and said, "Is this your Dark Soldier Legion?" The Ice Emperor blew a breath of icy air surrounding the place where Jinwoo was standing. Jinwoo's army was completely frozen, quite orderly. "But for us, they are just a ragtag bunch. Your soldiers won't be able to move another step in this prison." Emperor Plague charged into Ber and said, "Are you trying to throw away my soldiers too? It's been a long time since I've seen them." I can't believe you intend to keep them. This is a blatant disrespect towards the other emperors. Moreover, that human has not yet fully absorbed the power of the Emperor of Darkness. Although you possess the strength of one of the 7 greatest emperors, you cannot underestimate the power of us, who are also emperors like you. Jinwoo heard this but didn't respond. Instead, he clenched his hand tightly, breaking through the layer of ice that the emperor had frozen him in. The emperor looked on with some fear. Jinwoo took Kamish's dagger and pointed it at his face, stating, "You must die." The scene at this moment was truly perfect. Each emperor had their own unique background. The plague emperor above also proclaimed, "Join me." She summoned a horde of undead flying towards Jinwoo. He swung his dagger, tearing apart each one. He could command the corpses. Suddenly, a giant icy foot appeared above Jinwoo's head. The foot stomped down, creating a large crater. It was an ice monster, larger than a skyscraper. But what does that matter, my dear? In one swift strike, Jinwoo easily severed one of its arms, and then with a few basic moves, he reduced the beast to rubble. He quickly dashed towards the Ice Emperor. Just when it seemed like it was over, he was fortuitously saved by the Beast Emperor. Jinwoo swiftly dodged the attack from him. "Do you want me to gift you a wound from something made of metal?" The moment the words finished, Jinwoo quickly requested a light touch from the Ice Emperor. "If it were ordinary metal, I would accept everything." A scream came from behind Jinwoo. A gigantic blue hand appeared, grabbing him. It was the Disease Emperor. She created dozens of arms around herself. The Beastman's hand began to heal, and the Ice Emperor's ice had been broken by Ber. It charged swiftly towards Jinwoo, wailing, "My king, you insect, how dare you lay a hand on my king? How dare you do this to my king?" The Ice Emperor was somewhat surprised. A dark soldier was able to break my binding magic? Why is a general-level individual in the hands of a human? Every general-level dark soldier of the Emperor of Darkness was a devastating warrior. The Disease Emperor shouted, "It seems I must punish this disrespectful child. He doesn't even recognize his own mother." Her filthy hand reached out again to grab Ber. She yelled, "You crazy one." Feeling insulted, she asked, "What did you say?" Ber wept in front of her, "Truly worthy of being my liege. Even when facing powerful foes, they cannot easily defeat you. You make this lowly servant feel grateful and emotional." The zombies from behind attempted to attack the two of them, but Ber and Jinwoo joined forces, easily taking them down. While being careless, Jinwoo was attacked by the Emperor of Disease, flying hundreds of meters away. Before he could regain his composure, thousands of icy arrows surrounded him, falling like rain from above. Jinwoo stood up, using the skill Chaotic Blade to shatter each large chunk of ice, protecting himself. The Ice Emperor stood atop the ice mountain he had just created and shouted, "We've attacked together like this multiple times, yet you still managed to dodge?" Suddenly, a dagger pierced through the Ice Emperor's body. Jinwoo said coldly, "Of course, I said I wouldn't let you leave here alive." Hearing this, the Ice Emperor screamed in anger, "You bastard, how dare you call yourself an emperor among humans?" As he spoke, he pulled the dagger from his body. Jinwoo thought to himself, "I hit his heart, but for him, this is not a fatal wound." After that, Jinwoo held 2 daggers and sword into the air. He intended to attack the Ice Emperor, but the Beastman appeared behind him once again and launched a sneak attack. The Beastman summoned a gigantic spatial blade, striking straight into Jinwoo's back. Drops of blood began to spray, and Jinwoo couldn't help but let out a cry of pain. A mouthful of blood slowly flowed out from his throat. Ber shouted, full of worry, "My liege." The Emperor of Disease smiled triumphantly, speaking in a voice full of arrogance, "I am the Emperor of Disease. Quaresha is the mother of all pests in the places I tread upon. Let me embrace the foolish child who does not recognize his mother." Ber screamed in panic, "Ah, let me go." The wolf holding his sword in his hand spoke smugly, "It's over." Ber shouted again, "You fools, what are you standing there for? Quickly take the liege away." Red broke free from the shattered ice and shouted, "I will sever all your tracheas." The wolf looked at the Ice Emperor, commenting coldly, "It seems that guy was once a strong warrior. It looks like these high-ranking dark soldiers are beginning to awaken." Tusk along with Igris and other warriors successfully broke the ice. The Ice Emperor saw this and said, "Oh dear, your injuries are worse now. It seems I have to end this game soon." Jin Wu smiled back confidently, "What are you talking about?" The two emperors were agape in shock upon hearing this. Jin Wu used a healing skill, and all the wounds on his body completely vanished. In New York, London, Shanghai, Paris, eyes from all over were watching the battle between Jin Wu and the emperors. Renat thought to himself, "It's as if all the storms are converging towards Hunter Sung Jin Wu. How can it be like this?" In the end, this is the person who holds the fate of the world. Baek Yun-ho stood on the side watching the battle, feeling amazed. He truly is Sung Jin Wu. I knew he was a hunter in the process of developing, but how can he become so strong in such a short time? Igris used his sword to deliver a powerful blow to the wolf, but he quickly used his dagger to block it. Meanwhile, Greed was not to be outdone as he launched a massive punch towards the Ice Emperor. However, the Ice Emperor remained calm, utilizing his defensive skills to create a solid barrier. In the meantime, the Plague Emperor continued to try to capture Ber. She screamed in anger, "This bastard." As soon as the words left her mouth, the figure of Jin Wu appeared behind her, holding a dagger and rushing towards her. Jin Wu coldly said, "I once received a prophecy. She said that I would be killed by the flame pillar guarding this world." However, she did not mention that the flame pillar would not fall. Jin Wu gently brushed past the Plague Emperor's face. His two blades quickly sent her to the afterlife, ending her life. All this time, Hunter Lim had been waiting for the enemy to come within range, but seeing this turn of events, he could not help but wonder, isn't he interfering with Jin Wu's business? Switching scenes to 30 minutes earlier, Sasim's elite sniper team had been stationed on the rooftops. Once they received the signal, they would unleash a rain of bullets on the enemy immediately. Although they did not know if this attack would be enough to seriously wound the enemy, they understood that if they did not act, very few would survive. If they failed, they would certainly die, but even if they succeeded, death would still be hard to avoid. Thomas could not even stop that monster, so they had to make their own decisions. Suddenly, from behind, a hand lightly touched Lim's shoulder, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. "Are you observing that?" Jin Wu asked coldly, his sharp gaze piercing. Hesitating, Lim summoned his bow without a second thought and fired a light arrow. However, there was something that seemed to frighten him, as a chilling sensation suddenly filled the space. The scene shifted back to the battlefield, where Baek Yun-ho stood. The hunters were gathered here to prevent a massive onslaught of monsters. No matter who they were, no matter how powerful, they could not carelessly engage in this battle. Their task was to wait for Jin Wu and quickly gather information about the current situation. None of them wanted the battle to drag on any longer, as that would mean their lives would become even more fragile. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Plague wore a malevolent smile. She utilized a strange skill, causing a stream of green light to begin swirling around Jin Wu. "Is it poison?" Jin Wu thought to himself, but as soon as the system announced the effects of the extreme poison spreading through the air, Jin Wu turned to her with a deathly glare. "I am not affected by poison," Jin Wu said. Then he began to activate the detoxification effect. Detoxification process completed. The Emperor of Plague saw this and yelled in anger, "You arrogant fool!" From her body, a bizarre insect began to emerge. "I will tear you to 100 pieces," she threatened. However, just as the monster was about to charge forward, Jin Wu used the hands of the Dominator to catch it, making her think, "You will not be able to escape this overpowering authority." But unexpectedly, Jin Wu leaped above in front of her, and in a moment, he used his skill. She looked on with wide eyes filled with terror, and right after, her body was torn to pieces under Jin Wu's sharp attack. Before dying, the gaze of the insect Emperor Quarisa was filled with unwillingness. "Is this the end of me?" She thought, "Even those born from darkness like us must admire this dense night. After all, how brilliant can this darkness be?" And then, the insect emperor vanished in the astonishment of the other emperors. A system notification rang out: you have defeated the insect emperor Quarisa. One of the 9 emperors has been eliminated. You have leveled up. The ice emperor, in shock, asked, how could you? He was puzzled. Could it be that the insect emperor didn't use all of her strength? Jinwoo coldly replied, it doesn't matter, you will feel the fear when facing one of the most powerful kings to ever rule the world. At that moment, the wolf, standing to the side, said, what are you afraid of? He sneered, he's already exhausted. The fact that he relies on this ragtag army proves he is imperfect. A mere emperor like him cannot match a true emperor. As Wolf spoke, he tightened his grip on Br's neck and lifted him high. With one hand, he squeezed hard on Br's throat, and Jinwoo could sense Br growing weaker. Is my dark soldier really going to disappear like this? Jinwoo thought anxiously. Cancel the summoning, Br come back immediately. Jinwoo ordered. But the system responded, unable to call the designated target. With no other choice, Jinwoo had to step in to attack the Beast Emperor to save Br. His face showed a bit of concern. Though Br had escaped death, everything was still not over. Just then, the Ice Emperor asked from the side, Beast Emperor, are you hot? Then he created a towering column of ice right in the center of the city. He took a chilling breath and said, oh you, human, it seems you have become too confident in using a source of magic that does not belong to you. Even if you use that magic to control those puppets, you still have no way to escape from this reality. No matter how many times your puppets may be revived, they will forever remain under my power. So you don't need to waste your efforts trying to restore them. Your soldiers are only causing you to slowly wither away. At this moment, behind Jinwoo was a mountain of ice filled with dark soldiers. Inside, Ice Emperor wielded his trident and charged to attack. Jinwoo countered, but it seemed that his speed was too overwhelming, and he took a hit. He spun the trident around and easily hurled Jinwoo into the air. Just as the trident hit the ground, Jinwoo vanished. He thought to himself, did I miss? Suddenly, he sensed a deadly aura behind his shoulder and quickly dodged the attack. Jinwoo intended to strike back, but he was promptly hit in the stomach, forcing him to stumble back. Jinwoo struggled to hold on. He's really fast, he thought. Ice Emperor looked at him and said, you've exhausted too much magic already. I will end this battle quickly. He aimed straight at Jinwoo and charged forward. The two powerful beings continuously exchanged techniques. The more he used the 18 hands of the Arhat, the more he pushed the cart. The Taoist grandpa argued with the husband. After so many exchanges of techniques, Jinwoo had read all his movements, vision, breathing, muscles, and the movement of magic from him. Just a little more, if only his speed were faster than his. The Ice Emperor said, although I do not know what you are plotting, I will not let you succeed. He summoned another scythe, and then used both of his weapons to attack Jinwoo, creating 2 incredibly powerful shockwaves. Jinwoo expedited his super speed to appear behind him. Got you. The Ice Emperor turned around to look at Jinwoo and smiled. His eyes rolled back in shock before the witnesses gathered here. Baekhyunho and Renat were astonished as Jinwoo was pierced through the body by the Beast Emperor's thrust. Ice gradually sealed Jinwoo's 2 feet, while the Beast Emperor's hands were drenched in fresh blood. If you did not possess that admirable speed, this battle would have been so dull. Jinwoo's gaze gradually faded in bewilderment before everyone. The 2 daggers in Jinwoo's hands had fallen down. I have leveled up so much. If it goes on like this, I will. The Ice Emperor stood before him. His expression was full of smug satisfaction. Let me return your weapon to you. Now, do you think you will recover like before? Not a chance, because no matter how strong you are not a perfect emperor. The dagger, covered in ice, was now deeply embedded in Jinwoo's chest. He whispered in his ear, is this all humanity has to offer? If this is it, then you will not witness the moment my soldiers invade this land. By then, the corpses will be piled high like mountains, and the blood will flow like rivers. At that point, the country where you were born and raised will take on an entirely different form. I will directly freeze all humanity on this land, making them taste eternal suffering. They will have to live in an endless cycle of time amidst mountains of corpses. You will harbor hatred for me in that endless death. Only then can I be truly satisfied. Jinwoo's eyes slowly began to close. Not yet, just a little more. Just a bit more. At that moment, the system announced, the player's vitality has returned to 0. The player has died. The surroundings turned pitch black. Then the system once again announced, the player possessing the black heart has met all requirements of the undefined active skill. Then the system interface emitted a source of white energy that struck directly into Jinwoo's eyes. He jolted awake, sweat on his face reflecting immense fatigue, and his mind still racing as he clutched his chest. Memories began to flood back. Jinwoo sighed, was it a dream? Then he surveyed his surroundings and realized he was in the hospital. Clearly, I was stabbed in the heart by that dagger. Am I still alive? Suddenly, from outside, Manager Woo Jin-chul entered and asked, "You're awake?" Seeing him, Jinwoo responded, "Manager Woo Jin-chul, manager, where are those emperors, or rather, those monsters? Why am I still alive?" Hearing Jinwoo's words, Manager Woo Jin-chul displayed a confused expression, replying with an annoyed tone, "I have 3 things to inform you. Firstly, I am not the president of the association, I am the supervisory manager. Secondly, I want Hunter Sung Jinwoo to discuss those moving stone statues. And thirdly, why do you know me? Have we met before?" After hearing this, Jinwoo's expression showed a hint of confusion. "Wait, did you say moving stone statues?" The head of the department sat on the sofa and calmly replied, "We received reports from the survivors before we went there with Judd B." Jinwoo quickly interrupted, "Oh no, that's not what I'm talking about." He raised his hand to his forehead, thinking to himself, could it really be? This room looks so familiar. This has happened before. Department head Woo Jin-chul saw that he did not respond, so he turned to ask, "But Sung Jinwoo looks a bit different from the photos, right?" Jinwoo still did not answer him. "This is the VIP room that the association provided us after I survived the double dungeon. The first place I saw after coming back was this room." The expression on the department head's face showed a bit of worry as he asked, "Are you okay?" Jinwoo replied, "I need some quiet time to think alone." He opened the status board and looked at it. What is going on? Both appearance and strength have been restored. Everything has returned to how it was before. All the stored items are still intact. Even Kamish's rage is the same. A voice from outside echoed in, "You just woke up, where are you planning to go?" It turned out to be Jin Ha. The girl worriedly asked, "Aren't you injured in the head?" Suddenly, Jin Ha's expression became somewhat confused. "Huh? Did I enter the wrong room? Who are you?" Hearing those words, Jinwoo couldn't help but be surprised. "Oh my appearance has changed so much that she doesn't recognize me." Jinwoo chuckled lightly, "You still don't recognize me?" Jin Ha moved closer, raising her small hand to measure his height. "Is it really you? You seem a bit different. You're taller and bigger than before." Jinwoo replied casually, "Maybe that's just how you feel." "I have to go to the Hunter Association." Jin Ha angrily shouted, "Why do you have to go there?" Jinwoo replied calmly, then continued, "I'm going to ask to stop being a hunter. I know you can only go out a little bit. Hurry back to school." These words made Jin Ha unable to believe. She stood frozen for a moment. Jinwoo continued speaking to Song-yi, "Don't hold on to the thought of hating school and becoming a hunter anymore." Hearing this, Song-yi was dumbfounded. She thought to herself, "How does he know my name?" Jinwoo walked away, filled with contemplation. "Even though there are no shadows left, I just need to gather the forces again. But why did everything turn out this way? Why is this happening? Have I returned to the past?" At the Hunters Association, 2 staff members looked at each other in confusion. One of them thought, "Just in 2 years? The boy who was once looked down upon for his appearance has turned out to be an S-rank hunter." He said to Jinwoo, "Now we will use the machine to measure the magical power of Hunter Sung Jinwoo." Jinwoo nodded, "I understand, but before the measurement, I want to meet the president." "Is that okay?" The other replied, "The president? Let me notify him." Jinwoo shook his head, left, and said, "I already know where he is, I will go myself." Watching Jinwoo walk away, the staff member thought to himself, how does an outsider like him know the location of the president? Inside the elevator, a certain assassin whispered, "Today I have to act according to the script. No matter what, I have to explain myself several times in front of the association. If the head of department Wu Jinchul leaks this matter, it will be a big issue." Suddenly, Jinwoo appeared from behind, startling him. Jinwoo looked straight at him, coldly saying, "You don't need to use stealth skills to report." He was stunned, amazed. "How did you know?" Jinwoo didn't let him speak further and continued, "High-rank hunters have never been the focus of management. But there will be people asking you to take revenge for their daughter. I don't care what the criminals will do, but if you dare to harm other innocent hunters, then I will kill you." After saying this, Jinwoo's gaze was as cold as ice, making the assassin silent, not daring to resist. He was astonished at that moment because when did Jinwoo take away 2 of his daggers? He leaned in close to the supervisor's ear and whispered, "This is the only and last warning I am giving you." The supervisor, witnessing this terrifying series of actions, broke into a cold sweat. "Who the hell are you?" Jinwoo answered him while leaving quickly. The supervisor stood there in a daze, thinking to himself, "What's wrong with that guy?" In the association president's room at that moment, Jinwoo opened the door and was met with a look of astonishment. But then he adjusted his mood and greeted the president, "Hello, Mr. President." Go Gunhee, sitting in his familiar chair, smiled warmly and responded, "After reviewing the test results, you came to find me right away. I think you figured something out, haven't you?" Seeing that Jinwoo didn't respond, he asked, "What's wrong with you?" Jinwoo replied quietly, "Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to propose something to the president." He was surprised. A proposal? At this moment, Jinwoo urgently needed to go to Jeju Island to recruit more shadow soldiers. He said, "Please change the regulations to summon all hunters to join the attack team. Only then can we catch all the ants on Jeju Island." After hearing this, the president angrily shouted, "How can you say such things? Remember how we have failed multiple times on Jeju Island." His eyes suddenly displayed a clear expression of fear. Before him was an incredibly terrifying source of power radiating from Jinwoo. He sat on the chair like a monarch, his gaze full of authority directed at the man. Jinwoo calmly said, "That is the only thing I can do. I hope you will take care of everything. Only then can I deal with the ants in Jeju." The chairman, witnessing Jinwoo's overwhelming strength, thought to himself, "This power. How could this happen?" Then everything seemed to repeat itself as in the past. Time flowed on, and Jinwoo once again reclaimed his shadow soldiers. His mother had also awakened, healthy as before. Ultimately, the place he arrived at was the non-fish shrine. Jinwoo sighed, then shouted, "I have known that everything is just a lie. Stop and reveal your true nature. How long do you intend to look down on me from above?" As soon as he finished speaking, the space around him darkened. Strange notifications echoed in his mind continuously. Jinwoo glanced behind him and coldly asked, "Who are you?" From the shadows, a figure in iron armor slowly stepped forward. A hoarse voice rang out, "I am the king of the dead. I have only one desire, that you will remain in this world forever. Just like no one wants to wake from a beautiful dream." Jinwoo stared at the figure before him, his eyes full of vigilance, then asked, "Do you mean I will be trapped forever in the world you created?" The figure shook his head and replied, "No. I am not the one who created it. This world. You created it yourself." Jinwoo's expression revealed a hint of confusion as he asked again, "Are you saying that I created this world?" The Dark Emperor replied, his voice full of authority yet containing a strange calmness, "All this time, you have been immersed in the ambition to use your power to correct the mistakes you have made. But you do not realize that this world was formed from those very ambitions, built upon my power. This is my domain. Here, you will find rest, away from the pursuit of death. He paused for a moment, his sharp gaze directed at Jinwoo, then continued, I have been watching you for a long time, longer than you can imagine. You are the one who has been closest to death, yet at the same time, you resist more fiercely than anyone. I am the history of wars, the traces of your resistance, and the compensation for the pain you must bear. We are death, we are rest, but we are also your own fear. The Dark Emperor smiled slightly, a mysterious smile as if he could see through everything, then said, I am you. In my domain, you can do anything you want. He gently extended his hand. Immediately, from the palm of his hand, a tiny seed suddenly sprouted and rapidly grew into a majestic tree, casting shadows throughout the space. The Emperor continued. I can create everything within my limits, and you can also absorb my power through these things. Though I can only do this within my domain, this power is omnipotent, enough to alter and change the entire world. Jinwoo maintained a calm expression, but curiosity sparkled in his eyes as he asked, so that means you and I possess the same abilities, right? The Dark Emperor slowly turned to look at Jinwoo, his eyes full of majesty. He wore an ambiguous smile and replied, I have waited a long time to meet you. I am the Dark Emperor, the ruler of the power of death, the supreme lord in the darkest places of this world. Jinwoo asked, his eyes sharp and full of suspicion, are you me? The Dark Emperor gently raised his hand, his voice resonating like the sound of death, I will show you the beginning and the end between us, along with the true essence of your being. Immediately, a surge of dark purple magic erupted, forming a gigantic portal filled with power. Jinwoo suddenly felt as if he was returning to reality. Before him was a version of himself, frozen in a layer of icy cold. The Beast Emperor spoke with a firm voice, I am sure he has stopped breathing. In another corner, Baekhyunho looked at Renat, softly saying, the traces of Hunter Sung have disappeared. What has happened? Renat shook his head, his gaze filled with confusion, I do not know either. It is hard to believe. The only one who could stop those monsters has. He choked up, unable to finish his sentence. On the roof of a building, Lim observed the chaos below. His mind was filled with conflicting thoughts, damn it. I shouldn't have listened to that person. If I attack right now, can I stop them? No, I must be able to. If even a national-level hunter cannot stop them, we will have no way out. Suddenly, Lim clenched his fist and shouted, everyone prepare to attack. Wait for my order. The target is that beast. But before the order could be carried out, both the Ice Emperor and Lim sensed a terrifying surge of magic erupting. Black lightning burst forth from the ice, the light of it filling him with horror. What? How can this be? The dark heart within Jinwoo was continuously releasing magic power, each surge seemingly wanting to destroy everything around. The two emperors stood there, gritting their teeth. Fear crept into their eyes, it's impossible. We must stop him, at all costs. If that impostor resurrects and becomes a true emperor, then everything will be over. At the same time, two emperors rushed to attack Jinwoo. However, the Beast Emperor was struck with a powerful kick straight to the mouth, sending him flying hundreds of meters away. The one who delivered the blow was none other than Sung Il Hwan, Jinwoo's father. The attack was so powerful that it destroyed everything in its path. He stood in front of Jinwoo, holding two shiny daggers, his gaze cold and sharp. He said, in a determined voice, from now on, I will not allow anyone to lay a hand on this child. The scene shifted to the realm of the Dark Emperor, a primal world where time seemed yet to begin. In that moment, everything was engulfed in chaos, with only light and darkness existing. The Supreme Being had separated the light, creating divine messengers to protect the world. At the same time, he had separated the darkness, creating 8 Dark Emperors by his command. These emperors devastated the world, spreading death everywhere. They relentlessly slaughtered the soldiers of the divine messengers protecting Earth, plunging the world into endless warfare. Amidst the chaos, a fragment of the brightest light turned towards the Supreme Being, pleading, "Oh, Supreme Being! Why do you not aid the loyal ones who constantly fight for you? Do you not hear the cries of hundreds of thousands of soldiers who have fallen for you? Please grant me the strength to annihilate the Dark Emperors. I will bring their heads back and present them to you." But the Supreme Being did not respond to that plea. Only then did the fragments of light realize the bitter truth: the war between them and the Dark Emperors was merely a pastime for the Supreme Being. He had no desire for this amusement to end. All beings worship the Supreme Being. They have participated in wars for him, using their blood and lives to prove their loyalty. All must abide by this law. Those who do not comply shall face a gruesome death. However, the number of the dead has far exceeded those who once defied death. Regardless of adherence to this law, in the end, the fate awaiting them is merely death. The Supreme Being has never intended to end the war. Thus, a fragment of light renounced its sword and decided to put an end to this senseless conflict. That fragment of light would not yield and rose up. I of the past was that fragment of light. I am the only messenger daring to confront the war instigated by other messengers of the deity. However, my army was too small. In the end, I and my troops were defeated by the alliance of other messengers. In that moment, I thought everything was over. But from the darkness, I beheld what the Supreme Being had always concealed: a terrifying power, dark magic. That dark magic began to surge from my body, from the very fragment of light I once was. My once pure white wings have now been cloaked in darkness. The fallen warriors began to rise, transformed into an army of darkness under my command. I built a new army and marched to the battlefield. But when I arrived, everything was over. The remaining fragments of light had risen up and killed the Supreme Being. Dark Emperor continued. They proclaimed themselves to be gods and became the rulers. Exploiting the remaining power and the weapons of the Supreme Being, they began to fight against the emperors. As a result, the King of Giants, the emperor of the primitive era Legia, was captured by them. The balance between the forces completely collapsed. The emperors realized the severity of this situation, and I took advantage of that opportunity to collaborate with them. We joined hands to oppose the rulers. From that moment on, I was no longer a fragment of light, nor a messenger of the gods. I officially became the 9th Emperor, Dark Emperor, and continued to engage in the war. Time was on our side. The corpses and souls that had fallen on the battlefield joined my army. This army had reached a strength that could rival the Destruction Legion of Dragon Emperor. This caused not only the rulers to be wary of me, but even the emperors themselves. 2 emperors joined forces to eliminate me, but they were both defeated by my legion. My overwhelming power caused their internal rifts and led to betrayal. The King of Beasts, Beast Emperor, abandoned his army and fled. As for the White Fire Emperor, Demon Lord Baron, he paid a heavy price for his ambitions. From high up in the sky, a white gate appeared, signaling a new turn in the battle. The Silver Warriors along with the rulers have arrived. They surround the Dark Emperor, kneeling and speaking with great respect. "O fragment of the greatest light, if you stop now, we will forgive you. We do not need to continue fighting each other any longer." They believe that if they are truly determined, they can destroy me. But instead, they choose reconciliation. Since the day we were born and became companions of each other, this is how they express their respect for me. One of them emphasizes, "You were once the leader of the Legion of Light." The Dark Emperor looks straight at them, his voice filled with rage. "Why do you do this? Why do you use your own swords and spears to kill my master?" They respond calmly, "He is also our master." Hearing these words, the Dark Emperor becomes furious, tightening his grip around their necks. However, this does not make them waver. One of them continues speaking, "What you are doing only makes your crimes more disgusting. Aren't you the one who understands our feelings the best? Did you not hear the desires opposing the end of this war? He only wants to drag us all into this conflict." The more he hears, the angrier the Dark Emperor becomes. He yells, "Then come, use your spears to stab straight into my heart, so that you will become the victors of this battle. This is the ending you desire, isn't it?" They reply, still without a hint of hesitation, "Did I not say we would forgive you if you chose to stop?" The Dark Emperor screams, "Go ahead and kill me. I stand here, waiting for you to kill me." He continued, "They are doing their best to appease the wrath of the Dark Emperor, all of them placing their hands on their chests, expressing their reverence. Please calm down, O fragment of the greatest light." At that time, I was very panicked. No matter what they said, I could not stop. Out of hatred, I lost myself. I imprisoned the demon baron in a never-ending loop. After my body was restored, I planned to take revenge on the Beast Emperor. However, during the time I vanished, the other emperors, who had suffered heavy losses in the war, were defeated by the rulers. When I appeared before the surviving ones who had fled the war, Dragon Emperor, who could not forgive this war, said that I needed to reinforce my army. He happily accepted my proposal. To avoid the attention of the rulers, we began searching for a new world to nurture the army. Jin Wu asked, "Is it Earth?" He replied, "Yes." At that time, no emperor had ever appeared on Earth, so we were able to avoid their pursuit. I had witnessed the scene of the city engulfed in flames. It was so cruel. Jin Wu asked, "Do you know that this would happen in the future?" He replied, "No, that is a scene from the past." Jin Wu asked, "What happened?" He said, "If the purpose of existence for the emperors is to destroy the world, then the purpose of existence for the rulers is to maintain the absolute balance of this world." He continued, "Although the rulers mobilized the army after learning of the actions of the emperors, it was already too late. Everything had long since come to an end before that. The rulers were furious as they saw the world they had built being destroyed by others. Therefore, they used the power of divine weapons, even though it was forbidden. The cup of reincarnation was an object that could make everything return to how it was 10 years ago. The rulers believed that this was the only way they could save this world because the people of Earth were too weak to fight against the emperors. Earth had no magic, so they could not bear the weight of this great war. Regardless of who won the battle, the final outcome would not change. Later, the rulers made a final decision: if they could not save everyone, then at least let some survive and continue to operate this world. Jin Wu calmly replied, "Is that the reason why hunters emerged?" He answered, "It is a very long process to create beings capable of existing in the conflict between the two forces. After all, in the end, the rulers still wanted to protect humanity." Jin Wu thought, "Those who can survive in this transforming world. If everyone must die except for the hunters, will society revert to a primitive state?" He sank deep into his own thoughts. Is this bizarre image the fragment of memory left to me by the Dark Emperor? This world has been destroyed multiple times, only to continuously repeat itself like this? He said, "That's right, we cannot resist the flow. It is the higher beings who used the cup of reincarnation to control this flow. While the rulers have tried many times to correct their mistakes, the emperors have prepared more thoroughly for their plans, waiting for the day when the gods' weapons are no longer effective." Hearing this, Jin Wu quickly interjected, "So the cup of reincarnation has its limits?" He replied, "No power is infinite. Just like the Supreme Being was eliminated by the very creations they made. All power has an end point." Jin Wu looked astonished, "So how did they kill their master?" He answered, "This is similar to how humans can be killed or harmed by the machines they create. We were created to fight, and thus we possess enough power to defeat our masters." The emperors drew inspiration from the actions of the rulers. If the rulers lent strength to humanity to enhance this world, then the emperors also provided their own humans with power to enhance the world. It resembles summoning magic. However, the emperors sent their forces to Earth faster than the rulers had anticipated, causing the rulers to plan to use their magic to turn Earth into a massive trap. Jin Wu asked, "So, can they capture all the soldiers of the emperors in one go?" He replied, "Yes, that is true. In order to reach Earth, the emperors need to possess a strong body capable of bearing their power. However, until that moment, the Annihilator Emperor and I have yet to find anyone who can endure my colossal strength." At that time, a close acquaintance serving under one of the greatest kings came to see me and made a suggestion. He would help me find the right person. In return, the one known as the enchanter demanded an immortal body from me, but no creature can withstand death. That enchanter used his magic system to locate someone with a high sensitivity to magic, someone with an extraordinary physique, or someone with high spiritual power. He harmonized my strength to search, but the process was not easy at all. However, at that time, a person appeared who was beyond the enchanter's magic system. He was someone who exceeded my expectations. Although he was weak, though he was always the one closest to death, he showed me how he risked his life to escape the clutches of death. And even though that enchanter opposed it, I still decided to choose him. The Dark Emperor pointed at Jinwoo. I will say it again, I am your fighting history, your resistance, the answer to your pain. Hearing this, he immediately thought of his family. Jinwoo asked, even if I exceed the enchanter's expectations, I still lack the ability to accept your power. The Dark Emperor replied, the enchanter's mission is to find the best and the strongest individuals who can adapt to my power. It's similar to a game. The enchanter used my power to create a system that can transform your body through each stage. Upon hearing this, Jinwoo understood, so that's why this game-like system calls me a player? But why did you betray the enchanter? The Dark Emperor was silent for a while before replying, the remorse of rulers, my betrayal. I continuously hesitated to conclude which side I would stand on, and in the end, I made my own choice. Betraying the enchanter was what I wanted to do. I truly enjoyed the long time I spent with you. So, I am not sure if I hate abandoning you or not. I have become you and you have become me. No matter who becomes the master of this body, it no longer matters. Because we are the same. Therefore, I will give you the right to choose. You can enjoy this beautiful dream forever in the realm of death that I have created, or return to reality and fight against them? Jinwoo turned back to look at him. Didn't you already make a decision? But it seems you're not siding with the rulers, are you? Why are you not fighting against them but fleeing with the other emperors to this world? The Dark Emperor replied, because that place is no longer meant for me. Upon hearing this, Jinwoo smiled and responded, my answer is the same. This place does not belong to me. They both gazed at each other and shared a satisfied smile. Jinwoo asked, from now on, I won't be able to see you again, right? The Dark Emperor turned to leave and answered, from now on, I will return to my resting place. You will become the Dark Emperor and live an immortal life. Perhaps we will not meet again. Your power has been perfected by this death and the way for you to return. Before he could finish, Jinwoo interjected, I already know, because I am you. The golden light of the sunset shone brightly on Jinwoo's face. The system will be deleted. All restrictions on player power will be lifted. Igris, the Dark Knight who was a general, will regain his strength. The overall abilities of the Dark Knight soldiers will be greatly enhanced. The Dark Emperor Aspen will return to the eternal world forever. Confirmation will delete the entire system. A flash of white light flashed, the light enveloping the entire scene, and Jinwoo finally returned to reality. At this moment, two Dark Emperors were battling against Sun Il Huan. Ice Emperor shouted, light fragments, you are using a human body. What you are striving to protect is bringing about the worst disaster. Are you really transferring your power to bring calamity to this place? Do you intend to use your own death to help the Dark Emperor be resurrected? What on earth are those rulers thinking? Beast Emperor gritted his teeth, we don't have time left. Ice Emperor held a trident, ready to attack. Sun Il Huan did the same, all three of them rushed at each other like wild beasts, the speed so fast that it created streaks of colorful light. Both emperors unleashed their attacks simultaneously, but he easily dodged them. Using his light speed movement, he created clones to strike at the two of them. In this situation, Ice Emperor was furious, that bastard, he can read my attack and move based on the trajectory of my spear? These movements show he is a soldier who has lived through life and death countless times, but he won't be able to dodge my attack while moving in the direction of my spear at the same time. Ice Emperor intended to blow a breath to freeze him, but apparently, his foot was faster, a single kick sent him flying into the air. Next is the Beast Emperor. He shot sharp fangs towards him, neither fast nor slow, and he pulled out the dagger and thrust it straight into his mouth. This attack was so powerful that it made him scream in pain. Before he could react, a powerful punch pierced through his belly, making him furious. "I will definitely tear you to shreds." Suddenly, he felt an extremely terrifying sensation. With astonished eyes, he turned to look at Jin Woo. The source of magical power emanating from the ice was so strong that he had to be cautious and step back a few meters. From the pile of rubble, the Ice Emperor emerged, shouting, "This time I won't let him attack me so easily. I will fight him." Hearing that, the Beast Emperor hurriedly interjected, "Stop. Do you hear that? The magic around us is starting to scream. The Dark Emperor is about to arrive. I will retreat." The Ice Emperor disregarded him and continued fiercely, "You promised to help me deal with the Dark Emperor." The Beast Emperor did not look at him but replied, "My promise is only valid when he is still in human form. Now, he has truly returned. I am no longer obligated to keep my promise." The Ice Emperor stubbornly tried to persuade, "What do you mean by that? As the Beast Emperor, can you really turn tail and run?" The Beast Emperor turned to him, his eyes full of warning, "You know very well that I cannot recklessly oppose the true power of the Dark Emperor for your sake. I can only wish you good luck." Watching the Beast Emperor's silhouette depart, the Ice Emperor furiously yelled, "Fool, useless piece of trash, prepare to experience my frozen terror, you weaklings. This is my true power." He slammed his trident into the ground, and his magical power began to freeze everything around. The hunters witnessing this shouted loudly, "Retreat, everyone hurry and leave your positions." The streets and vehicles in the area had completely frozen. Ice arrows began to rain down towards Sun Il Huan. He stood in front of Jin Woo, trying to protect him. The Ice Emperor became increasingly furious. "Do you dare stay and fight?" He raised his hand to the sky, summoning a giant block of ice meteor. "You and that Dark Emperor shall fall into my realm of ice." Mr. Sung gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "Is he planning to destroy the entire area here?" At that moment, an ice arrow shot towards him and severed one of his arms as he lost focus. Mr. Sung tightly gripped that hand in pain. As the meteorite was about to fall, a beam of purple light appeared, shattering the meteorite. The one who executed that act with remarkable professionalism was our very own Mr. Ber. Mr. Sung was equally astonished at this sight. Igris had appeared and said, "Ice Emperor, how can you claim kingship with merely that little power?" At that moment, the Ice Emperor was dumbfounded. Has he broken my spell? Could it be that his soldiers have truly regained their true power of a general? Thinking of this, fear began to sweat profusely from him. He was even more astonished when he saw Jin Woo stepping out from within. Indeed, I should not trust such prophetic words. The monster had fled. Surely he had listened to someone say that running away would be the better option. The Ice Emperor stood to one side, sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth, facing a wall that he could not overcome, due to the vast difference in power between him and Jin Woo. Jin Woo stood between his two followers like a king, staring intently at the Ice Emperor. An invisible purple wall surrounded them, an impregnable barrier. Even from outside the universe, that statue could still be seen, its power so great that it changed the surface of the earth to purple. The Ice Emperor sensed the opening of the Dark Emperor. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. When facing an enemy with such overwhelming power, he must not let his guard down. If he missed this opportunity, only death awaited him. He poured all his strength into his trident. The power surging within the trident was terrifyingly immense. I must end everything with this move. This is the final move that he had to channel all his strength into. Not too fast, not too slow. The Ice Emperor hurled his trident, aiming to finish off Jin Woo. But he was horrified when he saw that Jin Woo could effortlessly block his attack with just one hand. When the weapon reached his hand, it was bent like a pile of scrap metal. How could this be? Is this the power of the Dark Emperor? So this is the true power of the Dark Emperor, one of the strongest emperors and also the power of the fragment of supreme darkness? With a bloodthirsty expression, Jin Woo looked at him. This is your end, just stay here quietly until I catch that beast. Somewhere in the forest, the Beast Emperor had created a portal to escape. He thought to himself, I am surrounded by the aura of death. If I stay there arguing with the Ice Emperor and delay my escape a little longer, I might end up like him now. Right now, I can only silently hide here and wait for the Dragon Emperor to arrive. After returning to the forest, he thought he had successfully escaped. However, unexpectedly, a wave of purple aura appeared behind him. This was the dark soldiers of Jin Woo. He looked around and suddenly felt an overwhelming fear. This aura. Could it be? Before he could compose himself, Jin Woo had appeared like a death god right beside him. The atmosphere was filled with the scent of death, making him realize that he could neither win nor escape against this overwhelming power. It filled him with terror. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his head, bow down and submit to him. His instincts urged him to do so. He knelt before Jin Woo like a puppy. Hail Dark Emperor, I, Beast Emperor, truly do not wish to fight you. I hope you can forgive my reckless actions and accept me into your army. The Dragon Emperor and his army are about to descend upon this land. When that happens, I will risk my life along with my beast army for you. Jin Woo remained silent as he looked at him. Very well. Hearing this, he felt immensely pleased. Very well? What a fool. Surely he cannot be the true Dark Emperor. If he were, he would never forgive someone like me. Thanks to this fool's leniency and stupidity, I can buy some time. I just need to wait for the Dragon Emperor to arrive, and at that moment, I will personally tear him apart and devour him. Thinking for a moment, he continued, I swear to be loyal to Jin Woo. But suddenly, his words were interrupted. We have to settle our debts, right? Here are the 5 wounds you inflicted when you stabbed through my chest just now. So now, if you can endure 5 of my strikes, I will consider this as if nothing has happened. Okay? Upon hearing this, he truly panicked. He used all his strength to roar, struggling before the impending death. Are you playing with Beast Emperor me? Even if I have to die here, I will not let you go. In front of Jin Woo was a truly gigantic beast, showing no unnecessary movements. Jin Woo summoned the Kamish dagger in his hand. A bolt of purple lightning pierced through the beast, blood splattering everywhere. Jin Woo easily severed his arm, and with a deathly expression, he turned to him for more strikes. Returning to the battlefield, the magical energy surrounding this place was exceptionally dense. Ice Emperor looked up in astonishment at a building across the street. It turned out that the ant was the one healing the ruler's side. However, the issue at hand was something else. He had encountered it before. It was one of Dark Emperor's minions, also known as the Harbinger of Death, Igris. Igris was now charging toward Ice Emperor, secretly thinking that he could finally unleash his inherent power. What a nuisance. As for the Ice Emperor, although he could continuously be reborn until the Dark Emperor's power was depleted, he himself could not recover the amount of magical energy he had consumed through enhancement. It was truly a deadlock. Igris launched his attack, but he easily evaded it. Taking a few steps back, the Ice Emperor said, Don't bother with useless tricks anymore. Do you really think Tusk believes you can fight me? Igris did not respond to him but simply drove his sword into the ground. Then, a familiar figure gradually stepped out. It was Jin Woo, emerging from Igris's cloak like a true king. The Ice Emperor looked at this sight with slight astonishment. So it was the 2 fangs of the Beast Emperor. Jin Woo, with the cold expression of the god of death, gazed at him and said, The Beast Emperor is already dead. The Ice Emperor stood aside, filled with dread, unable to believe that he had only been gone for a few minutes and Jin Woo had already killed the Beast Emperor. Jin Woo coldly looked at him and continued, The deaths of the Emperor of Insects, the Beast Emperor, and you, Ice Emperor. The demise of the 3 of you is a warning I send to the remaining emperors. Upon hearing these words, the Ice Emperor was filled with intense anger. He shouted, You bastard! But before he could do anything, the ice blocks he had conjured had yet to set off when Jin Woo's dagger swiftly struck straight into his chest. Next, another dagger stabbed into his other side. Realizing that his limbs could not move, he intended to use his mouth to attack, but was blocked by Jin Woo's hand. With swift movements, Jinwoo pulled the dagger from his chest and slashed a long line, causing blood to spurt out like rain. Jinwoo maintained a cold expression and said, "That beast died on the fourth strike. I wonder how many more strikes you can endure?" Surrounded by dark magic, he screamed in pain, "Eh." Then his body gradually faded into nothingness. The scene in the city became eerily quiet. Ver approached Jinwoo, knelt down respectfully, and said, "Your Majesty." Jinwoo asked, "Where is the guard that was with me earlier?" Ver replied, "He has disappeared, Your Majesty." Seeing the leftover dagger here, Jinwoo picked it up for a moment, then the scene shifted to another place, where a man covered in blood was curled up in a corner in immense pain. Sun Il Huan had now reached the limit of his strength, and his body was also slowly dissipating. His eyes were filled with sadness as he thought, receiving the power of the divine in a human body, perhaps this is the end destined for me. Fine, ending like this might be the best. Suddenly, a dagger flew towards him. Jinwoo appeared before him and said, "Did you think I wouldn't know if you left quietly like this? Were you planning to disappear without saying a word? So, what else is there? The gate is a large rift that can summon monsters. Although Jinwoo can escape the gate within 1 hour after defeating the dungeon boss, he is still trapped in a multidimensional rift. The rulers came to find me, granting him their power and asking me to stop the emperors. The Dark Emperor was born as predicted, and Jinwoo, who lost his way out, had no other choice. Thanks to this, everyone could return to Earth with a grand mission to become the emissaries of the rulers. However, they could not complete that mission. Although they knew they would bring the worst catastrophe to humanity, they did nothing. Aside from monitoring from a place merely a step away, while humans were trying to buy time, the rulers continuously changed their minds, focusing on preventing the resurrection of the Dark Emperor. Ultimately, the fragment of the highest light issued a new directive: you must protect the Dark Emperor. They realized they needed the absolute power of the Dark Emperor to thwart the plans of other emperors, for only the Dark Emperor could have enough strength to stop the army of destruction under the command of the Dragon Emperor before the troops of the Heavenly Emperor could arrive. It was a risky decision, as they had no way of knowing whether the Dark Emperor would side with humanity or with the other emperors and what the outcome would be. Thus, Jinwoo's father appeared to help him. His father did not wish to see me in this form. Mr. Sung's body was gradually disintegrating. Jinwoo called out to him. The old man's eyes were filled with sadness as he looked at him. He asked, "Do you hate me so much?" Holding back tears, Jinwoo replied, "Yes, sometimes I do." Hearing this, Mr. Sung could only apologize to him. Jinwoo said, "Whether it was at the beginning as a hunter when crossing the boundary of life and death, or when I saw Mom and Jinha living safely, I always thought of you. Every time, I would hate you. And miss you." These words left Mr. Sung extremely shocked. Jinwoo asked again, "What about you? Do you remember me, or rather, do you remember us?" Hearing these words from his son, he could not hold back his emotions. Tears flowed down the face of the middle-aged man as he choked out, "I always remember you. Even if you no longer want to see my face, just being able to see you, even from afar, brings me great happiness." Mr. Sung, with a body full of injuries, stood up and embraced his son. "You have grown up so much." Jinwoo's strength was shattered by that embrace. Tears fell down his cheeks like a child. He clenched his fists. "Is it those who dominate? Did they exploit you and then abandon you?" He smiled and said, "They only gave 3 opportunities for choice and I chose to protect you, a completely correct choice. I really wanted to talk to you a little longer, wanted to be with you a little longer. I'm sorry for not being able to be a good dad." His body began to dissolve into sparkling threads of light, fading away into the endless space. Jinwoo clenched his hands, trying to hold on to those threads of light, but they were no longer there. He was in pain, screaming in the rain, standing in the old apartment. At that moment, Mrs. Sung called out, "Jinwoo? Now we have to move. Maybe it's time for us to leave." Her tears flowed down with the rain. Jinwoo still stood in the rain, shouting, "You emperors, listen here, I will make you pay for what you have done today. Remember me well. That day, the cries of the Dark Emperor shook the very heavens and marked the beginning of a real war. On the helicopter, a voice rang out, "We have seen Hunter Thomas being taken for emergency treatment. His breath is gradually stabilizing." Ambulances arrived at the scene, taking the victims to a nearby hospital. The monster responsible for the massacre could no longer move. The only trace of him left was a pile of ashes. Jin-woo returned home and tightly embraced his mother and sister. Choi Jong-jin was currently talking to Baek Yoon-ho. "Director Baek, I've noticed you haven't looked well for a while. Are you worried about something?" Baek Yoon-ho quickly replied, "Director Choi should be the one wiping the sweat off his forehead before talking." He continued, with a mocking tone, "I still have a heart recovery pill here." "Is your heart still thumping?" Chairman Woo Jin-chul let out a sigh of relief. "It's over." He said, "The ones who attacked before the city was frozen included a beast-shaped demon, a woman, and a white devil." He began to fall silent, recalling Jin-woo's words, "I will kill him. I will definitely kill that beast, avenging the chairman of the association, and so I will accept this thanks when the time comes." Woo Jin-chul finally smiled, tears rolling down his cheeks. "So that's it, it's that white devil." "Thank you, Hunter Sung." The Hunter Association had announced that the monsters appearing were unidentified beast demons, with the scale and level of destruction they caused being immense. However, the real disaster was predicted to occur in a few days. All hunters had now gathered fully in the city. Lu Zhigang said, "That's the Mega Gate, right? It's just as big as rumored. Enough for all hunters in the world to gather here. I think they will all get sucked into that hole and disappear." Thomas also said, "It's about to begin. This is the first time that all the elite hunters of the world are gathered in one place. I wonder how many of them will survive." Jin-woo and Sha Hae-in were standing on top of a tall building. She turned to Jin-woo and said, "This is the first time I've seen the hunter Sung Jin-woo so tense." Jin-woo's gaze was somewhat worried. "What's wrong?" "The gate is about to open." Everyone shouted in unison, "They're coming! Everyone, prepare to fight!" A pair of gigantic black wings slowly emerged. A massive army was forming. All were calm and focused, preparing to drive back the monsters. But Jin-woo was incredibly shocked when he saw that person. The entire Dark Army had now stepped out of the gate, so numerous that it was unimaginable. A hunter below shouted, "Everyone prepare to attack, everyone is ready with weapons to fight." Jin-woo yelled, "Everyone, don't move." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Why was he stopping them from attacking? President Woo Jin-chul standing to the side also looked confused. "Hunter Sung, we." He calmly replied, "President of the association, it's fine." The Dark Army remained still, watching them. Choi Jong-jin displayed a puzzled expression, thinking to himself, what is he actually thinking? Is he really planning to confront such a massive number of magical beasts right on the ground without any long-range attacks? Jin-woo slowly walked up to stand in front of the commander of the Legion. The two stared at each other for a long moment, and then the commander knelt down and said, "I am Bellion, the commander of the Legion along with the Dark Army. It is an honor to meet the new Dark Emperor." This action caused everyone to be extremely astonished and they shouted, "Huh? What is happening here?" Thomas turned to Renat and asked, "Did you see that?" Renat, with a confused expression, replied, "I am looking right now." Three beings capable of threatening the survival of humanity were gathering here. Jin-woo looked at them, thinking, this is indeed the Dark Army that the former Dark Emperor Aspen has handed over to me. This is when the real war begins. A few days later, at the Hunter Association of the NTT Nation, during an emergency response meeting, Chairman Woo Jin-chul spoke, "The state media agencies are continuously releasing statements that are causing confusion for us. The Hunter management of the HK Nation has requested to disclose the location of Hunter Sung Jin-woo. The disaster response headquarters of the city has also asked if we can bring back the evacuated citizens. The Jimmy Show segment on the Hunter channel is also constantly wanting to invite Hunter Sung Jin-woo for an interview." Upon hearing this, they all shouted, "Jim Nini, if you can, please come to us." A person asked, "But why is the Hunter Sung Jin-woo summoned to appear there?" Wu Jinshul replied, "Is it not fitting for you that the one who emerged from that massive gate yesterday was a monster?" Upon hearing this, he trembled in fear. "I didn't mean that." Jinshul stated, "If we change the calls to request interviews from the families inquiring about the situation of the fallen hunters, then we would be overwhelmed right now. Do you want everything to end like this? More than 100,000 monsters have emerged from that massive gate. And even the army of Hunter Sung Jinwoo has absorbed the power of the gate. Who could have imagined that such a thing would happen?" Wu Jinshul reassured, "Everyone, I understand that you are panicking since Hunter Sung Jinwoo has suddenly disappeared. But this is not the first time he has sneaked in and out like this. We have to gradually get used to it. If our Hunter Association does not understand and empathize with the struggles of Hunter Sung Jinwoo, then who will understand him?" After hearing the enlightening words from Chairman Jinshul, the directors quickly apologized. They had come to their senses. Looking out at the sky outside, Wu Jinshul sighed, "I wonder what Hunter Sung Jinwoo is doing right now." Meanwhile, in a location far away, Sung Jinwoo was standing on the hand of Tusk to observe his army. Belian said, "The deity has never thought about the strategy of splitting the troops in two and preparing this backup plan." He replied, "Anyway, they surely cannot die." Br stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, please allow me to take the test so that I can qualify to be the commander." Upon hearing this, Jinwoo was somewhat taken aback and asked again, "Qualify to be the commander?" Belian and Br looked at each other and then said, "The leader of the Legion will challenge Commander Belian." Hearing that, Jinwoo seemed a bit intrigued. A battle between the commanders, huh? What's meant to happen will happen. Br and Belian stepped into the arena. "Oh, just like Igris's sword? This guy is larger than Igris, and his sword is also bigger. Surely his speed must be faster, right?" Br and Belian charged at each other, beginning their attack. Jinwoo still believed that Br could win, but he was shocked to see that Belian's sword could extend like a whip. It continuously struck toward Br, who skillfully dodged the relentless attacks. However, Belian quickly caught Br. Jinwoo thought to himself, "Is it over already?" In an instant, Belian has nullified Br's attack capabilities. It seems Belian's reflexes surpass my expectations. The position of the commander of the Legion is indeed not just a title. However, Jinwoo could not let his guard down. For Br's greatest strength was his abundant vitality, which never ran dry. The scene shifts to Beijing International Airport, where all the reporters are extremely excited and cheering. "Ah, we have spotted Hunter Lu Zhigang. Our proud hunters are gathering at the airport to support Nation NTT." Many people have supported Hunter Lu's brave decision, but there are also quite a few who question why we should help Nation NTT. I wonder if Hunter Lu could say a few words about this issue. Lu Zhigang turned to ask the reporter, "Who has said such foolish words?" The reporter was taken aback upon hearing this. Lu Zhigang looked at him with a fierce gaze. "Is their head only for decoration? Can't they read a map? They only need to look slightly above Nation NTT to see clearly. What's so difficult about that?" Lu Zhigang continued, "If they still say such mindless things, then you should tell them this. I, Lu Zhigang, do not have enough confidence to stop the disaster that even Hunter Sung Jinwoo cannot prevent. That is why I am going to Nation HQ to help him. If you are still dissatisfied, then go catch those monsters yourselves." Suddenly, everyone looked up at the sky in fear. Lu Zhigang exclaimed, "How is this possible?" In a palace somewhere, a mysterious figure asked his subordinate, "So, finally, the Dark Emperor has become our enemy?" The mysterious figure commanded, "I understand now, I will deal with him. You all do not act on your own and cause further damage to our troops. O soldiers of mine, prepare for war." Scene shifts to the battle between Berian and Ber at this moment. Ber has lost and knelt before Jinwoo. "Your Majesty, I still have the strength to continue." It spoke with a tone full of exhaustion. Jinwoo asked, "Why are you so stubborn about the position of commander of the Legion?" Ber replied, "If I become the commander of the Legion, then I can be by your side forever." Jinwoo said, "The commander of the Legion is my right hand, while you will be my left hand. Is that acceptable?" Upon hearing this, Ber became emotional. It cried while saying, "The holy grace of mine." Belian behind spoke to Jinwoo, "Your Majesty, I also want the chance to test myself." He replied, "You just need to support me from behind." Suddenly, the commotion of the dark soldiers caught Jinwoo's attention. "What are you all doing?" The group of dark soldiers was gathered on one side and shouting something. Two giant dragons opened their mouths, creating two pillars of fire shooting up into the sky. The light from the pillars illuminated the dark sky above. Tusk looked at them and smiled confidently. He held the gem of greed in his hand, then summoned magical power, shooting a towering pillar of fire. This terrifying surge of strength excited the dark soldiers standing to the side, causing them to scream and shout. Jinwoo, standing aside, thought to himself, "Isn't using the gem of greed cheating?" He approached and asked, "What are you doing?" Belian replied, "We are building you a small house so you can rest comfortably during your stay here." He asked, "Is Ber making you do this?" It asked back, "Your Majesty, why don't you let the soldiers return to the darkness?" Jinwoo calmly responded, "Because I think they would feel suffocated there, as they have been trapped in another space long before coming here." Belian added, "Don't you feel sad not being able to see the former Dark Emperor Aspen anymore?" It replied, "I stood alongside him in the battle against the betraying rulers of the Supreme Being. I also believe that I was his first soldier when he obtained the power of death. Although I served him for a very long time, almost eternally, I never once doubted his decisions." The two stood on the hill, gazing at the bright, twinkling stars in the universe. Jinwoo asked, "Can I hear the story between you and Aspen?" He began to reply and started to tell, "This will be a very long story. It all started when I was still a fruit of the world tree. At that time, all the soldiers of the Heavenly Emperor were born in the form of fruits of the tree." Jinwoo was surprised, "A fruit? Have you ever been a fruit?" Belian began to explain, "The world tree is a gigantic tree that can cover the entire sky with its branches. Although we do not know when they will arrive here, we must make the people aware of the existence of the 8 remaining emperors. They have the right to know about the impending war that is about to officially unfold. While I cannot promise, I will certainly ensure the safety of all the people. I also cannot promise to maintain the world in its previous form. Because the Dragon Emperor, in Aspen's memory, possessed an incredibly terrifying power. The Dragon Emperor and his destructive army turned everything before them into ashes, and now they see the earth as a target to be destroyed. Therefore, not only I but everyone else must prepare mentally." At this moment, Nisa's son asked Jinwoo, "Is something happening with you?" Jinwoo asked back, "Why do you suddenly ask like that?" Her expression turned serious, "Because before facing dangerous situations, your father also prepared food for me like this." "You really resemble your father." He quickly reassured his mother, "It's nothing, Mom. It seems like there are guests arriving. Let me go open the door." Jinha, astonished, replied, "I don't hear any bell." Jinwoo opened the door and asked the person outside, "Is there something I can help you with?" Chairman Jin Shul smiled at Jinwoo, "Hunter-son, I apologize for coming to see you without an appointment. Could you spare a moment for me?" At first, I thought it was because I was special that I could awaken from eternal sleep, but after thinking it over, I realized that miracles cannot happen so easily. No matter how much I search this world, there are only 2 of us who have awakened from eternal sleep, your mother and I. Therefore, I cannot help but have my suspicions about you, Hunter-son." He sighed and looked at Jinwoo, "It was you who helped me, wasn't it?" Jinwoo replied, "Because I believe you are trustworthy. If the chairman were someone who would do anything to satisfy his desires, I would never take the risk for you." Hearing this, he was somewhat surprised and asked again, "So what you're saying is that it's precisely because I don't want to take advantage of Jinho that you helped me?" He answered, "Yes." He said, "I don't know what I can do to repay your life-saving favor. Please give me a chance to repay the grace I have received, even if it's just half. I sincerely ask for permission to do so. I wonder what Hunter-son desires." He fell silent and replied, "I don't have any desires, but if something were to happen to me, could you take care of my mother and sister?" he asked again, is that all, Hunter-sung? The boy replied, yes, that is more than enough. He also echoed the boy's words, I understand, you can trust me. I promise you. Chairman Wu Jinshul was showing Jin Wu the massive gates in the sky of Shanghai, China. At this moment, not only in Shanghai but across the globe, a total of 8 gates had appeared. He turned to look at Jin Wu, Hunter-sung, could those gates also be? Jin Wu hurriedly interrupted, they are not. He asked, so they are not your forces? Jin Wu nodded in agreement, they are the enemy. Chairman, do you believe me? Wu Jinshul's expression showed some worry, oh, I believe you. Jin Wu said, if so, then I hope you will believe in what you are about to see. Before he could comprehend, the boy raised his finger to the chairman's forehead. After witnessing the entire historical event, Wu Jinshul was terrified and shouted, impossible, how could such things happen? I have always believed that the gods granted special powers to a few as a gift to save this world. Therefore, hunters have always believed that they must fight beasts to protect humanity. But if what Hunter-sung showed me is true, then is it all just their arrogance? Is it all just my illusion? It turns out that from the beginning to the end, it was merely a process of nurturing a few who could survive after the Great War? He thought, this is not a battle between men and emperors, but a battle between emperors and the rulers, a conflict of two forces with unparalleled power. In the end, Wu Jinshul still could not accept, Hunter-sung, are you really going to fight them alone? What about us? No, what can I do to help you? This was a question at a party for hunters. Chairman Jinshul asked his staff, have you contacted them all? The other person replied, yes, this morning we managed to reach all 152 countries. Then he asked, what did Hunter-sung say to you at the association yesterday? This is the first time I've seen the chairman's complexion look so pale. Seeing Wu Jinshul, the answer made him feel somewhat awkward, I apologize, I shouldn't have asked. The army of gigantic dragons began to emerge from the darkness, and behind them was a supergiant dragon. Even if all the hunters in the world united their forces to attack, they might not even get a single scale from it. Its power was so overwhelming that it seemed capable of incinerating the entire earth with just a breath. It was already that strong. How in the world will Hunter-sung fight against them? The chairman called Sung Jin Wu to inform him, I have gathered representatives from the countries as you requested. Where are you now? Unhurriedly, Jin Wu appeared from behind him. Chairman Wu said, if everyone knew everything, this world would be in chaos and some countries would not be able to control that chaos. He replied, I know. Chairman Wu said, today here, if you have truly made that decision, then we will reveal the entire truth to the world. The final conference has also taken place, everyone has gathered in abundance. From the president, the ministers, the commanders of the associations to the chairman of the hunter associations. Everyone seems to be sitting on a bed of coals. If only Hunter-sung Jin Wu were standing in front of everyone right now and said, this gate is not a cause for concern, I will deal with it right away, how great that would be. If only we didn't have to hear this news. Jin Wu stood at the podium speaking in a serious tone, this world will have to go through a difficult period, no one can stand outside this war. They will appear before you and destroy everything. A representative from Nation AD shouted, are you making us believe that? You mean even the national level hunters can't stop them? Jin Wu's gaze was sharp as he said, this is the worst disaster in human history, as hundreds of beasts more powerful than Kamish will appear one after another. National level hunters won't be able to stop them. The other person refuted, then prove it to us, otherwise how can we believe your words? Where is the evidence that you dare to say hundreds like Kamish will appear? Jin Wu raised his hand, creating a series of purple portals that astonished everyone, what is this? Aren't those portals? Hunter-sung Jin Wu can create many portals at once? He said, the enemy can also create portals like mine everywhere. The enemy's army is extremely powerful, so we can only hold them off for a very short time. An excited old man with white hair shouted, you're not on their side, are you? Aren't the soldiers that appeared from the first portal summoned to kill us? At this point, he felt he had said too much. The chairman of Nation HK raised his hand to speak. Now I know what will come out of that portal. So what should we do to stop them? Jinwoo's eyes were very serious at this moment as he replied, I hope you all stay away from the portals and run as far away as possible. After the meeting, information about the conference spread rapidly. Run as far away as you can. After receiving the warning that humanity would not be able to withstand the power of the hundreds of beasts about to appear, many felt fear and tried to find every way to escape from the portal. On some island, a gigantic castle suddenly appeared. Bia retreated, hitting its head on the ground, and began to cry out in a mournful voice, the king. Looking at the towering castle in front, Jinwoo asked, Is this really a place where I can rest comfortably? I was wondering if this was a 5-star hotel. Belian, having just hit his head on the ground, replied, If it is the royal resting place, then it must be at least like that, my lord. Seeing the flag hanging at the top of the castle, Jinwoo asked again, What on earth were you thinking when you attached that? Hearing this, Belian hurriedly approached to bow and apologize. Jinwoo inquired, So it was your idea, Belian? What would happen to a legion if it lost its commander? If I die, can I entrust my legion to a general like you? Belian responded, I will live and die alongside you. If you close your eyes for the last time, I too will return to dust. Jinwoo at this moment contemplated, the strength of the Shadow Legion lies in their absolute loyalty, indifferent to life and death, only acting for their master. But strengths and weaknesses are like two sides of a coin. The enemies will surely target that. Igris, standing to the side, said, Your Majesty, we cannot win if we fight them head-on. The disparity in forces between our sides is how much? We estimate it to be over 100 times greater. We didn't expect the enemy to have over 10 million soldiers. The scene shifts to a press conference where an S-rank hunter from Nation C named J. Mills speaks to the media, Stop saying such foolish things. If I knew the phone number of Hunter Jinwoo, I would have called him myself by now. The reporter responds, Anyway, Hunter Jinwoo is one of the best hunters in the world. How can we ignore his warnings? J. Mills replies confidently, No matter how talented he is, not everything he says is accurate. If Hunter Jinwoo only knows how to spout nonsense to scare everyone, I won't allow him to monopolize all the gates. I'm a person who doesn't shy away from anyone. Chairman Jin Shul shows the video to Jinwoo. The hunters of Nation C have gathered around J. Mills. Additionally, Nation AD, known for its strong hunter force, along with several other countries, is also preparing for this survival race. The chairman turns to Jinwoo and asks, What do you intend to do now? Jinwoo responds, For now, I will go to Nation TQ. In his heart, he thinks, Alone, I cannot face off against 8 armies. Therefore, first, I must eliminate all factors that could threaten the families in Nation NTT, and then consider the other emperors. Because the more battles that break out, the higher the chances of victory for our side. At the airport, Jinwoo met Lu Zhigang. Jinwoo said, I heard that a government official would come to pick me up, but I didn't expect it to be Hunter Lu Zhigang. He cheerfully replied, They only know how to hold up silly signs. That's why I decided to come and greet Hunter Jinwoo myself. Lu Zhigang pointed to the sky, Over there, it's clearly visible from the airport, right? Yes, that's the Great Gate that has appeared this time. Furthermore, our country, China, has about 100,000 hunters ready to fight. Upon hearing this, Jinwoo's face was filled with astonishment. Lu Zhigang continued, Not only are they numerous, but their abilities are also excellent. It's about to begin. A wave of dark magical power appeared behind him. The entire army of darkness that Jinwoo had summoned emerged, so numerous that it astounded him. Jinwoo's demeanor was strikingly different, truly unbelievable. Lu Zhigang turned to Jinwoo and asked, Did Hunter Jinwoo summon them all? BR, standing beside them, angrily said, Your Majesty, to your left is the position of the divine mechanism, how dare he stand next to you? Jinwoo pushed BR back and said, This guy is an ally. Lu Zhigang asked Jinwoo, Is it still possible to communicate with them after summoning in this way? The gate had begun to open, it's starting. Strange. The gods do not notice any signs. Belian looked around, confused. What are you talking about? Are they appearing elsewhere? Br replied, the soldiers are deployed everywhere, so other places are similar. Jinwoo paused, thought for a moment, then said, could it be that all of them are empty gates? Wait, I was wrong. I thought the emperors would open gates all over the world to split our forces. At Nation C, the magic gate had begun to appear. Everyone was looking forward to the hunter Sung Jinwoo, a citizen said. Everyone only calls out Sung Jinwoo, ignoring us. The hunters and citizens were standing on the streets, ready to fight. They shouted, Nation C will not give up. The hunters will protect the lives of this country. We will defeat every type of monster invading our land. Suddenly, everyone looked at the endless abyss. One person asked, what is that? I heard that monsters would pour out like rain. Could it be that hunter Sung Jinwoo was boasting? At that moment, a tall man stepped out from inside the gate. People below, puzzled, asked, isn't there only one person? Jinwoo thought to himself, is it a human? It's just a human. The man with long red hair stood in front of Jinwoo and said, are you the king of this place? Hearing the man speak the human language, he also asked back, aren't you a monster? A young man wearing glasses beside him said, there's nothing surprising about it. Monsters can also create armor, know how to write, and have social organizations just like humans. They possess intelligence similar to that of humans as well. It's just that they haven't wanted to communicate with us humans all this time. So it's not surprising if they can communicate with us in human language. Upon hearing this, J. Mills smiled smugly, so it turns out monsters can communicate with humans? He thought to himself, that's right, now I understand why Hunter Jinwoo could subdue the soldiers that appeared at the first gate and turn them into his own soldiers. It's by means of this communication. They must ask the first person they encounter if they are the king, right? Is this their way of submission? After thinking this, he asked, what if I am the king? Dragon Emperor showed no interest in him, seeming to be absent. At that moment in Nation TQ, Jinwoo asked a staff member if he had any way to verify the situation in Nation C. Jinwoo suddenly realized he could call Adam at the Hunter Management. The other end of the line picked up. Jinwoo asked him about the situation at the Colossal Gate in Nation C, but only heard the screams of the surrounding citizens. Jinwoo asked him where he was. Adam replied that he and the staff were coming to provide support and were currently at the Great Gate of Nation C. Jinwoo asked, why are you there? Adam answered, we can't just stand by and watch the gate in Nation C as if it's not our problem. Not just me, but many other staff members are also stuck here. Hearing this, Jinwoo blamed himself for not anticipating the scale of the enemy. He asked, the gate hasn't changed, right? Adam replied, yes, it seems like this is also an empty gate like the others. The scene is very quiet. Jinwoo breathed a sigh of relief, but Adam said, wait, it seems like something is emerging from inside the gate. Is it a person? There is someone coming out of the gate. Hearing this, Jinwoo yelled, Adam, run away now, get in a car or any vehicle and get out of there immediately. However, only Adam's fearful voice remained. The top hunters of Nation C in front have been turned to dust by him in an instant. Once again, Jinwoo shouted, it's okay Adam, you have to run away, you must escape by all means. In the sky, dragons and various other monsters were also flocking in. All the monsters were gathering together, preparing to attack. Jinwoo pondered, now that things have come to this point, if I could control the dark soldiers to go to Adam, maybe I could save him. Suddenly, a pig appeared, pulling Adam away. Now I will start teleporting. But unexpectedly, the Dragon Emperor appeared. Where do you think you're going, Dark Soldier? The Dragon Emperor opened his mouth, and a flame appeared inside. He shot it out instantly. All that could be heard was Adam's terrified scream. On the other end was suddenly silenced. Jinwoo gritted his teeth, damn it, I should have anticipated this. If my army of darkness gets stronger in battle, then the Germans will also know to limit confrontations and concentrate their forces in one place. The emperors opened all 8 gates as part of a premeditated plan to lure me and trap me when I had gathered at the gate far from their positions. Such a vile stratagem. If I now mobilize all my forces over there, it will only lead to facing an all-out war. The plan to prolong the conflict seems utterly futile now. Lu Zhigang called out to Jinwu, the hunters in Nation C have. At that moment, he too felt utterly helpless. The Dragon Emperor here spoke. The sound of the beating hearts of living beings, their screams, and finally the joyful sounds of destruction. All of it combined to form a blazing symphony of chaos. He spoke while laughing out loud in joy. Yes, everything is ready on this side too. Let's smash everything for me, because that is our only mission to survive. In the president's room of the Hunter Association of HK, the president was sitting at the table surrounded by countless bottles of liquor, hunters, staff, reporters, and journalists. They all must be dead by now. Hundreds of dragons came behind them along with giants and monsters. Those creepy creatures kept pouring in like a great flood. This is indeed a calamity that humanity cannot bear. Everyone is dead, everything has truly ended. Their invasion is just a matter of time. Now I understand why the surrounding hunters repeatedly urged everyone to run as far away from the portal as possible. This world has truly come to an end. Suddenly, a stream of black magic appeared. That was Jin Wu. The association president was also surprised. Jin Wu said, I came here because I need one thing, the runestone. I hope you can give me the runestone that Kamish left behind. Hearing this, he stood up suddenly. The runestone that Kamish left belongs to our hunter management department. At this point, he began to falter, sighing, again, it's the occupational hazard. At this time, what does the management department even matter? In this situation, even Nation M is being split apart, not to mention the hunter management department. And yet, I'm still talking nonsense about the runestone belonging to that department? Then he apologized for not being alert yet. He would give the runestone. However, wanting to know the purpose Jin Wu intended to use it for, Jin Wu calmly replied, it is the weapon for us to counterattack. The scene shifted to the basement. He wondered, did you not say that the rulers sent the beasts here? So what does the runestone embedded in these beasts mean? Looking at the runestone inside, Jin Wu explained, it is a gift they have given to humanity so that we can hunt monsters more effectively. What the rulers desire is for magic to become deeply rooted in this land through the fierce battle between humanity and the beasts. The sacrifice of humans is merely an unforeseen event, not their ultimate goal. If the beasts die, the crystals embedded in their bodies will automatically seal their powers. Therefore, that runestone is the help from the rulers given to humanity so that we can hunt the beasts. He remained skeptical, but can we really stop the beasts with just this? He replied, we must try to find out. And there is one more thing I would like to ask of you. The scene shifted to a magnificent castle. Misa Selner sat on the sofa and said, I never thought anyone would want to come find me at this time. You are not the person I once knew. If in the past you always sought to seize the deep darkness within your soul, now you are the embodiment of that darkness. Jin Wu replied, I am the one the lady once knew, the only difference is that the darkness the lady saw back then has merged with me. I have heard that the lady can see the future, can you see my future? She said nothing but took Jin Wu's hand, and for some reason, Misa Selner burst into tears. Can you really bear everything alone? It's impossible. Why should one person carry such a heavy burden? Do you intend to sacrifice yourself to protect everything? Jin Wu maintained a warm smile, I'm lucky to know that I can go that far. The lady shouted, lucky? No one will remember you. This will be a solitary battle for you alone. Jin Wu turned to leave, I apologize for intruding and asking you to do something unreasonable. She rushed to stop him, but it was too late. Jin Wu returned to the Nation HQ, took his familiar phone, and called Cha Hei in. He smiled warmly and said, it's me. She exclaimed, it's Jin Wu, is it really you? He replied, yes, I'm sorry for being so busy. She said, it's all right. Being busy is part of life. He responded, that's true, isn't it? I'm so busy that I can't meet you. Let's make sure to meet soon. She happily replied, yes, of course. Cha Hae-in called out to Jinwoo with a very warm tone, Brother Jinwoo, can you promise me one thing? Please promise that you will come back to see me. Jinwoo smiled in response, yes, we will definitely meet again. The call ended in joy, and Jinwoo prepared to set off. Just then, the voice of President Choi rang out, causing Cha Hae-in to startle. All the hunters were currently focused on preparing for a life and death battle. The Dragon Emperor, with an arrogant tone, spoke up, I have arrived. Tens of millions of your kind have perished, how much longer do you intend to hide? Jinwoo looked into the distance and replied, I will meet you soon. Standing on the rooftop, the Dragon Emperor thought to himself, he has been silent since then, what is he plotting? Anyway, over here, 10 million troops of the ancient dragon have gathered enough. 100,000 soldiers against 10 million is like a stone against a boulder. For you, the only option left is to jump into the abyss and escape. His thoughts were interrupted when a missile struck him directly in the face. Then, dozens of missiles attacked non-stop like fireworks. The special forces shouted, target hit. Several aircraft flew overhead, surrounding the position of the Dragon Emperor. I can't see clearly with the naked eye anymore. Another hunter said, it seems he has blocked the recent attack. Inside the fire, a column of flames shot straight up into the sky. In front of the soldier was the gaze of a real dragon, staring intently at him. What is this? A series of fighter jets before the dragon seemed like mere toys. The scene of the ruined city was truly apocalyptic, utterly dull. The dragon opened its enormous mouth, creating an extremely terrifying surge of magic. The magical energy surged intensely, making everything around turn white. Transitioning to the castle, Jinwoo was sitting on the throne, surrounded by a chilling atmosphere and loneliness. Jinwoo's face was filled with contemplation, unsure of whom to share his thoughts with. He looked up, and the words the king appeared before his eyes, causing Jinwoo to smile. It seemed like a warmth was sneaking into his lonely life, and he whispered, yeah, thank you. From beneath the ground, a crying voice echoed, Your Majesty. Belian stood nearby, worried and trying to dissuade, Your Majesty, it is very dangerous. Igris thought the same, seeing his subordinates worry. Jinwoo quickly reassured them, I know you are concerned for my safety, but I cannot just stand by and watch danger unfold without doing anything. Jinwoo continued, what if he were to find himself in a situation like mine, what do you think he would do? If that were to happen, he would definitely never give up on what he must do. Right? Hearing this, Belian truly had nothing left to refute, looking up at Jinwoo, the image of Aspen appearing before his eyes, indeed, you resemble him greatly. The three closest subordinates of Jinwoo all knelt before him, we will stand by your side until our last breath. Having said this, Jinwoo began to stand up, good. The four of them were prepared to leave, ready for a battle of life and death. Jinwoo walked while holding his phone in his hand. Seeing this, Ber quickly asked, shouldn't you contact your loved ones now? He fell silent, replying, no need, if I hear their voices. His words gradually became choked with emotion, memories flooding back. Jin crushed his phone as a demonstration of his resolve and said, then I won't be able to move forward anymore. His gaze became steadfast, let's go. Returning to the battlefield, Dragon Emperor was raging, destroying fighter jets mercilessly. A fortunate Special Forces soldier had successfully jumped from a plane, but just as he landed, he was attacked by approaching monstrous beasts. A soldier hiding behind a large rock witnessed this scene, breaking out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, a few drops of liquid similar to sweat fell onto him. When he turned to see what it was, the sight before him filled him with terror. A giant centipede with sharp teeth was about to pounce on him. Seeing this, he immediately stepped back, snatched the gun from the fallen soldier, and fired dozens of shots at the beast. The bullets continuously struck the monster's head until the gun ran out of bullets. However, it seemed that the creature was not affected at all by those relentless gunfire. In the face of such a desperate situation, he could only exclaim, damn it. When the situation was hanging by a thread, the monster was finally slain, its spirit leaving its body. Looking up above, he could only be astonished and shout, "God, Sung Jinwoo, Hunter Sung Jinwoo." Jinwoo turned to him and calmly said, "Go." His eyes widened in shock. Dozens of monsters behind were preparing to attack Jinwoo. He quickly shouted, "Hunter." Jinwoo remained calm like a statue. He wielded 2 daggers and charged straight into the horde of monsters. In an instant, he used the skill of the Dominator's hand, absorbing the monsters to enhance his damage. With skilled swordplay, he swiftly dispatched the monsters. The painful screams of the monsters echoed throughout the space, creating a terrifying scene. At that moment, Jinwoo looked like a true god of death. He dragged the 2 daggers through each area, where the corpses and blood of the monsters lay scattered on the ground. At that very moment, hundreds of thousands of dark soldiers rose up. They possessed terrifying power that could destroy the entire planet, enveloping the battlefield in a deadly atmosphere. On the other side, the Dragon King stared at the chaotic scene and said, "The humans are gathering their forces to the east. The Emperor of Darkness has appeared." The transforming emperor beside him immediately added, "Right now, we must quickly mobilize all our troops to attack them. I do not sense the dark soldiers within their shadows." Just as predicted, they are dispersing their forces to act. Do they think that quietly coming to the battlefield would allow them to absorb the strength from us? They are trying to buy time and avoid an all-out battle. He looked into the distance, his gaze sharp. "Emperor of Darkness, what are you aiming for?" On television, the nation is currently reporting news. The communication line with the hunters, who are battling the monsters, has been interrupted. The government is now urgently mobilizing military forces to buy time for the people to evacuate. President Wu Jin-shil watches the news reports, praying, "This tragedy is occurring continuously on the other side of the earth." It started in Canada and has now spread to the United States, a country with the strongest fighting power, which is also collapsing tragically at the hands of those monsters. The only thing humanity can do right now is to pray for a miracle to happen. He mutters, his gaze heavy, but what kind of miracle can stop them? A miracle? Please. Please don't abandon us. Hundreds of shadow soldiers merged into one, like a gigantic tsunami crashing in, swallowing everything. The shadows gradually darkened the battlefield. A multitude of monsters were annihilated, their bodies piled high. Wherever Jinwoo's army advanced, that place instantly turned into a deep purple. The more they fought, the more bloodthirsty they became. A giant, wielding a mace, charged straight at him. Jinwoo instantaneously appeared before him. "This ends here." Jinwoo roared, delivering a blow from foot to head that caused the giant to fall instantly. Another giant, still reeling from the attack, was bitten directly on the neck by a massive dragon. As the giant fell, hundreds of thousands of shadow soldiers immediately pounced on him, tearing him to shreds. Thousands of dragons appeared in the sky. Jinwoo looked at them, thinking to himself, has the Annihilation Army begun to move? But I can't sense any traces of the ancient dragons at all. Perhaps they don't intend to join the battle yet. No need to be disappointed, I still have plenty of time. If they hesitate to show up, then I just need to create a reason to make them appear. On the battlefield, the gigantic dragons were gradually being taken down. A minion of the Dragon King suddenly appeared and attacked Jinwoo's giant shadow soldiers. He roared, "You think you can stop the great Dragon King with a puppet made of magic? Then I will personally eliminate anyone who dares to disrespect him." Jinwoo, riding on Kaisel, suddenly appeared behind him. He looked at him with a teasing gaze. There are indeed many flying monsters. The minion turned around, but before he could react, Jinwoo had already jumped down from the flying monster. With just one strike, his head, which had just been cocky, fell from his neck. In the distance, the Dragon King also sensed that the Emperor of Darkness was becoming stronger. He commanded his minions, "Attack! Emperor, transform, you stay here to prepare for the army. Do not let them take another step." The minion immediately received the order. The Dragon King summoned dozens of gigantic gates, declaring that he would personally stop Jinwu. Meanwhile, in the city center, the special forces were still actively fighting against the monsters. Their captain shouted loudly, filled with determination, "Don't hold back the bullets. Shoot straight for their limbs. At least we can impede their movement. We will hold on until the hunters arrive to assist." Suddenly, a bald monster appeared behind the special forces team. In a split second, Thomas rushed in and threw a straight punch to the monster's face. The attack was so powerful that it sent him flying several meters away. Thomas observed and muttered, "They're all just the monsters we've encountered in the dungeon before." Everyone realized and shouted loudly, "It's the scavenger group." Thomas remained very confident, shrugged, and said, "They're just numerous, there's nothing to be afraid of." However, not long after, an emperor suddenly appeared. He stared at Thomas and spoke coldly, "You are the human from back then, aren't you? The filthy henchman of those rulers who participated in the battle before the Beast Emperor died." He proclaimed, "I am the king of the elements. The monarch will personally take care of you. You know very well that someone like you, I can sever your head in the blink of an eye, right? But even so, are you still planning to block my way?" Thomas replied, looking calm, "I'm not sure, I really dislike difficult things." Suddenly, a shadow gradually appeared beside Thomas. He looked closely, and his eyes lit up with a hint of unease. He took a step back but still tried to maintain an arrogant tone. "It's been a while since we last met, Monarch of Steel Body. Why is the Shadow Legion here? Are they hiding their whereabouts and blending into the shadows of humanity?" Although he appeared confident, deep down, he was genuinely worried. Looking at the Shadow Legion, he whispered, "This is bad, I must report to the ancient dragon." His expression grew serious. He tried to make contact but received no response. Shocked, he looked up and saw a figure on the nearby building. Tusk stood high up, using his magic to cut off all his communications. Seeing Tusk in that situation, he gritted his teeth and thought, not to mention the soldiers, this cannot be a strategy devised by the Emperor of Darkness. This is not the fighting style of the Legion of Shadows. Those who always come to announce the inevitable death before my enemies cannot be allowed. At this moment, he was truly angry. This is the way of humans. You have no right to be a king. Der appeared, emanating an incredibly frightening aura of magic. Lightning surrounded him, a manifestation of fury at someone daring to defame his king. "You better take back what you just said. Insulting my commander is akin to treason." Hearing this, his anger intensified. "You dare to place yourself on par with an emperor like me? How pathetic." His true form emerged, resembling Jimas of Jinwu. Both were ready to battle when the scene shifted to Jinwu. Jinwu and the Dragon King finally met. The Dragon King stood above, thinking to himself, "The physical emperor has not contacted me. Could it be that he has betrayed me? Or is this his trick?" He still smiled, revealing his menacing teeth. Fire began to ignite around him. While launching an attack, he shouted, "I will definitely kill you." His power was so overwhelming that even Jinwu had to be astonished. Everything in the path of his attack was incinerated. He raised his gaze to the sky. Jinwu had appeared, standing high and summoning the Legion of Shadows to surround him. Seeing this, the Dragon King boosted his power, preparing to counterattack. On this side, Lu Bao continued to actively hunt monsters. He had just defeated a giant and smirked faintly, "You giants are only good at boasting during naval battles." Magic across the entire continent was being violently disturbed. Hundreds of thousands of hunters were constantly fighting monsters all over the world. In particular, the wave of magic that was powerful enough to pierce through the body was emanating from this place, causing everything to tremble. Lu Bao glanced over at Jinwu and the Dragon King, who were engaged in a fierce battle, and said, "Finally, they have started fighting over there. Let's get back to the battle." On Jinwu's battlefield, the Dragon King relentlessly wiped out the soldiers of the Shadow Army. His face remained calm, his gaze sharp. "Useless soldiers, is that all you have? It seems you have sent my lord's power to deal with the monarch of steel body. Now you intend to fight me with these thousands of weak soldiers, huh? Jinwoo did not respond. He created a portal, seemingly intending to leave. Seeing this, the Dragon King immediately charged after him, his voice laced with fury. I absolutely will not let you escape. He rushed towards the portal but was intercepted by the Shadow Army. He sneered, looking around and said, so you managed to recruit the entire army of the Monarch of Steel Body, huh? The Dragon King glanced towards a corner of the battlefield. He saw Br and Belian tearing apart the Monarch of Steel Body. Witnessing that scene, he merely snorted coldly, his eyes filled with boredom, before turning away, sending my lord's power to confront the Monarch of Steel Body and then regrouping to fight me alone. Quite a decent strategy. How ridiculous. He chuckled disdainfully, his voice filled with contempt. Emperor of Darkness? How amusing. On Jinwoo's side, the Emperor transformed, standing high above to observe the entire battlefield. His face was expressionless, only his gaze was cold and sharp, like an endless darkness, assessing every development on the battlefield. The Dragon King spoke again, his voice full of arrogance. Do you think that I'm the only one chasing you? You're mistaken. These are the portals prepared by the Emperor of the Abyss. Through these portals, I can summon as many legions as I wish. Your plan has already failed. A misjudgment is your grave. You have been defeated. Jinwoo looked at the Dragon King, his expression unwavering. He understood that the Dragon King had fallen into his trap. A confident smile appeared on Jinwoo's lips as he recalled his dark army. Seeing this, the Dragon King's eyes flashed with confusion. Why are you withdrawing your army? Do you admit defeat? After all, I can understand why you would give up. Thousands of dragons surrounded Jinwoo, the sky now filled with dragons upon dragons. But Jinwoo did not respond to the Dragon King's words. He slowly closed his eyes, his face revealing glowing patterns as if radiating a halo. The Dragon King watched in astonishment, stunned. Could it be that you? Before him, Jinwoo transformed, activating the most terrifying skill of the dragon, sealed within the Stone of the Abyss. This stone not only enhanced magic but also granted destructive power to unleash a devastating attack, regardless of friend or foe. It was the Scream of the Soul, a skill that plunged all opponents into despair. A terrifying magical aura emanated from Jinwoo's body, causing everything to seem to freeze. The Dragon Legion and the transformed Emperor were filled with dread, their eyes brimming with fear. The Dragon King thought to himself, with this scream, not only the dragons but even the Emperor of the Abyss will not be able to act. At that moment, Jinwoo seized the Dragon King, his voice cold as he said, "Follow me." The Dragon King was sweating profusely, filled with suspicion. Could it be that he had prepared for this moment from the very beginning? The two had now teleported to Jinwoo's castle. He looked around, his gaze filled with doubt, and asked, "Is this place?" Jinwoo interrupted, "Opposite to where you exist." The Dragon King replied, his voice full of calculation, "Although you would benefit in every way with a large number of soldiers, in return, your magic will also be depleted corresponding to the number of troops summoned. That's why you brought me here alone." Indeed, a brilliant plan. He looked around again and asked, "Is that your castle over there?" Jinwoo replied a bit shyly, "Yeah, the scale is quite nice for a sanctuary of an Emperor of Darkness." Jinwoo gradually summoned a dagger into his hand, his eyes showing determination. "I think its size is just right to commemorate your death." The Dragon King was also changing, worried whether he could hold on until his soldiers found their way here. Before them, the crowd watching like us right now was the confrontation between the Dragon King and the Army of Darkness. At the Hunters Association headquarters in America, Miss Seo glanced outside, lamenting, "The flames of war have engulfed the entire country already." All the magic was rising and spreading everywhere. The president placed his hands on his forehead, his expression full of helplessness. "So what the hunter Sungyu said is all true. What are we to do now?" Miss Seo calmly replied, "In this world, there aren't just him as a hunter. Hunters from all around the world, regardless of whether they are E rank or S rank, have been and are gathering to throw themselves into the battle to protect humanity." She continued, although E-rank hunters are only slightly stronger than ordinary people, they also know that they can't contribute much strength to the overall force. Unlike soldiers, they only have weapons and armor protected by magic. There isn't much difference between C-rank and D-rank hunters, and a C-rank hunter can take down no more than 10 monsters. S-rank hunters are no exception. Even though they can eliminate thousands of monsters, in the end, they too will become one of the thousands of stars in the sky and eventually disappear. However, when each of them becomes a star and shoots across the sky like a shooting star, even if faint, they can still show us the future that we often call hope waiting ahead in South Korea. At this moment, Woo Jin-chul's assistant said, "I heard that Hunter Sung Jin-woo has successfully taken him to an uninhabited island near Japan." CEO Woo thought to himself, "I had heard about Hunter Sung Jin-woo when the gate of the giants burst open, a massive flow of magic surged into an uninhabited island spanning tens of kilometers. If we concentrate all our forces to attack there, we can minimize the damage. Could it be that he has been hiding there all this time for this reason?" The assistant asked again, "Should we arrange for hunters to be nearby in case of emergencies?" Woo Jin-chul replied, "Aren't all the S-rank hunters and high-level hunters in America? Do you think we can send someone there? But E-rank hunters are also suitable." He smiled and continued, "Do you know that Hunter Sung Jin-woo was also an E-rank hunter in the past?" He answered decisively, "Yes, I know, E-rank hunters can also become heroes." The scene shifts back to Jin-woo's battle with the Dragon King, where he is riding Kaisel to attack him. Just as he was about to open his foul mouth to strike, Belian quickly silenced him with his sword. Feeling humiliated, the Dragon King shot a fierce glance at Belian. Seeing this, the two giants jumped onto him as well. "I don't even know what they're climbing on him for, it seems like they're just holding him down." Tusk over here was about to attack when he was suddenly stomped flat. Red and Ber seized the opportunity to strike, both launching towards his face at lightning speed, landing a blow that caused him pain. Igris above used a lightning-covered sword to land another hit on his head, leaving his mind in chaos. With eyes wide open in confusion, Jin-woo stood above, observing, and it seemed to have an effect. He lay on the ground, still in the form of a dragon, saying, "This is quite fun." The Dragon King widened his eyes, his expression filled with rage, saying, "Although I greatly enjoy battles where I can overpower my enemies with my strength, it turns out that being pressured by an enemy like this is quite interesting as well." Jin-woo felt the terrifying magic beginning to surge within him, and he started to sweat. He stood up and raised his mouth to the sky, saying, "I will show you what true dragon fear is." Dragon fear, the skill was activated, and all the darkness soldiers that were swept by the magic could not survive. There were a few giants with high combat power who were still able to barely withstand that strength. Their clothes were now tattered, revealing that this was indeed the dragon fear of the Dragon King. "With a ruler of dragons like this, I can no longer control the soldiers." Feeling that it was wasting too much mana unnecessarily, Jin-woo cancelled the summoning of the darkness soldiers. The Dragon King was attacking Jin-woo. A tremendous wave of power rushed through like a storm. Everything it passed, from earth and stone to darkness soldiers, was incinerated. Jin-woo anxiously shouted, "Kaisel, come back here quickly." Then flames erupted, rising into the night sky, leaving only streaks of light and ash behind. The place it passed turned so hot that everything turned into lava. He saw that and said, "I am the embodiment of destruction, for a war filled with chaos, bloodshed, and death. I am willing to offer my own life. I am born and exist for wars, and I am the Emperor of Destruction." The Dragon King laughed loudly, full of self-satisfaction. Before Jin-woo's eyes now was a dragon with an incredibly mad appearance, the destructive power radiating around. Jin-woo thought to himself, "Here lies an enormous amount of magic that has seeped into the land since the giant king perished. Yet the ground still cannot withstand it. If I were to be hit by his attack, even if my soldiers are immortal, I would surely be annihilated." At that moment, the Dragon King returned to his human form and smiled, saying, "Emperor of Darkness, you do not need to worry too much. When you grabbed my arm, I could have easily severed it right then and there, but honestly, I must thank you for being able to push me to this extent. As another emperor, I truly wish to converse with you." He began to lecture like a book, his eyes shining with excitement. You may know this when you took on the memories of the former Emperor of Darkness, but our real enemies are not on this land, they are beyond the heavens. They are the army of the rulers. Their mission is to eliminate all emperors born in darkness, from the first to the last. Of course, as the Emperor of Darkness, you are not exempt. I used to think that I would eradicate them after eliminating you, but after fighting with you, I have changed my mind. The power you possess is different from Aspen's. I can see the brutal war of ours from that strength. If you want to save your family and your country, then I will help you fulfill that wish. If you want me to leave this land, then fine, my soldiers and I will quietly assist your army. You should become the master of this land. Obviously, I do not mean the master of the castle on that hill, I mean you should become the master of this planet, for you deserve that status. He began to extend his hand and said, in return, you just need to shake hands with me. If we unite our forces to crush the armies of the oppressors, then your family, your country, and everything on this land will have peace and freedom. Emperor of Darkness, what do you think? Do you want to cooperate with me? Jinwoo listened to the nonsense of his chatter and smiled, saying, how ridiculous. Do you think I can trust someone with a gaze full of murderous intent, who wants to find every way to kill me? Seeing that his plan had been exposed, he burst into laughter. Duinyu here was also dripping with bloodthirsty intentions. It's true that I can't hide anything from you. But that is the last mercy I show you. Well, Emperor of Darkness, you should get ready. He was madly transforming his body, one arm turning into a gigantic dragon that seized Jinwoo. Just before being crushed, he quickly dodged. The ground he stomped on was utterly devastated, and he turned to face Jinwoo, shooting out a beam of energy. As he unleashed his attack, Jinwoo swiftly appeared at the edge of his ear, exploiting his opening. Jinwoo jumped down, spinning like a wheel to slash at him. Can his dragon scales absorb my damage? The Dragon King said, you cannot scratch me with that. Kaisel, get out of here. His dragon fear skill activated with such intensity that it left Kaisel frozen for 5 seconds, feeling unable to evade. He tightened his tail around Jinwoo and then flung him away. Just as Jinwoo soared into the distance, the Dragon King's attack was already on its way. He was now incredibly furious, standing there and howling, that's not enough to kill me. Before he could finish speaking, Jinwoo quickly flew up and grabbed his neck. There, Jinwoo used the skill of the hand of the conqueror to cling tightly to him. His body was like lava, causing Jinwoo's feet to smoke. Realizing the enemy was on his body, he slammed his hand straight into Jinwoo's neck. Taking advantage of the moment he lost his composure, Jinwoo summoned 3 bone dragons to constrict him. 2 of them restrained him while the other bit into his neck. The last one bit down so enthusiastically that it made him scream. He bit and then breathed fire again. Jinwoo stood above observing and thought, it seems that even with the energy of the ancient, I cannot burn him down. His defensive and offensive capabilities far exceed those of the opponents I have faced before, so the attacking method I am using is completely ineffective against the Dragon King. I need to be stronger still. I need a power that can smash a mountain with bare hands, covered in iron armor. Wait a minute, iron armor? Jinwoo began to cast magic around his body, seemingly having some idea. His dragon had been destroyed by the Dragon King, and his body would withstand your ordinary attack. Before he could finish speaking, he looked up at the sky with a terrified expression. Huh? Is he absorbing the power of darkness? What else are you plotting? Iron armor. I will use the power of darkness to create a layer of armor, a darker and more robust armor so that any living being could see and feel it. At this moment, Jinwoo's darkness had become a manifestation, and the Dragon King writhed in disbelief at what he was witnessing. How can this be? He thought, the Emperor of Darkness was originally one of the shards of light, so his original body must be the form he has, he cannot possibly transform. So how can he change into that giant form? Could he be summoning the powers of death from all over the earth? How could this be possible? He thought, not long ago, he was just an ordinary person. How could he summon the power of death to this extent? Is this really me? Looking at his new form, Jinwoo couldn't believe his eyes any longer. This is the true power that Aspen granted to the Emperor of Darkness. Within this colossal body lies a terrifying power that is beyond measure, surging like a flood. At that moment, he also realized, it turns out you are the one who has faced the line of life and death for so long, and that is why an ordinary person like him can fully accept the power passed down from the former Emperor of Darkness, Aspen. This human being, from before he received the power until now, he has always been struggling against himself to survive. I must definitely eliminate him. This one is an extremely dangerous threat. Seeing this, he unleashed a powerful burst of dragon energy towards Jinwoo. Jinwoo casually waved his hand, and with a single strike, he was able to tear apart the attack. The two powerful beings locked gazes with deadly intent, both eager to quickly defeat their opponent. They charged at each other as if they hadn't met in ages, their immense power tearing apart the very fabric of space. The battle between the two strong beings was reaching its climax, and the Dragon King's body still appeared larger than Jinwoo. He tried to snag Jinwoo with his claws, but he quickly countered that attack. Next, Jinwoo turned upwards to the top of his head and delivered a devastating strike. The attack was so fierce that the air seemed to warp. The face of the Dragon King was no exception. Unwilling to accept defeat, he let out a roar, then turned and bit into Jinwoo's abdomen. He clamped Jinwoo in his mouth and with tremendous force, threw him far away. The ground where Jinwoo landed couldn't withstand the pressure, thus it crumbled, not allowing the opponent any time to rest. The Dragon King launched another attack, but Jinwoo managed to evade the explosion just in time. Although his speed was quick, he still lost an arm from the attack. Fearless, Jinwoo charged at his foe. A strike was executed like before. Jinwoo attacked directly at it. Though the shadow slash was effective in stopping it, the Dragon King could still use his tail to strike Jinwoo. His tail was several dozen meters long, a single hit could send the powerful shadow warrior flying. He began to ascend into the sky to create colossal fireballs for attack. Despite the sheer number, they seemed to miss Jinwoo entirely. From within the explosion, a dark sword cleaved across his wings, causing him to let out a painful scream. Soon after, a few more swords like that appeared. Surrounding Jinwoo at this moment were those swords encircling him. With a twist, those swords flew towards the Dragon King. Seeing this, he began to counterattack. Two powerful attacks collided, enough to shake the heavens and earth. The scene here at this moment is no different from a battle of the gods. In the midst of the smoke and dust, a purple light appears. The one who steps out of the cloud of smoke is Jinwoo. His body, having taken a hit, seems to have reached its limit, and the dark armor gradually fades away. Jinwoo slowly falls, kneeling on the ground, revealing an extremely weary face. Seeing this, the Dragon King smugly declares, "It seems that to maintain this terrifying power, your stamina has been greatly depleted. This is the final opportunity one offer you, join forces with me." Hearing these words, Jinwoo hurriedly stands up, his gaze resolute, and he says, "I have never thought that I would cooperate with monsters." Upon hearing that, the Dragon King summons his divine sword, saying, "You are truly foolish." The gazes of the two strongest emperors are now locked onto each other. Both vanish and suddenly reappear to launch attacks at each other. The Dragon King strikes while shouting, "The Emperor transformation and my annihilation army will devastate everything of yours. And you, while having to face me and this sword, will not be able to protect anything at all. Even if you are the king of death, as a human, you will still feel fear of death. You will turn to dust in my annihilation flames, and everything you are trying to protect will become a thing of the past." As he spoke, the Dragon King laughed uproariously. "If you are the one who awakened the power of Aspen, then you must be able to feel how many screams and cries are echoing on this land, on this earth, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, his sword pierced through Jinwoo's chest. "This is war, the sound of my army enjoying tearing apart your kind. Just take your time to listen to the desperate cries of them. Despair will spread everywhere on this land, and I, Dragon King, will silence them immediately. You will regret your foolish choice." Jinwoo looked at him with a face full of hatred. "The one who should regret is you." A dagger suddenly appeared behind the Dragon King's back, which he was completely unaware of, and in an instant, it attacked him. However, unexpectedly, the dagger could not pierce through his protective layer. The Dragon King flashed a wicked smile and said, "Do you think a sword made from the teeth of a dragon can penetrate the body of the Dragon King? How ridiculous! This is a battle between me and the fire born from darkness, and you, the darkness born from the light." Jinwoo took a few steps back. The Dragon King continued, "But it seems this battle has reached its conclusion." Jinwoo nodded in agreement. "Yes, it is time to end it." The Dragon King said, "So you have decided to give up your feudal resistance?" Not responding to him, Jinwoo quickly charged straight towards the Dragon King. The Dragon King smiled again and shouted, "It seems my army doesn't need to search anymore, because I will raise my army's morale by beheading your foolish emperor." Jinwoo replied, "The sun is what makes the darkness thicker." As soon as he finished speaking, a myriad of dark warriors tightened their grip on Jinwoo. Seeing this, the Dragon King activated his dragon fear skill and roared, "I will tear you into 100 pieces, turning you into dragon food. I will show the whole world the dying moments of one who dares to oppose the Dragon King, and I will have such an end." Jinwoo used his familiar dagger to attack the Dragon King. The images of Mr. Ung and the former Emperor Aspen appeared, and a finishing blow was dealt to the Dragon King, forcing him to face his end. "Well then, have you seen the moment of your death yet?" Jinwoo asked. Even at this point, the Dragon King still laughed and said, "You can't take me down in one hit. Clearly, I don't see any gate when I arrive here. If you were in the connection between the two worlds, you would expend a lot of energy. So how did the army of the overlords get here? Could it be that you aimed for this from the very beginning? Did you use the collision of immense power between you and me to tear apart space? Calling your allies over from the other side?" Jinwoo slowly replied, "At first, I thought you were drawing attention with my soldiers and bringing me here, just to avoid my battle with you being interrupted. And yet I kept thinking you wouldn't have a way to contact those overlords." Jinwoo reluctantly stood up. "Of course I have a way, that's the root of the rulers, because I still have those connected to the root when they were given the power by the rulers." After hearing these words, the Dragon King also understood. Above his head in the sky, thousands of dark warriors appeared. The Dragon King looked up at the sky and said, "You used that root to prepare to open the portal in the right direction to this place. So, even if you lost this battle, you would still choose a way to win in the overall war. It seems I have completely lost by only focusing on this fight." Jinwoo asked him, "You are the one behind ordering the Emperor of White Flames and the Beast Emperor to eliminate the Emperor of Darkness, right?" The Dragon King looked confused and replied, "Did the Emperor of White Flames cause a stir?" He spoke somberly. "Aspen asked me to make sure to send his regards to that person." Jinwoo pointed his middle finger at his face, and feeling insulted, the Dragon King drew his sword to attack. However, time was no longer on his side. The end of his life was the piercing rays of the rulers through his body. He looked up at the sky and said, "The shard of the brightest light. Has this world always been covered by both light and dark shadows? It turns out from the beginning I never had a chance to win. I will wait for you, not in the artificial resting place you create, but in the true eternal resting place. When that time comes, you will have to face me again." Jinwoo turned to look at the ruler, responding with a mocking tone, "You don't need to worry, I will send you there quickly." And finally, he had vanished into the void. The leader of the rulers stood before Jinwoo. "Our battle has finally come to an end. I don't know how to thank you enough," he said. Jinwoo replied, "Though it's a bit strange, there is something I want to ask of you." The ruler looked a bit confused. Jinwoo continued, "This is something I can only discuss with you alone. If it is within my power, I will assist with whatever you ask." Upon hearing this, the ruler pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Do you want to use the cup of reincarnation to turn back time?" "That's right." Jinwoo replied, his voice filled with determination. The ruler contemplated for a moment and said, "Even if you use the divine artifact to turn back time, the consciousness of the supreme beings will still remain, and those emperors who have died will be revived with complete memories. Are you prepared for that?" Jinwoo replied firmly, yes. And if time is turned back, I hope no one will be sent to Earth again. I will handle the emperors and their legions in my multi-dimensional rift. The ruler paused, hesitating as if he could not believe his ears. You will face the battle alone? Why do you intend to do that? We have also used the cup of reincarnation many times, but I do not remember any better results than this. Jinwoo responded sadly, because too many people have lost their lives in this war already. And I want to bring them back. Hearing these words, the group of rulers could not help but feel moved. They understood that the life of the reincarnation cup was nearly exhausted, and if Jinwoo failed, he would not be able to turn back time anymore. They warned him, if you wish, you can become the hero of humanity right now by stopping the invasion of the emperors. But if you fail, destruction will be the only thing awaiting you. And even if you win, that victory will bring no joy, only an endless fight. Do you really want to go back in time, even though those things may happen? One of the rulers asked, his voice full of skepticism. After a moment of contemplation, Jinwoo shifted from sadness to a satisfied smile. He thought of his loved ones fighting out there, the warriors who were still bravely battling despite facing danger. His determination did not waver. He still wanted to turn back time. You wish to use your own strength to save the entire world, determined to shoulder your responsibilities alone, very much like Aspen. The former Emperor of Darkness, I understand now, one ruler said, his gaze becoming more understanding. I will pray for you. Wait, he added, how can I go back to a time without the existence of the shadow soldiers? Jinwoo replied, the entities that overlap with the past will be erased. As for the non-overlapping entities, they will remain intact. Jinwoo smiled with satisfaction. I understand, I am ready. The reincarnation cup was held high along with the prayers of the rulers. May your courage and hope save this world. The maximum light radiated, enveloping the entire area. The dazzling golden light was so bright that it was almost blinding. It permeated the surface of the earth. The scene shifts to an apartment in the city, where the warm atmosphere fills the space, and the family is gathered together. The gentle voice of the mother resonates from inside the room. Gina, can you wake your brother up for me? At that moment, the little girl opens the door and steps in, her eyes shining brightly as she says, Brother. Seeing Gina so small like that, we also know that time has truly turned back. The handsome face of Jinwoo appears, with a sharp jawline and slightly surprised eyes. Oh, when did you wake up? Jinwoo turns his gaze to Gina and smiles warmly. The sound of running water rings out as Gina washes her hands, and the fragrant aroma of soup boiling on the stove blends with the noise of the mother chopping vegetables on the cutting board. She looks at him with a cheerful tone, so my son is awake now? The familiar scent in the room makes Jinwoo feel as if he has returned to beautiful memories. He looks at his father, who is reading the newspaper, and says in surprise, Ah, Mr. Sun, why didn't you call me Dad today but just Dad instead? Mr. Sun looks at his son, smiles warmly, and asks back, just Dad, huh? Not Dad anymore? Why did you suddenly start calling me like that? Jinwoo looks at his two loved ones, his gaze warm yet tinged with a hint of choking emotion. He says in a choked voice, I think I just had a nightmare. The mother quickly comforts him, that's right, the nightmare is over. The nightmare has come to an end, my dear sister. Dad and Mom are still healthy, still right here beside me. This is my last chance to hold on to everything. Jinwoo reaches out as if he wants to grasp this moment. He smiles, his eyes shining as he continues, I absolutely will not let this opportunity slip away. Now I will rewrite the upcoming future with my own hands. A second passes in silence. He hesitates, then speaks softly, but can I enjoy this peaceful time a little longer? Surely that's fine because this is the reward for myself. He thought, at this moment, surely the emperors on the other side of the sky are preparing to open the massive gates aimed at this earth. But just a little longer, please let me enjoy this feeling for just a little more. If no one gets hurt during this moment of joy, can I have just one more day? Just one day. In the end, I decided to set out, leaving only a letter for my mother as a farewell. I will return after taking care of things. In that vast space, the Dark Lord, along with his legion, had slain many beasts in this void world, where eternal darkness reigns. If no battles occur, it will become extremely boring. So I challenged and won in the fight against the emperors, capturing the shapeshifting emperor, the one who had worried me all this time. I have been in this multiversal rift for 27 years now. Finally, I can see the end of this long, tedious, and dangerous war. Now, my only remaining enemies are the Dragon King and his Annihilation Legion. Fortunately, the flow of time outside is different from that in here. So only about 2 years have likely passed out there, a reunion after 2 long years. How is everyone doing? I wonder how much Gina has grown. He thought, I should have explained the situation more clearly to everyone before coming here. Belian stood below respectfully and said, Dear Emperor, I have dealt with everything cleanly, there are no enemies hiding here anymore. Jinwu smiled contentedly and replied, Good, I will not lose to him a second time. Rising up, the army of darkness was ready, all that remained was to wait. At that moment, the war between the two mighty forces had begun. The Dragon King spoke from one side, the dreadful Emperor in his transformed state has been defeated. A subordinate replied, I think you should move to another place far from them. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted, No need for that, I have grown tired of standing back and watching. I will fight him here. Emperor of Darkness, you are indeed impressive. I did not expect you to use the reincarnation cup to turn back time like this. I also never thought I would continue to live to confront you. Now is truly the time when one of us will head to the eternal realm, isn't it? The black magic aura of Jinwu finally appeared. The Dragon King emitted a terrifying magic as he introduced himself, I am Antares, and what is your name, O second Emperor of Darkness? He replied, Sung Jinwu. I suppose we don't need many words anymore, do we? Certainly not. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the two charged into battle. The longtime enemies met again and were extremely excited. They charged at each other like hungry tigers. The terrorist armies of both sides began to clash with one another. A fierce battle erupted just like that. On the other hand, during the 2 years in the current world, all of America has been stirred by the words of a fortune teller. The god of eternal death will appear on this land. If it were normal, no one would pay attention to this prophecy. However, this matter has become a major issue. Because the one who made the prophecy is Madame Norma Selner. The god of death will appear on this land along with an infinite number of soldiers of death. This means that we will not be able to escape death. Just as there is no way to escape from that god. 2 years ago, her spiritual eye suddenly opened. Since then, she has become the center of public attention as all of her predictions have been accurate. For example, the death of the North Korean leader, the terrorist attack on passengers aboard an airplane, or the collapse of the stock market due to declining house prices, none of them were off by even a little. Thus, everyone was astonished when she suddenly delivered a message hinting that the world would face destruction. And right after that day, a large hole appeared in the sky over Seoul, large enough to cover the entire sky. The prediction of Miss Seo became the headline in all newspapers around the world. The sky began to change, and everyone looked very astonished. One guy stammered, pointing at the sky, Oh, it's opening up. That hole is opening up. What is that? Is this going to destroy the world? But it seems like nothing is coming out of it. A dark figure gradually appeared behind them. The mysterious person was none other than our Sung Jinwu. There was someone waiting for him there. This guy was a shard of light. He wore a warm smile, Welcome back Jinwu. Welcome back safely. Sung Jinwu. Ah, no, I should call you the Emperor of Darkness, right? I didn't think you would show up looking like a middle school student. Because if I appeared with a bushy beard, everyone would panic. Just having one person confused is really not bad, huh? In fact, the ruler said, I actually don't think you could handle them all and return safely alone. But now every step you take carries the weight of 10 million soldiers. He replied, I don't think you came all this way just to give me a flower, did you? So does the messenger of the rulers have something to say to me? The rulers want me to convey a message to the Emperor of Darkness. The story might be a bit long. Shall we switch places? All right. Just in time, I just remembered a very suitable place. The two were currently in an ice cream shop in the city. The ruling leader laughed and said, "The suitable place you mentioned is an ice cream shop?" Jinwoo replied while eating, "If you've been in a strange land for too long like I have, you'll definitely crave sweets." So, what did the rulers say? "Oh, first of all, I want to express my sincere thanks." He hadn't finished his sentence when Jinwoo interrupted, "No need for formal greetings, has something happened?" He hurriedly replied, "Of course not, on the contrary, because all issues have been resolved, that's why I came to see the emperor." He raised his hand, and a brilliant light appeared, because the rulers are concerned that your power may have a negative impact on the world. But you surely know, this world is currently very difficult to handle with the power you possess. Therefore, the world right now is too weak without magic. So if you feel okay, I will take you to a world that can contain the power of an emperor. Jinwoo frowned and replied, "Why bother wasting effort taking me to another world? You could easily seal me away." Hearing this, he looked a bit troubled. That is indeed a valid point. As soon as the words ended, Jinwoo unleashed an overwhelming source of magic that made him tremble. "So now you plan to eliminate me because I have lost my value to you? Are you afraid of my strength?" Hearing this, he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly replied, "That's not it at all." "Absolutely not, sir. Please read this first." He hurriedly handed his phone to Jinwoo. "The god of death will appear on this land." "What is this article about?" He explained, "Madame Sio's prophecy has become a topic of discussion among the public ever since you returned. Previously, she wasn't even a good fortune teller, but her life changed when she came into contact with our world. So, in short, you're saying my existence could lead to this change, right?" "Exactly." After pondering for a while, he asked, "So, can you come find me later?" He stood up, bowed, and said, "Of course, great emperor." At this moment, only Jinwoo's silhouette remained on the table. "If all lives are destined for their own purpose, then I can say with certainty that my becoming the Emperor of Darkness is a mission accomplished, as I have successfully thwarted the invasion of the emperors and the strange occurrences in the world with my own strength. I think I have achieved my purpose of existence. Yet, when that ultimate strength loses its usefulness, it becomes a danger, much like nuclear materials that have expired. At that moment, I suddenly have this question: could it be that this place no longer needs me? It feels quite desolate." But a silhouette brought him back to reality. A slender girl walked past. Jinwoo hurriedly chased after her. "Just when I was doubting whether this place needed me to stay, I thought, if there is still a reason for me to remain here, it is because my loved ones and those who cherish me are still here." The images of the daily activities of all the people who have accompanied Jinwoo appeared one after another. "Therefore, I have enough reasons to stay here, and I will find more reasons to stay. I promise that." The opening of Season 3 is set in a police station somewhere. Someone says, "Sometimes the feeling inside me is truly indescribable, a peculiar sense of loss. It's as if I have forgotten something important. But no matter how hard I try, I just can't remember what I have forgotten. The more I try to recall what was lost, the emptier my soul becomes." A man appears, who is Woo Jin-shul. In a world without magic, he has been a detective for 4 years. A subordinate turns to him and asks, "Senior, what are you worried about that makes you look so serious?" Woo Jin-shul reached out his hand to take the coffee cup, smiled, and said, "Thank you." The ancients said, "The worker bees have no time to be sad, we should do something." At the station, he turned to look at the criminals and asked, "What happened to those guys?" Hearing this, a subordinate turned to the criminals, and he exclaimed, "Oh, look, aren't those the criminals? Right now they have a very fearful expression." One of them stuttered, "Those monsters. Those shadows. They appeared and started talking to me. If you don't confess all your sins within the next 24 hours, you will know what pain is." At this point, he quickly shouted urgently, "Please, investigator, I am the guilty one, please just imprison me." Wu Jinshul looked at them with a confused expression and asked again, "So you guys have seen that dark monster, huh?" He quickly replied, "That's right." Confirming this was true, Wu Jinshul felt somewhat perplexed. How should I report this? While he was in this predicament, a colleague unexpectedly approached. "Jinshul, just leave the matter here to Kid, shouldn't you be heading to the meeting room now?" It seemed Wu Jinshul had forgotten about his meeting. The younger staff responded, "Let me handle this." Inside the meeting room, Jinshul's face was extremely fearful, so the boss really wants to let them go. The superior turned to look at him with a very serious expression. "I know what you want to say. I've heard everything already." He continued to ask, "What does the boss mean by letting the witnesses go like this?" He opened the window and looked outside, then replied, "What I mean is, for now, we will let them go, but we will monitor their every move for the next 24 hours. Wu Jinshul still countered, "Boss, they are just talking nonsense because they are high, something about monsters coming out of shadows. It's probably just the side effects of overdosing. But the tests came back negative, and I even went to the National Forensic Agency to confirm. Besides, do you really think it's possible that a group of people with no connection to each other would independently give the same statement and turn themselves in? The higher-ups have ordered us to quickly dive in to clarify the cause, but we still don't understand what the hell is going on. We really have no other choice, do we? So what I'm suggesting is to listen to our department and create a situation similar to what they're saying and let them go." Jinshul replied, "But what if there really is something like that?" Hearing this, the two of them looked at each other and burst out laughing. "Investigator Wu, do you really believe in things like ghosts? I thought you were a person who never showed emotions, but I didn't expect you to be worried about this." Saying that, he patted Jinshul on the shoulder. "There won't be any problems, we just need to drag a guy to a quiet warehouse and observe his reactions. There will be a few other investigators who will go along as well. Do you think he'll dare to make up a story? Let's assume there is a monster like they said, wouldn't that be better for us officers? Less work for us, now we just need a volunteer, and if you don't want to, you don't have to participate." "Investigator Wu?" He replied seriously, "No, I will go with you." Scene changes to the evening at some abandoned warehouse. The criminal, who was inside during the morning, began to scream. His pale face accompanied by tears, "Investigator, please don't do this to me, I will really die." He calmly looked at him and said, "Just stay there, we're only conducting a routine check." Hearing that made him even more terrified. "If it goes on like this, I will really die." He angrily scolded the criminal, "Hey, are you crazy? Aren't we here to protect you? Investigator Kim? How much longer until it's 25 hours? He quickly looked at his watch and replied, "About 10 more minutes." "Oh? It's so cold." Jinshul still stood there to observe the actions of the criminals. But at this moment, he also felt that the atmosphere around here was a bit strange. The subordinate reported that the time was up. The criminal, upon hearing this, was also surprised. "Why is nothing happening?" He looked at that guy and asked again, "Hey, is it true that you guys don't use stimulants or have any history of using stimulants? So let's cut to the chase and end all this here." The criminal was still in a state of panic, his clothes drenched in sweat. "Back then, I really saw it. Actually, there were 4 of us at that time." Suddenly, Wu Jinshul shouted, "Get away, get out of there right now." The shadow of the criminal had then shifted, a wave of magic erupted, causing them to be thrown back. Inside the criminal's fearful eyes was the figure of the shadow soldiers. Seeing this unfold, Wu Jinshul was extremely alarmed. "Is it really a monster? There are 3 more of them." The criminal screamed in despair as a sharp iron hand lunged for him, blood splattering everywhere, and he was truly sent to the altar to gaze upon the naked chicken. Witnessing such a bloody scene, Wu Jinshul was also deeply shocked. "No, forget about that. Why do I know that those eyes are expressing joy upon meeting me? It's as if we have known each other before. Why?" Back inside the police headquarters, the chief was turning red with anger. The person who confessed has now vanished without a trace, and the other 2 were beaten unconscious without knowing why they were attacked. Ah, Investigator Wu, what about you? You were the one who called the ambulance, right? Do you remember what happened? He bowed his head awkwardly and replied, I'm sorry, boss, when I woke up, I found them lying there in a heap. What's going on here? You too. Luckily, no reports have been sent to higher ups yet. So, it's best to keep your mouth shut about this matter. Just say that the two were investigating a gang and had an unexpected accident, understood? They all shouted, yes, boss. At his desk, Wu Jinchul was still pondering over yesterday's events. There's definitely something off. A subordinate approached and asked, Hey, senior, you haven't given up on the mass confession thing yet, have you? Didn't the chief say? Jinchul quickly interrupted, I know, I'm just interested, so I'm doing some further research. So many criminals confessing just because of that dark monster thing? Yeah, that's what it says here. The number of people confessing skyrocketed from the second half of February to mid-March. What's going on? Did you uncover something? It's nothing. You used to have a book rental shop, right? That period was when the new semester started for students, so she always complained that she couldn't sell much at that time. Just a trivial matter, right? Jinchul looked at him and replied, It's nothing, I'll keep that in mind. The scene shifts to the principal's office. The principal speaks to a teacher about a problematic student who will be joining their school this semester. The teacher picks up the student's family background and says, his father is a firefighter, his mother is a homemaker, his academic results are fine, he doesn't seem like a problematic student at all. The principal interjects, you should look at the reason he was expelled. He ran away from home for 2 years when he was in first grade. That's right. What do you think? Can you handle this student? The teacher's face breaks into a wicked smile. Don't you remember my nickname is Viper? Just hand over all types of problematic students to me. I'll teach them and ensure they will no longer be called problematic. This teacher's name is Park Jisoo. At the school gym, he yells loudly, Quiet down. Who's talking over there? He then turns to look at Jin Woo. That's it. So that little brat is Sun Jin Woo. No matter how problematic he is, I guarantee that soon he will turn into a gentle sheep under my guidance. As he approaches, he notices Jin Woo's gloves. That's against the uniform regulations. You must be cosplaying or something. Hey you, who allowed you to wear gloves in school? Jin Woo glances at him. The aura around him makes the teacher feel scared, causing him to turn away to scold other students. Am I hallucinating? Bellion stood beside and asked, My lord, the guy just now seems to have seen you. Is this also a consequence of my changing the nature of this world? Inside the school, the students were joking around during recess, only Jin Woo sat alone. A blond boy approached, Your son Jin Woo, right? I'm Oh Young Gil. We were in the same class once, do you remember? Do you live nearby? I just moved here last year. A group of bullies suddenly appeared, pushing the boy down. They surrounded Jin. The leader said, You're quite something, huh? Daring to wear gloves to school. Another one chimed in, Why do you only wear one glove? Is there some kind of monster hiding inside? My hand has a monster screaming. Jin Ge thought, What are they doing? Establishing a hierarchy or something? Something like that? He grabbed Jin Woo, Take off the glove. Seeing he didn't respond, he began to get angry. What are you hiding? A tattoo? Or something else? Bellion beside him interjected, My lord, if you allow, I shall tear apart those fools who dare to infringe upon you and mount their heads on spikes. He replied, I do not permit it, I forbid it. He gradually removed his gloves, and seeing this, they began to feel scared. It was known that this was a wound from the battle with the Dragon King Antares, the one thing that Jin Woo could not heal. He asked them, Have you never seen a burn mark before? Feeling that the person in front of them was a tough opponent, they sought a way to leave. One of them said, We were just joking, why are you so tense? Put it back on, or we might have nightmares tonight. Seeing BR trying to leave, Jin-woo quickly intervened. It's best to handle everything quietly. Though he spoke of mercy, his heart was not at peace. They were knocked down, landing on their backsides in the hallway by a magic push. Jin-woo was just having some fun. The friend who had been following Jin-woo earlier said, "You are different from before, you don't even seem to be scared of them anymore. Have you been working out or training in martial arts for the past 3 years?" "Yes, I have trained a lot." "Are you considering joining a sports club?" Upon hearing this, Jin-woo felt a bit interested. "Actually, there is a club that I want to join." At the school sports field, a senior looked at Jin-woo and asked, "Do you want to join the track and field club?" This person was Choi Tae-won, the captain of the track and field club. He replied, "No, just me." The members of the club displayed an attitude of disdain. "What is this? Someone wants to join our club?" They were discussing, "I have never seen anyone actively asked to join before. This kid is not ordinary." The captain asked again, "Are you a seed?" "No, I'm not." "Or have you ever participated in running training in middle school?" "No, not that either." One person in the group displayed annoyance. "This place only accepts seeds. Why do you want to join the athletics club when you've never been trained?" "Because there's someone I want to meet in this competition." Jin-woo's expression was somber. She's probably still in high school, but with her talent, she'll definitely be at the regional running contest. Before giving up her unfinished dream of becoming a hunter. She used to be a talented athlete, so I hope to see her again in the race. It's just a reunion of middle school athletes. Even though the guy earlier tried to stop him, the captain decided to accept Jin-woo with one condition. The captain glanced at a young man stretching. He is a reserve athlete and also the one with the worst abilities in the club. At the very least, you must beat him before thinking about joining the club, right? Though he looked a bit lean, the well-defined calves and thighs along with his overflowing confidence made this condition sound like a trick. "Alright, I will give it a try." Seeing Jin-woo accept the captain's condition, the guy with green hair smirked smugly. "How dare a guy who didn't even place in the top 3 of last year's regional running contest say he wants to join the athletics club, huh?" The captain was extremely pleased. "Good, because just running alone isn't fun. If you win, you get to join the club, but if you lose, you have to do laundry and cleaning for free for a month. What do you think?" "Sure." Hearing Jin-woo's acceptance, his friend next to him was also scared. Inside the teacher's office, the physical education teacher was observing the competition between Jin-woo and the male students in the club. He clenched his cigarette tightly, thinking, "What the hell? Why is that kid running against the members of the athletics club?" He asked the athletics coach, "Why is Jin-woo running against the members of your club?" The other teacher smiled. "Oh, that? So he is Jin-woo? I heard the new student wants to join the athletics club. Since they lost in the test against him, they can't kick him out. Now the kids are racing to test his endurance." Upon hearing this, he was a bit surprised. The athletics teacher said, "Jin-woo has already completed the 20th lap. Watching him run endlessly is boring, so I came up here to sit for a bit." Hearing this, he was somewhat incredulous, because in his mind, Jin-woo was an exceptionally problematic student. Perhaps now he should look at Jin-woo with a different perspective. Because the prejudices he had against him before might have been wrong. Suddenly, his expression changed, as if he had seen something incredibly terrifying. "Again, it's that thing I saw last time. What the hell is that? So it's just an illusion I'm seeing. No way that thing can actually exist." BR standing outside frightened him so much that he fainted right away. Igris, feeling upset, exclaimed to him, "I told you not to do that." BR replied, "That humans saw us, HM. At some restaurant, a young man asked Woo Jin-shul, "Even now, I still see you investigating that mass suicide case. You saw something that day, right?" But Jin-shul steadfastly denied it. Every day, the young man kept pressing, "Don't you?" "I'm talking about the day that guy suddenly disappeared after confessing, leaving 2 investigators with you knocked out. is it true that you didn't see anything that day? Wu Jinchul solemnly responded, the monster looked like something even I don't know what it was. But however you look at it, I can definitely say those things looked like ants. A monster ant? Don't tell me they're like giant ants. They are real ants. But the teacher quickly stepped in. Are the monster and the ant supposed to have a head like an ant but a body like a human? Scene shifts to the school stadium, where club members are vigorously training to sweep through all the competitions in their country. One member of the group said, our goal is just to win the regional competition. He shouted loudly, come on, if we're dreaming, let's dream big. Our goal is to sweep clean every competition in this country. Sweep clean the entire country. Sweep clean the whole country. The bravado was loud, but gradually their stamina was depleting. Jinwoo asked his friend, why are you trying to chase after me even though you know you won't catch up? Belly Onion next to him was at a loss for words, humans are inherently foolish, my lord. Jinwoo activated his healing skill, and all the fatigue in his body disappeared. Suddenly, he felt as if he had been given a boost of strength. The members of the club were incredibly excited to see him running like that. Our rookie is going all out with passion. How can we seniors remain indifferent? The physical education teacher stood above with a displeased expression. He recalled his conversation at the bar. What nonsense am I saying? I'm sorry, I was too drunk. I'll take my leave now. But Wu Jinchul stopped him from leaving. You just mentioned something about ants, could you tell me more about that? Jinwoo was also aware that many people had been observing him recently. Bellion asked, my lord, what do you think if we erase that human's memory and strip him of his abilities? Not yet, let's just observe for now. Wu Jinchul had appeared outside the school. It seemed he wanted to investigate Jinwoo, the monster that the suspects saw and the monster that a student could only be seen by that teacher. There's a strange connection here. Although this is just a gut feeling of an investigator like me. The problem was how he should approach that student. Thinking about his own nonsensical scene made him feel a bit shy. If I ask that, people will think I'm crazy. A shadow rushed past him. There really was something in this school, Jinwoo thought as he walked, twirling the pen in his hand. He saw the guards and could not help but admire. It truly lives up to the name Wu Jinchul, the former president of the Hunters Association. Even though he no longer remembers his past life, his instincts remain sharp, as if he knows. At this moment, Jinchul had appeared in the classroom. He came just to ask Jinwoo a few questions. The students began to murmur, an operator is looking for Jinwoo? He must have caused some trouble. In the hallway, the two were talking to each other. Sorry for disturbing you right in the middle of class. It's fine. It's been a few years, hasn't it? No, if we count the years wandering in the dimensional rifts, fighting the emperors, I haven't seen him in nearly a decade. I'm really glad to see him again. But wouldn't it be too strange to suddenly reveal my past identity? Looking at Jinwoo's demeanor, Jinchul also sensed there was something very different emanating from him. How can a student have such eyes? About the shadows? I mean, the ants. Does looking at this drawing remind you of anything? He draws better than I do. Yes. Hearing this, Jinchul was a bit surprised. Do you know anything about it? Yes. So this ant monster is what, and who are you? Feeling a bit agitated, Jinchul apologized to Jinwoo. It's because I've been searching for clues about this for a long time. So, do you know what this is? Jinwoo replied, isn't it very similar to a monster that appears in cartoons with some special effects? The kind that children often watch. Thank you for your time. That's all. That's right, I've already asked your teacher for permission so you don't need to worry. I'm very happy to talk with you today. I wonder if you could give me that drawing? BR hurriedly interrupted, Lord, please don't dirty your eyes with that crude, ugly drawing. Jinchul handed over the drawing and quickly left. Iris asked why Jinwoo didn't tell Wu Jinchul the truth. He replied, they say forgetting is a blessing given by God to humanity. Even if that forgetfulness is a result of a divine instrument. In class, the girls hurriedly asked Jin Woo about what had just happened. Jin Woo quickly explained, "He's just an acquaintance of mine, he needed to ask me about a private matter." Hearing this, they were in awe of Jin Woo. The boys also remarked, "His body is quite impressive." Indeed, when you're good looking, many girls are drawn to you, everyone. Just as he was surrounded like that, suddenly the gang leader appeared. He still didn't seem to know fear and pointed at Jin Woo's forehead. "Do you think it's considered bullying if I play with you like this? Are you planning to report me to the investigator? Want to play? When I was talking nicely, you should put away that attitude." He hadn't shown much yet when suddenly the club's track captain grabbed him by the collar like a chicken. "What are you doing here, senior?" He replied with a smile, "What else? I'm here to stop the ace from beating up these four fools." Jin Woo hurriedly stood up to intervene. He continued without paying attention, "Hana, actually, I forgot to tell you that there will be a welcome party for new members soon. Are you and young Gil free today?" "Yes." "Then see you both after class." Jin Woo quickly responded, "But Captain Choi Tae-wong and Senior Young Gu-sik, what are you planning to do with them?" This kiddo here? Well, I don't know either. Why don't we take a few laps around the track? Sounds great, right? What's wrong with those guys? Do you want us to teach them a lesson they won't forget? No need. I will make sure there is no trouble before the tournament." A voice echoed in his ear, "Student Sun Jin Woo. Can we continue our conversation from the other day? Don't be late or I'll keep you as a hostage until you come to that party." Outside the park, the two were sitting and talking together. Jin Woo said, "My friend is waiting so I don't have much time." "About our conversation the other day." Suddenly, the director interrupted, "Hunter Sun Jin Woo, it's really you." Going back to the day before, while Chun was leaving, a surprising voice suddenly echoed in his mind, "President of the association, do you trust me?" "I trust you. If that's the case, I hope you will believe everything I am about to show you." "What is this?" All memories came flooding back. They are memories linked to the past, present, and even the future, images of myself in a forgotten world through the eyes of the hunter Sung Jinwoo and the stories of the gates and monsters. The law-hunting hunter along with my lord, Wu Jinshul, silently asked again, "How long have you been fighting those creatures across dimensions?" Based on reports, Hunter Sung Jinwoo has been missing for 2 years, but those kinds of problems cannot be resolved in just 2 years. Jinwoo slowly replied, 27 years. "Then do you regret it?" He answered seriously, "No, even if I had to choose again, even many times more, I would still choose just like this." Jinshul smiled warmly, "It seems you are living a very happy life." "I am satisfied with it. Except for the fact that I have to continuously change my body since I cannot grow older anymore." Eternal youth and immortality, he truly possesses power similar to that of a god. But if his choice is to live like an ordinary person while having that kind of power, have you ever thought about what you want to do in the future? I haven't thought that far ahead. Well then, how about joining us? He asked, "You mean the international police, right?" He said, "Lately, the criminals have been visiting the police station, and we keep complaining all day that the dark monsters are not giving them a chance to live. But if I become a police officer, wouldn't that mean the others would have nothing to do? That's exactly what we are trying to create for the world. I will think carefully about this. Then I'll wait for your news." "Never mind. I heard that you still have a lot of work to do over there, right?" As time went by, one day in late April nearing May, that thing suddenly reappeared. A man walking in the desert called the rescue center to report on his current situation. Many cracks had appeared in the sky. The staff didn't understand. "What does he mean by cracks?" He said, "The sky. It's the sky. The sky is cracking apart." In the evening at Jin Woo's house, Igris said, "My king, the issue number 24 should not have been resolved this way." "But my king." Jin Woo sensed something. At a CAF in the city, the light envoy came to greet Jin Woo. Jin Woo asked him about the problem that had just appeared today. The envoy hurriedly denied that it was their doing. He must also know that this method of transcending time is different from the way we usually do it. He asked, "So do you have any guesses about the things coming this way?" He said, "You must be the outsiders who not long ago invaded our world. After the army of the heavens drove them away, it seems they have now set their sights on your world. Why do they want to come here?" Jin Woo asked. The messenger quickly replied, "They belong to a colossal race that must consume rocks and soil from planets to sustain life in their world. They are advanced foreign beings known as Titans. The reason they want to come to this earth is likely quite obvious." Jin Woo confirmed once again, "So they are not allies of yours?" The messenger nodded in agreement. Jin Woo gently set down his coffee cup and continued, "But didn't this sort of thing never happen before the resurrection cup was used?" "That's also true. What I meant by them just now invading our world refers to that lost timeline." Hearing that, Jin Woo asked, "So you're saying these creatures were originally supposed to target your world but have now changed their minds to focus on Earth?" "Exactly, it seems I am the cause then." The messenger said, "They are tracking the traces of the Lord with extraordinary power. Or at least, that's what we suspect about the rulers, and we have also dispatched the army of the heavens, otherwise, it would be too late." Jin Woo thought about this, realizing it would take at least a few years, even if the connection portal was created at this very moment. By then, everything would surely be over. Thinking this, Jin Woo said, "He will take care of them." In the western United States, in the desert, military barriers had been erected. Although the U.S. government had cordoned off the surrounding area and invited all types of experts they could contact, they had failed to provide any viable conclusions regarding the situation. "This is really unknown. I've studied many abnormal phenomena around the world for the past 30 years, but this is the first time I've seen something like this. Don't worry, even if something truly unfortunate happens, we will definitely resolve it." Just as they were preparing to fight, tanks along with combat weapons suddenly ascended into the sky. Those weapons wouldn't have any effect on those beings. Thus, the stage had been set, and the overwhelming desire to engulf this land by the enemy was palpable. The breath of these entities was getting closer, and familiar daggers appeared once more. "Come, what you truly have to face is a lord and also a hunter." The vehicles and weapons lay completely wrecked in the astonishment of everyone in the military. A swirling vortex gradually became clear from the cracks. The Earth Giants had emerged. Their legion was rather numerous. The leader of them appeared and began to speak. "What is this? You alone wish to stop me?" Jin Woo gently asked again, "Do I really look like I'm alone?" As soon as the words left his mouth, countless shadow soldiers appeared before the monstrous creatures. The Dark Army still exuded a glorious presence, clearly embodying the essence of an emperor of darkness. The battle had also erupted at the U.S. government building. The president thought to himself, the large fissures in the sky, and from them, thousands of unidentified flying objects emerged, an unprecedented crisis. Can this unprecedented incident be resolved without affecting the citizens? No. Can what has emerged from those fissures be handled that easily? Harrison, are you saying what you told me has become reality now? Yes, it seems like the current situation confirms it. I will explain it in detail during the conference. Please watch this clip. This is a brief moment captured by the patrol robots and drones. Everyone watching the clip gasped in astonishment. Who is standing there? Is that a man of Asian descent? Who exactly is that person? Where is our army? How could they allow a civilian to get caught in the midst of those creatures? Harrison, sweating profusely, replied, "If I knew the reason, that would be great." The battle in the desert was incredibly fierce at that moment. Jin Woo's army fought more fiercely as a result. A slew of monsters gradually fell lifeless. Wherever the black lightning struck, the monsters met their end. Just as the leader was about to let out a call, he had to shut up upon looking up. Jin Woo used darkness to create a gigantic hand that slammed down on the man. He had just taken a hit, feeling it was not enough, so he continued, "So on a distant, desolate planet there is a rare talent like you. However, the truth is that you must increase your body size to fully utilize your strength. This is a clear testament to how primitive your species still is. Conversely, our Titan race reduces body size whenever we need to unleash our full combat power. But of course, this only applies to the mightiest warriors of the Titan clan. Naturally, this includes me. If by now you are still seeking forgiveness, I shall grant it to you. Unable to bear listening to him any longer, the entire legion began to charge into attack. Belian asked Jinwoo, "Are you talking to that creature?" Jinwoo replied, "Those guys are way too arrogant, so it seems they need to be taught a lesson." As soon as he received the order, Belian dashed towards the monster like lightning. In the conference room, the military along with the U.S. government watched the battle in disbelief. They were trying to figure out Jinwoo's identity. The president thought to himself, "He handles those monsters as if they were mere toys. It's unbelievable that something like this can happen in real life." Thinking that, he asked, "Is there a way to have the intelligence service identify him?" One person among them said, "I don't know. In reality, it seems impossible. That is to say, based on the facts. This person is none other than David, the CIA director. What if I say it in an unrealistic way?" The president responded anxiously, "What do you mean?" "There is still a way." The person replied, "This person can tell us things that no one knows." Upon hearing this, he broke out in a sweat. "You mean? It really is Mrs. Norma Selner. This time she will lead us to the correct answer." At the National School Sports Tournament, Jinwoo's team was fully prepared. One member of the team, looking disgruntled, shouted, "Hey Kim Cheol, why aren't you warming up?" He replied, "Oh, okay." But unexpectedly, there was a piece of metal in his shoe. A guy in a red outfit, with a wicked expression, approached Team Captain Taewong and asked, "It seems like you guys are in pretty bad shape, huh? I can't believe you let a freshman play in all the matches. I heard Woo Sang-in had to take a break for a few weeks due to an injury, but does it have to come to dragging in a freshman to be the brother or sister of the team like this?" The captain put his arm around Jinwoo's shoulder with a confident look. "You will definitely be amazed at the level of that freshman. Wow, instead of practicing, now you're just standing here joking with me?" said the guy in red. "Actually, we do have a monstrous new recruit here. Say hi." The captain replied. Kim Cheol stood next to the captain, but he was feeling immense fear, pressure. A tremendous source of pressure. "Why do I feel pressured to kneel before a stranger my age?" Kim Cheol's arm was shaking violently. Could it be because he was afraid of it? The captain asked him, "Are you not feeling well?" Kim Cheol shouted, "Don't laugh like that, I'm completely fine." He stepped forward, staring intently into Jinwoo's face. "I can't be afraid of a weakling like you." "No way." "Hey, what are you looking at?" "If you have something to say, go say it somewhere else," Jinwoo replied. Seeing the situation, everyone started shouting, "The fight hasn't even started and it's about to turn into a brawl. Jinwoo, don't kill that guy, okay? No bloodshed allowed during the match. Remember to control yourself, just think about the relief of sparing someone's life and hold back." Jinwoo turned to reassure everyone, "No. Nothing is going to happen, don't worry." Hearing this, everyone felt somewhat relieved but still reminded him, "Just remember to leave him able to walk back on his own, okay?" In a corner of the staircase, Kim Cheol grabbed Jinwoo by the collar, trying to assert dominance. "Hey, are you looking down on me just because I'm wearing the same uniform and doing athletics like you?" The dark soldiers next to Jinwoo were thrilled. "It's great to see him again. Iron is back." "Welcome back, Iron." "Sir, if you hand him over to me, I'll teach him a lesson so he won't act like that again." Suddenly, tears streamed down Kim Cheol's cheeks. He couldn't understand why he found himself kneeling before Jinwoo. He hurriedly left. For now, he was Kim Cheol the human and not one of Jinwoo's dark soldiers, so there was no need for them to be involved with each other. Wait a minute. Is this love?" Listening to these words, Jinwoo froze. He turned to Kim Cheol and said, "I still don't know what nonsense you intend to say." Jinwoo had set up a new memory for Kim Cheol. From now on, you will live more decently because you are one of those who fought to protect this world, so take pride in that. The final battle was about to begin. The qualifying round of the high school tournament was getting ready to start, and the competitors were asked to gather at the track. At a house somewhere in the United States, David had arrived at Miss Seo's home. He wore a friendly smile and said, "It's been a long time, madam." The lady also opened the door to welcome him, saying, "Hello." David caught the smell of food coming from the house, and she cheerfully replied, "Actually, before you, we had a guest?" "Is that so?" "I will finish my conversation quickly and leave so as not to disturb you." "You must have told me that already, haven't you? After that person came to find me, I couldn't see anything anymore." "Oh, you mean death itself?" Miss Seo smiled and slowly sat down to pour tea. "I will answer the question you are about to ask. The first part is yes, the second part is no." David hurriedly sat down, curious. "Wait. How do you know what I am about to ask?" Miss Seo gently replied, "Are you asking how I know your question even though I can no longer see the future? The answer you seek from me has been recorded in the past. I am simply looking back at the past I have seen and answering you." Miss Sellner said, "So can I continue answering now?" "That's right. I know the identity of the person you were looking for, but I won't reveal a word to you." Hearing that, Dave shouted, "Hey, ma'am. You must know what that guy has done, right? How can you make such an irresponsible statement when that person could become a great threat to our country?" Ms. Sellner calmly replied, "That's exactly why I won't disclose anything to you." "Haven't you watched that video?" Dave fell silent, then said, "I've seen it. A lone person fighting against a pack of ferocious monsters without being pushed back. Even if that power is frighteningly overwhelming, he truly saved humanity." Ms. Sellner continued, "So if I tell you that this is not the first time something strange like this has happened, would you believe it?" Dave thought to himself, has something like this happened in the past? Does she mean the times when humanity unconsciously faced the threat of extinction? Maybe he really is like what she said. After a moment of contemplation, Dave quietly left. Before he left, he turned back and asked, "The boy who appears in the video, can you guarantee that he will not pose any danger?" Ms. Sellner smiled, assuring him, "I can guarantee that." Dave nodded, "All right, then I will pretend I never heard what you said and that I don't know him." Suddenly, Ms. Sellner called out, "Wait, Dave. I just baked a batch of cookies, would you like to take some with you?" Dave chuckled lightly, "Oh, no, that's all right. I'll come by again next time." She replied, "Goodbye." He responded, "Goodbye." Unexpectedly, Thomas stepped out of the house, his voice full of dissatisfaction. "I don't like that old man." "Hey, old lady, do you want me to help you teach him a lesson?" The old lady frowned slightly and replied, "Thomas, isn't it true that you didn't meet the criteria to become a hunter?" Thomas scoffed, "Then let me ask you a question. Besides me, there are plenty of people who have lost their lives in accidents, especially traffic accidents. The number is countless, I must say. But I've survived, without having to worry about getting caught in any accident, thanks to your prophecy. So why did you save me?" The old lady slowly walked toward the window, her gaze distant, then gently said, "Because in your past life, you did a lot of good deeds." Thomas sneered, "Me? A demon of martial arts? Are you talking about me, the one people usually call a monster? So what did that boy in Videssel do to that old man that he came here to visit you?" The old lady nodded and answered, "He saved the world." Thomas paused, his eyes glinting with suspicion. "Sometimes I really can't tell if you're being serious or joking. If so, what is that hero who saved the world doing now?" The old lady shrugged, "I don't know either. Maybe he's out there enjoying his youth or something?" At the competition hall, the judges announced, "The preliminary round for high school contestants is about to begin. All athletes, please take your positions." The athletes quickly got into their starting positions. When the starting gun fired, everyone took off like arrows. After a few laps, sweat was soaking the contestants. At that decisive moment, Cha Hae-in accelerated, overtaking all her opponents and securing first place in the competition. However, perhaps Cha Hae-in's leg had suffered a serious injury. She sat leaning against a tree near the competition area, her gaze distant as she thought, even though I placed first in the preliminary round, with this leg, can I still complete the race? While she was feeling down, a voice rang out from behind her. Are you planning to just ignore that bruise and keep running? Cha Hae-in turned around and saw a boy approaching. It was none other than Jin-woo. She quickly recognized him as a member of the athletics team, a high school student, right? Jin-woo spoke sternly, if you continue to overlook that injury and keep running, you might end up spending a whole year in physical therapy. What will be the consequence? To become a third-rate athlete. Will you really be sure you won't regret this hasty decision for the rest of your life? I'm just telling you about someone I know. Cha Hae-in fell silent and didn't respond. However, she couldn't help but notice the pleasant scent wafting from Jin-woo. After a moment of confusion, she softly thanked him for his concern, but before she could finish her sentence, Jin-woo placed his hand on her leg. He said calmly, just keep it still for a while. This sudden action made Cha Hae-in a bit awkward about being touched by another boy. However, she quickly realized that Jin-woo was using his healing skill. The sharp pain gradually faded away, and in an instant, her leg was no longer injured. Jin-woo stood up, his gaze resolute. Your only destination is this, run with all your might to the finish line. She awkwardly asked, haven't we met somewhere before? Jin-woo smiled and gently replied, run a race. If you can beat me even once, I'll answer that question. Cha Hae-in's eyes were filled with determination. You're a high school student participating in the tournament, right? I've seen you in the competition. You always come in first in every qualifying round. Jin-woo nodded, chuckling softly, is that so? If so, I'll consider that you have given up. But it seems like you're not ready to throw in the towel yet, are you? Cha Hae-in quickly responded, if that's the case, let's change the condition. Let me know when I break your record, okay? Hearing these words, Jin-woo thought to himself, she is so pure, regardless of whether she is older or younger than me. Days and months passed quietly, and their lives continued on. Finally, the day of the meeting had come. Jin-woo was strolling down the street, casually picking up an outfit from a fashion store. Checking the watch on his wrist, he began to count, 3, 2, 1. Is she here? Cha Hae-in appeared, her face anxious, breath quickening. She spoke, then continued, you really do have eyes in the back of your head. You finished your university entrance exams last month, right? Congratulations! Your score is really high. Did you get into your desired school? Why did you insist on choosing that university? Jin-woo smiled and replied, the full scholarship and the opportunity to study abroad are just part of it. There is also someone I want to meet there. Upon hearing this, Cha Hae-in blushed with jealousy. That person is a woman, right? Jin-woo shrugged, responding indifferently, could be. Those teasing words made her blush even more. Hey, do you still remember our promise? He asked, what promise? She replied, the promise that you would answer any question I have if I beat you in a match. Jin-woo smiled, oh, I remember. She asked, want to make a bet? To see who gets there first. Jin-woo felt confused and asked again, why are you acting like this all of a sudden? What do you really want to ask me? She answered, everything. He was surprised, everything? She said, sometimes do you think about anything random? The person you want to meet in college. Are they male or female? And have we ever met before the big tournament? He broke into a happy smile. Cha Hae-in gently handed Jin-woo her scarf. If you like me, then don't hesitate anymore. As soon as she finished speaking, her face flushed with embarrassment, and she turned to leave. Jin-woo stood there, dazed, staring at her, repeating in his mind, what? Suddenly, the shadow soldiers appeared, laughing and teasing. Wow, ha ha. Our king has lost. So even the king has to risk it all in a bet like this. The king has lost. It's not too late, hurry and run. Jinwoo sighed, but his heart was filled with memories of Cha Hae-in. As promised, she had reached the finish line. Jinwoo looked at her and gently said, "Looks like you won." Then he turned back to the shadow soldiers, "All of you, close your eyes." Jinwoo gradually approached Cha Hae-in. Under the night sky covered in white snow, the two shared a warm kiss. The scene shifted to the castle in the world of rest. Inside the castle, the dark soldiers were chatting animatedly. Baru's voice rang out, "Hello Tusk, good morning, General Tusk." A voice replied, but then sneered, but thinking again, in a place filled only with shadows, is there really day or night? Tusk nodded, his gaze directed at Baru, who was coming closer. Tusk smiled and said, "You must have completed that task by now, right?" Baru laughed heartily, proudly showing off, "How is it?" "The cloak looks exactly like the one the Lord wore a few days ago." Tusk said, "How can I repay you for this?" Baru replied, "Hee hee. How could I turn a blind eye to your desire to be more like the Lord? Just seeing you satisfied is enough." Tusk looked at the cloak and nodded approvingly, "I like it so much that I want to turn all the duties of the dark soldiers into making this cloak for myself." Baru responded, "But wouldn't it be better if we turned it into a scepter to use instead of just holding it?" Hearing this, Tusk immediately agreed, "Not a bad idea. Marshal, what do you think? That bearded dwarf of yours, he really is a skilled artisan, right?" The dwarf quickly replied, full of pride, "Yes, leave it to me. We are honored to use the divine wood that the Lord has granted. This is a world of rest, a vast endless place. With nearly 10 million soldiers stationed here, everyone lives by supporting one another. This area is divided into several distinct zones: the training area, the player level up zone, the crafting area of the bearded dwarves, the conflict zone, the mining colony of ants, the leisure area, and the trade zone. The soldiers here have a deep connection with the mind of the king. As the king's power grows stronger, they gradually become more like his current mindset. In other words, the soldiers who once yearned for destruction and fought for it are now beginning to learn the humane aspects of humanity. Countless emotions that humans possess have become a fresh experience, filling the once empty hearts. Tusk, the commanding and dignified leader, is training the giant army. He commands loudly, "Stand tall." O giants, sleeping soldiers, training soldiers, chatting soldiers, and even soldiers grasping each other by the collars and raising their voices. Under Tusk's guidance, personalities that never existed before begin to take shape. The soldiers gradually live in this world with diversity and their own personalities. Bell quietly tells himself, "I must thank the Lord for leading me to a world I never dared to dream of. I like the Lord very much." He looks at his work and smiles with satisfaction. "Oh, finally done. Good, truly wonderful." The dwarf says, however, "I think the word wonderful would be more fitting when talking about the cloak you are wearing rather than that staff." Tusk nods slightly, his eyes gleaming with pride. "It seems you have a bit of an aesthetic sense." Unexpectedly, from somewhere, giant soldiers appeared. "Who are you?" They replied that they were here under the orders of Commander Bellion. It turned out these were newly recruited soldiers. Looking at their massive size, Tusk murmured, "With that size, it's indeed a waste of a large amount of explosive magic." But wait, is that something I should be saying? After thinking for a moment, Tusk declared, "From now on, I will detail the things I have accomplished in the first battle of the Great Lord when he faced the Dragon Emperor. And all the achievements I have made in the spatial rifts. So, listen closely." Suddenly, Tusk scowled around, "And what are you doing lurking around here? Who dares to say that I am lurking while wearing the cloak of the Lord? Who has the gall to say such a thing?" At this point, Igris looked a bit embarrassed but quickly expressed, "Oh, I love you, my lord." Tusk nodded, his tone becoming more serious. "Commander, I always appreciate your loyalty. But why have you come to me at this hour?" Igris stepped forward and replied to Tusk, "It will soon begin." Do you not think that the loyal soldiers at the command level of the Lord should cheer for him? Tusk looked suspiciously outside, where their lord was meeting Miss Cha Hae-in. Just then, all the soldiers in the castle began to cheer excitedly, joy spreading everywhere. Seeing the radiant face of Cha Hae-in, Igris couldn't help but reminisce about the first time he met Jinwoo. At that time, they faced each other in a strange space created from the power of the king. Igris's task was to test Jinwoo. Igris repeated the words from memory, his gaze distant and full of emotion. He who dares to step into this place, my lord wishes to meet him, for he is the human worthy to become his vessel. He continued, from that moment, I realized that this was the final task entrusted by the Lord. At that time, I speculated that it was also his farewell. The Lord lost all interest in war after he forgave the rulers. Perhaps, there are enough reasons to explain why he showed deep concern for such a mundane person. The Lord's command is absolute. No need for thought, no need to question his intentions, and it cannot be hindered. My only response has always been to obey that command. That is all I can do. Thus, I stood alone in the strange space, testing his level with a large portion of my sealed primordial power. The people in this world call such a space a dungeon, right? This appearance. Is this how I looked before meeting the Lord? Even though the power in the realm of true rest is infinite, the ability to recreate all the senses at that moment still astonished me. That architect. He can create intricate steps thanks to the Lord's power. It is that level of skill that has gradually enabled that human body to accept the Lord's power fully. He has arrived, hasn't he? I can sense his presence outside the door. Come here. I will be here, waiting for you. Sitting for a long time, Igris suddenly realized that this made him appear excessively arrogant. The human about to be tested carries the will of the Lord, so it would be quite awkward if he saw himself seated on the throne before even the Lord. So where should I go? At that moment, Jinwoo slowly opened the door. It turns out this is the human chosen by the Lord. Even though this is not the final mission entrusted to me, I have no intention of being careless in this battle. If this human does not meet the standards, he will die at my hands. Very well, I will see if you are worthy of this throne. And thus, the battle between him and me began. But the result left me utterly disappointed. He merely struggled to dodge my sword strikes, showing no sign of the innate talent or superior strength that once existed in me when I was alive. How ridiculous! Does he intend to defeat me with only his bare hands? Compared to a mere human, I admit the courage in his gaze. But do you have what it takes to achieve what you desire? Even though this body does not align with the king, that will is still worthy of my respect. But alas, what a disappointment! This is truly a disgrace. How could such a weakling like him possibly meet the full criteria to become the vessel of the king? Give up, weak human. You are not worthy of that position. I will take your life, as a tribute to your honorable death. He continued, this is the first time, and the last time, I feel relieved that the king has lost. If he does not meet the conditions to inherit the power, then the king will be able to hold on to the throne a little longer. I will grant you a painless death. At that moment, I will no longer be astonished, not only because he could block my sword, but also because of his unwavering determination to not give up. Even in the last moment, will I be defeated like this? By a human who is far weaker than me? I understand now, even just a glance reveals that his gaze resembles that of the king. The difference in strength between him and me, even though this is a test, my stats must be many times higher than his. Yet, I still lost. Was it because I was too careless? Or was it just a miracle in the defiant moment of that human? So the king's choice was correct. Am I happy? I'm not so sure anymore. And thus, I have lost him. He loved me. There were moments when I was deeply grateful for his kindness. For me, he was a master, a friend, and a teammate who had once stood side by side with me through countless battles. My loyalty to him deepened over time. Along with that, I also realized the regret for my former master was gradually fading. And little by little, I have accepted the new king. He continued, gradually, the power of that person grows stronger day by day after merging with the Dark Legion, the warriors who are waiting for his summons amid the cracks in space. Belian, my old comrade, has finally joined. But the joy of reunion was short-lived, as my loyal yet ruthless roommate began to complicate things. I asked, "Hey, this black flag, if I place it on top of the castle, would the king be pleased?" He looked at me seriously. Tusk seemed unhappy, and the new master's reaction was, "Baru, come here. Why did you put the flag up there?" Not long after, we poured our hearts into the battle against the Dark Kingdom. Our master gradually became more skilled in combat, and we too grew stronger. Even after rewinding time with the Cup of Reincarnation, the battle did not cease. 3 decades later, all enemies had been annihilated, leaving only the victorious legion, those who had once been the wings of the Dark Legion like me. Why would I listen to a king, a person who was once an ordinary human? Don't you feel ashamed? He was right, I had forgotten. Because living in the brilliance during my time with the new master, I had completely forgotten my old master. The image of my previous master remained frozen in my mind. Igris knelt before Jinwoo and asked, "My king, why do you not tell the truth to that person?" He gently turned away. People say that the ability to forget quickly is a precious quality bestowed upon humans by God, even if it may be just an artificial product, created by the tools of the Holy Spirit to grant the gift of forgetfulness. Baru said, "Yes, there's no need to dwell on that any longer. I have not forgotten my former master." Although greed and iron have fused their souls with this timeline, forgetting everything and living their own normal lives, I am still here, by the side of my king. My feelings for him are just the same as for the current king. I am a knight, the sword of the king, one of the wings guiding the army of darkness. Standing beside, Baru said, "My king, the answer to question 14 is not 1. It is 2. He thought to himself, "Is that so? Thank you." Igris thought to himself, "Who else can assist the king but me? Those giant Belian ghosts, as large as mountains, and the too clever wolf Peru are merely insects in comparison. Only I, the one with the highest graduation score from the Knight Academy, can help the king." Lost in thought, Jinwoo informed Igris that the correct answer to question 14 was indeed 1. Upon hearing this, Igris hurriedly flipped through the book to check the answer again and broke out in a cold sweat. With a helpless expression, Igris said, "It seems I lack discipline. I will strive harder, for the king." Igris thought to himself, "I am the knight of the king, the sword of his. His battlefield is my front line. Since the king has stepped into a new battlefield, my glorious life continues on." Jinwoo thought, "The gate is a vast abyss, from which countless monsters pour out. Once I defeat the dungeon boss, I must escape within an hour. But my father failed and got stuck in the rift between worlds. The rulers sought him out and granted him power to stop the emperors. And then, the brightest shard of light bestowed upon him a new command: protect the Dark Emperor. That is why he helped me. He truly did not want me to see him like this at all. I'm sorry, son, I miss you." Hearing this, his father's tears gradually fell, not knowing when. The man's inner self shattered into 1,000 pieces, his voice choked with warmth rang out, "Father, I miss you too, and I want to see you so much." He choked, "You've grown up so much. If only we could talk a little longer, even just a moment more. I'm sorry for not being a good father." Returning to the memories of the present timeline, where there was no magic, his father smiled gently and asked, "Son, are you awake now?" With a bright expression, he continued, "How about me? Haven't I already left?" He was surprised. "Oh dear, Jinwoo, what's wrong with you? It was just a nightmare you had." The strong man at this moment could not contain his happiness. Tears fell from his eyes again, but he still tried to conceal them in front of his beloved son. "What is my son's decision?" The other replied, "The Dark Emperor has chosen to stay in this world. He said that every second, every minute in this world is very valuable to him." The Dark Emperor. Does he intend to keep this a secret? He gently lifted the coffee cup and said, "After all, that child does not want anyone to remember that past." The messenger smiled, "Indeed, you two are truly father and son. As soon as I leave, there will be no more interference from the rulers, and that will truly be the end for this world. This world, the time spent here is truly memorable. Believe me, my heart is even pounding, looking forward to witnessing the ending that the Dark Emperor wishes to achieve. The messenger wishes to express gratitude not only to the Dark Emperor but also to you. Mr. Sun Il Huan, do you have anything else you would like us to help with? After a long silence, he exclaimed, My memories, please erase my memories of my past life, can you do that? The messenger replied, Of course, it can be done. But why do you choose to do that? He answered, Putting on a mask in front of my son as a sharp ruler is quite tiring. And I want to be an ordinary father like anyone else, taking time to care for my children and family. To me, Jinwoo is not the Dark Emperor or anyone else but my precious son. The messenger replied, I understand now. After you leave this CAF, all memories related to your lost timeline will fade away. Even though I know you won't remember these words, I wish you a peaceful future. And then the messenger vanished. At some lively party in the city, Jinho also appeared, thinking, Well, I can't even pick up my utensils because I'm too nervous. This is my first time attending a welcome party for new students. But what is this feeling? As the second son of a wealthy family, I have a lavish life and lack nothing, but why does this frozen HSL rib restaurant feel oddly familiar to me? His older brother, sitting next to him, looked at him and said, Why do you look so glum? Jinho, people from the outside would think we're about to drop you or something. He continued, What I mean is you should drop that traditional way of thinking. When you're with me, don't hold back, cheer up a bit. But just a heads up, be careful around the other seniors. There's a guy in our department who is quite intimidating. He isn't the strict type with juniors, but the aura he gives off makes others shiver in their boots, something like that. After hearing that, Jinho felt a bit nervous, thinking, Sounds a bit like my dad, huh? His brother asked, Oh, by the way, do you know the rising athletic idol recently? Cha-hae or something like that? He replied, Oh, you mean Sister Cha-hae-in? Your friend replied, Alright, it's Cha-hae-in. You know her, don't you? Jinho said, She's the girlfriend of that senior. Speaking of which, he's here. He called out loudly, Senior, Sung Jinwoo. Your friend wondered, Why is no one coming to sit with us? Maybe I should migrate to a table with those pretty juniors. But what they didn't expect happened. Jinwoo had sat down at their table. Why? Why is he sitting here of all places? Jinho's senior felt terrified and quickly looked for an excuse to leave. Seeing that, Jinho raised his glass of wine and said, Let's have a drink. He panicked, his drink is that full soju glass. Indeed, he's quite intimidating, my alcohol tolerance isn't great either. You thought while finishing your glass of water but suddenly realized it was juice. He said, You can't handle a glass of wine, so why are you making him drink this? Just drink that. He turned to Jinho and said, Jinho, why do you keep calling me senior? From now on, just call me Sung Jinwoo, alright? Don't want to? He said that, making Jinho puff up like a scared cat. Of course not, sir. You wondered, why am I suddenly addressing him like that? Have I ever told him my name? He said, Cheers. Cheers. The next morning at school, a voice echoed, Jinwoo, why didn't you come to class today? He replied, I have things to take care of. By the way, Jinho, listen to me. I have an urgent matter to handle, so can you take attendance for me this afternoon? He worriedly said, What? That's not okay. You're so famous that even the professors know about you. Where on earth are you going? He jokingly said, Maybe to career counseling at our teaching hospital? He was taken aback. What? But why would you go there when our major has nothing to do with a hospital? Jinwoo said and hung up, I'm counting on you. A familiar figure suddenly appeared, Sung Jinwoo. She thought, I'm so glad I got into a university in Seoul, but I wonder if my Busan accent sounds too strange. It's already hard to just sound like a Seoulite, and why does the nursing faculty use so many English words? Jin Woo hurriedly walked past her. She called him back, asking, "Excuse me, have we met before?" He coldly replied, "No." Noticing something was off, Julie felt her face turn red. Why did I suddenly start chatting with a complete stranger? I hope he doesn't think I'm trying to flirt with him. He might even think I come from some shady cult trying to recruit followers. Inside the patient room at that moment was Mr. Go Gun-hee. He weakly requested the doctor's help to help him sit up. The doctor was surprised to see a strange bottle of medicine on the edge of the hospital bed. He curiously asked, "Mr. Go, what is that?" Mr. Go replied, "A young man came to visit and left me this before leaving. It's quite mysterious. This place is heavily guarded, yet he managed to get in and leave the bottle without anyone noticing." But what the young man said was even harder to believe. I fought alongside him, facing the monsters threatening humanity's existence in a lost timeline. This bottle is a token of gratitude from him to me. Then he just disappeared, as if everything was merely an illusion, and from the beginning, he never existed. He said if I drink what's in this bottle, my body will be healed and completely purified. The doctor chuckled softly, "Ha, Chairman, don't tell me you believe what he said." Mr. Go sighed, his face pale, then whispered in reply, "I'm too tired already. Even if what he said isn't true, so what? I just want to ask you one question, doctor. If I don't drink this medicine, how much longer will I live?" Upon hearing this, the doctor could not answer. Mr. Go continued, "If something happens to me after I drink this, please engrave these lines on my tombstone. Chairman Go Gun-hee, he fought courageously against illness until his last breath. May he rest in peace." After saying that, Mr. Go began to open the medicine bottle. He gently lifted the bottle, sipping from it slowly. Then he lay down softly. "I'll rest for a moment," the doctor said, and then left. "Please rest well, sir. If anything happens, be sure to call me immediately." The chairman still lay there, looking out the window. The next morning, the light streamed into the room, and the body and expression of Chairman Go had regained vitality. The sunlight today was so warm that no one could believe winter was approaching. "My name is Antares. I am the first ruler born from darkness, and I am also the strongest ruler. I am the king, the master of dragons, an entity regarded as the embodiment of terror and destruction. Indeed, to show respect and fear towards me, all who know me refer to me by the title of Dragon Emperor. However, on an ordinary day, as I prepared to invade the earth with 10 million soldiers hidden in the crevices between dimensional realms, I awoke to find myself confined within the body of a mere mortal. What is this weak, mundane face? Haha, it is truly pitiable, pitiable to the point of being tragic. The name of this mortal is Sung Jin Woo, an E-rank hunter in a country called Nation HQ. Although his abilities are very weak, often bringing him to the brink of death, he stubbornly refuses to give up his work as a hunter. The reason is his mother's illness. If it were my magic, I could easily cure such ailments. The phone rang. "Hunter Sung, what are you doing? It's almost time for the dungeon raid, and we still haven't seen you. Are you planning to be late again?" Delay is an act that signifies a failure to complete a task due to shortcomings or inability to finish on time. In other words, this woman dares to ask me, the embodiment of omnipotent power, the Dragon Emperor, about the matter of delay. If I were to act like that, it would be a symbol of incompetence. This is unacceptable. He asked, "Where are you?" The other side replied, "Do you mean where I am? We're right in front of the dungeon entrance. But why are you being so rude all of a sudden? Hunter Sung Jin Woo, focus. Trace the exact position of this impertinent woman from the source of her voice." The other side said, "Ah, I've got it." The woman didn't understand. "What? What do you mean you see it? What's going on?" Ataris asked, "Now, do I have any delays? Tell me, do I have delays?" Jin Woo replied, "No, not delayed at all." He was satisfied. Very good. Someone waved and greeted him. Sung, you've arrived? Have you eaten yet?" He wondered, who is he? Is he one of my subordinates? Then he said to the staff, "Coffee? I want coffee too." The staff awkwardly replied, Hunter Sung Jinwoo here. "Sorry, but we just ran out of coffee." But the Dragon Emperor hastily snatched the coffee cup from his hand, not considering it a problem. Then he quickly drank the hot coffee, asking, "The strong will oppress the weak." That is the way of behavior for our monarchs. Everyone who witnessed this scene was incredibly astonished. One person spoke up. Today, his eyes seem strange. I've felt a shiver since the moment he arrived here. Someone asked him, "Hey Jinwoo, did you get hurt again? Why do you have another wound on your face?" The Dragon Emperor couldn't understand why these mortal beings were making such a commotion. "Tell me the truth, what happened here?" An announcement rang out, "Everyone, please pay attention. Even though I don't have the right to speak, as we are all wage earners here today, I will be your guide as the team leader for today. How does everyone feel about that?" Mr. Kim smiled and replied, "You are the highest ranked person here." "Mr. Son, we are fine. If it's you, it is very reliable." Another person said, "It seems like this time we will witness him showcase his skills." Another agreed, "Yes, I think so too." Everyone here agrees. This place looks quite suspicious. Now, let's head into the dungeon, everyone. The Dragon Emperor thought, those gates appearing on Earth must certainly be part of the plans of those rulers. But why do I sense the power of a monarch emanating from within? I need to learn more. I will join. Mr. Song smiled, "Of course, you need to come with us. Hunter Sung, be careful not to get hurt." He is a loyal subordinate, always concerned about his master's body despite his own weakness. Inside the dungeon, the Dragon Emperor began to sweep through the monsters there. Everyone noticed that today, Sung was acting a bit unusually. One person said, "It must be because the monsters in this dungeon are too weak. But I can't even see him anywhere. My eyes can't keep up with Sung's movements." Another person spoke up, "Where are you all planning to go?" "We will go this way." Mr. Kim stepped up to intervene, as a vote must be held before doing anything like that. The Dragon Emperor knocked him out. "Is there anyone else who wants to vote?" At this point, everyone was terrified by the Dragon Emperor's actions. "It seems everyone agrees then, right?" One person asked, "Aren't we going a bit too deep? How long have we been going?" Another replied, "About 40 minutes. The dungeon will collapse after the boss is defeated, so we have about 20 minutes left." One person asked, "Why is there suddenly a door at the end of the cave like that?" Another said, "It's the first time I've encountered something like this." The other person worried, "No, isn't that too dangerous?" The Dragon Emperor saw everyone worrying and thought to himself, "Of course. After sensing a powerful energy emanating from within, I even agree that whatever is inside is extremely dangerous." Without waiting for everyone to hesitate, the Dragon Emperor opened the door. He grabbed one person from the group and threw them inside. One person asked, "Why did you suddenly do that?" The Dragon Emperor replied, "Nothing's going to happen, we will proceed inside." The blue flames gradually flared up. This was the first time my group and I faced a dungeon like this. One person said, "Alright, let's split up and see what's in here." Someone asked, "Wow, look at that, it's huge. It can't be the boss, can it?" Another person added, "Over there, let's see. It seems like there are ancient inscriptions carved into that stone wall. Can anyone read it?" A person scoffed, "How ridiculous. How can no one read something so simple?" Another person said, "The laws of the Karthanon temple, forgive me, Jinwoo. That giant statue over there." The Dragon Emperor angrily swatted Julie away, then continued reading the characters inscribed on the stone tablet. Suddenly, the eyes of the stone statue lit up. Before anyone could comprehend, the statue shot out a beam of light attacking them. The Dragon Emperor went berserk. "Do you dare underestimate me with such feeble power?" The destructive beam shot out, and the Dragon Emperor took it all. He used the breath of destruction, the red beam streaked across, and the Dragon Emperor stepped out from the ashes. He said, "This is the true power." All the guards rose up simultaneously. The more opponents there were, the more ferocious he became. What a bunch of arrogant puppets! The Dragon Emperor hissed, "Too slow, too slow." Everyone nearby watched in sheer horror. One person wondered, "Why do I feel like things could have gone differently? And what were those laws just now? Is that all you have? Not enough to even make me feel warm?" The programmer could no longer hold back. "Damn you, who are you really? Everything I prepared has gone to waste." The programmer continued, "I didn't come here just to talk to that false form. What I want is the one pulling the strings behind all this. Come forward." He shouted, "Oh, you despicable one, the Emperor of Destruction, fate has arranged for us to meet right here. I will put an end to our twisted relationship. For me, it's fine. Come here." He charged in, raising his hand high. Just as the two prepared to clash, Jin-woo suddenly awoke. He realized that all this time, it had all just been a dream. The story then shifted to another angle. Since starting his work on Earth, Jin-woo had heard rumors from the police, after detectives began assisting him. The rumors told of a detective, nicknamed the Phantom, working at the Central Police Station, specializing in investigating violent criminals. Lee Se-han. Lee Se-han was a new detective, as he investigated unsolved cases and those assigned to him. He had a crime arrest rate of up to 200%. Because of this, all kinds of criminals, no matter how violent, turned into lambs when faced with Lee Se-han. The rumors about him had become legendary in the local police community. There were even rumors that he declined promotions, as he wanted to dedicate himself to catching criminals. But of course, who would refuse a promotion? One person asked, "You're the new recruit who just joined today, right?" He answered, "Yes, that's right." The other person said, "Come on, don't be too formal. We're like a family now. Here, this is for you." He replied, "Thank you." Lee Se-han seemed a bit awkward. He hesitated to continue. The department head told me that you will be moving to work with Detective Sung." The other person said, "Ah, the ghost. No one really knows who he is. That's why we gave him that nickname." Later on, in rumors, they started to refer to him like that. "You've probably heard that name already, right?" He answered, "Yes." The other person continued, "Oh, the cup of coffee I just gave you was actually meant for him." Mentioning the person caused him to appear. "He's here now." Lee Se-han broke out in a sweat when he saw the person in front of him. "Is that the ghost of the police station?" The senior came to greet, saying everything was going smoothly. "Is he a new recruit?" The other person replied, "Yeah, that's him. His name is Lee Se-han." Jin-woo happily threw his arm around him. "Now I'll take him to learn a few things." The other person said, "All right, see you later." Lee Se-han hesitantly asked back, "You won't be upset that I accidentally drank your cup of coffee, will you?" Jin-woo smiled mysteriously and replied, "Why did you decide to become a police officer?" He answered, I want to catch bad guys." Jin-woo said, "That's exactly what we're preparing to do. By the way, that's also the reason I decided to become a police officer." "You think so too, right?" He shouted, "Of course. I can't believe I get the chance to learn how to catch criminals with a ghost." A few days later, Lee Se-han slumped over the table, looking exhausted. "Why does he look like he's about to die?" The other person replied, "I heard he ended up like that because he spent all day learning from Detective Sung to catch criminals." Jin-woo sat nearby, smiling to himself. He's gradually accumulating experience in suppressing armed criminals. Teaching him will be very worthwhile. A ghost said to Jin-woo, "Your Majesty, I think you should leave such mundane spiritual tasks to us." Suddenly, a woman stormed into the precinct, making a scene. "Detective, Jin is not the type who would commit suicide." The police officer quickly reassured her, "I understand how you feel right now, but didn't I just explain it? All the evidence points to." Before the officer could finish, she interrupted loudly. "Hey, take a look at this text message. Is this the kind of message someone would send 3 hours before committing suicide? Look at this. Suicides usually happen impulsively, not planned out this carefully. Seeing that the situation was awkward, Jin-woo hurried over and took the file. Can I take a look at this for a moment? The detective said, Detective Sun, don't make things harder for me anymore. A woman was found dead in the bathtub, with a large wound on her wrist that led to severe blood loss. The knife used to cut her wrist was found right in the bathroom. The only fingerprints at the scene belonged to the victim herself. Although the victim often displayed a cheerful personality to everyone, in reality, she was suffering from depression. Jin-woo said, There's nothing strange here. Even so, I will still go there myself to take a look. Jin-woo did not answer immediately but was deep in thought. It seemed that the shadow had sensed something unusual. I am Detective Jin-woo. May I speak with you for a moment? After talking with the woman, Jin-woo appeared in the victim's room. In the past, he needed to have the corpse to do this. But now, a girl suddenly rose from the pool of blood on the floor. He asked, Don't be afraid. You of the present are just an embodiment that has escaped the chains of life and suffering. Did you take your own life? The girl replied, Yes. He asked further, What was the reason? The woman hesitated for a long time before saying, I. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a man holding a photo in his hand. Who could be ringing the bell at this hour? The knocking on the door echoed. Jin-woo appeared outside. I am Sung Jin-woo, from the Violent Crime Investigation Center. I have some questions regarding your daughter's case. May I speak with you? He heard this and hurriedly ran out. Is there already a result from the investigation? How did my daughter die? He replied, We still do not have a clear answer to that question. However, I would like to ask you a few questions about your daughter. Can you come with me? He said, Of course. If I can contribute my effort to understanding my daughter's death, I will definitely do so. At a coffee shop, Jin-woo lifted his coffee cup and slowly asked, What was Miss Cecil Jean usually like? Excuse me, do you think there is anyone who had a grudge against her? He replied, No, I can't think of anyone. She wasn't the type of person to do things that would make others hate her. In reality, she was an incredibly kind and innocent child. He paused, his eyes filled with sadness. I apologize, detective, but I still can't believe that my daughter would end her life like that. Jin-woo looked at him and gently said, It seems you loved her very much. He replied, Of course. I believe you can see that. But she was not my biological child. That is why I loved her as my own. No, perhaps I loved her even more than I would my own. If only she had told me that she was going through difficult or painful times. Jin-woo looked at him and nodded. We found a recording among her personal belongings. He slowly took out his phone and said, Listen to this. You said, this is evidence of the horrific abuse she has endured from her adoptive father, ever since she was a child. She ran away to a faraway place, but he still wouldn't let go, constantly sending messages like Dad misses you to her. And then, in the end, she chose to end her own life. The man was silent, his voice hoarse. What reason do you have for telling me this? If you're planning to arrest me, couldn't you have brought along a few more police officers and handcuffed me? Jin-woo replied, his gaze sharp, You have two options. He questioned, Options? Jin-woo said, The first is for you to confess all your sins and voluntarily surrender. He asked, And what is the other option? Jin-woo answered, If you refuse to acknowledge your crimes, you will pay a price worthy of your deeds. Upon hearing this, he scoffed and defiantly asked, So, how much is enough? Jin-woo smiled mysteriously, his piercing eyes filled with murderous intent made him shiver. He spoke in a calm yet chilling tone. Now, listen closely. The place where you are sitting is not the real world. This is another space, created by me, mimicking the outside world. It is the land of the dead, a place where the living cannot enter without the permission of its master. Jin-woo stepped closer, his gaze becoming even more overpowering. This is the realm of eternal rest. And from now on, this will also be your prison, where you will be held captive forever. The man turned pale, his entire body trembling. Fear was evident in his eyes as he heard these words. Jin-woo advised the man, "You should think carefully. Do you remember how you got here?" The man panicked, his eyes darting around. He tried to recall, but all he found was a vague void. The room he stood in was brightly lit, yet strangely, there were no other guests besides him. The atmosphere grew suffocating as dark shadows slowly surrounded him, inching closer. The shadows began to attack. A sharp claw pierced through his body, blood gushing out, staining the ground red. In an instant, he collapsed, completely lifeless. In the chilling silence, a voice echoed, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Do you have anything else you wish to say?" Jin-woo replied, his gaze contemplative, "If it's not too much trouble, could I fulfill one last wish for that girl?" At the police station, Jin-woo completed the final wish of the unfortunate girl. She had wanted to send her mother a gift. As the mother slowly opened the gift box, she could not contain her emotions. Tears streamed down her face, each droplet filled with sorrow and love. Jin-woo quietly left, his heart heavy with thought. About an hour before she cut her wrist, if she had not received that insulting message from her stepfather, perhaps mother and daughter could have enjoyed a happy birthday together? In Woo Jin-chul's office, he placed a piece of paper on the table, looked at Jin-woo, and said, "No matter what you choose, I will still trust you. However, I did not call you here just for this matter." Picking up the paper, Jin-woo glanced through its contents, his eyes showing confusion. "What is this?" Woo Jin-chul responded, his voice calm, "I thought you would want to know about this." Meanwhile, in another place, the chairman of the Hunter Association, Go Gun-hee, now the president, was in a state of emergency. At the hospital, the chairman lay on the sickbed, his face pale and looking extremely exhausted. The scene shifts to a restaurant, where Jin-ho placed both hands on his knees, his eyes filled with determination. "This time, I will definitely propose to Jin-ha. I assure you." Hearing that his sister was about to be proposed to, Jin-woo could not hide his astonishment. Jin-ho continued, speaking while opening a box containing a ring, revealing a sparkling piece, "I'm really serious this time. Today, I will definitely confess my feelings to her." "But do you think she will like this ring?" Jin-woo shrugged and replied bluntly, "I don't know. I don't have an eye for these things." Jin-ho chuckled softly, cleared his throat to calm down. "It's okay. I think it will be fine. To be honest, I don't know what Jin-ha likes either, so I have prepared quite a few gifts just in case." Jin-ho hesitated, his eyes lighting up when mentioning the future plan. "Actually, there is a building set to be constructed with the company's support behind it. So when Jin-ha graduates and gets her degree in medicine, we can build a hospital." Before he could finish his sentence, Jin-ho was interrupted by Jin-woo. "Isn't the value of that building around 30 million, right?" Jin-ho's eyes widened in surprise. "Wow, brother, how did you know that?" Jin-woo smiled, as if reminiscing about a previous conversation, then gently said, "Jin-ho, you don't need to give her a lot of gifts to prove your seriousness. You are a good man. Just be yourself, that's enough." Upon hearing this, Jin-ho's tears fell profusely. He choked up and said, "Can I hug you for a moment, big brother?" Jin-woo, feeling awkward, replied, Don't do that." But before he could stop him, Jin-ho had already lunged forward, wrapping his arms around him. The scene at that moment became both emotional and chaotic. After the meal, Jin-woo returned home. Hae-in and her adorable little child were waiting by the door, greeting him with bright smiles. The little boy looked very charming. Hae-in gently asked, "Are you back now?" Jin-woo responded, surprised, "You're still awake?" She asked, "Yes, but why did you go out drinking when you can't get drunk?" Jin-woo smiled and explained, "Jin-ho told me he had something important to discuss, so we talked for a while." She continued, "So, did he finally make a decision?" He replied, "Well, that's how it is. Let's wait and see. By the way, why is Suho so energetic at this hour?" Hae-in answered, her gaze filled with affection as she looked at the child, "That's because he napped a lot this morning." In a corner of the room, the two loyal guards, Belian and Igris, were arguing incessantly. Belian asked, looking upset, "When you said we shouldn't teach the young master swordsmanship, what did you mean, Igris? Do you think that proposal makes any sense?" Igris countered, "In this world, knowledge and education are the measures by which people are judged. We should prioritize that." Jinwoo stood in the middle, feeling awkward as he looked at the two. Finally, he spoke up, "You two, whether it's swordsmanship or education, both are good, but let's let the little guy learn to walk first, and then we'll figure it out. As for getting home earlier, let me think about it more." At the police station, Jinwoo walked in and asked, "Did the chief call me here for something?" Woo Jinshul looked at him and responded, "I've heard that you're still interfering in the investigations of other detectives. I've reminded you not to overdo it, to avoid making them feel offended." Hearing this, Jinwoo merely smiled, "I'm no longer a hunter, chief." Nevertheless, Woo Jinshul chuckled softly and said, "Even so, I still find it much more convenient to call you a hunter." Then, he grew serious again, putting that aside, "Do you know that the legal guardian of the victim in the previous suicide case, her father, suddenly went missing a few days ago?" Jinwoo calmly replied, "No, I don't have much information about that." Woo Jinshul looked at him with a meaningful gaze, his tone heavy. "It's quite a coincidence that all the CCTV cameras at his private residence stopped working at the same time." Jinwoo maintained his composed demeanor, but Woo Jinshul merely sighed, "Oh dear, what a strange coincidence." After finishing the conversation with the chief, Jinwoo appeared in the hospital room of Chairman Go. He lay on the bed, his face extremely weak and weary. Upon seeing Jinwoo, a glimmer of light sparkled in his eyes. "You've come to visit me again, young man." Jinwoo gently removed the breathing mask from his face and asked, "It's good to see you again. In fact, I've been looking for you." Chairman Go smiled faintly, "Ah. It's been a long time since we last met. If you want to cure this illness." But Jinwoo's words were interrupted by him. Chairman Go looked at him, his voice warm yet full of exhaustion. "I've lived a long time. With the 10 years you have given me, I've done all that needs to be done. That is more than enough." He weakly continued, "To be honest, we still have one request we'd like to ask of you." Chairman Go spoke softly, his voice having weakened considerably. "Previously, you told me that there was a world where you and I stood side by side. Is that right? Could you let me see that world? So I can relive that moment, to know what I once looked like, and how you were back then." Jinwoo remained silent for a long time before responding, his voice deeply contemplative. "Those memories. Perhaps you won't want to remember them." He smiled gently, his eyes filled with calmness. "It's all right. I simply want to find those lost memories." At that moment, his face was marked by exhaustion, yet his eyes still shone with determination. Jinwoo tightly shut his eyes and slowly took the frail hand of the chairman. Memories flowed from him into the chairman's mind. Images of the past vividly appeared. Once again, Chairman Go saw himself in his glorious days. His heart tightened, tears streaming down his cheeks as his trembling hands clasped Jinwoo's. "Hunter. Is it true? So I have once stood side by side with a hero like you." Contentment radiated from the aged face of the chairman. In the warm sunlight, he whispered, "Even if I become a cold dead body, these memories will always be the flame that warms my heart. This glory, I will carry forever." His heartbeat gradually slowed, signaling the end of a glorious life. Jinwoo quietly wiped away the tears of happiness, then bowed his head to bid farewell. Within him surged a profound respect for a man who was once a hero, who had sacrificed so much for the sake of countless others. On the way back, Jinwoo received a call from Cha Hae-in. Her voice was full of urgency. "My love, Suho is flying around the house." Recalling the scene with Jinho, he had jokingly said while drunk, "It's strange, I thought our child would know how to fly the moment they were born." Cha Hae-in, now very confused, asked, "What should I do, Jinwoo?" Jinwoo reassured her, "It's okay. I will teach our child how to fly slowly." She was surprised. "My love, do you know how to fly too?" He smiled, "I haven't told you?" Time passed, autumn turned to winter, and spring returned. Everything in life has a beginning and an end, and perhaps the end is also the place to nurture new beginnings. Jinwoo gently said, "Today, I will go home early. It seems that winter has not yet touched our family." Switching the story to Peru, where a kingdom was facing a crisis. Food was running out, and the young ones fought over the last scraps. There was no longer enough food to nourish the residents, let alone sustain the military strength. But in despair, the king stood up, powerfully proclaiming to the entire kingdom, "O entire kingdom, we shall become the strongest soldiers, leading our people through all difficulties. Let every enemy on our path tremble in fear." No king outside could confront him now. And now, the king asserted, "I was born to take those lives. Is there anyone left who dares to confront me?" Those called kings, these worthless beings, could only bow their heads and look at him with eyes full of fear. He asked, "Are you the king of mankind?" The answer came, "A bug can talk as well?" At that moment, it was the first time I saw, and also the first time I met a human who was not afraid of me at all. Now you resemble a bug even more. Many years have passed since that time, and it had been a long while since I had encountered a person who did not tremble in fear before me. Suho finally saw Baru. The boy kept exclaiming "Aunt, Aunt" in amazement, quite peculiar. He was astonished. Why does the young master keep going to Thistle like that? Belian replied, "There is no reason for him not to like you, Baru. A gigantic ant, several times larger than a human, that can walk, talk, and fly. What child wouldn't be fascinated by such an interesting creature?" He asked, "So the young prince likes me because I am big and can fly?" Tusk said, "General, you're here now. I want to make a few changes to the plan." Hearing that, the dwarf seemed troubled. "What?" "But General, the plan to construct the statue of the Holy King has been in progress for quite some time, surpassing even several months, to commemorate our king's 32 ND birthday." Tusk replied, "I'm not saying to cancel the plan, just to change it a little, do it this way, and then that way, and then another way." The dwarf responded, "Oh, well, that should be possible. I think the result would be much more magnificent, General. But it might require more manpower than we currently have. If we mobilize the servants of the demon castle created by the architect, would that be acceptable?" Tusk said, "Hee, that's fine. In that case, I have to take care of a few things first." In front of Jin Woo's house, the robbers were plotting to break in. "Boss, are we really going to do this?" The leader replied, "Are you scared now that we're here?" He looked at the others and continued, "Thanks to that scum Jinwoo, our organization has fallen apart. We have to leave a mark on him, consider it revenge for how that jerk crushed us." "Isn't that fair?" One of the group replied, "What the boss says is right." The leader continued, "Listen up, we are the quartet of thieves. The wife and child of that damn investigator were killed by robbers who broke into their house right in broad daylight. You all understand?" They responded, "We understand, boss." The leader said, "Don't just stand by and watch. He thinks that with such a large estate, there's not a single security system, so it's like inviting thieves to bury things here. Don't be scared. Don't make any mistakes." After saying that, they jumped into the house. At that moment, Baru appeared behind them. "What the hell is this? Why is it just you here? Where are the other two?" The underling replied, I don't know." He was furious. "Damn it, are these brainless idiots running away out of fear?" As soon as he finished speaking, a sharp hand grabbed his head from behind. "The Vice King has only just woken up from a brief sleep, and we can't let these mundane thieves disturb him." This gaze, this familiar expression, reflected the king's trust and respect for the Vice King. This feeling was truly wonderful. The expression of prey begging before the predator always brought a sense of satisfaction. In the City of Tranquility, the warriors of the Demon Castle, alongside the Dark Soldiers, have completed the magnificent project according to Thistle's orders from the king. What do you think? We have changed everything that Thistle has instructed already. Impressive, isn't it? One of the group members proudly said, "Our king will surely be very pleased to behold this magnificent and powerful statue." All the dark soldiers, along with the knights of the demon castle, cheered, joyous over their victory. They were confident that the young lord would set foot in this place in the near future and were certain that this gift would be exceedingly meaningful. But suddenly, Peru realized that his young lord was already present at the demon castle. This scene shocked everyone. A few days later, the teacher spoke to Cha-hae-in, mother of Suho. Can you spare a moment to take a look at this drawing? This is the drawing that Suho made in class. Cha-hae-in asked, is there something wrong with this drawing? The teacher replied, the teacher who was in charge today told Suho to draw a picture of a friend in his sketchbook. Looking at the drawing, she realized that this ant is walking on two legs. The teacher continued, there are still many similar drawings. And that is what Suho drew when asked about what other friends he has. The next drawing is what little Suho portrayed about his family. The teacher paused for a moment, then added, and the final step is what Suho drew about our house. The teacher said, this is also the reason I called you here today. The number of children I have cared for is not small, but this is the first time I have seen a drawing of you and your family like this. The teacher continued, when Suho's teacher asked why he painted his home's yard like that, little Suho replied, my friends, family, and my big dad are there. At first, we thought Suho was being bullied, but after seeing his enthusiastic attitude, we no longer believed he was being bullied. Perhaps little Suho has some truly unique artistic talents. Cha-hae-in replied, ah, yes. Switching scenes to the police station, a voice shouted, Senior, congratulations on your promotion. Aren't you supposed to treat us to a meal after this, Chief Sung? One person asked, hey, why did you suddenly accept the promotion? You've always refused whenever your superiors offered it before. He cheerfully replied, because I have no reason to refuse anymore. The other person excitedly said, you are really amazing. Do you wish for anything? Like a promotion or a lot of money? Hearing this, Jin-woo thought to himself, what if I told you that when I was younger than you, I could make more money than a large law firm? However, he only answered, no, not really. Yeah, let me treat today, but don't go bragging about it. That evening, Jin-woo held his son's drawing, looking very pleased. Oh my gosh, where could you find a 5-year-old who can draw an ant this beautifully? Our son truly has artistic talent, doesn't he? Cha-hae-in hurriedly replied, isn't this fun? Look at the last page. Suho said there's a huge shadow on the black ground. Doesn't that make you think of something? Oh, why are you laughing? He replied, it's nothing, I just thought of something a bit amusing. Hearing these words from her husband, she sighed, the other kids are scared of our Suho. It seems like every time they get close to Suho, their expressions change. Even when there's no one bothering them, they just start acting all chaotic. Listening to these words, Jin-woo thought to himself, that's because children's senses are much purer than adults. They can feel the power of the monarch. The reason the other kids avoid Suho is that they can sense the shadows from this power. It has been passed down to him, but fortunately, it hasn't developed into a disaster yet. Typically, to destroy everything an outer god has created, they will hide a terrifying weapon in the most loyal person to me. If the power of the Dark Monarch gradually increases in Suho, and he remains unaware, it would be impossible to live a normal life. At least until Suho grows up enough to control his power perfectly. But for now, there needs to be a measure to suppress it. He said, yes, until Suho can live like a normal person without any difficulties, I will seal away the memories of the Shadow Warriors as well as his power for a while. Peru was extremely saddened to hear this news. Jin-woo handed him the paintings that Suho had drawn of him. Upon receiving the painting, Peru immediately burst into tears. May I say goodbye to the young master? Young master, on behalf of all the shadow soldiers, I must bid farewell to you. How honored I am to have served you. Young master, we will meet again. I hope you stay healthy. Young master, even though I may no longer be by your side, I hope you work hard at your studies and stay healthy as well. Jin-woo placed his hand on Suho's head, bidding farewell to a joyful childhood. Time flew by, and the 5-year-old boy had finally grown up. High school was a world where the big fish eat the small fish, with new classes and new friends. A gang leader asked his two underlings, "You've all come in here, huh? Why are you cramming in a bit like this?" His name was Leun Chisil, a freshman, judging each other with just a glance. "Humph, Jo Sung-ho, you're here too? So who will be friends? Who will be the ones to submit and help each other? I heard rumors in the underworld that this guy likes to disrupt order, huh? But it seems there's nothing special about him. Humph, for now, just consider us friends, it shouldn't be a problem." It seemed that the hierarchy in this class was already clear, with only the guy sitting over there having an issue. Suho looked at them with a disdainful expression, which made him angry enough to slam the table. The thug beside him was also confused about what was happening. "Do you see that arrogant guy over there glancing this way? Hey, I used to be in the same school as him, it's best not to get involved with him." Hearing this, the other guy became so angry that his face turned beet red. "Jo Sung-ho, do you want to die?" A moment later, outside the school gate, the gangsters were bullying a classmate. "Wow, I heard you're quite notorious around here. But it seems you're not as tough as I thought. Who the hell is that kid that you're defending?" The weak classmate replied, "He's the strongest in my old middle school. We couldn't even touch a finger on him. I'm saying this because I'm worried something bad will happen." Upon hearing this, the thug became even angrier, unable to hold back as he slammed his fist on the table. "You idiot, are you out of your mind? Are you trying to mess with me? If there really is a kid that strong, why is there no information about him?" After a while, Suho also showed up. "Jo Sung-ho, if you have something to say, go ahead. You can leave on your own now." Sung-ho replied, "Understood." The thug, undeterred, continued to boast and defend himself. But as soon as he finished speaking, one of his underlings received a kick to the stomach from Suho. He was shocked by Suho's incredible speed. After that, another guy beside him got a kick to the face. He took this opportunity to counterattack, but Suho quickly locked his attack. Another kick was thrown, successfully knocking out the leader. He said, "Now that the situation has turned out like this, well, I'll leave the rest to you." Sung-ho replied, "Yeah, not a bad deal, right?" A few classmates were discussing, all by himself, "Jo Sung-ho can take on all three of them. From the first time I saw him, I knew he was no ordinary guy. He's been practicing judo since he was a kid, so everyone around here knows him. Should I start taking judo lessons too?" At this moment, only Suho remained in the classroom, feeling bored. He had a sense that he used to know many interesting and cool things. It felt so dull. Suddenly, the scenery around him seemed to freeze. Suho didn't know why this was happening, but dark lightning gradually appeared and formed a portal. Witnessing this scene, Suho broke out in a cold sweat, confused and unsure of what to do. His mother always told him he resembled his father a lot, but he didn't know what his father would do in this situation. However, out of sheer curiosity, Suho decided to step into the portal. Before his eyes was a corridor of a castle. The way out had been completely sealed. Now there was no choice but to move forward. Suho struggled to hold a torch to light up the room, revealing an endless long corridor. As he unwittingly stepped closer, he discovered a long sword. Statistics of the weapon appeared, resembling a game. It was asking him to choose a weapon. He thought to himself, there are limitations when choosing weapons based on levels. So if I level up, I can switch to higher level weapons. What is this? Are the weapons displayed here just because there's nothing better? Who would want to use such weak-looking weapons like these? There's a glove in this corner that looks pretty interesting. Since battling with a sword seems a bit dull, I'll try messing with this. It feels like I might be getting a bit stronger, right? Suho began wandering down the hallway. The knight armors standing around started to move. One of them attacked Suho, catching him off guard. It swung its sword at his hand, but Suho quickly counterattacked. With a single move, he took down one knight. Wait a minute, weren't there a lot of these guys on the way here? By the time he realized it, it was too late. Suho was surrounded by the knights, with no way to escape, so he had no choice but to reluctantly fight them off. But their numbers were truly overwhelming. As soon as he took down one, another stepped forward. On the other hand, his level had increased significantly. This meant that his strength was also rising, just like in a game. Initially, it seemed difficult, but gradually he found it easier. Suho continued to open the gate to the next phase. Igris was waiting inside. It sat on a throne, then reached for the sword. Suho stood in front, ready to strike, but before he could act, Igris appeared right in front of him. A single swing sent Suho back to where he started. What the hell is this? Am I still alive? Isn't this where I began my journey? I really thought I would have died there. Well, I guess I have to go through this corridor again. Ah, one flame has gone out. If I remember correctly, there were 3 flames lit at the beginning. Could this be a coincidence? No, it can't be just that. The first thing I need to do is change my weapon since my level is higher than before. I need to be more cautious now. If all 3 flames go out, then I have no idea what will happen. Then another flame went out. Suho collapsed onto the floor. That Black Knight is too strong. It can't be. How can there be such an imbalance in the game? I'm getting a little angry now. If this keeps happening, I will never be able to take that bastard down. Wait a minute, that weapon. I think that's the weapon that bastard uses. If that thing is the real deal, then just how far apart are our levels? Alright then, I'll grind a few more levels before continuing. This time I need to be more careful. Suho equipped a lot of weapons, marched forward fiercely, and declared loudly, "You lot, don't you get tired of this ridiculous act? You just keep resurrecting endlessly, don't you?" A smile appeared on Suho's face. If so, they will be spammed infinitely, right? At the same time, Suho had taken down numerous knights to level up, and his strength was increasing more and more. The system announced that the player had reached the required level. A new leveling quest appeared. Do you want to accept it? The portals opened, and other knights began to emerge. Suho's expression at this moment resembled that of a bloodthirsty war god, but there was also a hint of annoyance due to the ticking clock. Nonetheless, the current situation was quite good. The wizards began to use fireballs, an attack capable of destroying a vast area. The wizards next to them continued to combine their magic, creating an enormous and powerful fireball. Suho had to struggle to withstand the terrifying force of them. His shield seemed about to be shattered at any moment. Looking at his tired face, anyone could guess how immense the power of this attack was. But they did not stop and continued to use summoning magic, forming a giant stone demon. This demon was several times larger than Suho's body. He sighed and then threw away his shield. He no longer needed such things. Suho charged at the boss, attacking it like a hungry tiger. His speed was increasing, so fast that only green streaks could be seen around the boss. When he noticed that the boss was at a disadvantage, Suho threw the sword from his back, causing it to split into 2 pieces. Continuing to fight, Suho used his bow and arrow, channeling all his strength into a single piercing arrow aimed at the boss monster. But he did not stop there. With a swift motion, Suho threw 2 daggers from his belt at 2 nearby knights. Now, he only needed to rely on his own hands to fight. He did not need any other weapons. As a man, he had to use his fists to solve problems. The sound of the system rang continuously, announcing that the player had leveled up. You can advance to a profession based on the points you have accumulated. A suitable profession will be assigned to you based on the analysis of the achievements you have attained. Your fighting spirit has allowed you to overcome all adversities. You did not falter before any hardships and move forward with absolute faith in your own strength. Your profession is fighter. The profession has been determined, and you are receiving the opportunity to advance to a higher level profession. Based on the level up points you have achieved, you have exceeded the estimated time. Bonus points have been awarded, and your health bar is still over 50%. Additional bonus points have been granted. Your fighter profession has been upgraded to Soul Manipulator. Suho told himself, this is still not enough. To defeat him, I need to become even stronger. When not moving, the enemies would appear one after another on the field. Suho saw the A-level Guardian necklace, a high-level ring of the A-level mage, and the blazing combat gloves of the S-level demon. Suho opened the door in the palace once again. Igris was still sitting there, looking at Suho and saying, "Did I keep you waiting too long?" Suho smiled confidently and replied, "Now it's my turn." Igris drew the sword from his back and immediately launched a powerful strike towards Suho. The attack was so strong that it took Suho by surprise. He could only barely dodge that blow. Igris charged forward like a lightning bolt towards him, attacking relentlessly. The two strikes clashed together, creating an intense shockwave. The ground around them was shattered as a result. It seemed that Suho was gaining the upper hand. He used incredible speed to launch consecutive attacks in an attempt to find the opponent's weaknesses. A series of clones were created, making it hard for Igris to keep up. Suho clenched his teeth and reminded himself, "This is still not enough, I have to accelerate even more." Seeing Suho a little distracted, Igris immediately counterattacked with a powerful blow. Suho was sent flying upwards, gaining the advantage with an attack from above. However, Igris was unfazed and immediately retaliated against Suho's attack. Igris thought to himself, "This is the strength of a young prince, and he still hasn't reached 100% of his power, has he?" Now, he understood clearly that after continuously leveling up and fighting, this Dark Knight was much stronger than he could have imagined. His stats were in a completely different league compared to those ordinary soldiers who could infinitely resurrect. In other words, he had surpassed the usual standards. But if that were the case, it meant that I could also reach that level. Although I didn't know exactly what the rules of the game were, I had gained some additional basic stats, and now I could easily take down high-level soldiers when considering the additional stats I received every time I leveled up. Added to the accumulated stats, my attributes were not those of a level 70 player, but rather akin to those of a level 110 player. After a fierce battle, Igris finally found himself at a disadvantage. He continuously endured powerful punches from Suho. Those punches came like a storm, and a finishing blow sent Igris flying out of sight. In the end, he was defeated. In the moment before fading away, Igris acknowledged Suho as a seed of great potential. With a wealth of mana gifted by the heavens and the innate talent of a king who had become a god-like being, a true S-class hunter awakened from forgotten equipment. He was so strong, even though he still didn't know how to use and control that source of power. Igris completely vanished, and at that moment, Suho had fully claimed victory. "My lord, I have lost." He roared like a lion that had won the battle to protect its territory. The system continued to announce, "You have leveled up." Suho exclaimed, "Yeah, finally defeated this damn leech of a guy." The gate had appeared, and Suho still decided to step inside. However, in the end, it turned out not to be an exit but just a building in Songpa district. Before he could reassess, a three-headed firewolf appeared in front of him. It growled, bared its sharp fangs, and stared intently at Suho, but when facing him, it recalled the face of Jinwoo from years ago, which made it feel a bit fearful, breaking into a cold sweat and stepping back. Suho gave a faint smile. "Is this supposed to be a monster? It must just be a statue that looks a little scary. Is this the decoration style around here?" Another door. But if I don't open it, nothing will happen. Around the city of demons, everything remained the same ruined scenery, fires raging, countless monsters pouring out to welcome Suho. Standing in front of these monsters, he regarded them merely as grasshoppers, easily surpassing each level one after another. To be honest, this situation felt extremely similar to Saitama, one punch and it was over. He didn't understand why from the first floor until now, these monsters remained so weak. This style of fighting was so boring, even the weekly boss was nothing. Could it be that to compete against that Black Knight, he had become that much stronger? He glanced at the map, noticing a quite extensive area, but if he diligently ran around, he could clear each level in an average of 1 hour. There are several voices shouting in the desolate city, "How can this guy rank up to Lezel at such a rapid pace? It's crazy, I just finished clearing the 8th floor and he's already up here." Suho stepped out from the gate like a war god. Now he had reached the 100th floor, but he still felt nothing special. However, he was surprised to see her in front of him, along with two guards. She was about to greet him, but Suho quickly launched an attack. She hurriedly blocked him. "Wait, I'm in a hurry, so let's make this quick." Smiling, she said to Suho, "Even the monarch encounters difficulties while ascending to level. Who would have thought that a lack of a monarch could achieve such a rapid climb, not even needing any soldiers? Last time, you couldn't do it like this, right? You've progressed so quickly." Suho confusedly asked back, "Last time, huh?" She replied, "It's nothing. I am the eldest daughter of a first-level demon lord. Welcome to the final stage." Suho looked behind him, then asked again, "Is this all there is?" She cheerfully answered, "Yes, that's all there is." Initially, there was another challenge called the Demon Challenge, but since our clan reached first level, it has been removed. Congratulations on entering the fortress for the first time. Can I hold a welcome banquet for you? My father. She continued, the clan leader has prepared a grand ceremony for today. As soon as she finished speaking, it was over, right? So what was that? It wasn't a demon castle, but a portal leading to another dimension. So this was called a portal. Essel hurriedly interrupted, "All right. Are you planning to leave right away? But there's still the feast." Suho replied, "I don't know what your demon clan eats, but I'm not old enough to drink yet. So, let's meet again when I'm of age, okay?" She seemed a bit disappointed. "Yes, see you again, sir." Wait, the king said the same thing and never returned. It has been 60 years, and the demon castle hasn't been welcomed by anyone. Back then, I built this stone statue just to repay the past. I can't let everything drift away like that. He said, "You said you were a member of the Redairo clan, right? I remember your name. See you again later." Upon hearing this, she felt warm inside. Her face turned slightly red, she smiled a little and said, "Goodbye, Suho." He was suspicious, so this is really the exit, right? Or is it just a trap? Could it be that this is still not the end? When Suho stepped through the portal, he was shocked immediately. Thousands of ants surrounded him. Their numbers were overwhelming, each one seemed eager to engulf Suho. He broke out in a cold sweat, only able to reluctantly start running. What kind of god created this kind of ants? Damn it, there are too many of them. But thanks to fighting them off, Suho leveled up quickly. Sun Suho level 94, now I'm used to these monsters, so let's start moving towards over there. Inside the gate, Peru stood there waiting for Suho. It slowly stepped out, tears of happiness streamed down its face. Could it be that this room only had that? But why was it crying? Peru said nothing, rushing to attack Suho. The two fought fiercely, but just as Peru was about to strike, it stopped attacking, catching Suho off guard. He gently landed a punch on it. Peru continued to attack but still decided to halt, receiving another punch in return. It struggled to retreat and heal itself. Afterwards, it advanced again to engage Suho, attacking and then pausing repeatedly, creating openings for Suho. What's wrong with this ant? Peru stood to the side and slowly collapsed. I was careless. In the end, it was defeated by Suho. A rather strange victory. He stood to the side, mouth agape, feeling relieved. That was close, thank you to my ancestors for granting me this. A winged ant really is terrifying, but also very strange. It kept hesitating, moving with so many openings, and wouldn't even attack me. Well, I guess that's lucky. Thanks to that, I was able to fight back against it. He sighed, feeling utterly exhausted. Another gate? I probably don't need to level up anymore. This time it must truly be going home, right? When Suho stepped in, he was extremely surprised. The giant dragon and the giants surrounding Suho seemed eager to devour him. An endless siege, he remained stuck at level 99. Suho frantically attacked the giants. A beast threw a trident at Suho, but he quickly dodged. Like a flash, he delivered a powerful blow that sent it crashing down. Another giant appeared from behind, trying to launch a sneak attack, but Suho managed to block it and shot forward toward him. One more strike, and the giant was defeated. 2 or 3 white bears along with several green giants charged in, but all were defeated by him. One by one they rushed in, but they all met the same fate. A few giants riding dragons approached, followed by an entire army, shocking Suho. "You want to fight in the air?" A red orc barely had the chance to do anything before he was instantly taken down by Suho. Suho dashed through the others one by one, and they all were defeated. The final challenge was the Dark Lord. "It has been 30 years since I last engaged in a battle within this territory. A battle where only the aberrant may participate. The fact that I can manifest here in this form means you are an exceptionally elite warrior and a trusted confidant of the king. Even if you are a mere prince, can you withstand the full force of my strength?" Before he could finish his words, he was immediately struck by a punch from Suho. The boy continuously attacked the enemies around him. Suddenly, an immense pressure suppressed him. Suho couldn't understand where this pressure came from. He looked up and realized it was that person. Upon closer inspection, he noticed both the Black Knight and the ant seemed to be controlled. It felt as if there was a dark shadow standing behind them. Or was he just overthinking? But if so, it meant that the figure was indeed the boss of this battle. The pressure kept increasing, making Suho feel as if he was being pushed down to the ground, leaving him only the ability to look up. In the sky, 3 colossal dragons appeared. Was my judgment wrong? There are still 3 dark beasts? The 3 dragons unleashed flames towards Suho, but he quickly dodged the explosions and defeated them all. Suho seized a dragon from a giant's grasp and charged straight towards Tusk. He created a massive fireball and shot it directly at Exo. Fortunately, Exo avoided it, but the fire created a huge hole in the mountain. Suho gaped at that sight, while Tusk was extremely satisfied with the recent explosion. Suho continued to take down the remaining giants. The former Dark Emperor smiled at him and said, "Young king, do you really think that attack can defeat me?" He had just finished speaking when Suho immediately took him down with a kick. "Since joining the king's forces, I have secretly honed my strength, and now I am able to go this far. Even if no one remembers me, I will still leave an indelible mark, affirming my loyalty to the king." Tusk had boasted for a moment before being defeated by Suho. "If people like this keep appearing, my body won't be able to handle it. Just a little more, I need to control this power a bit more. Train harder, do not waste it, until I can match thousands or tens of thousands of enemies, even an entire army with just my hands." Suho created thousands of arms, attacking the giant dragons. Tusk used a shield for defense, but Suho shifted behind him and delivered a punch that shattered the shield, creating colossal force surrounding him. Although the stats hadn't changed much, he had skillfully controlled this power through numerous real battles. At that moment, Belian appeared. The pressure he exerted also instilled fear in Suho, perhaps even stronger than the ant he had just defeated. Suho smiled and asked, "Can you speak? Before we fight, I want to ask a few things. What percentage of your forces have I knocked out so far?" Belian replied, "Excluding the demon fortress, it's about 1/3,000 of the total forces mobilized here. I've struggled to carve a bloody path, and that's all I get? Alright then, let's fight." Belian walked while drawing his sword. "Young prince, you have grown strong and mighty." As soon as the words left his mouth, Belian immediately launched an attack towards Suho. The two clashed, their powers creating powerful tremors that shook the earth and sky. One side attacked, while the other defended. However, it seemed that Belian had more experience, thus gaining the upper hand. He wielded his sword with incredible agility, but could not pose a challenge to Suho. No matter how flexible this weapon was, it would ultimately be captured. Suho continued to press the attack, not giving Belian a moment to counter. "If you use both hands for defense, your belly will be exposed." Finally, Belian took a hit. The powerful strike sent him flying several meters. "I think that's all there is to it. I haven't defeated you yet, but if this drags on, we'll be fighting all night." Belian took a deep breath and looked at Suho. That guy, you are not the true master of this place, are you? Suho replied, correct, that guy is just a distraction. My real opponent is up there. At that moment, Jinwoo rode a boar towards Suho. He summoned 2 daggers, said nothing, and charged straight at Suho. The clash of the 2 powerful beings caused the ground beneath them to shatter. Since I came here, this man has been the first opponent in human form that I have encountered. Could we try negotiating? Hello. Suho wondered, is it because I'm not able to defeat my enemy yet the teleportation gate has already appeared? Then it's very likely that this is the final trial. If I can defeat this person, I will be able to return home. And the battle between the 2 truly erupted. Jinwoo's speed was incredibly fast and his strength was extraordinary. Suho couldn't help but admire the power and attack skills of the main character. Every blow from Jinwoo contained a special technique that surely had been honed through many years of training and having lived through life and death situations to reach such a level. However, Suho remained resolute, he would not give up easily. At that moment, Suho's gaze was very determined. His stats had reached their maximum level, and his current combat ability was sufficient to match those stats. Even though Jinwoo's stats were overwhelming, Suho still felt there was hope for victory. Thinking that, Suho swung his fist forward, but as a result, his gloves were shattered. Suho thought to himself, we are enemies, but he really is admirable. I wish I could be as strong as this person. Suho charged forward to attack, but the main character placed a hand on his head and gently asked, are you having fun? Quite impressive, isn't it? Upon recognizing his father's familiar voice, Suho quickly turned around to converse. However, Jinwoo merely pushed him away with one hand. Suho woke up, realizing it was just a dream. It might be because he had been playing games too much. After wandering around the strange dungeons, in the end, the final boss turned out to be his own father. A classmate outside wondered why Suho hadn't returned home yet, as she needed to lock the classroom door. Suho asked her if she needed any help. Jinwoo stood on the rooftop of the building, observing everything. He knew how to use the remnants of the kingdom in the resting world in a special way. This idea wasn't bad, Your Majesty, is it not time yet to restore the strength of the young lord? Although we have conducted similar tests several times before, this is the first time the young lord has reached the threshold of your realm. I believe this time, the young lord is truly qualified. If we recklessly declare war on the Dragon Emperor right after he lands on Earth, can we win? No matter how strong he is, everyone will think twice when the odds of victory are nearly 0. Hastily wanting to challenge a strong enemy without careful consideration is just foolish recklessness. The king replied, it is still too early. Indeed, it is still too early for him. But one day, he will realize that before using his power, he needs to think carefully about what to consider. Even without understanding anything, this lad will still charge through that door hundreds of times just to challenge himself. Baru still held the old picture Suho drew for him, crying, young lord, now I have many more important things to care about. Tonight, let's go out for a family dinner, shall we? The news reported that the scammer brothers Hwang Dong-suk and Hwang Dong-soo were arrested after causing a disturbance this morning. According to the latest information from our reporting team, we are currently on the scene. Previously, a large fire covered the entire mountain and posed a risk of spreading to the nearby residential area. However, the firefighting forces quickly controlled the blaze successfully by mobilizing 52 fire engines and over 800 firefighters to the scene. A man placed a cold bottle of water on the exhausted face of a firefighter. He sighed, what a tough day. People remarked, it's true that Captain Sung is amazing. Working hard like this and still full of energy. I dream of the day I can be like him. Both of them looked up at the sky, where a rescue plane was flying by. At a large company, the chairman sat there and asked, are you okay? The employee hurriedly replied, absolutely fine, sir. Where did we leave off last time? The employee quickly responded, we were at the point where we need to come up with a name for the VR game that our company is about to release. Are you listening, sir? Jin-ho, uninterested in their conversation, suddenly shouted, "Everyone, my wife is pregnant. The baby is 6 weeks along." Everyone was delighted. "Congratulations, Chairman Eugene Ho." He laughed heartily, and others said, "Finally, our boss will become a father." Jin-ho turned to suggest, "Let's name the new game The Beautiful World. This game will depict a virtual world nearing perfection." "This name makes so much sense. Chairman, I hope you consider it. The fate of our company relies entirely on this game." A person asked, "The beautiful world sounds a bit uncouth, doesn't it?" He said, "What are you guys so tense about? Is our naming ability that poor? Maybe we should consult the Big Brother for naming the kids instead." But thinking about it, Big Brother isn't much better than us. Another person chimed in, "Don't worry everyone, this time the investors are definitely reliable." Someone asked, "Which investors?" He cheerfully shouted, "The most renowned name in the gaming world. Choi Jong-in has decided to place his trust in us." Another person exclaimed, "Really?" There was a report about him in the newspaper. The chairman of Hajin Software, Jin-ho, recounted the miraculous story of a successful young entrepreneur. After rejecting his inheritance, he became a self-made billionaire. All articles about Jin-ho, his father, were always collected as a habit. This old man is eager to meet his grandchild. The gate whose destination no one knows after crossing. Perhaps that's why people are always fearful of gates and hope they never appear. But conversely, there are still those who defy their fears and rush in. We call them hunters. A voice rang out, "Hello, the support office of the Hunters Association is listening." The other person yelled, "I've told you a billion times, don't have a conflict of opinions." Another person shouted, "And yet, it still seems like water splashing on a leaf." One person bowed and apologized, "We sincerely apologize, sir, it seems there has been a slight error in forming the hunter teams. Could you please slowly explain the situation to us in detail?" The voice on the other end was still full of anger. "What can details do? In general, I don't want to have to clean up after teammates, you understand? If we keep sending a weak hunter into the team, then that's it, no more discussion. Now that guy is dragging the whole team down. If anything happens, how are we supposed to take responsibility? If this happens one more time, it will ruin everything for this team. Do you understand?" These days, if you randomly grab a student walking down the street and ask that boy or girl what they want to do in the future, you will definitely get one of three answers. 1 is to become a famous hunter, 2 is to be a member of a big guild, and 3 is to work as a staff member in the Hunters Association. No matter what you say, regular administrative jobs pay the same everywhere. I've heard that hunters in neighboring areas are provided with coffee and snacks before going on raids. What do we have here? The thing is, my family has an urgent matter that needs resolution, so could I get an advance of 1 month's salary? A woman next to them said, "If you guys assign me to a raid today, then there will be no one at home to look after my child. So I'd appreciate it if you could help watch my boy for just 1 day, it's a usual thing in our daily work." The other person thought, "Sung, huh? I think his name is Sung Jin-woo. He's at the bottom of the leaderboard. Based on these stats, isn't he just an ordinary person?" The shocked employee exclaimed, "Holy heaven and earth, does this guy often get injured? To think he's still alive and well, it really is as the elders say. Why would he take such risks to be a hunter? Perhaps he has some special reasons? Oh, I see, his mother is seriously ill and in the ICU. Plus, he has a younger sister just starting high school. No wonder he has to work so hard to earn money. 23 years old, just 6 years younger than me." One person said, "Sir, should we go and stop the hunter, Sung, or not? We've already done our best." The boss calmly asked the employee, "Why do you want to join the Hunters Association?" The young man hesitated and replied, "It's because of a news report I saw when I was a kid. It talked about a hunter who saved his teammates from a trap, but in the end, he was the one who got stuck in it. At first, I was simply curious. If hunters are people who are willing to sacrifice themselves to save others, then who will save them? If no one helps, then I will help. I will do my best within my abilities to help hunters avoid death or injury. That has always been my guiding principle. Without even looking at him, the boss directly said, "So do you want Sung to stop being a hunter? Or do you want to help him?" The employee hurriedly replied, "Haha, thinking back, I realized that aside from advising him to quit his job, I can't really do anything else." The boss asked again, "But what if there are still other things you could do?" Then he explained, "Outside of this society, there are still people who, although endowed with tremendous strength after awakening, choose to forego the hunter profession because they are not interested in money. What do you think about trying to persuade those people to become hunters under our banner?" He held a file on a healer rank B hunter. Even a healer rank B hunter is already quite high, Li Juhee, who declined to become a hunter despite having good potential because she is scared, but hunter Sung Jinwoo, although weak, overcame his fear to dive into the portal. If a person can turn their fear into courage, then they can also become a source of strength to support the weaker ones. Are you willing to give it a try? Thus, with a small wish to be able to assist even a little in the raids beyond the portal, he agreed. One afternoon at school, Juhee was playing rock paper scissors with her friend. Her friend smiled smugly, "You're playing weak, boy. Carry my bag for me." The two suddenly noticed something in the sky, but he reassured her, "It's nothing." In the sky at that moment, it was Jinwoo and Cha-hae wandering around, admiring the enchanting scenery of the city. It had been a long time since Cha-hae had a chance to enjoy such sights. Today marked their 16th wedding anniversary. Jinwoo gave her a sparkling necklace and gently put it around her neck. "Wife, you go home first. I will always be behind you." She asked, "You won't be gone long, will you?" "I will wait at home for you." Jinwoo stayed back to face the massive gate appearing before him. Those who possess immense power often attract horrifying creatures from another world, the awakening. The Dark Army was already present, ready for a bloody battle.